When I was 14, my family transferred from Danbury, Connecticut to Simbago, Maine for my mom's work. My parents bought a farmhouse with an attached barn so we could keep our horses on the property. I was a freshman in high school, and my sister was a few years behind me. Almost immediately, I began seeing, out of the corner of my eye, someone walk past the bathroom door and go down the stairs, but when I looked straight down the stairs, no one was there. This would happen every morning as I was getting ready to go to school. As the months and even years progressed, I'd witnessed voices having conversations that I couldn't make out. I heard banging and footsteps coming from the second floor when no one was up there, and a voice calling me by name and demanding that I come to it when I was the only person in the house. I did not have the courage to come to the voice, so I stood there until my father came inside the house. There was also the time I was in the barn with the horses and was enveloped by the stench of decaying flesh. No dead animal could be found in the vicinity of the barn. During the summer of 1992, I was 17 and working for a family camping resort in the general store. I remember being asleep and being woken up by a man's voice in my ear. He said, "Wake up and hear the storm." I can still remember feeling the vibration of his words in my ear and being puzzled by what I had just heard. I sat up in my bed and was afraid that there was someone in my room with me. My father was the only man in the house, and I was positive that it was not his voice that I heard. Beside the fact that I didn't hear my door open or close, so I was sure that whoever had spoken to me hadn't left yet. Lightning was coming down outside, and I could hear the horses whining, so I got out of bed and tried for the light, but the power was out. I stumbled down the stairs and saw that my father was in bed sleeping. I took a flashlight with me to the barn and saw that the horses were outside loose. One horse had broken through the fencing and the others were running around, panicked by the storm. Thanks to the voice, I was able to gather up all of the horses and put them in their stalls safe and sound. It was the only time that the spirits were helpful to me. Thanks for reading. I'm an experienced ghost and demon hunter. That is a big claim, but I can offer eyewitnesses if needed. I want to share my first real encounter. I was 15 and my family saved for months to rent a vacation home on Cape Cod. It was in the little village of Warham near Onset, and the whole area was made up of vacation homes. When we got there, I was excited and immediately ran into the house, only to run through a wall of cold. The cold got in and took over my mind. I was pushed to the back of my mind, and this other being thought through me and touched things with my body. The entity actually held a conversation with me about what she'd remember things being like in her day. The strangest part of this was that my vision changed. I wear glasses, but she took them off. Also, all colors paled into a weird black and white vision. I was terrified. No matter how I squirmed, I could not break loose. My mother called me outside, and as she went to see who my mother was, my body crossed the threshold of the door and the entity was popped out. I was panicked, but what could I do? Saying nothing, I built a wall up in my head that said simply no. When my little brother and sister went upstairs, they soon came down screaming that a dead hand had reached into the open window. I'd not told anyone about my encounter, but my no strategy was working, so I cradled them in my arms and said no to the ghost for them as well. My baby sister was stationed in a crib in my room. She often woke up about 2 or 3 a.m. screaming. I got good at waking up when the presence got near and throwing my proactive no over the baby too. We had so much poltergeist activity in that house. Like the salt and pepper shakers would fly off the fridge and onto the table. My mom would put things away, turn around, and they would be back. We also experienced knocks, footsteps, and bad smells. And when my cousin came to visit, he stuck his head through the open window that led from the TV room to the porch, a window that was jammed all 3 of us could not budge it, and it slammed down on his head. At the end of the week, I finally told my mom about the encounter I had. She believed me and went to see the realtor we had leased the house from. He casually told us that the reason we got the house so cheap was because it was haunted. A woman had been murdered there 20 years ago. We rented that house out a couple more times. Since we knew it was haunted, we would say hello to the ghost. My mom felt bad for her when we got there. It was never an easy thing for me, as she often tried to get into my head or talk to me. I built up my auric protection from that experience, but I was very afraid of ghosts for a long time afterwards. As will happen, ghosts were very interested in me. Then demons started being put in my path. It is one thing to believe in ghosts, but it took much convincing and hand wriggling to accept that there are demons. For every encounter with the demonic, I've had to reach deeper into old myths and religious writings to tease out what the ancients knew. I am not a devoted Catholic, although I was raised to be. That path never held answers for me, or I should not say enough answers. Yet I became an ordained minister of universal light. I know there is a great spiritual mind, a great source, and sometimes that source appears to me as female, sometimes male, sometimes both, or neither. I died a few times as a child, due to what I now know was demonic attacks. When I gave birth to my daughter, I had complications and bled to death. That journey took me to the great source, in a word, to love. But not love as an attachment to a person, idea, or pet. Love as an infinite ocean of creation. I was immersed in this oceanic experience while the Great One spoke to me. It was really more like receiving direct knowing. She said it was my choice to go back on or move on, that I had a hard life in addition to my non-stop illnesses. I'd been abused in every sense of the word, and it was fine to let go. My children would do fine without me. I was needed, but not necessary. If I chose to go back, however, I would be sent teachers and would fulfill certain duties for the balance. I would be a teacher and healer and have the tools and gifts I needed as such. In this place I had no ego, no desire. I was awish in love. I looked down at my daughter, not 3 minutes old, and chose to go back for her and my son. As was told to me, within a year my teachers showed up. Also, the demons showed up. Those first few years were dedicated to clearing out my mind and personal history. As I came to know my personal demons, a correlating world demon would make itself known. At first I did nothing but observe and clear myself. After practicing mindfulness for nearly 8 years and having the help and teachings of a medicine man, a Buddhist nun, a master therapist, and a couple of gurus, the universe gave me the nod and people literally started showing up at my doorstep. I worked with people on many levels for many years. I worked with hauntings and cast out some demons from buildings. I've not done an exorcism yet, as one has not been in my path, and I do not go searching for these things. I cannot say I would know where to begin, but for God's grace, guidance, it can happen. I've trapped destructive forces and banished them or helped them transmute. The people involved always have dramatic changes, even the ones who don't know what happened. I've had spiritual duels with practitioners of dark arts and removed hexes and lesser-known demonic attachments, but the hunter can become the hunted. I caught some backlash from a few entanglements that involved black magic and ghosts that stuck into my car and followed me home. Before I knew what hit me, I was really sick with an undiagnosable problem of my nervous system. I had to leave the city, move to Vermont, and get involved with horses to ground me and bring my being back to life. For the last 3 years, I've done nothing but heal and surround myself with nature. Some very tricky forces have challenged me here, as Vermont is ripe with haunting and strange energies, but I have not worked the public more than a few times. Now, I am ready again. I am also ready to learn new things. I would love to talk to others who have had any experiences like my own. Please feel free to contact me, and thank you for my very long read. I first got into the paranormal on October 16th, 2011, when it was my 11th birthday and my mom and I went on a ghost tour of a War of 1812 fort and saw a strange shadow. Since then, I've created my own paranormal group and expect to ghost hunt many haunted places like the Waverly Hills Sanatorium in the future. Today, technically this night of October 24th, my granddad took me on a ghost tour which had a bunch of people get led around a small part of Jordan Village in southern Ontario. There was this one point we got to go to a nice winery building known as the Cave Spring Winery or Cave Spring Wine Shop. Here, we got to descend down into the cellars here. Before that, we were informed about the three main spirits here. One was a nice female spirit named Margaret, the other was an unnamed male malevolent entity, and the other was a horse who was said to have had a heart attack, and you could hear the hooves on the cement clip-clopping along. Anyways, our group of 30 or so people headed down to the tunnels, and we learned a bit more of the history and discovered we could enter one of the supposedly haunted tunnels where screams and voices have been reported. When I went in there with my grandpa and two women on the tour, it was just 4 of us because we went 4 at a time. It was somewhat chilly. At first we didn't hear anything, just looking around for a moment then taking pictures. Then it happened. There was a loud clang right near us. It was as if someone picked up a sewer grate and dropped it right by us. We thought that they were closing the door on us and we'd investigate the tunnel alone, but the door was open and the tour guide didn't seem to be reacting to the sound. Then it happened again. The same loud clang, maybe a bit louder, only a second or two after the first one. It was getting a bit closer to us now. Moments later, there was a third clang. I didn't get a negative feeling, but more shocked like, wow, that's interesting. Once the tour was over, I spoke to the guide about it. She claimed she didn't hear a thing, nor did the rest of the tour group. But they were so loud. Someone besides us must have heard it, but there was no noise. The Cave Spring Winery is in operation on the upper floors, sometimes busy, but the floor is thick and we were at least 10 plus feet underground. It would be very difficult for sound to get through. Even so, it wouldn't sound like it was close by. It would be muffled. The tunnel didn't have any vents for noise to travel through, and there was only a staircase way out on the other end of the tunnel. It would be practically impossible for a noise like that to get through. Can I verify what we heard was paranormal? No. I can't conclude it was paranormal, but based on the evidence gathered with thick walls and a thick floor above us, and nobody but us 4 in the tunnel were able to hear these 3 loud noises, there might be something there. I've heard stuff about these knocks or scratches means a demonic presence, and yes, I do believe demons do exist. Was this a demon? This is somewhat unlikely. I'm a bit paranormal sensitive. I can't tell when a spirit has entered the room, and when I have encountered a negative entity, which I have before at a local cemetery, not in Jordan. If this were a demon, I would probably feel the negative presence as a very, very uncomfortable feeling in my chest. I have a slight heavy feeling in my chest when a good spirit is in the room, not wanting to do harm, probably just making itself known. If this were a ghost, I guess it was Margaret, as she wants people to acknowledge her presence. Personally, I would recommend taking this tour to where you'd have to speak to someone at the Jordan Historical Museum, and the tours sell out fast and are usually in October. Of course, to put you in the mood for Halloween, there are people dressed up and hiding behind trees and stand there silently to freak you out. Many places on the tour had ghost reports surrounding them, but I do believe the Cave Springs Winery is haunted. It was the beginning of December when I received a phone call from my father in Orange, California. He explained to me that my grandmother had a heart attack and that she was in the hospital. After the phone call, I packed a few days' worth of clothing and started the 6-hour trip to California. Upon my arrival at St. Joseph's Hospital, I checked in and visited my grandma Sally. She seemed to be doing okay, but had to stay in the hospital for testing and for shortness of breath. I stayed with her that whole weekend, then had to make the trip back to go to work. I did this for 3 weeks. Each week I visited her, she began to look worse and her breathing was getting shorter. The last week of her life, I can recall the doctor letting us know that she had cancer and her lungs were hardening, unable to take breaths. After weeping for some time, we lied to her and told her she would be fine and be out in time for Christmas. That last weekend, I can clearly remember being in the room with her and noticed her staring at a chair. But at the time, I did not think anything of it. She would ask me to stay with her because she was so scared. I asked her why she was so scared, and she explained to me in Spanish that there was a guy in black in the chair, sitting by her feet, sticking his big tongue out at her and throwing spider webs at her. I could tell she was scared. That evening, I grabbed her holy water from home and bought some saints for her room. It was a very uncomfortable feeling when I would go into that hospital room, seeing my grandmother focusing on that chair. I eventually had her moved to a room in front of the nurse's desk. The following morning, they transferred her out to a hospice where she died 2 days later. My dad says she would tell him she could hear singing right before she died. First off, I'd like to say that I really appreciate your site. So far, I've found a lot of interesting things to read and learn. It's great to read other people's tales of true hauntings, because in a way, it's like sharing war stories with other veterans. These tales, if nothing else, really make a person think. I've always religiously believed in the supernatural. Too many strange and bizarre things have happened in my life for me not to. These are just two of the more interesting ones that I hope you and other readers will find mystifying and enjoyable. During the summer of 1995, I lived in Washington, D.C., where my father had rented an apartment suite at the Watergate. It was a very nice apartment, right across from the Kennedy Center on one side and a hop and a skip away from Georgetown on the other, and since the apartment was at ground level, had a nice fenced-in patio area just several yards away from the main pool. I was working as a White House intern and was just enjoying the first real summer away from parental guidance. After a time, however, I came to realize that I really wasn't as alone as I had thought. Upstairs were 2 bedrooms, the master and a smaller one right across the landing. At first, I decided to take the master because after all, bigger is supposed to be better. But I quickly changed my mind because, in the dead of night, I'd feel suddenly very cold and very uneasy, as if someone was standing near my bed, its dark, shadowy presence vaguely menacing. I didn't know who or what it was. All I really knew was that it was big, male, and didn't seem to like me as much as a roomie. After 2 nights of this, and getting very little rest, I moved my stuff across the landing to the other bedroom. Anyway, about this time, my roommate and best friend from college came to visit for a while and, without telling her of my own unsettling experiences, offered her the master bedroom. The very next day, she reported the same unnerving sensations. She told me that during the night, she felt someone breathing cool air on her cheek and felt a heaviness on her chest that both scared and kept her awake all night. After that, she promptly moved her things into my room as well. Since I knew what she was talking about, I graciously gave in, and the 2 of us were very careful to never enter that room unless we absolutely had to and only in broad daylight. Summer came to an end, and we both got ready to head back to college. As I was in the bedroom packing, I suddenly heard her calling my name from across the landing. At first, I was puzzled because it was unspoken between us that we would never enter that room, and since we didn't have anything in there to pack, I hesitated before answering. Finally, I crossed the landing and entered into the master bedroom, calling out, "Yeah, what do you need?" When I walked in the room, nobody was there. Chilled by the episode, I went downstairs, calling my roommate's name. I finally found her in the kitchen area, the furthest part away in the house from the master bedroom. When I told her what happened, she shook her head in bewilderment and told me that she hadn't called my name and was, in fact, inside the pantry room packing up some canned goods. When she told me that, my back stiffened and an eerie shiver ran down my spine. Needless to say, we got the heck out of Dodge. An interesting postscript to this tale came near the end of 1998. My mother had been diagnosed with liver cancer in May, and in a desperate bid to lengthen her life, she had decided to become a Buddhist nun. She dressed in the traditional nun's garb and shaved her head, but at the end of September, she passed away unfortunately. During this time, a close friend of hers was in DC and so stayed at the Watergate apartment. She had not seen my mother in over a year, and in fact, did not even know that my mother had just died less than a week ago. She unpacked and fell asleep in the master bedroom. Around midnight, she awoke because, as she told my father later on, she felt and saw an enormous shadow sitting on her chest, cutting off her breath. She couldn't scream because of the weight, and for a second, thought she was dying. She struggled and fought, but the shadow wouldn't budge, and she finally drew in one breath and cried out for help. Immediately, she said she was blinded by a light coming from the closet door, and as the light drew closer and nearer to the bed, she felt the weight suddenly dissipate, the shadow fleeing from the unearthly glow. She opened her eyes and saw a woman standing next to her, brown robes flowing to the ground. Instantly, she said she knew it was my mother, but the only thing that made her wonder was the fact that this woman, this friend she had known for years, was shaved bald. The glowing woman then smiled gently at her and slowly disappeared. Only after this friend of my mother's had told my father about this incident did she learn that, indeed, the day my mother died, she had died with a clean-shaven head, dressed in brown robes. The second place I experienced a haunting was when I lived in a 2-story house on the south side of Las Vegas. The house was owned by a chief in one of the casinos near the Strip and was completely furnished as advertised. As I came from a traditional Asian household, my grandmother also lived with me and my father, and since he was frequently away on business, it was just the two of us there most of the time. The first week we moved in, my grandmother discovered very fine, very black sand would accumulate near the tiled fireplace, and since we didn't ever use the fireplace, we thought it was rather strange. She would sweep it up, throw it away, but the next day it would appear again. This happened for about 4 days in a row. My grandmother, bless her heart, is a Capricorn, and thus rather anal about things. She was forever checking doors and windows, making sure they were locked and secured whenever we left the house, so when we came home one day from shopping, we were shocked to see the front door standing wide open. We always came through the garage door, so it was very unsettling to see the door open, knowing we had locked it before leaving. And since the front entrance is protected on one side by the garage, we knew the wind could not have done this. Nothing had been stolen or otherwise disturbed. We ended up not talking about it because really, what was there to talk about? And put it down to a freak of nature. During this time, my father came home from his trip and stayed in the master bedroom. Now, my father is not a man that is given to sudden wild and unexplained imaginings. He's 6'2", weighs nearly 200 pounds, and is perhaps one of the most self-assured men I have ever known. But after a week in that room, he abruptly confessed to me one day that there was something else staying in that bedroom with him. He said that whenever he closed his eyes to sleep, he would feel as if someone or something was staring at him through the darkness, and he would then have to get up and sleep with the lights on. At first, I just thought that was ridiculous. I mean, the man had faced down a robber at gunpoint, and he had to sleep with the light on? I smiled and nodded, but didn't think much of it because this was Vegas, not some creepy little Stephen King town filled with outlaw Boogeyman. But after he left again, and I decided to stay in the master bedroom, it had cable, I quickly changed my mind, because as I snapped off the light, I too felt something peering at me through the shadows. It wasn't the same as it was in DC. This one was just as unsettling, to be sure, but it wasn't as menacing, just very disturbing. It was almost like it wanted me to notice it, had something it wanted to tell me, and as I turned on the light, I couldn't help but feel that it also needed to do something. Finally, one night, I sat up in bed and asked it, "Okay, what do you want?" I've had some prior experience with channeling, and this wasn't the first time I had encountered a restless spirit, so I just bluntly asked it what it wanted of me so I could finally get a decent night's sleep. When I closed my eyes in exhausted semi-consciousness, it was around 3 a.m. at this time, I saw behind my closed eyelids the pale figure of a woman dressed in white with long brown hair down her back. To be honest, I didn't really believe what I was seeing, just thought it was a product of first stage REM cycle. I don't really remember what she looked like, just that she was slender and had curious stains on her white dress. She looked to be in her late 20s to mid 30s. She told me that she had been taken out to the desert, raped, strangled, and buried in the sand where the present house stood. Again, I don't know how much of this is true because I was nearly asleep at the time, but what I can say with certainty was that this spirit was obviously distressed by the manner of her demise, and I felt very sad for her. Later on, I told my grandmother about this, and as she burned paper money for my mother, a traditional act in Asian countries, she would be sure to burn some for the woman in white as well. She would burn the paper money and plead at the same time for this nice lady to not come out and frighten her while she was alone in the house. I thought it was highly amusing at the time and just indulged her whimsical actions. To me, it had been a very vivid dream, and as I was not the owner of the house, I certainly couldn't come up and dig around the property to substantiate the ghostly claims. After 6 months, the owner of the house was ready to move back in with his family, and so me and my grandmother packed up and moved to the west side. Another 3 months passed before I got a call. It was the owner of the house, and he had a very strange story to tell me. First off, he asked me if when I had lived there, did anything weird happen while I was there? Honestly, I did tell him yes, then told him about what I experienced and concluded that I thought the house was haunted. He agreed, telling me that the doors had started to open by themselves and that he would hear strange noises at night. Finally, he asked me to speak to his girlfriend because she had a most peculiar dream last night and needed to tell me about it. When she got on the phone, she told me that last night she had dreamed she had walked downstairs to the garage and met a young black-haired woman dressed in a white dress. The woman asked her if I was there because she needed to speak to me. Puzzled, the owner's girlfriend said that sorry, but no, they moved away. The woman in white had gotten agitated at the response and then asked, "Well, is the grandmother there then?" Again, she replied no, she's gone too. At this point, the woman in white became exceedingly upset and started to shout, "But I know she's there. I know, and I need to speak to her now. Please, you've got to let me talk to her." The owner's girlfriend was shocked at the desperation in the other woman's voice and kept repeating, "Sorry, but they're not here." Finally, she woke up, sweat pouring down her face, and immediately asked the owner to contact me. I really wish that I could tell you that there's a proper ending to all of this, but since I never went back to the house, nor my grandmother, I don't know what happened in the end. I just thought it was thoroughly bizarre that something which I had convinced myself was just a dream was actually probably based in some reality. Perhaps one day, I'll get the courage to go back there and tell him what the woman in white had told me. I still think about the poor woman at times, wondering if she's still on her quest to find some sort of justice or peace, and I hope that time really will heal all wounds. I just know that I've been blessed in the sense that I've been given opportunities to touch a world seldom seen by rational people, and hopefully this will not be a trend that will soon break. I also wish that I could include father's incidents that have raised my eyebrows a notch or two, but I think that I've taken up enough of your time. Thank you for listening. Oh, and by the way, my grandmother still burns paper money for the lady in white. She's convinced the poor soul will come after her if she doesn't. I was reading through your website, and it gave me the confidence to speak out about what I saw as a child. At age 12, I saw the angel of death, or what have you. I witnessed him come to a woman whom I had no knowledge of or have ever spoken with, take her away by giving her direct eye contact. Here's what happened. It was before summer in 1989. My family was poor, and we were being evicted from an apartment in Washington, D.C. We had to go to court to talk about it with the judge. In the waiting room at the courthouse in D.C., there was a woman sitting beside me with a large oxygen tank and a mask over her mouth. She was really heavy, and she wore a purple flower dress. I sat beside her. I remember I noticed her oxygen tank and wondered what was wrong with her. Then I heard a knock on the glass, which was right behind me. The seating arrangement was like the chairs were facing the waiting area, but your back was to a glass wall that if you looked through, you could see the security guards checking people in through an x-ray machine. I looked up when I heard a knock. 3 knocks. Then I looked up, and so did the other woman with the oxygen tank. We looked up at the same time. The angel of death looked at me with eye contact, then looked directly at her. He stared for about 3 seconds at both of us, me first and then her. When he looked at her, she wheezed a big then she fell on the ground in front of her chair. People, adults, started running to her and they said, "Get those kids out of here." And I just kept saying, "You did not see that man scare her?" Then I looked down the long hallway. He walked down and only saw his long black coat that looks like what judges wear. A black hat, black cape or cloak, and black shoes from the back. He did not look back and his arms were swinging. When I ran to catch up with him, he was gone. The security said no one came in with all black on, and they insisted I was crazy and to take me home. I still remember how he looks. He was a medium complexion black guy that was medium build and was older looking. The woman was white. This is a true story, and I'm not just saying that because I want you guys to believe this. It's because it is true. Thank you for reading. This is only one example of an encounter I had in a house I lived in. My daughter was only about 6 months old, and my husband and I were living with his parents at the time. On one particular morning, he had left for work, and I decided to lay on the couch until my baby woke up. I left the door to the upstairs open as well as our bedroom door, so I could hear when she woke. I fell asleep on the couch. Shortly after I fell asleep, something woke me. As I opened my eyes and looked up, I saw what appeared to be someone wearing a black hooded robe, going towards the stairs. I watched the figure. I sat there frozen, turn and go upstairs. At this point, I was freaking out. My baby is up there. I got up and started running towards the stairs, and I yelled for my mother-in-law to help. She was sleeping in the room off of the dining room. When I got upstairs and went into the nursery, my baby was lying there, limp with her eyes rolling in the back of her head. I grabbed her and ran downstairs. She was lifeless. We put 7-Up soda in her bottle and forced it into her and left it for the hospital. By the time we reached the doctor, she was okay. No one could explain what had happened. When they looked at her at the hospital, they thought we were nuts. She was laughing and having a great time, getting all of the attention. So, what was that? Had I beaten the angel of death? Or was she in trouble and that spirit was warning me? Whatever it was, thank God I still have my daughter. A little after 8 p.m., I was in bed, exhausted and waiting for my husband to come back from the kitchen with snacks. I dozed off for a few seconds, and when I opened my eyes, I saw a hunched over figure carrying what looked like a walking stick. He was standing sideways, so I saw his left side only, but his hair was gray and mussed, and he was wearing a ratty, moldy-looking cloak around his shoulders and partially over his head. As I stared, he just faded away. It was really disturbing. I didn't know if it was a dream or what. My husband came back a few seconds later, and I didn't know what to do. Finally, I told him, and he joked that it was the angel of death. I thought he looked a little like the guy from Okinawa, Jethro Tull cover, but not quite. The next morning, my daughter told me first thing to call Dad immediately. His older brother in Italy passed away that morning. I asked what time, his time and our time. I saw him about 4 hours before he passed. The strange thing is that even though there are 11 children, the only other sibling, another brother, passed away 28 years earlier, on the exact same day. I've not seen him again, but I've experienced visits by scent mostly, and he has visited a few times, mostly to tell the other siblings to call Italy and take care of his widow. I had spent time with this man, and he really liked me and even gave me a memento of his. I believe he somehow knew I could see things others couldn't. He knew I could, and did, carry out his message to my husband and for him to make sure his siblings stay in touch with her, too. Oh, and by the way, he did have a stick that he used to carry with him. Upon ever thinking of the paranormal, my initial feeling is fear. I'm not, maybe never will be, comfortable with my encounters with the supernatural. I've always been what you would call overly scared when it comes to the subject of ghosts, but that doesn't stop the supernatural from paying my frightened self many visits. For some odd reason, most of my encounters have been while being just in the midst of falling asleep, or they will wake me out of my sleep. For this reason, I've always tried to convince myself that they were just my imagination. I've come to cope with the fact that they have been happening more frequently. The past homes I've lived in have been older homes, so you would think that if I were having encounters, the history of the home would be to blame. But I now live in a newer home, and I'm recently being visited by a close friend of mine who passed away almost 2 years ago. My first encounter when I was about 13. I was lying in bed, almost asleep, when I heard what I thought was my little sister talking and playing in my room. I told her sternly, "Holly, get out of my room." But when the little voice and rummaging through my belongings in the corner didn't stop, I opened my eyes only to see that the little voice wasn't my sister's. It was a little girl whose face I couldn't really make out, being that she was a little ball of light. Some of her features were distinctive, but I could clearly tell what was happening. I jumped out of my bed and ran for dear life. My mother is a big fan of the supernatural and always says, "Elizabeth, you should try to talk to them if you see them. Ask them what they want." Is she crazy? My first experience made me run, much less strike up a conversation. We eventually moved into a much older home where I experienced a lot of lights turning on and off by themselves and the frequent sounds of someone walking up and down the hardwood stairs. But I grew used to it and never had any more visual experiences until recently. My closest friend, Morgan, passed away in a car accident almost 2 years ago at the young age of 18. I believe that she hasn't crossed over because she is confused. Her life was taken so quickly that I believe she is lost, and she is now visiting me. She has come to me 2 times in the past month, and I have a feeling that she's going to come again. Anytime I have an encounter, it scares the wits out of me. Again, this encounter came in the midst of falling asleep. I was actually having a dream about her, and I don't know if it was a noise that woke me up, but in my groggy state, I opened my eyes, and someone was standing in front of me. I know it was her, but couldn't make her out. I heard her talking to me, but it was very muffled. I was scared to death, of course, so I closed my eyes and tried to fall back asleep, blowing it off as my imagination, until I woke up. The same night, I was having yet another dream about her. I'm a very light sleeper, so any noise, touch, etc. will wake me up. While dreaming of her, I popped awake instantly while catching a chill and having something touch my back in the dead darkness of the night. I tried to scream, but nothing came out, so I hugged my infant son closer and went back to sleep. My way of dealing with my encounters is to be very still, if you call that dealing. I would like to not be so fearful of the supernatural, much less my best friend. Please help if you can. My parents found a house to rent in a beautiful location off the Appalachian Trail for an extremely good price. Half of the house was fairly new, and the other half was very old, put together with wooden pegs instead of nails. The first odd thing we noticed was that one area of the lawn, which was enclosed by a stone wall, was constantly sticky and covered in flies. Then we started to hear balls bouncing and what sounded like children running up and down the hallway. Every night the front door would open and close, followed by the door into the kitchen and around the corner to the side door going out. My dog refused to go into the old part of the house and would urinate if we forced her. Things continued to escalate to the point where canned goods would fly off the shelves. My brother's closet door would slam open and shut rapidly, and we'd be woken up by faceless children. My father refused to believe anything was going on and always had some rational explanation for it. That is, until he was asked by the landlord to replace the floor in the living room. When he opened the hatch to access the crawl space, a fireball of electricity shot out at him, which he ignored. But when we went down the ladder, We found a small dirt room about 4 feet high, and it was a stone slab approximately 6 feet long, with a groove carved around the edge and forming a sort of stone spout at one end. The next day we came home to find 4 of our birds with their necks snapped in their cage, and a mirror flew off the wall at my brother. My parents packed what would fit in the car, and we moved to a campground until we found another place to live. Whatever was in that house, I don't believe was a ghost, but something evil and dangerous. It all started when my fiance and I bought a new house. It's actually a few houses down from my mother's home, where we've also had chilling tales. Our houses are directly across the street from an old cemetery. Upon moving in, we had odd things happen. It started off where my dogs would stare into my dark hallway, always around 3 a.m., and growl and raise their fur. It always gave me a sinking feeling. I was taking a shower not long after the dog incident, and something touched my shoulder. I ran out of the shower, soap in my hair and eyes screaming. My fiance said the look of terror on my face made him think someone was in our house and caused him to panic. A few weeks later, I heard a low whisper while in the shower, and I ran out in terror again. The icing on the cake is about to take place. I was out on my back porch, cleaning and organizing things, when on my back door, I heard a loud slam on the glass, so loud I expected it to shatter. I ran outside, couldn't even speak. I was so horrified, and again, my fiance thought an intruder was inside. There was nobody around. We live on a dead-end street in good neighborhood. I wasn't expecting a human to be the cause. Fast forward to a few weeks later, and we decided to put a fence in the backyard to keep my dogs contained. Upon building said fence, my fiance unearthed a gravestone in our backyard. It was dated from 1851 and appears to be from a young girl. I have a photo on my phone. After finding the gravestone, things escalated. I would be on my treadmill in the bedroom and something would touch my shoulder. I started seeing shadow figures and hearing creepy, low voices. My animals usually picked up on a presence too. I had the majority of the experiences, but I think it's due to the fact that I'm the woman of the house and she's looking for a mother figure. I own a duplex and rent out the other half. My past 2 tenants and current ones all had their own ghost stories and said it was haunted. I mentioned my mother's house is a few houses away, built along the same cemetery near my house. Well, she called one day after getting home from work at 11:30 at night. She was almost in tears, saying she entered her kitchen and said she's heard the creepiest voice that sent chills down her spine. She's lived on her own for 20 years and wouldn't even enter her own house. She was horrified. My fiance and I came right over and went through her entire house, but nobody was there. When I was a child and we had just moved into that house, she called the police before because it would sound like someone had a baseball bat and was beating on the outside of the house. But of course, nobody was ever there. I still live in my house with the gravestone we unearthed. The gravestone is still leaning against my house. I wasn't sure what to do with it. I didn't want to just desecrate it, so it's leaned against my house in my fenced-in dog pen. We also dug all around looking for a body, but I suppose didn't dig that deep, and we didn't dig the whole yard up. For all I know, there could have been a body in my yard. It was from 1851. It's quite possible the family buried their child in their yard. It's also possible the graveyard expanded to where my house is. Athol used to be a hotspot back in the 1800s. That pesky graveyard was taking up prime land, and folks wanted to build here. Just another thought of mine for why I have a gravestone in my yard, and all these creepy experiences. I can't remember the exact date. It was almost 25 years ago. I do remember it being in the summer though. I was about the age of 8 years old. My parents had a family friend pass away, and since they didn't have a sitter for me, I had to go along. I was afraid of dead bodies at the time, understandably since I was a child. I just sat at my seat and waited until my parents decided it was time to leave. I distinctly remember a brunette woman coming up and talking with me. She was wearing red heels, black tights, a black dress about down to her knees, a red and black suit-looking shirt, and she had on earrings and a necklace. I cannot recall what they were exactly. I don't know why I can remember this woman so well, or why I can almost perfectly recall her exact outfit. She just stuck out in the crowd. She asked me what my name was. I told her Josh. She then asked me a few more questions about how I knew the deceased. I told her he was a family friend. She then proceeds to tell me that she is his wife. I thought maybe it was his daughter or another friend of the man's. She was a lot younger than him. Her exact words were, "I know we will be together again very soon." At 8 years old, I didn't know better. I was brought up to be friendly to strangers, and I just talked to her. Too many people around for her to try and kidnap me. I do remember everyone looking at me funny though, and giving me dirty looks. I didn't know why they were doing this. We sat there and talked a good 15 minutes or so. Someone must have said something to my parents about me. I remember when my mother told me they were leaving, she was griping at me that I should stop talking to myself. I told her I wasn't talking to myself. I was talking to the man's wife, who had died. She was talking to me. We still kind of mention this today and share a chuckle over it because even she says she remembers saying this. "Josh, that isn't funny. That man's wife died." It was about 11 p.m. I had just gone into bed and turned on the TV. And after about 5 minutes, the TV turned off by itself and the telephone rang one time. It then felt like someone put their arm under my pillow and my head and shoulders were lifted up about 20 inches or so. I then yelled, "Oh God," and I was instantly dropped. Another time I woke up in the middle of the night and smelled a strong smell of urine. It was so strong smelling that I had peed myself, so I jumped out of bed and checked, but I hadn't. I then went to the bathroom to pee, and I saw a puddle of some liquid on the floor in front of the closet door. There was no reason for liquid to be there. I got paper towels to clean it up, and you could smell that it was strong urine. This worried me. I thought, did I do this in my sleep? It happened again a few nights later with the strong urine smell, and urine on the floor at the same spot. Sometimes I would get a whiff of urine throughout the day. I asked a friend that came over to smell me and tell me if I smelled like urine, and I didn't. I told him what was happening, and after a few days later, he brought me a book. He said he read the back of it, and when I did, I started crying because it said, if you smell urine in your house for no reason, that you have a demon in your house. Some people told me they saw a black shadow in my dining room, and some other weird stuff would go on from time to time. What got me was this was a new house that I had built. I sold it after living there for 5 years. I was very careful not to talk about moving because I did not want this thing coming with me. At one time, I did demand it to leave, and things did settle down somewhat after that, but I always felt like someone was watching me. It creeped me out when I would take a bath. Thanks for reading. I've seen or experienced ghosts or spirits most of my life. My family is from a small town in southern Louisiana, where just about everyone I knew either saw ghosts or had a family member who experienced such. When I started telling my parents about the things I felt, saw, and dreamed, I was encouraged. One of my parents would always say, "Oh, your uncle sees this ghost. And don't forget about your Aunt E. She lives in a haunted house and talks to spirits all the time." So when my most recent experience happened, I was not surprised. My aunt died on January 18th, 2016. She was 96 years old. And although it was sudden, I was happy that she didn't suffer and had lived on her own up until 2 weeks before her death. She was the last relative of my parents' generation, both having crossed over many years ago themselves. I'd been feeling rather blue to say the least. but I returned to my daily routine within a matter of days. On Friday, January 29th, I was driving home after a long week. I was on a very wide and busy street. I stopped at a stoplight at a major intersection. While I sat in traffic, I experienced the most delicious aroma of a cheeseburger. I could smell the patty on the griddle, the yellow-orange cheese, the hot, salty yellow peppers, the yummy pickles, and the bun on the griddle, as well as the crispy french fries. The aroma was so great, I said out loud, "Boy, if the burger wouldn't be cold by the time I got home, I would stop and buy one." And that is when it hit me. There was not a single burger joint anywhere in this area, so I smiled and chalked it up to a visit from my aunt. But my visit wasn't over. I got home and started to relax into the evening. I went into my bedroom and my cat followed, as he usually does. When I sat down on the side of my bed, I observed him to jump up in the air as if he was playing with a string of some sort. This went on for about 2 minutes. I just sat there amazed, wondering what kitty he found so delightful. Then it hit me. My aunt liked cats, but my mother loved cats. So again, I smiled and chalked it up to my aunt. Had also brought my mother, which was her sister, both of which loved cheeseburgers and pastrami. And my mother decided to play with my cat. That night, I slept well and happy, and I think that kitty slept well too. It is nice to know the spirits are always with us, even when they take form in the mundane. About 10 years ago, when I was stationed in Japan, I had an experience that still makes the hairs on my arms stand on end. I was sleeping one week at night about midnight. I lived in a dormitory with other military members, and this particular night, I woke up from my sleep to see a dark figure standing in my room. At first it didn't bother me because my friends would frequently come into my room at all hours of the day without knocking, and I thought it was one of them just messing with me. So I called out to them to let them know that I saw them and the joke was over. However, at that time the figure laid down on its belly and started to crawl towards my bed. Still, I thought it was a friend playing a joke on me, so I let them know the joke wasn't funny. However, each time I would call out to the figure, it would stop and stay very still, and then start crawling towards me when I stopped speaking. I quickly became frightened and got out of the bed and turned on the lights, and when I did, the figure disappeared and was never seen again. I'm currently a student studying in Japan, and I was invited to my friend's house in the Fuki Prefecture, on the western coast of Japan, one of the most haunted prefectures in the nation. It has more graves than any other location in Japan, and is home to the infamous Chernobyl cliffs. I was with my friend and several of his classmates at around 2 a.m. in a family restaurant, when the subject of ghost pictures came up, and several of them said that they had taken pictures at the Chinbo cliff, and had seen the spirits that float around the area. My friend could even see them, a couple who jumped off together, standing on the edge of a cliff. I did not believe him, and I challenged them to accompany me up the cliffs. There was 8 of us in all. About 5 of them refused to go, but the others managed to convince 3 of them. The other 2 that had refused to go had very bad experiences there. One of them was a victim's cousin, and the other took a picture, only to have the ghost cling to his shoulder, and was plagued with nightmares. He saw people throwing themselves off a cliff. The nightmares continued until he visited a shrine where he was blessed and a Buddhist priest performed a ritual that would send that spirit on his way. We take the spirits of the past very seriously. On the 13th, 14th, and 15th of August, there's a national holiday called Oban, where we could go to the family grave and light a fire of barley to lead them back to the family house so they can protect us. Many elderly Japanese pray in the morning, offering fruit, rice, sake, rice wine to their family shrine. Anyway, please forgive me for the detour. I shall continue with my story. The Chinbo cliffs can be separated into 4 main parts: the cliffs itself, a red bridge where the bodies wash up, an island that the red bridge connects to the mainland, and it is said to be the resting place of spirits of the deceased, and a statue of Shinto god in a tunnel, which is said to show displeasure in his face if something bad will happen. We arrived at the cliffs around 3 a.m. and went directly to them. There is a total of about 10 of them, and we stood at the end of them and looked out. I saw nothing, as did several other people, but a member of our group seemed to be losing his strength in his legs, and we had to help him walk. Then we headed over to arguably the most haunted area of the cliffs, the telephone box where many suicide victims make their last calls to their loved ones. We took a video on one of the guy's cell phones. When we played it over, at the 19-second mark, we could hear a woman screaming in the background, "Stop, please stop, don't do this," saying this over and over again. Needless to say, we left in a hurry after that. We headed over to the bridge, which legend has it that the hands of those who had died would reach up and cross the bridge. We did not linger, nor did we cross the bridge to the island. Rumors had always flown that people who went there would carry more than a single spirit. We left and went to the tunnel. We drew straws to see who would go see the statue. I was third, and when I entered, I found to my immense pleasure that the statue seemed to be smiling, like it was blessing me. However, the last member of our group was not so lucky. He came out and told us that the face showed displeasure, disgust, and hate. I called my friend the other day to see how he and his family was doing. He immediately went into the story of our friend, who was the unlucky victim of the statue. He had suffered a major breakdown, quit school, lost his job, and broke up with his longtime girlfriend, then disappeared. They found him on the island, under the shrine, sobbing. My first experience was when I went to Japan for a family visit over the summer. It's been a long time since I visited them. I was only 15, and that's when it happened. Before I went to Japan, some of my friends would tell me ghost stories about Japan. I thought they were just teasing me, so I ignored them. When I arrived, it was going well. The first week of my stay in Japan was going very fine, but I felt as though a shadow was following me. I kept having this feeling like someone had been watching me for a while. I woke up in the middle of the night and I was still sleepy. I don't even know why I decided to get up, but when I looked over to my shadow, I found another shadow behind my shadow. I quickly turned around, but no one was there. I was freaked out, so I went to talk to Mom and Dad, but they wouldn't listen to me. I went back to sleep, but felt a warm hand touch my forehead. I was scared, so I just pulled a blanket over my head and closed my eyes tight. The next morning, I talked to Grandma and told her all about it. She told me that it must be her late daughter's dead son who died at the age of 17 of a fever a long time ago. She told me not to be scared because he wouldn't do any harm to me. Even if she said not to be scared, I was still scared. Ever since I told Grandma about it, she would tell me stories about the time when he was still alive and that he was a nice man. For some time, a few weird things happened, but I just ignored them or forced myself to sleep. Back in July of the year 2010, I had a trip to Okinawa, located on south of Japan. To be remembered, Okinawa is one of the places in Japan which had suffered the consequences of World War II, being attacked by US military. Because of that, many people died, including Japanese civilians, Japanese military, and US military. Since I already studied about Okinawa's story, I had a strange feeling that something spiritual will happen there before I visited Okinawa. I've already had another experience, but I'll submit it later. And Okinawa is one of the places that have a US military's base. I believe that was on the second day of the trip. We were guided by a local person to an underground-made cave called Gamma, which used to be a local's people place of refuge in case of aerial bombing runs. And because of the low hygiene, many people had died there, such as children, women, elders, and even sick or injured people. That's not all. Even the Japanese military said to civilians, when the US soldiers come to you, suicide before they kill you all. Die for glory, die for Japan. The cave itself was slippery because of the rain and too dark, or should I say, pure darkness. pure black. Because of that, we have to move with hand lights. While we're advancing, we had a moment to turn off the lights to see how dark it was. The cave was also chilly rather than too cold. A few seconds later, I could have sworn I heard a woman's crying voice in the cave, but I noticed that wasn't the voice of the girls who were with us at the time. No, there were only 2 girls with us. And then I started to think myself, this is not a living person's voice. Later, we went out of the cave, and in order to confirm, I asked the girls if one of them cried, but the answer was, none of us cried there. And I asked the boys too, but same answer. I really wondered what the crying woman's spirit really wanted to tell us. I'm in Okinawa, and this all started a couple weeks ago. First, I kind of ignored it, but it kept going on. First, I thought I saw something from the corner of my eye. Next, while sleeping with the lights off, I saw the light up a little. After that, in the middle of the night, I didn't feel part of the blanket on my foot, so I sat up and looked up, and the blanket was being lifted up a little. The other day I was hanging my clothes up, and I had a hanger on the bed. While hanging my clothes, I heard a noise. I turned around to see my hanger was now on the floor. I told my friend about it on the phone while in my room. After I hung up, I heard a whistle sound and I got cold. I had goosebumps on my arms. Recently, I was trying to fall asleep. I was laying on my side when I felt something on my back like it was pushing me a little. I ended up hearing the whistle sound yet again. The whistle sound is more frequent. It's a very faint whistle. I have no idea what it could be, but it hasn't hurt me. It's just like trying to get my attention and never leaves me alone when I try to sleep. And the last experience was when I was sitting in my room watching TV. I saw a goldish light orb in the corner of my wall, all the way up to the ceiling. I hope you guys can help me out. I'm out of ideas of what this could mean or be, and I'm so sorry if this sounds kind of jumbly or incoherent, but I wanted to get my thoughts down as fast as possible. Thank you so much. To make things a little more clear, I want to give a little background detail of the house that I lived in. The house was an older traditional style Japanese house. The kitchen and living room area was on the opposite side of the house from where the bedrooms, including mine, were. I also was the only one on the side of the house because my host mother was in the kitchen cooking supper and the rest of my host family was working out late. The cat was outside too. My bedroom door was a fancy sliding door that was made of frosted glass, so I would have seen someone walking by. Also, the ceiling in the hallway leading to the other side of the house from my bedroom is kind of low, because I'm an unnecessarily tall Canadian. It was a little bit before supper, and I wanted to go and relax in my room. I laid down on my bed and started to reflect on how my day went. As I laid there, I got a strange feeling. It was a kind of excited, eerie feeling. I looked towards my door. I stared at it when all of a sudden, a black, shadowy arm from the ceiling came down and knocked on the window of my door. I was flabbergasted. I went to my door cautiously and opened it. I looked up to the ceiling to find nothing there. At that moment, my host mother called me to supper. I ran to my host mother and told what had happened. She laughed at me and told me that I was just paranoid. Anyway, that night, I had a little trouble falling asleep. Any ideas? Or was I just hallucinating? In 1990, I was a corporal in the Marine Corps, counting down the last 6 months of my tour of duty at Camp Butler on the island of Okinawa. Being an NCO, I managed to get my own room. Although made for 2 people, the room was small. When you entered, there was a wall locker, then a bunk on the other side, and on the far wall was a desk, a small fridge, and an end table situated near a window. Hanging on the wall above the bunk on the left of the room was an old, large mirror held in a strange-looking, heavy wooden frame. I took the bunk to the right. Having recently been promoted, most of my friends were of lesser rank than me, and I let them hide in my room whenever they needed to shirk any unwanted duty that came up. They never stayed long though. At first, they would try to nap but complained of angry, violent dreams. Arguments would break out, and even a few fistfights occurred over even the most trivial things. People would enter the best of friends, but leave angry, sad, or even depressed. A few of us were sitting around talking once when one of them, who had entered in the best of moods, suddenly became upset about something and jumped at me, getting me into a chokehold that took the other two with him to release one from. Later he apologized and said he had no idea what had come over him. Feelings of dread, depression, and anger were only highlighted by the noises that came from the room. I can't even count the number of times the sergeant who lived in the room next to me would come banging on my door, telling me to turn down my music or the TV I had. The problem was, I was a very quiet person, only listening to music on my headphones, and, on the rare occasion, I would watch TV, kept it down to a low volume. Numerous times he would complain about loud parties I was having, only to find that I was alone in my room, writing letters or reading when he came in to see what was going on. During this time, I had used an acoustic guitar and was writing my own songs. Since there was a lull in traffic out in the hall, and most people were away for the weekend, I decided to record a song I had just written to see what it sounded like. I am a horrible singer, but wanted to hear how the words flowed with the song, so I turned on the recorder and very quietly strummed out my tune and sang along. I did this a few times until I had the way I wanted it, then listened to what I had. On the recording, I could hear the soft notes of the guitar in my horrible, whispery voice. Suddenly, I began to hear people howling like dogs. I shut the machine off and rewound it. Again, I could hear my feeble attempt at singing and then a chorus of people howling. It sounded as if they were making fun of my lack of musical talent. I was completely embarrassed and decided to wait until later to record my songs when I was completely alone. It did not hit me until later that the hallways and other rooms were empty at that time, and that, upon listening again, the howling was coming from inside the room. The room had, to some degree, the same effect on me as it did everyone else, and it was easy to see that the mirror was causing it. When I had company, I noticed people would shy away from it. They would sit as far from it as possible and glance towards it now and then as if to make sure it hadn't moved. The mirror stood out, and although I used it, I didn't like to. I tried to avoid looking at it whenever I came or went, which was nearly impossible since it was so big. Once, after work was over for the day, with the sun still shining bright, I was getting ready to go out. It was the weekend, and I was to meet some friends nearby. I had showered and dressed and was about to leave when I remembered something I had left on the desk. Retrieving it, I went towards the door, quickly checking myself in the mirror. I stopped and looked again. I still have a hard time believing what I saw. There, in front of my own reflection, was the clear image of a human arm. It was tan and slightly dirty looking, stretched out as if to shake someone's hand. There was no body or blood or anything, just an arm from the shoulder to the fingers. I am unsure as to how long I stood there staring at it. A full 30 seconds at least, before it quickly faded away. It seemed as if I was in a trance the whole time, just looking at what should not be there. I couldn't move, or really even comprehend what I was seeing. Once it was gone though, I came to feeling cold, as if I were going to faint. I bolted for the door. Not quite sure what to make of all this, I met my friends feeling strange and confused, but said nothing. I needed more time to think about it. Soon after, the friend who had me in the chokehold was promoted and moved in with me. It took a week, but he finally said what everyone else had been thinking. He told me he couldn't stand the mirror and refused to stay another night in the room if it was not removed from the wall. He couldn't pinpoint one exact thing, but he said that the mirror was really strange to him, like it had a strong sense of, well, evil. Hearing this, I blurted out my own story about what I had seen, and we both agreed to do something. There really wasn't any place to store the thing, and when we tried to toss it out, we were told by an anal superior we couldn't dispose of government property without proper permission and to put it back in the room. Yes, he kept checking to see if we did. So we took it off the wall, wrapped it in a heavy blanket, and placed it behind the refrigerator with the glass facing the wall. This sounds silly, but it worked. After that, there were no bad dreams or fights to deal with, and things were noticeably better. It felt like someone had turned on a switch, and all the darkness fell away just like that. We had one more room inspection before leaving Okinawa and returning to the States, so we cleaned everything up, but forgot to place the mirror back on the wall. The officer giving the inspection was a friendly, easygoing lieutenant, and he gave us only one bad mark: the wrapped up mirror behind our fridge. When he asked why it was like that, my roommate, much to my embarrassment, told him the whole story. The lieutenant listened, nodded, and then ordered us to unwrap the mirror. He looked at it, nodded again, crossed off the one bad mark he had written down, and said, "Wrap it back up, it looks better that way." We did just that, leaving it covered up for the next tenants to find. I was at the camp I had been going to for the past 4 years. I had heard many stories over the years, but never encountered anything as I had heard many others have. There was this story about a shadowy figure that haunted the rafters of an old recreation hall there. So me and a group decided to take a group picture up in the rafters just for kicks. Well, the freaky thing about that is that there is no electricity in that building, and in the picture that we took, the lights are on. Then when we got down, there were sounds of something running in the rafters, so we started singing "Jesus Loves Me," and the noises got louder, and then suddenly they stopped. The next night, a lot of groups all slept in the Holland building, which is just an old building for sports and stuff. My cabin mates and I were all sleeping in a star-like formation, and after everyone had turned the lights out and laid down for the night, that is when it all took place. The only thing that lit up the room were exit signs. All of a sudden, something frantically ran by us. The floor was carpet, so we knew it had to be inside, judging by the sound and how close it was to us. I'd kind of been jinxing people all week, like I would think something and it would happen, so I told my friend that I thought about me opening my eyes and someone would be standing in front of me. The next thing I knew, Caitlin, on the other side of me, screamed and was so terrified she automatically went into tears. When we asked her what was wrong, she said she had just opened her eyes and saw a shadowy gray figure was standing right in front of her at the end of her sleeping bag. Then this big noise occurred right beside us. It sounded like a crackling noise of some sort. My counselor said she woke up and saw the same figure sitting in a chair near her. Then I felt like a presence was in my sleeping bag with me. Like there was a pressure on my body and something was playing with my toes. It's unexplainable. Honestly, I think we may have pissed off Rafter Man by taking our picture where he lives. Freaky, right? Not to mention this all happened at a Christian camp. Thanks for reading. It was told to me once that my grandfather attended the summer camp. At that time, I'm sure the camp had a different name like Camp Gregson or something. It was told to me once that my father and my uncles attended this camp too. I'm sure it's possible. It was an old camp. Nausea Fresh Air Camp, nestled in Greenfield, New Hampshire, on Sunset Lake at the base of Crooked Mountain, unfortunately closed now, was my home for a few weeks every summer from the age of 6 to the age of 12. My story takes place when I was around 10 years old, 1988-ish. I was being punished for that night. I had a horrible temper. I decided to punch a fellow camper in the back at dinner because he wouldn't stop slurping his tomato soup. My punishment: sit outside the nurse's office on a small group of boulders and get eaten by mosquitoes. Horrible time to be punished. It was mid-season and everyone was celebrating with a bonfire down at the waterfront. I'd heard of the games they were going to play, and occasionally I could hear their laughter being carried on the wind to my rock. Mosquitoes are ruthless, and even though I had tented my t-shirt around my legs and tucked my arms inside, they managed to still bite me on every surface possible. For a bit of relief, I concocted a story that I had to use the bathroom or something and entered the nurse's office. I shouted for the nurse but received no answer. I shouted for a counselor and received no answer as well. After a little exploring, I discovered that I was alone. I decided to go back to my cabin and read a book. There were 4 main cabins that I knew of that were reserved for campers. Bunny Hole, for the newest and youngest of campers. Eagle's Nest, for those who were a bit older. Hawkeye, for the oldest campers. And Dugout, which seemed to have a different use every year I went to camp. That year, Dugout was being used for the oldest campers, and Hawkeye had been turned into a cabin for camp counselors. And this is where I stayed that year, Dugout. To get to Dugout, you took a narrow road or trail from the nurse's office, past the other 3 cabins which were relatively close together on the right side of the trail, took a left turn after the bathrooms onto a new wide rocky trail leading up the mountain. This trail ended at Dugout. Each cabin held 24 campers. 4 single wooden beds lined the walls on the left and right side of the cabin. The center of the cabin held 8 sets of wooden bunk beds attached head to toe and side to side. There was a large room at the front of the cabin, as you walked in, where cubby holes were found to place your personal stuff in. This room was separated from the sleeping area by a wall with 2 door frames, one to enter the left side of the sleeping area, the other to enter the right. At the back end of the cabin was a single room reserved for the camp counselor. My bunk that year was bottom bunk, third towards the back, on the left side of the cabin. When I arrived at my cabin, the lights were on. I called out a hello or two, but nobody answered. I checked the counselor's room and found it empty. Fine by me. I wasn't supposed to be there anyway. I crawled underneath my covers and broke out my collection of choose-your-own-adventure books, careful as to not get too comfortable, in case somebody should enter the cabin and I'd be forced to slip underneath my bed quickly. I must have read for a while because when someone did enter, I didn't hear them coming. I was startled from my reading. The front door of the cabin swung open and slammed back again viciously, bouncing off the door frame as the spring tried to return it. A heavy set of footsteps entered the front room. Those footsteps told me it wasn't a camper. Darn. Busted. I'd been lying on my stomach propped up on my elbows, so I flattened myself down on my bed and hoped that it wouldn't be noticed. The footsteps circled the front room relentlessly, and it sounded like whoever they belonged to was searching through the cubby holes. From my position, I couldn't see who it was because they weren't walking far enough left or right to reveal themselves in the door frames. I was lying there in my bunk, eyes darting back and forth from doorframe to doorframe, trying to catch a glimpse of someone as my ears followed the footsteps when they shuffled to a stop. Silence. I held my breath because of all the noise it was making. What happened next came fast and infinitely slow at the same time. With a greater haste, the footsteps resumed and traveled to the left side of the front room. I followed them with my ears and my eyes. Their intention was unmistakable. They were going to walk down the left side of the cabin, down the corridor between the beds, and most importantly, past my bed. When my ears started telling my eyes that I should definitely be seeing someone now, I'm sure I was only confused for a fraction of a second. But when my ears directed my eyes to where they were hearing the footsteps, I was frozen with fright because I could see the footsteps. A heavy imprint in the wooden floors, a pull of dust, the retracting of released weight. The floor thundered and moved with the progression of steps that made their way down the corridor, past my bunk, in arm's reach away from me, and entered the counselor's room at the far end without disturbing the curtain that separated the rooms. I sprang from my bed and exited the cabin, ran down the rocky trails at breakneck speed all the way to the nurse's office. Still no one there. I resumed my punishment on the rock and waited the rest of the night until everyone returned from the waterfront. I never told anyone there. Not too long ago, my then girlfriend and I decided to go camping. We decided on a ghost town near our homes in southern Arizona. In a book I had, it said there was a cemetery, but I had never found it while looking around there. Our trip got off to a late start because my girlfriend had to work late. It was dark when we arrived, so I drove down an abandoned road and found a nice spot with trees on a hill. We set up camp and cooked dinner and had some drinks by the fire to relax. A storm was coming, so we got into the tent to get out of the wind and rain. Later, we thought we heard voices out in the storm. My girlfriend thought she saw a man's outline when the lightning flashed. Being that this area is known for illegal alien and drug smuggling, I was armed and stepped out of the tent with my pistol drawn. I didn't see anyone, but saw a strange bluish green light on a hill by us. At first I thought it was a car, but I realized it moved very strangely. Again, lightning flashed and I thought I saw a man 15 feet away. I shined my flashlight, but no one was there. I got back in the tent. All night long we heard voices, so we got no sleep. The next morning, I got out to look for footprints in the mud and found none. It was during the search that I learned we were camping in the cemetery. I will never go back there camping again. This happened during my summer trip to my relative's place. My grandaunt lives in this lovely town surrounded by a forest-covered mountain range. I've always loved trekking there and have even camped out overnight with my cousins. I've been there numerous times. A cousin of mine and I were planning to leave on a 3-day trekking and camping trip into the jungle. At the last moment, my cousin ditched me, taking off for the weekend with his girlfriend. Now I was stuck with a camping trip ahead of me, but no company. I decided to go ahead on my own. So I was all of 22 years of age, and at 5'10" and packing a solid 80 kilos, I thought I could take care of myself. Nevertheless, I packed a Swiss Army knife, a machete, and a solid bamboo stick just to be on the safe side. The trip started off well, and by evening, I had made good ground. But then, with the failing light, my nerves started giving out, and I realized I was in the middle of a jungle, all by myself. But being a brave, young, and foolish lad, I went on. I camped after a while in this natural clearing in the midst of the thickly wooded area. Soon I had a roaring campfire going and settled down, leaning against my backpack, helping myself to tin pineapple slices. The fire and the ambiance soon drove the fear away. Sometime later, I thought I saw something unusual on the other side of the fire. Not being able to get a clear view because of the heat haze, I got up. I got the scare of my life when I saw a boy, must have been 7 to 8 years of age, clad just in a white loincloth, sitting very still on a rock on the other side. He was staring straight into the fire. I called out to him in a variety of languages, but just didn't get a response. The rock he was sitting on was in the midst of a muddy and slimy patch, and so I couldn't approach him either. So I settled down myself. The boy just didn't move and went on looking into the fire. I was really spooked and just sat there smoking one cigarette after another. This went on for more than a couple of hours. Finally, feeling the fatigue of the day catching up with me, I cuddled up with my machete and went to sleep. The morning scene was predictable: smoking ashes, dew on the grass, etc. And of course, the kid had disappeared. I went close up to the rock and examined the surroundings. Not a single footstep or mark. Spooky experience. So, did I end up dreaming the entire thing? No way. I had a dozen cigarette stubs lying around as proof of those tense, sleepless hours. That's the end of the story, people. I asked around a lot, but couldn't trace the story of a lost 8-year-old boy, living or dead. Maybe someday I will, but till then, this remains a mystery. I am a complete skeptic on all matters spiritual. I try to keep an open mind and enjoy stories of anything that smacks of the Twilight Zone, but I don't believe a word of it. I don't believe in an afterlife or UFOs. That said, I've had one encounter that I can't explain. The way it happened was so spontaneous that I think I can rule out a practical joke, but any other explanation fails me. I know that everyone always says this, but this is really true. I was camping with a friend in the Coast Range in northern Oregon. We were riding dirt bikes and were out after dark for one last ride. My bike was equipped with a very bright aftermarket headlight, and I could see what I saw quite clearly. As I rounded a corner on the way back to camp, my headlight shone on what seemed to be an incredibly white, incredibly skinny person. I seemed to be looking at a literal human skeleton. It was definitely masculine looking and standing on the bank, about 10 feet above the road. I saw it so briefly that it just didn't compute. After I passed it, I looked over my shoulder to see where my friend was, and he was about 200 yards back. I just assumed that I had been the victim of a bizarre trick of light. I was sure that what I saw was an artifact of lighting and human perception. When my friend pulled into camp a few seconds after me, he said that he was feeling awful and wanted to go pack up and go home. He then began picking up camp like a scared rabbit. I thought, he saw the ghostly light trick and he's gone completely to water. What a scaredy cat, or something no less juvenile. I began to rib him. I said, "What's the matter? You look like you've seen a ghost." I was making fun of him. He said, "You saw it too?" I told him that I had, and that it was a trick of light, and that he was acting about 30 years too young. We did pack up and leave camp afterwards. On the way home, I found out what he had seen couldn't have been the same trick of light. The being I had seen was about 10 feet up the bank on the left side of the gravel fire road. What my friend had seen was at road level, on the right side of the road, and it was holding a large, scary white dog on a leash. But we both thought we had seen what amounted to a walking skeleton, something that in no way resembled a living human being, but looked like nothing so much as a skeleton puppet. It was so much striking, a real event, that I have no doubt that we both saw the same thing. It's been almost 10 years and no practical jokers have come forward. I've camped and ridden there dozens of times since that night, and have never seen anything else that was so strange. Thanks for reading. Forest Park Cemetery was the place. I will never forget it. There's been so much said about the spooky, forgotten graveyard. Many stories that don't make any real sense. On a dare by my classmates, I went there with my friends and sister, after religious class no less. I figured that no spirit would bother me after religion, right? When we got there, it was desolate, and the only thing we heard were the dry leaves rustling along the grass and weeds. It was a very windy day. Things are quite overgrown there. As we made around the iron gate, we started to walk towards the mausoleum. Through the overgrown brush, my friend Marissa fell and cut her knee on some broken glass. It must have been from a previous party, no doubt. As we approached, we noticed that the wind had stopped completely, and it was very quiet. That scared my sister, Tony. She was saying that we must have walked through a time gate and into another world or something. She was saying things like, "We can't get back now unless we find the time gate." I yelled at her to shut up and said to her she must stop staying up late watching those freak shows. I had to practically drag her along. With the exception of our constant bickering, we heard nothing until a faint wailing that Marissa picked up on. I said it was a cat or something, and the other two were telling me that it was the sound of a baby's cry that everyone told us about. As we came up to the building, we noticed torn clothing scattered about. I picked up a dirty red t-shirt, and it had 4 tears along its back. I said, "Holy cow, maybe someone was recently murdered here, and we would be the ones to find the body." By this time, the 2 others were shaking in their shoes. We walked around the building and noticed some new sneakers on the ground. As I picked one of them up and began to jokingly say that it must have been from the last person that was here, and that she must have been so scared she bolted out of here so fast that her sneakers fell off, I noticed some hair stuck to the corner of the building stone. We all went over to take a look, and it was someone's hair, and parts of the roots were there too. All of a sudden, the wind picked up real strong, and a white sheet floated into the air and spun around in a devil's spiral. It almost looked like a ghost. That was the end of my joking, and we got out of there quick. There were just too many coincidences that day for me to not look back at and say it was nothing. When I worked at an inn in New Hope, Pennsylvania as a live-in housekeeper, I always knew exactly how many guests we had at the house. I always took time out to talk to each guest, trying to remember who they were and their names for the next morning when I served breakfast. That night I knew we only had one room left unoccupied, and I always felt relieved to have even one less room to clean in the 8-room inn. I knew that all of the guests were in their rooms one night, and I looked down the hall to see a man in coattails look up the long stairway to the upstairs of the old house. I thought that he looked upset because he's bolted upstairs, 2 steps at a time. I remember thinking at the time that the manager or the innkeeper may have checked this last guest in, and he was possibly part of a wedding. I told the manager the next day that I wasn't looking forward to cleaning all the rooms. He said, "What are you talking about? You don't have to clean all the rooms. Only 7 were rented." He said in a voice that I can only describe as annoyed. Confused, I asked him who the man in the gray coat was that bolted upstairs last night. Was he one of their friends? He wasn't any of the guests that I had checked in. I knew that for sure. When I told the manager about the gray-coated man, he looked at me like he had seen a ghost. The manager said, "Don't tell me that. I don't want to hear any more about this." Still confused, I said, "What do you mean he wasn't a guest?" He said, "Oh no, it's Ann Miller, the movie star, all over again. She stayed here and started talking like this." Apparently others had seen this ghost before, and there was an old newspaper story on the wall about a ghostly soldier staying at the inn, or something like that. I'm just really, really glad that I didn't realize that the ghost was a ghost, or I wouldn't have been able to sleep that night in my room on the top floor. I had also nights in the inn where I was sure somebody was watching me, standing right over me. I used to hear very loud, almost insanely loud ringing sounds in my ears at the time. I remember thinking how cruel that was, that loud ringing sound, and I wondered if I was going to die. The energy was very, very strong. I was also uncomfortable after that, and couldn't stand to have the vacuum cleaner on, because I felt cut off from the real world when I was in the inn by myself. Evening Magazine did a story when I was still working there too, about the best inn in New Hope. As you may have guessed, yes, they did mention that ghost in the story. Me and a couple of my other friends were at a slumber party at my friend's house. All of a sudden, my friend starts talking about these people that went into the cemetery and never came out. So I automatically yell out, "Let's go check it out." So we did. We didn't go in the cemetery, but we saw some really freaky things, and I think you deserve to know what we saw. At first, I did not believe her, but then I saw this strange figure sitting on a pole on top of the fence. So I'm like, "You guys see that silver pole?" And they said, "Yeah." Then I said, "Look up." We all saw it. It was a faint sight of a woman, her head facing downward at first. Then she looked up. I screamed. We all did. Then we ran inside the house. After we were calm enough to talk, we started dancing around to the music. When we had come in, we closed the shades. But then something strange started happening. The blinds started to sway back and forth, faster and faster each time. By then, we were so scared we jumped on the couch, but none of us had the guts to get up to turn the television off. But another strange thing started happening. The TV started turning on and off and changing channels slowly. It was about 3 o'clock in the morning. We were tired and freaked out, but me and one of my friends were still up, so we looked out the window. We didn't get up, but sure enough, we looked out a crack in the window and saw a ghost looking straight at us. We screamed and woke the other girls up. They saw it too. We went up to wake my friend's parents up to show them, but when they got downstairs, the ghost was gone. I've always been a Stephen King fan, and I've always wanted to visit the hotel that inspired The Shining. I got to do just that in September. We checked in, went to our room, turned on the light, left our bags, and turned the light off. We came back an hour later and could only turn the light on with the chain on the ceiling fan, not the light switch. Later, after we went to sleep, the bed shook, like it feels when your washer is in spin mode. We found out at the tour that this is Billy, a mischievous boy. Then we heard the hotel ghost children, described the next day in the tour, giggling and running up and down the hall outside our room of 416. Nobody was even outside the door. I got to meet the people staying in 217, Stephen King's room in the presidential suite, and while we were in the room, we all started smelling a strong scent of rosewater. The tour guide said that was Miss Stanley. We ate in the restaurant downstairs, and my wife's phone went to vibrate mode all on its own. I also set up my Sansa brand digital sound recorder in our room and got the children running not once but twice, as well as the sounds of chairs sliding across the floor and dresser drawers opening and closing, although we were asleep and didn't see it happen. While taking photos, my camera would zoom by itself and sometimes shut off. I don't give a rat's butt if anyone on this website or my friends ever believe me. I will be staying there again. I have business meetings in Loveland every 6 months. What a great time. My daughter had just passed away. She was only 31 years old. She had a grand mal seizure, so it was sudden. After the funeral, I took some of the cut flowers and used twine to hold them together. I then hung them from a pipe in the basement to let them dry. A few days later, I was in the basement doing laundry when I got a really uneasy feeling, and it was getting worse. It got so bad that I started to feel that someone was in the room with me, but I was also too scared to turn around and look. I then turned to my right as slow as I could to walk towards the stairs. I never moved my head. Like I said, I was scared to death. I knew someone was there. I started up the stairs very slowly. I was afraid if I moved too fast, it would hurt, grab, touch, or do something to me. When I got to the top and turned the corner, the feeling left. But after about 5 seconds later, there was a horrible crash that came from the basement. I had a wall of shelves holding canning jars, glassware, knickknacks, etc. It sounded as if this whole wall just fell down. The noise was horrible. That was it. I packed a few things and got the hell out of there and went to a friend's house. After 4 days, I went back with my friend. We waited a little while because we were both apprehensive. But then we went into the basement. I expected to see a disaster on the floor, but there wasn't. To my amazement, the only thing on the floor were my daughter's funeral flowers. Fluffy, dried up flowers that couldn't have been heard falling if you stood right next to it. I also know that it would have been impossible for them to just fall because of the way I tied them up there. I've been trying to contact people who know about this stuff, but hit a dead end because they all want money to answer my questions about this. When a close person dies, it's natural that you would feel and hope that if possible, they will send you a sign. In this case, I don't think this event was my daughter's doing. She would not have scared me like that. That presence was one of evil. It felt evil. If I never was a believer before, I was on that day. I was 15 years old and was home from Arizona for the summer. I more or less grew up on our family farm. The house there is an older style 2-story farmhouse. I play guitar and like to play in the stairwell because the acoustics sound good there. It was early one afternoon in the month of June, and I was taking some time to play, sitting on the middle landing. It was a warm day out. As I was playing, I had noticed the air leading upstairs had gotten cooler. It was weird. Appearing from the north bedroom was an apparition of an older woman with short dark hair, wearing an older style dress, apron, glasses, and holding a rag. She had no feet, but moved to the south bedroom across the hall. Then she came back and looked at me and smiled. She then went back to the south bedroom. The air by this time was noticeably cooler. My first reaction was to get out of there, but I really did not feel scared. I talked to my father a few days later about it, and that was when I found out my then grandmother was not my real grandmother, but my grandfather's second wife. My father told me his real mother died from a fall down those stairs, resulting in a blood clot to her brain. My father was 14 years old when she died. Her funeral was also in the house. She was a lover of music, as all her children played from one form of instrument or other. I, of course, had never seen her. My father just stared at me when I described her to him. Then he took me to visit my grandfather, and I was shown a picture of her. That was her. For some reason, when I go back to the house, I still feel a presence there. I can remember my first experience with a spirit, and it frightened me to the point where I was almost petrified to get out of bed. Okay, let me back up. I was quite a few years younger, probably 8 or 9, when the usual bedtime routines would begin. My younger brother, age 4 at the time, was making his commonly nightly advance for the light switch on the wall. He'd always switch it on right before bed, because he was afraid of the dark, to a point where he would scream like the uncanny themselves. The light switch was at the top of the stairs, in our room, and to scan down the stairs without the lights on, you were almost never able to see the bottom. I believe there was at least 18 stairs, and at the very bottom, another light switch. Above the switches were the light fixtures themselves, just 2 tiny fixtures lighting a long staircase, which would leak beams of light right into the bedroom and keep it well lit. The night continued like any other. Our parents tucked us into our beds, gave us each a kiss on the forehead, told us they loved us, and we'd sleep content knowing they were there. No more than an hour or 2 passed and the light bulbs went out, one after the other. I thought nothing of it until my brother began to toss and turn in his bed as if he were very ill. He sat up in his bed and buried his head into his hands, looked up, and cried for our parents to fix it. Some time ticked by. It turned out the light bulbs blew, which I also thought nothing of until I realized the next morning that we just put new bulbs in that afternoon. After the small, bothersome fiasco, I finally managed to get back to sleep. Many hours later, I regained consciousness, keeping my eyes closed, hoping to get back to sleep. No lights on, which meant nothing would burn my eyes, and I thought I'd be back out in seconds, until I was disturbed by a long, chilling wind that swept up from the flooring. Immediately, I realized I had the chills and opened my eyes, seeing nothing more than a long, flowing, white fabric float over my entire body. Almost too afraid to move, I slowly jerked my head to look at the staircase, seeing how it was almost perfectly adjacent to the foot of my bed. I saw a woman. She seemed so peaceful, content, without a care. Standing at the top of the stairs, she reached for the handrail and dropped her right foot down one step. At this time, I realized there was something amiss with her beautiful, fluttering, chestnut brown hair. I was curious as to how her hair was flowing, as if in the wind, when she caught me glancing at her. She seemed so startled and afraid to see me, as if she did something terribly wrong. She began to become transparent as her head hung lower in shame and came back up in a gasp, as if she meant to say something or became even more frightened, and then she was gone. The breeze that filled my room as this event transpired died down, and my alarm clock read 3 a.m. My husband and 2 children moved into a house that we had rented while we were waiting for our new house to be finished so we could move in. We had only been in a rental a few days when strange things started to happen. My husband worked long hours and wasn't home much, so my children and I spent many nights alone. At first, I dismissed what I was feeling was nerves for being alone in a new house and not knowing any of the neighbors. I would be startled awake in the middle of the night with the feeling that I was being watched and someone was trying to get my attention. I would sit up in my bed and there was a dark figure standing in the doorway of my bedroom. Like I said at first, I dismissed it as my imagination. However, the events continued to take place on a nightly basis. Then my 4-year-old son started to talk about the monkeys that were counting his fingers when he was in his room. I asked him to tell me what the monkeys looked like, and he described a dark figure that I had been seeing. At this time, I was getting a little spooked. It really got to me, and I realized that I was dealing with a spirit when one of my kids' wound up stuffed animals kept laying in the middle of the kitchen floor, and I would pick it up and put it in the toy room, and within minutes the toy would be in the middle of my kitchen floor again. Finally, I gave up and put the toy on top of the fridge to keep the toy away from the kids. We left shortly after placing the toy up out of the reach of my children. We were gone for most of the day. When I walked into the house from being gone for the day, the toy was in the middle of my kitchen floor, playing the song it plays when it has been wound up. This made the hair on my back of my neck stand up. Later that same week, I had the kids in bed asleep, and I was laying on the couch watching TV. Everything seemed at peace for the time being, when all of a sudden, it sounded like someone was beating up the freestanding fireplace with a baseball bat. I ran for the kids' room to make sure they were safe. When I reached the hallway, I went through one of the spirits. It was a cold that cannot be described. It went all the way through me, and it's a feeling that I will never forget. When I got to my kids' room, I saw that the children were fine and sleeping like babies. I went into the living room and started yelling at whomever it was, and I told them that they are welcome to stay in the home if they would quit scaring us. I said if they let us be, we promised that we would move out as soon as possible. The events calmed down quite a bit. However, they let their presence known on a daily basis. The monkeys continued to count my son's fingers, and I would be startled nightly with a dark shadow standing in my bedroom doorway. We moved out about a month later, and my son stopped telling me about the monkeys. My son is now 20 years old, and he still remembers the monkeys and brings the subject up from time to time. I would like to share with you one of my own true experiences, which happened right here in Dayton, Tennessee, approximately 20 years ago. This story is true. I don't have a witness and I can't prove it, but it happened. When I was about 25 years old, I was hired on at the city of Dayton as a laborer. Due to medical problems, I requested a transfer and wound up working at the water plant. This is where water is sucked in through huge pipes from the Tennessee River and treated with chemicals to make it safe for drinking. Since it had to be located near the river, the water plant was rather secluded and far away from any houses. It was a lonesome place on the graveyard shift, from 11 p.m. until 7 a.m. Nobody there but me and sometimes my little dog, Restless. But it wasn't really scary either. It was spotlessly clean and well lit. There were no cobwebs or dark corners, and best of all, it was easy. The only place in the plant that made me nervous was the basement. That's where the huge pipes from the river entered into the building, and the atmosphere down there was just creepy. Anyway, I've always been sensitive to spirits, somewhat psychic, and I know my way around a deck of tarot cards, and that intuitive voice, that gut feeling, told me that I should stay on the upper floors, at least above ground level. So I did, and everything was cool for a long time, but then, things changed. I went into work that night at 11, same as usual. Nothing out of the ordinary was going on, and after saying goodnight to the guy that worked the evening shift, I started the filters, checked all the chemicals, and then settled into the chair behind the desk in the office with a book. It's kind of strange, the little things that we remember. The name of the book was One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest by Ken Kesey. Why do I remember that? Oh, well, that's not important. I was really getting into the story. You know how sometimes you can get so absorbed into something like that? You forget about everything except the book, and the next thing you know, a couple of hours have slipped away without a whisper. Well, that's what happened. I looked at the clock and it was 3 a.m., straight up. It's a true witching hour. That's exactly when I heard the noises began. Slam. Something in the hall had fallen onto the tiled floor. Bang. It happened again. But that was impossible. I was alone, and there was nothing in the hall that wasn't bolted to the floor. So I took a deep breath, slowly eased out of my chair, and peeked through the doorless opening into the hall. First to the left I looked. Nothing. Just the closet door, which was open slightly. Then to the right, and there, about a halfway to the door that led down to the basement, were two of the cabinet doors laying flat out on the floor. The same two cabinet doors that I had carefully closed and latched earlier. I decided that they weren't hurting anything by being there instead of on the cabinet, at least until the sun came up. I reasoned would be okay, and I could just stay in the office in case the phone rang or anything. I turned back to my chair and book and wished that there was a door that I could close and lock, but there was no door. It had been removed years earlier by Charles, an enterprising ex-employee who would never tell where he hid that door after he got fired for trying to disassemble the whole building in 8 hours. When questioned by the supervisor, Charles pulled a knife and began to babble about the Bible, the Great Beast, and the Book of Revelations. But back to it, my chair and book. I sat back down and tried to read more, but it was impossible. You see, I began to feel that I wasn't alone. I knew that there was someone else in the building, in the basement to be precise, and I knew that it was not friendly. So I just sat there behind the desk, looking through the doorway, waiting. I didn't have to wait long. I felt it before I saw it. A terrible air of hatred and evil seemed to settle in like fog in a graveyard. I was scared, really scared, and then I saw it. As I sat in the chair, looking out into the hallway, the shape drifted into view. It came from the direction of the basement, floating slowly about 6 to 12 inches above the floor. It was the shape of a man, solid, but at the same time not solid, and it was totally black, like a human body dipped in tar. I saw the arms, the legs, the head, but no face and no eyes. When it was exactly in the center of the open doorway, it seemed to notice me for the first time. It turned in my direction, and when we were face to face, with no more than 8 feet of open space and one small desk between us, it almost killed me. It very nearly scared me to death. It began to scream and reach for me, but for some reason, it seemed that it could not cross the threshold from the hall. So it reached and reached, and the arms started to get longer, getting closer with every effort, but never quite touching me. The monster leaned inward through the door and screamed its frustration. Now let me explain that it never made a sound that I could actually hear. It had no mouth. When I say screamed, I mean that it sent wave after wave of negative energy towards me and through me. Hate and fear of such intensity that I had never felt before and never want to feel again pulsed through my body with every lunge of that black demon. I truly thought that I was going to die from the fear, but I didn't want to die in the presence of such a creature. So I sat there for the duration of the attack, at least 30 seconds. I know that 30 seconds is not usually thought to be a very long time, but in my situation, it seemed to be considerably longer. Finally, after my half minute of terror was up, the thing turned its head to its left, as if it heard something. It then looked eyelessly back at me for just a moment, then turned away and floated back towards the basement. It was several seconds before I could breathe again. When I regained my senses, I was in a fetal position in the chair, with my legs in front of me for protection. Only my bugged out eyes were above my knees as I watched for any reappearance of the spirit, but thankfully, it did not return. As soon as I was able to speak again, I was on the telephone, calling everybody, anybody. I didn't care who, just to hear a human voice. I finished my shift that night, and I didn't say anything to the day shift guy when he got there at 7 a.m. I immediately applied for a transfer back to the chain gang and soon received it. I never went back to the water plant. I now know the reason that Charles lost his mind. He thought his religion would protect him, but somehow the evil got through. And I know why the people that work there now, 20 years later, carry handguns at all times. They're scared, but they don't know what is scaring them. And you and I both know that if a monster ever returns, their bullets will not protect them. I still don't know what protected me, but I'm glad that it did. In the 20 years since this happened, I've done a little research and talked to several psychics, and I've learned that other people have seen these black spirits in various places and that they are indeed dangerous. So, if you ever go out ghost hunting, and I still do, watch yourself. These spirits are real, and they are nothing to play with. I've worked security at a major hotel near the airport for 15 years now. And when I first got here, I was told to watch out for a ghost on the 7th floor. I was told he likes to make his presence known at random times. Some of the older employees say it's one of the engineers, maintenance workers, who loved his job so much that he likes to hang around. At first I thought they were trying to scare the noob, because I didn't see, hear, or feel anything for months after I started. I did eventually run across him a couple times, and both times I was working graveyard shift. I started out on a graveyard shift and worked it for a couple of good years. You can say it was where we all started, as a proving ground for all noobs. Of course, since we are security, we have to do rounds to make sure everything is safe. People are not murdering each other, and of course the loot acts that randomly happen at hotels. You hear and see all kinds of strange things while working on grave. Almost all of it can be explained though. The sights, the sounds, the interactions, and sometimes the smells can be overwhelming sometimes. There's also the fact that sometimes, no matter how nice the hotel, someone dies. I've had it happen to my shift 2 times that I can count. It's happened a couple times to the other guys I work with too, but that is just part of the job. When walking the hallways, you notice things like doors that creak when you walk by, especially me since I'm 6'4" and 200 pounds. One night, a few months after I started though, I think the ghost made its presence known to me. I was doing a patrol on the 7th floor when I was walking by one of the vending machine rooms. They are small rooms that have a soda machine and an ice machine. After a few months, you start getting used to the sound of the ice machines kicking in and people getting the drinks out of the machines. Stuff like that. This night, as I was walking towards the vending machine room, I heard someone popping quarters into the machine. As I got closer, I heard the soda drop down. Being that it's also one of my jobs to greet guests every time I see them, I come around the entryway expecting to greet the guests on my way by. There was no one there. These rooms are not big enough for someone to hide in, and there was no room for someone to squeeze beside the machines. I kept an eye on my back the rest of the night though. It felt like someone was following me, but only when I was on the 7th floor. The second time I think I encountered him, it was during renovation a few months ago. The hotel was going through a few month-long renovation, and the 7th floor was already complete at the time. The atrium of the hotel wasn't finished yet, so all of the elevator balcony doors were closed to keep the noise level down. The relevance of this is, I was sent up the floor to help someone get into their room. One of my coworkers, a Vietnamese gentleman, was just on his way out, and clocking as I headed up. We passed each other and said our see ya laters, and I headed up the elevators to help the guests. When I got out on the 7th floor though, I heard in the exact accent, right down to a slight lisp, "Jason," and a loud whisper came from my right. It sounded like it was a few feet away, but the doors to the balcony were closed. The weird thing is, I also heard guests down the hallway to my left, and none of them had an accent even close to Vietnamese, or a lisp. I checked the doors real quick. No one was on the balcony, and quickly went to help the guest. When I was 12, I moved to a church home called The Ranch with my mom. Before all this happened, I never believed in ghosts, spirits, or even demons. But now at the age of 20, I believe we're not alone. Okay, let's get to the story. When I first moved into the ranch, it wasn't just me living there. There were other kids and their moms. On the first night, everything seemed fine. Nothing happened. 2 days after we moved in, I started to become afraid of the 2nd floor. I never wanted to be up there by myself. I didn't know why my mom thought it was a kid thing. You know how some kids become afraid of basements or closets? For some reason, I was afraid of the 2nd floor. My mom always told me that it was all in my head, but I knew what I felt, and what I felt was pure evil. A week after moving in, I was upstairs by myself trying to rest my eyes when I heard a noise coming from behind me in the bathroom. It sounded like weeping, as if someone was cleaning the bathroom. When I turned around, it stopped like it never happened. I rolled back over to rest, and the noise started up again. I was so scared that I got up and left the room. I never told my mom what happened. I figured she'll think I'm making it up or something. Now, lucky for me, I wasn't the only one who was hearing things. There were 3 other kids who heard noises all over that place. I never thought these things were real. One night, I was asleep upstairs. It was about 11 p.m. when 3 of other kids, all sisters, started screaming out of nowhere. I got up to see what was going on when I saw a shadow figure standing at the foot of their bed. It was just standing there looking at them. This thing was not human. It was like this whole thing's body was nothing but shadows. It scared the hell out of me. 2 days after the night, my mom told me that one night while she was in the shower, she felt someone watching her, and yet she was alone upstairs. That freaked her out. 2 days later, we were gone. We left and never came back. Until this day, I always wonder what it was and if it's still there. Thanks to all of you who took the time to read this. Everything I wrote here is the truth. I swear to my life. When I was around 7 or 8, I saw a ghost in an underpass while in London with my mom. Since that day, I've come across something which makes me wonder the true nature of what I saw. I'm no longer sure he was a ghost. It's possible he was something else. I'll explain. Firstly, for those who don't know, people in different countries probably have a different name for these, hence clarification. An underpass is a small tunnel that usually runs under a busy road where there is no bridge or traffic lights allowing pedestrians to cross the road. They are all the same, covered in graffiti, rubbish usually, bit smelly, faulty lights or just dimly lit. In a lot of them, lights will be broken altogether here and there. I was used to these tunnels, as was everyone else. They are very common. Anyway, to what I saw that day, there were a good amount of people around, coming and going on their way. Nothing strange. Out of the blue, I got a panicky feeling that I couldn't ignore. Things just didn't feel right. We continued walking. I could see the people ahead, coming towards us, but the light wasn't brilliant, so at first, you couldn't make out things like facial features. All I know is I felt in danger and was becoming more alert to who was around. Soon enough, I spotted them, and the bad feeling skyrocketed inside of me. It was an elderly lady and a young, let's say robust boy. They came into a better lit area as they passed, and I got a clear look. The old lady had longish gray hair, a little matted and small kind of smile on her face, but a very determined look. She didn't look around or anything, just continued straight ahead. It was the boy companion that made my little head spin. As soon as he was in view, I saw that he had no eyes, just black holes where his eyes should be. Needless to say, the bad feeling had intensified drastically. But the worst thing that shook me right up, as soon as I noticed the fact that he was eyeless, he turned his head and looked straight at me. At this point, I got upset. Mom asked what's wrong, and I explained. She turned, mere seconds had passed, and said she couldn't see anyone like I had described and to hurry up. Now, he could have been an ordinary kid, had an accident of some kind, been blind, and I am aware that contact lenses that are all black do exist and so on. However, I'm the only one who reacted to his unusual appearance. No one around me seemed to notice the pair or bat an eyelid. I'm all for not staring at someone who looks a bit different out of politeness and everything, but everyone has reactions, even subtle ones, and there was honestly zero reaction from anyone. My mom should have seen them when she turned to look, but she didn't. I deliberately never looked back at that point, as I still felt in danger and really freaked out. I know a lot of people will point out my age, the location, overactive imagination, but I'm pretty certain. Hence, up until recently-ish, it's always an experience I share whenever the subject of ghosts arises. However, as stated, I am now in some doubt as to whether this was a ghost encounter. I've since learned about the BEP phenomenon and read many encounters online. Some I'm sure have been faked. BEP stands for black-eyed people. They seem to be average men and women at first glance. Normal human body hair, clothes, you know, all that stuff. But no whites at all, and their behavior can set them apart. You'll have to go and read some accounts for yourself to know what I mean. And there are many sightings. Some think they are aliens, others think demons. They have even been compared to vampires, as in a lot of them stories, BEP or BEC, black-eyed children, will turn up at people's houses asking to be let in and don't seem able to enter without permission. I've no clue what they are. In a lot of cases, they try to touch people and always give off this evil aura. Eyewitnesses often state having a terrible feeling come over them, panic, and sensing evil and danger. And that's exactly what I felt, as I told you earlier in the story. The person who sees them at the time is totally alone in witnessing them. Everyone around the eyewitness goes on with their business, never noticing the BEP's presence among them. Since learning of these BEPs and reading other stories, I have to count the similarities to my own story. As in the feeling of danger I got before even seeing the boy, the fact that no one around me noticed at all. And as for the eyes I always believed were not there, were in fact simply black eyes. It would explain how he was able to look directly at me. I'm pretty sure that I was simply confused. No eyes for pitch black eyes that day. Therefore, I'm more inclined to say that the boy in the tunnel was not a ghost as I believed for many years, but one of those black-eyed people. Most families have some kind of hero in the family tree. Some great or maybe even recent member they point at with pride and say, he or she was the first to, or fought in the war and was decorated. You get the gist. In my family, it was my maternal grandmother. Her familiar claim to fame was having drowned the Boogeyman. It was back in 1946 in rural Kentucky. The twins, my oldest sisters, were 5 years old at the time and living with my mother in a small cabin on my grandparents' property. By all accounts, they were quiet, well-mannered children until the arrival of the Boogeyman. No one knew where the children had even heard of them, but almost nightly their shrieks of fright roused the households, bringing my grandfather on the run with his shotgun. They became afraid of the dark and would beg for my mother to sit with them until they'd fallen asleep. This went on for weeks, despite the fact my mother kept reassuring them that the Boogeyman didn't even exist. He was just something made up to ensure children behaved, and since they were always good, they never have nothing to fear anyway. My mother wasn't actually sure that there was nothing to fear. For weeks now, there had been odd occurrences in and about the cabin that she was at loss to explain for. For one thing, several times when the girls cried out, their room smelled of rotten eggs, and sometimes the window that she was sure had been closed was slightly opened. There were times when she found weird drag marks in the dirt outside their window, as if someone with a horrible limp had come that way. Privately, she told her father that she was worried that the Boogeyman might be some hobo lurking about. Grandpa said if that was the case, they'd be more likely to steal a few chickens, and surely they wouldn't dare to come back every night, or have any interest in scaring little girls. Still, that same day, he brought old Jack, his hunting dog, to stay with Mom and the girls. According to my mom, Jack made himself right at home, but steadfastly refused to have anything to do with the girls' room, refusing to enter it, and at night would growl at nothing she could see. Days dragged by, the Boogeyman taking its toll on my mother and the girls, mostly due to lack of sleep. One simply does not go from terrified screaming and responding to such screams as sounds sleep easily. They grew pale, and dark circles formed under their eyes. One day, Grandma decided to consult with Aunt Sylvia about the situation. No one knows what transpired between them, but it had to be serious for Grandma to pay a call on a known witch. No one is really certain if Aunt was an honorary title, or if she was truly related in some way. What is known is when she came back, she volunteered to sit with the girls for the night and even gave my mom money to go see the movie playing in the next town over with her cousins. A rare treat indeed. When Grandma came, she ushered my mother off and set about getting the girls ready for bed. Of course they did not want to go, so instead she put them in my mother's room, telling them enough was enough and she'd take care of that old Boogeyman, and he would never ever bother them again. Then she gave them instructions that no matter what they heard, they mustn't leave the room. It wasn't long before they heard her talking in their room. Grandma was not a soft-spoken individual. "See this broom, you devil? I'm going to beat you with it. Now you get out of here in the name of Jesus and never come back." After that, there was a horrible racket that went from one room to another. It sounded like furniture was being overturned. Old Jack was barking up a storm, and Grandma yelling. They heard the back door slam, and running to the window saw Grandma running down the path, swinging the broom and shouting Bible verses. After a short while, she returned, telling them they didn't need to worry about the boogeyman anymore, as she had chased him down to the river where she had drowned him. My mother came home to find the twins sleeping peacefully, her home in disarray, her broom broken, every window and doorway salted, and Grandma reading the Bible. Whether the result of a theatrical performance by Grandma or some cleansing ritual, the twins never again complained of the boogeyman bothering them. A couple of years ago, I ran across an old Ouija board dated 1919. I remember how fascinated I was with an experience when I was about 10 with one, so I thought that this board game would be fun to fool around with again. My son, when he was very young, told me about looking out his bedroom window and seeing 3 glowing figures coming from the field toward his window one night. He also stated that they even entered his room and stood at the foot of his bed. He covered his head with the blankets, thinking that they would go away, and when he uncovered his head, they would still be there. Then they vanished. I attributed this to a bad dream at the time. There is this old, beautiful house in my property, built in 1926. The builder also signed and dated his name in the rafters in the attic. Cool, I thought, that he took so much pride in his work, like an artist, to do such a thing. Anyway, we were in this old house, working the Ouija thing and so forth. My son asked me to see if what he saw was real or not. We got an answer and a lot more. The 2 people who were at the board knew nothing about this. In fact, they did not know the name of the road we live on or anything else much about the neck of the woods. I asked if there were any ghosts who wanted to speak, not at all taking any of this seriously. "Yes," replied the board. "Who are you?" I asked. "Anna Mills," was the reply. As our guests worked a Ouija board, "Why are you here?" I asked, and the Placidid began to move quickly. "I died here on the Munger Shaw Road." Our guests didn't even know the name of this road. "How?" I inquired. "Truck," the board answered. "How?" I asked. "Run over," Anna replied. "When?" 1936. At this point, I was having fun with this game. I did not take this at all seriously. After all, this thing is just a game. So if this is all true, where's your body so that I can bring you some flowers? I jokingly asked. Her answer sent chills down my spine. "You are there," she answered. "What do you mean?" "Scattered." Misspelled by an 8-year-old, she said, "My ashes are scattered where your trailer house is," she added. She gave us a lot of information that night. She is with 2 uncles who are elusive, but protecting her. She was visiting them here when her death occurred. Things have happened after that as well than before. When I first bought the trailer house where it is now abandoned, for I am now living in the old house, my ex-wife and I heard the distinctive voice of a child crying. That I can say without a doubt. My ex also told me that she saw a small girl one night fleeing out the door one late night, blew her off. And so did I one night when I woke up to use the bathroom, through the corner of the eye, which I attributed this to being half asleep. We did the Ouija again with 2 other people. Again, the same conversation with this Anna Mills. I cannot find any records of her existence of her anywhere, though. Then again, out here in the sticks, especially back in the 30s, records may have not been so critical. Heck, I know a guy that had 2 people buried in his front yard from back then. That's in the days when they did things like that. I did ask her who her uncles were, and she remained elusive on that info. Okay, I know this all sounds really weird, and I did not believe a thing about this until about a year ago. I went for a walk, as I have quite often. I walked across the field on a winter moonlit night. On my way back, I distinctly saw 2 people sneaking around the trailer. Thinking that someone was trying to break in, I approached one of them. I yelled out to them, "What did they want?" ready to confront the intruders. I swear that I was within 15 feet of the guy wearing a plaid shirt and bib overalls when he took an abrupt right turn and went right through the wall of the trailer house, right below my son's old bedroom. I could see each and every detail of his face and the texture of his clothes. He looked just like a real person that would appear under a full-lit moon. I stopped dead in my tracks, but somehow I was not frightened out of my wits as one would suspect. Rather, a comforting feeling came over me. By the way, when I first called out to them, the other ran into the woods. All of this I merely attributed to suggestive thinking I saw things that I imagined and so forth. Perhaps it was a restless walk, late night and so forth. About a month ago, I was visiting my sister and her family at their house miles away. Her daughter also had an old message board that her father found years ago in an attic of an old school that he once worked at. The planchette was missing. So for fun, I went to work in his wood shop and made a really nice wood one for them. With her and her boyfriend at the board, I asked, "Anna, are you here?" "Hi, Rick," the board replied. This really freaked them out. "Tell us the story that you told me the last time we spoke," I asked. Again, the same info that came up a year before. I did not reveal any of the prior things that Anna said to anyone there, but there it was, again the same. She said that I did see her once, and that she and her uncles did visit my son. I did not ask any of this once the planchette began to move. She went on and on and on. I asked her if she liked what I did with the old house. It still looks as it did in the 30s, except for the addition of electricity and plumbing, and she said that she feels at home. I asked her if she enters the house, and she said, "No, bad memories." Again, misspelled by an 8-year-old girl. Lately, at night, through the corner of an eye, my son as well as I have seen someone fleeting past the kitchen window. Even our dog sends an alert that somebody is here, when in fact there isn't. The last time I used the board, being a skeptic, I always have someone else use it. She said that she wanted to meet me along the edge of the field at 1 o'clock in the morning. "Promise?" I asked. "I promise," she answered. I never bothered. I'm not sure if I believe in such things, but it is fun to think about. Perhaps it is true. Update. Anna is now haunting the people living in their trailer house now, even though I have never shared the story with them. Denise and her friends have seen her as well. She is still alone and longing for whatever she is looking for. They are not afraid, for they find her sweet and comforting. Just like the child she was in life, they have actually adopted her, and she at times visits my old house. Crying woman. This happened about 11 years ago, when I was around 7 years old. Since I was born, my family moved a lot of times from house to house. My sister and I have seen and heard many strange things during those times when we were constantly on the move. This is one of them. My family and I were living in an old 2-story house that was in a state of disrepair, with the edges of the roof falling off. The house had a creepy attic and basement that my sister and I never dared to enter, any one of them. One time at night, my parents were sleeping in their own bedroom, and I was in my own room, wide awake, trying to sleep. I was very thirsty, and my mouth was dry, which always had bothered me. I didn't want to wake up my parents because they had to get up early in the morning to go to work. Then I decided to go by myself to the kitchen and get a glass of milk. The kitchen was just down the hallway, just a few feet away from my room. When I got there, the first thing I did was turn the lights on. Then I tried to turn on a small TV we had in the kitchen, but it was unplugged, and the TV was too high for me to reach the cable to plug it in. Then I started to drink my milk. When I just finished my glass of milk, I heard the terrifying sound of a woman give a low moan, like as if it was crying. It sounded like it was coming from the hallway, a few feet away from the kitchen. My whole body got numb of fear, but I didn't care how scared I was, and ran to my parents' room and told them that I heard someone crying, but they told me it was probably my sister trying to scare me, even though what I heard was clearly a grown woman. Then they decided to let me sleep with them. A few weeks after that incident, I was alone in the entire house. It was at night, and when I went to the bathroom to take a shower, I heard it again. And like last time, it sounded very close to me, like as if it was in the bathroom with me. I jolted out of there and went to my room and covered myself in my blanket, terrified, and stood like that until my parents came home a few minutes later. After that second time, I never heard it again. Luckily, we moved a few months later. About a year ago, I started to remember this incident and told my parents what I heard. My mother didn't know what to make of it, but my father told me that in that same house, something similar happened to him. He said that when he got up very late at night to go to the bathroom, he saw a woman sitting on the stairs, which was right in front of the bathroom, and the woman was sobbing. She was holding her face crying. My dad thought it was my mom and started to tell her, "What's wrong?" But the woman gave no response. Then my father told her, "Fine, have it your way." Then, when he got out of the bathroom, the woman was gone. When he got to his room, he saw my mother sleeping. The next morning, he asked her why she was crying on the stairs. My mother was confused and told him she was sleeping the whole time. Until this day, sometimes I wonder who or what was the woman. If any of you have any ideas, feel free to comment. This took place when I was touring Kenya, Africa with my parents. We had lodged in a hotel in the savannah. The layout of the hotel was as follows. The main building was at a distance of some 1 kilometer from the lodging cabins. The cabins were amazing. They had a feel as if they belonged to the jungle itself. There was a river flowing behind the cabin, but it was out of bounds as it had crocodiles in it. But we got a good view of the river from the balcony of our cabin. It was great seeing crocs in their own habitat. The night we reached the hotel, we were all pretty exhausted. The room was cozy except for one weird thing. It had a deer's head hanging from one of its walls. The hotel was pretty old, so must have been placed there before hunting was banned in Africa. And there was a show of Mira people, tribals, that night, which wouldn't take place for another month. As we were there for only 3 days, my parents went to the show. I decided to stay back as I was pretty tired, and the hotel was about 1 kilometer away. I was reading a book but must have fallen asleep. I woke up about an hour later, which was pretty odd, as I never wake up late at night once I sleep. My parents were not yet back, and as I rubbed my eyes, I swear I saw the deer's eyes move. I was completely freaked out and closed my eyes. After some time, I gave it up for an illusion and started to read again. This was when I noticed a pretty odd thing. The curtains of the room were moving as if there was a breeze coming from the windows, but the windows were closed. Suddenly, I felt a shiver run down my spine. I felt as if I was being watched. I felt a weird cold sensation and started praying. After a while, the feeling stopped, and after some time, my parents returned. I didn't tell them about the experience, as I thought they would not believe me. The next day, I asked our guide, who had become a pretty good friend by then, about the experience. I thought that he would know, as he visited that place pretty frequently. He said that he didn't know anything about that, but I felt from his tone that he was hiding something from me. We went on a drive in the savannas and came back that evening in a pretty light mood, but when we reached our cabin, we found to our astonishment that our luggage had been scattered and messed up. We thought that the cleaner must have done it and complained to the hotel management, but they said that as per their policy, the cleaners do not touch anything belonging to a customer. The receptionist also said that the cleaning was done under supervision. We let go of the incident as some misunderstanding. Then, the last and most eerie thing occurred. We were about to go to bed when we all heard someone knocking forcefully at the door. When we opened the door, there was no one. This happened 2 to 3 times. Finally fed up, we shouted to the person who was knocking to stop playing around. No answer. The knocking stopped. We gave it up as some prank and retired to bed. But it must have been about 2 to 2:30 in the morning when I heard again the knocking. Sleeping on an extra bed near the door, so I think I was the one who heard it. I was pretty scared to go out alone after my first experience, and we were even advised not to go out alone at night as the area had many wild animals. So, I woke my parents and told them about the knocking. At first, they told me that I was just getting paranoid and that I should go back to sleep, but then, we all heard the knocks on the door. My dad opened the door only to find that there was no one there, but he saw something move in the bushes. He came in and declared that it was some kid. Though I didn't feel convinced, I decided that I would rather believe that it was a kid. Next day, we complained about this to the staff. They also said that it must have been some prankster, but then suddenly, my dad asked what moron would have let out a kid at 2 a.m. in the morning. That set me thinking. I started relating this to my previous experience and felt that this place was haunted. But anyways, we were to depart that day, so I didn't care much. I didn't think about the incident until the day we were about to leave Kenya. On the day of our departure, our guide told me that he wanted to tell me something. He asked me not to tell anyone what he was going to tell me. I agreed. He told me about that hotel. He said that it was rumored that a leopard at the hotel killed a boy of about 9 to 10 years, some 50 or so years ago. He told me that everyone said that the ghost of the boy still haunted the same room where he was staying the night he died. He said that many of his customers had the same complaint as me, but only those customers who stayed in 2 specific rooms had the experience. It was in room number 153 and 154. I had stayed in room number 154. When I was in my late teens, I was living in my family's home in Warren, Michigan, which is a suburb of Detroit. I came home late one night, around midnight, and parked my car in the detached garage in the back of our house. As usual, I rolled down the garage door and locked it. After exiting the garage, I faced the garage's entry-exit door and locked it as well. I'm not a person who is scared of the dark, and I definitely don't frighten easily. As I turned around to walk into my backyard so I could get into the house, I bumped into what I thought was a person. It was big enough and solid enough to be. My first thought was that someone was in my backyard, and I ran into them, possibly trying to break into the garage. Instinctively, I pushed back but no longer felt a solid body. I ran to my back door where I watched the backyard while trying to put the key in the door, which is a pain when you're scared. We had a small yard that was surrounded by a privacy fence, which would make it even more difficult for a person to get in or out of quickly. I never saw a person or heard a noise. What scared me so much was that I could feel the solid body. Have you ever turned around and someone was standing behind you and you walked right into them? That is exactly what I felt. The impact was enough to knock me back a step. It probably wouldn't have shook me up so much if it actually was a person. At least I could explain it. I eventually got into the house and told my parents. This is the same house where I frequently heard my name being called at all hours of the day and night. It wasn't just my name that was called, it was my nickname that only my close family calls me. There are many times that I thought my mom was calling out to me because I was up late watching TV, or she had come home early and needed my help carrying in groceries. Every time I checked, there was either no one home or the whole family was asleep. Years later, I found that both of my parents had experienced their names being called too. My mother's side of the family has always been sensitive. A lot of uncles and aunts and my grandmother would tell stories of their experiences. I haven't experienced paranormal activity as much as other family members, but I do have a few stories. I'll start with my favorite one. One night about 5 years ago, I was 18. I was staying over at a friend's house, Pat. He had his bedroom in the basement of his brother's house. There was a laundry room in his room as well. There was a huge bookcase which he used as a TV stand and as a wall between the laundry room and his area. You cannot see the door leading to the laundry room behind the bookcase, but it didn't reach the ceiling. I was sitting on the couch watching TV around 1 a.m. Pat was asleep on his bed. I heard what sounded like a door opening, and I noticed a light go on in the laundry room, and I saw the light and a shadow on the ceiling that looked like a man's shadow. I don't know why, but I forgot that was a laundry room. I thought, at that moment, it was a bedroom and a relative or friend was staying there, even though I had been in that room before. And I was kind of nervous to have to say hi while Pat was sleeping. Then I heard footsteps, loud footsteps, like as if he was wearing boots, and a small dog barking, and then I heard the dog start walking. I could see the shadow of the man moving on the ceiling, but I never saw a shadow of a dog or anything else. The footsteps kept coming, and then they stopped, and it sounded like the dog was eating. I could still only see one shadow of a person on the ceiling. At that point, when the footsteps stopped and the noise of the dog eating was the only noise besides the TV, I froze. It's like all of a sudden I knew I wasn't supposed to be seeing or hearing this. I sat on the couch just numb, waiting for something to come out at me. Then the footsteps started again, and the shadow began to go back towards the laundry room. Once it got there, it turned off the light. I could even hear the switch, and closed the door. I got up and jumped into Pat's bed, and the first thing I asked is, "Why didn't you tell me something was staying in that room?" And obviously his response was, "What?" I told him what had happened, what I saw, and what I heard. He asked me if I remembered that the room was a laundry room, and that's when I started realizing that, yes, I do remember that, and no, there is no way I just saw what I saw. So the next morning, after making my friend stay awake until I fell asleep, he showed me that the door to the laundry room couldn't even close because of a few wires he had crossing into his room from the laundry room. About 7 years ago, I was struggling with a drug addiction and decided I needed help. I couldn't afford a fancy drug rehabilitation place, so I chose to go the public route. The place is called the Stout Street Foundation in Commerce City, Colorado. They took a large, old hotel and converted it into a drug rehab and prison. It had nonviolent criminals mixed with people looking for help, not in trouble with the law. And I was not in trouble with the law, but in need of help. I've still never been to a building with such a dark energy. I was bunked with about 10 other men, on bunk beds, in a normal-sized hotel room. One of the men in particular was very chatty with everyone. He was telling all of his tales about getting high on meth and having sex all night in the same hotel and talking about how it was basically a rundown drug hotel in the 1980s. This guy had a very creepy and dark vibe to him, and you could tell he has done some very bad things in his life. This was the very first night of being there. The room was dark, but still very visible due to the window and hallway light. And I couldn't sleep, of course. I had a top bunk bed, and it must have been 85 degrees. Everyone else was sound asleep. I was tossing and turning and very alert, and I remember I was on my side facing the wall and flipped sides towards the room. When I turned over and looked into the room, I saw this really startling figure of a large dark man with a huge grin from ear to ear with red eyes, and was standing right over the man I mentioned before. He was sound asleep still. I stared at it for at least 7 seconds, just standing there grinning, looking right at the sleeping guy. I blinked and it was gone. I don't even think the grinner realized I was looking at him. He was just so fixated on the man. It seemed like he was attached to him somehow. I'm not religious and have never had a ghost experience before. I definitely know I was not hallucinating. The drug withdrawals hadn't even started yet. And this event has haunted me ever since it happened, and I can't remember the last time I had a good night's sleep. I know what I saw, and it was as real as anything. If anyone out there can relate to this, please tell me your experience too. In case you guys were wondering, I've been drug-free for 6 years. I'll get the miscellaneous information out of the way first. My soon-to-be husband and I moved into our current residence approximately 1 year ago. So as far as I know, there was only one previous family who called this house their home, and nothing sinister has ever taken place on the premise. The house is a newer construct in a quiet residential neighborhood. Though I am not a skeptic, I've never had to deal with anything paranormal. The past couple weeks have definitely been a new experience for me. 2 weeks ago, I thought I heard a voice while I was sleeping. Asking my boyfriend if he'd said anything, I got no response. As he was obviously sound asleep, I decided I was dreaming and rolled over towards the closet, which is situated behind my bedroom door, which always remains closed. Though I considered getting up and drinking a glass of water, I stopped moving when I saw a fuzzy white form near the closet door. A sweater that I have hanging there moved as it passed underneath it. Within moments, the shape had disappeared. Confused, but not scared or concerned, I convinced myself I was dreaming and went back to sleep. After that night, I've been consistently waking up between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. Sometimes it is because of noises. Other times, the room just doesn't feel quite right. 3 nights after seeing the fuzzy shape, I woke up to the sound of something falling or someone stumbling. At least that's how it sounded to me. In the same place as the previous sighting, I saw the shape of a tall man. He was shadowy and seemed oddly formed. Slightly frightened at this time, I turned to press my face against my boyfriend's back. He did not wake up at all, and urged myself back to sleep. 4 nights ago, after continuing the pattern of waking up between 3 and 4 a.m., I was startled awake because the temperature plummeted in my normally hot room. Though it is usually humid enough in the bedroom so that I can't sleep without an industrial fan blowing at full strength, and though it is the middle of summer, the temperature became absolutely frigid. I was shivering and my skin was cold to the touch. Upon opening my eyes, I saw what I assumed was the same man, better formed this time, and wearing a grin that set my heart pounding like crazy. Amusing as it is to me now, I jumped up and tried to punch him. He vanished at once. For a long time after, I shivered and my heart raced. I was much more scared this time because even though I actively tried awakening him by poking and speaking to him, my boyfriend did not wake up. Because this is unusual for him, and because it was now the 3rd time he hadn't awakened to help relieve my fear, the emotion grew until I was ready to cry. I planned to stay awake until the sun rose, but exhaustion eventually wore out over fear and I slept. After that night, I finally talked to a few close friends about the nocturnal happenings. The first person I spoke was with my husband-to-be, who engaged in a long conversation with me about theories, possibilities, and things we could try to do. He was curious about the fact that I said he seemed to be in a deeper sleep than usual when this went on, because normally he will wake up if I leave the bed or say something. I immediately felt better. The conversation loosened a knot of nerves I hadn't been aware of. The next day, after having that first talk, I was online at work, talking to a friend on my laptop computer. We were discussing what had been happening, and I told him I was going to start looking up who the man could be, what he wanted, etc. With as little information as I had, however, I wasn't feeling confident I would find anything on him. My friend suggested shadow people, because I implied that the first 2 times I saw him, he was shadowy and not fully formed. As I was about to reply that 3rd time, he was fully formed and not like a shadow at all. The temperature dropped and my computer keeled over. It was plugged into the wall. No low battery warning came up, and it did not overheat. I kept it propped on a store-bought stand that prevents overheating, and when I touched the bottom, thinking that was the cause, it was cool to the touch. Now I work alone in a small drive-through store that is perpetually 5 to 20 degrees warmer than the outside air. Unless I walk into the cooler, it just doesn't get cold in there. I felt like a drop of ice water slid down my spine, and I quickly turned my computer back on, stand up perfectly, no problems, and locked back on. What disturbed me the most was when I got back into conversation with my friend. The first thing he said was, "Sorry for disappearing on you. My computer completely flatlined." Thought it was a power outage at first, but nothing else was affected. It was kinda weird. Yes, and even more weird that the same thing happened to me, thousands of miles away, at the same time. With as unimpressive as these occurrences are, I've been willing to pass them off as dreams, imagination, coincidences. The only things I keep coming back to that convince me maybe I'm not just imagining things are the temperature drops in places that are consistently uncomfortably warm, the strangely malfunctioning computers, and the sheer burst of uninhibited terror I felt when he smiled at me. I know that doesn't seem like that should be the biggest thing here, but it is the point I keep coming back to. In my mind, and when I speak with any of my friends about it, I almost don't care why he's hanging around, but the intimidating leer of the grinning man haunts my thoughts now, even while I'm awake. This story happened to my mom. It was during the 1960s, when she was still sleeping with her brothers and sisters in one house. They have inherited a big house from my grandfather. He was a doctor, so having a couple of her cousins sleeping over is not a problem. Their house was built near a river with a wooden bridge over it. Here's where her story begins. All of them came home late from a party. They were all tired and decided to call it a night and went to their own rooms. My mom was staying with 2 of her sisters in one room. Her bed was located right beside a big window that's made out of wood and would just open from the middle, then the shutters will just slide from side to side. That night, due to excessive drinking, my mom woke up because she needs to go to the bathroom, so she went back to bed. When she was about to doze off, she could feel something or someone was watching her. She opened her eyes and she saw a lady with long black hair outside their window. She was also wearing a black dress and her eyes were red. The lady was staring at her with a creepy grin on her face. My mom couldn't move. The scary part of it was, my mom's room was located at the 2nd floor. In short, the lady was floating. She tried to call her sisters, but they could not hear her. She felt so scared and just covered herself with her quilt. After a few minutes, she tried to check if the lady was gone, but when she peeped out of her quilt, the lady was still there, staring and grinning at her. Far away from the place I called home, now we are in Texas. The year is 1999, and with my parents being divorced now, my mom was the only person bringing in the money. So, we ended up moving from a beautiful house in a suburban neighborhood and into an old house far in the country. This house was old looking, blue. When you walked inside the long, tall hallway, it went straight back to the kitchen. Going up the hallway were 2 rooms to the left, and the living room by the front door on the right, and further up was my mom's room. The first time I stepped foot in the house, I already had a bad feeling. I was 15 years old and was into the scary stuff. Still remembering all the things that happened from my previous homes, I had my guard up for any funny business. One night, after coming back from a high school football game, I found that I was home alone. My mom and the rest of the family were at my uncle's house that was literally up the dirt road. I was too afraid to walk over there because of how dark it was. My ride was already gone, and I was just there standing on my lightless porch. Yeah, my mom forgot to turn on the front porch light there before she left. So, standing there, I didn't really want to go inside. What to do? Well, at least she left the living room light on, I told myself. I unlocked the door and slowly walked in. The hallway was dark, not one single light on in the entire house. Only in the living room was the light and TV on. For a few seconds while shutting and locking the door, I stared into the dark hallway, hoping not to see anything. The kitchen was dark and had an eerie look to it, with the moonlight just barely shining into the window above the sink. I quickly ran into the living room. I sat on the couch and reached for the phone call to call my mom. But I then realized that the number list was hanging near the phone in the kitchen. There was no way in hell I was going into the kitchen. So I sat there, watching TV for a while. After a few minutes, I heard some music playing. I did not know where this was coming from, but I did know that it was coming from down the hallway near the bedrooms. My heart jumped and then stopped. At least it felt that way. Getting up from the couch, I walked towards the entrance and peeked around the corner. The music was playing louder. All I could see was darkness coming at me from all corners of the house. I decided to walk down the dark hall towards the sounds. I was trying to be the tough guy. The closer I went into the hallway, I could start getting a sense of where it was coming from. It was coming from the bathroom. When I got to the bathroom, I reached in and turned on the light before walking in. The radio was on, and it was on the sink. I thought to myself, maybe it was on the whole time and I just now heard it. I began to turn it off when I looked down and saw the cord unplugged from the wall. And at that instant, I ran out of the bathroom and up the hallway towards the front door. As I passed my mom's room, her door opened slowly, but I was running too fast to really notice. It seemed like an eternity unlocking the locks. I felt like I was going to go into shock. I got the last lock undone when I heard a moan coming from the kitchen. I opened the door, got out, then slammed it behind me. I ran to the road with nowhere to go. I was 15, but still wanted to cry. I was home alone, in a haunted house, and my mom was a mile away. I stood there with my hands on my hips, trying to catch my breath. It took me a few minutes to get my thoughts together. I convinced myself that I was overreacting. The radio must have had batteries in it. I walked back up to the porch and sat on the steps. I sat there waiting, and waiting, and waiting. I was laying down on my back after a few minutes. Then I hear this noise coming from inside the house. It sounded like someone was walking with a pair of flip-flops on. The sound was coming closer and closer to the door. I stood up and backed away from the porch. It got closer, all the while getting louder and faster. Then it stopped. I couldn't do this anymore, I thought to myself. I turned around and headed back towards the road now with a few tears in my eyes. But to my relief, my mom was coming up the driveway. I ran to the car, and everyone steps out. "What's the matter?" my mom asked me after seeing my face and how distraught I was. "I hate it here, Mom." That's all I could say before my older sister screams out and walks back to the car in shock with her hand covering up one side of her face to not look in the direction of the house. Her eyes were wide open and her crying was held back. "What happened?" my mom then asked her. I will never forget what she told me. She told us she saw. She said that she saw 3 faces looking out of the bedroom window at us. She described them as melted together and had these angry frowns with the eyes missing. My mom believed her. I then told her what I had experienced, and after that, we ended up staying at my uncle's that night. The next morning, we were very nervous about going home. My older sister never came back. She stayed with family until we moved out. My youngest brother and sister didn't know about anything, and I didn't want to leave them or my mom alone, so I went home to watch over them. We ended up moving out a little after that. We had to move in with family until we could get another place. I believe that it was something that was trying to get me that night. Some evil, strong force that forced its way into this world and did everything it could to get closer to me. I believe it used the music to lure me in to where it was hiding in the kitchen. If I would have stayed in that house that night, I might have become possessed or something. My sister is still traumatized from that image of these faces that looked entwined together. I also later found out that my mom had experienced a negative presence in the house and had seen quite a few things, but kept her mouth shut to not worry or scare us. Thanks for reading, and hope to hear from some of you soon. P.S. The radio did have 5 batteries in it, but it needed 6 to work with it being unplugged. Old House Ghost. This happened just last month. A few days of terror for my family and me. We were house sitting for my mom while she went downstate for a short vacation. She told us that we could take her master bedroom because it was bigger and we could sleep with our 3 kids in there with us. We told her okay, but ended up not doing it because of the fact that it was her room and we didn't want the kids breaking anything. So we decided to take another room that was almost as big and already had a king-size bed and a baby bed for my youngest child. My mom's house is sorta old and was previously owned by my sister and her abusive husband. So this place has some bad vibes for so many years. My sister always said that she thought he put some bad curses or something in the house because of things she would see and how angry her husband would get out of the blue. Anyway, the room that we chose was always scary because my wife and I had experienced something strange in it during one Christmas about 5 years ago, but it already had everything and was very comfortable. That first night, we went to bed sort of late due to the kids being excited about staying the night at Grandma's. So around 11 o'clock, we tucked the kids in, shut the lights off. After they got to sleep, my wife and I sat on the floor near the bed and talked for a while. The room is near the kitchen, so when the light is on, we can see it under the door. Like that night, because of the lights in the room being off, we can easily see the light. After a while, my wife looks over at the door and asks, Doesn't that look like someone is standing at the door? I looked over and saw what she was talking about, so I replied, yes, but you know it's not. I was thinking maybe it was the uneven carpet that was making it look that way. So, after a while of talking, we ended up getting up and stretching before going to the restroom that was also in the room. We got out quietly to not wake up the kids and began to put on our night clothes, or at least tried to, because it was too dark to see everything at 100%, but we could see a little. A few minutes later, and my wife was dressed and already laying down next to the kids. I was still looking for a shirt to wear, but couldn't find one that I packed in my bag. So I went to the closet that I had some clothes put away already. Trying not to stumble over toys, I get to my shirts and begin to look for one. Just then, with the little bit of light from the room, I see something on the corner of my eye next to me. I turn my head and try to adjust my eyes. Seconds later, I see a form of a man standing facing me with his head down, so all I could see was the top of his head. It looked like black hair, and it didn't have a shirt on. I could not move. The arms of the thing hung down to its sides, and the legs were partially spread apart. It almost looked like it was in a defense stance, like it was going to charge at me, but I did not move. I was in shock. Not too long after, I began to realize that the figure looked like me, as if I was looking in a mirror. I came to my senses and turned slowly towards the bed, at the same time looking at the bedroom door and seeing that the shadows that looked like a person standing there were gone. I went to my wife like a scared child and said, "There is someone in the room." She jumped up and turned on the light. There was nothing there. The bedroom door was locked from the inside, and the kids were still asleep. I was shaking up after I explained to her what I saw. I decided to stay up the rest of the night to watch over my family. The next morning, I was trying to understand what I saw and make a logical explanation of the events, but being me and believing in the supernatural, I was finding myself backed up into a corner about it. We could have packed our things and gone to another room, but for some stupid reason, we decided to stay. The next night, nothing happened. I was the last one to fall asleep, but only because I dozed off on the chair that was already in here. I slept like a baby. The third night, my wife and I were woken up by something that we heard in the kitchen. It almost sounded like whispering, but we could not make it out until we put our ears to the door. Like I said before, the room was next to the kitchen. We stood there, listening in the dark for a second, before we both agreed that it did sound like someone was talking in a low voice. My wife was freaking out at this point and turned to the bed to grab her phone. I asked what she was doing, and she told me she was going to call the police because we thought there was someone in the house. I went after her to calm her down before the whispering stopped. I went to the bathroom to turn on the light, so we had enough to see without waking up the kids. Then we put our ears back to the door. We heard nothing. Being in the room with no type of weapon or anything to go out there with to check out what it was, we ended up calling the police. I was trying to be tough about going out there, but I was also scared as hell. The cops got there a little while later and scoped out the place. The windows were all locked, and all of the doors that led outside were also locked. After the cops had left, I called my mom and told her what we had experienced so far while staying there. She wanted to come back home, but I told her to finish her vacation. I didn't want to be the reason for her vacation to be cut short. That was stupid of me. The fourth night, we did decide to stay in her room this night, to be away from the other one and the kitchen. It felt more relaxing in there because it was so empty, and it was brighter with the moon hitting the windows. We fell asleep once again. At around 3:30, my wife wakes me up and tells me that something was on the other side of the bedroom door. My heart stops right then. Just hearing those words coming out of her mouth made me want to die. When I got brave, I asked her what she heard, and she said, "It sounds like the doorknob trying to turn." I woke up the kids this time, thinking someone actually broke in. For a few minutes, we sat quietly, waiting to hear what we thought would have been people walking around, if they did get in. The house is so old, so it has a lot of old boards that squeaked when you stepped on them. Nothing happened. We eventually fell back to sleep. I mean, it could have been her imagination playing tricks on her, right? Of course, that's what I definitely would like to think of it as, but I guess it wasn't at all. The next morning was great, because we knew that we could leave the next morning. We left the house all day and went out to eat. We got home late and decided to try to get the kids to bed by 10:30. We fell asleep with no hassle. It was around 1 in the morning when my oldest daughter shook me awake. She was sitting up in bed. When I looked over at her, I asked her what she was doing, and without being afraid or hesitant, and with a motion of her hand and finger, she pointed in a direction and says, "Do you see her?" I asked what she was talking about. She then says, "Look, she's standing right there." She was pointing by the TV that was at the corner of the room. The moon was the only thing giving us light in the room, so I really could not make out what she was looking at. I first thought she was asleep, and to this day, I just think she was talking in her sleep. But I looked at her and said, "What are you talking about? Get some sleep." I tried to lay her back down, hoping I didn't have to rock her back to sleep. But as I put my hand on her shoulder, she says, "Look, she's walking over here." All the while, pointing with her finger, bringing it closer and closer to the bed. I got the chills when she was doing that. I didn't want to look. Right then, my daughter screams at the top of her lungs in terror. The rest of the family jumps awake. We turn on the light, and my daughter is trying to move closer and closer to us, saying that she went under the bed, saying that over and over. We just got up and got our things together after that. I called my mom and told her that we were just going to leave because of the kids being afraid. I think she knew what was up because we had always had problems with the house. Like I said before, there was a lot of hate in the home from years past with my sister's abusive husband. So with all of the negative energy, I think it just built up to the point of chaos between our world and whatever the other world is that is bringing all of this. We haven't been back to visit since then. It's been a few weeks already, but I know we will try. Thanks for reading. Another creepy thing that just won't escape me. A ghost, perhaps? A few months ago, my wife and kids and I were staying the night at my mother's house, in a room that was added on later after building it. My mom was renting this house from this couple. This room was always kind of freaky. On one night, my wife said she saw this cylinder-shaped object floating in the room towards the door. I thought that was strange, but nothing compared to what she saw next. On the night that we last stayed there, my wife, my 2 little girls, and I were sleeping on a king-sized bed. I was also asleep, so was my oldest daughter. My wife is sitting up in bed, rocking my other little one in her arms. She swears she was still awake, but kind of dozing off, with nothing but the light of the computer modem, not the monitor. Only gave little light in the room, enough to make out the shapes of the objects in the room. Also, everyone else in the house was asleep, so no sound other than the buzzing. The bed was in the corner of the room. She was sleeping near the wall, and I was on the outside of the bed. She said she looked in my area and saw something kind of moving, like the very top of someone's head, more like a child in the crawling position. She told me later that it was moving really slow down the side of the bed. She was so scared. She double-checked to see if it wasn't either of the girls that may have gotten up to play or something. They both aren't scared of the dark. They were both asleep. Slowly, it kept crawling towards the foot of the bed until it got to the corner. When it got there, she told me that it poked its head up just enough to see the black of the eyes. But without hesitating, it ducked back down the turned corner, crawling a little faster towards my wife. She told me that she lied down as fast as she could, thinking it saw her. But again, she swears that she was awake. She shook me and whispered my name over and over until I woke up. He sat up quick and asked what was wrong. She told me, but I didn't want to see anything either. And I admit, I was freaked out too. All of the strange experiences that I have had all my life from a kid to a grown man sort of gotten my nerves all crazy. That is the event that happened that night. My mom no longer lives in that house. The bathroom in that house always scared me. When I would take showers there, my face would get numb all the way down to my arms. Thanks again for reading.
About 40 years back, I became interested in tracing my family's ancestors. This is how I discovered the Tilly Bend settlement. Situated in the Appalachian Mountains, it really is a beautiful place. The Toccoa River flows down from the high mountains, winding its way into the Blue Ridge Lake. Tilly Bend settlement is nestled back in these same mountains. One must cross the Toccoa River and travel down a one-lane dirt road that takes you deep into the forest. As you drive along, one begins to notice, windows rolled down, how quiet the deep woods become. This was my first impression of this area 40 years ago. This place has been lost in time because it looks like the same now as then, with the exception of the renovation of Tilly Bend Church. I've been here many times over the last 40 years. I suppose you could say I'm drawn to the mystery of this place. I will only share a small portion of my research. However, you need to understand this. Tilly Bend Church sits right in the middle of this haunting. This church is not part of the haunting. This church is the house of God, and services are held here on a regular basis and demands the respect as being the house of God. In 1756, the Creek Indians lived in this area and got along quite well with this white folk that came to this area from North Carolina. There are census records showing that the white man intermarried with the Creek women. The Cherokee did not get along with the Creeks and forced them out of the area. The intermarried Creeks did not leave, and neither did their customs. In 1820, the Stanleys had formed a settlement over the mountain in a place known then as Stanley Gap. This being told, I can now share with you what I know is fact. Searching for my great-great-grandmother's grave, I ended up in Tilly Road Cemetery. At this time, the church only had services on decoration once a year. The church building was very old, but still in fair condition for its age. There were no glass windows, only wooden shutters, and that was common in the days before air conditioning. The doors to this church is what I remember most about this old country church. There was in both of the old doors what appeared to be like someone had shot the doors with a rifle of some sort. My first impression was that someone had done this out of pure meanness. I then proceeded to walk around the side of the church and walked up and peered through one of the cracks between the shutters. Of course, with the shutters closed and there being no windows, the inside was dark. I could, however, make out the old homemade church pews and the pulpit. I also noticed a high ceiling with the rafters showing. Yes, I thought this church is old, and the welcome sign out in front of the church stated the church was established in 1858. After I looked the old church over, I then headed up the hill to the cemetery. I noticed there were a lot of field stones marking the graves, which is not unusual for very old graveyards. Right in the center is a very old and large oak tree, the only tree that is in the graveyard. I started looking around at the grave markers for my great-great-grandmother's grave. Well, to my surprise, her grave was also in the center of the graveyard, and her grave was the only one under the oak tree. The name on her marker is Elizabeth. So I'm looking around at this graveyard, thinking it looked as if no one wanted to be buried anywhere near her grave. I then wrote the information for her marker down, and that is when I noticed the head of her grave was facing west, which is very odd, because all the people here bury the dead facing to the east, because the Lord will return in the eastern sky. I finished getting the information, and I caught a glimpse of someone out of the corner of my eye. I did not hear a car come down the dirt road, and there were no houses close by. I turned very quick to see who it was, and there was no one. I laughed at myself thinking, yeah, I'm jumping at my own shadow. You see, I don't believe in ghosts, but I did believe in mean people. As I started back down the hill, I noticed another grave. It was called Mary. The birthday was the same as Elizabeth. They both died on October 26th. Elizabeth died 1905. Mary died 1906. I thought, boy, somebody messed up on the dates. I reached my car at the foot of the hill, and as I got in, I looked back up towards the cemetery, and at the tree, I saw what appeared to be a woman. Her dress was long and black. She had on a hat that I can only describe as a granny bonnet. I thought, you have got to be kidding. Then it looked as if she stepped back behind the tree. I was curious, so I went about halfway back up the hill and shouted hello. Of course, no answer, so I walked all the way back to the tree, and there was no one there. I hurried back to the car and left. A couple of weeks later, my grandfather asked me if I had went to his great-grandmother's grave. I told him I had, and asked why her grave was facing to the west. My grandfather said, well, she was a witch. I laughed, and I said, really, Grandpa? Why is her grave turned around? He went on to tell me this. She was Creek, and also a witch doctor for the Creek Indians. The whole settlement was afraid of her. Now she had a daughter to marry, a Tilly, and another daughter to marry, a Stanley. There had been a family feud between the Tillys and the Stanleys, so the two sisters became enemies because of their husband. The feud escalated, and on Sunday morning, the Stanleys went to Tilly Church and started shooting through the doors of the church, killing the preacher. He was a Tilly, and several others in the church, including the one sister who married a Tilly. Now, the Tillys didn't let this go, and one night, they went to Stanley Gap and killed some of the men while they were asleep. Now the sister that married a Stanley, her husband was killed that night. A few months later, she died having a baby, Elizabeth Bradley vowed revenge on both the Tillys and the Stanleys for the death of her 2 daughters. After that, every baby born to the Tillys and Stanleys died at birth. I said, come to think of it, there was a lot of little baby graves, rows of them. My grandpa said, well, after a year of this, the Tillys went to Elizabeth Bradley's house and got her. She was then taken to the center of Tilly graveyard and hung from the old tree. They cut her down and buried her right where she fell. Right before they hung her, she told them she would come back. Now, after a few months, the little baby started dying, all at birth. People in the Tilly settlement started claiming the witch had come back and had taken up residence in a very old and mean woman, Elizabeth Bradley's sister-in-law, Mary. So on the anniversary of Elizabeth Bradley's hanging, the men went and got Mary Tilly Bradley. They hung her from the same tree. They would not bury her facing west because she was, after all, not at fault because the witch came back through her and she was a Tilly. I said, Grandpa, that didn't really happen. He said, you saw the graves, and I'm telling you it did happen, and the older folks here will tell you that it's true. He said, and I'll tell you something else that's true. I saw one of them witches one time, when I was a small boy. My grandpa went on to say that when he was about 9 years old, he went to decoration at Tilly, and he described the same very woman that I had seen. This happened 40 years ago, and my grandpa has been long gone for many years now. I've seen a tintype, old picture of Elizabeth Bradley, and I've also seen Elizabeth Bradley at Tillybend. I've kept a record, and I've seen her 8 times in the last 40 years. There has been 2 occasions that I heard a little baby crying as I walk up the hill. Of course, it quits when I get to the tree. Strange how one would think you could only see a ghost at night. I've only seen her in the daytime. Of course, I don't go there at night, and I never will. I've always believed in paranormal things. I've had many encounters with ghosts, and it's never really bothered me. My daughter was born in 2006. Around the time she was 1.5, we moved into a nice older house. The first night in our new house, we were camping out downstairs because our beds hadn't been unloaded from the truck yet. Around 2 a.m., I was woke up because you could hear the sounds of someone walking around in a room above the kitchen. I just blew it off as an older building and such. I walked upstairs when I continued to find her closet doors open and things scattered around her room like someone had been in the boxes. Again, I just blew it off as my kid brother playing a trick before he left. The next morning we were setting up her room, and I noticed her sitting there, acting like she was playing with someone. It sort of gave me chills, because she was actually talking to someone. I just ignored it, but later, she started mentioning the man. 3 days into living there is when things started happening. Her room has never been warm. I can turn the heater up to 75 degrees. I've bought a space heater. The landlords have came and checked the windows and insulation. Everything's normal. Her closet doors open at random times by themselves. Now at almost 3, she still talks about the man in her room. She's informed me that the man tells her she can do things, be bad, and do things after she's told no. She still sits around and talks to no one. We lived 14 months, with just little things happening all around 2 a.m. Her bedroom door slams shut, and you hear stomping down the stairs. The laundry room doors open and slam shut. The water in the bathtub turns on by itself. But lately, things have become more aggressive and frequent. I decided to decorate her room. I put new curtains up, her new blankets on her bed, and hung clothes in the closet. I walked downstairs, leaving all the lights on, but shutting the closet doors. I was downstairs maybe 5 minutes. As I entered the hallway, I noticed her door closed. Nothing new, but I opened it, and there was this rush of cold air. Again, nothing new. The light was off, and you could feel someone in the room. It was an angry sort of feeling, like someone was glaring at me. I ignored it and turned the light on. The curtains I'd just hung had been ripped off the rod and lay in the middle of her room. Her new blankets and sheets were off her bed, and her closet doors again wide open. My daughter refuses to sleep in her room now, saying the man scares her, that he yells at her. I've placed crosses and went as far as to have my house blessed, and nothing. In the last 2 months, I've been woken up to someone screaming in my ear. The sound of my front door opening and slamming shut, and my bathroom shower turning on, all in the 2 a.m. hour, and on nights my daughter's at grandma's house. There are some stories that my family and friends have passed on, and I think you might find them quite interesting. I'm a great fan of your website. I've some stories that I've heard from family. Here's one that my grandpa encountered. His father had recently died in 1993, and the night of his funeral, he was awoke by something. He didn't know what it was. He was just awoken by whatever it was. He looked over, and his father was standing there, saying, "I'm okay. Please do not worry." My grandpa got a drink of water, and his father left. He went right through the door. Then, I have one from family friends. This was when friends Steve and Rita had moved into a new house. They had seen several apparitions that they have not really explained, but really just blobs. Then, here comes the scary part. Here are 2 stories that I've also inquired from the same person. Rita and her husband and 2 friends were in the family room in the middle of the day, talking, and all 4 of them saw a shadow jump from the balcony, slide across the family room, and go under the couch. Steps have also creaked, and toilets have flushed for no apparent reason. This was also a new house, with no history of violence on the property. Now for the second story. A couple of nights later, Rita was sleeping and woke up to feeling like someone was sitting on top of her, trying to choke her. Steve woke up to Rita's screams and flipped the lights on. She told him there was a man with a plaid shirt in the room, trying to choke her. No one was in the room. She got up out of bed and went to the dresser, looked in the mirror, and he was behind her. A lumberjack-looking man in a plaid shirt standing right behind her. This also might sound kind of weird, but my mother Bernadette lived in a new neighborhood when she was little. Outside of the development was a field with a very small house, almost a shed. Whenever my mom took a walk with her grandma, a little girl would come running out of the house and shed and talk with them. She was always dressed old-fashioned with a dress on. She resembled a little girl like Shirley Temple. She said her name was Judy. My mom saw her several times. Her grandma also did too. Years later, when she mentioned Judy to her mother said that nobody had ever lived in that house. It was used for storage, a shed, and said my mother was making it up, and that it was a story. We have never figured out if it was a ghost or not. My great-grandmother remembered her too. As a side note, I've passed this particular field many times, and have seen the shed, but have not had any strange things happen to me when passing the area. Like my grandmother has said, No one has ever lived in that shed, so I don't know. My name is Rodney, and I would like to share a story with you that happened to me and a friend of mine. First, I'll give you some background. It's the early 70s in Enon, Ohio. My friend Mike and I were very close because both of our parents had gotten divorced around the same time we were in our early teens. We shared similar interests in magic and trickery in the occult. We used to save our money and either buy magic tricks from magazines or make magic tricks from plans that we would buy for our act. We appeared on a local after-school show for kids a couple of times, and in doing so, we got to meet a local famous person named Dr. Creep. He had a Saturday night show where he would host and show scary movies, and he also did magic. Dr. Creep was really knowledgeable and had a lot of contacts. He told us of a local magic shop in Dayton and gave us directions. We couldn't drive at the time, but I would beg my older sisters to take us there. Discovering that magic store opened us up to a whole vast world of new tricks and illusions. The shop also sold paraphernalia for smoking, and it had a lot of what we now refer to as goth type of clothing and jewelry. Well, as we were getting a bit older, the movie The Exorcist came out, and we thought that what a neat idea it was to put some drama and stage production into the act to make it more of a show. We both attended a vocational school, so there were a lot of talented people there, and we found a couple of girls that liked to dance. We added dancing demon girls to the beginning of the show using blacklights, dark jumpsuits to conceal the girls under the sheets. The music was Mike's Oldfield's Hearst Ridge. I think that was the title. The stage was very barren when the show started. Only a small table with dimly lit candle, and the dancing girls could be seen. The dancing girls' dance ended with them meeting in front of the table, and big flash exploded, and as the lights slowly illuminated, they would reveal a transformation in the whole look of the stage. There was now a 10 by 12 painted dragon silk tapestry hanging beyond the table, and 2 silk banners of Beelzebub artistically lit with eerie lighting, and I would be standing where the dancing girls had disappeared in my cape. Most of our tricks and illusions were dark in nature. My friend Mike moved to Houston a year before we graduated high school. He got a job at the Galleria Mall in the fun shop. After I graduated, I moved to Houston and stayed with Mike at his mother's house. I also got a job at the fun shop. Eventually, we pretty much ran the place, and again, we found a lot of new outlets for magic and the occult. Eventually, we moved into an apartment together as roommates. Our interest in the occult grew, but only out of curiosity, and it gave us an air of mystery to other people. As we made more friends, and our reputations as being a little different spread, we decided to really mess with people. Mike's bedroom had a huge closet, and being young, he didn't have a lot to put in there. We decided to dress it up and make it look like a devil worship, after with the banners we had, and with the skull-shaped candles and the magic tricks. Our plans were when our friends would come over, we would show them that, and they would freak out. The very night we did this at about 12, I awoke to a pounding on a wall between Mike's room and my room. I sat up and yelled, "What are you doing over there?" The pounding continued unrelentingly. I got out of bed and went over to the wall and yelled, "Knock it off, I'm trying to sleep." The knocking got louder and didn't show any signs of stopping, so I went over to Mike's bedroom door and knocked and said, "Mike, stop it." The pounding continued, so I opened the door to see Mike sitting up in his bed, looking at the closet. My eyes went across the room towards the closet, and as my vision passed his dresser, I saw the door slowly closing. I asked Mike what he was doing banging on my wall. He said it wasn't coming from the wall between our rooms. It was coming from the closet. I continued looking onto the closet. As I saw the door, it was breathing and jostling, as if someone was trying to get out. Then it stopped suddenly. We were scared witless. We gathered up enough courage to both walk over, and we pulled open the door with ease. The closet was freezing. We looked around and saw no one or anything. The apartment we lived in was brand new. No one lived next door. Our neighbor downstairs was gone for the weekend. We asked the people behind us the next day why they were banging on the walls, and they said that they hadn't, and that they didn't hear anything the night before. We immediately started ripping all the decorations down. I'm still very much fascinated with the paranormal, but I will not invite it in. I have another story I will share with you later, but as for now, I hope you enjoyed what I gave you. My parents own a lake house in northern Indiana, and we used to have a neighbor named Mr. Campbell. Sadly, Mr. Campbell was quite old and depressed, and one day he left a note and enough food and water to last his dogs at least a week. He said his body could be found in the lake. I couldn't remember if it was ever found though. This story has many parts, all leading to the same conclusion. Mr. Campbell's ghost haunts this property, but he seems to be quite calm and docile. The first instance, a rich man, Richard, bought his property, tore the home down, and built a $2.5 million house. Richard was extremely nice and was always coming over for dinner. One day, he told us that he thought his house was haunted. He had an entertainment system installed that requires him to climb a ladder to fully turn it on or off. For that reason, he always left it on and left the ladder in the garage. One day he had guests over and was going to put on the Indy 500, but the system was powered down. He said he watched TV the night before and no one had been in the house. At first he just assumed it was a power outage or something. He got the ladder and turned on the system. However, all of the settings were messed up. The volume was turned down very low, and the radio was on and set to a 50s station. The TV was off because of the radio. When he turned on the TV, it was tuned static rather than the Discovery Channel Richard had been watching the night before. He said he played it off as an accident to his guests, that it kind of spooked him. Later, after this happened, again Richard assumed Mr. Campbell wanted to listen to music, but didn't want to disturb anyone, because no one had heard the music. Richard also had a roommate named James. The thought is that they were lovers, but no one really asked. Richard would travel to Chicago a lot, and James would be home alone. One night, my sister and I were watching TV in our room and saw lights shining outside and heard men talking. We looked out our window and saw about 3 police cars and about 6 policemen walking all over the house, looking at windows and knocking on the door. We went outside with our dad to see what was going on, and the police asked if we had heard or seen anything suspicious. We said no. Why? They told us someone had called 911 from the house, but only breathed into the phone for a couple minutes and then hung up. We told the police that Richard was gone, and usually when he was gone, James would visit his mother down the street. My dad called James' cell, and he was at his mom's for a dinner and a movie. He said he was planning on leaving soon anyways, and came to talk to the police. James let him in, and they searched the whole house, but no one was there. However, in the kitchen, A burner was left on high. James said he made pasta to bring to his mom's and must have forgotten to turn off the burner. After the police left, James said he sometimes got a strange feeling in the house, like he wasn't alone when he knew he was, but that he never got scared. It was more like being watched over than stalked. My sister and her friend were sitting on our screened-in porch one Friday night after we got to the lake house late. They saw a man walk from the pier to Richard's house, and my sister called out, "Hi, Richard," or James, whoever it is. But the figure didn't stop or reply. He just walked up to the house and disappeared. The girl said a light never came on, and he never heard a door open. The next day, Richard was doing yard work, and my sister mentioned the night before and jokingly accused him of ignoring her. He told her he had not been home last night, and that he had just gotten back from Chicago early that morning. He also said that James was in North Carolina for the week for his sister's wedding. My sister and her friends were confused because they had both seen the man, and they were worried they had seen a robber. Richard asked if the outdoor lights turned on, and they said no. Why? He said he has motion detector lights, so if there was a person by the house, the floodlight should have come on, and his alarm didn't register entry last night. The next incident, Richard had to move to Chicago. It had gotten to be too much for him to constantly be driving back and forth, so he bought a flat in Chicago and put the house up for sale. James left too. The new owners are really quite annoying and full of themselves, so no one ever told him about the possible haunting or the house's past. One day Janet came over and asked us if the house had a story. I asked why. She said she had been in the shower when she saw an old man staring at her. She screamed and he just disappeared. We told her about Mr. Campbell and everything, and she sort of freaked out. They tried to sell the house, but couldn't. She still says the old man watches her every now and then. The housekeeper says she has never seen the old man while she was showering, but that she thought she saw him one day while she was cleaning. He was in the entertainment room, listening to music. She also said that the 5 dogs will stare at all the same spot for several minutes on end, tails wagging, as if they were being talked to. We still talk to Richard, and he has told us many stories about the house, rearranged pantries, the entertainment system being changed multiple times, and other various things. We think Mr. Campbell haunts the home because he can't move on. My mom says my experience must have been Mr. Campbell trying to get away from Janet for a while. That incident was before the shower, but Janet was already in the home with her husband. We still hear the beeping every once in a while, and we all just say, "Hi, Mr. Campbell, you can visit as long as you like." The dog stopped staring and following him after about the 10th time. They'll look up just after the beeping and just before we hear him leave. I'm a bit of a baby, so I still get creeped out when I'm alone at night, even though I know he has never done any harm. My parents are the last people I think would believe it, but with so many incidents, we think he is there living out his days watching others. Maybe he regretted saying goodbye prematurely, and because of this is what keeps him from going to the other side. I was visiting my mother and some friends in Florida, and stayed with my mother while vacationing, to cut costs of course. She works nights at the local hospital, so I'm there alone from 7 p.m. until 7 a.m. when she works. It was a Friday evening, and my mom had just left for work. I was hungry, so I went out to grab a bite to eat. I got back to the house around 8 and called my friend, who was supposed to come over to keep me company, but he was running a little late. So I decided to keep myself entertained as I waited. I was in my room listening to music and stuffing my face when I heard what sounded like church bells. Now, these bells would have had to be kinda loud because I listened to my music on blast. I turned down my radio to hear the sound more clearly, all the while thinking to myself, there are no churches in the area that I know of, which made this all the more strange. As I listened, I heard the sound fade off into the distance, as if traveling away. I sat for a couple of minutes and turned my music back up and continued eating. About 15 minutes later, I heard something like someone trying to get in through the back door. My mom's house is a little older. I'd say about 40 to 50 years old. For someone to pry open the back door would not be a difficult task. So naturally, I ran to the back door to see what was going on. Once there, I saw that no one was there, but the glass in the door near the knob was fogged up like cold water would do in a glass cup. Thinking that was a little strange, I grabbed the handle to open the door, and I let the scream bloody murder. The handle on the door was sub-zero cold, and it really caught me by surprise, just from how incredibly cold it was. I stepped out into the porch, turned on the light, looked around a bit for anything suspicious, and when I saw nothing, I reluctantly went back inside. Concerned, I kept my music to a minimum, just in case anything else happened, as assuredly it did. About an hour later, I got a call from my friend. Now this is strange. He lives about 5 minutes from my house driving, and about 20 minutes walking. Apparently, he came over to the house and rang the doorbell, heard my music playing, and figured that when I didn't answer, I was in the bathroom or something. He called my phone, but it kept getting cut off after the first ring, so he decided to go back home and come back, since it's not far at all. He claims that as he was backing out of my driveway, he saw the front door open. He rolled down the window to see if it was me. He said as soon as he got the window all the way down, the front door violently slammed shut, so hard that my friend thought for sure that the front window should have shattered. I heard none of this. Around the time that he came over was coincidentally the same time I heard the strange bells. So, I was a little spooked and told him to come over. So he said give him about 15 minutes and he would be over. Well, a lot can happen in 15 minutes. I got off the phone with him and went to the bathroom to freshen up a bit. I washed my hands and face and dried them. I was heading back to my room when I heard a faint sound in the living room. I was a little apprehensive to see what was making the sound, and started thinking that perhaps I wasn't alone in my mother's house. From my bathroom to the living room, there is a long hallway. As I walked the hallway, I sensed a presence, and it felt like a large presence, however that feels. Upon entering the living room, I looked up and saw what looked like a clergyman. I could see him clear as anything. My reaction wasn't what one would expect. Looking back on the incident, it seems unusual to me as well. I began to cry, almost uncontrollably, and I still have no reason as to why. That's when I heard a knock at my door. My friend had arrived, and as I stood there, I saw the apparition seem to fade to nothing as he continued to knock and rang the doorbell. I opened the door to my friend, who seemed a little shaken himself. He asked me why I'd been crying, and unsure on what to tell him, I simply said that I saw something sad on TV. He asked if anyone else was in the house because he saw someone leave out the back door. I told him it was my neighbor. I've had many things happen to me. Dreams and visions have been a part of my life for as far back as I can remember, but none of them compare to this incident. Weird, huh? I was only about 3 years old when I first started seeing things in my old house. It started with the noises in the attic. I would hear a rocking chair rocking in the attic directly above my bed. However, that portion of the attic had nothing in it at all. The floor wouldn't even have supported the weight. My old house was a 1950s home. The basement still had an old coal room. However, the coal chute was sealed shut to prevent breaking in. The coal room was directly below my bedroom and was the only part of the house no one ever went into. I can only ever recall even seeing the door open once. It was an empty, depressing kind of room. In addition to the noises above, I would sometimes hear footsteps in that old room below me, or footsteps on the basement stairs. The first time I ever saw anything was, as I said, when I was around 3 years old. I woke up from my sleep in the middle of the night to see a young girl standing by my bed. She had brown hair and green eyes and wore a 19th century style green nightgown. She looked to be about 8 years old. She frightened me at first, but I didn't get malicious feelings from her, and gradually I accepted her. She appeared to me often throughout my childhood, and even now I see her occasionally. The other ghost I saw was much scarier. I wasn't the first one to see him. My younger brother was. He was a tall man who held a knife in one hand and wore black. My brother began seeing him when he was about 5 years old. The man would appear in his closet, began to walk towards him, and then my brother in his fear would scream, and the man would disappear when my parents came running. I've never told anyone about my experiences with ghosts, for I was afraid I would be called crazy. But my brother told us all about what he saw. He saw the man a total of 4 times, once in each of our bedrooms, and twice in mine. I saw the man twice, but I didn't begin seeing him until I was much older, around 9 years old. I always got a fairly bad feeling from the man, and Victoria, the name I gave the little girl, would always disappear before he appeared. I got the sense that she was scared of him for some reason. In addition to this, when my great-grandma passed away, I inherited her jewelry box. The first night I had it, I'd left it sitting open on my bedroom floor. When I went to bed, I was around 6 years old. I was lying awake in bed when suddenly the movie in my VCR fell out of the VCR and onto the floor. A few minutes later, my TV turned on. There was no one else in the room at the time. As I got up to turn it off, it turned itself off. A few nights later, I'd once again been playing with the jewelry in the jewelry box. I awoke to find my basketball bouncing itself repeatedly against my dresser, sideways. There was no one else in my room at the time, and it kept it up for over a minute. After that, I became frightened and stowed the box away in the back of my closet. To this day, I will not open it, even though I'm now 16. The scariest thing of all happened when I was 11. I awoke in the middle of the night, unable to move the lower half of my legs. Terrified, I sat up to see a strange black shadow sitting on my feet. It was blurry. That may have been partly because my glasses were sitting on my bedside table. At first I thought it was my black cat, but quickly realized that it was much too big. It was transparent. It was about half the size of a small child. But the thing itself isn't what scared me. It's the feeling that I got from it. I felt terrified, like I've never felt before in my life, as if the strange shadow was pure evil. I struggled to move my legs, and then ran into my parents' room and woke them up. It's the only time I've ever told them of my paranormal happenings. My dad came into my room and turned my light on, but of course, the thing was gone. He insisted I was dreaming and tried to get me to go back to sleep, but I slept on their floor for a week straight after that. I've since moved into a new house. My grandma died here, and we moved in afterwards. Because she left it and everything else of hers to us, I don't have as many experiences here. But there is one that really stands out in my mind. I awoke in the middle of the night, and I could feel someone laying against my back, their knees curled under mine, and their arm around me. I freaked out and literally jumped onto my floorboard and flicked my light on, but nothing was there. My mom was woke up from the commotion, and I told her about it. She told me it was my grandma who was keeping me safe as I slept. And then a few days later, we drove to the cemetery where my grandma is buried. We took my grandma's dog with us. Once we got to my grandma's grave, the dog went crazy. She began to bark and whine and paw at the windows frantically. We thought it must have been a squirrel or something, but there were no animals in sight, not even a bird. My mom thinks that the dog saw something we couldn't, and I have to say I agree. I've had many experiences, and these are just the ones I was reminded of by reading other stories on your website. I wrote a lot. I tried to narrow it down a bit. I've tried seances and things with my very good friend who has similar experiences to mine, and we've been successful at this. It really shocks me sometimes, because we'll both get an image in our head or see something, and we can finish each other's sentences. That's how precisely we see things. I definitely believe in the paranormal, and I hope to show other people the truth. I lived in this area for over 30 years. Robinson Woods is the home of the Chief Chichi Pinque, as it is spelled on the sign, in the site of his burial marker. He was the last chief of the Potawatomi Indians, and he was related to the Robinson family. He died in 1953. There have been numerous ghost hunting expeditions conducted here, with reports of drums and shadowy forms of an Indian in pictures in the woods surrounding the memorial marker. These woods are connected to Catherine Woods, west of East River Road, south of the Kennedy Expressway. There's a trail that leads from behind the Chief's memorial marker, going to a small branch of the Des Plaines River. It is along this river that John Wayne Gacy buried several of his victims. Additionally, there have been numerous bodies found here over the years. In the late 1950s, 2 brothers went missing and were killed, and their bodies were discovered here. The area of these woods, more towards the Catherine Woods side, just south of the expressway, is where the American Airlines flight went down, killing all on board. On the east side of the East River Road, there used to be a horseback riding stable called Happy Days Stables, which was the site of many illicit doings. John Wayne Gacy was known to be friends with one of the stable hands that worked there in the 50s and 60s, and he was a frequent visitor there. This stable hand is the one who was responsible for killing the 2 brothers in the late 1950s, and it's local legend that Gacy participated in the murders. Of course, Both Gacy and the other man died without ever revealing the truth of this. These woods have been the site of more phenomenon than can be counted. Generations of kids have gone there to dare each other to face their fears. I personally experienced the drums in the woods, the face of an Indian behind the marker, felt overwhelming fear, anger and sadness, and evil along the river behind the trail, and horrifying fear around the airplane crash site. That's my story, and many others, and the rumors surrounding this area. When I was around 7 or 8 years old, I lived in Norwalk, California, with my mom and my soon-to-be stepfather in a 2-bedroom apartment. There are 2 things I remember most about living in that apartment. One was the beautiful Princess Canopy bed I slept in, and the other was the floating woman's head I would see coming into my bedroom from the hallway. I have and will never forget that image. It looked like an older woman with long, coarse gray messed up hair with some kind of hat. The first thing I think of when I remember her face was she looked like a witch. Pointy nose, moles on her face. From the moment I started seeing her float in, she just stared directly at me, went around the poles of my bed, and coming right at me. I would always put the covers over my head knowing she was right on top of me, and shut my eyes hard, and pull my fingers in my ears until I felt ready to look again. I've always believed and been interested in paranormal and ghost stories. After my grandmother died, I felt her hand on my shoulder in my then boyfriend's house. I turned around. Nobody was there, but for some reason, I knew it was her, and I didn't feel scared. I felt she was letting me know she's okay and with me. Lately, my sister and I have been looking at paranormal sites and researching videos and pictures of ghosts, paranormal stories. Your site is my favorite right now. A few years back, I was at the White Horse Bar in Maloa and was doing a gig. When I was done, I left the back room and walked through the kitchen area, passed by a guy in a white outfit who was preparing food, or so I thought. I put my stuff out of my vehicle, came back in, and was going to get a bite to eat. I asked for a menu, and a barmaid gave me one. I ordered food, and the barmaid headed back to make me my food. After a while, she came back with my food. Her and I talked, and we started dating shortly after that. Well, a week or so later, I met the whole crew, 3 girls, and the owner. I asked where the chef was, and the owner told me they're right here. I laughed and said, "What about the guy?" They all gave me a funny look and said there is no guy. I had explained the guy I'd seen a week back that appeared to be a cook dressed in white clothing that's similar to a chef and was facing the kitchen stove that I walked by. They all gave me a weird look, and from there, the owner talked about seeing shadows going across the back room area late at night, and no one was there. He told me the owner prior said a ghostly head was said to appear down from above the bar one time in the past. There was a time that I had to change the light bulb, and it had to be replaced. The old one was loose and burned out. I tightened the new one in place and tightened down the fixture, and we were sitting down my girl at the time, and the owner and another of the bar ladies and I joked, the ghost will probably be here to flicker the lights, and the light will burn out. The crazy thing is, a couple seconds after that, the light flickered and went out. The owner got another light bulb, and I took the fixture enclosure off to find the bulb loose, but still good. One of the barmaids researched the property and told us the place a long time ago, back in the past, was a feed store, and that a guy in his teens got crushed to death from fallen feed sacks. I was born in Singapore in 1951 to British and Australian parents. We lived in various cities in Malaysia during the 1950s, 60s, and 70s. In 1957, we arrived in Kuala Lumpur, where we stayed until mid-1975. We moved into a company-owned house at Freeman Road, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The history of the house is as follows. It and the house next door, number 17, were built just before World War II by the late Dato Gunlay Take, a then well-known architect, who became an early Malaysian High Commissioner to either Australia or Canada. He built them for his daughters. During World War II, the two houses, along with a large semi-detached house immediately behind, on what was then known as Gulfview Road, were taken over by the Japanese Army's secret police and known as the Kentapai, equivalent of the Nazi Gestapo. The two houses behind were used as compilation offices, and the three in jail in Freeman became senior military officers' brothels. The women in the brothels were both Asian and European, the latter being drawn from a pool of captured civilians and military nurses. Comfort women was the term used by the Japanese. Male military POWs were used as gardeners and cooks, etc. These staff, if they fell from favor, were executed, and some were obviously buried in the ground surrounding the houses, as some years later, we did find scattered human remains when excavating the gardens for our new orchid beds. On the advice of our doctor, who identified them as human in origin, we quietly reburied the remains. He said that if word got out as to what we had found, we would never get any Malay or Chinese domestic staff to work for us. After the war, the houses were returned to their owners who, knowing what the Japanese had used them for, promptly put them up for sale. They were all bought by large companies at bargain prices, who used them to house senior expatriate staff. Gunlay Take was no different, and in 1947, sold his two houses to the company my father worked for. The two company houses were 3-bedroom houses of 2 stories, double brick construction. There was also a long narrow room, forming a roof over the carport at the front door. This room was to play a significant role in what we were to experience over the following 10 years. In our house, this room was turned into a large walk-in linen press and storage area. To enter it, one would take one step down. When we moved into the house in early 1957, the first thing my mother noticed was that this room was extremely cold, as if it was air-conditioned. In tropical Malaysia, a non-air-conditioned room this cold is not even practical. Our dogs would never go into this room, and when passing the entrance to that room, always hurried past with tails between their legs. Nobody would really stay in that room for very long. It had a very uncomfortable atmosphere. However, sometimes after running around and playing and getting very hot, I would go and sit on the step at the entrance to the room to cool off. I was 5 years old and knew nothing about ghosts at this time. The main bedroom, on the extreme right-hand side of the upstairs part of the house, as one faced out towards the main road, had its own full bathroom, and the other two, also upstairs, shared a bathroom via separate doors, leading from the bedrooms to the bathroom. These latter two were adjoining each other. One was on the extreme left-hand side of the house, and the other at the back, with windows looking out over the back lawn. This eventually became my room. All the doors were heavy solid, with solid brass latches. Windows were hinge teak framed and had a bamboo awning type blind that rolled down over the window to give shade from the sun. Downstairs was a separate formal dining room, lounge room, kitchen, toilet, and downstairs storage room, as well as a storage area under the staircase. The lounge room opened up onto a rear veranda area. Remember, the temperature was over 85 degrees Fahrenheit plus all year round. As per usual, European expatriate practices of the times in India, Malaysia, Indonesia, Hong Kong expats had domestic servants to look after the household chores. All expat houses built prior to the early 1960s had separate servants' quarters on the property. This house had a 3-roomed building with shared kitchen and bathroom, and it had a car garage building sited at the rear of the property, about 20 meters from the main house. About 3 months after we moved in, funny things started to happen. The first incident was the appearance of a white cat. Interestingly enough, it always followed the last person who went into my parents' bedroom at night, the bedroom at the right-hand side of the house. This cat made no sound, but appeared from nowhere and scuttled into the room as the door was opened. This bedroom was air-conditioned. A thorough search of the room failed to find the cat, but next night, there it was, entering again. At the time, we had no cats. This cat was seen every night until my parents moved to the middle bedroom, which was nearer to the room that my younger sister and I shared. Their old bedroom was then turned into a guest room. Over the years, visiting guests who stayed overnight with us also saw this cat. One evening, about dusk, my mother, looking through the lounge window, witnessed a woman with long red hair, wearing a sort of white nightgown, standing near the front gate. She thought that this was unusual and walked out the front door to go talk to the woman. As she walked across the lawn, the woman walked away and went behind the hedge, which formed our front fence. When my mother got to the gate, she looked in the direction that the woman had walked and saw nothing. 3 nights later, my father saw the same woman walk into the entrance of the servants' quarters. He followed her, but found no sign of her when he entered the building. She was never actually seen in our house, only on the front and back lawn and in the servants' quarters, but she was regularly seen in the house next door, number 13, and also in one of the houses behind. The occupants of both these latter houses often saw her sitting on the edge of the bed brushing her hair, but there was never a reflection in the mirror. When spoken to, she would turn her head, smile, and slowly fade from view. We also saw an emaciated man in a military uniform. He was seen in our house, both upstairs and downstairs, as well as outside. One evening, my mother saw what appeared to be a body lying under a shroud in the front garden. About 8 years later, I also saw this figure, for lack of a better word, on the back lawn at first light one morning, and again at about 3 a.m. on another morning. From time to time, we would also see an old Chinese woman in the lounge room. She was wearing a white starched linen top with black pajama pants, cut in a traditional Chinese style. This used to be the standard Chinese domestic staff uniform in the immediate pre- and post-World War II era. We referred to them as black and whites. By the 1960s, the next generation of Chinese female domestic staff had abandoned this tradition for more colorful pajama suit type clothing. One would look up from reading a paper or a book and see this old woman standing in front of you smiling. She would then fade quickly from view. She was only seen in the lounge, in broad daylight, but never when there were a lot of people around. One evening when in my mid-teens, I arrived home from visiting a friend. As I walked down the drive, I noticed that the lounge room was lit up and a man with shiny, neatly combed black hair and wearing a khaki uniform was sitting in a chair with his back to the window and reading what appeared to be a newspaper. I got the impression that he was Asian and thought he was a friend of my father come to visit. Later, I recollected that the furniture in the room was different to what we had in there. When I entered, I found the whole house, including the lounge, to be in darkness, the rest of the family having gone out and the servants retired for the night. Thinking back, I think this man was probably a Japanese military officer. I only experienced this once, and my parents never did. Occasionally we would also hear a woman's voice calling out in terror. We couldn't figure out what she was saying, because she was saying it in Japanese. It was then that my parents realized that what we had seen and experienced were most likely the spirits of those who suffered there. After finding this out, we began to suspect that the cold room I described earlier in this narrative may have been used as a place for the ill treatment and execution of prisoners. My father learned that after the war, health authorities advised that the original septic tank was too close to the house and a new one had to be installed. While digging the new pit, workers had dug up human remains. We left the house in 1967 to move to a new house nearby. The next occupant, also working for the same company, also experienced funny things, but didn't actually see anything strange. This family's dog on several occasions also dug up human bones from the gardens. In the interest of preserving the local peace, they also quietly reburied the remains and said nothing. I didn't find out about what they experienced until many years after they had left Malaysia and returned to England. The company sold the houses in the mid-1970s after my family had left Malaysia. The houses at 15 and 17 were torn down, and a large mansion was built across the boundaries of both properties. However, this was demolished after a few years, and since then, the 2 blocks have remained vacant. In 2008, they are still vacant. This is a prime land in an inner suburban area, but the land is still vacant. The house at number 13 is still standing, but is abandoned and half the roof is collapsed. We wonder just what was found when the site was excavated for the new building. Also, the reason why the new mansion was also demolished and the blocks left vacant. Maybe the souls of those poor victims still occupy the site and are not at rest and reappeared in the new building. I was shocked to see that in Lovejoy, Georgia, there were apparitions. I too had an experience, but didn't think much about it, especially after everybody looked at us. My mother-in-law also saw it, as if we were crazy. We used to live in a new apartment complex. One day, I was sitting on the counter eating lunch, and my mother-in-law was in the living room. As she came towards me to get to the kitchen, we both saw a man going towards the room at the end of the hall. Our first instinct was that one had broken into the apartment. We did get a chill, but at the same time, we didn't seem it was a big deal. We just figured it was the fact that we had gotten scared. I grabbed the phone, and we walked towards the hallway. When we looked, we saw nobody. We thought they had gone into the bathroom or the laundry room. When we saw nobody, we looked in the closet of the room, but again, didn't see anybody. After we came to our senses, we realized that nobody could have entered because we would have heard the door and the alarm would have went off anyway. 2 guys that slept in that room told us afterwards that they would have trouble sleeping for a long time. On occasion, they would hear the water running, but they thought it was the other one. After sharing these experiences, we have come to the conclusion that this was in fact paranormal. We called the leasing office and asked them if anything had happened in that apartment, or if they knew of anything of this nature in that area. They obviously thought we were crazy and replied that they didn't know anything. Now that I've found this, I feel relieved that now, thanks to this, my family believes us. I'm of course referring to your site. Thank you for letting me share my story. There's a lot of things in my life I've seen over the years, but nothing has disturbed me quite like this. It was the weekend of break for myself and my mom, and we decided to go up to Oklahoma City to see my cousins. Everything was great. I got to see some relatives, and nothing seemed quite out of the normal. That is as far as normal went that night. While taking the 4-hour drive back, I noticed that the moon was very huge and blood red. Of course, I didn't know about the eclipse that day, so it was cool to watch as we drove to Ferris, which is a tiny town between Lane and Antlers. I remember that my mother pulled into the Veterans Bridge in Aloka when a couple miles down the road, I happened to look up, and an elderly couple was standing on the side of the road, staring across as if watching something. It reminded me of the Grant Wood painting of the farmer. I remember looking at a clock a moment before and saw it was midnight. The moon was still out and still red. What makes it even worse for myself is that my mother also caught a glimpse of them. I turned around shocked, and I felt like if I turned around, they would be flying behind us screaming. I've passed by several times since then, and every time I get a shiver up my spine, remembering what happened that night. I still get teased a bit about it, even to this day, even though my mom was pretty spooked out herself. My dog and I have been traveling the mountains of upstate New York and Pennsylvania for 17 years. So when he left me last February 2007, I brought him to his favorite spot. There was still snow on the ground, and tracking through the woods at this time was very difficult. I tried to break ground with the pick that I carried, but the ground would not permit me. I found a nice spot and laid him under some brush beneath some trees. I told Dylan I would be back. 3 weeks passed before I was able to get back to him. When I was driving up the dirt road, all I could think about was how I was going to find him. Being where I'd laid him down, I thought I'd find him in pieces. Was getting sick to my stomach. He was my boy, and this had to be done. When I reached him, it was just like I had laid him down. Thought this was weird. He wasn't even stiff. It was like he was waiting for me to come back. It was nice being with him, even though he had passed. The rest of the afternoon off and on, I dug his grave, going very deep so the wild animals couldn't dig him up. I took off my coat and wrapped it around him and laid him in the grave. Dusk was setting in, and all of a sudden, I heard children moving all around me, laughing and giggling. I knew this wasn't natural for children to be where we were, for the closest house was at least 10 miles away. I still dismissed this in my mind, as the circle we were using around me kept getting smaller. I would stop every now and then and listen, but I would hear no breaking branches, which should have been happening. Thank God I already had a cross I made, for night was now upon me. When I was tracking up the mountain towards my car, these spirits were in a horseshoe behind me. Every now and then, I would turn around to keep them behind me. This still didn't stop the giggling. Never heard this type of laughter before. When I made the clearing where my car was, the noise finally stopped. I popped the trunk open to put the pick and the shovel in. Then, I leaned over the hood of my car. There stood 5 solid white entities at the edge of the woods. They were not children. For the past 11 months, I've been visiting his graves to make sure his resting place is kept up and comfortable. Once, I saw a dark figure that drifted across the opening. Another time, this figure was floating 7 yards from me. I even heard bullfrogs croaking. I'm an educated man. I'm not crazy. Can't talk to anyone about this without people thinking I'm weird or mentally disturbed. Either way, this was a tale that I thought you'd enjoy. It's 100% real. I swear my life on it. I know I may only have my word, but it's the best I can do. I've worked at St. Francis Hospital in Peoria, Illinois for over 20 years. I've seen some of the nun ghosts on the 7th floor, where the laboratory was when I worked there. The morgue was also on that floor. I was working third shift one night. At times, we took the back elevator, the service elevator, to the floors to draw labs when needed. As I was walking down the hall to the elevator, I saw a nun getting onto the elevator. I yelled out to her, "Please hold the elevator, sister." The door started closing. Thinking she did not hear me, I hit the down button as it closed. The door opened, but there was no one on the elevator. There was nowhere else she could have gone, for it was a dead-end hallway. To take the stairs, she would have had to walk past me. This was a strange night, and it took place many years ago. Another moment, it was fairly late, and I was again on my way to the elevator. This time, I made it inside alone, and as the elevator was closing, I saw a man in a white lab coat standing all the way at the end of the hallway. At the time, the hallway was pretty dark, but there was just enough light that you could see down it. I knew for a fact that there was absolutely no one else on the floor at the time. The image of the man in the lab coat, and also the nun, will always be engraved in my mind. This hospital has always had a reputation for having had ghostly visitations from previous employees who used to work there. Some of my coworkers have experienced this as well. When I was describing what I had seen to a current coworker, she was a bit startled from the revelation. That's because one night, she had taken the elevator to the morgue, and when she got down to it, she could have sworn that she saw a figure or dark shadow in a praying position, kneeled over. She said the figure was an outline of a person. No distinct features, almost cloud-like, but could definitely tell it was made to be some sort of person. My theory is that the nun appeared once again to help with the newly deceased transition to the other side. I'd also like to think that the man in the lab coat was a former employee of this hospital. Either way, there's quite a bit of haunted history here, and I'm not sure how to deal with it at times. Since I'm fairly used to creepy happenings, it no longer frightens me like it used to, but there's always a bit of excitement in telling these tales to those who haven't heard them before. I believe there is a portal to the other side that humans have access to, and eventually we'll transport ourselves to this world. As for now, we're just getting a glimpse of the afterlife. This is an authentic story, and it happened to me. I've already posted this on allaboutghosts.com, but I've not heard anything about this place other than my story. Maybe someone out there has had a similar experience, or even paranormal things happen at this place. What made me want to add my story here is when I read the story about Tacoma, Point Defiance Park, 5 Mile Drive. This story grabbed me and was almost disturbing to me because it is so closely related to mine about a little girl. However, this was no ordinary looking girl. She was looking real, of course, except she had no eyes and was smiling, and then all of a sudden she disappeared. I was searching here to see if there was anything from my spot at Eagle Falls. When I went to this favorite swimming hole of mine on Socoa River. This is a very beautiful swimming hole, almost lagoon-like, where the river flows, which falls into a pool of deep, colorful water, and under the water, on the side of the walls, there are huge, giant flat rocks that drop off down where you cannot see the bottom. The rocks above have been carved into the star-like settings that have become flat, and then go down into where the river wall is. Across the river, which is only about 50 feet or so, there are rocks where people can climb to. There is a rope swing tied to a tree on the side also. It's a popular spot for people to swim in the summer. I really like this place for swimming and floating on my raft with flippers, so I can move faster to swim up the currents of the falls better and ride the river down. This brings me to my story. I was headed towards the place where I was going to do just that, and noticed there were two people to the right of me, a man and a woman, one sitting next to the rope swing, and the other climbing up the rocks. And to the left of me, there was this little girl, about 6 or 7 years old, and standing about 3 feet away from me, on the edge of the rock by the water with her head turned slightly, and just smiling at me. I am swimming still almost to passing her, and notice she's still smiling, so I smiled. I waved to her and said hi. She still smiles at me, but says nothing back. I looked at her again, this time into her eyes. We locked eyes for a second, and that is when I noticed her eyes were very dark, to the point where I couldn't see her eye color. They only looked like black holes, almost hollow-like. Everything about this girl seemed normal, except for her eyes. She had a cute little swimsuit that was lime green, with little white flowers on it, and a little ruffle around the waist. She was tan, and had golden blonde shiny hair that came down past her shoulders, and also had bare feet. She was alone. There was nobody above her, or next to her. I was thinking that maybe she was standing there watching her mother swing from the rope swing, or something, but as I swam a little bit past her, I suddenly turned to look back, because I feared her being too close to the edge, and wanted to let her to know to step back. But as I turned to do this, she was gone. Now, I was wondering how she could climb the rocks that quickly, and how she could be completely out of sight when I only turned for a second, then looked back. Surely I would have noticed her walking away, at least if she did climb the rocks, or even if she had fallen in, I would have heard the sound of water splashing. I was only a few feet away from where she was standing, and I quickly went to the area where I saw her, and nothing. I looked above and further back where some people were sitting by some trees, and looked down along the banks where other people were sitting, and with kids, and no one looked like her, or had blonde golden hair, or the same bathing suit on. At this point of feeling very confused, I felt a cold chill come over me, and my hairs and my arms were standing up. I felt a sadness and chilling feeling, and had a vision of the same girl falling into the water and drowning. I even felt some pain and a little bit of anger type emotions, right there where she stood, while I was still trying to see if I could find her. I thought, where are her parents? Why is she all alone? So I swam back up to my spot by the river and told a friend I was with what happened, and I pointed to the rock she was on. He said it sounded and even looked like I saw a ghost from the way I was acting. I asked him if he would go back with me to look for her, and he said no way. That is way too creepy. I don't want to go over there with you. I'm thinking about how this situation is so crazy, and the fact that it's daylight even. I'm going back to see if I can see her, I said. Determined to find her, I swam back to the spot where it happened and looked all over the area where people were sitting, and still, no little girl in a green bathing suit. I started looking in the water to see if I could see anything from down there. Nothing. And the girl across the river that I thought was her mother was not. She was with the guy on the rock still. Then again, I get the chill, and I'm feeling sad, and start becoming afraid of the spot, and even swam away from it again, thinking this doesn't make any sense, then wondering if I'm the only one who saw her. Did the people across the river even see her? This is a wide visible area where you can see everyone around you. Am I losing it? Then I remember those eyes she had were actually hollow. The smile she made, and just kept smiling at me. How she didn't even move from the time I swam towards her, stopped, made eye contact, and said hi, then kept swimming, only a few feet further, then turned around to say she was close to the edge, or, "Where is your mother? Somebody should be with you." I truly believe what I saw was an entity of some sort, and perhaps this little girl might have fell into the river and drowned, right where she was standing. I've heard some stories from here of people dying at the spot by swinging from the rope swings and jumping from the high cliffs, which happened right across from where she was. I also believe I wouldn't be so disturbed by this if it all seemed normal, but it didn't, and for some reason, she didn't seem to fit in. I wrote to ease my mind, and maybe to just get it out somehow. If anything at all, I will probably never know why she picked me to see her, but I will never forget what she looked like, or how she stared at me and smiled for so long. Maybe she was looking out for some people swimming in the river. Who knows? Well, this is the end of my story. Up until I was around 10, my mom, sister, and dad and I lived in a house called Fielder's Green, which was in Lanark, Cornwall. The house must have been around 50 years old, and was originally 2 cottages joined together, meaning it was fairly big. To begin, the only things that would happen would be the odd cold spot, and often I felt like I was being watched. Another time, my mom went to use the downstairs bathroom, leaving my dad in the kitchen, when she heard a man cough loudly outside the door. Thinking it was my dad using the study, she shouted something, only to hear no reply. She left the bathroom. There was no one outside, or even in the study. When she went back to the kitchen, my dad was at the same place. She asked him if he had followed her to the bathroom, which incidentally wasn't near the kitchen, and he said he hadn't moved. There was no one else at the house at the time, apart from me and my sister, and we were in bed. Another thing that happened was when my mom, my dad, and my dad's friend were sat in the kitchen late one night, when they suddenly heard an almighty crash from my bedroom upstairs. My mom said it sounded like a full-grown adult being thrown to the floor. Thinking maybe my wardrobe had toppled over, or I'd fallen out of bed, they ran upstairs and found me fast asleep, with nothing out of place. Later on, they even got someone to check the chimney in my room to see if a stone had fallen down it, but they found nothing. To this day, we don't know what the crash was, or indeed, who made it. The most unexplained incident, however, was the sound of a singing lady. My mom and dad were asleep in bed, and they were woken by a tuneless humming outside their bedroom door. There was no way it would have been me or my sister, as we were only young, and it was quite clearly the sound of a woman. The sound came along the corridor from my room and gradually disappeared downstairs. Another time, my mom, sister, and I were inside my mom and dad's bedroom, helping my mom fold up some laundry. My dad was outside mowing the lawn, and we could see him from the room. After we had finished, we went to open the bedroom door, which was shut. We couldn't get out. The door had no lock on it and wasn't jammed. There was no draft in the room, as it was an airless summer's day. It felt like someone was standing outside, holding onto the handle to prevent us from leaving. My mom, who was obviously stronger than me and my sister, tried the door too, but there was no lock. In the end, we had to shout outside to my dad to come and let us out. He opened the door easily, and there was no sign of it ever being stuck. We left that house when my parents separated, and I found out from someone that knew the current inhabitants that they too were experiencing strange things, such as their child's toys being turned and turned off during that night. My friends and I went to Cypress Valley Cemetery in Villanova, Arkansas. We come to your site and have tried out some of the places and have gotten good responses. We parked our car out front and went into the gates around 3 in the morning. There were 4 of us. There were 2 guys, and then my best friends and I, who are girls. The guys went in first, and we followed them soon after. Immediately entering, we all had a very strange feeling come over us. My best friend and I decided to go back to the car and let the guys walk around and explore some more. We were alone in the car for nearly 20 minutes with the windows rolled down because we were smoking when we started hearing screams from the distance. They sounded like they were coming from a woman. We saw no one else there. Then a few minutes later, my best friend saw the outline of 2 men walking on one end of the cemetery. She assumed it was our guys, so she called their cells, which when they answered, the lights from the phone showed us that they were on the complete opposite end. There is no way that they could have made it over there that quick. When we finally decided to leave, they got in the car and we sat for a minute. We had the windows rolled down, but it was about 68 degrees outside, so it wasn't cold at all. We all felt as if the air conditioning was blasting on us, but there was no source of air. It was very strange. Strange things kept happening to us later the next day. We go ghost hunting almost every weekend, and have been to many places, and this one was by far the scariest place. It just felt very uneasy, very dark. Just thought I'd let you know. Here's one of my stories of paranormal activity. From being very young, my brother and I had always experienced things we knew were not normal. But of course, our grandparents, whom we had lived with since we can remember, brushed it off as childish imagination. As we were growing up, we saw less and less unusual happenings. It all began when I was 15 years old. My brother at the time was 17, and our grandfather passed away. My entire family reported seeing him the night after he passed away. Now, my family has its skeptics and its believers, and every one of them reported seeing him laughing and looking much younger and healthier than they'd ever remembered. He smiled at them all and said goodbye. Now, My brother and I had not seen this apparition, so we brushed it off as their subconscious projecting an image they all wanted to see. Of course we were believers, but we thought if anyone would have seen him, it would have been us, for we had been there for him when nobody else had ever been. Well, our thoughts came to reality one night, around 5 months after his passing, and this supposed collective haunting. My brother and I were up in his room playing on the PC. My grandmother was out, and my little sister in bed. Now my grandfather, or Daddy, as was his nickname, always enjoyed his music and always had it on extremely loud. We were laughing at something on the internet when John Lennon, Imagine, began playing very loudly downstairs. Well, at first, we thought it was a cruel joke by our neighbors. This particular song had been his first choice for his cremation, and so I, being the braver of us, stormed downstairs to find it was indeed coming from the office room that was my grandfather's. I walked into his old room to find it was freezing, and there were no windows or doors open, and the CD player was not on, and the music was still going. Then, there was a knock on the back door. Usually our neighbors used our back door, and the music stopped. My brother was now downstairs with me, and we thought it must have been our neighbors there to complain, and the noise, so he unblocked and opened the door. Opposite the door was an outside toilet, and as my brother opened the door, he froze. His face paled, and I could tell there was something wrong. I looked outside to see nothing, but incredibly shaken by the music, I slammed and locked the door, turned every light on in the house, bar my sister's, as she was seemingly sound asleep, and sat downstairs, waiting for my grandmother. To this day, my brother will not tell me what he saw outside, but I doubt it was the friendly spirit of my grandfather coming to say goodbye. The reason I believe this is because the morning after, my little sister said, "Do you believe in ghosts?" I didn't react and merely asked why. She then replied that the night before Daddy had been in her room when she was crying about his passing, telling her to shush, that everything was okay and he was happy. Also, my neighbors, who were really quick to complain, never mentioned any loud music coming from our house. So I really want to know why only us heard this music, and more importantly, who had been outside when my brother had opened the door. There is a 2-story house right in the center of town that I lived in 1958 or 1959. It is known as the Old Van Delsum House. Both my cousin and I experienced odd things in that house. There were many times that we would hear footsteps, such as a man wearing boots walking from the upstairs front bedroom towards the back bedroom to the left of the stairs. My cousin also said that she saw an old apparition in the backyard. I went to see the psychic Carol Pete this week and showed her a picture of the house. She said she felt it was a soldier from the Civil War era. Also, she said that many horrible things happened on the property. No one ever died in the house, so it is connected with the land it sits on. We stayed there only about 2 or 3 months and moved to another location in the same town. I also found out that I am a psychic medium. Have had many unexplained things happen through the years. This soldier is not threatening. He does not know he is dead. Wish the house was mine so I could try to help him. All this has been burned in my memory for nearly 50 years. Hi, my name is David. I'm a French student, and I wanted to share some eerie things that happened to me and to some of my friends with you readers. My grandfather died last year. He was a total atheist and believed that supernatural was just some bullcrap, and that people who got interested in it were pitiful fools. What's more, he was a convinced internationalist communist and often led some speeches against God and the church. I was the contrary of my grandfather, a conservative Christian loving God and fatherland, so the situation often led to arguments between my grandfather and me, as we were obviously on a different wavelength, but it didn't matter. He was my grandfather. I was his grandson. He loved me, and I loved him as well, and we would often laugh together. Well, as a Christian believer, I believe and still believe in hell, and I feared that my grandfather would go there after his death because of his resolute anti-God feelings. So I said a lot of rosaries so that God would put him on the right way. One day, as I went back from the university, I got a phone call from my mother. She told me that my grandfather had been sent to the hospital in order to cure a little pain in the knee. But when the doctors started to inspect his general state of health, they found out that my grandfather had a generalized cancer, and that is why he felt so tired. I got so upset hearing that I rushed to the church and put a candle to the Holy Virgin so that she would get the forgiveness to my godless, communist grandfather. I went to visit my grandfather in the hospital, where he was sadly ending his life, and I could notice no changes in his mind and moral, and his Calvary in the hospital bed lasted for months. Here's the moment when my story becomes interesting. In my prayers, I would always ask the Holy Virgin to save him and let me know by a sign that she had taken him to the right place, near the God and far from hell. It was an ordinary night. I was reading in my bed with my bedlight and listening to the outside noises as usual, and I closed my eyes to sleep afterwards. Oh God, I can never forget what I lived this night. It was about 5 a.m. because it happened just a moment before I woke up. I had a very powerful dream, and it looked so real that it is still sculpted in my memory. I dreamt about a giant curtain of red velvet with a portrait of my grandfather hanging on it. I looked at this picture, and my eyes looked leftwards and saw that the curtains were open like on a theater. Behind these velvet curtains, I could see the sky filled with orange clouds, lit like on a wonderful sunset, or dawn, I don't know. And suddenly, I saw a boy kneeling in the darkness in front of the scene, and I recognized myself. I can't figure out why, but I know that the boy in this dream kneeling was me in person. A short moment after, a young woman went out from behind the curtain, from the lit side. She had a blue dress and a blue veil. Both were blue, one dark, the other clear. She looked like Raphael's Holy Virgin in the painting. I remember her peaceful face that made me feel peaceful and tranquil. The lady sat in front of the kneeling boy, me, and started talking to him. I would see the lady's lips moving, but no sounds coming from her mouth. But I distinctly remember her beautiful eyebrows. After talking, she showed me something behind her. It was a ladder, a beautiful multicolored ladder that went in the orange clouds. The ladder went through a hole in the clouds, and this hole had incredibly powerful light coming right from it, and it throwed rays of light. It was noisy like a storm, though not frightening at all, not at the contrary. My dream stopped with this vision of delight. I'd forgotten the dream on the following morning and went downstairs for the coffee. My mother was standing in the kitchen, and her eyes were painful. As I held my cup, she told me that my sister called from the hospital and that my grandfather passed away. I was waiting for this event with pain, but I got psychologically ready. Anyway, tears began to go out from my eyes, and I began to cry and go in the garden to think. And as I was walking through the trees in my garden, I suddenly remembered that strange dream of the night. And I was thinking that it was the sign I was waiting for, and that I beseeched the Blessed Virgin to send me. I was so grateful. I went to the church and told the Holy Virgin thank you. But I wasn't expecting such an intervention, but another prayer of mine had been made. However, if you're thinking that this story is going to be about light and positivity, you thought wrong. Because one day, a few days before the funeral, I was visited by a spirit with horns. That's right. I was lying in my bed asleep when the door slightly opened a little bit, and I was greeted by this creature, this horned figure. It was definitely a black mass, but it was just standing there as I was trying to regain consciousness in the middle of the night. It stared at me with its red glowing eyes. That's all I remember, the dark outline of this dark mass and the horns protruding out of its head. It was there for about 40 seconds, and I'll never forget the sight, and it just slowly disappeared. I have no idea what connection this is to my grandfather, or even if it means something, but it definitely rattled me to my core. I started to get a lot less sleep, and on days that I would get sleep, I would have these terrible nightmares of the same horned figure. In one of those dreams, the horned figure would be seen off into the distance, with again those glowing red eyes, and there would be candles scattered about, with the only source of light coming from the candles. They were all lined up row by row and in a line that eventually led to this horned figure. I remember waking up instantly after that dream and crying profusely. I yelled out to my grandfather. I said, "Please save me from these nightmares. I'm sick of these nightmares." Fast forward a few days after the funeral, and the most spectacular thing happened. Though it was a little unsettling, not even going to lie, and I feel like this was truly confirmation that God was answering my prayers. We have this massive full-body mirror that rests in the living room. This is where I saw my grandfather in the mirror, standing right behind me. It happened so fast, and it disappeared so quickly, that I had to regain my composure and not freak myself out too much, because I knew deep down inside that my grandfather was here to tell me it was okay, and that I shouldn't fear evil. Was it a possibility that I was so distraught over losing my grandfather that I thought I was losing my mind in the process, and I was just imagining everything that I was seeing? I don't know. I can see why people would think that after this story, but what I do know is that I contacted my grandfather and maybe some unruly spirits, maybe deep below the surface, that we can't always reach. And it's truly terrifying, but also comforting to know that my grandfather has my back, even in the afterlife. One early morning, I'd been sitting in my family room, reading the newspaper. It was a very quiet morning, and I was all alone. The sun was coming through a bedroom window off the family room and shining down the hallway. It was one of those extremely bright sunrises, the kind where you can see dust particles floating through the air. I glanced up as I was turning the newspaper page. I then saw in the sun rays the outline of what looked like a man. It had a light black to gray color. It had no details, just the outline of its body. It was about 3 feet off the floor, and had no legs from around the knees down. I could see the arms. It had no hands either. I just remember telling myself, wow, it's a ghost, and I took it all in. I told myself not to turn my head or blink. The ghost appeared to be looking into the bedroom. It turned its head slightly to the right. At that point, I had to blink. My eyes were drying out. When I did that, it was gone. I then got up and put my hands through the spot where it was. I guess I wanted to see if it would be cooler or something, but it was the same temp. I just stood there in amazement of how cool that was. I also needed to add, it was no one's shadow, and it's hard to describe, but it was not a shadow. I could see the dust particles going through the figure, and the figure was in the middle of the hallway. It was three-dimensional. It actually looked like a hologram. I really love those rare ghost encounters. My parents bought a house in Newburgh, North Carolina in 1970. It was a brand new home in a new neighborhood. I lived in this house with my parents and younger sister until I went to college in 1994. The house was a 3-bedroom, 2 full bath ranch with a carport. Before I was born, my father enclosed the carport and turned it into a large den. The original steps, carport door frame, and window frame remained and led up into our kitchen. It was an interesting layout because you could look through the open window frame from the kitchen and see into the sunken den, or vice versa. The bedrooms were on a long hallway at the back of the house. The hallway could be reached by 2 doorways, the kitchen and living room, actually one big circle. The first bedroom in the hall faced the street. The bathroom was next, another bedroom, and then my parents' bedroom at the end of the hall. The room next to my parents' room was mine. Until my little sister was born, I was 5 years old. I was moved down to the first bedroom. This room gave me the creeps. The closet door would slide open a bit on its own, which my parents said was probably a draft from the heat or air conditioning. However, after someone broke into my bedroom window while I slept and stole a few things from my room, I never stayed in there again, usually sneaking into my little sister's room and sleeping with her or sleeping on my parents' bedroom floor. I constantly slept with the bathroom light on and a bright night light or lamp. I would wake up in the middle of the night and hear odd noises that made me feel paralyzed and cold all over. One would think these irrational fears would subside with age, but they seemed to intensify over the years. One recurrent incident that still bugs me occurred in the kitchen, den area. Whenever I would be sitting on the couch watching TV, I would see the silhouette of a person walk by the window frame from the old carport. I would assume it was my mom or dad because the shape was tall. What would scare me to death was the fact that no one would appear at the door leading to the steps after I would see the shape walk by. Many times I would call out to my parents, thinking it was one of them, but no one would answer, and then I would walk up the steps and look into the kitchen. There was never anyone there. Most times, this would happen when I was home alone. On numerous occasions, my parents would come home to find me sitting on the front porch steps or sitting in my car with the doors locked. This went on for years, and I was very excited when I moved out to go to college. Years later, I went to visit my little sister and stayed with her in her college dorm room. We were telling ghost stories with some of her friends when I told her my accounts of the shadow. I was in mid-sentence when my sister finished my thought and described the incident in perfect detail. I'd never told my sister about this because she was much younger, and I didn't want to scare her. Needless to say, we were both shocked and had goosebumps. We compared stories, and it seems we had very similar experiences in that house. My parents eventually built a new house about 10 miles away and sold that house. I wonder to this day if the new owners have ever experienced any of the oddities that my sister and I did. I'm 28 years old now. The paranormal has always interested me, but only recently have I started to research it. I've come to believe now that some things I've experienced as a child were probably more than nightmares. I believe my encounters were that of the paranormal, edited with a touch of child's imagination. Contrary to what you might believe, I think my touch of a child's imagination is what scared me the most. I decided to share with you those experiences that could be considered nightmares for your entertainment, but also those that I truly believe are paranormal. At the age of 5 to 7, I can't recall for sure. One night, I was lying in my bed, asleep. I felt something moving at the bottom of my bed, and the next thing you know, I felt like I was being dragged out of my bed. My covers had tightly wrapped themselves around my legs, so tight that I couldn't move them. I yelled, "My bed is eating me! Help! Mommy, Daddy, help!" By the time it stopped and parents got into the room, half my body was hanging off the side of my bed, while the other half was hanging on for dear life. You know what my parents' response was? That's what happens when you don't fix your bed every day. Your bed eats you. No, really, I still never fixed my bed after that. I disproved that theory fast. It never happened again. I look back now and realize that whatever it was in that house had a weird and somewhat morbid sense of humor. Check it out. Several other times, I would wake up from a rather deep sleep, turn over, and open my eyes, as if something told me, "Wake up, Steph." Sure enough, I would open my eyes, and one of two things would be sleeping next to me. A. Bo Duke. He was like a hero to me at the time. Or B. An orange mummified witch with a cone-shaped hat and empty eye sockets. Now, you would think waking up next to Bo Duke saying "Hi, Steph" would be cool as all heck, but no. I would freak out, jump so high I would fall off my bed, and thump, and run to my mom's room screaming, "Bo Duke is in my bed, help." It was way more dramatic when I saw the witch. Now, here's what really makes me think it was actually a spirit playing games with me. As I got older, about 10 years old I would say, the occurrences were not so graphical. I would still hear a voice say, "Wake up, Steph." I would open my eyes and see a pitch black silhouette of a man standing in the far corner of my room, about 6 feet tall. I would blink my eyes a few times. He was still there. I would pull the cover over my head and then peep out. He was still there. Of course, I then freaked out and ran to Mommy's room screaming, "The boogeyman is here to get me. Help, Mommy, the boogeyman is here." This would happen several times a month, for a good year or so it seemed. The last occurrence was years later, when what believed to be the same silhouette mentioned above ran across my room. First, I saw a blur run down the hall to my left and stop at the middle of the wall near the footboard of my bed. It took a moment for it to take shape, but it was definitely the silhouette of a human. I started to dart, and the moment I moved, it darted towards the other wall and vanished. I freaked out and flew to my dad and told him that there was someone in my room. Years later, when I was old enough to understand, my dad told me of the ghost of an old lady that dwelled in the house. She was a nice, but sometimes grumpy old gal. However, that doesn't explain the man that was in my room. I still can't figure out if the Beau Duke, which thing was truly a nightmare, or a spirit messing with my head, using the touch of a child's imagination. I've been to Gibbs Bridge twice, and we have seen something every time. The first time the signs kept changing. There would be a lot of writing on the signs, or none, every time we came around. I looked back and thought that someone was messing around with us, and I saw a figure standing alongside of the road, ran by the guardrail, and disappeared. Then, I kept seeing something black out of the corner of my eye. My cousin was with me, and she started to scream, and me and her both heard moaning over her screaming. Then, it was me and my sister and her friend. The signs again kept changing, but only a few, not at all like last time. We took pictures and got orbs. Then, we saw a figure again by the sign and disappeared. We went all the way down the street and turned around and saw a big bright light. I told my sister it was probably a car, so flash your lights to let them know that you're coming. She did that, and the light was gone. It kind of looked like a motorcycle light with handlebars. I know the whole story about it. Then, we turned around again and saw it again. It was not the street light at all, because we turned around going back to the bridge about 10 to 15 times. It only showed up about 3 times. The weirdest part of that night was we left, and my sister's phone was in the center console. Nobody was touching it. Somebody that we know called us and wondered why we called. Nobody did it. It was in the center console the whole time. My sister looked down and saw her phone hanging up, and they said we left a message. It was all 3 of us talking, and it was muffled. Tell me what you think, and go out there sometime again. Thanks for reading my story. Back in the early 90s, a wealthy family who lived in Corona owned 2 homes. One large home they owned was on the south side of Corona, overlooking the 15 freeway. The other home, used later as an office, was the old in-town district on Corona's famous Grand Avenue. As the story goes, before the husband and wife met and got married, the husband lived in the large house on Grand Avenue. The house once been a funeral parlor, and almost nightly, the husband would hear talking and other noise coming from the room next to him. He would check the room, only to find it silent and nothing out of place. After he met his wife, they purchased the large house on the south side and turned the Grand Avenue mansion into an office. One of the children of the family went to my school, and he claimed that their family had experienced all kinds of strange phenomena in the old mansion. One instance, a soda can was completely knocked off of a nightstand right next to a bed that he was sleeping on, and constantly they would hear footsteps upstairs. And the mother once said she was in the bathroom and the door suddenly flew open. All of the windows were closed, eliminating any chance of a drift. Another night, the family drove past a mansion, as they often would, to make sure it was secure. Remember, nobody lived there at this time. It was only used as an office. As they drove past the house, they noticed every single light in the house was turned on. They went in, turned out the lights, and left. They checked with everyone who had a key to the house, and everyone assured them they had not turned on the lights. It is claimed that the atmospheric pressure in the backyard is different from the rest of the area. These stories were all interesting to me, but I still had some skepticism until one year, the family was going to go on vacation to visit relatives in Texas, and they asked my mother and me if we would watch the mansion for them while they were gone. Keep in mind, neither my mother nor I knew anything about the house, including the strange phenomena. So Monday morning, we got to the house and settled in. My mother, a school teacher at the time, was grading some homework assignments, and I, only about 5 at the time, was fast asleep on the couch. My mother got thirsty, so she stacked the homework assignments in a pile, went to the kitchen for some water, came back, only to find the papers strewn all over the table and on the floor. I was still fast asleep, and there were no open windows. Later on that day, she was in the kitchen again, and she heard me crying in the other room. She ran in to see what was wrong, but again, I was fast asleep. I did not appear to be restless, as if crying in my sleep. Later on that week, we both occasionally would hear footsteps walking around upstairs. It is a very old house, as you can see from the attached photo, so naturally, the floors are very creaky. These were definitely solid footsteps. We constantly went upstairs after hearing the steps, only to find the place empty. After the family returned from their vacation, my mother had mentioned to them the phenomena we experienced. They laughed and explained to us that it happens all of the time. They described the entity as a friendly ghost who likes to play pranks on people, hence the bathroom door flying open. The family eventually moved to Texas and sold the mansion to somebody else. I never returned to ask the new owners if they have experienced anything. Perhaps somebody around this area might want to. My name is Prenta. I lived in Hamtramck, a suburb of Detroit, Michigan, in a 2-story flat on Grayling Street. The apartment itself has a long and bloodied history of violence and death. Not only did I experience multiple ghostly apparitions, such as a man in a long beard that resembled Abraham Lincoln, but demonic possession, as well as poltergeist activity. The demonic possession was incredibly startling. It wasn't something that occurred inexplicably. I had a boyfriend who was connected to negative energies, and an evil spirit named Harold latched onto him. My boyfriend had never been once an aggressive or temperamental person. However, after staying together in that apartment for a lengthy period of time, our relationship began to sour. He would often talk in his sleep, which was something he had never done in the 7 years previous, and we had lived together for a long time. One night, he was sleeping right next to me. For some reason, I remember I had a difficult time trying to rest, so I was tossing and turning in bed. My boyfriend was dead asleep. Not a second later, he starts whispering. He keeps repeating, "Harold's here. Harold wants to play." Although it scared me half to death, what he said after that truly shook me to my core. He uttered some unnerving words, something about how he was going to take care of my suffering soul. At that point, I couldn't take it anymore, and I woke my boyfriend up. He was in a pure state of delirium. I told him he was talking in his sleep, and when I told him what he said, he looked at me as if he were terrified. That's because he said he had a dream about a man named Harold. My boyfriend told me that in his dream, He was in the mafia, and Harold was his mob boss. He wore a pure white suit and looked like a traditional mobster from the 1920s. Well, a couple days later, I was cleaning my apartment when I discovered a secret room that I never noticed before. It was basically a walk-in closet. The room was empty except for a small cabinet with a drawer. I opened the drawer, and in it was an old newspaper from the 1930s. I kid you not. In this newspaper was an obituary about a man named Harold. The obituary didn't say he was part of the mafia, but he was a World War I veteran. I believe that Harold used to live in this apartment. My boyfriend told me that Harold appeared once while he was in the shower, and I was away at work. I often worked the night shift at a hospital, so I'm often away at night. He heard a crash coming from the kitchen that startled him. When he went to investigate, the dishes that were on the countertop somehow fell to the floor. He then returned to the bathroom to brush his teeth, when he saw the face of a young man staring back at him in the mirror for a second, right behind him. It was so quick, but long enough to notice. He then had an idea to photograph the bathroom, a picture directly facing the mirror, and then the bathroom itself while standing from the doorframe. What he saw was incredible. It was an orb, clear as day, appearing right in the mirror. Either way, I was convinced that later on, my boyfriend was possessed by Harold. He became a shell of his former, laid-back and friendly self. He transformed into a vicious, aggressive, and easily agitated person. We eventually had to have a priest come over to bless the apartment and to perform a prayer on my boyfriend to release the spirit who could be inside of him. After we moved out of the house, the feeling of intense rage and negative energy seemed to subside almost entirely. He stopped talking in his sleep. He was more easygoing, and he started to become the man I fell in love with years ago. Still, there was one experience that I had while in that apartment that I'll never forget as long as I live. It was the evening, and I was starting to settle down on my first night off from the hospital in days. I walked to my bedroom to change. In the bedroom, there is this huge mirror that I often use. As I was walking through the bedroom, I was looking at myself in the mirror. That's when I saw a woman dressed all in black with a scarf. It must have been some kind of babushka woman. I instantly closed my eyes out of pure fright, and as I opened them back up again, I returned to look back at the mirror, only to see that this woman had disappeared. I only saw myself. All of these events are 100% true. I know sometimes when people tell these types of stories, they are often met with a high degree of skepticism. I should mention, though, that I have high integrity, and I think it is foolish to tell pointless lies just for attention or to have a good story. The possession, Harold, the poltergeist activity, and the babushka woman were all signs that something awful wouldn't leave that apartment. At this point, I'm just thankful that I don't have to experience that ever again, and that my boyfriend isn't being used as a vehicle for paranormal entities. I would say this is a story of a haunted house, but it isn't. Until about 10 years ago, it was just a haunted house in my book. I met my husband over 30 years ago. He told me about a house that he used to live in that had some very strange things happening in it. It was local, but he never wanted to go anywhere near it. He said that it was very old and had been built by a young person who had some of the wood and granite that made the fireplace sent from Ireland. Anyway, the story is that when he married his wife, she came with her mother, a real shrew. She harped at him and distressed his wife to the point where he went mad and killed them both, then ran screaming that the demons of the house had made him do it. My husband's family moved into the house in the early 60s. During the years they lived there, they heard doors closing and footsteps on the stairs, as well as the smell of coffee and frying bacon in the middle of the night. His mother was quite a gardener, but could never get flowers to grow in the yard. He said the whole family was quite uncomfortable in the home and eventually moved. We had been together for a few years when we heard that the property had been sold for a mini storage lot. We were talking about it with my sister and some friends when my husband told the story. The friends asked to see the house. I'd never seen it to this point, and I'll admit, was more than a little bit curious. We finally talked him into going, and away we went. When we turned onto the street, we got a really creepy feeling, but when we pulled up to the house, I was absolutely terrified. There was not a living blade of grass or anything else on that lot. We live in Washington State, and this was March. The house was dark and very ominous. I refused to get out of the car. So did my sister. The guys, 3 of them including my husband, took a flashlight and headed around to the back of the house to see what they could see. After a few minutes, we saw a flashlight on the 2nd floor. A few minutes later, we saw the front door open, but nobody came out. After a few minutes more, they returned to the car. We commented on the fact that we had seen the light, and they told us that they had never turned it on. Then we asked them why they didn't come out the front door. They told us it was locked, and that they tried it before going around back. I was always skeptical about the stories connected with the house, but after they tore the house down, the mini storage was plagued by problems and eventually went out of business. The property sits abandoned and barren. Still nothing lives there, and it's still as creepy as it was years ago. I've got a story to add to your website. I've gone back and forth about someone having come check it out. Just not sure I'm ready for it. But here goes my story. My husband and I moved into a new house built on a minor Civil War battlefield. We know there was another house in the vicinity. There was also a tree that was referred to as the hanging tree, not far from our backyard, on which about Union soldiers were hung. Soon after moving in, we noticed odd shadows and white lights that seemed to move across rooms with no apparent source. We tried to account for them by cars passing on the road, but never could pinpoint anything. One evening, we were watching TV when a shape ran past a door to what eventually would be our deck. The door was a good 4 feet off the ground, but the person running past ran level with the door itself. My husband and I ran for the door, flung it open, and my husband jumped down and ran in the same direction. At that time, we were the only house on that end of the street, and, being a very small town, it's very quiet at night, and sounds carry for quite a distance. We didn't hear anyone running, nor did we see anyone. We were spooked, but figured it was a kid, and our eyes played tricks on us. Not long after that, my husband jumped off the couch and ran for the door again because he said someone was standing there looking in. Again, level with the door and no deck. There was no one we could see when we went outside. Some months later, I was up around midnight cleaning the kitchen. My husband had gone to bed and shut the bedroom door. The bedroom was at the top of the steps and the door in plain sight. I was watching TV across the great room when I saw out of the corner of my eye a man leaning around the corner of the hallway wall and smiling at me. As I turned my head, I was ready to yell at my husband for sneaking up on me when I realized the man's hair was long and blondish, and my husband's is dark brown and short. I also realized the man was wearing a white t-shirt with full sleeves, nothing my husband owned. I couldn't see anything from the waist down. While I stood there staring, he simply vanished. I immediately ran to the hall and noticed that the bedroom door was still shut, and if anyone had gone out the front door, I would have heard it. There was nothing, no sign of anyone. When my husband got up for work, I told him what happened. He said it was my imagination. I didn't think so, but we left it at that. However, I started turning on the lights when he left the house for work, since he left at 3 a.m. A few weeks later, though, my husband was in the front room at the computer. To the left is a table with an antique mirror hanging over it. My husband saw movement in the mirror and turned thinking it was one of our cats on the table. Instead, he saw a man's shoulder and arm, wearing a white shirt, walk past in the mirror. My husband simply got up and walked outside until I got home. During this time, my son, who knows no fear, would never stay downstairs at night by himself. He said he was creeped out, like someone was watching him from outside the door. My daughter, a typical teenager at the time who kept to her room, would often come downstairs to hug me and sit close to me. When I'd ask her if something was wrong, she told me that sometimes she felt someone was sitting on her bed, and that she saw things move out of the corner of her eye. The strange thing is that my husband and I never told the kids what we saw until they were 18 and 19. There was a time when activity seemed to stop after my husband, getting the idea from my friends, stood in the center of the house and asked whoever was there to not show themselves to him. He was left alone after that. However, recently, we've been experiencing marital problems, and my husband moved into another bedroom. I'm now hearing footsteps in my room, and I'm constantly woken up by what feels like someone sitting on my bed. I'll roll over, but there won't be anyone there. One night was unusually bad, and I had to get up earlier than normal the next day for a class. Around 10 p.m., I said out loud that I needed to sleep, and he wasn't letting me. If you wanted to bother someone, to please go harass my husband. Strangely enough, it got quiet, and I fell asleep, only to be woken at 11 p.m. by my husband, who was in the bathroom, frantically looking for someone to stop an area on his leg from hurting. He has psoriasis, but this particular time, he said it felt like someone was poking him with needles. The area was deep red and gave off heat. A very odd coincidence to say the least. We've also had things go missing, a tablecloth, a 15th century style costume, and various little things that turn up in different areas. We have yet to track down the tablecloth or the costume. I did tell the ghost not to hurt my husband. My uncle and aunt now live in a house near the bank in Auburntown. When I was a little girl, my best friend Steven and his family lived there. They bought the house and were told that the previous owner, an elderly lady, still haunted the house. They put little faith in the story and never let it bother them. I remember playing in Steven's room and smelling an old lady smell, like medicine and lilac perfume. we never felt threatened by a presence at all. The smell would usually fade away just as quickly as we smelled it. However, one night, after the family had gone to bed, Stephen's mother was awakened by the sound of toys making noise in Stephen's room. Stephen had one problem. He was highly susceptible to nosebleeds. The slightest bump would set off a massive flow of blood. Stephen's mother thought it was strange that he was awake and playing with so many noisy toys at once in the middle of the night. Also, the rocking chair in his room where she would often read him bedtime stories was rocking so hard that it was banging against the wall. She ran down the hall to his room, and when she opened the door, the toys went silent. The rocking chair slowed down. She looked at Stephen in his bed and saw that his nose was bleeding very badly, and it was going down his throat. He might have drowned in his own blood if the very sweet lady's ghost had not raised such a racket that night. My grandmother Emily was a hard-working wife and mother, and during the Great Depression, she held her family together, even when her husband, Grandma William, died suddenly. He left her widowed with several children to raise. She was a down-to-earth person and a practicing Catholic, so was not given to superstitions, but nevertheless had some encounters with the otherworldly. One time, for example, she was on her way to visit one of her brothers, an elevator repairman. On the way there, getting off the train, she had a sudden premonition of his death. She got a hold of herself and rushed to where she was supposed to meet him. It didn't take long for her to arrive at his workplace, an elevator station, where he had to do a repair job. She saw a noisy crowd assembled there, and she inquired what was happening. She was told that a repairman had been killed in an accident. It was her brother, the very one whom she had gone to meet, and about whom she recently had a deathly premonition about. I explained this as a prelude to her ghost story. Among her other siblings, she had a brother who was a decent man and a barber by profession. Unfortunately, they had a disagreement, which escalated into a parting of ways. He uncharitably held a grudge against her all the while. Time passed, and one night, while she was asleep and her husband were asleep in bed, she was suddenly awakened out of a sound sleep and noticed a person kneeling near the side of the bed. It was her estranged brother, garbed in his brother's smock and weeping bitterly. He was apparently suffering. She was startled and confused and didn't know how he got in her house and bedroom in the middle of the night and why he suddenly showed up after choosing to cut himself off because of a silly grudge against her. She began to speak to him and ask him what was wrong, but he interrupted his sobs to say, "I'm sorry, please forgive me." And with that, he completely vanished. She was amazed and woke up her husband, relaying to him what had just occurred. As they lay there discussing it, the telephone rang. Her husband answered, and it was for her. When she got on the phone, she was informed that sadly, there had been a death in the family that very night. It was her estranged brother, the barber. They understood this ethereal visit from beyond the grave to be the soul of the departed brother, and that he was given the grace to appear from his purgatory to his sister in order to make up for his uncharitable bearing of a grudge. A requiem mass was offered for him, and they prayed for his soul. He never appeared again. I come from a long line of psychics, and I must have been about 7 when during an afternoon nap, I woke up after a very frightening dream. At the time, we were living in Mount Butler in Hong Kong Island. and Mom's family lived in Capiz in the Philippines. I ran out of my bedroom into a room full of family and friends to tell my mom about it. I saw this Filipino man in a wooden box, dressed in a cream shirt and brown trousers, and lots of our family were around him crying. As a young child, I'd never seen a dead person before and was distraught by the experience. My family consoled me and told me not to worry, but it brought to their attention that I too had the gift. It was only a few years later that I was told that the person I saw was my uncle, who had been shot by the local militia in my mom's village in the Philippines, and it surmises that the clothes I saw him in were the clothes he was buried in. So it turns out that I had a psychic snapshot of the actual Filipino funeral rites, whereby the body is kept in the family house for a period of weeks so grieving people can pay their respects to him. This brother of my mom's, she had been having prophetic dreams around the time, warning him to leave town because something bad was going to happen to him. He didn't believe her and was shot by the local militia after a dispute. It is Filipino superstition that during this period that the body was stored in the family house, the spirit visits the family on the 3rd, 5th, and 7th day after their death. This, as it turns out, was during this time that we both had these visitations. Mom was in the kitchen washing dishes when she heard who she thought was Daddy coming back from work. That's when she saw a man from the corner of her eye, standing in the doorway, wearing a light shirt and brown trousers. So she chatted to Daddy for about 5 minutes about his day and what he had been up to, when it occurred to her that he didn't answer her back once. She turned around to ask him a question, and then she realized that there was no one in the doorway at all. It was at this point she was a little bit spooked, as she remembered my description of Uncle Fred in his coffin, and hurriedly went to check on Daddy. He had come in when she had heard him come in, but had just fallen asleep on the bed, fully clothed, and knit-wearing brown trousers and a white shirt. So it was her brother's way of saying goodbye, and I guess to say sorry for not having listened to her when she warned him. A few years later, it was 1987, around about the time that Edward Yule, Hong Kong's governor at the time, passed away. We were still living in the same flat in Mount Butler, but my sister and I had moved from the room we were in, as that had been converted into Mom's nursery, where she looked after preschool children during the daytime. We were now in the room where I would have my bedroom until we moved over to the new territories. I must have been about 9, so my sister would have been 4. We shared a bunk bed, and her being smaller stayed on the lower bunk. I awoke to pitch black and the sound of flip-flops walking up and down our corridor. I thought, this is strange, as it is custom to remove your shoes at the front door and to wear slippers around the house. As I heard these flip-flops getting closer and closer to my door, sheer terror took over. I whispered to my sister, "Chris, can you hear that?" No one answered back, so I was trapped on the top bunk with nowhere to go, with this noise coming closer and closer. I hid my head under my blanket, like most kids do, wishing it to go away. I said this time, more incessantly, "Chris, can you hear that?" And something hissed back at me, "Yes." That did not sound like my sister at all. At this point, I was terrified. I tried to gather all my strength to get out of the bed, but I was too scared. After what felt like a millennia, I eventually gathered enough courage to jump off the top of my bed, ensuring by no means that I touched the lower bunk and charged into my parents' room across the corridor from our room. I was so embarrassed being so old and being scared, I didn't actually get into their bed, but spent the rest of the night curled up in a ball at the foot of their bed. It turns out that my sister wasn't in our room at all that night. My question was, what was that in the corridor and in the bunk bed with me? The strange pink light. Around this time of the strange occurrences with the flip-flops, we were still living in flats in Mount Butler. My daddy, a complete atheist, had an experience of his own. Daddy does not believe in the supernatural, and if God actually spoke to him, he still wouldn't believe it. He was lying in bed one night when he woke up for no reason to this pink sphere to appear on the wall opposite their bed. It seemed to come out of the wall and sit there and go back into the wall again. He was puzzled by this and went to investigate. He checked out where the possible light source could be coming from. The curtains. No, we were on 3rd floor, so it couldn't have been vehicle lights. He went into the bathroom. All lights were off and couldn't have come from there either. He got back into bed and tried to wake Mom up to show her. She was having none of it and kept her head under the sheets. Well, the sphere appeared again and came out of the wall, suspended somehow, then sunk back in and disappeared. He never did figure out what that was or where it came from. Running ghost. When he was working in the Royal Hong Kong Police, he had another experience. At this point, he was the superintendent and managed a section of the traffic police. They were doing their rounds when a speed camera on the road flashed for no reason. They went to investigate, and it flashed again with no cars in the near vicinity. They thought nothing more of it until the pictures were developed, and on one of the photos, there is a distinct picture of a person, blurred, apparently running very fast. So fast, it set off a speed camera. The ghost dog. When we were living in Mount Butler, I had one other experience that reaffirmed my belief in the supernatural, and 2 other people I was with experienced it also. I must have been about 14 when my sister and my best friend at the time decided to go for a walk in the countryside. So where we lived was surrounded by Hong Kong countryside, which was perfect for me as I was a tomboy and spent as much of my time as possible out and about, exploring and climbing trees. Just before I started university in the UK, I was visiting some friends in Cardiff. I was feeling very odd that night, and as we were heading out into town, a premonition hit me. I turned around to my friend and said, "Something very big is going to happen tonight." He just looked at me like I was stark raving mad, so I dropped it. So when we went out and had a lark and came back, thinking nothing more of it, imagine our surprise when we woke up in the morning and splashed all over the news was coverage on Diana's death. This, of course, being the famous Princess Diana of Wales, who died tragically in a car accident. But I predicted it the day before. At least I feel like I did. Could be a coincidence, but I don't think so. Ouija cemetery experience. So, I started uni in Derby in the Midlands, and where I was living was student digs on Ulexer New Road. I was heavily into my goth influence back then, not so much now, but I still love old cemeteries and dramatic clothing. There was this beautiful one on our road that I used to visit regularly and read and draw, with many beautiful statues and old gravestones. One day, my ex-boyfriend and I went to visit it, as it was a lovely day turning to evening. So I wandered around looking at all the gravestones and the statues, trying to find the oldest tombstone we could find. It must have been coming up to winter time as the sun set quickly, and we realized in a panic that the gate had been closed, so we were locked in, and I had to find another way out. So we walked along the perimeter, looking for a likely tree to help us over the wall, when the sun just disappeared, and we were pitched into almost complete darkness. Then, for no reason at all, the mist appeared over the headstones, so it was hard to avoid the graves themselves. So it suddenly looked just like a horror movie set, trying to avoid broken tombstones and holes in graves and that danged mist in the dark. By this point, I was pretty panicked, frantically trying to get out, with this feeling of overwhelming dread descending over me, and all cells in my body telling me to leave right now. We eventually scrambled over a wall into the student bar, and that feeling just lifted, just like that. It's only a few months ago that I was looking online about ghosts in Derby that I found out that very cemetery is haunted. Brilliant. My dreams. I thought that was the end of my experiences, but looking at the dreams section, I've remembered some more I want to share with you. I've always had very vivid dreams, some not necessarily all coming true, but all seem to have symbolic importance in the coming days, weeks, or even sometimes years. I more often than not have deja vu experiences, even if I haven't ever A, done this before, or B, seen places or people before, or C, really ever thought about these things when I am conscious. I haven't really wanted to tell people about them, as most people. I worry that most people think I'm quite mad. Haunted house. So this also happened just before I finished university in Derby, I think. It was just before my ex-boyfriend and I broke up. The importance of this dream is one that I've been able to break it down and understand it in its composite parts. So both of us were walking around this dark woods, and I was taking all that I had learned from watching horror movies into mind, and was very careful of not wandering off on my own. Made sure I had a weapon in hand in case anything happened. We eventually came to this clearing where this ominous house stood at the end of this garden. However, I needed the bathroom, and even though we knew it was a haunted house, I was not one of those people who would go to the loo in a haunted forest. So we walked in, and there were people there. Thankfully, none looking like psychopaths or zombies. Strangely enough, they were people we knew too. There was a feeling of dread and sadness throughout the house though, and I refused to go anywhere by myself. We are directed to the bathroom, which was at the end of this corridor. He decided to sit and chat with people whilst I did my business. So, I started walking, but the corridor was like the one from the poltergeist. It just kept getting further and further away, until I had to break into a run, desperately needing to go and leave this house as soon as possible. I eventually made it and threw the door open and did what I needed to do. Then I woke up and realized that I still needed to go, so I ran for the loo. Luckily, I had the foresight to write this dream down once I had gotten back to bed and knew that we were doomed. The haunted house was a reflection of our relationship, being hounded by our mutual bad doings, and that the end was near. It was just a matter of time, and so it was. Finally, before I finish another of my epic storytelling sessions, I have one more prophetic experience to share with you, but not one from my dreams. It has to do with my pet dog, Sophie. Her name was Sophie. She was lovely, with her white and black patch over her eye and black patch in her back. She was only 6 months older than me and had been with her family for 16 years. She was the loveliest, sweetest dog in the world, apart from having a penchant for biting socks, eating tissues and rubber bands, and attacking the Hoover. She was suffering from basically her insides giving in. She had serious kidney problems, and she couldn't walk very well because of arthritis in her back legs. And because she couldn't help herself anymore, she was kept outside. So one evening, when her parents were out, my sister and I were playing with her in the garden, and I had this weird feeling come over me. I seemed to be able to predict death, unfortunately, amongst other things. I turned to my sister when I saw this shadow fall on her Sophie that looked like a cross. It was like it was a sign saying she was going to die tomorrow. So that's what I told my sister, and she kind of brushed it off. She didn't believe me, being much younger than me. But sure enough, after a hard day at school, I was only 14 or so at the time, we came back and our parents were in pieces. And that's when I knew it had happened. They had to take her down to the vet and have her put down, as it was too cruel to keep her suffering like that. I've never seen my daddy in pieces like that, but because I was strengthened by my foreknowledge, I supported him in his time of need. My poor cat was distraught, as she basically brought him up from when we adopted him as a very small kitten. On a happier note, I had a dream after this terrible day. I was watching my crazy dog run from the front of the house, in and up the stairs, with much zest and energy, like she would have had as a younger dog, running up to our level of the house, looking like she was having the time of her life, back and forth, giving little yips of happiness, grinning in her quintessentially silly Sophie way. As because of her health problems and her incontinence, she was not allowed in except for very cold weather. I think this was her way of saying that she was free and happy at last, and I knew she was in peace. She still does come and visit us occasionally when we walk by the front of the house, and you can, still after all these years, smell her, and we know she's still looking out for us. I keep meaning to write a dream diary. I'll do that this year, as these dreams seem to be too important to miss. My husband and myself and my brother were all watching our mother's house while she was out of town on vacation. We had been there for a few days, and all happened to be on this particular evening and night. Well, we had finished dinner, and we were all just hanging out in the living room watching TV. My brother said he was just going to sleep on the couch, and my husband and I said goodnight and went to bed in my mother's bedroom because that's where we had been sleeping. We kissed goodnight like usual and turned off the bedside lamp. I myself just can't close my eyes and go right off to sleep, so I was just laying there, looking off into the darkness and trying to wind down. Suddenly, I noticed a very dark black mass right by the bedroom door. I blinked my eyes a few times, trying to make them adjust to the dark better, but realized they already had, because I could make out the mass that was so much darker than the dark. I began to feel afraid when I saw it moving. I laid there and watched it approach the bed over our bodies. It looked larger than it had by the door. I began to nudge my husband, but I decided to lay there a little bit longer to see if it continued to move or even get larger. I laid there and marveled at its darkness and its extremely dark color as opposed to regular darkness. It was pitch black and just floated there above us. Unbelievably, I fell asleep. The next day at lunch, my brother said, "Hey, last night I saw the weirdest thing when I was trying to fall asleep. A large black mass was hovering above my head and scared me half to death." I stuck my hand in it and it was freezing cold. Before I had a chance to speak, my husband said, "Me too. I thought I was seeing things." I spoke up and I said I saw it as well and was frightened by it. They both said, "Wow, I wonder what it was." I had read somewhere that these could possibly be evil. Needless to say, we didn't spend the night there again. I'm a nurse and run our family's assisted living, and recently we had some strange things happen in our care home. I understand with caring for the elderly that sometimes strange things occur, and doing this for almost a decade. Recently, I had a resident that started to decline at the age of 93. One night, after helping her get into bed, she asked me if Bernie, her husband, who died 10 years before, knew where she was. I reassured her that he did. It caught me off guard, since her mind was intact and she was not forgetful. A week went by, and again, I assisted the woman into bed. She says to me, "I hear Bernie in the hallway. Can you tell him that I'm in here?" I told her to call for him and he would come in. She refused and asked me to. So I went out to the empty hallway and said, "Bernie, E is in here if you would like to visit with her." As a nurse, sometimes you do things out of the better judgment for yourself, as long as it helps your patient. Later that night, I heard the elderly lady talking to no one quietly. I've had some odd things happen in my personal life through the years since childhood, but that is another story. I was once told by an elder Japanese woman not to talk to the dead or invite them into my home. Another week goes by, and my resident took a drastic turn for the worst by refusing to eat or drinking fluids. After a week's stay in the hospital, she returned on comfort cares in hospice. The end was near, and we knew it. However, while she was in the hospital, I received a frantic call from one of our nursing assistants asking if I would please come back to work because she was really scared. When I got to work, all the lights in the house were on, and she was sitting on the couch with her back up against the wall. When I asked what was wrong, she told me wide-eyed and pale that she had seen a mist down at the end of the hallway and was hearing weird popping noises coming from the residence room that was in the hospital. After checking the entire house and silently saying the Lord's Prayer, the house felt calm. Eve spent her last days being pampered and showed care and compassion from staff and family. Many of the staff came in on our days off to sit with her, including myself. The last couple days of her life, she was sedated for pain and hallucinations. When no one was in her room and she didn't know we were checking in on her, she was reaching up towards the ceiling and mumbling. The day before she died, we had XM music playing on our TV. A couple of the nursing assistants were performing for their evening cares when the TV changed to CNN for 30 seconds and turned back to the music by itself. The TV remote was on top of the TV. Since our favorite lady passed away, things have stopped for the most part. My mother passed away June 5th, 2007. Me and my husband were in New Jersey at the time, waiting to get unloaded. We drove an 18-wheeler for a living. My sister had called me the day before and told me that my mom was in a coma, and the home healthcare people said she only had about 24 hours to live and that I needed to come home. So I called our dispatcher and said we needed to be routed back to the Chattanooga terminal so that I could see my mom before she passed. He said no problem. After you and your husband have put tires on, go pick up that load and head for Chattanooga. Well, while they were putting tires on our trailer, we decided to get some sleep. The cell phone rang, and it was my sister. She told me that Mom had come out of it and was sitting up and laughing and talking to everybody, and that she was okay. So I called my dispatcher and said we don't have to go home. We can do one more load out here. So it was late that night when they finally got the tires on the trailer, and we decided to just stay there in the parking lot till morning so we could get some much needed sleep. We get up that morning and pull out. As we're heading down the highway, my cell rings, and it's my sister. She's crying. She tells me that Mom passed away that morning early. So to make it a little shorter, our dispatcher gets us home 36 hours later. Now at this time, we are at my mother's house, and she has already been picked up by the funeral home before we got there. Later that day, my husband's cell phone rings while we are nowhere near it to answer it. So when we do pick it up to see if our dispatcher is called, it shows we have one voicemail and no number. So my husband listens to the voicemail, and it's my mother, the day after she died. The message said, "Connie, this is your mother. Call me." We decided to check if it was a delayed message, but it wasn't. I even took it to the cell phone company, and they said it was June 6th at 1:25 in the afternoon. My mom died June 5th, 2007, at the times between 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. It has really bothered me that we missed the call, even though she was already dead. She might have been trying to say goodbye to us. A few nights ago, a friend and I took a drive up Angeles Crest Highway. It was a clear night and wasn't too cold. As we entered the parking lot, we noticed there were no other cars there. As I made a U-turn in the lot to face the small building, there, we saw a man walking. What got my attention was the fact that my headlights shined bright on the building, yet we only saw the person from the waist down. The rest of his body was a shadow. The man was walking around as if he were looking for something. It appeared he had a flashlight in his hand, the way he was moving, but there was no light coming from it. The closer we got to him, the smaller the image got. When I shined my brights on him, it looked like he went down a small hallway. Even then, we could not see his upper body. We went back the next day to see if we could find anything. One thing we did notice was the hall we saw the figure walk through was now a wall. Not a wall that was just put up, but one that looked like it was part of the structure since it was built. 3 separate spirits are said to walk the halls of the soon-to-be abandoned Middle Tennessee Medical Hospital in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, as a new, more modern hospital is being built right across the city. In the older section of the 3rd floor, one room is said to be haunted by the ghost of a mental patient who jumped out of a window in the 1960s in the psychiatric ward. 30 years later, in that section, administrative offices were constructed, and employees reported hearing running down the hall of someone with bare feet, and a light outside the room where the man was said to have jumped turns on and off periodically on some nights. The switch that turns that light on can be found only inside the room, which was not even in use at the time. When the lights were checked by maintenance, they seemed fine. Later, some orderlies enjoying lunch on that same floor reported seeing an IV stem being rolled up the same hallway. They left their food there and didn't return. In what was the pediatric area, the ghost of a red-haired girl in her early teens in a white hospital gown has been spotted at one point by a nurse who also had long dark red hair when the room was used for pharmaceutical storage. She claimed to see the spectral image of the girl staring at her through the glass observation window of the room. The nurse was also a redhead. Finally, the 3rd spirit has been chronicled by the hospital's own sad history and has been spotted in a newer section. A young nurse who had just started was leaving for the night to go out with friends. As she hurried down the stairwell, she dropped her purse over the guardrail, a lunge too far, and fell down the center of the stairwell, landing on her head. She died 3 days later due to massive brain trauma. Ironically, one of the hospital's employees who had the task of cleaning up the bloodstains was the son of the woman who had seen the red-haired girl's ghost, as her family worked in the hospital. It is sad that sometimes you can see the girl repeat her fatal fall. I have many stories to share with you, but I'm going to start at the beginning. I grew up in Lawrence Harbor, New Jersey. From the time I was a very young child, I knew that something was not right in our house. Our house was the last house in a dead-end street that faced the marsh. In the winter, you could see Highway 35. The surrounding woods were equally as disturbing. I was the only girl in our neighborhood. All my friends were guys. They were like brothers to me. I was a tough kid, and I did not scare easily. However, being alone in our house and going to sleep at night frightened me to death. My father died when I was a baby, and it was just my mother, brother, and myself. There was quite a difference in age between my brother and I. For years, I kept my experiences to myself because I thought it was my imagination, and I also thought that if I told my mother and brother, that they would think I was crazy too. It took me a long time to realize that I wasn't crazy. It was not my imagination, and the hard part was that I was a gifted child whose family could not relate to me on that particular level. These are my experiences while I lived there. My mother and father bought the house in 1962, and I was born in 1963. We owned the house right up until 2005. To this day, the events are burned into my memory. From the time I was about 5 years old, there hardly was a time that the house was at peace. I would lay awake in bed at night and watch orbs dance across the walls and ceiling. Then, I could feel someone sit on the corner of my bed. It was not a faint feeling either. In retrospect, as an adult, you could actually see the corner of the bed being pressed down. My heart would pound in my chest so loudly that I couldn't hear anyone else, and I could feel every hair stand up on my entire body. I would pull the covers and pillows over me in such a way that only my eyes and nose would stick out, even in the summer with no air conditioning. Shadows were commonplace everywhere in the house. You could smell flowers in the middle of the winter as well. Then, just as I would start to fall asleep, I would be jolted awake because something pulled the covers of me so violently that they were on the floor at the foot of the bed. That would send me screaming out of my room to my mother. There wasn't a time that you didn't feel as though you were being watched, or that you didn't feel that something was following you from room to room. If you came home and put your car keys down, turn your back for 2 seconds, they were gone, and then after searching the entire house, they would suddenly reappear where you originally put them in the first place, and you were the only one home the entire time. When I was in high school, I would come home and shower because I played sports. I always locked the bathroom door. Every time I would pull the curtain back when I was finished, the door would be wide open. Once again, no one was home, and our interior doors had no keys. Until now, I've been very vague with you about my experiences, but now I will tell you in detail my most frightening experience. I was engaged to Mitch. We were just both out of high school. My mom was out, and so was my brother. Mitch and I decided to go to my house to watch TV and eat some pizza. From the time we entered the house, I could feel that something was really wrong, really out of sync. The air seemed electrically charged. It was as though us being there had interrupted some unseen gathering. I ignored it, even though I was goose flesh from head to toe. Even with all the lights on, my mother's house always seemed dark. Mitch was sitting in the room watching television, and I went into the kitchen to heat some frozen pizza. We were having a conversation as I did so. My back was to the living room as we were talking, and I was placing the pizza on the baking sheet. I heard what I thought was Mitch leave the living room and walk into the kitchen. I became aware that he was standing directly behind me as I was still talking. I turned around to ask him something, but to my shock, it was not Mitch standing there. I felt all the blood drain from my face. My knees went to jello, and I gasped and screamed at the same time. Standing face to face with me was a huge black solid apparition. I could make out a head and shoulders, but the rest became more see-through as it went towards the knees and feet area. It felt like slow motion. I think that when I turned around and screamed, I scared it as much as it scared me. As I stood there screaming, the black figure literally whooshed through the kitchen wall. Mitch ran into the kitchen. I was shaking and white as a ghost. It took me a while to collect myself. I shut the oven off, and we left and went to the local pizza place, where I told them what happened. We didn't spend much time at my mother's house after that. This is just one story out of countless stories that I would be glad to share with you. I'm now 46 years old. My entire life has been one foot in this world and the other in the spirit world. Years ago, I'd contacted Sylvia Brown, who told me that my mother's house had many spirits in it, but two stood out. There's the ghost of a baby and its mother. She also said that I was a medium and a psychic, and she was right. This is what I now do. I'm no longer afraid. It gives me pleasure to be able to connect with grieving spirits, with their departed loved ones. I consider this wonderful gift that I will not trade for anything. Thank you for listening. All of my life I had reoccurring experiences of the paranormal, starting at age 7, as far as I can remember, when my father died. I used to believe the experiences were dreams or imagination until recently. I was telling my fiancé of my experiences, voices, mists, noises, marks on my body, being touched, shirt tugged on, hair pulled, etc. His suggestion was that maybe I am a sensitive. So, I started thinking about this possibility and decided to explore it further. My fiancé and I previously tried going to paranormal meetings, which would go on ghost hunts. There was one in particular that appealed to me, and we signed up. The building the group was going to was in Newcastle, Pennsylvania, at an old building that was previously the Elka Club, built in 1914. This information was given to us by the leader of the hunt. When we arrived, we went into a room to get the speech about which rooms to be careful of. They would be marked by the yellow tape. Nothing else was told to us about the history of this building. But as I stood there, a name entered my mind, and it kept repeating itself. Sarah, 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 over and over again. Well, as the group entered the basement, we divided into small groups of 2 or 3. My fiancé and I were in a small room in the back, and I felt nothing, so we decided to head out into the main part of the basement. And just as we stepped out of the room, a man that was on tour with us, who has been there before, said, "Sarah, if you are here with us, give us a sign." I was flabbergasted. I looked at my fiancé and explained the utter shock on my face, and we continued in to other parts of the area. I had entered a room just off the entrance of the basement and instantly was bombarded with intense sadness, so much so that I got tears in my eyes. I informed the group leader, and they took pictures around me, but by this time, I already knew that what they were searching for in the building wasn't correct. I knew that what I was feeling was the past, and the child Sarah intended on proving just that to me. She, in what I would call it, attached herself to me. She started flashing images in my mind about what the building was before the Elks had been built there. It was her home. It was a beautiful Victorian with a large porch, parlors, a library, you name it, she showed me. She told me that she was sad because of the remodeling that was about to happen in the building. She got her point across by telling me certain rooms did not belong. I also picked up a persistent man in a room on the first floor. I was flashed an image of a podium and people sitting and listening intently to this man. In the ballroom, I was given images of people dancing, only black shadows of such. And at last, the 3rd floor, I approached the end of the main hall and was shoved by something not seen. I took a moment and continued on into a grand circular room with benches attached to the circular walls, and had the feeling of being watched. And I kept saying, "This feels like judge and jury." It was like you were being persecuted, watched, and the spirits were getting angry. So I wanted to step out of the room for a moment, and I took a step forward towards the door and received a sharp blow to my middle back on the left-hand side. I went out of the room and was telling the group about the incident and decided to give it another try. And as I entered, I again got another blow to the right side of my back. At that point, I wanted out of there for good, so the group agreed to leave the third floor. And as I entered the hallway again, I got pushed in the same spot as the first time, which happened to be in front of a very large window. The interesting part was, I said before, I knew nothing of the place, but when we were leaving, I told the owner all the stuff Sarah had told me. I told her of the man in the room that in my mind, I'd seen the podium. I told of getting pushed and hit in the back. Well, she surprised me. Not only, but many in the group as well. Come to find out that this is where Sarah's home was. The rooms I was seeing were the rooms in her home. The man at the podium would have been the black preacher that occupied that room after the Elk Club closed down. That night, I came home exhausted. I fell asleep and dreamt of Sarah. In the dream, she told me her last name, so I searched for her on the internet. I then found something more shocking. Not only did I find her, the year she was born, but I also found the names of her parents. Well, I'd spoken with someone that has been to the club and knows things about it, but they never knew her parents' names, which happened to be the same names I came across. And as far as the room on the third floor, the owner informed me that this room was the judging room for the Elk members and where they would hold their remembrances to the dead brothers. The interesting thing was, the women were not allowed in this room, and there was also an EVP that picked up stating, "You are being judged." So needless to say, I'm no longer doubting my ability, and am more open to my experiences, which have been many since that night. Growing up in rural Michigan, I had several what the heck was that experiences. Most were minor, a moving shadow or an uneasy feeling, but one stands out. I was 8 to 10 years old in the mid-80s, and my family had just returned from a vacation. When we got out of the car, my dad headed to the mailbox, my mom to her garden, and I lugged my suitcase inside the house. All of the windows were shut, and I pulled the garage door closed behind me. Walking through the house, I passed a bay window, from which I could see my dad still on the road, and my mom picking some vegetables. The house was silent, except for my footsteps on the carpet. I walked into my room and put my suitcase down in the corner. I heard a male voice laughing behind me, maybe in the doorway 8 feet away. It was a hearty laugh, loud and clear. I spun around, and there wasn't anyone in the doorway. I ran back to the garage, through the door, and outside. My father was just grabbing his suitcase from the car, and my mother was pulling weeds. I wasn't scared when I heard the voice, but not having a tangible body to put it with did unnerve me a bit. Following the event, I was able to forget and had no issues in the rest of the house. It was only after I got older and interested in the paranormal did I realize that I must have had a run-in with something. About 2 years ago, I bought a 126-year-old, 8,000 square foot mansion in Missouri just outside of Kansas City where I grew up. My mother had owned and lived in the house for the previous 15 years, slowly maintaining it. She had done a great job maintaining its mid-1800s character, slowly bringing the woodwork back to life, adding insulation, and replacing all of the plumbing and wiring. I mention this because I've heard that a disturbance in the environment can cause spectral activity to begin. I'd seen the house only once, as I live over 2,000 miles away, but I fell in love with it immediately. The first night I stayed over, I woke in the middle of the night to huge blobs, about a dozen, from golf ball to basketball size, floating around the room I was sleeping in. This is the one and only time I've ever experienced anything like that. I closed my eyes, said a prayer, and fell back to sleep in time. I said nothing to my mother the next day until she asked me, "Well, did you see the blobs?" One of the workers stayed down there the other night and said he wouldn't stay in the house after dark because of the blobs floating around him. She had not seen them, and still hasn't. However, the previous owner told my mother a few years later that he loved what she had done to the front room, but he could never stay in there while the house was his because of the blobs. During the summer of 2007, I went back to see my family. I stayed downstairs again and had several things happen. It is important to note that I've never felt in danger, only uncomfortable. My mom and her boyfriend went upstairs to go to bed. I stayed downstairs in the first floor master suite. For the next 45 minutes, the heavy footsteps above my head were attributed to the two of them settling in for the night. Finally, I decided I would go up and find out what was going on. The entire upstairs was dark and still. They were both lying in bed. I returned to my bedroom to hear the continued walking above me. So, I went out on the living room to sleep on the couch. The walking continued above me, although there is only one attic above that living room. I could also hear a distant, quiet talk between a man and a woman, but I couldn't make out what they were saying, and it seemed to always be somewhere else from where I was. The next morning, I decided maybe I would have a chat with myself out loud, and if anyone else heard it, then maybe it would be for the better. I sat on the end of the bed. It was now daylight, so I felt comfortable to be in the bedroom again, and said that I was the new owner and the son of the woman they probably knew very well by now. I really liked the house and hoped to continue my mother's good work, but for now, I lived elsewhere. I also mentioned something that I don't suggest, but in this situation, I felt comfortable in doing so. I told them that they seemed to have been there a long time, and so long as they agreed to stay out of the bathroom while I was in there, we could get along just fine together. The following night was as quiet as it could be. I think their interest in me was satisfied. This past summer, 2008, was my third visit back. Absolutely nothing happened. I was ready, and nothing. Hey, that's fine with me. But one side note, my mother sat down to look at an album she had kept for all these years she had been doing the refurbishing. She was showing me the huge change in the house, from walls being ripped out and then rebuilt, and so on. In well over half of the pictures, there were huge light anomalies. There were smears, blobs, and strange twists of the image. I mentioned this to my mother, who looked right at me and said, "You know, I haven't taken a decent picture since I've lived in this house. I've owned one crappy camera after another. All the pictures look like this. I have to throw most of them away because they are no good. I just smiled. Right, Mom. Every digital and disposable camera she has ever had in the past 15 years has had the same problem. I grew up with a mom who was wicked, and she is very psychic. She has told me accurately if a lover and I will break up, when, if I'll meet someone new, and accurate descriptions of people I'll meet. My mother told my roommate that the child she was having would be a girl, and she was correct. My mom, to my amazement, is the real deal. On Halloween, our house is the most popular because the altar my mother sets up outside is very real. It's very fun, and I grew up with an easygoing view of the paranormal. I do tend to be very logical, and I believe in a paranormal experience if it does not seem like someone is BSing me. I keep my mind open. My mother does have headaches if she is around haunted houses. She has migraines that will make her sick for days after being in one. She's had this happen to her several times in her life, including once when I was a kid. A few years ago, when I was 23, I started having heart palpitations and tachycardia. At one point, my heart rate went up to 181. I spent night after night in the emergency room, and I was recommended to a cardiologist. I went through that for several months before finally someone realized it was a sedative that I took that helped me sleep. The doctors took me off the sleep medication, and I soon found out that I'd become dependent on sleep aids. At the same time, I had to get on a Greyhound bus for a 2-day trip to move back with my parents because of the health problems. If you've ever traveled on a Greyhound, you know it's really hard to sleep on it. I was sleep deprived. I was told that I was sleeping, but I didn't realize it. I wasn't sleeping through the night. I was exhausted. I was depressed, and I developed a phobia of the sound of a beating heart medication commercials, etc. In short, my mental health was suffering. I had to make the choice to go into a psychiatric ward because it took a month to get an appointment with a psychiatrist. I didn't want to wait that long. The ward was in a regular city hospital. All the patients were quiet and were there to heal. Nobody was dangerous. There were patients with bipolar and other types of mental illness, and nobody was dangerous. There are different levels of hospitals. This was a ward for anybody going through emotional difficulties. I started to sleep the first 2 days I was there. I was not dangerous, but they did have to give me something to sleep. I was having dreams in which in my bathroom, patients had bathrooms in their rooms. I could hear a woman crying and throwing up all night. It was horrible and nightmarish. I could never see her because in the dream, I was laying in bed. How can I describe this? Even though I was asleep and dreaming, it felt like I was aware of everything going on. It never sounded quiet. It sounded like patients were throwing fits, and that someone would go by my room and rap on the wall with a walker, and that poor woman threw up and cried. She sounded miserable. The ward was actually always quiet. Nobody threw fits at night. My mom had taught me how to interpret dreams. I figured mine showed my anxieties. I'd been through hell. I wanted to sleep, and I never gave one thought to the idea that the place was haunted or had residual hauntings. I had greater concerns at the time. However, my mom came to pick me up, and she refused to enter the ward. I didn't think anything of that either. We were driving home, and she asked me how I had slept, and if I did at all. I told her about the nightmares, and how I was completely loud, and I was still very exhausted. My mother was shocked, and it showed on her face. She said, "Sarah, those were not just dreams. This psychiatric ward used to be a cancer ward." I was getting a migraine because there are patients who have not moved on. Wow, that shocked me. I never heard doctors mention that it had been a cancer ward. The idea was never put into my head. Like I said, I wanted to sleep again and to feel happy. I was concerned for my health. I believe my mom. She's usually incredibly accurate about these kinds of things. I honestly have gotten tired of finding out if me and a potential lover are not going to work out. She's that accurate. However, I could not tell you if that ward was the former cancer ward. I simply don't know, because none of the doctors ever mentioned it. I was sleep deprived and going through hell at the time. My emotional state could have been reflected in my dreams. However, if I've learned anything about the paranormal, is that it can be a very small world. The hospital in question is in Iowa. It is a regular city hospital with an emergency room, surgery room, etc. It is not a psychiatric hospital only. If a former nurse ever writes you, or even a former patient, I'm here to tell you that there may have been something to their experience. The ward in question is still open. This was a few years ago that I was there. This is just a quirky experience that I wanted to share. My story has been going on for a couple of years now. When I was 9, we moved into our house. It's a nice little place, backed by a large ditch. Behind the ditch is a large forest that I used to play in. The house itself is unremarkable. It's 3 bedrooms. The master bedroom is the first room you come to when you open the front door, straight in. To the right, there's a door to the garage, and to the left is the room we use as our living room. To the right of that is the dining room, with the entry into the kitchen. From the left of the living room is the hallway, with the bedrooms and the bathroom. From the time when I first moved in, I've never liked the bedroom at the end of the hall. It has a window that looks out into the front yard. The room I shared with my sister has a window that looks out into the backyard. I'm not sure what it is about the room, but it's a creepy feeling. I was around 11 when my older sister moved out. By that time, it had been a while since I'd gotten any creepy feelings in the second bedroom. I was pleased with the idea of having my own room. I moved my bed in there, got everything set up, and prepared for the grown-up life that I wanted. The first couple days were okay. I had strange nightmares about something coming in from the ditch, something I couldn't explain. Finally, after about a month after I'd been sleeping in the room, I woke up suddenly from one of those dreams. I laid there for a while, not really sure of what woke me up. Then, I realized that the music box my grandma had given me a year ago, it was on. The music box was shaped like a carousel horse and had a switch on the bottom of it that turned the music on. I sat up and took it down from the shelf above my head and turned the switch off. I figured that maybe my cat went up on the shelf and brushed against it. I laid back down to go to sleep. It was lying there that I first saw him. I don't know what made me look up into the doorway of my bedroom. At the time, I slept with the door open, but I did, and standing there was a man, clear as day. For a moment, I was sure that someone must have broken into the house. The light coming off the nightlight near the door, I saw that his mouth was moving quickly, and no sound was coming out. It was almost like he was screaming at me. He took a step forward and vanished. I slept in the living room that night. I finally got the nerve to sleep in my room again, after about a week of sleeping on the sofa. And that night, I had the same creepy nightmares and woke up to find a child's shape sitting on the end of my bed, staring at me. It vanished when I turned the light on. I ended up spending the next year sleeping on the floor in my sister's room because my mom wouldn't let me move my stuff in with her. I also couldn't change my room without getting the feeling of being watched. I would glance at the mirror. It's the type that sits on the dresser, and see a face staring at me, one that wasn't my own. My older sister finally moved back home, and I ended up back in the other bedroom with my sister. I thought that would make it go away, but I would sometimes see the man standing in the doorway late at night. He'd stand there staring at me, mouth moving, forming words I didn't understand. 3 years ago, some major changes happened. My oldest sister broke up with her husband, lost her house, and had to move in with my mom and dad, along with her 2 kids. My oldest sister had her boyfriend living in the house with her. The living arrangements were this: my 2 oldest sisters slept in one room, along with my youngest nephew, belonging to the first sister I talked about. My oldest sister's kids slept in the second bedroom with me, and my sister and her boyfriend had the living room. It was weird at first, but we all got used to it. The weird things had calmed down since I'd moved to the other bedroom, but it picked up again when my sister moved in. I was trying to get some sleep. It was around 1 in the morning, and I saw the child's shape again, but this time, it was sitting at the end of my niece's bed. I sat up, but before I could say anything, my niece woke up screaming. She said it was a nightmare, and I had a feeling it was probably the same one I had when I was younger. They moved out last year, and things calmed down for the most part, until my oldest sister moved away. I now had a bedroom all to myself. I was trying once again to get some sleep. I've always had trouble sleeping in this house, and I looked at my doorway, and the man was standing there, but this time I could hear him whispering. It was gibberish. I turned over and pulled the pillow over my head, but the room got so cold, I ended up turning my TV on and closing my bedroom door. Another time, I was messing around with a couple of the other teenagers in the area. We were crossing the ditch and going over to the woods behind the houses. The way we cross is there's an area with 2 large pipes that stick out in the water. Surrounding the pipes are these rocky things that you can slide down but also grip with your hands. They're kind of smooth and hard to hold when wet. We were coming back. The others had crossed just fine. I was the last one over. The first thing that happened that was really odd was my hand slipped and I started sliding down. I felt as if someone had grabbed my arm and stopped me before I reached the water. I was about to step down into the water to get across when I heard someone yell my name and say very loudly in my ear to stop. I looked down and there was a snake in the water, right where I was about to put my foot. My friend came back across and got rid of the snake. I got home okay. When I went to take a shower later that night, I looked at my arm, and I had a hard handprint bruise on my arm. I don't know if it was one of the ghosts from the house, but something stopped me from falling and from getting bitten by the snake. So, I guess even if the ghosts scare me, they're looking out for me too. Bonito City, a rather grand name for the cluster of log buildings that house the saloon, post office, schoolhouse, church, general store, a hotel called the Mayberry House, and a number of comfortable residences. Set amid lofty peaks 12-mile northwest of Rizzuto, apple orchards and livestock of the Bonito settlers flourished in the 7,000-foot meadows at the edge of the forests. Trout fishing was excellent in the Bonito River. God was in his heaven, and all was right with the world, or so it seemed, when two events took place that would cause the serene and pleasant community to literally disappear. The centerpiece of Bonito City was the 2-story log hotel called the Mayberry House, operated by Mr. and Mrs. John Mayberry. They had 3 children, John, Eddie, and Nellie. On the night of May 5th, 1885, the Mayberry House leaped into the record books with one of New Mexico's most bizarre crimes. Earlier that evening, a number of miners ate supper there and left. Only 2 guests had rooms, Dr. R. E. Flynn from Ohio, and a youth named Martin Nelson seemed to be pleasant and inoffensive roomers. All were in bed by 10 o'clock. About 1 o'clock in the morning, Nelson arose and knocked on the bedroom door of the 2 Mayberry boys. John awakened and opened the door, at which point Nelson fired 2 rifle shots, killing him instantly. He then turned on the 7-year-old boy Eddie, who was screaming in bed. Nelson killed him with a single blast. Dr. Flynn, hearing the shooting, rushed from his room and was shot through the head. John Mayberry, after hearing the screams, was making his way up the dark stairs from the first floor when a shot through the heart dropped him on the landing. Blood was everywhere. Mayberry's daughter, Nellie, appeared and was shot through the side and left for dead. She later recovered. Miss Mayberry ran upstairs where Nelson shot her in the chest, but failed to kill her. She stumbled downstairs with blood streaming all the way to her feet, leaving bloody footprints visible on the stairs, even years later. She fled to the nearest cabin for help, but Nelson followed, executed her, and threw her body into an irrigation ditch. Nelson, the saloon keeper, no relation to Martin Nelson, appeared on the scene, grappled with the youth, who was no match for the murderer. Mark Nelson shot him to death and left his body bleeding in the sandy street. The next victim was a storekeeper, Herman Beck, who came out to learn the cause of the gunshots. Nelson killed him with one bullet. Bonito's terrified citizens locked themselves in their homes until morning, while Nelson roamed at large, finally climbing up a nearby mountain. Next morning, as Charlie Berry, Rudolph Schultz, and Don Campbell were standing in the street discussing the murders, they sighted Nelson returning down the mountain. He saw the man, brought up his rifle to fire, but was an instant too late. Berry failed him with a bullet through the heart. Nelson's last shot went harmlessly into the air as he fell. Total fatalities were 8 killed, including the murderer, and 1 wounded. It was years before the people of Bonito City recovered from the shock, and for 15 years, nobody set foot in the log hotel. Folks said it was haunted, told stories of shrieks and groans in the dead of night, of seeing lights flicker from room to room, or hearing muffled shots. Those who peeped through the dusty windows could see the bloody footprints left by Miss Mayberry's feet. The murderer was buried at Bonito, with his head pointed down. Folklorists say that this custom was to prevent the buried persons from walking as a ghost. The victims were also buried in Bonito, side by side of each other, and a reasonable distance away from the murderer Martin Nelson. Gradually, Bonito City died. The final blow came when the railroad arrived in the desert below and took a business-like approach to acquiring water rights in the Bonito Valley, and later on, buying out the land in which the remaining residents of Bonito City lived. In 1930, Bonito Dam was built by the Southern Pacific Railroad. The remains of the victims were moved to Angus Cemetery. A large stone marks their resting place, and as for Bonito City, it is presently resting under 75 feet of water that is now known as Bonito Lake. Since then, Bonito City has become an old memory and a murder mystery of the past. Some people have claimed that during a well-moonlit night, they can see the top of the church steeple shining below the serene resting water of the night. Is it really the church steeple being seen 75 feet below the water's surface? Or is it a haunting image, reminding us of the presence of the city below? You decide. In early November 2006, I went over to visit my grandparents' house and my grandpa wasn't feeling well. He eventually went to visit the hospital. I thought he would just get out in a day or so, because he survived a heart attack before. For the first few days I wasn't worried at all. But after a week in the hospital, I was getting a little worried. About 2 weeks later, he passed away. I was absolutely devastated. Before his funeral, his brother and sister came down to visit while they were sleeping in my grandparents' house. This is 2 days after he had died. My uncle was leaving. He looked back to see if things were all right and saw a rather tall figure wearing a hat walking in our room. At first he thought it was my grandpa's brother Robert, but he was fast asleep in a different story of the house. He went looking in the room, and the ghostly figure was gone. We all think the figure was our grandpa. He was about 6'1", and always wore a hat. Every time my grandma went to go get food, or to pick up my little cousins, we would get a feeling someone was watching me, but in a good way. In early December, I was decorating the Christmas tree, and I saw a face peek out at the top of the stairs at me. It looked exactly like my grandpa a few years before he died. It kind of feels like a little bit of him follows every one of us. All of these accounts have happened in Lake Havasu, Arizona, each in a different house. My mother and I were driving around town, looking for a house to rent, when we found a large house in Bayou Drive. This house was an old bluish color, with vines creeping up the outer walls and into the fireplace, with a large overhang on the front porch. As soon as we started walking up the driveway, a very strong feeling of dread started to creep through my body. I really liked the house, so I ignored the feeling and continued into the backyard. As I entered the backyard, I remembered a dream many months before. The exact backyard was in my dream, and the images of death and demons filled my mind. My mother had the same feeling, so we left without another word, deciding that a door had opened and a demon was dwelling inside the house. We moved into a different house where everything felt normal at first. We lived there for 7 years. I soon felt eyes watching me in the shower, which then let gusts of freezing angry wind rushing past my face and arms. Later I learned my mother was going through the same events, only she experienced only one of the gusts of wind. When we started talking about moving out of the house, things got worse. My mom once felt a figure sit down on the bed beside her and saw the indentation of a person on the bed. There were no dogs in the room, and the entire house was asleep. I saw blinds move and nothing in the room, and a shadowy figure walk across the kitchen. I was cleaning out a house, just about to move into it, when I repeatedly saw a figure of a little girl out of the corner of my eye. I could sometimes hear her talking softly to no one in particular. Later investigation proved that a little girl had drowned in the pool years before. I've had a lot of things happen to me in my life, from seeing eyes in the corner of my room to being slapped by something I couldn't see, so I'm very open to anything and everything that someone would think was weird or crazy. My mom, however, is not, so for her to tell me about what happened to her, I know it's true. I'm 28 now, and this happened a few years before I was born. My mom was an FHA teacher for 15 years, so she went to FHA meetings a lot. One night she was at a get-together for school, and it was getting late, and as she was getting ready to go, one of her friend's cars wouldn't start, so my mom said she would take her home. As they were driving, her friend and her were talking, not even thinking about how far out in the middle of nowhere they were. Finally, they got to her house, and my mom dropped her off and started home. It was a very calm night, and very dark, almost eerily calm. As she was driving down the road, she started to feel uneasy, so she tried to blow it off, until she turned down back road to the highway. I can't think of the name of the road right now, but I do know there was quite a few fatal accidents on that road because of how windy it is. So, as she was driving, she looked over and saw this thing running right beside her. It was as big as a cow, and its eyes glowed green. She got so scared, she stepped on the gas and was going 85 miles per hour. And the thing then disappeared. It was almost as if it was there like a flash, and it was gone. She never found out what it was, nor did she ever go down that road again. But she figured it might have been a banshee or something after a long look at things. She has only had 2 things ever happen to her in her life that she definitely couldn't explain, and that was certainly one of them. The other was when she went to bed one night, when she was a teen. She just got into bed and looked over at her closet, and there was something that looked like a man floating with a glow around it coming at her. She ran and told her mom, and her mom told her it was nothing. So she went back to bed, and she saw it again, and ran out and slept on the couch for the rest of the night. I'm a clairvoyant, and I'm used to not being alone. The last house I lived in had a number of distinctive entities, and will only share a couple of my experiences with you now. There was a young girl, probably around 4 or 5, who was very prevalent around the time my son was 3. One night, I had a contact dream. Usually my dreams are surreal and nonsense, but when I contact someone, they're usually set in whatever house I am in, and are more out-of-body experiences. I walked to the end of my hall and looked through the dining room into the kitchen, and there was a small girl with waist-length dark brown, not black, wavy hair. She had a flowered white nightgown on, and she was pushing buttons on the microwave. When I asked her why she was here, she quickly, and I mean quickly, like Japanese horror across the room in a blink quickly, came up to me. I crouched down, but I couldn't see her face, and somehow I knew she had been badly injured. Think gunshot wounds to the eyes and cheek, so I didn't want to see her face. I explained to her that she needed to move on and go into the light where her family was waiting, and then I walked back to my room with her following behind me. I woke up, then went back to sleep, and a while later my son woke me up, halfways anyway, enough to answer him and kinda remember. And he asked me to tell the girl that she was not his sister and to leave him alone. I told him to lay down in my bed and explained to her she was about 3 feet away, that I'm not her mother, and that she needed to move on, that it wasn't her house anymore. I thought that part was a dream when I woke up, until I realized my son was asleep beside me. The other very noticeable energy in my house was that of a woman who was very straight-laced and controlling. She would often sit on a window seat in my bedroom at night. My husband, who is a very skeptical man, would sit up in his sleep staring with closed eyes towards her and ask over and over, "Who is that? Who the heck is that?" Until I would tell him it's okay. Then he would lay back down. Well, this house was in Oklahoma, and every time there was a tornado weather outside, she would panic and really become agitated and very distracting to those who could sense her. So I'd have to calm her down and watch the storm. When my alarm clock didn't go off, she would bang loudly on the window in time for you to get to work, the only nice thing she would do. But when we were moving out, she really flipped, stirring up whatever else was there, so in the middle of the night, I would hear floor shakings and bangs from completely empty rooms. Tape would be peeled off boxes and placed across the room. Things would be removed from boxes overnight and put in different rooms, like books stacked in the middle of the kitchen after they were packed, and sounds of the TV coming on after it had been unplugged and wrapped in protective sheeting. All in all, it was not a very fun move, especially when I was alone the last 4 weeks of packing, and she kept opening the valve on my air mattress at 2 a.m. My new house is nice, but I keep hearing a little boy talk to me from a corner of my bedroom. Oh well, I guess. I'm 25 now, and have had strange experiences which, though I'm very analytical and skeptical, can't seem to find out how, or why, or what these things were. I will tell each encounter as simply and as accurately as I can. I used to live in Stockton, and my house was built around 1910 to 1912. I was an only child, and my parents were very busy doing their own things. I may have had an overactive imagination, but I don't believe so, because what I saw was too clear and not vague and reinterpreted by my brain. The sliding redwood doors that separated our living room from the dining room began to shake before my eyes, as if it was locked and someone wanted in. I got up and walked around to the other side, thinking it was my cat, but I didn't see her paw, and she never shook the doors, just nudged them apart. I walked around to the other side of the doors to the kitchen. All the lights were off, and I saw no one. I felt very scared suddenly, and went to bed, closing my door. Another time I was laying in bed, and my mother was on her hands and knees sniffing the floor. A bathroom connected our rooms, and I assumed she had begun sniffing in the bathroom. I asked her what she was doing, and she replied, "Your father and I smelled rotten blood." I can't remember what happened first, but I saw a clear apparition in my living room as I tied my shoes. A man dressed in black with a top hat and coattails, had a cane with a black long beard, walked briskly through the living room, and disappeared. I had a dream that I pulled the back out of the carpets in my parents' bedroom and saw bloodstains. I don't know if she was moving them. She denies it still to this day. But I know I wasn't moving them because I was determined to find the truth. The board told this story. A married couple named Mark and Melissa Twain lived in the house with a woman's sister. One day, in jealous outrage, she killed them both in the room with a shotgun. I thought it was very fishy the wife had my name, and the husband's name was Mark Twain. Like I said, my cousin says she didn't make the Ouija tell the story. I was under the house one day, bored and playing around, when I found a small handful of large blast bullet casings. Not as large as a shotgun casing bullet, I don't think. Other things have happened. I heard a knock on my door late at night. One huge knock, but I was too scared to open it. I told my father in the morning, and he got very angry and shouted at me that I was too stupid. I don't know why that angered him. I surmised the knock was from my dog changing lying positions on the porch. Once a baby bottle just sitting on the counter just seemed to be thrown in the floor. My father said it was because I stomped into the kitchen. Perhaps. But the powerful way it fell, I doubted it. I was never able to tear my parents' carpet or find any information on the house that could point me in any direction. Though I did get all the paperwork on who owned the house, and no name Twain ever owned the house. My aunt, who claims to be a psychic, came over to the house and said that several ghosts live here. That was something I didn't hear myself. Another family member told me that. The house, which was always a bit odd, had a stained glass window on the front, not very large. It was of a cross. Later in life, I was in high school, living with a friend. I was trying to go to sleep, and heard someone say my name very clearly right next to my ear. I got up and asked my friend what he wanted. He was in my grandmother's room, which they shared. I didn't call you, he said. The voice didn't sound like his voice. It had a lisp, as was very girlish sounding. We went to the house in the Delta, abandoned and run down, as well as vandalized. I walked ahead of everyone, always ready to take on whatever. As I walked past a bush, these birds just exploded from it. Before, I heard no bird song, and they surprised. The house was elevated with a basement that had openings for water to flow through. Everything was pretty much ruined. A door opened nowhere, as the staircase had been brought down. It felt like a cemetery, not in a morbid sense, just so quiet and hollow. We went to the basement, where trash was everywhere. On the door, which had been removed then, placed back up, was a crude black painting of a devil or satyr. Being mischievous, I took a wooden bed frame topper. It was painted brown with a carved flower on each side, and it was painted red as well. After I took it home, that's when I heard the voice. My room was cold, and I saw something in the garage, and I had a really weird nightmare. The kitchen was being renovated, so we had to wash and get dishes in the garage. I went out to get a cup and felt very nervous in there. As I was walking to leave, I heard a loud boom in the wall to my right. I looked, not too long, but long enough, and this will be a very hard to explain situation and sound crazy, but this energy waved and glistened in the shape of something human, turned its head and looked at me. I ran out, scared for my life. I'd never been so scared. I took the bed knob back, and nothing happened like that again. The site has long since been destroyed. I'm not sure what any of this means, but I do know one thing for sure. I experienced it. Both of these accounts took place within the same week of each other, happening to my brother and I when we were on vacation in London. The Hyde Park Ghost. I was on vacation with my family in London for Thanksgiving, 2001. About 10 in the morning on Thanksgiving Day, we decided to go for a walk around London, starting with Hyde Park, which was about 3 blocks from the hotel. The park was beautiful against the autumn sky, and both my brother and I found it strange how time seemed to skip, as the park just like kitty corner from a highly modernized tourist strip. As we waited on the corner for our parents to catch up, I turned to see a great black carriage standing behind us, pulled by a glamorous-looking brown and white Clydesdale. I tugged on my older brother's jacket and pointed, and we watched it for a while, thinking it was the coolest thing we'd ever seen. Others in the park didn't take much notice of them at all, walking by in a hurry to get wherever they were going, or that's what we figured. My brother, having his camera with him, took a picture of the carriage and the driver, a slightly portly man with a contented smile and a formal air. He looked at us as my brother snapped a picture, and I felt an unexplainable tingling. Shrugging it off as the autumn weather, I continued to watch the driver. Our parents called our names, and we turned back to look at them, agreeing that we should all go for a ride in the carriage. My mom asked what we were looking at, and I turned back and pointed. What happened next is the strangest thing I've ever experienced. There was no carriage standing on the corner with us. My brother just looked as puzzled, and we continued the search about the corner, thinking it must have driven off after we turned to look at my parents. But the carriage, driver, and horse were nowhere in sight. I found it odd also that we had not heard them drive off, as one would think a horse walking on stone could not be terribly quiet. A week or so later, we got the film developed. My brother and I searched through the pictures at least 3 times, trying desperately to find the one he had taken off the carriage. But though all the exposures from his camera were present, we could not find the one of the gleaming black carriage, Mary driver, and the magic Clydesdale. We did, however, find a startling shot of the corner it had been on, with a little glowing orb just right center. My brother and I prickled. The real start, however, did not come until about 2 days after that, when I was reading a book about the ghost of London I'd picked up at the Tower of London for some light reading. I felt the same familiar prickle as I read about a popular ghost in Hyde Park, that of a man driving a gleaming black carriage pulled by a huge brown and white Clydesdale. The shadow in the chapel. A few days after walking in Hyde Park, my brother and I were wandering quietly through Westminster Abbey, enjoying the sights. We walked into the chapel that was open and sat for a moment, waiting for our parents to catch up. While we were there, he said he smelled something burning. I sniffed the air, recognizing the strong smell of incense. We looked around, not seeing anyone else in the chapel. My brother poked his head out the door, and he looked around, informing me that no one was there, and no one was burning anything nearby. Thinking this was strange, but not terribly creepy, we hung around in the chapel a while longer, chatting quietly. Our conversation was broken, however, when we heard someone chanting from the front of the chapel. We jumped, thinking we were alone. I looked up towards the front, certain we had been alone. The chanting continued in a foreign language I didn't understand. My brother, a Latin student, said later the chanting was a prayer or something. We stood there, watching the front of the chapel, looking around for anyone who might be chanting. I nearly fell over when I saw someone flicker to my left. A figure, wearing a dark robe and moving slowly, walked in front of us at the head of the chapel. I remember taking a sharp step backward and falling into my brother when, after a moment's reflection, the being looked up and straight ahead. We couldn't see its face as its profile was towards us, covered by the robe's hood. That didn't matter, however, as in an instant, the being was gone. There was no more chanting, no smell of incense, nothing but me being supported by my paled and terrified-looking brother. We didn't know what to think, neither of us thinking too much of ghosts before, but neither of us could really explain it. One minute, someone standing right in front of us, and the next minute, it was gone, completely and utterly gone, not a trace of it. First story. I was 11 when this happened. I was spending the night at my best friend's house. It was a pretty Victorian house. It still had the original barn. It was in the back. But anyway, one night we were staying up well past our bedtime, down in the living room, watching TV and talking. Well, our room, which we were supposed to be in, was directly over the living room. Well, we were sitting there, and all of a sudden, we heard what sounded like something being dragged the length of our bedroom. It was something heavy. We were so scared, so we stopped talking and muted the TV to listen. It sounded almost like a dead body. All you could hear was thump, thump, slide, thump. It was freaky. We checked on everyone, and everyone was asleep. And my second story. This is my fiance's story. He's in Germany right now. He would probably be mad at me for telling this, but I have to, because it scared me. Anyway, he's not the type of guy to get scared very easily. He doesn't believe in ghosts. We live in a town called Tacoma. It's south of Seattle. Anyway, a poor town of Tacoma is Lakewood. In this town is an old insane asylum that was torn down about, guessing, 30 years ago, and then rebuilt across the street. Go figure. It's called Western State. My fiance and a couple of his friends went to the hospital for the fun of it. The ruins are still there. They were down in the basement, which also happens to be the boiler room. They were walking down there and came around a corner and saw a bunch of bugs and such. They figured a bum was staying down there. As they turned to leave, Dave is a pretty small guy, so he got pushed to the back. As he was about to leave himself out of the window, he felt someone tap him on his shoulder and heard someone whisper something to him. He figured it was the bum, so he turned around, but there was nothing there. He freaked out because it was a split second that he'd heard something and felt the tap. So he started screaming for his friends to come and get him. His friends had to pull him out of the window because he was freaking out the whole time. A third story. I was sleeping one time in my bedroom, and it was like 3 o'clock in the morning, and I suddenly woke up because I had the feeling that someone was in the room with me. I had my own room at the time, and it was pitch black in my room. But I looked in the corner where my door was, and I could just barely make out the outline of a man. He was just standing there and watching me. I couldn't breathe or think. I just stayed there for about 2 minutes, trying to figure out what to do. I finally got the balls to reach over and yank on the lamp. When I did, nothing was there. Fourth story. Me and my sister were at my grandma's visiting, and recently, my uncle had passed away in the house. He had gone missing for about 2 weeks. My grandma didn't think anything of it, because he did that sometimes. She went in his room looking for something, and there he was, lying on his bed, half decomposed. She said it took forever to get the smell out. On my grandma's TV was a plastic vase with a flake flower in it. The TV was off, and my grandma was at work, so me and my 2 sisters was sitting around and talking. I believe we were talking about my uncle, when all of a sudden, the vase went flying off the TV. When I say flew, I mean flew. It flew like 5 feet. We all stopped and decided to go to bed. Fifth story. I was spending the night at my best friend's house. I was like 15 or something. My godmother had just told us to go to bed. We were just getting ready for bed when I hear my godmother yelling at me to get my butt in bed. I came out of my best friend's room and said we were. She then proceeded to tell me that she had seen me in the reflection in the window walk by from the stairs to the kitchen, but the room we were in was right next to where she was. Freaky. The sixth and final story. I was babysitting my nephew one night. I was sitting on, listening to music and relaxing, when I heard my sister laugh. Thinking that was weird, because I hadn't heard them come home, I got up to check. There was no one there. I know my sister's laugh. About 30 minutes later, I heard my sister cough. Again, I got up to check. Nothing. I don't know much about this house. I've only been here about 8 months. It's my brother-in-law's house. This house is kinda weird though. When all sounds have died down, you can hear clicking, and sometimes even what kinda sounds like walking sounds. I sleep with my door open, so I'd hear if my sister had opened her door. But they're like soft walking sounds. Odd. Anyway, I have tons more stories. I'm a very strong believer in ghosts. So if you want to hear more stories, just email me and let me know. I was reading your site around Halloween and noticed Green Man and instantly knew what the reference was. I had heard this story dozens of times by my dad who visited Raymond. Then, I realized the legend was not correct. The legend states that late at night, you could witness a ghost wandering around the tunnels and bridges around town. There have been numerous reports over the years of a man with a green face walking after hours. He is known as the Green Man. This is because when people have seen this figure, the apparition has a terrifying green face as he floats by the local tunnels and bridges of the area. The real version is extremely depressing, but the real version in the least. The horrible accident occurred in Evans City. Raymond, unsure of the last name, and his older brother were flying a kite near some electrical wires next to a tree. The kite got stuck, and Raymond followed his brother up the tree to retrieve it. When Raymond's brother grabbed the kite, both brothers got electrocuted. Raymond's brother was killed, and Raymond was severely burned. He was extremely disfigured, and it was extremely hard for him to walk because of the accident. The residents of Evans City collected nearly $30,000 for the boy for his care. His older sister and her boyfriend ran off with the money, leaving Raymond without the money he needed to get well. From then on, the townspeople took him under their wing and took care of him the best they could, but without the funds to do it. My dad's grandmother, who lived in Suiki, told my dad and his brothers and sisters the story of the Green Man when they went to visit her. Raymond, now an adult, walks down the road to and from the tunnel every night. The sun would hurt his eyes, since it only had a thin sheath of skin to cover them, so he did not go out in the daylight. He could barely walk, but did so every night regardless. People from all over came to bring him money, gum, and cigarettes, even while he was on his nightly walks to the tunnel and back home. The Green Man came from the color his skin looked when the headlights would hit him. He had been charred so badly, he was gray, so the headlights actually made him look a greenish-gray color. Unfortunately, my dad couldn't confirm this because he is colorblind. Raymond had a hole for a mouth, no nose except for a hole, and holes for ears. My great-grandpa and my Uncle Carl, then a teen, got out and handed Raymond a pack of Lucky Strikes and a pack of gum. Raymond talked to them for a bit, though you could barely understand what Raymond was saying. Behind my great-grandma's car were many more cars, waiting to see Raymond, as there were more every night. At this point, Raymond was a bit of a celebrity. Raymond was watched by the town and the police, and he never had any trouble with the visitors. My family left, and the next car pulled up to visit. My dad recalls hearing of Raymond's passing some years later. Must have been about 1985. The interesting aspect of the story is that years after Raymond's demise, I've had friends who have passed by the tunnels and have noticed gray mists, orbs, and other strange phenomena. Whether they witnessed phenomena near the very same tunnels that Raymond used to frequent. One of my friends is a non-believer and a true skeptic of the paranormal, and he had experience where he saw the Green Man years after his death. Just like the story, he shined his headlights as he was driving through the tunnel and nearly wrecked his car. He thought that he had saw a man wandering around who appeared to have a green face. He appeared so quickly that my friend had little time to react. His car came to a complete halt, but there was nobody in sight. Whether Raymond haunts the road and tunnel, I don't know. However, I'd like to believe that the legend is now true, after the experiences that my friends have had. A little ironic, but fascinating, nevertheless. These experiences all occurred at my grandmother's house, which is called Gwynmick Manor. Although the house isn't very big, it's around 200 years old. All my dad's family have lived there, and my grandmother now lives there alone. There have been many different events, things such as footsteps, dogs barking at something unseen, and the shower being turned on and off, or just a few minor things. One time, my uncle fell asleep in the kitchen at night, and the door he was sleeping next to was flung open, waking him up, even though there was no draft, and it was an airless night. The same uncle also had experiences as a young child. When he was younger, he would hear footsteps from outside his window late at night, as though someone was walking hurriedly over gravel. At the same time, he would see two big black dogs sitting by his bed. Another time, my grandma was walking upstairs with some laundry when she dropped something and bent down to pick it up. As she was retrieving it, she saw a pair of shoes on the steps in front of her, as real as a human's. She looked up and saw a long skirt and the start of a shirt, and then the figure disappeared. My grandma swears to this day that the story is true, and says although she didn't feel threatened, she certainly wonders who this woman is. There was no one else in the house at the time, and the stairs are curved, so if someone had walked down them, you would have seen. Most recently, my sister and I were in the corridor opposite the dining room, which is locked when it's not in use. There is a key on the outside of the door. We were standing there talking when the key started to move, as if someone was trying to get out from inside. We thought maybe someone was in there at first, but then we remembered that the key had been moving from our side of the door. Most recently, we were sitting on the lawn whilst my dad and uncle played badminton on the court behind us. The garden is raised almost on a hilltop, with steps leading up to it, so the grass we were sitting on was in line with the upstairs bedroom window, if that makes sense. We were facing the window, talking, and looking in at my grandmother's two dogs, who could have been sitting on her bed. My grandma had gone out shopping and had left her dog shut in her bedroom. First, we saw one of the dogs start barking urgently at something in the far corner, which was out of sight from us. This continued, and the dog then jumped onto the bed again and started barking directly at us. We thought this was strange, but what happened next couldn't be explained. A white mist, almost in the form of a hand, passed over the dog's head, as though it were stroking her. She then stopped barking. We both looked at each other in horror, knowing that we both had seen the same thing. There was no sunlight that could have reflected through the windows, and I honestly can't think of another explanation for the hand we had seen. I still feel scared when I go into the house. January 1999. I'd been working for an American company in Evesham in the UK. The company was based in a small industrial estate called Briar Close End East. On the edge of this estate is a small pub called the Oddfellow Arms. We all used to go to this pub now and then for a quick pint of a lunchtime. I personally used to have a pint, perhaps once or twice a week there. Anyway, as you go in on a fairly regular basis, you tend to get to know some of the locals. There was one couple in particular that the story is about. They were an old couple. He was an ex-counselor and had to use a frame to walk with. He was always with his wife. She used to drive him everywhere. Obviously, he couldn't get anywhere without her assistance. It was just after the Christmas break, first week back at work in January. I decided to go for a sandwich and a drink at the pub. Funny thing was, I noticed that this chap was on his own, sat in the corner. He tipped his glass to me as usual, to acknowledge me. I thought no more about it. Later that day, I spoke to my warehouse manager. He frequented the pub on a more frequent basis and knew all the regulars by name. So, I mentioned to him how odd it was that the old guy was on his own. Astonished, he replied, "That's impossible. The old guy had died over Christmas." I have never forgotten this. And some people, including my wife, have told me I must be mistaken, but I know what I saw, and I know when I saw him. For all those people who know the Oddfellows Arms Evesham, perhaps some of you may remember this chap and his wife that frequented the pub, or maybe someone else had seen him too. I'm recently going to a neighboring school by this house, and have visited it frequently. I never get a safe feeling while in there, and recently, we found a mutilated animal, not like it was feasted on, but just torn apart, and left in front of the house, maybe for some sort of omen, or a warning. The body was ripped to shreds, and its skin on the hands were ripped off, just showing its appendages. Later, we found the skull of the animal adjacent to it, and we noticed the jaw was removed, but the skull itself was in a very clean fashion. No blood, or guts, or any kind of fluids, not even dirt marks. The skull almost looked like it had been washed. That not being the strangest thing, I have a friend of mine who is a female, who is as well as extremely interested in the paranormal, and she has recently gone to the house, and the first encounter dealt with her and her best friend going into the house and just walking around. The problem was that they did not even get to enter into the house. Right before stepping on the yard, the house is surrounded by large bushes. They heard a sound coming from one. Other times that I've been with her, we swore we heard footsteps beside us in the bushes, as if being watched. Her best friend saw a shadow and became very frightened and began to flee. My friend was not as scared and refused, and her being the determined person that she is, continued to go forth. The sound was continuing this whole time. Her friend left sprinting, and so just to be a good friend, she decided to go catch up. She was not running so fast, and in her light jog, she turned around and noticed a woman with bright blonde hair, this being the only thing sticking out, chasing after them, and even got off the yard and continued in the pursuit. When seeing this, my friend began to run even faster and eventually ran to the church where they parked their car. She called me while this was happening, I guess to help us believe, and also she knew I was very interested, and I could hear the fear in her voice. When she returned, she told us the story, and one of the girls who was a local asked about what she had saw, and when she said the thing chasing them had long blonde hair, the local freaked and admitted that the woman who was murdered did in fact have long blonde hair. This scared and excited all of us because my friend who was chased had no idea how the woman looked or anything of that sort. Not being enough for us, we decided to go back with another group of kids who swear they know much about demons. We weren't allowed to go on because the demon group refused to get on because they swore they could just feel the evil. Well, they went back, and we ended up going another day with other friends. We just heard small sounds and footsteps. Other friends' stories deal with the chair in the living room that has two missing legs would be dragged across the living room. But one day, my friend, being the brave girl that she is, went into the house by herself one night, and she was walking around and really did not notice anything. She made a comment expressing how upset she was that nothing was happening, and a few minutes later, she heard a high-pitched shriek, and right then she was pushed, what she guessed to be about 4 feet, and pinned to the wall. She stumbled out of the house, and when she got home, her best friend noticed the scratches on her forehead. She still has them right now. This incident is very recent. That same night, her friend later called me saying that she had fallen asleep and was not responding, and that she was breathing normally, but her body was extremely cold. We haven't gone back yet, but we noticed that activity is much higher when fewer numbers are around. I look forward to giving you updates. Also, I'm from McAllen, Texas, and there's a building in that area that is rumored to be haunted. There's this building, and it is extremely haunted on the 3rd floor. I'll go ahead and check that out as well, and I'll give you an update as soon as possible. My name is Andrew Pierce, and I'm a local ghost hunter here in Warwick, Rhode Island. Having experience in paranormal investigation helps every time I tell my story, because living with ghosts and experiencing ghosts are two different things for me. I moved into my home 15 years ago, at the age of 6. The first night in my new house, I slept in what is now my mother's room, and before waking that night, I had nightmares of bloody murder, massacres, and deadly beatings. At the time I was just scared, but now, after researching, I've come to the conclusion that this was a ghostly encounter. Between the ages of 7 and 10, I suffered 4 experiences in my dreams where strange people would walk around in my house. The only problem is that they weren't living, and in each of these dreams, they were foreshadowings of what are now actual hauntings. The area with the most activity is my basement, which has been finished and where several phenomena have occurred. The first came when I was 12. I was headed upstairs from my computer room when I saw a figure out of the corner of my eye. When I turned around, it was a little girl huddled in the corner and looking at me. She was dressed in 18th century garb and looked like she had just left church or some sort of social gathering. She has never been seen again, but she has been felt throughout the house, and even experienced once by someone who had never been in my house before. This occurred when a friend of mine was sleeping downstairs, waiting for us to get back from a run to CVS. She was asleep on the couch when a ghostly arm or hand touched her arm, and then proceeded to knock over a couple of items on the table. When she had informed me of this, I knew it was the girl. Another haunting would be in my mother's room, where, if you are alone upstairs and my dog is not around, a growling sound comes from her room. It is entirely inexplicable, but I have a feeling an angry ghost lives in there, but cannot gather enough energy to support anything other than making sounds and haunting dreams. Shortly after my neighbor died, he built the house for his children and loved my family very much. Most of the hauntings disappeared, and a sense of comfortability ran through the house. Everything was at normal temperature, and there was no more dreaded sense of being followed or even watched. This has comforted me greatly, but it only lasted for a short time. Since that time, several newer and less aggressive ghosts have entered the house, and they are seemingly very friendly with my dog. Where he used to bark at them, he is now okay with them and can even be seen playing with them. This was witnessed when I saw him playing with his ball alone, but then noticed that the ball was rolling to him on its own. He would bring it back, and it would only roll once more. Also, this same ghost apparently hates breakfast because it disturbed us one time by knocking over a bunch of papers on the counter and spinning the trash can lid violently. No explainable cause was determined, as it was the middle of winter and no windows were open, and we don't have a fan in our kitchen area. Another ghost prefers to walk around the foyer and up and down the stairs, but never seems to go past the hallways. That's really all that happens, but I wanted to report these since they are the only real, vivid ghost experiences I could ever recall. Thank you. We bought a house in Yucca Valley in 1988, built during World War II, from what we were told, 2 bomb shelters. House added on to the years to come. Interesting old place, but nothing special other than the fact we thought we could turn it into our dream house. 2-story, white picket fence, etc. A couple weeks after moving in, my husband and I were in the kitchen, talking, when I thought I saw something. A fog, an image of a lady going through the dining room, not saying a word, thinking my husband would think I was nuts. He said to me, "Did you see that?" My husband and I choose to sleep in the downstairs bedroom, and the girls upstairs at that point. We were in a king-size waterbed, framed firmly on the floor, so it's not logically possible for something to be placed underneath it. After we began renovating the upstairs, we moved our bed up there, and the girls had the downstairs to sleep. Full-size beds, sitting on regular bed frames. There was nothing on the floor when we moved our bed out. A few weeks later, one of my daughters informed us that something was under her bed. My husband investigated and found a black and white photo, as well as some silk scarves. We called the former owner to ask if he knew who or what it might be. He came to look, said the photo was of his dead wife, and the scarves had belonged to her. A few months later, my husband found a painted portrait of a young man in his workshop. Again, called the former owner. He said it was of his dead son. A year or so later, one of my daughters saw the same image, the fog, image of a lady. He or she never caused us any harm, except for the fact that money we hid in one place or another had disappeared. After living there a while, we met the neighbors. They informed us Former owner's wife had died from cancer in the bedroom photo, and scarves were found. His son, portrait found, had offed himself at the Yucca Valley Inn. Ashes had been spread on the property, according to them, the neighbors, but these facts were not disclosed to us at the time that we bought the house. After living there some 19 to 20 years, we decided to move, not because of spirits, just now that the kids have grown up and moved out on their own and wanted to downsize. I used to live at the House of 1,000 Stairs in Redlands, California. I lived there for about 10 years off and on with my godparents. They lived there full time. I came on the weekends and during the summer. This place is very active at night. My godsister and I would see the spirits of ghostly nuns walking down the stairs. They would stop to ring the bells in the bell towers and then evaporate into a mist. After a while, we removed the bell that connected to the stairs. There were other spirits as well. Some were pleasant, while other spirits we believed were demons. I think the scariest experience we had was one night when I was sleeping in one of the rooms. I woke up to seeing multiple green lights floating aimlessly around me before disappearing. They had to have been orbs. I remember there was a closet which was slightly open. When I looked at the closet, I noticed the head of a figure peeking out with red eyes. If you've seen the famous Amityville horror picture, that's how it looked to me, except with red eyes, of course. There are tunnels that run under the property, and rooms as well, all made out of dirt. Some of the rooms' doors have been covered over with dirt and rocks, so that you cannot get in. If you stay down there at night, you will see nuns going in and out of these rooms that have been covered over. I'm not sure what the nuns did in this house, but there are many restless spirits here. I also believe this place draws mentally unstable people to it. While we lived there, on multiple occasions, we had to call the police because people would break into the property, knocking at our door, telling us the spirits told them to come here. There are so many stories I could tell you, but it's a very unusual place after a while. My godsister and I would sleep in the game room next to our parents' room because we were too scared to stay in our room. That's about all I'm willing to share for now, but I hope you enjoyed these stories. I know that most high schools claim to be haunted, but my old alma mater has everything from restless Indian spirits, students that died on campus, as well as the spirits of some priest that passed away at the campus. Its name is Bishop Olney High School. It's located immediately next to the San Fernando Mission Cemetery, and is directly across the street from Eden Memorial Park, a cemetery for Jewish believers. To make this easier, I will list the different stories I've heard and my own limited encounters. 1. Our school's built on what used to be an old orange grove. It was also used as a burial ground for Native Americans who built the mission. Several different faculty members have heard the sounds of an old woman crying right inside our alumni hall, and one claiming to have seen her pacing back and forth. I myself went there late with 3 friends one night in an attempt to see if we could prove anything for ourselves. We heard the same crying noises and saw a brief glimpse of a black silhouette through the all-glass walls of the building. Other faculty members have claimed to see an Indian chief in full ceremonial garb near the school's chapel and the hallways behind it. 3 3, members of the water polo, swimming team, and marching band have heard a young boy crying from the old archives located underneath the buildings on the west side of campus. The water polo and swimming teams used to use the old showers that were built for the priests when the school was a seminary, and the band used to store its equipment in spare rooms down there. One story of an eyewitness who saw the spirit is one of the creepiest our school has. A few of the girls on the swim team went down to the showers after practice and found all the shower heads on and a little boy standing in the middle of the room. The boy didn't respond to any attempts at conversation. The girls left to get a coach to try and get the boy to talk. When they got back, all of the shower heads were off, and the boy was nowhere to be found. This part of the school is directly next to the graveyard. Only a chain-link fence separates the two properties. Our pool is technically rented space from the graveyard. In the new school archives, located on the second floor of the building over the old archives, there have been reported sightings of a priest in his uniform, reading or filing books. This same hallway, nicknamed the Forbidden Hallway by students, because it has all the permanent records in school's computer's mainframes and is off limits to any student without permission, was once the dorm rooms for the young priests in training when the site still served at the cemetery. A lot of men of God passed on at this location. 5. The hallway behind the school's chapel has had several sightings. The Indian chief, the little boy, and shadowy silhouette have all been seen here. The boys' bathroom is a hotspot for strange happenings late at night. I would be there late for extracurriculars or what have you, and one night when I was there, the door to this bathroom closed and opened twice. No one else was there to do this, trying to test the spirit. I said, "Is someone here?" And the stall door I was in flung open. It didn't feel like a bad spirit, but it was definitely wanting to make itself known. There are plenty of other stories at the school from all different sources. Those are just the ones I've heard the most, in my own little 2 encounters. I really hope this haunting hotspot gets a slot on this website, because I don't think spirits are going anywhere. Yes, great website. When I was a little girl, about 4 or 5 years old, I remember this clearly as if it happened yesterday. I did something bad to be sent to my room as a punishment. I was laying in bed, not sleeping mind you, just laying there, looking up at the ceiling. As you may have guessed, I was bored out of my skull. Anyway, a few moments later, I looked at the head of my bed and saw 2 white heads, round-shaped, with red eyes. No teeth, or any body for that matter. They just kept staring at me. I screamed as loud as I could, and my mother came running into the room. As soon as she did, the image or ghostly figure, or whatever it was, had vanished. This house that this happened in was known to be haunted. I'm not sure by what. I asked my mother years afterwards if she had any odd experience in that house. After I told her what happened, she said yeah. When she was down in the basement doing laundry, she heard someone call her name. No one was in the house at the time. I'm not sure where I was, or my brother were at the time, but I know we didn't call her. We call her Mommy, not by her first name, as this thing did. She answered it. Now, as I recall, if something unknown calls out your name and you answer it, isn't that an invite? This house is located in Vermont on West Road in Burlington. I forget the number of the house. My mother said I was a gifted child. Gifted, meaning able to sense things, as well as sometimes able to predict the future, which I've had in the past. It's not something that happens to me all of the time. Just once in a blue moon, I'd get visions in my dreams that come as warning signs. For example, my brother was going on spring break during the days of his high school years, driving his Jeep over to coastal beaches in Florida. I recall having a dream of him doing this, and his Jeep caught fire while he was driving down the road. Odd how this dream came about. I told my brother not to go. He thought I was crazy, of course, and he didn't believe in that sort of thing, nor does my husband. Anyway, my brother called me up one day and said that his Jeep caught fire. He had a flat tire and parked on the side of the road. He wasn't going to spring break. He was just heading over to a friend's house when this happened. Come to find out, some punk started the fire to his Jeep. In 1977, my friend and I were driving on Old Pleasanton Road during the night. We were heading south when we came upon a woman wearing a black wedding dress. All she was doing was standing there, not moving an inch. We decided to pull over to see if she needed assistance, but didn't go too close, in case it could have been an ambush. No response from the woman. We didn't see that she had a vehicle anywhere around. It was beyond sketch, so we ended up not helping the woman out and continued to drive down the road. As we were driving down the road, we could have sworn we saw the lady through my rearview mirror. She was following us. The only difference was, she was not walking. She was floating towards us. This was after we had driven a mile from where we originally saw her, and there was no way she could have caught up with us in time. Within seconds, the lady disappeared, and she was nowhere in sight. We had to stop the car on the side of the road to gather ourselves, because it almost felt like something out of a movie. When I got home, I told my grandma what happened to us, and she was stunned just like I was. A week after this incident, around the same time period, I received a phone call that my friend was found murdered with a knife through his heart at the same location where we spotted the lady a week ago. My grandma told me that it could have been death coming for him. I still tremble at the thought of reliving all that happened that dark night in 1977. Great Aunt Amy. She lived in a small 2-room shack in the middle of a very remote wooded area in northern Michigan, next to her brother and his wife. I remember her writing to me in the mid-60s and telling me they had a road name and a sign now. My younger sister and I loved going there to visit. We would walk in the woods and explore an old cabin and trailer in the woods north of them. They lived very primitively, an outhouse with magazines for toilet paper, and slaughtered their own pigs and cows. There was a great green apple tree down the road, and we always stopped to get our pickings before heading home. One time, we heard a weird noise, and my mother told us to hurry up and get in the car. We had to get going. It was a bear calling for her cub, and we were downwind. Mom feared we may have been between the mother bear and her cub. Whenever we went to visit, we went to see the uncle and his wife first, then Great Aunt Amy. Although we would see her peering over the tiered kitchen curtain when we arrived, Great Aunt Amy was very short and stout, and you could just see the top of her head from the eyes up, over the lower curtain, and I'm sure she was on her tiptoes at that. But she was always so surprised to see us, and just happened to have cookies or rolls just out of the oven. The day of her funeral, the late 1970s, my sister Kathy and I got out of the back seat of the car on opposite sides. I looked at Great Aunt Amy's cabin and then looked over the top of the car at my sister. I knew she saw her too. Great Aunt Amy's little head, eyes peering up over the curtain, as she always did when we came to visit. I could almost smell those rolls baking that she just happened to be making. Recently, my sister and I took a random trip to the area and went by to see the little old cabin again. But this time, it was gone. A new home stood just to the east of its location. I was very disappointed. My sister turned to me and said, "That's alright. She's still there. Can you feel her?" I could. My father remarried 3 years ago, and when we moved into his wife's house, I began experiencing paranormal things. I've experienced things ever since I was a child. My mom and siblings were always sensitive to the paranormal. My siblings were pretty used to it, but I'd never seen anything significant until we moved into our new home. It started slowly. I couldn't sleep well at night and had been hearing bangs. I dismissed it all at first as being in new surroundings, but it continued. My sister moved in, and we began sharing stories about things we had heard in the house. They were matching up pretty well. One night I was laying in bed, and I heard hand slams against my window and slide down it. I freaked out because my window had a screen on it. So I went into my sister's room to sleep with her and kept hearing banging from my room. There was no one in there. I slept in my sister's room a couple of times before I could sleep in my room again. I began seeing black masses for brief moments after a while, and my sister had one in her room that was about 8 feet tall and human-shaped. We began doing all that we knew, which was praying. After a few years of this, I got a little used to it, but couldn't wander the halls at night without being terrified. One night, I was playing on the computer and heard a very loud bang like a door slamming, so I went to my room. I shut my door and leaned against it and heard running up and down the hallway. Things like this began happening on a regular basis, and at the time, I felt like my sister was the only one I could talk to. Then one day, something on a different level happened. I was in bed at night, and I had a bunch of glass carousels on my dresser. I'm a firm believer in 3 a.m. being the witching hour, and at that time, all my carousels went off playing music, and a couple fell off the dresser. Once again, I played and slept with the lights on. I had one final major experience before I moved out. My dad's room stayed locked during the day, so when we heard scratching on the walls, it sounded like something was scratching the walls and the ceiling. I ran to the bedroom door and it stopped, but could see a shadow moving around under the door. The scratching then continued, so I went outside. I moved and don't experience things like that anymore, but sometimes hear noises in my apartment. I just ignore it because I know my family and I are skeptical to these kinds of things. Just keep my faith and know that I know it's human in my apartment. My dad's house, I'm not so sure. This happened to my mother's uncle in the 50s. Her aunt and uncle were coming back to San Antonio, Texas, on Highway 87 when their car broke down during the night. Uncle Steve went walking during the midnight hour to get help before he told my aunt to lock all the doors. She did just that. About 3 a.m., 3 men in a car stopped to help her. They told her that they would help her, but she told them that her husband had gone to get help, and he might be coming back. So, the men told her that they will leave, and they were going to leave her some food in a brown paper bag, which they left on the hood of her car. Hours after, she thought about the food in the bag, but she was too scared to get out of the car. Soon, a highway trooper arrived. She told him that her car broke, and her husband had gone and never returned. The trooper asked her if she had seen a few gentlemen in a 57 Chevy. She told him about the 3 men that stopped, and before he left, he asked her about the bag on the hood of the car. She told him that the men left her some food in case she would get hungry. The officer grabbed the bag and peeked in it, and out of the bag, her husband's head came out. She has not been the same ever since then. I live in a small town in Kansas. I've lived in several houses in this town, and in just about each house have had strange experiences. The first I can recall was in a small farmhouse in the country. My sister and I shared a room and had bunk beds. The head of the bed was the opposite of how most people would set a room up. The head of the bed was by the window, and the foot of the bed was flush to the wall. I was in the bottom bunk, and my sister in the top bunk. I recall waking up one night and looking out the window to the shed that was across from me. In the top window, the second floor, I noticed a black human figure, no discernible facial features. It had a pale yellow light glowing around it, just purely out of fear and not wanting to experience this alone. I asked my sister, who was supposedly asleep on the top bunk, if she was seeing what I was seeing, not expecting to hear her to really answer me, and she said yes. We still joke about our psychic connection. When I was in high school and living in a small town as I do, my friends and I would drive around the countryside, mostly because we heard that there was some scary haunted place outside of town, and we always liked to investigate. But one night, I was sitting in the front seat of my friend's car and noticed that there was a small boy running in the road ahead of us. It was rather late at night, at least sometime after midnight, a very strange hour for young boys to be running out in the country. I noticed that he had on a red and green striped shirt and brown pants. What was really creepy, though, was the way he just kept looking back at us, almost begging to be hit. I could only see this boy at the middle point of the curve in the road. Just as we were rounding the last corner, he would disappear. It would only last several seconds. I questioned whether or not I was losing my mind, or if I really saw it, because no one else did. Another story I have was when I bought the house I live in now, still the same town. I'd fallen asleep on the floor in my living room. My dog was sleeping next to me. I'm not even sure what exactly woke me up, but when I looked towards my bedroom, I could see a small girl in a white nightgown. She had blonde hair, and next to her was a white cat. I could see through them. They had a mist around them. And again, just as it registered what I was seeing, they vanished. A few months later, I was in my room,
standing on the edge of my bed, which is right next to the bedroom door. I was reaching for the light fixture to change the light bulb, with my arms extended. I noticed a man, dark short hair, and in his 30s. He had dark-rimmed glasses, and he walked past me through the living room, into my room. As soon as he got past my arm, so he would be standing right in front of me, he disappeared. I've also noticed small dark figures, a possible dog, like roaming around me when I was walking in my house at night. I always try to jump over them, thinking that it was my dog, but she was in another room when this happened. In 1978, my parents purchased a relatively new house in Niceville, Florida. The land the house had been built on had previously been a swamp that was drained to make way for the housing subdivision. Nothing bad had ever happened in the house, yet, after living in the house for a short time, we all began to notice odd things. It started the night I broke up with my fiance. My parents had got out for the evening, and I was in my bedroom crying. Suddenly, I realized I was not alone. I looked up, and I saw a woman dressed in the turn-of-the-century clothing. She had a look of extreme empathy on her face. I did a double take. Never take your eyes off of them, I've learned. And my visitor was gone. My brother brought her engagement ring into my room so that I could take it to work the next day and have it sized. When I woke up from my nap, I got the ring off the dresser and noticed that it wasn't quite right. I got on my loupe and discovered that the ring had been squashed. I took the ring to my parents and showed it to them. Dad examined the ring. As a scientist, he was a little more observant than I was. He pointed out that the ring appeared to have been squashed from the right, beside the head that held the diamond, as if it had been sitting on the rear shank of the ring, and an incredible force put on it that literally broke the head from the shank, without leaving a single scratch or gouge mark. That kind of spooked me, since I had been sleeping with the ring on the nightstand next to my head, and it had been fine prior to being placed by my bed. However, events would soon unfold that made us all realize that the house was indeed haunted by the lady, but she was a friendly ghost, provided you were nice to her family. After having moved to the house, my mom was in a terrible car accident, which almost killed her. She was in the hospital for over 6 weeks, and even after she got out, she was in and out of the hospital repeatedly. By this time I was married and out of the house, but my middle sister's kids would stay over while my sister worked nights. My niece slept in my old room, which seemed to soon become the epicenter for activity, perhaps because of the pre-adolescent age. It started with her being awakened by the feeling that someone was sitting on the bed. She turned on the light and saw depression in the bed, as if someone were sitting there. As she watched, the depression slowly lifted out, as if the person sitting there had stood up. She was too frightened to sleep in the room after that, so her brother slept there for her. He was awakened every night by the sound of a dresser drawer being pulled out and rattled. At first he thought it was Granny, but then he turned the light on and there was no one there. The final straw for my sister's kids came when they were sleeping over one night. Mom had just been released from the hospital, yet again, and was sitting up in the den. Dad had gone to bed. Suddenly, Dad was awakened by the sound of the smoke alarms going off. He ran into the den and found Mom passed out. She had been in incredible pain since her accident and had begun stashing pills for a grand escape. That night, she had gotten so depressed that she ended up taking all the pills that she had been hoarding. There was no evidence of smoke in the house, not even Mom's usual cigarette smoke. By this time, the smoke alarms had stopped blaring their alarms, but Dad stood there, surveying the scene and thinking about how much pain Mom was in and how horrible her life had been since the accident, and even going as far as to whether it was even right for him to decide that Mom was not entitled to escape the horror her life had become. Then the smoke alarms went off again. Dad figured somebody was trying to tell him something, and he called 911. The next day, after we had all been to the hospital to make sure that Mom was going to be okay, we all gathered at my parents' house. I asked Dad why he had called the paramedics. I felt like the doctors who had saved my mom's life after the accident had not taken into consideration the lack of quality of life she would have, and I felt like Mom was entitled to a reprieve from the constant torment she was in. Dad looked at me kind of funny and explained about the smoke detectors. Then he said that when he had gotten home later that night, he had torn each of the smoke detectors apart, and there was nothing wrong with any of them, nor was there any reason they should have gone off in the first place. Once Dad told us this, we all sat there with odd looks on our faces and started talking about the lady. By this time, I'd seen her twice. My older sister had seen her once, and my skeptical scientist dad even admitted to having seen her. We began comparing notes and found us finishing each other's stories and descriptions. We had all seen the same lady dressed in the same clothing, and none of us had mentioned it to the others for fear of being ridiculed. As time went by, the lady continued to watch over her family. After my dad's death in 1998, my then husband and I were in the den of the house after we had cleaned out the possessions and cleaned the house up. I'd left a book on the counter, and X went back to get it. Our marriage was on the rocks, and he was becoming increasingly abusive to me. Something that the lady didn't seem to care for. He had always laughed at our family ghost stories, up till the day. But when he went back in the house to get my book, he came out of the house shaking and white. He had felt a cold hand brush across his face. Then, when he didn't leave fast enough, he felt the same cold hand pushing him in the back, propelling him to the door. The lady was trying to tell him that she did not appreciate the way she was treating one of her kids, nor was he welcome in her home. After that, the lady began dropping by my house. I always knew she was around because the stove timer would go off for no reason and the dresser drawers would rattle. After I left the abusive hubby and moved to the Midwest, the lady would come by and visit me there from time to time, always setting off the timer on the stove, rattling drawers, playing tricks with the blinds, anything she could do to let me know she was keeping an eye out for me. I realized that this is unusual for ghosts to leave their primary residence and to actually follow people from home to home, but I talked to some friends who all felt like the lady was probably a female ancestor who had died in childbirth, so she felt responsible for looking out for her family. After going through the family archives, We found a photo of my great-grandmother. She had died of appendicitis when she was pregnant. The baby also died. The woman in the photo looked like the lady. My sister is now living in the house. When she first moved in, she put some pots in the cabinet, then went to the bathroom for a minute. When she came back out, the pots were sitting on the floor. Earrings and rings that had been lost for years, some in different houses that we lived in, suddenly appeared on the cabinets or in my sister's jewelry box. Unseen hands frequently pull back the curtains to look outside, and my sister's dog loves to romp and play with the unseen visitor. I could go on and on about all the poltergeist activity, some that seemed to be coming from the lady, others that seemed to be coming from my deceased dad. From fax machines that go off when they aren't plugged in, my deceased dad's voice calling me to wake me up when the gas fireplace developed a leak, even luggage being set on its end. Weird stuff just follows my sister and I around. Just 2 nights ago, while laying in bed, I was awakened by the bed shaking. I sat up and looked around and found my husband sound asleep and the door securely closed against kitty visitors. I laid back down and snuggled up to my hubby, thinking that he just had a chronic jerk that shook the bed when it suddenly hit again. The whole bed kinda went womp, as if a 20-pound weight had been dropped on it. This time, I knew that there were no cats in the room, and since I had been snuggled up to my hubby, I knew he had not jerked in his sleep. It's nice having your own guardian spirit to watch over you, but it can really interfere with your sleeping. I know that some people think that we're all nuts, or engaging in what shrinks call magical thinking, but every time I start to question my own sanity, I get another visit. It should be interesting when we move to my dad's hometown this spring. I imagine the visits will become a regular thing. Growing up in rural northern Wisconsin, there were few opportunities for earning cash, aside from service positions and agricultural work. Coming from a farm family myself, as a youth, I would hire myself out to farmers to help with the work on their respective farms, mostly crops and dairy cattle. If you never have this experience, it may come as a surprise that these farms are usually isolated and could be quite unfriendly, creepy, and sometimes dangerous. Physical injuries like losing an eye or a limb or even a life are not uncommon. This is the setting for my story. One January, I was a hired boy at a dairy farm owned by an elderly couple with whom I was acquainted with through a parish church. The farmer's house was heated by a wood furnace in the basement, where I was lodged, and among my other jobs, I had to bring in the wood and tend the fire. One day, while carrying wood down the steps, I felt pushed, which caused me to slip and fall down the stairs, landing on the concrete floor, which knocked me out temporarily. I must have been out only a minute or two, as I woke in pain and found the wood scattered all over. The farmer was very stern, and I feared how he would react to a mess and me not being busy with the work to which I had been assigned. When he did see me, he asked where I'd been and what I had been doing, and so I explained it to him. As I suspected, he was cross with me. Later that night, over supper, he told me a story which made me rethink my staying there. He related that some time ago, His wife, although a Catholic like me, had been dabbling in the occult, things like divination, astrology, cards, etc. Odd things began happening around the farm, and it was no longer prospering. He told me that the last straw had been when he awoke to find her levitating above their bed in the middle of the night. They decided to call the parish priest. The priest, whom I will call Father X in the story, was a mature, spiritual, and virtuous man whom I knew and respected. His brother was likewise a priest and an exorcist. The couple explained what was happening on their farm and house. Father X had to get rid of the occult books and the paraphernalia, and after hearing their confession and absolving them, offered to bless and cleanse the house with a kind of minor exorcism. Before getting out his handbook of rituals and his stolen holy water, he had them close and lock the doors and windows. For some reason, he went through the residence, leading the couple in prayers and reciting the house blessing and minor prayers of exorcism, all the while sprinkling each room with holy water. When they reached the last room, which was the kitchen, Father X was finishing the prayers, and after everyone said amen, the kitchen door, which led outside, unlocked by itself, opened and then slammed shut. Father X then explained that this is why he had locked the doors previously, to make sure that by the door opening and closing by invisible force, he could tell by that sign that the spirit had really left. The farmer went on to explain that he liked the instruction that Father X had left him with, namely, that the devil is like a dog on a leash. The demons are all restrained by the power of God, he said, chained, as it were, and they cannot really hurt you directly unless you come within their reach. Occult practices, blasphemies, and even grave sins can put people in places within the perimeter of the influence of evil spirits, and so if you want to avoid being harmed by them, don't come near them any more than you would approach a vicious dog that has been chained. I asked the farmer if the basin where I was lodging was also blessed. The farmer thought for a moment and said he did not recall that it was. The door to the basement was right outside of the kitchen door. After the experience with my fall that day, and the story that the farmer told me about what had transpired, I determined that I would not stay there another week. I left and didn't return. I didn't explain why, except to say that I wanted to be closer to the parish church and I wanted to go to daily mass. I did not have my own transportation at that time, except my bicycle. The farmer was unhappy that I left, as I was hardworking and well-behaved, but for me, there were plenty of other farms where I could work that did not have such problems. Throughout my life, I'd seen and experienced a few things that I can only describe as supernatural. Everything I'm about to tell you about actually happened, and I will describe each experience as I remember them. The first thing I can remember happened whenever I was only a young boy, growing up outside a village in Northern Ireland called Besbrook. It was during the winter, because we had a heavy snowfall the previous night, and I was outside playing with my two brothers. After a while, I went inside to warm up because my hands were frozen. My mother told me to take off my boots so that I wouldn't tramp snow all over the house. I sat down at the table with a bowl of soup in front of me, and it was then that I noticed something out of the corner of my eye in the hall leading from the kitchen to the living room. I turned to see what it was, and what I saw absolutely terrified me. I saw the figure of a woman walking down the hall towards the kitchen. I just got up and ran out the door without putting on my boots and jacket into the snow, and refused to come back inside, even though my mother insisted that there was no woman in the house. Over the next number of years, nothing happened except what sounded like somebody walking around the house, even when the rest of the household was in bed or away. Everyone heard the noises, but chose to ignore them. Then one Saturday morning while I was still in bed, I was shook and awake and told to get up and come down to breakfast. Whenever I opened my eyes, there was no one in the room, so I assumed that they had already gone downstairs. While I was getting dressed, a voice was calling from downstairs for me to hurry up. When I did get down to the kitchen, there was no one around. Everyone else was still in bed. A few days after, my youngest brother claims to have saw a young boy standing in my parents' bedroom who just stood there looking at him. Shortly after this, someone unknown attacked my brother in his bed, leaving him with a black eye. The next few years were quiet, except for the noises. Nothing else that I know of has happened in that house, except for the noises. But I did tell you that I lived outside a village. The best way to get to the village is through a wooded area, and this place is a very strange place. I could distinctly remembering a moment when I had to walk through these woods to get to the village, and all of a sudden, in the middle of the night, I saw a circle of people in white robes just standing in a circle and holding hands. I was so scared about what was happening that I ran the other direction and no longer wanted to run through those woods ever again. I actually had a friend of mine who was walking through the woods, and he swears to this day that he saw a woman just flying from the distance from one side to the other. Looked like a witch, but she was floating, had really dark black hair, and it just looked like she faded out. These are the only things I've seen in my life, and with that last story, my friend has seen, but I've heard other stories by people I know. The shop at the bottom of the road is said to be haunted by the ghosts of the 7 British people killed there in the 80s, whenever the original patrol station was blown up. I mentioned earlier, I'm from Northern Ireland. There is a high viaduct in the area, which is used as a railway line. 18 people died constructing it, one for each arch, and numerous others have offed themselves off of it. The stories are that at times, you can see these people, and they all look sad. There's also the blood on one wall in a friend's house, and no matter how many times it is painted over, the blood still comes through. All this is true, and has happened within a square mile of where I live. My friend from Arizona and I made our first trip to the Queen Mary together. We happened to run into a paranormal researcher when we were on a tour and decided to stay the night. We rented a room with 2 beds so the researcher could stay with us and show us around the old boat in the middle of the night when the most activity had been reported. We attempted to fall asleep around 11 p.m. I managed to sleep quite easily and wasn't scared about sleeping in one of the reported haunted rooms. About 5 minutes after I fell asleep, my friend wakes me up. The first thing I remember was hearing a staticky voice and thought it was a radio. It wasn't until she asked me if I heard the voice. That was when I realized there was no radio anywhere in my room. My instant reaction was to turn on the light and look around the room. I reached up and tried turning on the light, and nothing happened. We were really freaking out now. The light had just been on. My friend finally turned her light on, and we laid there in bed for a few more minutes, and I decided to try the light again, and this time it turned on no problem. We tried to fall asleep again because we wanted to wander around the ship at 3 a.m. to avoid security guards. As soon as we turned off the lights and laid down, I saw my blanket pushed down and felt something on my arm. My friend also reported feeling things brush against her arm. As tired as we were, we just decided to ignore it all and go to sleep. 3 o'clock rolled around and we went to the pool room, reported to be the most paranormally active area on board. We took several pictures, and the researcher and my friend called out to the known ghosts. I didn't want to because I really felt like I was intruding. I felt sad and angry feelings throughout the whole area. I was looking around when we all heard a man moaning. My friend and I booked it back up the stairs and stood against the wall. After a few minutes, we joined the researcher again, and he continued to call out to a little girl named Jackie. I wasn't paying attention at the time, but I heard my friend gasp, and I looked over, and she asked me if I heard that. I missed it. The researcher heard it too. It was the voice of the little girl. She was singing for them. I will never forget my experiences at the Queen Mary, and actually plan on going back soon. I came aboard not believing, and left a member of a paranormal research group. My girlfriend Liz and I haven't been together for very long, but we share a passion for ghosts and hauntings. On our second date, we went to a couple sites in our county that are supposed to be haunted. The scariest one has to be the Jericho-covered bridge, located in either Fallston or Jarrettsville, depending on who you ask. As Liz and I drove up to the bridge, a heavy fog rolled in, almost like the ones you see in the old movies, set in places like London. This was weird, because Liz and I have been driving around the county for the last 2 hours, and we had only encountered fog in this one place. Maryland was a neutral state during the Civil War, but racism ran deep here. The Jericho-covered bridge is a grim reminder of that. It is a well-known local legend that runaway slaves were hung from the rafters of the bridge, and sometimes left there for days. As we drove over the bridge, we both felt a chill and a sense of terror in the air. Like the bridge had been, in fact, the scene of unspeakable horror. Neither one of us really wanted to leave the safety of the vehicle to take the pictures we were so willing to take just a few minutes prior. Eventually, though, we did take the pictures, and when we got them developed, we found only 2 pictures had turned out. In the first one, you can see some kind of disturbance in the air towards the rafters, and in the second one, we can definitely see an orb in the area where just a minute before, the unidentified disturbance had manifested itself. A couple of months ago, I was living in a house with similar history as the Hanging Bridge. It was a super old Victorian style home, very big, wide and spacious, multiple rooms. A few things happened that I thought was very spooky. The first incident happened when I was sleeping with my girlfriend in bed. In one of the rooms upstairs, we had an old music box that was in the dining room. It came with the house. I was awoken by the sounds of the music box playing by itself, and could see that the door was slightly opened. needing answers, I hopped out of bed to investigate, not understanding how the music box could play by itself. Needless to say, I made a gigantic mistake. As I opened the door and faced the stairs, I saw a dark shadow move directly up the stairs and then disappear. I froze for a second, almost chickened out, but decided to go downstairs anyway. To my surprise, there was nothing there, and all was silent. The music box had stopped playing. Another time, I was standing in the kitchen with one of my friends, and we were the only two people in the house at this time. We decided to use a spirit box and play with the Ouija board to conduct a session. I was fairly convinced that there was a spirit that needed guidance and was lost. We asked the spirit box multiple questions, but at first, no response was given to us. After nearly an hour, being frustrated, we nearly gave up. That was until we asked the spirit to give us a sign that they were still there. My back started to hurt, like some kind of pressure was being applied to it. I said to the ghost, "Is that you on my back?" Now get this. The spirit box sounded like it said death on the bridge. This immediately startled us, knowing that down the road was the hanging bridge. We tried asking it follow-up questions after that. The spirit didn't say anything, and just like that, the pressure on my back disappeared. I was starting to think that the ghost was trying to tell us that they were one of the ghosts that tragically passed on the bridge. The last incident happened in the kitchen. The kitchen door was slightly opened, and all of a sudden, I heard what sounded like a girl's whisper in my ear. As I looked towards the door, I saw a lady, I think, walk past the door. At first I thought it was my friend Laura, who always used to wear jeans. So I popped my head around the corner to try and scare her, but there was no one there. I wasn't scared because it was in the middle of the day. I actually found the experience quite exciting, but also unexplainable. To this day, I've always thought these incidents were all related to the hanging bridge. The Job Corps in Albuquerque, New Mexico. I was a student there in 1973. Since then, there has been a lot of renovation on the buildings, but when I was attending the Job Corps, it was pretty much the same as it was when it was an orphanage. One night, actually at 2 a.m. in the morning, when I came back to the dorms after babysitting, I had to walk across the campus to get to my room at the far end of the campus. While walking down to my room, all was very quiet in the dorms. Out of nowhere, I hear what sounded like children laughter in the distance. It was very faint, but I could definitely hear something. Yet, through the faintness of the sound, you could still hear shouts of glee and anger, as little children would do on a playground, if that makes sense. This happened behind the little chapel that was there, but the sounds came right there from behind the old chapel. And while I looked and squinted, I didn't see anybody there. I thought to myself at the time, why would parents allow their children to play so late outside? It was cold, and it was dark. Meanwhile, my hair was standing on end, and I tested the wind to see if the noise was carried from another place. Noises can carry long distances. There was no wind at all. At the time, I didn't know that the Job Corps used to be an orphanage until the next morning, when I was talking to my friend about hearing those children. This service worker told me that she used to work there as a service worker for the orphanage. She told me the voices I heard were probably the little children that died of broken hearts while she had worked there.
Her face went pale as she told me that the children she thought were treated cruelly. There are two versions of this legend that I know. It's called the Devil's Footprint. The first is about a construction worker that was aggravated with a boulder that would not budge. The man stepped on the boulder and said, "I will give my soul to the devil, this boulder will move." By the next day, the boulder had moved, and there was an imprint of a human foot and a hoof print of the devil. The man was never seen again. The other version is about a farmer that was having a terrible harvest. He then said, "I will give my soul to the devil if I had a bountiful harvest." Indeed, the farmer's harvest was bountiful, and he made plenty of money. The farmer was quite pleased with himself until the day the devil came to collect. The farmer refused to give the devil what he wanted, and a chase ensued. They ran all around the farmer's land, and the chase ended when they reached a cliff. I believe the footprints happened when they had their final fight at that cliff edge. I've heard many stories about the devil's footprint being haunted. My fiance told me about an occurrence that happened when he was there with his brothers when he was about 13. He said that his brother was contacted by a ghost, according to him, and his brother swears to this very day he was standing in front of the church doors, and being a rebellious young man that he was, he attempted to kick the doors open. At the moment his foot hit the door, it swung open and knocked him off the steps. Now, you may be thinking that there was probably someone on the other side of the door playing a prank, but keep this in mind, the doors open inward, not outward. I also know someone that was there very late at night, and she swears that she saw hooded men walking in the edge of the woods. I myself had an experience of sorts. One night, a friend and I decided to go find the place. We drove and drove, and we couldn't find it. When my friend was so sure she had driven too far, she turned back. We figured we better wait until daylight to look for it, so we turned on the road that we thought would take us home. And what did we see? The old cemetery and that unmistakable white church. Of course, we freaked out. My friend swerved and barely escaped going off the road. By this time, we were both feeling a little unsettling feeling in our chests. Now, whether this was due to some unwelcome presence or fear, I'm not certain. I'm assuming the latter. However, needless to say, we didn't stop there that night. My name is Bobby, and I was checking out your website, and I decided I should send in my own story. We live in Grosse Pointe Shores, Michigan. This event happened on Monday, August 15th, 2005. One day, my brother named Vince was on the computer at about 4 o'clock when he heard a scream. He ran upstairs to find me and my older brother named Sam. Vince asked what was wrong, and we asked him what he was talking about, and he said he heard a woman scream, and we said nobody screamed. We were also the only ones in the house. We got scared, but eventually thought that Vince was probably hearing things and forgot about it. But a week later, me and Sam saw this website and decided to check if something was haunting our house. We checked everywhere, but found nothing. But just as we were about to give up, Sam said to me that we never checked the attic. This was the first time that anyone was up there in the attic in a very long time. We got to the attic door and opened up the hatch, and a ladder came unfolded from the top of the door. We started climbing up the ladder and got to the attic and it was all dark. I felt the wall right behind me and found a light switch. I flipped the switch and a dim light turned on. There was this old rocking chair rocking back and forth, the one that my grandmother used to have before she died. We totally forgot that we had gotten it and threw it up in the attic. Either way, we were freaked out. After about 2 seconds, we heard a scream so loud that it knocked me backward against Sam. We climbed as fast as we could down the ladder and shut the attic door. We were so scared that we didn't tell anyone except Vince about what happened. We checked the time, and it was exactly 4:06. We now know that Vince heard the scream from the attic a week earlier. All we know about the people that lived here before us is that they were the Andersons, and that they were an old couple that lived here and raised their kids here. I don't think it was my grandma's spirit, because she was always a gentle soul and wouldn't scare us like that. Anyway, after all the kids moved out and Miss Anderson died, a short while after that, he sold his house to us about 4 years ago. I believe Miss Anderson was the one who screamed. I guess she was mad that we stole her house from her. When I was a freshman in high school, my parents moved us from the city in central New York to a big, empty house in the country. Little did we know that the house is haunted. So many things happened there that even my skeptical dad began to believe that we were sharing the house with someone or something else. My best ghost encounter occurred in the middle of the day. I walked into the bathroom and saw, from the corner of my eye, someone that I thought was my youngest sister. I said, "Hey, Lori," but she didn't answer me. Annoyed, I turned to find out what her problem was, only to realize that it wasn't her at the sink. An old woman with gray hair up in a bun, a pink flowered dress, and a white apron was drying her hands. She turned to look at me, and then she disappeared. We weren't often frightened of the ghosts, and missed them when things seemed to be quiet for too long. We would lament that they didn't like us anymore. One day, I was in the house, and I went into the shower. All of a sudden, there was a huge noise. I thought a plane hit the house, or at least there was a terrible car accident outside. I jumped out, grabbed my rope, and went to investigate. I found nothing out of order at all, so I got back into the shower. Not 2 minutes later, I heard that huge noise again. I jumped out, shaking this time, and checked everywhere, but again, there was nothing to find. I decided to skip my shower. I had a ghostly nightmare about this house before even moving in. My family moved into the house, and from day one, things were creepy. People before had moved out in a hurry, and their family broke apart almost instantly in 4 months. They all spread to 4 different places. When we moved in, we all got terribly sick within the first month. My mom had a life-threatening experience. My sister ran away. All the pets in the house died mysteriously, with no known cause of death. My parents divorced. All of this happened in only 4 months. I walked into the house after school one day, and I heard my name being called. I knew no one was home because none of the cars were in the driveway. The voice calling my name sounded exactly like my mother, and I looked all around for her, even though I knew that she was presently in the hospital. Within the next few days, and a few more creepy paranormal events, all 4 of us left in just as much of a hurry as the one before us, leaving most of our personal belongings. We all split, each of us in a different car, to different places away from each other and away from the house. I will never go back to see it, nor would I wish the haunting of the house on anyone else. Hello. I lived at this house from 97 to 99. It was in Atlanta. My family and many of my friends were witnesses to the occurrences. Voices, electronics malfunctioning, dark figures. It happened day and night, but mostly at night. It is an older white home, near the river, and for a while, we had a rat problem. The plumbers had left a hole under the bathroom sink. The rats, who were fond of shiny objects, left 2 human molars, complete with silver fillings, on the bathroom floor on 2 separate occasions. The back of the home had a foul odor, off and on, and the crawl space had been cemented over. I'm an investigator for the state, not a hysteric. But the place made a believer out of me, my family, and half a dozen friends. My then 4-year-old son complained of the man in the mirror with a string around his neck. Voices were male and female, also a small child. I've often felt the crawl space needed to be examined, just never could figure out a way to ask the officials to do such. I truly think that there is a body or bodies under that house. Myself and a girlfriend watched as a man-shaped shadow moved across the dining room wall into the kitchen where the light turned on. Well, we're checking out, if you can get the new owner's permission. So when I was about 17, my family had just moved back to Canada from living in the USA. It was a bit sudden, and being a family of 6, it was a little bit of a scramble to find a place to house all of us before the snow hit. So, my mom and dad decided to live in an old house that my grandpa had on his property, just for the duration of the approaching winter ahead. The house was my great uncle's, and my grandpa skidded from my brother's property to his place. Now my grandpa has 2 quarter sections, and this house is tucked way back away from the main house, so the powers ran from the main house, and with it being so far away, there is no running water. This house is old, so to add to the running water, there also isn't heat, only a wood stove. Just to give you an idea of where we were living in. Me, being a 17-year-old, I often stayed in town, and didn't stay there very often. I specifically remember the first time it happened. I was in my bed. I was the only one who would stay downstairs. With the wood stove, everyone wanted to sleep upstairs since it was warmer. So I was just starting to fall asleep, and I started to feel the room get really heavy. I remember the feeling of not being alone. The doorway didn't have a door on it. It only had a beaded curtain, and I could feel it standing there. I then remember having the feeling of total fear rush over me and froze into my core with it. Then, it moved closer, and I felt the bed move and someone crawl right beside me, not in a way that was super noticeable, but in a sneaky, slow, sloth-moving type of way. I specifically remember wanting to vomit with fear. Then, I felt it, the feeling of an unshaven face rub against mine. I scrambled out of bed, holding my blanket, and ran up the stairs to my parents' room. I was so out of my mind with fear that I couldn't even scream. I slept on the floor with my dad's side of the bed. The next morning, Mom was wondering why her 17-year-old daughter was curled up at the foot of her bed, and I told her what happened. Later that morning, we walked over to my grandpa's house to have breakfast. and go chat. My mom brought up my wild story. My grandpa and grandma silently listened, as my mom was laughing at the last bit of the story. My grandparents got really serious and turned to each other. Apparently, this has been an issue in the old house, and they didn't want to tell us, hoping we didn't acknowledge it, then it wouldn't bother us. I can honestly say it didn't feel angry or upset. It just wanted to cuddle. I didn't stay there much after that. I moved in with a cousin in town. Ghost stories are the most popular types of stories to talk about in the curious world that we live in. Some of us are skeptics, while others truly believe that the supernatural world is real. I truly believe that entities are real, and this is a true story involving my cousin. He didn't see a ghost, but he felt our presence, and is now fully convinced that we are visited by spirits, even though this event happened years ago, and at the time, he was truly skeptical. My cousin is a doctor, and he lives in the USA. A few years ago, he went out of the United States to Vietnam on business. He ended up visiting Hanoi, Vietnam, which is Vietnam's capital city, and stayed in a hotel with his wife at the time. Immediately after entering the hotel, they were both surprised to see a woman sprinting out of her hotel room and screaming bloody murder. It was such a shock to us at the time, it immediately gave them bad vibes about the property. Nobody knew what happened to her, and for a while, she refused to speak to any of the staff about why she felt so horrified or what happened. She looked sickly and pale, as if she had just seen something grisly. She was breathing heavily and hyperventilating. My cousin, out of curiosity, came up to the front desk and asked what happened. The staff said they weren't sure exactly what had happened, but my cousin mentioned that he was a doctor, and if they needed assistance, he would be happy to help. After a few minutes had passed, she collected herself. My cousin approached her and had a little chat. She swears that she wasn't just having a wild episode of hallucinations, and insisted what she witnessed was real. It was early morning, and the sun was barely starting to shine through the windows. The room was still dim, and the light was off. The woman had just woken up from her sleep. Again, still dark, but light enough to see the room. The hotel room she was staying in was massive, and she was in the kitchen making tea. From the kitchen, you can see into the living room. That's when she saw a man standing right next to the bed. It was the ghost of former president Nuco Dim Dam. He was president of South Vietnam in the early 1960s, who passed away in a very terrible way. She also said that the night before, she saw a former Vietnam soldier staring at her from the window during the evening. My cousin, being a practical person, kinda dismissed it and advised her to just go home, take some medicine, and relax the rest of the night. Even after she had just calmed down a little, it was obvious she was still visibly shaken by this whole ordeal. My cousin and wife didn't take the room, but there was another couple that checked into the same room. When my cousin woke, he went down to the hotel lobby and noticed just outside the main entrance was an ambulance and a stretcher pulling two bodies into it. He asked the front desk attendant what happened. They said that the couple that checked in mysteriously passed away in their sleep, and nobody knew the cause. They suspected it was a heart attack. At this point, my cousin was starting to act a little apprehensive about staying the rest of the week there, but he continued to sleep at this hotel. His mind never let him believe that it was related to the last incident with the previous lady or tied to the paranormal. Until a couple nights later, all was silent. My cousin was a few doors down from the cursed room at the hotel. This is where it gets freaky. It was late at night, and my cousin was reading a Vietnamese book when the power started to go off and on. He looked out into the hallway to see if there was anything going on, and all seemed okay. He thought that maybe there was a problem with the electricity, so he called the front desk from his room. What he heard over the phone started to finally freak him out. He said that when he picked up the phone, all he could hear was heavy breathing, and someone hung up. Concerned, my cousin rushed to the desk. A woman was standing right there. He asked her why she didn't say anything over the phone after he had called. The woman said that he didn't make a call. My cousin insisted that he did, that he heard heavy breathing, and that someone else was on the other line. But the woman refused to accept his story. He also said that the lights flickered, and the woman began to grow pale. She urged him to bless his room, because there is something evil, and it's disturbing the room. My cousin refused, saying that it was just a coincidence. Finally, a few minutes later, his wife screams. My cousin rushes to the room and asks her what happened. She tells him that she was walking out of her room when she heard voices talking, as if the chatter were coming from inside the hotel room where the couple had passed away. The doctor then demanded the staff open the room, but to their surprise, nobody was there. The staff even claimed that when they went into the room, the bathroom door was open, and a dark shadow moved out of the bathroom and then disappeared. My cousin still dismissed everything. He said that things were just chaotic because of the first lady that stayed in the room, and everyone was on edge because of the death of the couple in the same room. He admitted it still creeped him out, but chalked it up to merely a very scary coincidence. However, if it were a coincidence, then how can anyone explain what happened in that room? It seemed to be the only room having issues, aside from the one my cousin was staying in, where he heard the voice over the phone. Either way, this was a pretty insane experience, and I don't know how I would have reacted if I was the one who was there instead of my cousin. I don't remember the year that this happened, nor the age that I was. I still remember it though, as if it were yesterday. So, my aunt just got a new computer. She was never a technology ace or anything, so she had no idea how to get it started. When all else fails, call my mother. My mom was a whiz at computers, so my aunt asked her to come over and hook up the darn thing. My mother, being the lovely lady that she is, agreed to do it within the week. It was actually that weekend that she decided to do it. So, Mom decides she wants to go over my aunt's house, kinda late for some reason. I was very young and couldn't stay by myself, so she took me along, since calling a babysitter at the last minute would be very rude. We finally got there. I look up at the house, admiring its large size. I did think it looked pretty scary though. We struggled getting inside because my mom couldn't see the keys. As soon as we did get inside, I was frightened. All of the lights were off and nobody was there. Or so I thought. My mom wanted to get started with her work since it was maybe 9 o'clock already. She told me to stay upstairs and watch TV while she was in the basement, hooking up the computer. After a while of whining and staying upstairs all alone in the large house, I totally agreed. My mother stayed with me for about 5 minutes, showing me how to work the TV. I begged and pleaded for her not to go, but it was her duty as a sister to fix the computer. She finally went downstairs, and I was left alone in the huge living room. I decided to turn on the cartoons, thinking it would cheer me up a little. I finally started to calm down, and even laughed at the silliness of the cartoons. Then, all of a sudden, I heard the loud noises in the kitchen. Apparently, my mom didn't hear it, and to me, she was God, so anything she said went. After she said nothing, I proceeded to ignore the noise, but then it happened again. I ignored it. It happened again. I ignored it again. It happened once more. By that time, I was so annoyed at the noise because it was disturbing my cartoons. I was so mad, I forgot my rule about my mom, and I jumped up from the couch, turned around, and almost yelled, "Shut up!" When I saw this mist in the kitchen, it seemed like it was in the shape of an elderly woman with a long white dress and long white hair. I was so shocked, I couldn't scream. So I ran as fast as my little legs could carry me, downstairs into the basement, and into my precious mother's arms. I didn't tell her what happened, as I was still in shock, awe, and amazement at the creature that had stood before me. I only explained about the noises. She said she was hearing little noises, not loud noises, around where she was. I stayed down there with her because she said I could, especially when she saw my little white face. As I was sitting on the couch, playing with numerous toys that were scattered about, I heard a soft bark. Then I heard a whimper, and then another soft bark. I knew it was coming from the room that held the water tank and such. I thought about the dog, Oreo. It must have been him. But then I remembered he died about a couple months before. My aunt and uncle at the time owned no animals, not even a bird, and it was way too late for someone to let their dog out. Besides, I don't think I would have hurt a dog, as I don't believe anyone in the community even owned one. What frightened me the most was that poor little Oreo, a dog that had been banished to live outside for no reason and was never fed, died on the ground right above where I had heard the noise. I told my mom about this. She said that she heard nothing. I told her to hurry up with the computer, which she did because she was hearing things too. We both ran up the steps and out the door. After we looked, we ran to the car and got in. I was scared because the car was not starting up. Then all of a sudden, it did. I was so happy to be out of there. My cousin had heard noises such as the one I had heard in the kitchen, except they were outside of the room. Also, my other cousin claims that he heard a noise in the oven, like something was in it. He opened the oven, and nothing was there, but he swears to this day he did hear something. Now, I mentioned in the title of this story that this was a traveling ghost. I say this because most, if not all, of that family's houses have had some sort of scariness to them. My cousin's current residence is just as haunted. Doors will open and close by themselves. One time, we were watching a movie. It was over, and I wanted to turn the lights on. When I turned them on, I heard a strange buzzing sound in the laundry room. It sounded like when the dryer is done drying clothes, only it was a steady, non-pausing sound. I walked over to the doors and started to put my ear up to make sure the sound was coming from that room. As I did so, all of the lights went off and the DVD player suddenly turned on, much louder than we had it on. But the thing was, the DVD player had been turned off the whole time. When everything came on, I jumped 5 feet into the air onto my poor cousin, where I proceeded to scratch her neck, holding on for dear life. I don't remember ever watching a movie down there ever again. Later, we asked his mom if she was doing laundry. She asked why, and we told her about the sound. She said she didn't even think about doing a load of laundry. To this day, I'm still scared to stay over my cousin's house. When my sister and I were young, we lived in a newer duplex in California. It was a small place with only 2 bedrooms, so my sister and I had to share a room. We had our beds on opposite walls, but they both faced the hall. On one side to the hall was my parents' bedroom, on the other was the bathroom, and in the middle of the ceiling was a big square fluorescent light. I think that's where it lived. I can't exactly remember when it started. All I remember is waking up in the middle of the night and seeing what I remember as the electricity man. It seemed to come out of the light, which my parents left on to help us sleep. It looked like a person, but seemed to be made from the light. This happened several times over the next few years we lived in the duplex. I never told anyone about what happened until about 15 years later. My sister and I had come to visit my parents. We're all sitting in the living room talking about our childhood, when my sister had asked if I'd remembered anything strange about the duplex. I asked what she meant by strange. She asked if I had ever seen anyone in the wall. I then told her about my experience with the electric man. Turns out, she saw the same thing. This is an old story, pushed out of my mind for years and years. It was 1964-65. I was 4 or 5 years old. Our family, because of my mother's recurrent mental illness, bounced around from apartment to apartment, from shelter to shelter, with or without one or both of our parents in tow. There were 4 of us. I do not recall if any of my siblings were with me when this happened. It might have been at a foster parent's house. I just don't know. I remember sitting on the side of a small cot in the waning light of a Chicago winter. There was an odd, really dark shadow on the wall to the left of me. It was the size of a small man, and I stared in disbelief, because it had a hat on and was in profile. The outline of the lips, the nose, the forehead was perfect. I was a pro at discerning what was real and what was not real even at that age, because of my mother's problem. And I tell you, I knew that what I was seeing was real, that I was not asleep, and that no shadow could have occurred that so accidentally duplicated the perfection of the human figure that I saw before my eyes. We stared at each other for a very long time, the figure never moving. I never told a soul, as I didn't want to be thrown in a loony bin too. This is the first of many encounters over the years. My mother had the gift. My sister really has it, much more than I. About 18 years ago, I was in the Jacksonville cemetery with my husband and 3-year-old son. We were reading headstones. I believe it was in June or July. The sun was out, and there was not a cloud in the sky. As we were walking through the headstones, we saw a woman walk through the trees. Both my husband and I saw her. We thought there was something odd about her, but couldn't figure out what exactly though. We were walking towards her, and she was probably about 80 yards away. She was walking away from us and stepped behind a tree. Then, we didn't see her again. I said to my husband, "Where did that woman go?" He said, "She stepped behind the tree." We continued to walk towards the spot where we saw her. All of a sudden, rain poured down on our heads. We both looked up into the blue sky, and water continued to drench us. We ran back towards the car, and it was like the rain just disappeared. We got back to our car, and we were all soaking wet. The sky was still blue. We left right away. Hello, my name is Wanda. I've experienced a few things in my lifetime. This one recently, not scary or anything, but just strange. I lost a pet 2 years ago when he was still a puppy. Bernie got hit by a car and died all alone on the road while at my mother's care. I came home from work and we buried him. My brother and I loved him so much, I painted a stone on his grave that I'd done 1 year. Well, like I said, that was 2 years ago, and twice recently, I've experienced the oddest sensations. Both times I was laying in my bed trying to fall asleep, when I felt something, like little feet walking up my leg, and settling in down around my knee area, like a cat curling up, or a small dog. It felt so real, but I tried to explain it away, thinking maybe my circulation was doing something weird to my leg. Then a couple weeks later, it happened again. It walked up my leg and curled up on my knee area. This time, I had no delusions. I was sure it was Bernie, who came back to lay down and be with me. Since then, I shared my experience with a girlfriend, and she claims that when she spent the night here on my couch, she felt the same thing. We even got a ghost picture. My sister's dog was here, and my friend Yuri took a picture with her disc camera of the dog, and there's a big white circular mass over the dog, with what looks to be a foot appearing, or taking shape rather. I've no doubt it's Bernie, and he's been playing with that dog even as spirit. Sign me up as a believer. Yours truly.
My name is Tracy. I'm not sure that I have a problem with the haunting, but would just like to share my story. It starts back to when I was a child. My mother and I always had this psychic connection. For instance, I never had to tell my mom what I wanted for lunch. She would just think of a few choices, and I would then walk in seconds later and give her the answer to the question that she never asked. Now, this happened just a few times. I would have washed it off to coincidence, but this happened all the time. Now, as an adult, I get to do this with my children. It's pretty neat. I always had this psychic capability, not asking for it or concentrating on it. It just happens. Well, now with a little background on me, I'll get to the good stuff. When I was about 5 years old, my parents purchased their first house from an older woman whose husband had passed away, and she was moving to Florida. Hence the reason she asked us to keep her cats. From the moment I stepped into the house, I felt watched. This feeling only increased with time, so bad that I used to get dressed under the covers. I remember it happening in my bedroom more than any other room. I didn't feel that way in the bathroom after I took a bath or something. It just seemed to be in my bedroom. Then, the nightmares started. I would wake up extremely distraught, usually having the same few nightmares over and over again. I was terrified of under my bed, so I used to jump from my bed out of my doorway and run to my parents' room on the other end of the house. I would then go to sleep on the floor by their bed. I was never afraid of under their bed, though. I didn't realize how strange that was until I got older. As I would run to their room on many occasions, I would look behind me, and I would swear I would see something chasing me. Now, I guess I left this to an overactive childhood imagination, but I found out more. When I got older, my mother told me that she used to hear voices in the attic, but upon going up there, with a knife in hand, there would never be anyone up there. There was never anyone outside either. She said that she would always feel the presence of an older man. When I was 14, my parents divorced, and I rebelled, and in short, my father got custody of us, and we got the house. My dad is very carpenter handy, so he decided to rebuild the house and increase its size. Not too long after the remodeling of the house, me and my brother were sitting on my dad's bed, with the door shut, and all of a sudden, the door handle started to jiggle, so my brother jumped up and grabbed the handle as it was jiggling, and threw the door open, and nothing. There was no one else in the house, but my brother immediately ran down the hallway to the front door and looked outside to make sure. It's impossible that someone was there. The only original things left in the house are the original foundation and the chimney. I figured after the remodeling was done, whatever was here left. Until recently, about 2 years ago, me, my fiance, my 2 children and my brother all took the house over. One night, me and my fiance were in bed, sleeping for about 30 minutes or so, and I woke up and saw a dark shadow leaning over his chest. I yelled stop, and then went right back to sleep. The next morning, I didn't even think of it, so my fiance called me from work. He asked me why I yelled stop, and I told him that I didn't know why, that I even forgot about it. Then I told him that I did see a shadow that resembled a short, bald, heavy-set man leaning over his chest. He then told me that he woke up gasping for air, and that the dark shadow was pushing on his chest and pulling him off the bed. Then when I yelled stop, it vanished. My fiancé is not a weak man at all. He's very strong, so I knew something was going on. I felt a presence in the room for a few weeks after that, but I went into each of the rooms before bedtime and told him that he was not allowed in there. Then one night, me and my brother were on the couch talking, and I told him the story, and he was in disbelief, of course. We then both dozed off, and I got woken up to a pale-faced brother who said that he got punched in the chest, and he was having a hard time breathing. I then did the same thing as before, and had nothing happen since. That's the end of my story. Well, this experience takes place almost 30 years ago. It was on a cold February morning. In those days, I'll wake up at 4:30 in the morning to get my husband ready for work. I remember making him a fresh pot of coffee, along with his breakfast, and packing him a lunch for the day. He'll leave the house for work at 5:30. After he would leave, I would go back to bed, but on this day, I decided to lay on the couch in the living room because I had to be up again to get the kids ready for school. As I was laying on the couch in the living room, I suddenly heard the front door open. It was in the middle of the dark. I jumped to my feet, thinking my husband returned. Maybe he was coming back for something he forgot. As I approached the door, a tall man, walked into the house. I was frightened. I backed away. I froze. Was he going to rob us? I shouted at him to leave, but he just ignored me and walked past me, as if I wasn't there. He was heading towards the kid's bedroom. I immediately ran after him, and just like that, he disappeared. I woke the kids and ran to my neighbor's house. We called the police, who came and went throughout the house to make sure he was not hiding. They found no one. I was confused, no doubt, because I did see this strange man walk into this house. He was somewhat odd looking. I described him to the police as a tall man with a mustache. He was not wearing a coat, and I found it odd because it was the dead of winter, and he obviously would be cold. The police were polite and courteous, and told me to reinforce the doors with security locks, and left feeling a little like I was losing my mind. I did not just dismiss it. That night, when my husband came home from work, I told him what happened, and he too was worried, and the next day had Deadpool to put in. A few months later, I was preparing a potato salad for a picnic when my elderly neighbor called me to come over her house and change a light bulb for her in her bedroom. I noticed that she had pictures. Some looked real old and spread out on her kitchen table. I sat down and started to look through a few of the pictures. Then I came across the picture of two men, one short and stocky, wearing a bowler hat, the other, a tall, light-haired gentleman with a handlebar mustache. I recognized the mustachioed man immediately as the man I saw walk into my house. I asked my neighbor Phyllis who the men in the picture were, and she told me that it was her father and a friend of his. I told her that the man next to her father looked exactly like the man who walked into my house. She gave me a strange look and said, "Honey, he's been dead for over 40 years, but he used to live in your house. He was a barber, and he used one of the back bedrooms as his shop. The same room my kids shared. Could this have been the spirit of the man in the picture? I do not know." For as long as I can remember, I've been able to see and feel the paranormal. I didn't know what it was at first, and was truly terrified by the feelings I would get when someone came near me. I'm at the point where I'm no longer afraid, but I do have my moments when something sneaks up on me. Almost every home I lived in has been haunted, and I'm not sure now if they were the homes themselves, or if I'm being followed. I feel comfort in my newest home, and I'm always sure that there is nothing there, which I am grateful for, because my son senses them too, and I'm not sure if he can still see them, but he used to be able to. He knows his uncle and grandfather, and they both died before he was born. He knew things about them that no one else told him, and as a baby, he would stare past me and start laughing at air. In time, he was able to communicate what he saw, and the truly significant moment came 2 days before his papa passed away. He went into the room his great-grandfather was resting in, and came out, and told me that there was a man in the chair, and he was there to take papa home. My son was 2 at the time, and we did not discuss his grandfather's dying to him. We only told him that he wasn't feeling well. I knew for sure then that he was able to see and sense things as well. I've seen my brother-in-law praying beside his parents' bed a few days after he died in a snowmobile accident. He has made a clock in his grandparents' home run when it has no batteries and hasn't worked in many years. Every time someone truly missed him and wanted to know if he was there, they would ask him to make the clock go, and most times it did. I knew in my gut the instant my own father died. No one had to tell me. I had a very uneasy feeling in my stomach the night before he died, and I knew that I needed to go to him, but this feeling stopped me from getting on the plane to go home. The next morning, I knew the instant he died, and I was at my sister's house. The feeling just vanished, and I just knew. I told my sister that I had to go home, and that our dad just died, to which she pretty much told me that I was crazy, but I insisted, and I drove myself home. I don't know how I got home. I don't really remember the drive. I remember getting into my car, and this calm was over me, and I remember pulling into my driveway, and my mother-in-law was standing there waiting for me. I got out and told her that I thought my dad died. She confirmed it, and that is when I lost it. I was 5 months pregnant with my son at the time, and I believe that somehow I was being pushed to stay home, because I'm sure that I would have lost my son if I was with my dad when he died. The stress alone nearly killed me. My dad used to come to visit me. He would turn the lights on and off to let me know that he was there. I could feel him around me. It has been a while since I felt him, but I know he's still around. A duplex I lived in had 2 spirits, a man that was not good, and a woman. The woman would unlock doors in the night and turn lights on. The man did not want us there, and I sensed that especially in the basement. A few people saw and felt both, but the woman kept him in check. The only time they really made themselves known, while anyone was awake, was the night that my cousin and I were looking on the internet at pictures of ghosts and demons. All of a sudden, there was a loud crash from upstairs. We raced upstairs, but nothing was out of place. I got a really bad feeling and ran upstairs to my son's room and grabbed him. My husband wasn't home, but I called him to come home. My cousin and I sat in my living room freaking out when I saw the man walk by me, and he was in black with a large brim hat. My cousin saw him too, and he had never previously had an encounter. It was as if he was telling us to stay off those websites because they were not good or something. All I could even remember was the absolute terror in my heart. The orchard I grew up on was haunted by more than 3 spirits. Not all of them are good, and they made it known that we were not wanted either. One spirit had befriended our family and would try to protect us from the little girl who wanted us out of there very badly. I believe that she and the little boy were my second cousins killed in a car accident with my great-grandfather, though no one has been able to confirm that. Walking down the stairs to the basement, the same step always seemed to break, and you would trip. It never actually broke, but 7 out of 10 times, you would trip on that damn stair. I mean, anyone would trip too. Faces would appear in windows. Gunshots would ring out behind our house, and no one was there. My dad even checked for footprints a few times, because the shots were that close. The taps in the kitchen exploded once, and there were the booming noises from within the house, for no reason. I saw the spirit of the cat my dad ran over a few times, and then there were the horses and cows that periodically freaked out over something no one else could see. There was also the drifting odor of the orchard of a dead animal, though it was never in one spot, and there were no dead animals. I used to feel like there was something under the stairs to the basement. It was an old house with old wooden stairs, the kind that had no back, and under the stairs was dirt. I always had a bad feeling about that, and would fly down the stairs as fast as I could, and run them up 2 or 3 at a time. My dad had renovated the house, and my brother and I were fortunate to have bedrooms in the basement. I got locked into my room one night, and we ended up having to take the hinges off to get me out. No lock on the door. When we were moving, I was sitting on the floor in my room packing, when all of a sudden, the mirror on my dresser came crashing down, shards of glass missing me by centimeters. My friend's family rented the house for my dad for a short period of time, and one night, my friend had fallen asleep in the area of the basement by the stairs. The hissing cat woke her up, and she looked to see something clawing out of the dirt. She didn't stick around to find out what it was. A few days later, her brother came bolting into the room she was sleeping in, my old bedroom, and grabbed her arm and demanded to know if she was practicing witchcraft or something. She didn't, because he had 2 perfect bite marks on his wrist, and when they looked at her arm, she had the exact same marks as if they had been bitten by fangs or something. Of course, they left shortly after, but not because of the things they experienced. I didn't find out about any of this until after they moved. An older woman bought the orchard, and when my sister went back to visit a year or so ago, she happened to mention strange things that were happening around the orchard, and asked my sister if she knew anything about it. My sister quickly filled her in about the yellow and green orbs seen floating around the house, the strange occurrences, and all the noises. The difference of what she had seen and felt was that she saw a cowboy, and we were told there was an Indian on the orchard protecting our family. Apparently, the land that my great-grandparents had settled on was once a battlefield, and our family had been told the Indian warrior died there in battle. The house we moved into after we moved off the orchard had its own spirit or two as well. My parents didn't believe me until a few years after I moved out, and my mom had been home alone, and the front door unlocked, opened, closed, locked, and she heard footsteps move around the house and up the stairs, and then they stopped. She also heard the kitchen cupboards open and close, and kept calling out to my dad. They lived alone by this time, but no answer. This continued like this for about half an hour. My mom got scared and refused to leave her bedroom until my dad actually came home an hour after that. She blamed him, but it couldn't have been him. He was at work. This was a frequent occurrence, but previously my parents blamed my brother or myself or the other until my brother and I moved out. There was also the time my friend and I thought we would play a trick on my brother and pretend that the house had been broken into. We trashed the house nicely, placing objects around as if they had been thrown or scattered in a rush. We were standing in the kitchen laughing about this whole thing when all of a sudden a hand reached up the window. You would have to be almost 7.5 feet tall to do this. We screamed and ran up the stairs to get the cordless phone. The doorbell started ringing, and knocking on all of the windows started. We called the police, thinking that someone was actually trying to break into the house. The police heard the noises, and told us to stay upstairs until they got there. My brother and a bunch of his friends walked in at this point, and we started to accuse them, when there was another noise outside, and my brother went out to investigate. I saw him chase someone down the street in a plaid coat, and then the person just vanished. My friend and I were hysterical by this time, and the police had just arrived. They brought canine dogs, and the only scent they picked up was my brother's, and that is because he had chased someone out of the yard. The dogs didn't pick up anything else, and there were no footprints anywhere, except the police and ours. My dad came home, and my brother and his friends swore it wasn't them. When the morning came, we all went out to check under the kitchen window for evidence it was my brother, and there was just no way that anyone could have just reached up that way the hand reached up. There was also the time that I came home, and the upstairs extension picked up while I was on the phone. I thought my friend had someone over, or it was a party line. Small towns used to have this, where 2 different residences shared the same phone line. She thought I was trying to scare her, because we could both hear breathing. I snuck to the stairs and saw the shadow of a man. I freaked out, grabbed a knife, and ran out the door. I called my sister down the street to come, and there was no way anyone could have gotten out, but no one was there when it was checked out. There was also the glowing eyes in the bushes up the street. I used to see those frequently at night, and once in a while, was brave enough to go and check it out, to see if there was a dog in the bushes, peering out. There never was, and the hairs on my neck would stand straight up on end. I wasn't the only person to see this or feel this way about those bushes. Quite a few houses in the area were haunted as well. I would hear a man's voice in the house where I babysat, and so did the girl I babysat. It was detached and floating in the air. You would feel tugs on your shirt when your neck was turned, and lights in the basement would flick on and off. A friend of mine who was completely skeptical lived in the house previously and had confided in me that she thought something weird was going on in the house. She slept upstairs, and every day she would look in the cubbyhole in the wall, and there was a sleeping bag unrolled and an imprint of a body on it, and every day she would roll it up and put it away, only to find it there in the morning again, or by the time she got home from school. She showed me this one day, which made me uneasy, talking about the babysitting job there when new people moved in. There is so much more, but honestly, I'm getting tired and drained out. If you want to hear more, let me know. My story is not very complicated. My husband, my son who is now 8, and of course me, moved into our current house a little more than 2 years ago. Once when my husband and son were spending a weekend at my brother-in-law's, I told my husband I was afraid of being alone in the house, even though I am reclusive by nature. He said to ask my guardian spirits for help. So, not really expecting anything, I said aloud before I went to bed that I would appreciate my guardian spirits for a sign they were present. Later that night, I was awakened by the sound of the doorknob on the bedroom door being turned. I looked over and actually saw it turning. I was terrified. Nothing came in, and there was no way I was going looking for the doorknob turner. At best, it was an intruder. When my husband came home, I told him all about it, and he told me that I asked for a sign, after all. About a year after we moved in, our then 2-year-old nephew came to live with us. He was very delayed and could only speak at about a 1-year-old level. We made a playroom for the kids in the basement. Josh, our nephew, refused to play down there alone. I didn't blame him. We had to totally run out of clean clothes before I'd go down there to do laundry. It was creepy, not dark at all, but there was always a feeling of being watched or someone standing close behind you. We also heard footsteps down there and water being turned on. That fall, Josh threw one of his little boots down the stairs, and my husband ordered him into the basement to pick it up. Josh reached the bottom of the stairs, turned to look into the basement, screamed ghost in mortal terror, and ran back up the stairs and shot into my husband's arms. By this time, we had named the presence Alex. Josh said Alex had made a very bad face at him. He refused to go down in the basement at all after that. We also had an incident where a broom was totally missing from our house for almost 2 weeks. I searched every inch of the house, including the basement. It wasn't in our house. We thought someone had borrowed it. No one had. Finally, I yelled down into the basement, "Alex, if you have the broom, we need it back." After a couple of minutes, and another good search of the upstairs, I went down to the basement and found the broom laying against the wall, right by the stairs. I thought I was doing pretty well with the whole having a ghost experience. Sure, I was secretly scared to death, but I kept reminding myself that there are spirits all around us, and Alex seemed to be rather mild and harmless. He even listened to my husband when Mike ordered him to stop scaring the kids, and later to stop coming upstairs. And surely, Alex had as much right to be there as I have. However, I changed my mind after taking a nap in the extra room downstairs. I was awakened with a jolt by the distinct feeling of a hand slapping me in the face. That was it for me. While we were in the car, away from the house, I told my husband Alex had to go. and since he seemed to have some authority, he had to tell Alex to leave. Mike said he'd probably have to talk to a medicine man. Luckily, however, perhaps after overhearing a similar conversation at the house, Alex left on his own. No more noises from the basement, missing household objects, or eerie feelings. In fact, after a while, my husband and I even moved our bedroom downstairs, and we never had a weird experience down there. Josh was more than willing to come downstairs, although he still does talk about Alex occasionally. We did have to move back upstairs, but that only involved a mundane little mouse running around down there. I had a friend in Arlington, Texas whose house had a ghost. Her family called it George, and they laughed about it. There was no malevolence involved. Their house was relatively new, and not particularly outstanding. It was a classic 50s ranch house. Anyway, my friend's room was always chilly. The temperature was about 65 degrees. Her family had ducked people check out the ducks to her room on several occasions. Despite the blazing North Texas summers, where the central heat turned on in the winter, her room maintained this temperature. I had heard all the stories, and didn't really know what to think. I spent the night, and that made a believer out of me. First, during dinner, things fell off of shelves in the adjacent den. Her parents laughed and yelled, "Stop it, George." Later, when I went into the kitchen for some water, the reflected view in the kitchen window started spinning. I was somewhat entranced, and then realized that the center of the spiraling image was the figure of a man. The figure was getting closer and larger. I ran into the den before I saw any more. As we went to sleep in the sleeper couch in the den, several books in the shelves opposite the couch slowly pulled out from their position on the shelf and almost fell to the floor. George is one of my fondest memories. My friend and I had other strange encounters after that, including many that didn't involve George. I think that some people are more receptive to energies and have more of these events than other people. I've decided to post my other stories now, before I forget to post them later. The first one I would like to share happened when I was 18. My friend was living with me and my family in our house in northeast Calgary. We were sitting in our room playing cards. There had been a couple strange things happening the last few weeks, like my TV turning on and off by itself, the volume going up and down on my stereo. Since both of us had always been believers, she's always had experiences of her own. We knew it was the work of a ghost. We were never really frightened, at least not until the night I'm about to tell you about. Anyway, like I said, we were playing a game with a deck of cards. You asked the question and then flipped a card. If it was a black card, the answer was no. A red card was a yes. It was called something like Ouija cards. At first it was just a game. We were laughing and joking around at the answers it gave us, until we noticed a pattern. Every time we got to the bottom of the deck and shuffled them for the next round, the first three cards flipped were 666. The first couple of times we just brushed it off as being coincidental, but by the third, fourth, and fifth times, we were scared. We decided it was time to call it a night and picked up the cards. We made sure to check underneath ourselves and under the pillows on our bed to make sure we didn't miss any cards. We hadn't. But after gabbing for a half an hour, I was going to go downstairs to my room. Sure enough, there was a card sitting right in plain view of both of us. We looked at each other a little funny, and then she picked up the card. It was the 6 of spades. I got curious as we went to put the 6th card back with the others and flipped the 2 cards of the deck. Both of them were 6s. We put the cards in the kitchen, and on my way downstairs, I heard the TV go on. I turned to go back upstairs to tell my friend when it turned off again. I went to my room and laid down. A couple minutes later, I noticed the room had gotten brighter. I opened my eyes. and saw that 6 of my candles were glowing brightly, even though no one had been in the room to light them. I blew them out and tried to go to sleep. It happened again, but this time they lit, one by one. I ran from my room, noticing it grow dark once again, and slept the rest of the night with my friend. I've never had an occurrence like that again. My most recent experience happened in January 1999. One of our dogs, CB, short for cat bait, had recently been put down. He had been a big part of the family for 15 years. One night, our other dog, Tia, came downstairs to my room. This was extremely odd, since the only time she ever came down was if I had food, or if she was with my mom. But she never came down in the dead of night. I was fast asleep when I was awoken by the sound of her barking at the end of my bed. I told her to go away and to shut up, but she persisted. I sat up and found her jumping at the end of the bed. I asked her if she wanted outside, but that's not what she wanted. She wanted me to get out of bed. Irritated, I did just that. We walked out of my room, and she started barking at the corner of the basement. I thought maybe she had found a mouse or something. But upon turning on all the lights and investigating, I found nothing. She started walking around the basement. If I did not follow her, she would bark. I was getting tired of this game and just wanted to go back to bed, but she just kept barking until I followed her. Finally, she led me into the laundry room and went over to the pile of blankets laying on the floor and started barking and switched between looking at me and staring at the sheets. It then occurred to me that the pile of blankets were one of CB's favorite spots to sleep. I remembered hearing somewhere that animals, especially cats and dogs, had a sensitivity to spirits and ghosts. I smiled and asked Tia, "Is that CB?" Immediately, her tail started wagging, and she went over to the blankets, lay down, gave them one lick, and then went back upstairs. I know it was my little dog who was visiting me that night. I'm just glad that Tia decided to share that visit with me. Since then, Tia shared it with me a couple of times, although I still haven't seen CB's ghost for myself. This story has several parts. It has taken me months to put this together in a way that makes sense and takes all the known facts into account. I awakened suddenly from deep dreamy sleep one night in December or January with the terror that someone was in my room. I've heard that in most people, there is a reflex that literally prevents them from moving when they are in a deep state of sleep, and the frozen, unable to move state described by many upon first being awakened is simply that reflex still working, not fully in sync with sudden consciousness. I'm in a different category. However, I'm a sleepwalker and capable of vigorous movement, even when not awake. To get on with the story, I felt an intrusion in my dream that had nothing to do with what I was dreaming about. It shocked me awake, and I sat up straight in my bed. I was treated to the sight of an apparition standing near the foot of my bed. It was quite tall, over 6 feet I would guess. I couldn't tell if it was male or female, but my sense was that it was female. It had short dark hair, parted in the middle and brushed back on either side, and wore flowing white garments. It emitted no light. What I could see of it was illuminated by the yard's light, shining in the bedroom window. I apparently surprised it, because for a fraction of a second, its right hand was raised to its temple in a gesture that seemed to indicate I was not supposed to have awakened or have seen it. Immediately, it was gone, leaving me to wonder if I had really just been dreaming. It all happened so quickly. In January, I visited a psychic who told me that in addition to the spirit of my grandmother, which I knew about, I had the spirit of a young girl strongly attached to me. She was not able to give me any details as to who the girl might be, and I thought about this for a great deal. For months I pondered whom this might be and got no enlightenment. Finally, one day, the face of a child I used to babysit for many years ago sort of popped into my head, and I knew who my little girl attachment was. She was a tragic little figure who was a foster child in a home that cared for her, but most certainly did not love her. Even as a teenager, my heart ached for that child, and I told my mother that once the lifeline on her left palm was extremely short. I always felt she would die young. I really didn't know any facts about her, since I lost touch with her foster family after I went to college, but I had no doubt that she was my attachment. A few days after this, I went to another psychic who told me that the girl had not been ready to die when it happened. It had surprised her. For that reason, she was unable to find the lights that souls are supposed to go to when they pass. He told me that I was the only light she could find, and therefore she had attached to me. But that wasn't a good thing. She meant me no harm, but she was draining me some of my energy, and she needed to move on for her own sake as well. He spoke with her briefly and told me she was 17 and that her stepfather had caused her death, or at least a great deal of pain while she was alive, which he does correlate with what I knew of the man. Remember, she was in foster care, not living with her mother and stepfather when I knew her, but the man was a convicted child molester. The psychic told me he would go help her to the light, and I presume he was successful. Tonight I was reading some of the articles on the site about why spirits tend to manifest at night, to get a glimpse of someone they loved, perhaps, or to try to communicate, and what the best reaction to an apparition is. And I realized that one, probably my apparition was my young friend, who I wouldn't have recognized because I hadn't seen her for about 7 years before she passed, and two, sitting straight up in bed was a good way to scare it off, because it disappeared in the blink of an eye. If I had realized who it was, I would have tried to make things easier for her, but for both of our sakes, I hope there is no next time. In 1975, my wife's parents and her sister Mary moved to the eastern shore of Maryland into a 100-year-old farmhouse. What made them believe there was a ghost was little things disappearing and reappearing in different places, doors locking by themselves, being touched by someone who wasn't there. Things really didn't start getting weird until her other sister Cher and her son David moved in with them. Cher had a little bit of VSP. She could tell when things were going to happen. She would have dreams and funny feelings that would mostly come true. They would hear noises in the attic, footsteps, and things rolling around. Cher would hear someone calling her name at night. She had the bedroom with the attic door in it. Once, my wife felt someone sit on her bed, and Cher felt someone run their fingers through her hair. They were all outside taking photos of each other one time, and no one was in the house. But when the photos were developed, someone was looking out the pantry window. They believed the ghost was not harmful. In fact, it was very helpful. Things that they were looking for would appear. When David was a baby, he had stuffed animals in his crib. Years later, he told us that he was afraid of these stuffed animals because he thought that they were alive. Another thing that happened was when both my wife and her sister Mary got married. Both of their wedding photos that were taken in the house never turned out. They believed the ghost was sad to leave them there. In the big foyer, there was a room that had been painted black from other occupants, and whenever they would pass the room that was by a staircase, they felt as if someone was watching them go up the stairs. All three sisters felt this presence. I'm now a 48-year-old professional, settled in Canada, and doing very well. In northern England, as a youth, I had many experiences, mainly revolving around the house, which my family bought when I was 12 years old. We were told by the neighbors that 3 families had moved out in the 18 months before we moved in, but the only explanation was that they had marriage problems. Within a year, we heard noises, such as a person banging on the door, or definite and very clear footsteps, which would walk up the stairs if you were upstairs, or down the stairs if you were down. When it first happened, I thought it was my brother, 1 year younger than myself, banging on the door, disturbing my math homework. But when I went down to complain, my parents insisted that I had not been out of the front room for an hour. The very next incident was I was awakened in the middle of the night by a tremendous racket from the bathroom, and I got up and put my trousers on to see what it was. As I left my room, my mother stood at her door, and we each asked the other if we had heard the sound. We agreed that it came from the bathroom and went to look. All that was there was an empty washing up liquid bottle, made of plastic, squashed and lying on the floor. Another night, my mother and I heard a crash, as if metal ladders had fallen outside downstairs living room, but again, there was no source for the sound when we checked. Over the years from age 12 to 18, I became familiar with these sounds and joked with school friends that we had a ghost called Jack. Some friends were in the house when the footsteps came down the stairs. I heard them, but I said nothing. No one else did. When it happened a second time, I heard it, and so did a young man named Mike, who had never heard of this story. He searched everywhere and would not accept my reassurance that no one was there. When I left to go to university, I told the next door neighbor, a middle-aged woman, that I was glad to leave. She told me that these sounds were the reason why the three families left in such a haste. The neighbors agreed not to tell us because they did not want to put ideas into our minds. A woman who lived there previously was found dead in the bath with her wrist slit. It was thought to be suicide, but I had a vague and reoccurring mental image of a man coming down the curved stairway. A friend later suggested that, perhaps, this man was the old woman's son. Perhaps he killed her and made it look like suicide. Who knows? One piece of advice: never try a Ouija board to communicate with the dead. Leave well enough alone. If experiences happen to you naturally, they are completely harmless, and in some cases, can be helpful. They might happen for a total of a few seconds in your whole life, but do not try to make them happen, because you might frighten yourself. This is my best advice. There are other stories, all true, but they have to wait. This happened while I was holidaying in Florida, at a motel we had stayed at several times. The first time we stayed here, we were in room 12. While in room 12, we would always hear arguments from next door, and the occupants would always check out, usually within 1 or 2 days, never staying longer. My husband loves America, especially Florida. As it happens, I was to have an operation in Florida, and this was a good time to visit. We checked in at the same hotel. My husband wanted the room in which we had stayed in before, room 12. Unfortunately, it was taken, so we had to take the room next door. This motel does not have a room 13, so the room is numbered 14. I did feel uneasy about staying in that room. Let's just say a nagging feeling, an intuition which I always trust. By the way, I come from a long line of witches. The reason why I was so uneasy about this was not because of the number, but from remembering the countless couples that came and went from that room. My husband insisted we stay there, since it was next to room 12, and the happy memories of the last holiday we had there. I gave in, and we checked in. We unpacked our things, and from day one, we had an argument the whole entire time we were there. I thought to myself, maybe it was me subconsciously dreading the operation and taking it out on him. But we would be at each other like cats and dogs, to the point in which I walked out of that room a couple of times. The atmosphere would be charged and depressing, and as soon as I walked out, the sun would lift my spirits. My husband is not superstitious, nor does he believe in ghostly encounters. After having my operation, I would have to be bedridden for a week or so, and heavily under the influence of painkillers. While I lay in bed, I would chase my husband away with my bad mood, post-op blues, so I could be left alone and in peace. The time I had alone in that room would stay with me for a long time. Remember, I'd taken some painkillers for my operation, My husband had drawn the curtains so I could sleep. One afternoon, I dozed off and was awakened by the tug of the bed sheets. I thought maybe I kicked it off, so I tried to pull them up. Once I did, I fell asleep again. Again I was awakened by the feeling of sheets being tugged. I thought it was my husband and woke up shouting at him, but there was no one in the room. I felt the temperature in the room was cold. I shivered and had to force myself in great pain to get out of bed and pull the sheets up. Once in bed, I looked around the room. The strange thing was, it seemed like shadows in the corner, yet it was bright as day outside, and the curtains were drawn, and there were no trees or anything near the window to give off shadows. I stayed awake for hours, waiting for my husband to return. He walked in and got a shock, seeing me all wide-eyed, and thought he had left the air conditioner on, as it was very cool. He walked over and noticed it was off, and blamed that the damn thing was broken. For the whole week while I recuperated in that room by myself during the day, my bed sheets would come off. I would wake up in cold sweats, looking around the room. There was no one there. I felt something brushing my skin, and always felt the shadows in the corner. I put it down to painkillers. They were very mild, and my usually happy self became withdrawn and depressed. I noticed that my husband would come back smiling and was trying to cheer me up, but as we stayed longer in that room, it seemed to have an effect on us. He became mean, and sometimes he would jeer at me. I had enough by this time and wanted to leave. The last night we had stayed there, I had not taken any painkillers, as I wanted to believe I was not hallucinating or seeing things. And believe me, I've seen many things and experienced stranger. I was not sleeping well and looked over to my husband, who slept soundly. The funny thing was, he seemed to be illuminated by something. I tried to touch him, but my hand could not move. I stretched out to him. We slept in separate beds while I was recuperating. He was only an arm's length away, and yet I couldn't move. I was sweating now, with a feeling of dread. My whole body felt like lead, and I could only move my head. I tried so hard to move, yet I couldn't. I could really feel that there was someone or something that was in the room with me, but I couldn't even see them. Someone was there near my bed, but not fully visible yet. I started to say something and tried to call out to my husband. He was dead asleep and did not move. As I turned my head to the foot of my bed, my sheets were being tugged off. I really screamed, but nothing came out. I was forcing myself to say something, but nothing came. At the foot of my bed appeared a tall black outline. The figure seemed to be wearing a hooded cloak, but I had a profile view. It had its outstretched arm on my bed. I'm 6 feet tall, and my feet are slightly stuck out over the bed. I tried to move my feet to kick out, but my limbs were like dead weights. The black-garbed figure turned to me and began to walk towards me. At this moment, I was desperately repeating the Lord's Prayer. I'm not religious, but it came to mind. Over and over, and as it began to walk to me, I remember the eyes started to glow red. At this stage, I was turning my head to and from the figure to my husband, as well as stretching my arm out, trying to touch him to wake him up. I remember him sleeping soundly like a baby. As the figure approached, and I was sweating buckets, and repeatedly said the Lord's Prayer, I yelled out, "Stop," and that I worshipped only God, and that I belonged to Him. That's when the figure was no longer there. I blinked a couple of times, thinking it was a nightmare, but I noticed that my arm was still outstretched towards my husband, and he was still in the same position, sleeping soundly. I started crying and busted open a stitch. My husband woke up and said that I just had a very bad nightmare. I said I'm glad that we were leaving that very morning. We still go back to the motel, as my husband loves it, yet I insisted we do not stay in that room. Thanks for reading. I grew up on a farm in Missouri. The house we lived in was built around the turn of the century. It was a big 2-story house with a wraparound porch. I shared a bedroom with my brother on the bottom floor. In the summer of 1975, something happened that had a long-term effect on me. It was a clear moonlit night, and you could easily hear crickets and bullfrogs singing in the night. I was sleeping very soundly when something woke me. I had the impression that someone was pushing down several times on the foot of the bed. I looked up and was startled to see the shadow of a short, plump figure watching me. Horrified, I immediately went for the light, but there was nothing there. The figure I'd seen had no face, but seemed to have a soft glow. It was definitely trying to get my attention. I never went to sleep the rest of the night, leaving the light on and reading. The next night, about the same time, I was awake and witnessed a small ball of light zipping around the room. This time I left the light off and watched a tiny orb for about 15 seconds when it finally zipped out of the room. I talked to certain family members later and found out that apparition that I had seen was probably my great-grandmother. She had died in the same corner that my bed was sitting. In her later years, she began to lose her mind, and instead of putting her in a nursing home, the family decided to take care of her at her home. They hired a male nurse to help her, and at night, the night I saw her, my uncle said she was probably looking for him. The incident disturbed me deeply, and it was years before I could finally sleep well at night. I'm now married and live in another old house, but this one seems to have no past to disturb me. Thank God. In 1999, my husband and I purchased our first home. We had 2 very small children at the time, and soon found out we were expecting our third. We had purchased an old Queen Anne Victorian. It was very large, and all the homes around it were large as well. We had looked at many houses before we purchased the old home. In fact, I drove past the home to go to work every day. I'd never considered buying it, but always felt drawn to it. Things seemed fine. I was alone in the home when I heard what seemed to be a child laughing. I thought maybe our family had come home early, but no one was there. One other time, I was in the cellar getting clothes out of the dryer and heard a child call Mommy. But again, I was alone when this occurred, and none of the neighbors' children were outside. I was lying in my bedroom with my eyes closed and could feel something breathe on me. When I opened my eyes, nothing was there. I have a cat who likes to go outside at night, and one evening, my husband heard her at the door. He opened the door and let her in, or so he thought. The next morning, he saw our cat waiting on the porch for us to let her in. We searched the entire home, looking for the cat he had thought he let in the previous evening, and there was no animal to be found. My daughter, who was 3.5 at the time, would come into her bedroom complaining that the little girl would keep her awake and would not stop playing with the curtains. She would also complain about the man who would whisper by her closet. My mother and I were hanging wallpaper in the family room, which was next to the dining room. My mother was facing the door to the dining area. I had the door to my side. As we were hanging a portion of the paper, we both saw a figure move through the dining room area and into the kitchen. My mother said, "Oh, good, Dan is home. He can help us hang." I called to my husband and asked if he had eaten lunch yet. I got no response. Thinking he could not hear, I went to the kitchen to ask again. He was not there. I called thinking he went upstairs, and still no answer. My mother and I checked the whole house and looked outside for the car. No one was there but her and I. It was a strange feeling. Sometimes lights would go on for no reason. We would hear someone climbing the steps. It was a little unsettling, but we no longer live in the home. We are now building a brand new house. The story that follows is a true account of an 11-year experience that I'll never forget. When I was 6 years old, my family moved into an old Victorian home in Pontiac, Michigan. The house still stands today. It has changed owners several times, but is in a state of disrepair. The house had been built in 1892 by a Mr. Newsbringer for himself, his wife, and children. My parents had purchased the home from Clara, the last living daughter, in hire. I remember moving in that day because even as a young child, I felt a sense of uneasiness. That feeling was soon to be validated. At first, it was more of just an uneasy feeling throughout the whole house. Soon I discovered, though, that the feeling intensified while in my room. It was a large, 4-bedroom home, and us 3 girls all had the luxury of having a bedroom all to ourselves. Mine was in the back of the house, next to my parents' room, and across the upstairs foyer from my other 2 sisters. When alone in my room, I began to feel as though I was being watched. It is a universal, primitive feeling. I'll be sitting at my desk doing my homework, or just laying across my bed listening to my stereo, and I would feel it. I felt that a presence was emanating from one corner of my room, up at the ceiling. I had not seen or heard anything up until this point, but that was soon to change. As I was alone in my room again, one day after school, I heard a voice call my name. It was a male voice, and I thought it was my father. I went into the foyer to answer his call, but since he was not home from work yet, it could not have been him. I went back into my room and soon heard the voice again. I say that I heard it, but it occurred to me several years after the fact that I only heard it in my mind. A sort of telepathic communication, I think. It wasn't long before this voice became an everyday intrusion into my life. It would call my name repeatedly. It would assure me that it was okay, and for me not to be afraid. It also told me to come closer to the corner from where it was coming. I remember now that I would be so drawn to it, and would just stand there transfixed, staring at the corner. I never went close to it. Call it instinct, fear, whatever. But I somehow knew better. As I was staring at the corner one day, a huge void opened up in the corner. It was the blackest black I'd ever seen. I saw nothing in the gaping hole, but it seemed to go on forever, and I would grow lightheaded and lost blocks of time staring into it. Now, I had told my younger sister all about this, but she never saw or felt anything until we actually moved out of the house. But I'll get to that later. I was afraid to tell my parents, and had been warned by the voice that this was our secret, no need for me to tell. The voice began to torment me. Even at night, as I lay in my bed sleeping, I could feel it there in the dark, beckoning. It invaded my dreams, becoming ever more insistent that I succumb to its wish, that I come into the void. It was angry at me, growling insults and obscenities, but I never would give in. Towards the end of the stay in our house, I began arguing back, telling it that I was stronger than it and would not be overpowered. Strangely enough, over all those years, I'd come to accept its presence as a normal part of life for me. No one ever saw or felt it but me. I'd even confided in my best friend Shirley, who would frequently come for sleepovers. I think she slept with one eye in the corner. The day we moved out, I experienced the most intense terror I will ever feel for the rest of my life. I was then 17. I was in my room, packing up the last few items. I felt the familiar goosebumps and tingling of my skin as the hair on my back, my neck, and arms stood up. The voice was at a fervid pitch now, threatening and cursing me. I turned around to face my enemy, stared into the blackness, and was mesmerized to see the most evil eyes I had ever seen come out of the darkness. I could see the whites of his eyes, and the center was like black coal. The hole began to turn, and I heard a deafening roaring sound, not unlike that of a huge waterfall in close proximity. I dropped what I was doing, ran down the steps, and got into the family car. I left the rest of my things in that room and never looked back. I never heard or saw anything like that again. After we had moved out, my younger sister began having nightmares about something dark and heavy chasing her in our old house. No coincidence, I think. I still get the chills when I think about this. I assure you, this was real. My family and I lived on a farm in Manistee County for 11 years. It is a log home built sometime in the 1860s. We had numerous experiences, such as the older man talking to my toddler in her bedroom, while knocks on the front door in the middle of a snowy night with no one there, and no footprints in the snow. Heavy footsteps could be heard downstairs when we were lying in our bed on the upstairs landing. A back door was totally jammed shut, and the only thing my husband thought he could do was cut it open. But on a windless night, it just flew open, and there was a strange odor. We had a neighbor across the street tell us that he heard the piano playing when we were gone. I heard my name called often. We had people house sit because we only heated with wood. They heard noises, saw curtains move, and wouldn't stay there again. We saw a figure in my daughter's bedroom window when we pulled away from the driveway. I had a sunburn on my back in the shape of the barn. Now there were no trees or possible shadows, and we even showed a friend, and at the time, it didn't make any sense. Then our neighbor came and said he saw the barn swaying in the wind. At closer inspection, the main supports in the barn were almost completely rotted away. Was this someone's way of telling us something was wrong? There are more stories, but these are some of the best. I'm not lying. These actually happened, and if you don't believe me, well, I guess you're on your own then. But these did happen. Thank you for reading. I moved into the neighborhood that I live in at the age of 12. I'm 20 now. Ever since I moved in here, I was told of the woods and the strange things that went on in it. Sounds of drums, voices, screams, etc. Needless to say, the woods is creepy, so creepy that I refuse to go there at night. Let me explain. The woods consist of two sections, the front and the back. It's the back part that scares the bejesus out of me. In '98, a girl was killed in the front part of the woods, where she was raped and left for dead in the cold next to the old tractor. A tractor that had been rotting there for at least 30 years. Well, since the girl was killed, there have been some violent storms that have taken their toll on the trees surrounding the area of the death. My friend and I would go to the spot every now and again, until that night. I had a girlfriend at the time that lived on the road across the woods, so to get to her house, you could take the short way, which was through the woods, past the spot where the girl was killed. I'd walk my girl home, and I was returning through the woods when I felt a sudden cold draft. Now mind you, this is the end of summer, so there was no logical explanation to see my breath during this time of year. I then turned to look over at the tractor, and I felt an overwhelming sense of depression and sorrow that made me feel sick to my stomach. I started to walk towards the tractor, and I could have sworn I heard the crying of a girl's voice say, "Run away." At this point, I started to pick my feet up and walk a little faster when I noticed a little girl standing from a distance behind the tractor. She didn't look to be more than 6 years old and looked about as solid and real as anybody I'd ever seen. I froze in sheer terror, knowing that there would be no way that a 6-year-old girl would wander off into the woods unsupervised and by herself, especially knowing the history of these woods. As I got closer to the girl, she ran further away and behind some trees, where she ultimately disappeared. It was not long after that I hightailed my butt back to the house as fast as I could. The next day I told my friend about what happened, so from then on, he walked with me each time I dropped my girlfriend off, hoping to hear or see something. It never happened to me again, but months later, I was talking to a friend who still hung out in the woods, and he told me he was sitting on one of the fallen trees, and he heard a girl crying. He said it startled him, so he went to go and leave. Just as he got up, he heard a louder voice say why. He said he felt depressed, and ran the rest of the way out of the woods. The woods has had a lot of strange things happen to it, like fires that start and go out by themselves, houses adjacent to the woods that have their backyards vandalized, and the sounds of someone knocking on the back doors. Interestingly enough, I found out that there was a forgotten cemetery somewhere back in the woods that had been neglected for years. I don't know what kind of paranormal energies take place in these woods, but I don't want to discover more of it. My parents still live in the same house I grew up in with my older sister. My experiences with ghosts began at about age 8. One night, I'd just gotten into bed and was waiting for my dad to come tuck me in. The lights were still on, and the whole family were upstairs. I wasn't alone or anything. I was wearing a nightgown. Suddenly, I felt two hands run quickly underneath my nightgown, up my legs, and over my body. I screamed bloody murder, and my parents came running in. I don't remember if they believed me, but I never slept in that room again. I traded rooms with my sister. Once she had begun sleeping in that room, she would tell us in the morning that someone would sit on the bed and say her name while they rubbed her head. But she never opened her eyes during these encounters. A few years later, I was getting my dad and I some ice cream in the kitchen. There was a new big bag of candy on the counter in front of me. Suddenly, it flew across the counter. I ran and told everyone. They believed me when they saw the candy on the other counter. Another time stayed homesick from school. I was lying in bed watching TV, and I kept hearing what sounded like marbles being dropped in the attic right above my bedroom. I was so scared, I called my mom, and she sent her friend over to stay with me. To this day, the TV in our kitchen turns on and off by itself. My aunt reported hearing music being played in her family room when everyone else was outside. Last weekend, my family gave me a bridal shower at my parents' house. When I got the pictures back, almost all of the pictures have orbs in them. I could not believe it. Whoever it is still there and still trying to be a part of us. It was my first time going to the Gettysburg War site. First, we visited their museum and looked at old clothing and war supplies. Then it was time for the tour of the battle site. It started off regularly, the guide showing us all the memorials and explaining this and that. Then it was time to get out of the car and look out over a field where a charge was made. It was a nice view stretching out before us, and behind us was a slope with a grove of trees to the right. While the guide talked, I noticed sounds of what seemed like a great number of people yelling and screaming down the slope, nearer in the grove of the trees. It was quiet at first, but it got louder, then quiet again. Even the tour guide stopped for a moment to question what those sounds were, and I even asked the guide if there was a reenactment going on down there. He just looked at me confused and said no. Perplexed, I asked if he had ever heard those sounds before while giving tours, and told us that this was the first time he had heard such distinct sounds that sounded like battle cries. There was even a moment where I was standing there, and I could have sworn I saw an extremely faded apparition run across the field for a second, then completely dissolve. Somehow I was the only one who saw this apparition. We then moved on, and as we walked back to the car, I asked my mom later about it. She thinks it was where the Confederate soldiers mustered up their courage by screaming war cries before they went to battle. I've been trying to find stories similar to mine ever since, but I've found none. My name is John, and I've been a Civil War reenactor for about 4 years now, attending living history events and reenactments throughout the mid-Atlantic states. I'd like to tell you about an experience that my reenacting group had at Antietam National Battlefield, Maryland. My company, Company G, 96 Pennsylvania Volunteers, annually has a living history event at this famed Civil War battlefield. It was here that in September of 1862, one day's casualties amounted to 23,000, more killed, wounded, or missing in one day than the casualties in America's previous wars combined. At one point during the battle, one American was injured with every second ticked by. I'd like to note that this was the ground upon which we were camping on. To continue my story, we traditionally take a walk into the battlefield to a small lane known as the Sunken Road. Here, Confederates hunkered down on a road that had been worn down by years of wagon travel, holding off wave after wave of heroic Union soldiers advancing upon them. Eventually, the Union forces swarmed over the Confederates' right flank and fired into the rebels from down the road, driving them off. This is where we annually took a midnight tour, hoping to catch a glimpse of energy left from 1862. Please note that even though the park closes around 10 p.m., the rangers often allow us reenactors to walk around. This is because if we found anyone defacing a monument or even shifting a pebble, that person will be praying for a ranger to come by and save him. So this night, about a dozen of us strolled down the sunken road and eventually came upon a monument located in about the center of the lane's length. We sat down along the banks of the road to relax and take in the atmosphere. About 20 minutes passed with silence and a few pictures taken here and there of us around the monument. Soon, 4 of us, myself included, chose to walk the remaining distance of the road to an observation tower, climb it, take a few snapshots, then head back. So we decided to walk down to the tower, ascend a few flights of stairs, and took a look around. Meanwhile, back at the monument, our captain decided that everyone had better get back to camp, so he sent 2 men to go retrieve us from the tower. No sooner had those 2 began to walk down the road, when the remaining few men heard shoes and heel plates, horseshoe-like plates we wear on our leather shoes, on the gravel and earth down the road. First 2 pair, then 4 pair, then 6, and so on. Equipment could be heard rustling around on the body: knapsacks, canteens, cartridge boxes. If anyone knows what it sounds like to have men marching on a dirty road with full gear on, it's us. The sounds continually crescendoed until one man sat up, looked down the road, and stirred the other men to listen. Just as they began to sit up and peer into the darkness down the road, the sounds faded away just as quickly as they came in. Another man jumped up, went down the road and looked over the fences and banks, only to find weeds and small shrubs. We figured that if this was some sort of ghost regiment, it may have followed those 2 men who had begun to walk down the road to the tower to fetch us. I also had another story I experienced firsthand during a sleepless night in an old gun mill. We also used to have an annual event at Jacobsburg State Park, Pennsylvania. On the land is the Henry Homestead, including a mansion and a house whose basement was the gun mill. The house now is a museum to the Henrys, and the mill below it is open to see the machinery and processes of old-time gun making. The history of the homestead dates back to the Flintlocks. Our event took place very near the homestead, and since it was going to be extremely chilly that night, the caretakers were kind enough to allow us to sleep in the house that night. Little did I know about the death that occurred in the house long ago. A young girl had contracted a contagious disease, one of those terrible, yet common diseases of the old days. She had died, and since it was thought that her illness could be contracted even though she was dead,
The viewing of her body was not a traditional one. Her body was placed on a large windowsill inside the house, of a window outlet that protruded onto the front porch. This way, the viewers could stay out on the front porch and peer in through the windows to see her on the windowsill. Of course, nowadays, ghost stories fill the house. So now it was time to go to bed. You could say, more like hit the hardwood floor. Of course, the lucky guy I am, I got a spot directly to the large window and the windowsill. I laid there half the night, listening to each hour tick away on the clock in the next room. Eventually, I had enough, so I moved to a spot further away from the sill. I laid there for some time, and then heard something. The noise was coming from. It sounded like the downstairs. The best description I can give is that it sounded like an older lady mourning, or crying, possibly over the recent death of her daughter. It was not the house settling or creaking, as it continued for what seemed like years. Okay, well, maybe a few minutes. My house also creaks a lot, and it sounded like nothing I had ever heard before. Scared out of my wits, I frantically tapped on the leg of my first sergeant, laying just a few feet away from me. He awoke, and I told him to listen. He heard the sound too, but not even wanting to ponder over it, he nervously said, "Wonder what that was," and quickly laid back down. The sound soon died off, no pun intended. Sleep was pretty much out of the question now, so I laid there another hour or so, until I heard something else. This one is easy to describe. Imagine being outside, and two other people are far away from you having a conversation. You can make out murmurs, in tones and voice, but not individual words. Almost like being underwater, and someone is talking above surface. That's what I heard. Only it seemed to be between a lady and a child, probably a young boy. Again, the sounds came from below the floor in the basement. These didn't last as long, possibly because God answered my prayers for them to stop. That night, I heard every single hour chime by, and every minute crawl past, every second tick by on the clock. Needless to say, the next morning, I wasn't a happy camper. Hope you enjoyed my stories, and yes, they're true. I told them just as I know them. Have a good one. I was in an infantry company in Germany back in 1989 to 1991. We used what is called a Bradley fighting vehicle. It weighs about 51,000 pounds and looks like a tank. We were doing live fire exercises at night, and we finished about 2 a.m. I was driving a Bradley in a convoy of about 10 other Bradleys, returning to the motor pool. The drivers used a large night vision scopes to see by. It's like watching green TV, and the Bradley commanders use that one that attaches to their helmets. While driving, a commander is to stand on his seat so that half of his body is outside of the vehicle, so that he'll have a better view of the surroundings. At about 3 a.m., I saw a man standing by the dirt road we were traveling on. I figured he was one of the German range patrolmen, and that he was just waiting for us to pass. Right after the Bradley in front of me passed, this man walked right out into the dust of that Bradley. I hit the brakes to avoid hitting him. At the exact moment, my commander said watch out, but it was already too late. I knew I must have hit him. I didn't even see him come out on either side. My commander then asked me if I'd seen a man walk out in front of us too. I said yes, and then he said that he had too. But when he turned around to check for a body, there wasn't one anywhere on the road. This dirt road was about 50 feet across, and when we returned to the motor pool, we took a flashlight and checked the whole front end and found nothing. No blood, no piece of clothing. There was nothing. My name is Heather, and I live in Omaha, Nebraska. I've only seen a few ghosts or spirits in my life. Sometimes I do get the chills though, like someone or something is nearby. The first spirit I saw was when I was younger, about 13 years. My mother told me to go into our basement to get some candles, which wasn't unusual. We spent a lot of time in the basement, playing slot cars and electric trains, and my dad has a workshop down there for models. As I fetched the candles, I felt watched. I scampered back upstairs, startled and panicked, and told myself not to be so silly. I give Mom the candles. I don't remember why she needed them, and felt a nagging, watching feeling again. I opened the basement door, and a round, green-white light was bobbing slowly up the steps, I think about 3 to 4 feet off of the ground. I grabbed my jacket and ran outside to my grandma's house down the hill. I never saw it again, whatever it was, and everyone laughed at me for it, but I remember it clearly. It was green and glowing with a soft white light. Mom laughed and said it must have been a glow-in-the-dark Halloween candy bucket from the size and color, but she couldn't explain how it was floating. My house is quite old, about 80 years, and nothing like this has ever happened again. We're the third family living there, and nothing violent ever goes on. I still get the odd feeling, but it's never been strong enough to make me panic again. The second spirit I saw really floored me. I was 14 and was riding my bike around town since it was a nice summer day, and I ended up on 2nd and 22 in Q, about 3 miles from my house. There's nothing there but cheap houses, and it's not a bad neighborhood, but it's not the richest in the world. But it's not a cheap, run-down area. Just relaxed, second-hand. Nothing violent ever happened there before. It's become a run-down area now, and there was no graveyard or ancient Indian burial ground or anything that I or anyone else knows of. I wanted to go to Dairy Queen on 24th and Q, and I was behind it. As I came to 22nd, I saw a flat field where I knew there should be houses. It was filled with what I can now describe as short, rectangular tombstones. I saw a woman standing there, dressed all in browns and earth tones. I couldn't even see her face or hands. She had a headscarf on, and her hands were held in front of her, covered by her sleeves. I think she had on brown shoes, but I don't really remember her having feet or not. I'm inclined to think not. I asked her what this was, but she didn't answer. I turned back to the graves, which had vanished and replaced with the things that should have been there. Streets, houses, sidewalks, trees. I turned back to the lady, and she was gone. I had a very chilly, uneasy feeling, and a few dead leaves fluttered by. I rode away as fast as I could. I once saw a strange figure in the mirror, a girl my age, 13, but with dark brown hair, with thin bangs, and braids past the bottom of the mirror frame. She just startled me, but caused me no harm. The last one I saw left me breathless and thrilled. I was staring out the window to our front window when I thought I saw something in the clouds. It couldn't have been lightning because it wasn't fast enough. It resembled very slow lightning. It was white and long and crooked. I got up and tried to stare out by the light. It was at a bad angle, so I stood up and walked to the front door. As I peered out the glass, I saw a flash of lightning and a giant pair of silvery white eyes, rimmed with blue, which then vanished in a flush. The outside of the window was covered with condensation, like breath, which smelled really sweet, like milk. I wiped it away. I've come to the conclusion that the first 3 were just random encounters, but the last one was a kind spirit, one that was looking in on me. I haven't seen anything so clearly after age 15, but sometimes I see holes in my vision, weird things. After rubbing my eyes and refocusing, they're gone. And sometimes I can hear odd noises and voices no one else can. I don't think I'm psychic or anything, but I do think I'm a little more sensitive than the people around me.
I know, you may not believe this, but it happened. It's true. Thank you. When I was around 5 or 6 years old, I remember seeing a figure of a woman standing outside of my room. The living room was the next room from mine. I always thought it was just light coming from outside the windows in the living room. But when I went up to the light fixture and tried blocking the light with my hand, nothing would happen. The light would still be there. I wasn't scared, because I wasn't aware of ghosts when I was around that age. But as I got older, maybe around 9 or 10 years old, I sometimes would sleep in the living room, on the couch, because my room would get really hot in the summer. Well, as I would lie on the couch, getting ready to fall asleep, I would hear things in the kitchen, like the sound of someone placing a glass on the table. I would sometimes go to see if anyone was there, but nothing would be there. I still hear the sounds in the kitchen sometimes, and when I would be home alone, I would sometimes go into the basement and watch TV or exercise. As I would work out or watch TV, I would sometimes hear footsteps above me, seeing how the TV was right below my room. But what happened to me 2 months ago terrified me. I'm 17 years old now, and it was raining harshly in the middle of April, and I was working on an art project in the dining room, which was the room after the living room. I was home alone at that time. My mother was picking up my sister from work, and my father was working. As I was working on my art project on the table, the lights went out, and as soon as they went out, in front of me, I saw a woman sitting across from me. I couldn't see her clearly, but she seemed to be smiling. About a second later, the lights turned back on. I was so scared, I ran into the kitchen and stayed there until my mother and sister came back. When they finally returned, I told them about what I saw, and my sister kind of freaked out because she hates hearing about things like ghosts and other things related to that. My mother told me it was probably just my nerves, and I've been working too hard on my project. I believe what I saw was real. I don't know what this ghost lady is doing in my house, but she seems to bring attention to me only. This is just one account from over 40 experiences I've recorded in my ghost journal. It was a very unusual day in Chicago, only 4 days to the new year, and in the middle of winter. It was 63 degrees, yet the skies were dark, but there were tons of fluffy clouds. My friend Christine and I decided to enjoy this rare day and go walking around the park. We watched as the clouds seemed to spread across the sky and realized the storm was near. Somehow, the conversation switched to cemeteries. She told me of an old German cemetery that was near the park that she had gone to. They have a section of infant graves from the late 1800s to early 1900s. She knows the babies died in groups around the same times. After hearing this, I wanted to go see for myself. She told me where to go, and as I drove into the cemetery, I pointed to a corner and asked her if that was where they were. She said yes. I'd never been there before. I don't know how I knew. We parked on the road, got out, and looked around. Some of the graves were old and worn, the names and dates hardly visible. The baby section was so sad to see, and we figured there must have been a plague of some sort in the area. It was beginning to get dark, even though it was about 4 p.m. in the afternoon. The cemetery closed at 5, so we wanted to hurry and see everything before they closed and before the storm came. We were walking through the cemetery when it felt like the temperature had dropped 20 degrees in a few minutes. I stopped in my tracks and noticed a familiar smell. The scent became stronger, and I realized it was roses. I asked my friend if she smelled anything. She said yes. I asked her what she smelled, and she said roses. I was bending down to smell the flowers on a grave, which were not roses. I wanted to figure out where the smell suddenly came from. Suddenly, My friend told me to look up, and in the distance was a flower girl. And you guessed it, she was holding onto roses. Both me and my friend were in disbelief. We couldn't even fathom what we were seeing, but yet here was this flower girl holding onto a rose, which had a strong perfume smell. Her attire was in a Victorian-style dress. She looked absolutely beautiful, but it was also really scary because it was in the middle of a cemetery and we were really spooked. Even though it felt like forever, she momentarily appeared and then she was gone, just like that. It must have been about 15 seconds, if that, but we both saw her, and we're not making this up. We're totally sane individuals who actually go out and try to see these things on purpose. I know that sounds crazy to some of you, but we get such thrills about ghost hunting. Anyway, we're not even done with the story yet, because right after, we heard the most blood-curdling scream I've ever heard in my entire life. It was a scream right after she disappeared, and I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. It sounded like a human trying to imitate a wolf, as in, a human howling, but in a wolf style. I know that sounds ridiculous, and maybe it could have been a real human being trying to play with us. However, we did not stick around long enough to find out, and we bolted all the way home. I guess the moral of the story is, yeah, you can be interested in ghosts and whatnot, but even if you are interested, be very wary, and just remember, ghosts can't hurt you. If that was real, I have no idea what to say, but if it was a human being, I guess you gotta stay clear of the cemeteries. I'll tell you what though, the roses, the girl, and the scream, they were all very real to us. We did not hesitate to leave, because we did not know what to expect if we stayed longer there. Just remember to be very careful. Ghosts are crazy, but humans can be just as crazy. This happened to my fiance about 37 years ago in Karn City, Texas. He was about 5 years old and was attending a church function with his grandparents at the St. Paul Lutheran Church there. He was running around with two of his slightly younger cousins, having a good time. This function was taking place outdoors. Now, there were actually two church buildings there. A new church had been built, and the older wooden structure was still standing close by and being used exclusively for storage. The church had been collecting clothing and had put it in the older building. Anyway, my fiancé and his cousins had been told to stay out of the churches, but being little kids and the adults having their attention taken up with visiting, the boys decided to explore the old church. He went into the older building and looked into the large room where the clothing was piled on 3 tables. My fiancé said the first thing he noticed was the clothing on one of the tables agitating violently, and he could see a lady who just happened to be transparent, sorting through the clothes that were shaking. All that she remembers of her appearance is that she was a motherly or grandmotherly looking figure with a high-necked dress and her hair pulled back in a bun. She did not pay any attention to the 3 little boys, but they ran out of the room as fast as their feet could carry them. He says that he may have been the only one to see the lady. He thinks the other 2 boys just saw the clothing shaking on the table. My fiancé says that he believes that the only reason the clothes were shaking was because of the ghost. The windows were all closed, there were no fans, and of course, no central cooling system in this old building. And remember that the clothes on the other tables were lying still. They went to tell their grandmother about the situation. Naturally, they got chewed out for being where they weren't supposed to be, and were told that no one was in that building, but they remember it well. This story is one that may or may not scare you. It's more of a mystery to me and my friends. When I was young, me and my cousin were always together and trying to scare each other. It just so happens that there was an old house which my grandfather had built in the early 1900s, which we thought may be haunted. It should be mentioned that I am from a small town in Virginia, and in the early 1900s, it was a pretty isolated town from the rest of the state. My grandfather was a pastor of the local church. Being that the church was very big, and my grandfather's house was, he would have wakes and funerals in his den. The house was very big, and there was plenty of room for people to attend these funerals. Anyway, my cousin and I used to see things through the windows which we could not explain. The house had not been lived in many years when we would see these unexplainable lights. They were blue in color, and they seemed to go from window to window when we were looking at them. We finally got the nerve to sneak into the house, which probably wasn't too smart. Anyway, we had to enter through the basement in order for my father not to see us trying to get inside. This was very scary because there was no electricity, and we had to try and make it through the dark and up the stairs to the entry of the den. We did this several times, and on some occasions, we heard and seen strange things, and sometimes we didn't. On one occasion, we lived in the house, and we heard a tapping on the ceiling upstairs, as if someone was hitting it with a cane. This was very odd, because my father lived in the house as a child, and said his uncle lived with them, and he had a cane. When he needed something, he would tap on the floor for someone to come and help him. This scared the living daylights out of us, but my cousin was a little more courageous than I, and he persuaded me to go up the stairs. When we got there, he asked whatever it was that we were seeing and hearing to leave us alone in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. The sound stopped, and we left the house. My father was a little skeptical about the whole thing, but he felt that there may be some truth in it. He himself now saw a ghostly apparition which he can't explain. This is coming from a man who himself is now a preacher, and I don't think he doubts seeing this at all. I really feel that there is some connection to the noises and sightings with the funerals that were held in the house. There are other occurrences which have happened, but would take a while to tell them all. I've read in other experiences about blue lights being represented with the supernatural. This story may not be that scary to you, but to me and my cousin, we know that there is something paranormal about that house. Myself and a friend recently moved into a house in Belmont, Massachusetts, right outside of Boston. The place is about 100 years old and retains much of the original woodwork, ceramic doorknobs, etc. I even found an old ceramic liquor and med bottle in there. It's a third-floor apartment with an old aluminum speaking tube to the second floor, which leads us to believe this may have been servants' quarters at one time. We never get anything but good vibes from the place, but a few things have happened which make me wonder, and I write asking your opinion. Firstly, the former tenant was an elderly alcoholic who, according to the landlord, used to heat only one room in the house, the dining room, with a space heater. She kept the whole place closed up, according to Miss Richardson, who also tells us the former tenants didn't die, but moved to a nursing home. We aren't sure if we believe her. Well, that room seems to have a door problem. Often when I return from work, all 3 doors to the room will be slammed shut, even the one which is tied open with a string. These are doors which don't close easily, being old and paint covered and wrapped a bit. While we hang out, sometimes doors slam. It happens in fits and starts. One week it happened every day, but it hasn't happened for a while. Granted, there is a breeze in that room, but the manner in which it happens strikes one as odd sometimes. Also, we have both seen a white figure in a long dress, and perhaps a veil, always in the hallway into our place, or in the doorway of the dining room. It is a peripheral vision thing, which leaves one looked at directly. I've seen it standing in the door several times, and I saw it seemingly walk down the hall once. It kind of bounced up and down like a person would were they walking. Mike tells me he usually sees it moving past the door, either coming into or exiting the apartment, and he has used the words wedding dress to describe its clothing. I didn't get that detailed a look, but I've definitely seen the shape. Visitors have seen a similar shape, but hesitate to call it a ghost. Lastly, and this is not so much an experience as a creepy coincidence, when first repainting the place, we decided to do the kitchen in blue and white. I proposed that we paint only the panels on the kitchen doors blue. We haven't done this yet, which both of us thought was a good idea. Later, when exploring the basement for the first time, I found an ancient door of the same style as our other doors, removed from the hinges and brought downstairs years before. It seems to be the one door from our apartment, which has been taken off the hinges, the kitchen door, and the panels painted years ago in cracked blue paint. Yesterday, my husband and I toured the Whaley House in San Diego. I think I may have been present to a supernatural occurrence of sorts, but I wanted to ask you about it. Initially, I started out on the first floor, not part of the tour, and I felt a markedly weird sensation in front of the dining area that I can only describe as having a sinking feeling that bordered on nausea. I felt fine walking around Old Town and coming into the house. I hung out in the dining room area for like 10 minutes, thinking what I was feeling was so unusual, and it dissipated. I felt fine again, so I looked around the rest of the house and felt okay, until I came to the first upstairs bedroom, directly right of the stairs. I again felt that same feeling, and I stood there, just looking about the room, and that is when I think I saw something in one of the mirrors, the mirror closest to the hall. It looked as though thin white smoke was being reflected into the mirror, as though someone was standing next to the mirror with a lit cigarette. I can only describe what I saw as smoke, because it curled. I also smelled a very faint smell of cologne that reminded me of violet water. I made sure it was not me, since I was the only person in that area, and it wasn't. It seemed to blow in through the saddled wooden partition. I was a little weirded out, because I was in disbelief at what I thought to be witnessing, so I called to my husband downstairs to come up. I didn't want to cause a stir, because I was unsure what this was. I even saw the presence of a shadow behind my back, in the corner of my eye. I walked back to the area in front of the room, and looked back into the mirror to make sure that it wasn't a reflection of something outside, like a passing vehicle, but I no longer saw the smoke. I really didn't want to tell anyone about the incident, because I would have winded up scaring everybody, including myself. I've been thinking about it ever since, and been trying to find a logical explanation for it. I've always been very interested in the subjects of ghosts and the paranormal, but never thought I would have a direct experience with them. Although I'm currently part of a theater group that is renovating an old theater, and we definitely have some spectral energy in the place, but that's another story. This story is about the first time I had something strange happen to me. I'm originally from a small island off the coast of Italy. The community dates back to 700 BC, so you can imagine they have their fair share of ghost stories. I was 15 and staying at my aunt's house with my sister. Our grandmother had died 3 years before, and as part of our week-long stay, we went to visit her grave. The experience was unsettling to say the least, and I think I was most affected emotionally by the visit. Trying to remember a woman who I love very much now, reduced to nothing but a picture in writing on marble mausoleum. Although it was a very hot and humid summer day, the cemetery seemed to have an unsettling chill about it, and I couldn't wait to get out of there. However, anyone who is Italian or knows of Italian cemetery visits is that they are family events that take a long time. Feeling very sentimental and depressed and somewhat bored, I couldn't help but look around and read more grave sites. With each name and picture that I saw, I thought more about the people behind them, their lives, and who they have been. The atmosphere seemed more oppressive, and I started seeing flashes out of the corner of my eyes. Nothing definite, but it was almost as if something had passed in front of me very quickly, and the experience left me somewhat disturbed. We left not long after, much to my relief, but still with this heavy, depressed feeling. Later on that night, I had fallen into a deep sleep, but was awakened at 3 in the morning by a male and female voice arguing. I was very groggy, but I immediately thought the voices were strange because they didn't sound like they were coming from anywhere, in particular at least. They sounded as if they were right in my ears. The room I shared with my sister was directly over a busy main street, and being a summer resort, there is always some activity going on. However, the street this night was totally quiet, with no one in sight. The voices continued to argue in Italian, and though I spoke it, I couldn't make out what they were saying. Also, the intensity of the voices didn't change as I moved around the room. They always seemed to be in my ears, and were continuing to grow in intensity. At this point, I thought it was my cousin and her husband who were arguing from their bedroom. They shared the room with their 2 small children, and I thought what could be so important to be arguing at this hour of night, and why weren't their children reacting? I decided to investigate. As I slowly opened the door, the voices suddenly stopped. Not a cutoff in conversation or a conclusion, but as if someone had switched off a radio. I walked to the room and found the whole family sound asleep. I returned to the room dumbfounded, but found the room was very cold. The day had been extremely hot, and the night had not let up, and I was just in the room a minute before. But I knew the temperature had gone down at least 10 degrees. It was then I felt the same heaviness that I had experienced at the cemetery, and a large chill moved right through me. Almost immediately, the room returned to its original temperature. During this whole experience, my sister was asleep next to me, and when I asked her about hearing anything during the night, she thought it was crazy. To this day, I'm not sure what I heard and felt that night. However, I spent many nights in that room over the years, and never had a similar experience. Did I touch something or someone? And did they follow me back from the cemetery? I don't know. I never shared this story before, but this seems like the right place to do it. When I was born, my parents rented a portion of a 3-family house. The house was huge and previously owned by an old German woman. Apparently, the house belonged to the same family since the early 1700s when it was built. After the old German lady died there was no one left in the family to take on ownership of the house. Someone new took the house over and rented it out to 3 other families. As soon as we moved in, my parents had odd things happening on a daily basis. The TV and all of the lights in the house would constantly turn on in the middle of the night. One night, my dad had some friends over to watch a football game, and all of the power in the house kept going on and off. His friends were so freaked out that they left. What bothered my mom the most was that all the rooms in the house stayed warm, except for mine. My room was always like ice, and being a newborn, my mother was concerned. She would turn the heat way up, and still my room stayed cold. One night, she heard a woman's voice coming from my room. As she neared, she could hear an old lady singing a lullaby. When she opened the door, the rocking chair was swaying back and forth, and my room was warm. After this occurrence, my room remained warm. This became an ongoing thing in the house. The rocking chair would constantly rock, no matter where in the house my mom moved it to, and oftentimes she would hear a soft voice coming from my room. The lights continued to go on frequently in the middle of the night. As I got a little older, into the toddler years, I can still remember certain things happening. My parents found it odd that I am able to remember things so clearly. I can describe my bedroom in distinct detail, as well as the other rooms in the house. I only lived there from newborn to 2.5 years. One night, I woke up and felt absolutely terrified. I remember climbing out of my crib onto the little table and chair set, and stepped onto the floor and dodged for my parents' room. As soon as I climbed into bed with my mom and dad, I heard my aunt, who was asleep on the couch, screaming. My mom woke up and ran into the living room to see what all the fuss was about. My aunt kept crying, I saw her, over there by the lamp." Apparently, My aunt says that she saw the old lady standing at the foot of the couch by the lamp. When my mom reached over to turn the lamp on, she disappeared. All of my parents' old friends remember the house, and everyone has a story of something that they experienced there. We know that the old lady died in the house, probably in the section where we lived. At first, I think she was angered that the house no longer belonged to anyone in her family. She was harmless and just wanted to make her presence known. We only lasted there for 2.5 years. Sometimes we drive by the house and contemplate stopping in to see how the current owners are making out, but I never had the courage to go back. Here's some spooky experiences that I remember from my childhood. The first one didn't happen to me. It's something that my mother told me about. Her mother died in 1959. A few years later, she remembers waking up in the middle of the night and hearing her mother calling her name. This always gave me the chills, especially if I thought about it at night. When I was maybe 6 or 7, something happened that scared the living daylights out of me. I can still picture it in my mind. A short time after I went to bed, I was lying there awake, and I looked up at my bedroom door, which was closed. There was a window across the room from the door. The curtains were open, and the moonlight was shining through the window, making a square of light on the door. In the middle of the square of light, I saw the shadow of a hand slowly moving back and forth. I was so scared that all I could do was just stare at it. I was trying to scream, but no sound would come out. Finally, I managed to get my voice to work, and I yelled as loud as I could, "Mom!" My mother came running in, and I told her what I saw. I don't remember if she saw the shadow too. Probably not. She didn't see anything outside, and she shut the curtains. Now, there were no trees right outside my window that were close enough that they would make a shadow. Not to mention that this did not look like a tree branch. It was definitely the distinct shape of a human hand. Looking back on this as an adult, I realized that this was most likely not anything supernatural at all, but someone actually trying to break into our house, which, quite frankly, is more scarier than a mere ghost. When I started screaming, the person heard me and ran away. Shortly after the previous incident, I asked my parents if I could move into the room across from that one. Gee, I wonder why. My new room had a little trap door in the closet, leading to an attic of sorts. My parents never used it for storage, as it was too hard to go up there through the trap door, and it most likely wasn't even high enough to walk upright in. When I was about 10 or 11, my best friend and I were playing in my room, and we noticed that the trap door was open about an inch or so. We slid it closed. Every once in a while, I'd look up there and find that it was open again. I'd keep sliding it closed, and then a few days later, it would be open. My friend and I naturally assumed that we had a ghost in the attic. I really don't remember if I actually heard anything up there or not. Around the same time, this same friend would occasionally spend a night with me. Several times, we'd be lying in bed and hear the sound of a newspaper or some sort of paper being crumpled up in the living room when we knew no one else was up. We called this the newspaper ghost. Another time, I think I was about 7, I was riding my bike around in circles in the street. This was in a housing development where there was very little traffic. My aunt, uncle, and cousins were visiting, and I recall looking at the bathroom window on the side of our house and seeing my aunt's face looking out the window. Later, I mentioned it to my aunt, and she said she hadn't been looking out the bathroom window, and neither had anyone else. Now, I realized that this could have easily been a reflection of something in the window, but at the same time, it seemed pretty spooky to me. In the summer of '69, I was about 13. We had some relatives staying at our house for about a week. One evening, after everyone had gone to bed, I was still awake. As a child, it always took me a long time to get to sleep. I was always too wound up, I guess. Anyway, all of a sudden, there was this loud crash that came from my closet, like something metal or aluminum falling on the untiled floor. The thing that came to mind was a metal vacuum cleaner hose. There was no vacuum cleaner or any other large metal object in my closet that could have fallen and made such a noise, and even if there was, what would have made it fall off the shelf? I was too scared to get up and look in my closet or go and ask anyone if they'd heard it. Now, this was a small 3-bedroom house in Levittown, Pennsylvania. If anyone is familiar with the houses, if a loud noise occurs in any part of the house, it would be impossible not to hear it all over the house. The next morning, I asked my parents, aunt and uncle and cousins if they heard a loud crash in the night, and no one else had heard it. And by the way, I looked in my closet in the morning, and nothing was out of place. This has always puzzled me. Here are a few things that have happened in the last few years, in the house I live in now. Nothing blatantly scary, just weird. I thought I'd share them just for the fun of it. One night, I was asleep, and all of a sudden, I screamed and woke myself up. My husband came running in, and I couldn't for the life of me remember what I had dreamed that had scared me. But I had a vague memory of looking beside the bed and seeing something in the form of a human being, made up of little points of light. There have been a few occasions where I've woken up in the middle of the night and heard a kind of electrical humming that sounds like it's coming from our bedroom closet. My husband said he could hear it too. I could never figure out what's causing it. It sounds like it could be the refrigerator running, except that the kitchen is not right next to the bedroom. And if it was the fridge, wouldn't I hear the noise every night, since obviously the fridge runs all the time? I haven't heard it in over a year. Just as well, it gives me the willies. I want to say that I can sympathize with your situation, although other than apparitions, my experience varies greatly from yours. I do want to share what happened to me with you, but I do want to warn you ahead of time. I used to be a reporter, so I can get lengthy. My first experience happened when I was a child. I was 7 years old and lived a completely normal life. My parents didn't smoke dope or dabble in the occult, so I really had no knowledge of ghosts, other than the traditional Halloween experiences every child encounters. When I turned 7, my family moved from Metro Memphis, Tennessee, to rural Independence, Mississippi. We moved into a house that my father renovated. Rather than trying to draw a diagram that may get scrambled in transmit, I'll try to describe the layout of the rooms involved. The way the home was originally laid out, you walked in the front door into the living room. To the left was the kitchen, open without walls to the living room. To the right was a bedroom door. Straight ahead was a hallway leading to other bedrooms, laundry room, and bathroom. After my father was finished, the front door was added onto a new wing of the house. The living room was enclosed into a bedroom. The bedroom now directly led out into the hall, which now led to the kitchen also, and had a new doorway to the bedroom that previously opened up to the living room. Is that confusing enough? We moved into the house, and I immediately was terrified of my sister's bedroom, the one that had previously opened up into the old living room. I just felt that something was there, and it was watching me. I felt like it wanted to possess me or something stronger than a mere presence. Also, I never found out why, but hers was the only room with security bars on the window. No other family member noticed anything strange in the house. I ended up in the new bedroom, and sometimes at night, I'd hear noises. Being so small, I don't remember exactly what they were, but frequently, I'd see an incandescent, glowing form in the shape of a human walking across my room. What made me know that it had to be a previous occupant of the home was that it would walk from the bedroom I was so scared of, through my room, into the kitchen, the way the house used to be laid out. Once when my grandmother came to visit, my parents forced me to sleep in my sister's bedroom. I was so terrified, but I finally went to sleep. When I woke up, I saw what appeared to be an ectoplasm swirling above my head. I spent most of my childhood years terrified of sleeping. Being a middle child of an older sister and a younger brother, I'd hide my prized possessions, jewelry, money, whatever I thought I didn't want them to get a hold of. Almost every time I hide something, it would disappear and reappear later in a different location. Thinking my siblings had discovered my hiding place, I'd find a new one, each time to have them disappear and reappear once again. The really strange part came later. We sold the house when I was 13 to another girl's family I went to school with. After she'd move in, I'd asked her one day if she noticed anything weird in the house, and she said no, but her sister refused to go into the bedroom that scared me. Sister's explanation was that someone was watching her, and she was a middle child also. I guess there must have been some connection to middle children. I said something years later about the house being haunted in front of my aunt. She said she'd always had a feeling that something was wrong with the house. I'd appreciate your input as to what you think my experience meant. I had a person tell me one time I was a demon that wanted me, but I'm not even sure. While I lived there, although I was the only family member that had strange experiences inside the house, I wasn't the only one who had strange experiences in the area. In the fall, between the hours of 10 p.m. and 12 a.m., my mother would see balls of light floating in the field and wooded areas, across the road from my house. She would always ask me to come look, but I had enough terror inside the house, and as far as I was concerned, the woods were my only safe haven while at home. So I never looked and never witnessed the lights myself, but both my sister and my mom did. When I was 19, I started dating this guy who was friends with a neighbor from that house I'd lived in. Basically, he lived catty corner from me, with their house backing up to the woods mine faced. My new boyfriend asked me if I ever saw anything strange in the woods. I said no. He told me that his neighbor's kid, who was a friend of his, told him that he'd seen balls of lights in the woods. I then told my boyfriend about my mother and sister's experiences. So apparently, it wasn't just restricted to my family. Another experience I had was when I was in my early 20s, when my grandfather passed away. We'd always loved each other very much, but didn't have a close relationship because of my grandmother, whom I didn't get along with. I was present when he passed away and was devastated. 3 months passed, enough time to allow me to grieve and get on with my life. I was asleep one night and awoke to find my grandfather sitting on the side of my bed. He told me not to be scared, that he had a message for me. He told me I needed to get my life straight, or I was headed for trouble. I remember he held my hand and told me that he was going to tell me what heaven is like, but I'm not allowed to remember what he told me. I remember him being present for a while longer, but can't remember a word he said. Now that I'm an adult, and have some time and distance between me and these experiences I had as a child, I'd like to try to discover what these experiences meant, or why I was chosen to have this one. Do you have any suggestions? Also, even now, I can drive by a place or house and tell that it's haunted. Does that mean that I'm psychic or paranormally gifted? Usually I just get kinda jumpy and frightened, but one night, I was out repossessing vehicles, something I did part-time for a while, and my partner pulled up to this house. I was so terrified of the house that I told him he better turn around immediately, or I was getting out of the vehicle and running. Please help me to understand what is going on with me. I'm finally getting to a point I accept it and want to understand it, rather than how I've been so terrified in the past that I didn't even want to talk about it. In 1983, when I was 18 years old, I was severely ill. I woke up one morning and my face was badly swollen. My mother took me to the emergency room. I was placed in the ICU the next day as I went unconscious. It would take a team of doctors over a week to finally diagnose me. It was a rare disease. There was only 2 case histories. They both died from it years before. That's why my doctors had no idea what it was. It was from a sinus infection, that had backed up behind my brain. From this, I developed a brain abscess. The night before they would make the decision if I needed brain surgery to remove the abscess, I was lying in my hospital bed, praying that the abscess would have shrunk a little. I felt someone standing beside my bed. I was sure it was a nurse, as it was very late, too late for visitors. When I turned to talk, it wasn't a nurse at all. It was my grandfather, who died 1 year earlier. At that moment, I wasn't afraid. He said to me, "You'll be fine." When I asked if he were sure, he then replied, "Do you doubt me?" I replied, "No." He then said, "Everything will be fine. You will be alright." This part has puzzled me ever since he told me. He said, "Take care of your mother." This was my mother's father, and he simply turned around and walked out of the room. The nurses came in, and I was wondering what happened to my grandfather. They didn't say anybody walked into the room, and they told me to calm down. I swear I knew what I saw. I knew it was my grandfather, but the whole situation was just weird, and it gets weirder. I thought he meant that I would do fine through the surgery, my grandfather. Now here's the kicker. He had brain surgery about 7 years before his own death. Even crazier, the next morning I had an x-ray, and they came to tell me that my abscess was completely gone. First of all, I have no idea what happened. Even the doctors were confused. They wanted to take even more x-rays, and I obliged, and they confirmed no abscess whatsoever. As for my grandfather talking about my mother, I had no idea why he was mentioning her. She was pretty healthy at the time, but it makes sense now. Recently, she has been diagnosed with MS, diabetes, and in September, she had heart failure. In November, she almost died and had triple bypass surgery. Through the years, my family has had many encounters with the spirit world, but this was the most wonderful one. In the summer of 1994, my sister and I moved to Hawaii to live with our father. While we were gone, our mother moved into an apartment to save money. Right away, strange things started to happen. Her 2 cats would never enter the bedroom of the apartment, choosing instead to sleep in the living room. They would claw and bite if you tried to carry them in there, and then run quickly away. Mom only spent 1 night in the room, and then opted for the living room as well. She didn't see anything, but felt as if there was someone watching her, or that someone was in the room. A few weeks later, she returned home from work to find her disposable razor disassembled on the bathroom counter. Even the twin blades were removed, and the whole apparatus was laid out in a straight row. The next night, my cousin, Stacy, and her husband, Mitch, went to stay over at my mom's with her. They were in from out of town, not going over to ease her fears. She wasn't scared yet. The 2 of them argued with Mom over sleeping arrangements, and she assured them that they never slept in the bedroom anyway. That night, my mother woke to hear Stacy and Mitch screaming in terror. Mom ran into the room to find Mitch trying to pull Stacy off the bed. She was screaming to get her off the bed, so Mom started pulling too. Once they got her to the floor, Stacy said that it felt like someone was sitting on top of her, and she couldn't breathe. And while it was going on, she said she could see a teenage boy in the corner, laughing uncontrollably. The 3 of them decided to drive to my grandma's to spend the night. Fast forward to Christmas break, when my sister and I came home to visit. Our first afternoon at the apartment, we heard a loud crash from the bathroom. All people and animals in the house were accounted for in the living room, so we went to check it out. Everything from the cabinet under the sink was out on the bathroom floor. It wasn't all tipped over, however. It was lined up in a straight row. After that, Mom told my sister and I about all the strange things that had occurred. My sister and I were thrilled, thought it was really cool. Mom said that we were more than welcome to sleep in the bedroom if we wanted to, so we did. Early the next morning I woke up and thought I saw someone standing in the walk-in closet. The sun was just starting to come up, and I thought for sure it was my sister playing a trick on me. When I looked over in bed, she wasn't there. Instead, there was a guy, maybe teens or early 20s, with shaggy black hair and no face, in bed with me. He reached out for me, and I literally wet my pants, running into the living room. I woke my mom and sister, who had moved during the night, said she had the creeps, and attempted to tell them what happened. Mom told us to get our stuff, and we left. Later that afternoon, I recited the story to Stacy, and she said the guy I described was the one she saw laughing at her. Mom went to the leasing office a week later and asked to be moved to another apartment. All the leasing agent had to say was that no one had lived in that apartment longer than 4 months. It started some years ago, and I'm happy to say that it's been over for some time now. I'm confident that I'm no longer being followed by Mage, but I would like to share my experiences with you, and if you can provide any insight or better understanding of what happened to me, I would be most happy. Some years ago, I was sleeping over at a friend's apartment. I went to bed and laid there alone with my thoughts until I think I fell asleep. I was awoken by 3 sharp knocks, similar to someone knocking on a solid wooden door, and turned my head to the bedroom door, which was 3 yards away to my right. The door was closed, yet within the doorframe was a figure. To my eyes, the figure was shimmering and vivid with colors, without any real human form, yet to my senses, I was certain that it was a woman, that she was extremely tall, and that she was wearing jewelry. I perceived her with the absolute clarity that my eyes were unable to support. I opened my mouth to yell, but could not. It lasted only a few seconds when the door opened and my friend entered the room. The vision was gone. I said to my friend with a detached calmness that I had just seen a ghost, but this of course was met with indifference. I did not press the matter, as I was already beginning with self-doubt. By the end of a mostly sleepless night, I had managed to convince myself that it was a dream, or at least a product of that period between sleep and wakefulness. Within days, the whole episode was forgotten. Some 6 months later, I was at home with my parents and decided upon an early night. I had a lot on my mind that night and needed some space and some quiet for contemplation. I was lying on my single bed in my small bedroom, lost in thought, when I heard the 3 knocks again. My heart leapt. From my bed, I could see ahead of me, and to the right, the bedroom door, which was open, and the landing is accessible by 3 ascending steps. Through the door, I can see about 3 yards of the landing until the angle of the door frame cuts off the view. There, just at that farthest point, was the same vision, the same shimmering colors. She was much clearer this time, and there was no doubt that my eyes were seeing a woman. She was so tall that she had to bend her head to her left until it was almost resting on her shoulder, like a body hanging without the noose. But she was looking at me. Her eyes, although I couldn't actually see them, were fixed upon me, and there was a malice in them, I had no doubt. Then, in an instant, she came along the landing, down the 3 steps, and right up to my face. So quickly and so aggressively, she brought her face to within an inch of mine. I could make out her eyes and nose, but to this day, I cannot be sure if I saw them or experienced them. I could not separate her emotions from her visage, which seemed to be one and the same in my mind. It is difficult to describe, but I saw her face and features, along with her hatred and despite. I opened my mouth to scream, but nothing came. Eventually, she disappeared. I've never been so terrified in all my life. Never has fear removed any capacity to utter or to move a single muscle, and yet this was the case. I lay rigid for some time, at least until the room was light from daybreak. I was absolutely sure that I had not fallen asleep, but yet over time, I managed to convince myself that this was indeed the case. This is how I came to terms with it. Over the next year, I saw no more of her, and she was reduced to an entertaining story for friends. Then I married and moved to set up house with my wife. The third, the last, and the unequivocal sighting was during the early days in my new home. It was a bright, warm Sunday afternoon, and I was sitting on a chair to watch a television program, an old episode of Bonanza, as it happens, when I became aware of another presence in the room. I turned to the door behind me, fully expecting my wife to be there, but she was not. As I turned my head back to the TV, to my right was a settee, and, sat in the middle, was the woman again. This time she was sat on the edge of the settee, with her hand forward, cupping her chin in her hands, and her knees were also together under her chin. She was leaning forward in this position, contemplating me amusingly, or mockingly. I cannot decide. There was so much clarity about her features, and the room was bright, which she seemed to reflect. There, in front of me was a woman, about 25 years old, very sharp features, very tall, and very thin. Her bright colors, her hair and her jewelry, reminded me of a punk rocker, although this was not so. I'm sure she was from a long time ago before that era. I was not afraid, and emboldened by the daylight, I simply and calmly asked her what she wanted. There was no response, no answer. She simply faded away, and I have not seen her to this day. Compressing my research into a short paragraph, I went back to the place of the first sighting and asked my friend some questions. It transpired that she was haunted by a spirit many years previously who would disturb household objects. An expert was brought in, who ascertained that they were being haunted by a malevolent spirit who was called Mage. It was not possible to get rid of her, but to hope that she leaves of her own accord. This happened in my friend's hometown, some 300 miles from where I live. My theory is that Mage came with my friend to my hometown and took a liking to me, thereby following me to both my parents' home and onward to my married home. I don't know who has provided the vehicle for her to leave my house, but I hope that she has been gone for good. When I was in my early 20s, a friend and I decided to rent a house together. We found a lovely old house near the Mississippi River, and I was immediately drawn to it. After we moved in, we both began to notice banging on the walls and lights blowing out constantly. The lights we attributed to bad wiring, and the banging, I truly believed, was my friend, and she truly believed it was me. The layout of the house was one we had never seen before. There was a hallway that led from the front living area to the back bedroom areas that was at an odd, slanted angle. I always felt uncomfortable going down this hallway and found myself going around by way of the kitchen. After months, my friend and I decided to take in a third roommate to help with expenses. During the next month or so, after this third roommate moved in, we noticed an increase in frequency to the noises, banging, and lights going out. We also began to notice that every month, and this is really weird, right around the time that all three of us began our menstrual cycles, a very large stain began to appear in the middle of our living room floor. We tried constant shampooing, but it would always reappear immediately. Then after our cycles were finished, the stain would disappear on its own, only to reappear the next month. Our third roommate then became very withdrawn after only a short time of being in the house. She began to go directly to her bedroom and never came out except to go to work. Her personality has also changed drastically. She went from being very funny and outgoing to a complete loner. She would also say very inappropriate, weird things to us. We had known this girl for some time, and her behavior was quite unsettling. She finally told us that she was not comfortable in this house and was moving out, and she did so that very day. Shortly after she moved out, the banging noise began in earnest, and we started noticing our things being rearranged. We began to laughingly and nervously admit to each other that something was not right in this house. However, neither one of us felt threatened by any kind of the weird happenings, and in fact, I personally actually felt almost protected by it. We started to call our ghost George, and would talk to him whenever the banging would begin. We were trying to watch something on TV, and George would start banging or knocking. We would say, "Please, George, not right now. We're trying to see this." And he would actually stop, at least until the show was over. Unfortunately, no matter how much we begged him to stop putting the stain on the floor every month, that never ended. In fact, it got bigger and darker the longer we lived there. One kind of amusing episode happened to us one memorable evening. I decided to let my boyfriend at the time stay overnight with me, although I usually didn't do this. Just as we were dozing off, a very loud bang sounded, coming from the hallway. My boyfriend sat up and asked, "What the heck was that?" Immediately, a knocking began at the far end of the hall and rushed towards my room very fast, knocking louder and louder the closer it came. My boyfriend said, "That has to be your roommate being funny." I just laughed and tried to explain about our ghost, and that I thought he might be angry that I had a male friend overnight. He said that was bull and got up to investigate. Just as he came to the hallway, the knocking began again, all around him. Needless to say, my brave 6'4" boyfriend ran straight out the front door and never came back in the house. Anyway, after a few years, my roommate and I decided we were going to move to a cheaper apartment, closer to where we worked. As soon as we started packing, the noises, and especially the lights going out, began to get really bad. I was even starting to get a little frightened. One day, as we were finishing up packing, we decided to go check in the basement and see if we had anything left down there. While we were down there, we decided to go in the old fruit cellar, since neither one of us had actually looked in it. We found some old fishing equipment. We also found an old shirt box that was sealed with tape and felt kinda heavy, so we brought it upstairs and opened it up. Inside was a bunch of old pictures. Most of the pictures were of a young man of about 25 or 30. In many of the pictures, he was in our house and standing on the porch of the house. There were also some antique glass slides with pictures of him in the military uniforms. We dated the stuff around World War II. We decided to call our landlady, an elderly woman, around 80 years old, to tell her we had found the box. When we called her and told her what we had found, she hung up on us. We called back, and her daughter answered and said that they didn't want that stuff anymore, and we could have it or throw it away. We thought it was very strange, since normally our landlady was a sweet old lady, so we decided that some of the stuff in the box might be worth more money, and we would sell some of it. Some war medals, and even an old stock certificate. That night, I put the box on the kitchen table, and we went to bed. In the morning, we were going to move the last of everything, and as we were preparing to go, I asked my roommate what she had done with the box of stuff. She said she hadn't touched it. We looked everywhere and couldn't find it. Finally, around lunch, we got hungry and decided to cook a frozen pizza. We turned on the oven and immediately began to smell something burning. When I opened the oven, there was the box. Okay, I swore my roommate did it, and she swore I did it. So we left the box on the table again and left to move some things to the new place. When we got back, the box was gone again. This time, we found it immediately in the kitchen pantry, so we kinda laughed it off and put it back on the kitchen table. About 10 minutes later, I walked into the kitchen and it was gone again. I decided the heck with it, and decided to just go finish the bedroom closet I had just minutes before been working on. When I stepped up on the chair to wipe off the upper shelves, there was the box. That did it. I said out loud, "Okay, George, we promise not to take your stuff," and put the box back in the fruit cellar, where we had found it. We left that day, and have never been back, but I've always wondered if the next tenants ever heard from George. I've worked for a domestic violence shelter for approximately 7 years. While I personally have never seen anything, there are always odd sounds and unusual occurrences. Let me start at the beginning. The house is 2-story with an attic and a basement and over 100 years old. I really don't know much else about its history. The local domestic violence center purchased the building, which had been uninhabited for a number of years, did some renovations, and began operating an anonymous shelter for battered women and their children. Over the years, there have been numerous sightings of a young couple. A woman in a long flowing dress can be seen periodically walking up the long staircase. A man in dark, old-fashioned clothing has been seen in the living room and at the top of the stairs outside the attic door. It is usual for all who went into the attic or the basement to feel uneasy and not alone. Recently, the sightings seem to have increased. A church group came over to the holidays to sing Christmas carols to the residents, and a young boy pointed to the ceiling and said, "Look, there's an angel." The only thing seen by the others in the room was a hazy, grayish fog that wasn't in any particular shape. A few months later, one of the employees' daughter was in the living room, alone, working on a school project, and looked up to see a gray, transparent figure looming in the doorway. She screamed, and her mother raced in to see the figure moving slowly upstairs. It was as if the ghost was checking in, and didn't mean to frighten the young girl. Perhaps the most interesting aspect of this haunting is that the couple together, fitting the same descriptions of the man and the woman seen in places of the house, have been seen in one bedroom upstairs. To my knowledge, at least 3 residents in the last year have been awakened at night to see the woman sitting on the edge of the bed with a man standing behind her. The couple has been described as comforting and reassuring to those who have seen them in this manner. And these apparitions have seemed to know when these residents were about to face a particular trying experience. One woman was going to court the next day for an order of protection. One lady was facing a decision about the custody of her new little baby, and one woman was about to embark on the dangerous underground trying to change her identity in order to hide from the husband who tried to kill her. All 3 of these women felt as though the ghosts were trying to tell them that everything was going to be alright, and, as it turns out, the dire situations facing each of these women worked out in their favor. I personally find their presence reassuring as well. Women and children who came through the shelter are very often depressed, sometimes hopeless, scared, insecure, and anxious. I think that the fact that they are comforted by these spirits is a sign that these are good spirits who seem to approve of the work being done in their house. They've never tried to scare anyone. Sure, lights turn on and off by themselves, and the dishwasher is forever turning on by itself. Maybe they are just trying to figure out what these gadgets are. I do not know anything about the history of that house, but I assume these spirits were once residents of this house. Based on their actions, they seem to be good and well-wishing. I hope they continue to watch over the shelter and help the current residents. Hi, my name is Tariq, and this is my supernatural experience. It happened to me when I was about 5 or 6 years old. I seem to remember it was quite a sunny afternoon. Nothing particularly unusual about that day. My mother asked me to go upstairs and wake my father, who often took afternoon naps. I remember feeling quite lazy, and I could not really be bothered going all the way upstairs to attempt to wake my dad sleeping. However, my mom insisted, so I did. I was about to walk up the stairs when I suddenly was overcome with fear, as what I had saw made no sense to me. There, at the top of the stairs, was the biggest dog I'd ever seen in my life. It appeared to fill the whole space of the landing and was near the height of the ceiling. The dog appeared to be aggressive and was barking and growling so loud that it could have woken the dead. I was so shaken and scared that I just froze in the spot. I shouted for my mom. I said, "Mom, I can't go upstairs," and she told me not to be lazy. I told her no, there was this big dog at the top of the stairs, and it would not let me pass. My mom came out to me, and she said, "Tariq, we do not even have a dog." Of course, this is what I already knew. I quickly told my mom to get over here and see what I was seeing, but by the time she arrived and looked up the stairs, it was gone. This perplexed me even more, and being the age I was, I couldn't even understand it. I started to doubt myself, wondering if I ever even saw it at all, and I trusted and believed in my mother. So if she didn't really see it, maybe I was just hallucinating, and it really wasn't there. Obviously, the dog disappeared, and after a while, I forgot about it, and never resurfaced again. However, these memories came back when I was about 12 years old, and I spoke to my mom about it. Looking back on it, I do believe I saw something paranormal, but any ideas on why my mom or dad could not see it or hear it, and why was the dog being so protective, beats me. I don't know, but it was sure a scary sight. It just sucks that I feel like I was the only one who had saw it, and it makes me crazy. But what can you do? I don't know. I recently had an experience that I can't explain, and decided to tell my story here. In June, my boyfriend Ian, our then 15-month-old twins, of course me as well, we all went to his family reunion. While we were there, we had a wonderful time meeting his family and getting to know everyone really well. We stayed at his father and stepmother's home with the immediate family. One night, while everyone was asleep, one of the girls started crying, most likely from being in a new place or losing her pacifier. I woke up, and still groggy, I sat up in the bed. I looked over to the crib. Next to the crib, there was a little old woman standing there looking into the crib. When I saw her, she didn't scare me, and I thought nothing of it. She looked at me, put her finger up to her mouth, kind of bent down, and whispered, "Shh." So I laid back down and fell back to sleep. Brianna slept through the rest of the night. The next morning, I got up and remembered what I saw. Not sure if I dreamt it or not. I pulled Ian away from the family and asked him if he had a picture of his grandmother. The family had spoken a lot of her the previous day at the reunion, but I had never met her. Ian was very close to her and was very upset at the time of her death. It would have been almost 9 years ago. They found one, and after I saw the picture, I felt this warmth, the only way I can describe it, and it filled my body. It was the lady I saw the night before. I wasn't sure if I should tell anyone, for fear of them thinking I was insane, but I decided to tell Ian. When I told him, he kinda gasped. Like I said, he was very close to his grandmother. I'm glad I told him. Well, later, as we were talking to the family, someone said, "Oh, it would have been so wonderful for her to be here and see all the family together." Speaking of the grandmother, Ian looked at me and asked me to tell everyone what I saw. I'm still new to this family and wouldn't want to be dubbed as the crazy one just yet, so I kept it to myself. Thanks for giving me a place to share this. In 1983, we moved into a home that had suddenly been vacated by the owners. The man had suffered a heart attack at the front door and died. His wife went into serious shock and suffered some emotional distress. After the funeral, her children decided to take her back to Missouri. I'd personally known the couple in 1971, as I had lived in a house on the connecting street. Our backyards were contiguous. Mr. Williams had been the water superintendent for the city for many years. He was an upstanding citizen, a loving family man, and a friend to many people. Shortly after moving in, he got the feeling that Mr. Williams had never really left his home. At night, after everyone had turned in, footsteps could be heard throughout the home. It sounded like heavy footsteps stomping up and down the hall, outside the bedrooms. I would get up and check to see if the children were awake, and would find them sleeping soundly in their beds. Once in a while, doors would open up wide, as if someone was entering a room, and then the door would slam shut. One night, my wife at the time awoke to see the form of a man standing at the end of our bed. He woke up on her side and leaned over a little. She laid there terrifying, knowing that I was very hard to wake up, and that if this were a burglar, I would not suddenly spring into action against the intruder. She maintained her position and just peered through her eyelids. Suddenly, the figure just faded away. These occurrences persisted for about a month. One morning, at around 2:30 a.m., we were suddenly awakened by the bedroom door slamming open with a violent force. We were very tired of Mr. Williams' nightly tirades, and I was running on my last nerve. I got up and decided to try to talk with this confused soul. I addressed him as Mr. Williams and told him that he had suffered a heart attack and had died. I told him that his wife had gone to Missouri to live with his children. I told him that we were paying rent to his children to live in this house, and we worked hard for our money. I started to get angry with him and told him that if he wanted to rant and rave and stomp about the house, he needed to do it when we weren't there, as he was disturbing our sleep. If he continued, we would be forced to move, and his children would have to find other renters. I suggested he go to Missouri, because that is where he would find his wife. After that, we never heard from Mr. Williams again. In August of 1997, I was helping a friend deliver some things for a post-funeral reception that was to be held in the officers' quarters No. 1 at Fort Concho in San Angelo, Texas. Fort Concho is the best preserved and reconstructed cavalry fort in America. This is where the Buffalo Soldiers were stationed. It was very early in the morning, and we had to get the key to the building from the curator. We drove to the other side of the parade ground and parked the van. We went inside, and I took some things up to the staircase to the second floor, while my buddy worked on the first floor. I walked into the west bedroom upstairs, and immediately felt like I had just walked between two people that were standing shoulder to shoulder. I was walking into a tremendous field of static electricity. I had a cold sensation, and the hairs on my neck and arms stood straight out. I put the vase down that I was carrying, and found myself compelled to say, "Excuse me." Then I proceeded to the east bedroom. When I entered the room, I saw a little girl out of the corner of my eye, playing on the floor to my left. I placed the vase, and when I turned around, she faded away. A couple of days later, I was again with my friend. We stopped by the house of the lady who was responsible for financing the restoration of Officers' Quarter No. 1. My friend mentioned that I had felt a presence and saw a little girl. I told her that I had seen her in the east bedroom, and she told me that a little girl had died in that very room. Maybe it was her parents that I felt in the west bedroom, or just someone else watching over her. A few months later, I had the opportunity to stop by the officers' quarters No. 1 when it was open to the public. I was walking around, and a staff member volunteer came up and asked me what I thought of the building. I told her I thought it was haunted and repeated the story of the little girl. The lady took me into the dining room and pointed to a portrait on the wall. It was the same little girl I had seen upstairs. I would first like to say, I was not a believer in ghosts or spirits. I was in the Navy at the time, and had been just transferred to Japan. My family and I arrived there in August of '91. I felt very lucky, because the Navy had just opened Harrio, a new housing complex, about 9 miles from the naval base. This meant that my family and I would not have to live off base. My wife and I were taken out to the Harrio to pick out a house. Being newly opened, we basically had the pick of the litter. My wife and I chose a nice 3-bedroom room townhouse in the center of the housing complex. We moved in within 3 days and began to settle down. Nothing much happened for the first month or two. Then one night, my daughter, who was 3 at the time, started waking up at night crying. She would point at the wall and tell me to make the snake lady go away. This happened about once a week. Of course, I thought she was just having bad dreams. We'll let her sleep in her bed when this happened. My wife became pregnant at the time, and we were allowed to move into a 4-bedroom house. I was hoping this move would solve the snake lady problem. As we moved into the new house, I assured her the snake lady was gone forever. Boy, was I wrong. It was about 2 weeks before our encounters with the snake lady started again. This time my wife and I could actually feel some sort of electrical charge throughout the house. These encounters intensified, and my daughter started to see more and more apparitions. She would tell me that the snake lady wanted to take her away. I, being a skeptic, thought the electrical charge was sort of funny, but never gave much thought about my daughter's nightmare being real. Then one night, my wife and I were awakened by my daughter screaming at the top of her lungs. We rushed into her room to find her pressed against the far wall, her feet approximately 1 foot off the ground. My wife and I both grabbed her arms, and with one of my feet pressed against the wall, I pulled with all my might. She wouldn't budge. I'm not a small man, 5'10", 191 pounds, and I worked out all the time. I could not get her off the wall. All the while she was screaming that the snake lady wanted to take her away. Scared to death, I started praying in my head. My daughter started to slide down the wall, and she fell into our arms. I don't know what it was, but I believe there is something out there that we don't know about. The next day I blessed every room in the house with olive oil. This seemed to do the trick, because my daughter never had another experience. My wife is Japanese, and she did some investigating of the area's history. Harrio was once an internment camp for the sick and dying Japanese soldiers of World War II. There is a shrine just outside the back gate for the soldiers that died there. And that's what we found out. Thanks for reading. It's funny, really, because I've been reading your site for quite some time and have marveled over the experiences people have had, but never, ever thought I would be emailing you my story. This experience is mainly my 2 friends, but I experienced it firsthand last night. They live in RAF, Royal Air Force Quarters, in Middlesex in England, and have never really mentioned anything before. A couple of weeks ago, Susie and I were chatting about various things when the subjects of ghosts came up. Funny enough, the handprints have come back since Elena was born, said Susie. Handprints? What handprints? I replied. It seems that since they moved in over 3 years ago, they've had various things happen. So she took me upstairs, and there, clear as day, was a set of huge handprints on the wall just above their bed. Apparently, She has tried everything to get rid of them, and they disappeared when she was pregnant. As soon as the baby was born, they came back, and when I saw Susie and Jay last night, they casually informed me that the handprints had moved. By now, I was getting quite spooked out. We went outside for a cigarette, with one of the music channels on the TV playing. When we came back in, the channel had changed to some gruesome true murder documentary. The hairs on the back of my neck were standing on edge at this stage, and it took Susie a good 5 minutes to change the channel back. Also, they've both watched a candle that stood on top of the telly very casually move from the middle and drop off at the end. Things have been moved around, never hidden, and the TV also turns on and off. Susie and Jay were very relaxed about this, and the ghost obviously means them no harm. Last night, it was Susie, Jay, and me, and they told me what happened last Sunday. Apparently, Susie had gone up to change Elena, and had set out her pajamas and nappy out in the changing mat in the bedroom. She was bathing Elena, and thought that perhaps she could use one of the smaller nappies instead of the big one that she had pulled out. When she went back into the bedroom, the pajamas and the big nappy had been thrown onto the chair, and in a perfect arc were 3 of the smaller nappies on the changing mat. Poor Jay got it right in the neck for that, until he explained that he hadn't been upstairs at all. Again, the hairs on my neck were standing on end, and when I had to go upstairs to use their toilet, Susie had to come with me. We then went out for a cigarette, and as we were sitting there, I saw the shadow of someone walking to the kitchen. Didn't think anything of it until I realized that we were all sitting outside. I told them, and Susie said that she sees shadows out of the corner of her eye all the time. We then went back in, and I was sitting on the sofa next to Susie, talking to Jay, when I noticed that she was staring at something right behind her. I asked what she was looking at, but she said nothing at first, knowing how freaked out I was getting. She then began to tell me that she noticed a transparent man with an axe lodged into his forehead casually move from the room we were in and into the kitchen, then disappear. She had told me that when she was alone in the living room, another time, that she also saw a man sitting down at the kitchen table, as if he was writing on a piece of paper, then disappear shortly after. Apparently, they are not the only ones to experience things. It seems that quite a few people in the row of houses had strange things happen, and the couple on end have seen a shadowy figure. She asked me to babysit Elena next week. Must admit, not too keen on having the extra company though. When I was about 10 years old, my family lived with my great-grandmother and me, and my brother had to sleep in the basement. Half was for storage, half was an extra room. So one night, at like 3, I had to walk to the top floor to take a pee. On my way down, I hear the voice of a little girl say goodbye. Then I noticed that same voice, and it said die. I immediately freaked out and ran back into my room, absolutely terrified. There was another incident with my brother. He was in the basement, and he heard the same voice coming up the stairs from it. It said die as well. And he turned back, looked down the stairs, and the apparition of a girl was standing right there, and then materialized and disappeared in an instant. When I was 15, we moved out to New Jersey. When I was 16, I heard horribly violent screaming. It sounded like a woman, and it sounded like it was coming from behind me. 3 days later, my brother, he was 19. He heard the same screaming coming from our bedroom closet. Nowadays we don't hear any mysterious voices, but we both know they had to be ghosts. And not only that, they had to be evil.
and I don't want to experience that ever again. I'm sure my brother doesn't want to either. Thanks for listening.
I first became aware of a presence in our home when I was a child of 4 years. When I was 4, my brother was born, and my parents moved him into the bedroom next to theirs. I was moved into my very own room, upstairs. My older sister occupied the room next to mine. It did not take me long to realize that there was something odd about this new room I was in. I would wake up in the night, chilled, with the overwhelming feeling that someone was watching me. Sometimes, I caught fleeting glimpses of what looked like a shadow on one particular wall. When I mentioned the shadow to Mom, she attributed it to light play from the moon and other rational explanations. I tried very hard to believe her explanations and to make the shadow sightings go away, but I simply couldn't take the vision of a man in an overcoat, wearing a fedora. I could never actually see this man, just an outline, a shadow, but I knew he was there. I can't even say I felt threatened by this figure. I just felt watched and not alone. I suppose I should describe our family home. It is a large, Cape Cod-style home, built in the 1940s, just after the war. The family that built the home were obviously influenced by World War II, as was the world, I would think, and they built a secret room, which I would imagine was designed to hide the family if war ever broke out on home soil. This room was only accessible via a trapdoor in the kitchen floor, and it led to the secret room in the basement. My dad sealed this room off before I was born, although I know exactly where the trapdoor is. There is also a secret passageway that leads between the closets of the 2 upstairs rooms. This passageway has been sealed before my parents bought the home. This house was the second built on the foundation. The first was a farmhouse dating back to the late 1800s, which burnt when my mother was a child in the 1930s. The family that originally built the Cape Cod didn't live there long, and it became a rest home for the affluent elderly in the community for many years. My parents bought the home in 1954, and I was born 11 years later. There were other strange occurrences in the house in my younger years, such as doors opening and closing by themselves, and doors locking when there were no locks, and the piano playing by itself. But I'll fast forward to 1974, when my older sister got married. I took the opportunity to move into her larger room, and that is when the strangeness went into overdrive. I hadn't actually even moved completely into the room when the weirdness began. I'd moved my record player into the room, along with a student desk. I was showing the room to a friend one afternoon, when the door slammed shut behind us. When we turned to look at the door, the shade in the opposite window flew off the hinges and landed at our feet in the middle of this room. We both screamed and ran to the door, only to find it locked, and there wasn't a lock on the door. We managed to finally get it open and run down the stairs. My friend would never even go into the room again, let alone spend the night with me. I didn't let it bother me, however, and moved the bed into the room and took up residence. The room always stayed incredibly cold, even in the heat of an Ohio summer. My dad installed triple the insulation into that room to try to help with the chill, but it remained downright cold. There were countless nights when I would awaken to knocking on the walls. Sometimes I would knock back, and it would knock back at me. When I told my parents about the knocking, my dad said it was a tree limb scraping the house. The knocking became so intense that he ended up cutting the tree down, but the knocking continued. My parents installed an intercom system into my room next to my bed, so I could page them when the knocking started. Dad seemed convinced that it was the neighborhood boys throwing rocks at my window. It didn't sound like that though, and the knocking was coming from an inside wall, not an outside one. One afternoon, I was lying on the bed reading and I got the overwhelming feeling that I was being watched. I sat up on the bed and said out loud, "Stop it, there's no such thing as ghosts." And no sooner had I uttered the words, a figurine on a shelf began to wobble and then flew off the shelf and across to the bed, hitting me on the forehead. I slept on the sofa for a month after that. My family was even beginning to notice strange things happening by this time. The television would turn itself on and off, or alternatively increase the top volume, without anyone being in the room. Dad said we had a bum set and bought a new one, but it did the same. We had the wiring replaced, but it still happened. My mom declared that if it was a ghost, it certainly wasn't going to run her out of the home she loved. This is true. She still lives there with the ghost. Other things that would happen in the house included radio switching on and off, lights flickering, the washing machine switching on and running a cycle, and of course the shadow wandering around upstairs. It was all beginning to frighten me quite a bit, especially the knocking noises. If the knocking started, I would buzz Mom in the intercom, and she would race upstairs, but as soon as she reached the top step, the knocking would stop. I began to think perhaps I was going a bit crazy. I went away to college, and something strange happened in my old bedroom about a week after I had left. I still had the same clothes hanging in the closet, and there were a few posters still hanging on the wall, but otherwise, it was empty. My mom heard a funny noise upstairs one afternoon and went up to investigate. She checked the first bedroom and saw nothing amiss and went down the hall to my room. She opened the door and discovered that the mirror tile on one wall had exploded all over the place. There were shards of glass sticking in the opposite wall and had scraped across the ceiling like claw marks. My posters hung in shreds. She noticed my closet door hanging open and shreds of glass sticking in the clothes, still hanging inside. She shut the door and waited for Dad to get home from work. He decided that it must have been a freak lightning hit, although the day was sunny and cloudless, and rang the insurers to come out and investigate. The investigator noted that the point of impact seemed to be the upper corner of the wall, where the mirrored tile met the adjoining wall. Oddly, he also noticed that the broken wood in the corner was pointing outward, as if the lightning had been inside the room and went out, instead of the lightning hitting outside and coming in. The insurance company still paid for the damages, although they could never find the point on the outside of the house where the lightning had come in. When I heard about it, I came home to view it, and noticed that the wall in question was the one where I had always heard the knocking. As I said, my mom still lives in the house, and strange things still persist. She keeps the washing machine unplugged, but unless the water is cut off, it still fills up. This is the third faulty washer we've had. The TV still plays tricks too. My dad passed away in the house 2 years ago, and on the night after he died, I was staying with Mom, although I wasn't about to go upstairs ever again. And in the middle of the night, we both heard faint music playing upstairs, bluegrass music, to be precise, which was Dad's favorite, and we reckoned that there must have been a party going on to welcome Dad to the other side. Mom has since sealed off the upstairs and only lives in the downstairs part of the house. My brother has had plenty of strange things happen to him in the house as well, as did my sister, and as a result, none of us want Mom to bequeath the house to us. She can't understand why. Every single night in my home, when I was 4 years old, my parents would come in and put me in bed. Mostly my mother, because my father wasn't home much. I never liked to sleep in the dark, and there were no outlets in my room for a lamp, or none that wanted to work at the time. As I laid in bed, almost every night, I'd look out into the hall and I would be able to see the hall light on. Almost every single night as I lay in bed, a boy would walk past my door several times and then stop. It was a white glowing type thing that I remember perfectly well. It scared me a bit, but I never got an evil aura off of him. A thing about the boy is that he had died a long time ago, before we had moved in. It scared me all the time to recall it though, even though he isn't bad. I've only slept with the door open once. Since then, my parents got the outlets working. I was sleeping in a different room, but it was across the room the boy had died in. I looked outwards from my slumber, my glasses still on my face, because I always fall asleep watching TV. I saw the boy, and he went into my brother's room. That night, my brother got really sick. I don't know what happened, but the boy had died of a sickness. Another thing that happened. Me and my friends were sitting out on my back porch, and my one friend had brought a Ouija board with her. My other friend suggested that we play. Of course, I didn't want to, because I've had past experiences that turned out bad with those things, with other friends. We sat at the table and put each of our hands on it. Before we started though, we read something that had said you must finish a question. We thought we would. Beside the porch is a pool. This will fit into what happened as I go. We didn't believe that the board would actually work though, and so we tried. Even with the past experiences, I didn't think it would. So this is what we did. We tapped our fingers while the thing was moving, so that no one could move it themselves. We did get in contact with a spirit, and we, of course, ended up not finishing a question. Then, we noticed from the pool a mist that started to emerge. I kid you not, it was a ghostly apparition floating above the pool. It lasted for about 10 seconds, and then it faded away. I then decided to finish the question. My friend immediately stopped me and asked me what I was doing. "You're conjuring up evil," she said to me. It was clear that she didn't want to do this anymore, so we stopped, and we never returned to that Ouija board again. In fact, we went out to the fireplace and we burned the Ouija board so that we would never have any bad omens attached to us. Yet another incident occurred. About a year ago, I met up with some different kind of people. Wiccans to mostly say, and I still am Wiccan now. I took it in, because God actually hadn't helped me one slight bit with my life, so I started to believe in gods. I learned some good spells, and some bad. The ones I used most were the exorcism spells for haunted houses around here. My house I knew had quite a lot of ghosts in it, and I decided to get rid of one particular one that would scare the entire family as we slept. At night, if you were to turn the light off in the living room, the room would turn a deep dark blood red, and the windows to the place would disappear. When you looked to one corner of the place, you could see a black figure walking out of it. This is the ghost I decided to rid the house of. It never spoke during anything. It would only appear, and nothing more. My sister and her friends hadn't believed me when I told them of what was going on in the room, and they tested it for themselves. As we did it, they saw exactly what I was saying, and screamed for me to turn the light on. I actually sleep in that room still. The ghost is still there, but it doesn't bother us anymore. When I had tried the exorcism, the ghost had gotten angry and thrown the lamp at me. If not for me dodging it and then grabbing it before it hit the wall, I would have been in trouble. It glared at me and disappeared. You're probably thinking, this is absolute bull, but I can assure you, it was not. And I tell you this, not because I really want you to believe in some fantasy story, but because this actually happened. I couldn't even believe with my own eyes what was occurring. When I returned to the room that night, and from then on, the ghost never came back, or didn't bother us anyway. There are other ghosts in my house, ones that are in the cellar, but I've only heard them, not actually seen them. Anyway, this last event occurred outside of my house. Anyway, one night I was out with my friends, against my parents' will. We had left when they were asleep. It was around 3 a.m. in the morning, and we wanted to see what was around the area. We went up to the graveyard near, and sat down by some of the older graves, deeper into the graveyard. As we were sitting there, I looked up to see a dark and black figure standing by one of the trees. He wasn't looking at me or my friends, but something else. I had been leaning up against the grave. I didn't have much respect for the dead at the time until after this. I turned around and looked up to see a white figure standing there, looking at the black figure. They then turned their eyes towards me. I tugged on my friend's arm, but she didn't reply. She was asleep, along with the 2 other people that were there with us. I backed up off the grave as the white one glared at me. When I got completely away, they had turned their eyes back to each other and had vanished. Before our marriage, my husband purchased a home built sometime previous to 1870 in the center of a small town in Michigan. It is a lovely house, we still have it, with high ceilings and wide archways between some of the rooms. When we moved in, we had very modern furniture, which really didn't look right in the house, so our friends would bring us antiques whenever they could find them, very cheaply or for free. One friend bought us a very large round antique mirror that he had found in a house his company was hired to tear down. It was the kind with a gilded wood and molded frame with a medallion at the top. The glass, while it had some dark spots and shadings, was in exceptionally good condition. This was back in the mid to late 70s, and we had parties almost every weekend. In the summer when the doors were left open, no one bothered knocking. They just opened the screen and came in. Late one Friday or Saturday evening, shortly after receiving the mirror, I was sitting on a low sofa against the east wall of the living room. Also on this wall was a large archway leading into the dining room, which is where the main entry door that we used was located. There was also a door leading into the living room from the front porch, but no one used this one. The mirror was hung on the north wall, right next to the couch where I was sitting. Everyone else was sitting in the middle or at the opposite end of the room, large room. I was looking to my right and noticed in the mirror that a young man was walking through the archway into the living room and stopped right at the threshold. At first glance, I did not recognize him, so I turned on the couch to look at him directly, and there was no one there. I looked over at the mirror again, and there he was. He was not a big guy, about 5'8" or 5'9", thin build, dark hair, short for the times, and wearing what looked like one of those blue-gray work shirts. I looked towards the archway again. No one was there. I shot off the couch and into the dining room to see if anyone was playing a trick on me. There was no one in any part of the house other than the living room. It made me very uneasy, and I could never sit in that area again. In fact, I moved that couch a week later, and even though the mirror still hangs there all these years later, I tried to avoid looking at it. A couple of years after this happened, I joined the local historical society. I met a wonderful tiny old lady in her 90s. She told me that she had been in my home many times during her youth, and I found out from her that during Prohibition, the people who owned a house would have parties with bootleg liquor. There was an argument late one evening, and a young man was killed by a blast from the barrels of a shotgun at close range in the area of the front entrance to the dining room. I'm not sure if it was him or not, But for 3 or 4 years after that, every night at 3:10 a.m., I would hear slow but steady footsteps on the creaky wood floors walk from the archway through the living room and up to the bedroom door. They always stopped right there, thank God, and I tried to make sure they would come no further by hanging a crucifix on a hook inside of the bedroom door. After a few years, it either stopped or we grew so accustomed to it that we didn't notice it anymore. So, do you think my spirit came with a mirror, or that the mirror just enabled me to see him? I don't know. I guess we'll find out sooner or later. Early March last year, my husband and I had the most terrifying night of our lives. Avid campers, we had never been scared sleeping out in the middle of nowhere in our tent. We went to a campground called Weldon Springs in Illinois, about 45 miles from our home. We stayed at the backpacking area, which at that time of year is isolated except for a few deer and birds. I felt fear the minute we walked into our spot. We had camped in that spot several times before, with no weird occurrences. I felt like we were being watched. I tried to pass it off as dead trees and grass, and a lack of other people around. By evening, sitting around the fire, I was scared. Our friend came along to stay with us, had a sleeping bag with him, ready to camp. Oddly, he decided not to stay. When we got settled in our tent, hell broke loose. We laid there a minute, and I heard an odd stomping noise in the trail leading to our site. It got louder, like it was getting closer. I asked my husband after we discussed it ourselves, and he said he felt an evil presence there. Even though we were absolutely terrified, I told him to take a peek outside the tent, just so we could ease our minds about the situation and prevent our imagination from running wild. This was a terrible mistake. He told me when he looked out that he saw the ghost of a hunter with red eyes staring right at him, and then he floated off into the woods and then disappeared. It didn't last very long, but he could still tell that the man was wearing hunting gear from a different era. It definitely didn't look like the attire you would see today, according to him. He told me that the clothes that he wore looked a lot like the people in the Wild West would wear in the 19th century. My husband even said that it looked as if he didn't want to be seen, like he had the look of pure shock on his face. In a way, I wish I had seen it myself, but I know I wouldn't have been able to handle that. We know that there was something strange out there that night, and we'll never forget it. There's this camp that I know of. It's referred to as Camp Connecticut, and it's a run-down camp. It's called the Run Camp because of its deadly history, where a group of men were once gathered, said to be a cult, and eventually the town had exiled them and were forced to stay at this camp outside of town. When abandoned, the caretaker's daughter was found brutally murdered in the camp, and all members of the camp denied any knowledge or participation in the murder. Whenever I go back to the camp, I've always experienced unsettling events that could be tied to the events just described. Experiences included voices. For example, a young girl screaming, which we thought could have been the young murdered girl. We have seen figures pass among the trees while walking through the narrow paths along the woods. In pictures that I have seen, there are many orbs near the main gate and near the large sign within the camp. Examinations shown not to be a photo error or bad development. There was also this insane experience that my brother's best friend and his friends had. He happened to take a trip here, and while walking the main entrance pathway, he came across a man standing there in all white clothing. They called to him, and there was no response, so they turned to go the other way, and when they did, this presence in the white was standing right in front of them, with eyes that were completely black. As they turned and ran,
It seemed as if the presence began to run after them. Anyway, as they got close to the main gate, they turned, and there was no one behind them at the time. They stopped again for a second, and turned back to look behind them again. They recall that about 5 apparitions, all in white, were standing right next to each other, and then they disappeared. It was as if they were letting them know that there were more of these ghosts. They then walked back to the car and drove away. This place is very freaky to even just look at the main gate. I get scared every time I go. I will send her photos as soon as I get my scanner up and running. Thank you. I've been tempted to write about what happened to my family many times, but it seems far too unreal. We were not allowed to talk about this outside the house when I was a child, and my mother only told guests about her visitors when they experienced something in our house. Our childhood home was built in 1898. My parents bought the home in 1974, when I was only 6 months old. The house was very large and had been converted into a double. My grandmother moved into the upper level. Strange things began to happen shortly after my family moved in. My mother had her first experience one night after she had sent my older sisters to bed. From her bedroom door, she could look out and see into the kitchen hallway and into the bathroom. My family had only lived in the house less than a month when my mom saw a little blonde-haired girl walk into the bathroom. All of my sisters have very dark brown hair, and this was clearly a blonde-haired child. My mother panicked and yelled to the little girl, but the door shut. My mom jumped out of bed. In her mind, she was thinking that this little girl was a neighbor's child, that my sister must have snuck in the house. When she opened the door, there was nobody inside the room. My mother nicknamed the little girl Jessie, and I have no idea why. My mother had many experiences in the house, and with the younger children, myself, my younger sister and younger brother, when we were very small, it was as if we were playing with someone else. I don't remember this, but my mom did, but I do remember that in my oldest sister's bedroom in her closet, there was a paneled off section that led under our hallway steps to the second floor. I remember talking to someone that we called the lady under the stairs. I always thought that it was my mom or grandmother, but I later learned that this was not the case. When we told my mom about this, she would not let us play this game anymore. I do not remember being scared at all. My younger sister and I would also go into our hallway and play with the lady on the stairs. I have very little recollection of this at the time. I would have been about 4 years old, and my sister would have been about 3. When we described the woman to my mother, she forbade us from being in the hallway alone. I never took the ghost stories to heart and was very carefree as a child. I always felt safe. However, I did finally have a bizarre experience that I could not explain or rationalize away. My grandmother had a stroke when I was 15, and my mother gave my older sister's bedroom to my grandmother since it was on the first level and was safer for her. She had no control over what she was saying and was rapidly deteriorating. My parents didn't lay any ground rules down for us kids that summer, as things were in havoc, and my brother and I had stayed up all night, watching Nick at Night in the living room. I could see into my grandmother's room, and we also kept an eye out for her, should she use the bathroom or want something to drink. I was just starting to doze off when I thought I saw someone in my grandmother's room. It was a blonde-haired girl who might have been 10 to 12. I have no idea the age. I thought I was seeing things, or that I was just really wiped out, and my mom's stories were starting to get to me. I walked out into our kitchen, and my oldest sister was eating a sandwich, and I told her what I saw. She laughed at me and told me I must have been dreaming. I thought maybe she was right, because I just never believed what my mom had been saying about the girl she had claimed to have seen on several occasions. Now here's where I realized I wasn't a complete nutcase. I said before that the house was very big. Well, my grandmother started screaming, and my sister and I ran into the room. My grandmother was up and headed for the front door. She was screaming about fire and the little girl. We could barely make out what she was talking about, but she kept repeating, "The little girl said I was going to hurt the baby, and I have to go before I cause a fire." That was the most intelligible sentence that my grandma had said in over a month. My sister kept saying, "What little girl?" And my grandmother said, clear as day, "The little blonde-haired girl." My grandmother was 72 years old and short of hearing. She was also 3 rooms away when I literally whispered this to my sister. We woke my mom up because we did not know what to do. My grandma ran out of the house and refused to come back in. She stood on her porch. My parents took her to the hospital, and she was placed in a nursing home because even the mention of her house sent her into hysterics. The baby she was talking about is my younger brother, who is the baby in the family. My mom decided to turn the house into a one-family home again and had us kids, there were 6 of us, do the work. We did not mind, as we wanted the help, and it was a good way for us not to think about my grandmother all the time. My younger sister and I would be the only 2 sharing a room, but that was fine, as we are very close, and we were excited. Again, I was up and could not sleep, so I went up to the room that would be ours. It had been my grandmother's, and I was scraping wallpaper off the walls with a putty knife. We had started this project the night before, and I was bored, so I went up to get some more done. I was scraping the walls, and had been doing so for about an hour, when I heard a funny noise that sounded like the scraping noise I was making with the knife, but different. It's hard to explain. I thought someone was playing a trick on me, so I began to scrape the wall, and very quickly, I stopped. However, the sound that I heard continued, and it was the sound of scraping, but it was coming from across the room. I do not know if whatever was in the room was mocking me or playing a game, but the scraping kept going on. Whoever or whatever did not care that I heard them. I screamed. I thought it was one of my older sisters. I ran down the front steps and opened the door, and the house was completely quiet. Everyone was sound asleep, snoring. I woke up everyone in the house. I was terrified, and I never slept in that room. I would continue to hear things in that house until I was 18 and moved out. As for our house restorations, my mother began working on the kitchen and back hallway that led to our attic. While doing so, she found where the house had burn marks and was scorched. My mother mentioned this to one of our neighbors, a woman who had lived on our street from the day she was born in the early 1920s. Our house had been burnt very badly and had been rebuilt. At that time, it had been converted to a double. A little girl and her parents lost their lives in the fire. My other sisters had things happen to them too. One of my older sisters was looking out the living room windows. Something grabbed her shoulder and called her name. One more thing, please don't think I'm nuts, but I've not had this happen in any house or apartment I've lived in since. And one thing I did notice is that whatever was in the house is not frightening to me in my youth, but only became frightening when each of us hit a certain age. I have no idea why. This was also something I thought that was so weird. The little girl was never visible upstairs, and the woman was only spotted downstairs once. A neighbor who was alive when the house caught on fire remembered that the little girl's name was Jessica. My mom had been calling her that for years, and had never known what the little girl's real name was, but I just called her that because it seemed right. Hi, I just thought I'd write to you guys to tell you what happened to me when I was about 12 to 13. I'm from northwest England, in a county called Cheshire. I was staying with my father in a small village called Wrenbury. He used to live in a large country house that has been around for many years. I think, but I'm not certain, that the house is in Victorian. I was staying for the weekend. The house does look spooky, but I never felt any kind of presence there until Sunday afternoon when my father popped out to the local store. He was only gone for about 15 minutes. It was about 9:30 p.m., and I decided that I needed the toilet. There was a downstairs toilet, but that was full of boxes and tools, so I had to go upstairs. I walked upstairs and went to the toilet. After flushing the loo, as the noise from the loo had gone and I was washing my hands, I heard the sound of a baby crying and screaming. Sound was coming from a nearby bedroom. This scared me a lot because I knew there was nobody in the house, and it was not coming from the outside because the house is stuck in the middle of nowhere, just miles of farm fields around. I walked out of the toilet and headed towards the direction of the crying. As I opened the bedroom door, the sound flew past me, but no one was there. It was almost like the sound traveled through me. I was rooted to the spot with complete terror. I then turned to face the sound, which was now sounding like it was coming from one of the other bedrooms across the hall. I don't know why, but I headed to the other room. The crying baby was really, really loud, and I was sure that someone was hurting a baby. Looking back, maybe that's why I went to see. As I opened the door, I saw something I will never forget. There was a baby lying on the floor, but it didn't look right. Half of its body was stuck in the floor. I could see one of its legs pointing out, and a half of a face. It was wearing old-looking clothes. The sound of the baby was almost deafening, and it looked like someone was hurting it, but no one was there. This was all too much for me, and I ran downstairs and outside into the dark, and just waited for my father to return. I never told my dad anything. This is the first time I've ever told anyone. I thought I was going crazy, because I've never believed in ghosts before. My father no longer lives there now, but I did go back once when he was visiting an old friend that now lives there, but I never went up their stairs on my own again. Well, I just thought that maybe you would find that interesting. Nail me back if you wish. Hope you don't think I'm lying, because it was all very real to me. I'm 20 years old now, and I have access to the internet. I spend my time looking for other people who've had similar things happen to them. Thank you for reading. Many years ago, my family and I lived in a lovely Queen Anne-style home. We lived in it for 13 years, 11 of which we experienced paranormal phenomena. 2 years after we moved in, we had a first of many odd occurrences. My daughter was in the kitchen, and I was upstairs, when I heard her call out that the upstairs toilet must have overflowed because water was running down the outside of the staircase. I ran to the top of the stairs in bare feet, only to feel water on the surface of the carpeting. I looked over the top of the railing to assure her that the toilet hadn't overflowed, and that was when I felt the wetness on my feet, but there were no water pipes in that part of the house. When I got down the stairs, I found the water running in rivulets down the wooden molding. My daughter reached up to turn on the light under the stairway alcove, and as soon as she did, the water stopped. We had to wipe the trom down, and we never found any reason for that activity. Months later, while preparing for bed one night, I heard footsteps running down the attic stairs. The door crashed against the opposite wall, and then nothing. I was terrified, thinking that someone was there. They would have to pass my room to get downstairs, but nothing happened. When we finally went to look, the door was against a wall. We even thought that maybe a ball had bounced down the stairs, sounding like footsteps, but there was nothing. Strangely, when we started to think our house had unseen guests, we were no longer frightened. As time passed, we had many more experiences. I heard a woman crying softly, but pitifully. 2 of my daughters saw images of old-fashioned children dressed in long white nightgowns and mob caps. A visitor to my house saw the same thing and asked me who the little girl was. On another occasion, my nephew was spending the night and thought he saw someone standing at the top of the stairs in a long white old-fashioned nightgown. My nephew was 16 at the time, and we hadn't told him about the house. My husband thought we were all crazy because he didn't believe in this sort of thing. My daughter came home late one night and was just lying in bed, going over her evening, and looked up to see a male figure suspended over the bed. She watched the image dissolve from the top, as if it were sand falling. There were other things that happened there, although nothing dangerous, and finally, we sold the house and moved down. It was several years after we moved on from the house that we met a family that had lived there years before we did and had very similar things happen to them. When they said their experiences were very frightening and mean-spirited. I sometimes think our guests moved with us because from time to time we still get very strange sensations in our present Victorian home.
I've had quite a few ghostly experiences over my life, all of which have been rather benevolent, except for one that happened a few years back. I was 24, living with my mother, my sister, and my 2-year-old niece. One night, I woke up and looked up into the darkness. This thing flew down from the ceiling, straight at me with its arms out. I can still see it. It looked like a cross between a gargoyle and an alien. It looked so evil. It sounds silly, but I was so terrified that I ran out of my room screaming into the living room to be with my mother. I was shaking uncontrollably, and I sat with her for quite a while before I could convince myself that it was just a dream, and I went back to bed with no further problems. Well, a few months down the road, my sister was at home with her friend, Kelly, who seems to have some sort of connection with the paranormal, like her mother, and she sent her down the hall to get a towel for my niece. The linen closet is down the hall in my mother's room. Kelly came back a couple minutes later, white as a sheet. Now, my sister and Kelly are always talking about stuff like this, but this is what really freaked me out. She said that there was something in my mother's room, and it was a threatening presence. She then went on to describe it. About 3 foot tall, gray, kind of a cross between a gargoyle and something. I'd never mentioned anything to my sister, and the only thing I had told my mother is that something scared me. I'd never described what I saw to anyone. In another related incident, prior to my sighting, my mother was trying to sleep one night in her room, and as she is about to fall asleep, something breathed near her, kind of like a sharp exhale, right into her ear. She woke up the next morning with scratches in the middle of her back, and the freaky thing is, she slept alone, and there were only 3, long, about 6 inches thin, scratches on her back. Needless to say, I'm very happy to be out of the house. I'm not sure if this qualifies as a ghost story, but it was more than an ordinary dream. My cat Johnny, my sweet silver bad boy for 10 years, died at home of aggressive cancer in March. During the month between his diagnosis and his death, I showered him with even more attention than usual. So by the time he passed away, we were closer than ever. On several occasions, including at his grave just before burying him, I invited him to come back and let me know he was okay. A few nights after his death, I was aroused by a dream by the sound of Johnny's meow, coming from the direction of his special spot at the foot of my bed. Coincidentally, his grave is about 30 feet further in the same direction. I waited with a mixture of hope and anxiety to feel him walking up my body to my face, but it didn't happen. Instead, I became aware of something tickling my left ear and tried to reach over to pet him, only to find that I was paralyzed. That's when I panicked, remembering all the scary ghost stories involving a period of paralysis. That was the moment where I woke up, and I suddenly saw something in the corner of the room. It was a dark, small figure, but I couldn't really make it out. It was a dark shadow, even though it was a very dark outline of something. I'm assuming it was a kid or something. It was very terrifying. I couldn't even believe what I was seeing. And then all of a sudden, it seemed like two Grim Reapers were standing right behind him. So this humanoid ghost, this figure, this creature, this child, was hunched over and was absolutely mortified himself. And these Grim Reaper type ghosts came to take him away. And just like that, within seconds, they were all gone. I guess you can say that my cat didn't return. In fact, I think a demon actually returned. But I guess that's up for debate. Thanks for listening. After you read this experience, you might think I'm crazy or something, but believe me, it was the most terrifying night in my life. It has taken me a lot of time to get over it. Before I moved out, about a year ago, I lived in a 100-year-old house. It had 2 floors, and my family only lived on the top floor. We barely ever went into the basement, because the floors were all rock, and there were no lights down there. One day, when I was about 15, I had a friend sleep over, and we thought it would be cool if we slept in the basement and told ghost stories. We gathered up our sleeping bags and our candles and went down to the basement. As soon as I entered the room we were going to sleep in, I immediately felt as if we were being watched, and I told my friend that I thought we should maybe sleep upstairs. She just told me to quit being a wimp and to set up my sleeping bag. As soon as we stayed up and talked and laughed, we never did tell ghost stories. I felt more comfortable and fell asleep easily. In the middle of the night, I remember this so clearly because this scared the crap out of me so bad, and I'm absolutely positive I wasn't dreaming. I woke up to knocking coming from one side of the house, and slowly getting louder and closer, and right when it was so near that it was shaking the ground, there was a big crash, and it went away. I sat up straight in my sleeping bag, and my whole body was trembling. After I calmed down a bit, a figure appeared at the foot of my sleeping bag, and I froze. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I couldn't do anything. The figure was of a man dressed in rags that were covered in coal. He stared at me as if he recognized me from somewhere, and then his eyes widened, and he exclaimed with a gasp, "Mary Beth, Mary Beth, help me." He then disappeared with a flash of light. Apparently, my friend had woken up right when he disappeared and saw the flash of light. The next day I told my parents, and they said that they had felt a presence down in the basement earlier. I read up on the history of our house and found out that the mistress of the house was named Mary Beth, and her picture resembled myself. One of her servants had been trapped in the basement and tried to climb out of the coal chute without succeeding, and after being trapped for about 3 days, he died in an unexplained fire accident while in the basement. Thank you for taking your time to read this. Hello, I have another ghost experience for you. In March of 1994, my husband, my oldest daughter, and I, we visited Venice. We booked a room at the ancient Palazzo. We were assigned a room on the 2nd floor, overlooking a canal. The view was accessed by opening the heavy wooden shutters, which opened into the room. These had a metal rod, which fit into a U-shaped hook on the other window. Opening out were double windows, also heavy, with numerous panes of glass. This room had double beds, with a narrow walkway between them. About 3 times during our 2 days there, we would hear footsteps start from approximately the middle of the room, march smartly over to the windows, at which point the wooden shutters would fly open. We would track this phenomenon with our eyes, but saw nothing and felt no fear. The first time we rushed over to the windows to check them, these shutters were so heavy that it felt doubtful that a gust of wind was blowing them open. What's more interesting is that the glass pane windows remained shut and seemed pretty airtight. The catch was not all that easy to work, either. My daughter, then 14, remembers having to struggle with it to open it. Even my logical and mechanical husband looked over the shutters and could come up with no good explanation. The last night we were there, we retired for the night with my husband and I in one bed, and my daughter in the other. She and I could hold hands in the space between the beds. They were so close together. Right after lights out, we heard the footsteps, this time walking up between the beds to where our heads were. We could hear breathing. We were both too scared to do anything, but we certainly compared notes the next morning. I wanted to ask as we were checking out if the place was haunted, but the only folks on duty that morning didn't speak English, and we don't speak Italian, but we'll never forget the place. About 10 years ago, when I still lived in Pennsylvania, a group of friends and I took a joyride out to the Quaker cemetery, just for a good night scare. It was a chilly, full moonlit November night, and there were 6 of us there, 5 guys, and me, the only girl. It was the perfect setting for a ghost. Now, I don't know how many of your readers have ever been to this cemetery, but to describe the first time I saw the place, I screamed and just about curdled my boyfriend's blood. The crematorium scared me the most. I don't know, something about the way it looks and what it was used for. Anyway, back to that night. 2 of the guys were acting like morons and jumping all over the place and around the markers inside the cemetery. I was angry at their pure disrespect for this old place, and so I tried telling them to stop. But of course, as excited as they were getting, they wouldn't listen. Me and this other guy were too chicken to go along with them, especially because of the way they were acting. They were bound to disturb peace in the cemetery, so we stayed by the car. We kept hearing a fake bird call coming from the trees along the opposite side of the road, and then I started smelling the lilacs. The lilac scent somehow wasn't disturbing, even though it was November and none were blooming. And also, there weren't any fresh flowers placed on any of the very old graves. A fake bird call almost scared the life out of us, because it just sounded so unnatural, and with each chirp, sounded closer and closer. We decided that we really needed to get out of there, so we both sat inside the car, waiting for the others. I got myself in such a worked up state that when I found a quarter on the ground, I swore, "In blood we trust," was written on it, rather than the usual "In God we trust." My friend just laughed at me. The story that I'm about to relate to you took place when I was about 11 years old. I'm 17 now, and most people whom I've conversed with about this matter shrug it off as the hallucinations of a child. It was the fall of about 92 or 93, maybe before, maybe after. I do not honestly remember. I was living with my father here in Texas at the time, because my mother had hauled off to Arizona to take care of her father, who had succumbed to a stroke. My father and I had gone to my grandmother's house for dinner. My grandfather was out of town visiting relatives in another part of the state. My father, my grandmother, and myself were in the kitchen conversing about things that I can no longer recall, because my memories of this occasion are starting to fade and jostle in my mind. My father told me to go wash my hand in the restroom, as my grandmother had just finished making dinner and we were about to sit and eat. I walked out of the kitchen and into the dining room. As I looked in the general direction of the restroom, which was about 15 feet from where I was standing, I noticed two things immediately. The toilet was making strange noises, which isn't uncommon in houses, and there was what appeared to be a man in a shroud standing in the restroom with his hands under the faucet, staring at me. I don't remember exactly what my feeling was at the time, except for a bit of fear and a bit of awe at the supernatural. I'm a big reader, and around that time in my life, I was getting into ghost stories and other paranormal phenomena. I then walked back into the kitchen, and my father asked me if I'd washed my hands. Of course, being as frightened as I suppose I was, I told him that I had, and then I proceeded to eat my dinner. But the events of that night have never entirely left me. I'd seen the man in the cloak on at least 2 other occasions since, but those stories are for a later time. Thanks for reading, and good night. This story was told to me by an ex-boyfriend, Mike, when we first started dating. We were still getting to know each other, so when he told me he was very afraid of spirits, I believed him, because it's not the type of thing you'd say if you were trying to impress a girl. I asked him why, and this is what he told me. Mike's first encounter with ghosts was about 10 to 12 years ago, when he and his family, mom, dad, little brother George and Mike, were living in a house in the northwest side of Chicago. This particular house had an attic, which was used to store the items that came with the house when before Mike's family bought it. Nothing too unusual, mostly furniture and such. At this time, Mike was probably 15 years old, and his brother George was probably 9 years old. They were up in the attic one afternoon, goofing around, pretending to be acrobats and wrestlers. Eventually, they got tired, and George collapsed on the floor, while Mike sat in the old recliner that came with the house. The brothers continued talking until their mother called from downstairs, announcing that dinner was ready. The boys had worked up an appetite, so they bolted out of the attic. Mike was the last one out, and as soon as he shut the door behind him, he remembered that he left the light on. Knowing his mother would be mad if he didn't turn it off, Mike opened the door to the attic, took one step in, and froze. The recliner that Mike had been sitting in was slowly turning towards him. Mike tried to command his body to run, but he was so scared he seemed rooted to the floor. The recliner turned enough so that Mike could see the form of a knee, and it was at that point that Mike got the strength to bolt out of the room and down to the kitchen. He told his parents what he saw, and of course they didn't believe him, but Mike refused to stay in the house any longer. He was so upset that his parents made arrangements for him to sleep at his aunt and uncle's house that night. Furthermore, this was the last time Mike ever stepped foot into the house. He stayed with his aunt and uncle until his family sold the house a few months later. Of course, his parents objected to his imposing on his relatives' hospitality, but they were too afraid to force him to come back, fearing he would have some sort of breakdown. The next house Mike's family moved into was still in Chicago, and not too far from the old house. Everything was going fine until one night, when Mike's family had friends over for dinner. After dinner, the adults and Mike sat around the island in the kitchen, having coffee and talking, while year-old George played outside in the backyard with the guest's little boy, Sam. At one point, George opened the kitchen door and ran through the kitchen, past all the adults, and straight into the adjoining bathroom. Nobody thought anything of this until about 10 minutes later, when Mike's dad questioned why George was taking so long in the bathroom. Mike's dad knocked on the bathroom door, asking George if everything was alright. No answer. Mike's dad tried to open the door, but it was locked from the inside. Everyone started getting concerned until the kitchen door opened again, and in came George and Sam. Mike's father asked George how he snuck back out of the bathroom without anyone seeing him. You see, there is no other way out of the bathroom. If George came out, or even opened the door, he would have been seen. In order to get back outside, he would have had to go through the kitchen again. George swore up and down that he had not been to the bathroom at all. He was outside playing with Sam the whole entire time. Mike's father asked him again to explain about the locked bathroom door, but when they checked it again, it was not locked. There were other strange incidents that happened in the house, mostly to Mike, more than anyone else in the family. The last incident Mike told me about was something that happened to him a few months before we met, when he was about 22 years old. One night, as Mike was laying in bed, he woke up with an uneasy feeling. He was lying on his side facing the wall, and he felt as if someone was staring at him. It was the middle of the night, and pitch black in the room. Mike turned over and opened his eyes and saw a black figure standing next to his bed, staring down at him. Mike shut his eyes and screamed for his mother repeatedly. When she came storming in the room, Mike told her what had happened. It seemed as if such occurrence happened sporadically, strangely enough, when Mike was getting to the point of forgetting them. Seems as if the spooks recognize this and remind them of their presence every now and again. I was kinda skeptical when Mike told me the story, mainly because I was just getting to know him. I couldn't tell if he was a habitual liar or something, but the way he acted and the way he told me the stories was enough to make me wonder if he was a spook magnet. We only dated a couple of months, and maybe that was for the best. I might be younger than some of you, but I've had a lot of experiences. I'm 18 years old. About a week after my 10th birthday, my uncle had taken his own life inside my grandparents' house, the one I'm currently living in now. After his death, I would refuse to go down into the basement where it happened. I would always hear unsettling noises, to the point in which I would feel so uncomfortable being in that home. The odd part is, it would only happen when everyone was in bed, and I was home alone. As creepy as it was, I still had somewhat of a morbid curiosity to go down there. Though, of course, I could never bring myself to do it. There would be times I would hear very faint snarling and growling sounds. Other times, I would hear weeping. It was very disturbing. Then about 6 months after my uncle's death, my 17-year-old cousin had died in a car wreck. One night, I was so upset over the deaths that I had stumbled down there without thinking about where I had went. I was so overcome with grief of emotions that I was bawling my eyes out. It got to the point where it was too much for me. I was sitting on the couch thinking about ending it all so I could be with them. Just when I was about to, I felt a hand on my shoulder, and I knew instantly that it was my uncle. That moment made me realize that it was okay to continue on. That may have been a positive experience, but I assure you, it didn't get better in that basement, in that house moving forward. One evening, I was up in my bedroom. My parents were again fast asleep, when I heard a disturbing wailing again coming from the basement. I have a vent in my room, and it connects directly down to the basement. I could hear these cries coming from the vent. I listened closer through the vent, and I could have sworn I heard my name being whispered. Like an idiot, I thought maybe my uncle had returned and wasn't feeling well, so I swallowed my pride and went down into the basement so I could at least tell him that everything would be okay. As I opened the basement door and looked down the steps, at the end of these steps, I saw a figure for a moment's time. It wasn't my uncle. In fact, it was a black misty shadow, and it slowly evaporated. It seemed to be there for a few seconds, then it was gone within a blink of an eye. I then turned around, heard a distinct growl, then ran back up the rest of the steps and back into my room. Sometimes when I walk around the house, I can feel something watching and even following me. It's not always my uncle, but it definitely feels like something evil. It wasn't too long ago that me and my 21-year-old cousin went to go see her dad. Now, this is the cousin that was in the wreck with the one that passed away. Jean, the 21-year-old cousin, had told me that she had felt her sister's spirit with her before. While we were up late at night talking about her, we suddenly felt her presence with us. It was like she was sitting there and listening to us. Then, not too long ago, I was over at a friend's and was going to stay the night. We were in her room, talking about how she thought that maybe she had a ghost living in her house. Of course, I'm sitting there nodding my head. Then I felt something grab my necklace that I was wearing. So we got freaked out and ran to the living room and checked out my neck. Whatever had touched me left a great big red check mark on my neck. Then about 5 to 10 minutes later, it felt like something was grabbing my legs. I pulled up my pant legs, and it had red marks all over my legs. So me and my friend decided to get out of the house and go bowling. Over at the bowling alley, the marks had turned white and disappeared. Well, anyway, when we got back to our house, the marks returned, and I kept feeling things grabbing me and following us occasionally. But the weird thing is, nothing was happening to her, and she told me that nothing like this has ever happened to one of her friends before. I was beginning to think that this bad presence in my home was starting to attach itself to me. So we decided to go to bed. While we were laying there, it felt like someone had come up and sat down on the bed between us. So I looked over, and no one was there. I haven't been over to my friend's ever since. A friend sent me this and suggested that I tell my stories, so here's one of them that I hope you enjoy. I have more if you'd like to hear. I live in Clinton, Illinois, which is a small town. We have a lake, and that's pretty much about it. One night, I was out joyriding in the cemetery with a friend, as I like to do from time to time, and I had to go to the restroom. So, I went to this accessed area that is out in the country. I went to the restroom and then walked through the pavilion to look at the lake. I then came back to my car and then crawled into the driver's seat. I looked up, and there was this little boy ducking behind a garbage can. He had red eyes that glowed like a demon's and teeth that were jagged and white. A black figure that looked like a medium-sized dog was beside him, and it was black. All that you could see was its red eyes. They both stared at us in the car, and I felt fear overwhelm me. I quickly started the car and left. The next day I told my mom about it. She grew up in the area, and she said that they often had Satan worshippers out there, and that rumors were that a little boy was drowned and used as a sacrifice many years ago. My aunt, she says that the little boy was evil, and therefore was put to death in that spot. I've tried to research this, but there are no records of any murder of a child taking place in this area. But I will never go there again, night or day. This is just one of the countless stories that I have. I have some photos too. I don't know if you can use this, but if you can, feel free to. You may also edit if needed. Have you ever stayed at the Holiday Inn? You should, because this story is outrageous. In early of July 1999, I spent a work week there for a regional curriculum camp. I had originally been slated to share a room with other teachers on the first floor. However, the room was a smoking room, and the odor was causing my asthma to flare up, so I was transferred to a room on the 4th floor. Buggered if I can remember the room number. When I retired on Monday night, I had not heard yet of the ghost or any legends. I was awoken 3 times during the night by the phone ringing. I was really ticked because no one was ever there. I vowed to speak with someone at the front desk about it. In the morning I learned about Tanya, the ghost. We all laughed at the story, thinking it was something to amuse tourists. Being WNY natives, we weren't going to be suckered by any such nonsense. I forgot to talk to anyone about the phone and decided not to bother. I fell asleep very quickly that night. I was awakened that night by the sensation that someone was staring at me from the left side of the bed. I have small children. My son often wakes me using the stare method. Now, I might have thought the ghost story was crap, but I wasn't going to test the theory by looking to see what was next to me. I said, "Go away. I'm not going to look at you. I need my sleep." The sensation immediately left me, and I slept the rest of the night quite peacefully. I awoke and went to my morning sessions without anything remarkable happening. However, I had to return to my room mid-morning to fetch some papers I needed for the next session. The curtains were open on the doors leading out to my balcony, which was not unusual. Housekeeping always opened the doors after cleaning. What was unusual was the number of small, sticky handprints all over the outside of the doors. These were no higher than my waist. I shook my head at the poor cleaning job. I was sure that the previous guests must have children with them, and that the maid had failed to clean the prints off the glass. I wonder how hard it was to open the doors and give the glass a good cleaning, and then I hustled off to make my session. As the day progressed, I heard more tales of Tanya, like how she throws the poolside chairs into the pool during the night, etc. We giggled amongst ourselves, like good campers should when hearing ghost stories. None of us was going to admit we believed any of it, especially when our principals were listening. So, I was half joking while I was in my room, getting ready for bed, and said out loud, "Listen, Tanya, I don't know how old you are, but I think you'll enjoy the books in the Falls room. If you can read, you'll really like them. Even if you can't, lots of them are full of beautiful pictures that I bet you'll like to look at. Go there instead of bugging me." I slept like a log without any interruptions that night. When I went to breakfast the next morning, I told a colleague about my chat with Tanya. I mentioned that it must have worked because I had slept so well. I stopped talking when I saw my colleague's jaw drop and her face go white. I asked her what the matter was, and she took me over to the professor, who was leading the sessions in the Falls room. My colleague said to the professor, "Tell us what you found in the room this morning." I listened in stunned silence as the professor described what a mess the room was. Books were thrown all over the place. The display table was in shambles, and her boxes of supplies had been unpacked and poorly repacked. In her own words, she said it looks like a kid went through everything and tried to put things back together, but couldn't manage. The professor had questioned the hotel staff about who had access to the room, and all swore that no one had been in the room after we had left, and that the door had been locked until the staff let the professor in the morning. I apologized when she finished and explained that it had probably caused the mess by inviting Tanya to go there. We all laughed uneasily at that. Some other teachers on the 4th floor admitted to strange things, like the ringing phone, no caller, and the sensation of being watched. Suddenly, we weren't so sure if the story was something just to amuse the tourists. Were the phone calls, stirring sensations, sticky fingerprints, and trash conference room related? There could be logical explanations, like incorrectly routed calls, poor cleaning, and staff mischief. Maybe Tanya was drawn to all of us warm, female, motherly-like type teachers. No male teachers that I know of on that floor, and yes, all of us are moms too. One thing is for sure, I'm far less skeptical of the paranormal than I was before, and I will admit, even to my principal, that something odd happened in that hotel. If you really want to check out the paranormal, then you have to go to the Grand Island Holiday Inn. You can pretend you came here to see Niagara Falls. I've had many experiences with ghosts and hauntings, all beginning around age 3. I'm now 28, and my connection to ghosts and spirits has only grown stronger with time. I suppose I should start with my earliest haunting. I was around 10 years of age. My parents had just divorced, and I was feeling alone and angry. I don't like to sleep with my bedroom door open. When I did, I felt I was being watched. One summer night, the air was hot and humid, and I had no choice but to sleep with my door open to get a cool cross breeze. I remember waking up sometime around midnight or shortly thereafter, feeling I was being watched. When I looked out my bedroom door, I saw a frightening sight. A figure with pure black skin, bright yellow eyes, and a cloak of red, white, and black harlequin-like design was staring at me, its hands on the door jamb, about to enter the threshold of my room. I screamed, saw its eyes widen in shock, possibly, and flee down the hall adjacent to my room. I even saw its robes fluttering after it as it fled. My scream woke my family, who searched the room for the thing, lack of a better word, but found nothing. All the doors were locked, no windows were broken. I shut my door, put up with the heat, and it hasn't returned since. I've been told that the creature was a demon. I also found out that I was depressed at the time, and that may have been drawing it to me. I can still feel its presence when I think about it. I feel very frightened just remembering the experience. Thank you for letting me share my experience here. I wanted to share my own personal experience with you regarding my beloved Nana. She passed away in 1984. I took her death very hard and would go to visit her grave often. After my now ex-husband and I married in 1998, I became pregnant within the year. Since I knew that my ex and I would not stay together for the long term, and since our marriage was so troubled, I found myself up at Nana's grave many times, sometimes just to talk to her and ask her to guide me and to watch over myself and the baby. The first time I went to see her grave, I hadn't been there for nearly 2 years at the time. I was pretty certain of what row her stone was in, but not completely sure. I asked her out loud to help me find her, and so help me God if I'm lying. I ended up parking directly in front of her row. I thanked her and walked over to her grave, placing a single rose on it, and crying. I was about 6 months pregnant with my daughter at the time, and I was very certain that her love for us would get us through the rough months ahead. Shortly after our daughter was born, my ex-husband and I were having major problems, major fights. It was obvious to the both of us that we would eventually split up permanently. We separated when my daughter was 3 months old, and I moved into an apartment with my infant. Shortly after, I could feel my Nana's presence. I never saw anything. I always asked her not to appear to me, as she knew I would be afraid, but her presence was unmistakable, especially in my daughter's nursery. It never frightened me. Conversely, I felt very comforted and protected. As a new mother, I took many photos of my infant those first few months. I never noticed until a friend pointed out to me that in one of them, which was a picture of the nursery, there is a vortex on the right, like a solid bar of white light, and to the left of that, an arched mist that almost looks like the shape of a rainbow, but you can see the wall right through it. Also, the picture of the room came out as if I had taken it from on the floor, or close to the floor, and pointed the camera up. I would have never taken a picture from that angle, and I know I didn't. I cried when I realized that the vortex and the light are my Nana watching over her great-great-granddaughter and me. I don't think it's a coincidence, either, that the photo is focused on the rocking chair and the mist is right across it. I should also mention that shortly after my Nana passed away in the 80s, and my brother and I still lived at the home with my parents, that one night, I was up reading in bed and walked out into the kitchen. My brother was sitting at the kitchen table, shaken and white as a sheet, almost crying. A second later, my mother walked out of her bedroom, and she was crying. They both professed, at exactly the same moment, that they had seen Nana appear to them and tell them not to worry, and that she was all right. I might add that their bedrooms were on opposite sides of the house. My mother also had a separate incident where she saw my Nana at the end of her bed. She wasn't at all afraid, just comforted. I still visit my Nana just to say hello, and it comforts me to know that someday I'll meet her again. Until then, I guess I'll just be comforted by her presence and know that her ghost is still looming around. And no matter what, I'm always a fan of Nana. How can you not like Nana? She's amazing. I miss you, Nana, but I'll see you again. This incident occurred about 20 years ago in Okinawa, Indiana, when I was only 9. Our house was built in 1904, so it had the huge solid oak doors and trim. The living room was very long, with ceilings which are 12 feet high. I hope you got the idea of the architecture of this house. The basement was a full one, divided into 2 rooms, and this is where most of the presents seemed to be. I'll get to that later. Back to the house though. The master bedroom was downstairs, with its entrance being oak sliding doors. All of the fixtures were of the early 1900s also, so the living lights were hanging chandeliers, one at each end of the living room. The upstairs had 3 bedrooms, with a landing at the top with a banister guarding the stairs. The stairs were enclosed and curved, and this will be important in a minute. The house upstairs wasn't insulated well, so in the winter, it was cold, and in the summer, hot. As a consequence, my 2 brothers and I slept on a pull-out couch downstairs. One night, my younger brother and I went upstairs to get ready for bed, and as we were going down the stairs, I looked back up due to the feeling something was there, and I saw an apparition coming towards us. I screamed and told my brother to look up. He did, and saw the same, so we flew down the rest of the stairs and yelled at our parents to go look for the man. They did, and of course, nothing was there. Now, let me describe the ghost. He was not opaque, he was complete in his form, and he was dressed in Catholic priest clothes. I noticed this because we're not Catholic, but my friend next door was, and I visited her church just down the road. I thought this was very peculiar, but what I thought was even more peculiar was the fact he was holding a gun, and he pointed it directly at us, or so what I thought was a gun. Of course, my parents told us we were young and had very vivid imaginations, and it was nothing. Years later, however, my mother confessed that she knew the house was haunted, and also because when she was the only one home, she would hear something walking up the stairs and on the stairs. We always had German shepherds, and our dog would growl at the ceiling and would never go in the basement. Now, onto the basement. I knew there was a presence here in the back room where the water heater was, because it was much colder, and felt wrong. It felt evil and bad, and didn't want anyone there, because it felt you, and you just had to leave immediately. I want to say that the upstairs didn't have this feeling to it, even though this is where we saw the man. I'm not sure of the history of this house, and soon after this incident, we moved to Florida on my dad's company transfer. I just want to give my opinion on this. After researching different types of hauntings, I feel that this was a replay of some kind, and I was a witness to it. I do feel that there might have been more than one presence, because the evil in the basement was different than the other, and the one in the basement didn't want anyone there. He did other things to give us this feeling. Mostly, the noises were harmless and no bother to us, but it was the basement that we avoided for whatever reason. I would love to hear what you all think of this, and the type of haunting you feel it is. I used to spend a lot of nights driving around in my youth. I was young and reckless, and had no clear direction in life, so I'd often find myself aimlessly driving, late at night. I'd spent a majority of my adolescent years dependent on drugs, and unfortunately, almost succumbed to an overdose. I was harming others, but most importantly, I was on a path to self-destruction. The night before my overdose, I had a creepy paranormal experience that, fortunately for me and those around me, changed my entire life for the better. It was another one of those late night drives. I'd gotten into a verbal altercation with my parents. Words that weren't meant to be said were exchanged, and I ended up running away from home. I took the keys and headed out driving for hours until I ended up in an unfamiliar town. I was starting to get a little exhausted, was 6 hours away from home, and was running low on gas. What happened next will always be embedded into my subconscious for the rest of my life. I pulled up to a gas station in the middle of nowhere. Now, like I said, this area was completely isolated from the rest of the world. It had a last house on the left kind of feel. Until I ended up at the gas station. I'd driven past miles and miles of just cornfields and farmland. Woods all around, nobody in sight. I ended up walking to the gas station and bought myself a pack of cigarettes from the station attendant. He noticed I looked a little confused and asked if I was lost. I said yeah, I was. This was before GPS and cell phones, and I didn't have a map with me. He told me there was a bridge in the distance that was visible from the gas station less than a mile or so away, but said if I crossed it, I could pass another town nearby and find a highway that could take me back home. I thanked him, pumped my gas, and went driving towards the bridge. As I started to make my way through this road, and on my way through the bridge, rain started to pour down, and I could barely see through my windshield. It had rained so much that it almost obscured my vision, and there was no source of light anywhere along the dirt road I was traveling on, except for my headlights. The guy at the gas station told me the bridge was very close by, and even though I could see it in the distance before it started raining hard, it felt like it had been forever before I could see it. Just then, I finally came across the bridge, despite the downpour. This is the part that really startled me. I was driving across the bridge, absolutely nobody in sight, no other cars. It was late at night, 3 a.m., and nothing but trees and bushes scattered around the bridge. I kept driving across this long bridge, and that's when my headlights shined onto this small child who suddenly appeared within my field of vision. All I could remember was that his eyes were glowing, almost like an animal in the night. I was unable to stop in time, and I thought I had hit him. I immediately panicked, stopped the car in the pouring rain, got out to check to see if he was okay, and the kid was nowhere to be found. It confused the hell out of me, because again, what kid would be playing around in the middle of the night, in the middle of nowhere, and in the pouring rain? I didn't even hear a thud, or any noise besides the sound of the rain falling down on my car. At the moment of impact, I looked under the car. It was as if this child didn't even exist. I remember distinctly that the boy was wearing overalls and a hat. It looked like a completely real boy. There was no mistaking that this was a human. Now, I mentioned my recklessness and drug abuse because this incident caused me to turn my life completely around. I was so worried that I accidentally hit a child, and it may have ran off into the woods, that it made me swear to always be alert and never fight with my parents again. This happened when my brother was around 5 years old. It was around 2 a.m., and he went into my parents' room to get in bed with my mom. My mom's bed was right by one of the bathroom doors. The door on the other end of the bathroom led to where the back door was, and the stairs to the basement. He got in bed and was facing the bathroom. He got scared and woke up my mom and asked who the little girl in the bathroom was. He said he had never seen her before. He told my mom that she was just standing there, staring at him. My mom said the way he was talking, like there was really someone there, it really scared her. She said she just rolled over and shut her eyes. She was too scared to even look. I don't think a 5-year-old imagines things like that. While we were in the same house, my mom's cousin was hunting in the mountains and accidentally fell on his gun and killed himself. The family thinks he came back to say bye because it was such a sudden death. A few days after he died, when we were all in bed, a light in the hallway bathroom would click on and off. It was an older house, so the switch made a really loud click when he turned it on and off. My mom would be sitting on the couch late at night, with her back facing the hallway. You can sometimes feel when someone is behind you, and she said she heard me breathing hard and walking up the hallway. She called my name and turned around, and no one was there. At the same time, at her cousin's parents' and sister's house, similar things were happening. His old toys from when he was younger were stored in the basement of his parents' house. One night his electric train turned on and was going around the track. No one knew this was happening to other family members until my mom called his parents and told them what was happening to her. The next day they went somewhere and tried to contact them. They all said they loved him and it was time for him to move on. They think he was trying to contact the family because he died suddenly. After they talked to him, everything stopped. The following happened back in July 1995. Me and a friend traveled around the UK by train. It was about 4 p.m. Then we checked in at a bed and breakfast in Manchester. All double room was occupied, so we got the 2 single rooms, which was located next to each other. We were quite tired after a long day trip by train, so we rest for a moment. Later we went out to eat something, had a beer in the hotel bar, and then headed up to the rooms for sleeping. The time was about 11 p.m. I closed the Vatican blind, turned off the light, and almost immediately fell asleep. The room was pitch dark. Then, after about 2 hours, I woke up and found the room bathed in light. The light almost blinded me. I had a strong emotion to walk towards the window, just like I was enforced to do so, and then I went up. I heard voices and music, like old folklore or something. The voices was only like a murmur, so I actually couldn't hear what it says. It was like being in a full-up restaurant or a pub or something. I was not actually scared, but it was an uneasy and confusing experience. Then, I reached the window and opened the Venetian blind. Everything turned to normal again, quiet and pitch dark. I went back to bed again, and to my surprise, I fall asleep after only about 10 minutes. The morning after, we met up and headed down the stairs for breakfast. Afraid of being regarded as a fool or jackass, I told him it was only a dream. Then, I almost dropped my coffee pot when he told me that the exact same thing happened to him. He has always been quite skeptical to the paranormal things, but I think this experience has changed his mind a bit. I would be very glad if you could give me your opinion. I have apprehension about what really happened that night. I know I was fully awakened, and it can't be my imagination, because the same thing happened to him. As I said in a previous mail, I'm not so good with English, so I hope you understand me. You may publish my story if you want, but you better circumscribe it before. Hi there, my name's Joe. My friend Colin probably wrote you recently about some recent activity. For the past I don't know how many years, I've been able to feel, and to an extent see ghosts. I can sense what they are feeling and what their intentions are. However, for about 3 years, my friend Colin started having sleeping problems. I already knew his house was haunted, but what was haunting it was the spirit of what I think is a 5-year-old child. For Christmas the year before, a friend of ours that lived in Thailand sent us all gifts. However, Colin was the one that received a house that you would leave tokens and gifts in to help ward off evil spirits. Over time, it stopped doing that. Trapped in the house was some kind of creature, like a demon. It was huge, dark, and very menacing. I still don't know how to use all of my abilities very well, but at the time, I sure as hell didn't, but I attempted this anyway. We attempted to destroy the house, and everything in it. It took 45 minutes just to get it to catch fire. During this 45 minutes, I was attempting to immobilize the creature inside the house. After 45 minutes, I was able to trap it, by pure luck. After I trapped it, I was able to see what was being stored in the house. It was a large field, fire everywhere, dead bodies on fire, blood everywhere. It reminded me of what hell would look like when described to you as a child. After that, I was drained. I couldn't do much of anything. I thought I lost all my abilities, but after 2 months they started coming back, very slowly. I knew this only because I was able to see the ghost in Colin's house again. While I was living in Korea, I encountered a few spirits, but they were by chance and left over from the war. That was when I knew my abilities were back to full, but I wanted to learn how to better use them, and I'm not having any luck. Well, to end the story on a bad note, last week my friend Jess asked about any ghost encounter any of us have had. So Colin and I talked about this one. So Jess got curious and wanted to see where it happened. Reluctantly, we took him there. Surprisingly enough, development has been going on in the area for the last 5 years, but at the spot where we destroyed the house, nothing is built. We went to the spot, and I was able to feel it out from residue from when we first destroyed it, but after a few minutes, it wasn't just that. The feeling I was getting became stronger until it made me sick. I almost passed out, and I doubled over dry heaving. It turns out it was still trapped there until that night. Somehow, it got loose. I don't know how or why, but now I have to get rid of it for good, and I don't know how. In 1989, I moved into a government apartment in a small town containing 7 units. The last apartment was occupied by a single mom with a small child and her boyfriend. The previous year, they, man and woman, were murdered and shot to death in their bed, in their first bedroom by the woman's estranged ex. No one wanted to move into the apartment because of the history surrounding the apartment. I was a young mother, and had 2 children and needed a place to live, and thought nothing of this. In time, I was told of the strange happenings of the place and chalked it up to superstition or small-minded people with too much time on their hands. Things were pretty quiet for me and my little ones for the first few months. Then small things started to occur. Light over the sink area in my kitchen will mysteriously come on in the middle of the night. Being the only adult in the house, and the only person who would actually reach the switch, this had me worried that I had electrical short or something, and promptly had it checked out. Nothing. Perfectly normal. Kitchen cabinet doors would be halfway open in the mornings when I awoke. I scolded my oldest daughter, 7 years at the time, for climbing the counters and getting snacks out, and she told me that she was asleep and she didn't do it. My youngest daughter, 2 years old at the time, was starting to make a habit of getting up in the middle of the night and getting into bed with me. Very unusual for her. She's a hard sleeper. At one point, I was having trouble sleeping, so much so, to the point I went to a doctor and got sleeping medication, all to no avail. I always woke up at 3 a.m. and had a difficult time getting back to sleep. Nothing worked until I rearranged my bedroom furniture and moved my bed from one end of the room to the other. Once, while my oldest daughter was visiting her grandmother overnight, myself and my youngest daughter decided to take a bubble bath together in the late evening. While we were in the tub, I heard jingle bells rattling around in the cup on a shelf not 5 feet from me. All of my windows were closed and no one else was in the house. Couldn't explain it at the time. After 3 years, I chose to move in with a man to a better neighborhood. My landlord chose that time to tell me the complete history of my apartment. He showed me the newspaper articles on what happened, and after reading all of them, I understood all. The ex climbed through the bathroom window and shot them both dead at 3 a.m. and took the child, which was sleeping between the two. Her bed was in the exact position as I had my bed when I couldn't sleep. The mom was a stay-at-home mom and was always in the kitchen fixing stuff for her little child, making homemade cookies, snacks, and such. She always left the kitchen sink light on for her boyfriend when he came in late at night. My daughter always getting into my bed late at night was quickly understood by me. The other bedroom was never used by the child. She always slept with her mother and the boyfriend. No other tenants have reported any activity in this unit. Of course, they didn't have a smaller female children either. Time will tell if this ghost will ever find peace or her final rest. Before moving out, the last night there, I made my peace with her and told her I understood why she did the things she did. I understand she wasn't trying to scare me or my little girls, and I wished her peace. One afternoon of 1995 or 96, I was dusting our bedroom, the master bedroom, in our apartment. Right beside our bedroom was a small hallway leading up to the bathroom into the other bedroom. I remember being in a very good mood. I'd been doing a few changes in the decoration of the bedroom and was now dusting. I was happy with the results, and as I was dusting, I was talking about the changes with my husband, or what I thought was my husband, standing in the hallway. All smiling and happy, I started to tell him, or what I thought was him, "Hey Frankie, look at what I've just done. Isn't that nice?" I advanced in the hallway to bring him in the bedroom, and as I neared him, he disappeared. I nearly jumped. Now, as I was dusting, I happened to turn my head towards the hallway, which was on my right, and there stood a man who very much looked like my husband and who was dressed in modern clothes, a short and a t-shirt. When I saw him, I was sure he was my husband. That is when I started talking to him, and as I was cheerily and happily explaining the changes to him,
He had this most beautiful smile of encouragement. He seemed to be happy for me. What a surprise when I realized that I had been speaking to someone or something else than my husband, and when I saw it, it disappeared. It is when this being disappeared that I realized that my husband was lying on the couch and watching TV. He was very surprised when I told him what happened. I live in Australia, and I've been seeing spirits ever since I was about 2 years old. My first experience was just after my grandmother's death. I was visiting her grave for the first time, and then all of a sudden, I started hearing voices. They were telling me to leave, that it was too dangerous for them and me if I stayed, that I had to run and never turn around. It is weird that I remember it, although my memory is not as clear as my mother's, but I remember most of the details. I know that this is pretty hard to believe, but I give you my word it is true. Although I think about it now and realize that I wasn't scared, at the time I knew that I had to leave, so I told my mom and dad, and we left. My dad didn't believe me, but my mom did. Since then, I've had many experiences with spirits, all of which have been good, except for one. This happened when I was 15. I'd been roped into a swimming carnival, and I can't swim too good, so I was practicing in my pool. The pool is down the very back, and you can't see the house from the pool, as it is behind a shed. I've often seen spirits down the back, but it has never worried me. It was getting late, and I've been swimming for a while, so stopped for a break. Whilst I was standing in the middle of the pool, I seen a baby sitting on the fence that surrounds the pool. I tried to look away, but I was in a trance. I finally stopped looking at it, but it was good, as I was suddenly dragged under the water. I struggled for about 2 minutes before it would let go. When it finally did, I ran inside. I told my mom, and she never believed me, but I've never been down there on my own ever since. My name is Evan, and my friend's name is Scott. We're making a trip to North Carolina for a concert in August of 1996. After the concert, we drove for a long while, finally making it to South Carolina, and were in need of a place to camp, as it was getting pretty late. We found the Kings Mountain State Park entrance, but being almost 2 a.m., the gates was locked. We both got out of the VW camper to see if we could get the gate open. The road was completely deserted, and being at the entrance, we were not even close to any campsites. With the headlights of the camper as our only source of light, a woman appeared out of nowhere. She had dark hair, thin white dress, and was barefoot. She asked us if we were with the wedding party, and we replied that we were not. As quickly as she appeared, she was gone. Scott and I thought it was kinda weird. No evidence of another car on the road, and the fact that she was barefoot in the middle of nowhere at 2 a.m. in the morning. Entertaining the thought that we may have had an encounter with a ghost, we forgot about it. Recently, I was reminded of the incident and thought I'd surf the web to see if there was documentation of some similar experience when I found your site. I was blown away when I found an entry for Kings Mountain State Park and the woman in the white dress. The entry said that she was murdered by the clan for marrying a black man. I wonder if they were married right before the murder, and that's why she asked us if we were the wedding party. When I was 9 years old, we moved to a house in Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. My mom had just gotten remarried, so I now had a stepfather, whom I absolutely despised. About a year or so later, my dad started renovations on the house. We added almost half a house on. There was a 3-season porch, a mudroom, a bathroom, and 2 basement bedrooms.
My sister moved out of her bedroom to the new one in the basement. A few days later, I was in my bed. My bed faced the wall by the door, but I couldn't look out down the hall. I had only been in bed for a few minutes. I looked up because it felt as someone was in the room with me. That's when I thought there was my stepfather standing at the foot of my bed. He was wearing what appeared to be a hooded trench coat and appeared as a dark silhouette. Looking back, it didn't really initially terrify me because I just thought it was my stepfather playing tricks on me, as I said. Boy, was I terrified. I yelled, "Ken, get out of here." Suddenly, my mom, who was in her bed at the end of the hall, yelled back at me that he was asleep in the bed next to her. Suddenly, the figure disappeared. I ran as fast as possible into her bedroom. There was my stepdad, sound asleep and snoring right next to her. I told her what I saw, and she just told me to go back to bed. The next morning, at the breakfast table, I started telling everyone. My oldest brother described the man in the hood. He also said he's seen the man in his bedroom at the foot of his bed. His bedroom was in the basement, located right under my parents' room. He also thought it was our stepdad, until it vanished. He just thought he was hallucinating or something, and didn't tell anyone. Honestly, now, I really wish it was my dad. Hi, I'm a 21-year-old student in Chicago, Illinois. I'd like to tell you my story, and if possible, ask for your professional opinion about a few things. I've experienced spiritual and ghostly activity for about 11 years now. I used to be frightened by these experiences, but now I'm quite intrigued. However, one incident stands out in my mind and still bothers me to this day. This is the story that I would like to tell you about. About 5 years ago, I lived in an apartment on the second floor. It was an unusually warm summer's night, so I decided to sleep on the couch, with the sliding door open to let in the breeze. I woke at about 2:30 a.m. to a horrid stench and a strange coolness. Confused, I looked around the living room. I looked then, and directly in front of myself, and I was lying on my right side, with my right arm tucked under my head as a pillow, and I saw a figure. I was frozen with fright as my eyes began to adjust to the darkness, and I saw the figure's face. At this point, I was thinking that someone broke into the apartment. However, this was no person. This ghost had a human-shaped face, but it was a grayish-white color. Its eyes were darkened, and what I remember the most was the huge prominent cheekbones. Furthermore, this thing only had a torso and a head, nothing else. Suddenly, with great quickness, its head descended, positioned its face directly in front of mine, stared at me for a moment, and as quickly as it descended, it pulled its head back to the original position. I began crying at this moment, and that's when I felt a sort of punch on my chest. It then seemed to kind of run off into the kitchen, and then I heard the door slam. I jumped from off the couch, turned the lights on, and checked the door out. The door was locked from the inside, so there was no possible way that someone had broken into the apartment and left through the kitchen door. To say the least, I was badly shaken. I took a moment to collect myself. When I realized my chest hurt, I went to the bathroom and pulled down my pajama top slightly, which revealed a large red mark, as if someone had punched me. This mark eventually developed into slight bruising as the morning came. Needless to say, I didn't sleep that night. Since this event, several other experiences have occurred, none as frightening as this, thank goodness. However, a cluster of events did occur directly after this experience. For what reason? I'm not sure. I did go to the library and search for possible causes for such an occurrence. The closest I got to a logical answer was something called a night terror, which I'm sure you are familiar with. But I've excluded this as a possible explanation, for many reasons. The only thing I can think of is that I had seen a ghostly entity. As to why there was a stench or a cold chill associated with the experience, I can only guess. Also, I've always been under the impression that spirits cannot harm the living, but I simply cannot believe this to be true anymore. And this is an experience that I had when I was younger. It's a little short, but it remains my creepiest ghost story I've ever had. I had to have been 8 or 9 years old when it happened, and yes, it sounds a little corny, but it was truly an unforgettable and authentic experience. It happened to be dark and dreary on this night. It had been raining really hard, and I had no choice but to walk through the rain. The rain just kept pouring down, and all I could think about was how miserable I was from the rain, and just wanted to get to my friend's house faster. I think it was around 10 p.m., and I was walking through the neighborhood park to my friend's house on the other side, when all of a sudden, I saw my dead grandmother appear from out of nowhere. Oddly enough, it was a year to the day of her death from cancer. She just looked as she did before she got sick, though. She looked wonderful. Of course, I wasn't sure if it was really her, so I walked up to her and called out her name. The wind became harsher and the rain fell harder, and as she reached out to me, I could see she was in pain. It was at that very moment that her face changed, and she became scared, and looked as though she needed my help, and it was then that she disappeared. I had to have been 3 to 5 feet away. Needless to say, I ran as fast as I could to my friend's house, and didn't say another word that very night. I was sent to live with my grandparents when I was 3 years old. I loved my grandpa with all my heart, and he and I became very close because he could not work due to a serious heart condition. We took wonderful care of each other. Even at the age of 5, I've always been very responsible due to my grandfather's ill health. One day, when I was 9, my grandma kept me home from school to look after grandpa because he was not feeling well. About 9:30 that morning, he went to lay down because he said he did not feel well. I went in about 10:30 to take his temperature and discover his fever to be 103.4. I rushed and called my grandma and mother immediately. In turn, my mother said she was going to call an ambulance, so I was to get grandpa ready and wait for them. As I did this, my grandpa called me into his room and told me, "Pumpkin, I love you very much and you know this. Even though you are young and in time will forget different things about me, just always remember my love and the way you feel. I promise you this. I'll always be there with you, and you'll always be in my heart." I will always remember him saying this, because that was the last conversation he ever had. I never got to say goodbye, because he fell into a deep coma, and they wouldn't allow me into ICU to say goodbye. He then died on May 26, 1983, at 5:36 a.m. I know this for a fact, because he had given me his watch to hold on to while he was in the hospital, and it stopped at that very second that they pronounced his death. Now, while that is odd enough, the best part is yet to come. 3 weeks after my grandpa had passed away, my grandmother became very ill and was put into the hospital, so my sister, brother-in-law, and myself stayed out at my grandma's house. My sister had a cat that whenever someone came down the stairs, it would run to the basement door and cling to the screen to be let out. Well, one night, at about 11:30 p.m., The cat was sleeping with me on the couch in the basement when it jumped down and ran to the door to cling onto the screen, when all of a sudden, we heard footsteps. Now, the house is locked, my grandmother is in the hospital, and we are all in bed, downstairs. My brother-in-law grabs his baseball bat and tells us to call 911. At first I was very scared and was crying. And then they went upstairs. The footsteps stopped, and all of a sudden, my grandpa was standing in front of me, holding the note I had put in his pocket the day of the funeral. He had a tear in his eye and told me not audibly, but I could see his lips move, that he loved me and would always be there with me. Ever since then, any major life event, graduation, marriage, the birth of my 2 children, anything, I felt this love at one time or another, and I felt a huge sense of calmness. I guess this would be a second account of a previously encountered ghost story. I had the same thing happen to me as in the story below on Denton Road, Ypsilanti, Denton Road Bridge. The story goes that a group of kids were playing chicken near Denton Road Bridge, and one of them proved to be Chicken. His car swerved off the road when they reached the bridge, and they crashed into the river below. Many people claim to see a light come out of the river and chase their vehicle to the end of the road if they stop at the center of the bridge at night. I'm a racer and have a very fast, very built up 1969 Dodge. Once stopped on this bridge simply because we were lost, and a pair of headlights came up the embankment and behind me and started coming up on me very fast. I thought some drunken redneck was out four-wheeling and was going to rear-end me. The car was in gear and running, so I simply stepped on the gas, and the headlights behind me pulled up within a few feet of my rear bumper. I floored it, and the light stayed right on my bumper. Couldn't see a thing behind me because the brights were on the car following me, and they were far brighter than any car I'd ever seen. I had the speedometer buried past 120 miles per hour, and they were 2 feet off my bumper. I remember the red glare of the brake lights lighting up the road behind me some, and the moon was very bright that night, so I could see the way to the bridge practically, and there was not a car on the road. I was a little stunned, and almost lost the car at the turn. We went back to make sure that no one behind us had got into the ditch. There was nothing. And then I got freaked. Made it back to Windsor in record time. I don't know how to start this, other than saying several years ago, when my children were small, we moved out into the country on the Washington side and lived in a home that I feel has some strange paranormal or ghostly things going on in it. I would have to say that during that time, there was something in there causing all havoc in our home. To make it short, I used to on a regular basis have something come to me, and I'm not sure what, but let me explain what it looked like. I would wake up from a sleep most of the time, but sometimes I was fully awake in bed when it would happen, but for the most part, I would wake up from a sound sleep and notice this lavender-colored smoke, or whatever you want to call it, coming from the corner where my closet was, and it would do different things at different times. It would wrap around my perimeter of my room, and then go to the end of my bed, and separate into 5 different lines, and then dart at me, and then would go away. Sometimes it would wrap around the room, and then come down from above, into 5 different lines. The first few times that this happened to me, I was very frightened, and would wake my husband up, and of course by the time I could wake him up, there was nothing there. He slept very hard. This went on for a whole 7 years that we lived in this home. During that time, my husband also became very mean and violent. Also, in the room adjoining where my closet and my son's closet connect, my son was having these horrific nightmares that we could not wake him up from. We would sit there for sometimes 20 to 30 minutes, trying to wake him up, and he would be begging for his mother or his father and crying out, asking them to go away and leave him alone. He would describe them as ugly and short, very ugly and mean looking in the face, and they would torment him and scare him and try to hurt him. This was heart-wrenching for me to see him go through this and not be able to wake him up. I would cry right alongside of him when I was holding him, rocking him, trying to wake him up from these nightmares. All of my children used to tell me that in that house, they would see a ball of light sometimes that would move quickly through the home. I saw that occasionally as well. Our television was something quite interesting as well. It would turn off by itself while we're watching it, and then it would turn back on with the remote, and then it would turn back off again. We could play this game for a few minutes, and then it would stop. This only happened a couple of times through the TV. I do feel that there was something evil in that home, because many things went on in that home. What the lavender-colored smoke was, or the ball of light, or even my son's terrifying dreams were, I have no clue. I don't have a great deal about that kind of stuff. I do feel that I have many experiences though, and had some in other homes as well. Who knows, maybe they follow me, but the home in Washington was not a good ghost, if that is what it was. Her family went through some of our hardest times in that home. Can you tell me what the lavender smoke was, or what the ball of light was? I would be very interested in knowing. You could respond to me. Thanks so much. I'm from the Southern California area, so here's how it goes. I was born in the Los Angeles area, but my parents bought a brand new home in the Orange County area. The city of La Palma, to be exact. The house was located on some ranch of some sort, because our backyard faced a very large open but fenced field, with some cattle roaming around in it. Mind you, these are tract homes, as we know it today, and at the time, it seemed like we were living in the boondocks. I mean, looking back at it now, it was a rather very lonely area, but it all had these new tract homes. You know, one supermarket, one library, one hospital, fire station, and police station. You get the idea. Well, the funny thing was, we were only 4 blocks west of Knott's Berry Farm. That is, if you stand at the main entrance, as you get closer to the park. Anyway, the house was well built, new carpet, plumbing, the whole works with upgrades. But on some occasions, I was very scared downstairs in the family room. I was even scared in my own bedroom. I mean, my room looked like a toy room display, so there was no reason for me to get scared, just out of the blue. I mean, I was playing in my room, and it seemed as if evil walked in the room. I got this incredible feeling of hate towards me, as if I shouldn't have been there. It's happened to me several times in the house, and at 7 years of age, I didn't know anything about the supernatural or paranormal activity. Another occasion was during a Saturday afternoon. My mother and I were upstairs, and suddenly, we heard this slamming and crashing noise, and as we came down the stairs, we saw in the living room my mom's favorite painting smashed on the floor. It looked as if someone broke it in anger. I mean, the frame was just trashed, and the small pictures around the one that got smashed were perfectly hanging straight. The ghost made itself seen again in the late afternoon. This time, my mom was doing some house cleaning, and as she turned to one side, she looked up towards the stairs, and she saw a man wearing a white cream-colored suit in pristine condition, except he didn't have a head. No Hollywood genre or anything like that. I saw the same thing myself. This time, I saw him at night, at the end of the hallway. This was very real, and very scary. Another time, as I would sleep at night, the beds were occasionally kicked very hard. Also in the master bedroom, the sliding glass mirror doors were slamming back and forth, and the dresser drawers were also slamming in and out as well. All these things would happen separately from each other on different occasions. The main boulevard is La Palma Avenue, and the street of the house is Comstock Circle. We lived there from 1970 to 1975, my parents and I. And that is the most scary and terrifying ghost story I have. Thanks for listening.
I had recently sent a story about my grandfather visiting me about a week after his death. Well, that was one of the more comforting things that has happened to me. The next story I'm about to submit actually happened as a dream, but to this day, I feel a very strong connection with it. It all happened about 6 years ago. A 10-year-old girl mysteriously vanished from a sleepover at her friend's house. I never met this girl, and although we only shared the same first name, I had several odd dreams about her after her disappearance. One day, about 1 week after the child turned up missing, I woke up early one morning to go to work. It wasn't like any day though. I woke up feeling very sad and upset. I didn't have any idea why I was feeling like this, but something just wasn't right. So, I continued to get ready for work. When I got there, I still had this bizarre feeling that something big was about to unfold. About an hour into my long workday, I forgot about the feeling and went on with my day. A woman I work with came into work about an hour later and then asked me, "Did you hear they found the missing girl?" All of a sudden this feeling came back. I said yes. They found her in a dumpster wearing her blue nightgown. She replied, "Then did you hear?" I then started to cry uncontrollably and said no. She, the young girl, came to me in my dreams and showed me where she was and told me that I no longer had to play with her because it was time to move on and now she could rest in peace. The woman just looked at me in disbelief and really didn't know what to say, and neither did I. I then realized this poor young soul felt compelled to have someone to be with her. Why she chose me, I will never know. Again, we did share the same first name, but other than that, I cannot explain what happened. Most people I tell this story to have a tendency of just looking at me with an odd expression on their face, but I too believe that it was all just more than a dream. I've never seen any ghosts or had any sort of experiences with the supernatural, but my friend, Amber, has. She was friends with this guy named Seth, whose mother was my high school coach. She was telling me about this house Seth's parents bought in Monticello, Florida, about 45 minutes away from where we live. It was a real old house with lots of land around it. This house was a weekend house for Seth's family. One day, Amber was invited to spend the weekend with them. She told me that on the way up there, they tried to warn her not to get scared because there were ghosts there. She thought they were pulling her leg and was laughing and playing along. When they got there, Amber was impressed with the 2-story wooden house. It was built in some old style from the 1800s, apparently. She walked upstairs to her room for the weekend and was given a tour of the house. Upon entering one room, she smelled something sour and bitter. It was right beneath the attic. She couldn't describe it to me, but let me know it wasn't pleasant. Then, she was led to the attic, supposedly the most haunted room. There were old rusted chains and shackles attached to the walls. A long time ago, a slave owner owned this home. The slaves would be punished by whipping and being shackled in the attic, with no food and water for several days. Amber said she had no eerie feeling, and didn't see anything out of ordinary. Later on that night, Seth and Amber were staying up late and playing games. They dared each other to go up to the attic, knowing the stories behind the deaths of slaves in the attics. When they went up the stairs and turned on the lights, they smelled that sour and metallic smell and saw dark stains on the floor that wasn't there previously.
Amber said she had never been so scared in her entire life. She thought her heart was going to stop beating because it was beating so fast and hard. She and Seth went downstairs, wasting no time at all. Amber couldn't sleep at night because she was certain she could hear the groans and cracking. The next day, Amber came straight home and refused to come back to the house again. I talked later on with Seth's mother, my high school coach, and she said it was true. She gave more stories about how she'd find things moving or missing, how she smelled cigar smoke when no one smoked. She told me how she would come home at night and all the lights would be on in the house. She told me she had not seen any ghosts or even felt threatened. She actually thought of them as her friends because they would turn on the lights for her at night when she came home. I wouldn't be able to stand it. Weird, huh? It makes me leery of my own house, even though my parents originally built it. I have a few experiences. In 1976, I was living in an old building, and every night, I would hear footsteps, heavy ones, walking on the floor above me. I then asked the apartment manager, who lived upstairs, and learned that no one did, and there was a crawl space. He checked it, and no one was there. So on a weekend when I knew no one was in the building except myself, I decided that if I heard the footsteps again, I would not be scared. Then the footsteps began pacing all night. I kept my wits and made plans to leave. I left the building. Second experience, about 1985. I was at work early one day, 9th and Market, and was going into the bathroom. A woman went in before me, not less than 1 foot in front of me, and so when I walked into the bathroom, no one was there, and I looked under all the stalls, and still, no one. Yet there was one way into the bathroom, and the same way out. The woman just looked like a solid body. The same thing happened once again late one evening, when I was going into the bathroom, and I just rushed in just behind her to see her, and when I got in 2 seconds later, no one, not even in any of the stalls. Later I learned that the cleaning staff in the building saw the same thing. They saw the woman enter the bathroom, and they waited for the woman to leave the bathroom, but no one left, and when they went in to find her, she was not there. In 1977, a friend committed suicide. All that weekend that she had died, I was depressed and could not shake the feeling. Then on Monday, I went to my university library, and as I sat there trying to read late in the morning, I hear that someone yelled in my ear, except it penetrated my body, that Holly committed suicide. I jumped and looked around, but people were quiet, and no one was saying anything, and I thought, where did I hear that? And I must be thinking negatively. I became uncomfortable and left the library to shop. When I returned at about 6 p.m. to read, a woman came up to me and said, "We're looking for you this morning. We're talking about you and wanted to tell you that Holly committed suicide." I said, "So this is true what I heard?" I was told to call Holly's husband, and he verified it and said he searched for me the whole entire weekend. The next day, a strange thing happened. In my grief, I meandered my way to work in a different direction, passing a funeral home where I noticed a coffin in a hearse, and my heart and love went out to it. Then, after I got to work, I checked the obituaries for the funeral home where Holly was. It was the same place I passed that very morning, and so I invited a friend to come with me to pay my last respects to Holly at noon. I met my friend at the funeral home, and we were told that Holly had been sent out that morning for cremation. She had been the only one sent out, and she was in that coffin in the morning in that hearse that I passed on my way to work earlier. In 1982, when my father died, I woke earlier in the morning and was calm. Then my mother called to tell me he died. Everyone in my family woke up,
and my mother got out of bed, sat by the phone, then it rang, and she got the word. At this time, I could hear people cry. Only the sound came from their body and not their mouth. My brother was in a deep grief and not crying out loud, but I could hear his spirit cry, and he just had a sad look. In 1992, my mother was very ill and in a rehab center. I did not like staying in her house because I thought it was haunted. On this particular morning, it was 5 a.m., and I was typing and printing a letter on the computer. I typed most of the letter, got up and stuck a mug of water in the microwave, and set it for 1 minute. Also, I prepared a plastic cone with filter and coffee in it. Then I rushed back to the computer to print the letter. I added a few lines to the letter, and then began to hear the microwave beep and beep. I ignored it, then the beeping stopped. I got this creepy feeling, but I ignored it, and then I thought the microwave had a timer, and so the beeping stopped because of the timing, not because anyone opened the microwave door. I printed the letter, ran to the kitchen to get the mug of water out of the microwave, and poured in the cone. I found instead that the mug had been taken out of the microwave, and the coffee was made, waiting for me on the ledge of the kitchen counter. Yet I know I did not get up from the computer to make it, because I made a conscious decision to ignore the microwave and finish my letter. My mind worked overtime to figure it out. I grabbed the letter and left the house that morning and told whatever it did that it was taking the coffee, but I didn't really appreciate it. Other things happened, like the rustling of papers when I was trying to sleep, etc., and I had to leave the house. Sometimes, I've heard other people think that they were not directing their thoughts to me, as what happens with schizophrenics. Enough for now. This isn't my story, or even the story of the person who told me, but I thought I'd share it anyway. This was told to me by the music teacher at my high school. The college he attended, which I won't mention the name, is up north. I'm not sure when it was built, but the main building of the college was a Catholic monastery. There have always been stories around the college that a monk went crazy and killed himself in the monastery. People in the college have reported strange happenings and sightings of what appeared to be a monk. The story that I know comes from a janitor who works at the college. On the weekends, one of the custodian's jobs is to break down the classrooms. This means that they have to stack up all the desks and chairs up against one wall. The janitor had just finished doing this and walked out the door and locked it from the outside. There is only one door into the classroom, and it is the one he had just locked. The windows in the room can only be opened from the inside, and the janitor was the only one in the room. As he turned to walk away from the door, he hears loud crashing and banging coming from inside the room. He immediately unlocks the door and steps inside. What he finds is that all the desks and chairs have been thrown all around the room. Drawers from the teacher's desk were ripped out and papers strewn across the room. There is no way any possible human could have been in that room and done that damage in a matter of seconds, then run out without the janitor noticing. As I was reading your website, I was recalling my own happenings. None were ever harmful to me, but I do sleep with the light on most of the time. I believe I have a following, whether it be the same ghost or if I have some attraction for them. It started when I was about 4 years old. I had this imaginary friend. I named him Jingles. From what I am told, I do not recall any part of Jingles other than what I was told by my family. I made my friend Jingles so believable that everyone in my family actually started to believe there really was someone named Jingles. I would talk to him, play with him, and of course, if anything was broken or stolen, Jingles did it. If I was good and got a treat,
Jingles had to get one too. Jingles remained my friend until I reached first grade and moved to a new home. While in the kitchen with my sisters and mother, a man's voice from the woods called my name. I was about 8 years old then. We all froze with our mouths dropped to the floor and our hearts racing. All 4 of us could not have imagined that someone called our name. I was young, so my mother made a joke about it, and it was forgotten. Throughout my childhood, strange things happened in this house. Images were seen out of the corner of my eye and my family's eyes, but we would just chalk it up to our imaginations. Certain toys would flip in the air, stuff like that. I was scared for the moment, but never afraid to be in the house. Over the years, we have found what I believe to be cow skulls in the backyard. 2 were found, but no one in the street has any cows. We don't know where they came from. This house that I lived in as a child eventually became my home. My sister lived in the in-law apartment below me. She would always ask me what I was doing up there, because she would always, even when I wasn't home, hear jumping and walking around. What makes this so strange is that once I moved out of the house, the noises stopped. After moving out of my parents' house and into my own home about 9 months ago, there seems to be extra guests. I hear voices, but can't make out what they are saying. I often hear a muffled radio sound. I hear running water. The house is always making house noises, but around 4 to 5 a.m., the noises stop and the house is dead silent. Often a cool breeze would find me, even when there is no wind. I can't explain the feeling that I'm not alone. My children, 9 years old and 8 years old, keep saying that they want to move because they think the house is haunted. I don't think moving is going to solve that problem. A little background on the house I own. It is 30 years old and a waterfront property. I found out that the owner of the home died of cancer, not in the house, but has died. There have been 11 deaths around the lake, and they've all died of the same cancer. When I was 9, my grandfather died in the dining room of his house. It was not unexpected. He had been very ill and was bedridden. Shortly after his death, we moved in with my grandmother due to the fact that she was also ill. She was a very unhappy and hateful person. She blamed all life's injustices on my late grandfather and hated him for dying. After we had moved in with her, we realized how serious her illness was and took her to the doctor. She had Alzheimer's. As her illness progressed, my parents could no longer take care of her, so they placed her in a nursing home. Big mistake. She transferred all of her anger from my late grandfather onto my father. During the last stages of her illness, she would repeatedly tell us that she did not want to be buried near my grandfather, that she had spent all of her living years with him, and she did not want to spend eternity next to him. Well, as fate would have it, my grandmother passed away. Funds were tight, and we not only had to bury with my grandfather, but her casket was placed on top of his. We had no other choice, because all of the extra money we had for her funeral was used to care for her in the home. Anyway, on with the story. After my grandmother's death, strange things began to happen. During dinner, the back door would just fly open, or at night, the sheet would be tucked around my body while I slept. We always made jokes that say that grandfather was home, or he was looking in on us. Then, things took a turn for the worse. One night, my father awoke to the sensation of his legs being pressed into the waterbed mattress. Once he was fully awake, he realized he could not move, and whatever was pressing him into the mattress was continuing up his body. He glanced over to get my mother's attention, but could not speak. This entity was now cutting off his breathing. Finally, he thought Mom I am sorry. I had nowhere else to put you. And then it all stopped, as fast as it started. The next morning at breakfast was when Dad told us about his experience. The next night I had a similar experience, but chalked it up to dreaming. I figured that I heard my dad telling us about his experience, and that I was just dreaming based on that. Now, let's jump ahead 9 years. I'm married, and have just given birth to my first son. It was morning time, and my husband already left for work. I thought I would just take a short nap and rest, while that baby was not fussing. So I dozed off to that place between sleep and wakefulness, where you're not fully totally asleep, but resting. The next thing that happens is something that I'll never forget. I began to feel my body being pressed down into my waterbed mattress. I could not open my eyes, but I knew I was awake. I could hear the television and my son cooing. I could not move, and then I began to hear this voice, a horrible, evil voice that not even a word can describe, saying, "You know I love you." This went on for what seemed like an eternity, but was only probably about 2 minutes. Then, in my mind, I thought, dear God, what is my baby seeing? And just as quickly as it started, it stopped. I've not had many experiences since then, and that was just 2 years ago. My question is, was it my angry grandmother or something else? If anyone has any suggestions, please email me. I'm on your website because my boyfriend runs a theater in downtown New York City and has otherworldly occupants. The building has been around since 1897 and was a school until 1978, where a fire killed a little girl. Now, it's an arts community with theaters and artists that occupy the studios and occupy the whole of the building. My boyfriend and a couple other people who run the theater have seen and heard things. I myself have felt the cold associated with presence in a particular room. All my hair stood up on end, and in my gut, I felt we needed to leave the room. These are 2 particular events which solidify my suspicions. I got a call from my boyfriend one night to tell me he was coming home early. In the background, I heard male laughter, like someone was playing a joke on him and really enjoying it. I thought nothing of it. He works with a couple guys down at the theater. When he came home, he told me he had been dumping the evening's garbage. The dumpster is at the bottom of the stairs on the north side of the school. As he was going down the stairs, he saw a figure cut across the room at the bottom of the stairs. He called out, thinking it was the building's handyman. No answer. He reached the bottom of the stairs and deposited the garbage bag and headed back up the stairs to get the other bag of garbage. At that moment is when he heard what sounded like someone dragging the bag he had just deposited. He stopped, turned and called out. The noise stopped. He dismissed it and brought the other bag down. He headed back up, and the same thing happened. This time he did not go back down, but instead called to tell me he was on his way uptown. Later that night, in bed, he told me what had happened. I asked him who was with him when he called me, and he said he was alone. All my hair stood on end. Who was that laughing then? I asked. He said he was alone when he called. I think he thought it was my imagination or a bad connection, but now I know what I heard. Now last night, I was at the theater, some fashion show going on there. My boyfriend tells me what happened the night before. He'd spent the night at the theater in a pull-out mattress the guys kept there for late night work. It was around midnight, and he was not asleep. He was staring up at the ceiling, rethinking his day. He heard his name called out. Then the door to the office slowly closed, as if someone was closing it from behind. He responded and peeked out to his desk to see if somehow a cat had found its way into the building, which is ludicrous. One doesn't see cats around there. And of course, he found nothing. All the windows were closed, so no breeze blew in. He said he then heard what sounded like whispering outside the office door. Lots of whispering, stage whisper, of gibberish with some strong hissing sounds, almost like a snake. He called out again and banged on the door. He went back into the adjoining office and went towards the door. He then felt a cold coming in from under the door. He placed his hand in the crack at the bottom of the door and felt no breeze. Then, a scratching sound, fast repetitions, like a dog scratching to get in, started. This was too much for him. He packed up and calmly walked out. He said he was a little afraid to walk back once he left the theater office, afraid of what he might see. I think being a theater, and many actors who loved the space, left parts of them when they died. The founder died of leukemia, and loved and lived for this theater company. The little girl who died in the fire also stands my hair on end. Last night, I also found out the other guy who hears and sees things, that he hears that same playful laughter in the theater, just like I heard on the phone that night. Also seen figures sitting at the bar, footsteps heard. And that's my story. Thank you. Hello. I'm writing about a few experiences I had at my home. The home is called Edgefield Manor. First, I want you to know that this may sound like the classic haunting in a big old mansion. Well, believe me, what lives in this house is no Casper. I moved in the fall of '86. The estate is huge, gardens and rooms upon rooms. It was originally going to be condemned. Well, anyway, here's a couple of my experiences. One day, I was in one of the parlors. I got up to turn the light on, and as soon as I did that and turned around, I saw a whitish figure glide across the other hallway. Another thing there is poltergeist activity. Explain this to me. The home has a ballroom. I went inside like usual. The grand piano was in the same place as it has been when I moved in. I walked out for 5 minutes and then came back inside. The grand piano was moved across the floor, pushed to the other side of the room. No indication of any noise. It was just moved. There are many others, and I have pictures. If you want more stories or pictures, just email me. I know this is kind of short, but it's always terrifying. Hi, my story begins in Maine. Our family owns a cottage in Castine. We go there every year. We're going next week, actually. The house belonged to my great-grandfather. The house dates back to the Revolutionary War times. People have died on the front lawn. The house is a 3-floor tower. This is a story about a crazy lady who used to live in that house. She used to scream out of the tower at people. Well, I think I saw her in the tower one night. When my great-grandfather lived in the house, he claimed that he saw it a few times when he would read on his rocking chair in the living room. He said it would walk in front of him. 3 other people in my family saw the same thing. I never heard the story about the crazy lady until I brought up my experience to my parents after we got back from vacation. The funny thing was, this ghost, it was wearing a maiden's outfit. When my dad told my grandfather, he said that I experienced it exactly as he saw it. I've never heard the story until I saw it. I am no liar. I was really never told to believe in ghosts, if they were real or not. This started when I moved to Missouri with my family in 1995. The first home we rented when we arrived, something was very uneasy about it. I not only felt it, but my eldest son did also. One evening, when the three sons were in bed and my husband was working late, I was up watching TV late. When I decided to go to bed, I left a low light on in my bedroom. As I was walking down the hallway, past my son's room, there was a blur. I thought it was because my eyes were tired, and there was a mirror on the back wall of the hallway. But as I continued walking, my left eye got real blurry, and I felt a cold chill go through me. There's a basement to this house. I had my washer and dryer down there. I also had my kid's Sega game there. I felt very uneasy every time I went down there. My eldest son heard something pounding on the Sega controllers. He said at one time, he saw some kind of figure down there. The figure was bent over, blurry blackish gray, and it had no real face or features. He said it stood there, and it was shaking its head. He would be downstairs playing, and hear someone coming down the stairs, and no one would be there. My son was very uncomfortable when he first walked in. He said he felt sick to his stomach. When he saw the figure, he felt sick also. We have since moved, same town. We have moved into another house that has been lived in by many people, but not for long periods of time. Someone told me that the reason nobody stays in this house very long is because it is haunted. Again, me and my eldest son have been the ones noticing everything that has been happening here. I hear feet scooting across the floor at night, but no one is there. My son has seen a bright light flashing in the corner of his room. It is in the upper corner of his room, where no lights shine on the wall. I've also seen this myself. He has also seen 3 lights, spinning lights, beside his bed. There was also a time that he felt his bed shake. My son has cancer, and he had been going through a time that he could not sleep. It was right around the time that he felt his bed shake. We do not have an uneasy feeling about these experiences. They are quite comforting. I had an uncle. He was killed on a head-on accident when he was riding a motorcycle, and he was hit by a drunk driver. This was around maybe 20 years ago. I think of him very often. I was just wondering if it was him that was there with my eldest son and me during this time that he, my son, is going through this cancer. We aren't scared of his cancer, even though it's rare. My uncle was a very spiritual man. I feel that this is his way of letting us know that my son is going to be alright. We will get through this year, and his cancer will be done. I have 2 other sons, and they've not experienced anything. Neither has my husband. I told him, and felt foolish. I felt he thought I was crazy. To start my story, I've had these experiences for a good part of my life. It started long before I was born, in a house that has been in my family for almost a century. My oldest brother Mike, he was around 3 when he saw the presence of my great-grandmother in a corner in the attic during a visit to see our grandmother. This house is an old 2-family home with a basement and an old apartment attic that had been dismantled in the 50s. My family moved into the house in the late 80s. Since the house has been in my family for almost 100 years, the house has seen many losses, and a lot has occurred inside the home. The attic had a very high spooky factor to it, I guess you would say. The house had a very spooky feeling to it all over. A lot of two-family houses, built in the 1900s, in the New England area. I've been told had a door that led into the living room. The door was for coffins to be wheeled into the living room, so the wakes could be done in the home. Knowing this always freaked me out. The doorway had been covered decades before my family moved in, but the eerie outline was still there on the living room wall. Now that I give you a feel of my old home, I'll explain my happenings. I lived in the house for 10 years. I have 3 older brothers. My oldest brother, Mike, heard and saw a lot happen in the house. He didn't always tell the rest of us, for I guess reasons of his own. I started having things happen 7 years after we moved in. When I was younger, I thought they were just nightmares. June of '96 for my birthday, I received a dog. August of that summer, my parents were staying in our summer home, and my brothers and I were home. My oldest brother Mike and I were lying on my mother's bed when all of a sudden, my dog went wild. She went from a dog that never barked or growled into an attack dog. She started barking and growling at the wall, and when we pushed her towards the wall, she cried and whimpered and shifted herself back towards us. I, being brave, stood in front of the wall and tried to beckon her towards me. She just barked and kept at her growling. My brother Mike and I were convinced we weren't the only two watching TV and left the room. My brother and I kept what happened to ourselves, and later that night, my brother Joe came home and slept in my mother's room. I slept in the living room, and my brother Tom was watching TV in the room with me. At 4 a.m., Joe and I heard my mother's sliding bedroom door open and shut 3 or 4 times. The dog started going nuts again, and Tom jumped up and ran to see what was going on. Joe sat straight up in bed, terrified by what he had seen. That night, the 3 of us slept in the living room. Mike and Joe and I have heard voices of 2 men talking to one another. I've heard the doors open and shut, and when I went to see who it was, no one was there. Mike, he once saw what he thought was Joe. Joe looks just like my uncle, who had died in the house. Mike said hello to the figure and went to his room. When he came out of the room to talk to what he thought was Joe, the figure was gone. And when he finally saw Joe again, Joe told him that he was just getting home from work and hadn't been home since that morning. Mike had slept on the bottom bunk of a bunk bed he had in his room. Joe used to sleep on top, while long since then, slept on the couch in the living room. Mike swears he could hear someone shifting on the top bunk, even when none of us were sleeping on top. Mike would hear 2 men conversating on the top bunk, but he could never understand what they were saying. These are just a few of the experiences we've had. My mother, father, Tom and I, we all moved out of the house in '97. Joe and Mike still live there. They still experience things happening at the house. I lived with them from November '98 till July '99, and I had no experiences. I visited them 2 weeks ago and stayed overnight. I slept by my grandmother's on her pullout, and something almost jumped at me. I can't even explain what happened. It was pitch black in the room, and my mother was next to me. I turned my body and opened my eyes, and it almost a flash of light, but with a dark figure behind it, leaped at my face and disappeared. I got so startled, I started crying. I think that whatever was in that house has followed me, or something is new in my home. When I leave my room sometimes, or even when I'm sitting in my room, my stereo will turn on, and my Jewel CD will come on. Last time I came in the room, the song Adrian was on. If you know Jewel, it's a song about a young girl who is a child who becomes disabled. I have no pictures or sound bits to share, just what me and my brothers have experienced. I know it's long, and some of my things may seem a little wild, but what I'm typing is nothing but the truth. I don't really know where to begin with my story. I told very few people about it, for the fear they might think I'm crazy. I'm glad to have found a place where I can talk about it freely. I'm 26 now, and have not experienced anything like this since I was a small child, but it changed my life forever. When I was around the age of 3, I was still sleeping with my mom and dad. There were several things that happened around this time. I'll start with the worst first. One morning, I'd just woken up, and I turned over like I always did. But this morning, I saw the most horrifying sight that no 3-year-old should have seen. Laying next to me was this terrifying demon. I know it was a demon because of its eyes. It had a human form of a woman and was nude. It was about 10 feet tall, had thin bony fingers, and the darkest eyes. It was like you could almost see through them. You could just feel the pure evil. It had the most wicked smile on its face, like it was taunting me. I stared at it for a few seconds, and then turned back, hoping I was dreaming. Then, I felt the bony finger poking me in the back, as if to say, "Hey, you." I turned back over, and it was still there, grinning that sickening grin. I watched it get up to go to the window, which was closed and about 20 feet off the ground. It turned and gave me one last grin and went out the window. It was also around this time that I awoke one night to see 3 demons. They seemed to be like children. They were standing in the doorway, laughing the kind of laughter like I've never heard before. This was the same room where I'd seen the other one. At the age of about 7, I awoke one night to see a Grim Reaper standing by my bed. Needless to say, these things have disturbed me all my life. I also saw my grandfather and his past child after he had died, but that was a peaceful sight. I've not had any other experiences since I was a child. Oh, they've always been noises that I could not explain, but nothing like before. It was like the experience did something to me. I've never had normal dreams, not as a child or as an adult. Always strange dreams and nightmares, like I have some way of knowing when a spirit is near or a house is haunted. Some people call it a gift, but I just wish I could understand it and what happened to me as a child. Thank you for letting me share my story. And this is a true story. This happened to me when I was 8 years old. I'm now 28, with 3 kids of my own. It happened in my hometown of Soak Village, Illinois, which is known to be a place that Indians pass through using South Trail to get to other destinations. At least, that's what the official story is. There are others, like myself, who believe more. We believe that Indians actually settled there, if only for brief periods of time. There's always been talk of bones being found when a pool was dug up or a garden was put in, but most say it's just that. Talk, not me. I believe it. I also not only believe, but know that the ground the Soak Village is residing on is sour, cursed, beyond anybody's wildest dreams. And I have many stories to support that belief. But for now, I will start with my first story of proof. It was a cold, normal night in the season of autumn, cold enough to keep you inside your house and snuggled under a blanket. I was doing exactly that. An 8-year-old can only do so much during these times, and I chose to do my homework so I could read later. I'd been listening to a Rick Springfield album on 8-track. I was playing it on my 2XL robot toy. This was a toy that you could put 8-track cartridges in that was made by the company to be a sort of trivia game. You'd play the cartridge, and it would ask you questions and tell you jokes. It had 2 big red robot eyes that flashed red when you were correct. It had 3 buttons you could push to answer your questions. 2XL could also play normal 8-track music, and of course, its red robot eyes flashed in time with the music. So it was doing exactly just that on that cold autumn night, flashing its eyes to Rick Springfield, and I was quite contented. My bedroom was on the 2nd floor of my house and faced north, along with my bed. I had a window north of me and east of me. Of course, it was dark outside, but it was so warm inside and so very comforting. Every now and again, I'd look up from my homework and just look out into the darkness. No reason. It was just something I did. Well, this was the last time I ever did that again in that house. As I was sitting there, all of a sudden, I felt instantly cold, and every single hair in my body was raised. My blood felt like it had ran cold and decided to just stop pumping through my body. My heart was racing. I was perfectly terrified, and I didn't even know why. Yet, my 2XL was suddenly stuck, and it kept playing the same verse from Rick over and over. Hole in my heart. And its eyes weren't flashing anymore. No, they were just burning bright red, blood red. Then I felt this magnetic pull, like something was pulling me to my right. I turned my right head and looked out the east window and saw something that haunted me for the rest of my life. Sitting just barely outside my window, levitating, was the most horrifying image I'll ever see in my life. A creature about 2 feet tall, but sitting Indian style. His skin was snowy white, and you could see the outlines of his bones because he was that skinny. He wore some sort of white cloth draped sideways on his body. This is why I later named him Gandhi Monster. My young mind thought his skinny body and his white cloth looked like the real Gandhi's did. This creature's head was too big for his body. His 2 horrible, big dark eyes were piercing my soul as he stared at me. He opened his mouth and grinned a grin at me that haunted my dreams for years. His mouth was full of long, snarly, razor-sharp looking teeth, dripping with blood. I don't know how a mouth could fit so many nasty teeth into it, but it did. I watched as the blood dripped from his teeth and slid down his chin and onto his white cloth diaper shorts. He raised his hands and reached for me. The fingernails were at least 4 inches long, gnarled looking, and sharpened to points, also dripping with blood. I wanted to scream. I wanted to run, but I was locked into place by his piercing eyes. I couldn't breathe. I felt as if my brain was being scrambled and my soul was being raped. His grin became larger, and he opened his mouth wider. He kept looking at me as if he knew me, as if he had been waiting for me. He started to lift his arms, and it looked as if in seconds he would actually be inside my room and not just outside my window. All traces of reason disappeared, and my mind snapped. I still don't know how I did it, but I managed to tear my gaze away and leap off the bed and out my bedroom door, screaming with every inch of my soul, all in like 2 seconds. I could feel him pulling me. I could feel that horrible stare penetrating my back as I screamed down the hallway to my mother. Of course, when her and my father and younger brother came back, it was gone. But they knew I saw something, and they did not try to tell me it was my imagination. They comforted me and taped up all the windows in my room. They actually had to pull down all the shades and seal all sides with duct tape. I couldn't even sleep in that room for almost a year. My brother even remembers coming into the room with my parents afterwards. The Gandhi monster was a story we didn't often tell, but it always brought fear to speak of it, to us and to others. My parents never spoke of it again either. As I grew up, I tried to face my fear and sleep in that room, but never did I sleep with my back to a window. Never. 18 years later, I moved to Florida with my own little family, and I found peace within myself. But I'll never manage to forget that creature, and I'll never sleep or sit with my back to a window, and I will never forget the one thing I heard it say to me in my mind as I was running out of my bedroom door. Someday, I'm coming back. Hey, I'm in my mid-teens, and I've experienced ghostly encounters. The one that really freaked me out was when me and my family moved to Scotland. For a few months, we lived in chalets. Me and my older sister shared one on our own. A few weeks after we moved in, we began to feel uncomfortable and felt as if we were being watched there, and there was also a threatening atmosphere. We told our parents, and they said it was just because we were next to the graveyard. A few weeks later, I was lying in my bed with the door open when a tall, dark figure stood, leaning over me. I didn't think at that particular moment, but it wasn't until my sister asked me if I felt somebody was in my room the previous night. We started to talk, and she too felt as if somebody tall was leaning over her. I then started to sleep in my sister's room, and the figure didn't return, so I moved back into my own room. But then again, the figure returned this time. It was kneeling beside me. The next morning I told my sister, and again, she felt the presence of a tall man. Our dad told us that the large house next to us was where the Vikers used to stay until the house was sold. One night, my mom came in, and she was holding two necklaces with crosses on it. Me and my sister aren't religious, so her mom thought it had something to do with that. So we went to bed, holding the crosses. That night, it was very uncomfortable in both rooms. After that, we haven't felt the presence of the tall man. The figure that visited did so on a few occasions. Each time, it felt as though it was getting closer and more angry. When the crosses were given to us that night, the figure seemed very angry. Its face was literally pressed into mine, and it felt as if he was gritting his teeth at me. My sister also had this very uncomfortable, menacing figure who was pressed into her face. All you could do was hide under the guilt, closing your eyes really tight, and hope you'd fall asleep quick. Since that last visit, nothing has returned, and we've since moved then, and nothing. We don't even use the crosses anymore. Other things that we didn't think of as being connected at the time now do seem connected, such as the chalet that mom and dad were in, although the same, was different in feeling. Because mom and dad's chalets always had a comfy feeling, yet ours didn't. Whether it was because there was just me and my sister alone in there, and it was our imaginations or not, we don't know. Although in mom's and dad's chalet, there was only one more person over there. From the moment we stepped into the chalet, it was always cold, even with the heaters on. Plus, there was often a bad smell wafting around, a lot like fish, rotten. This was only in my bedroom, possibly me, my sister says. Also in my room, there was a strange noise of scratching, as if someone was sketching or writing. This noise accompanied the presence of another figure, smaller in stature and of the female sex. My sister also felt the smaller presence, but not the noise. She only came once, very different, not menacing, quiet in nature, and much older. She was almost a comfort. But it's still not nice to be watched over at night by ghostly figures. It's strange, because we didn't actually see anything, yet you get so much from these feelings, the sex, age, angry, happy, etc. Plus, we get almost exactly the same feelings. But is it just our imagination? Are we certifiably insane? Are we demented? No, we definitely feel we had a visitor. Previous to this experience, my sister had not really believed in it, ghostly visits and such, but now, I think she has had a change of mind. Me, myself, I've always believed. My mom's granddad often visits, a kind presence, bringing good luck, such as when she was having problems. He visits to let us know everything will be okay. He often visited when we were babies, watching over our cots. Our dad also saw what appeared to be him. Whenever he visits, we know him by the distinct smell of putty. He used to repair windows. So really, we are used to the visits, although my sister had never experienced any until now. Unfortunately, it wasn't a happy experience, one not to forget. Happened to surf onto your website, and I just wanted to let you know that I saw Resurrection Mary in Justice, Illinois, back in October of '92. After getting off of work at 3 a.m. from a chemical plant, Whitco Corporation, near 51st and Central in Chicago, I was driving by that particular cemetery at about 3:30 a.m. on my way home from work. Driving by, but initially not thinking much of this sight, as there was a nightclub with women of ill repute nearby. I saw a woman in a light blue or white palm dress standing by the trunk of what looked like a black park limousine at the front SW Cemetery driveway off Archer Avenue to the cemetery. I slowed down quite a bit to get a better look at the odd sight, but then drove off. I thought it was probably a prostitute with her John. However, looking back at my mirror, maybe a second later, the woman and the limo were gone. Let me reassure you that there was no way that I would have missed the limo driving off in that second that it took me to look back in the mirror. They weren't on the road or in the cemetery because I looked for taillights. The cemetery gates are pretty large, and it would have taken a great effort and time to open both of the cemetery gates for the car to get through. I did not think much of the incident until a few days later. I was talking with some of my employees that lived in the area near the cemetery. Two of my employees mentioned that I'd probably seen a ghost called Resurrection Mary. I didn't much believe in ghosts until that incident, and I'm still somewhat skeptical, but I cannot fully explain what I saw that night. That incident is still vivid in my memory, and kinda creepy to think about it, to this day. Ever since I can remember, I've always had an interest in ghost stories. That is why I'm writing you this letter. No, I don't have a ghost in my house. A friend of mine told me about this place at least 10 months ago. I was so amazed at this story, I asked if he would take me to this place. No one really ever goes there. I guess because it's so creepy and dark looking at night, but during the day, it is okay. Nothing strange happens. Well, first, before I tell you more about this place, let me tell you the story of why it is so unusual. The city is called Lake Forest, California, and they call it Canyon Creek, I guess, because it is nothing but canyon and wide open spaces of nothing but rocks and wildlife. The story goes back 30 years ago of a lady who was in her 40s. Nobody knew what her name was. She lived alone with her 2 Great Dane dogs. She was very rich and owned all of the canyon, which is like miles and miles of land. This lady never married and had no children. It was just her dogs and herself. She lived in this trailer park home, and it was not a pretty house by any stretch of the imagination. Well, about 6 years later, the story goes that a police officer got a call about the lady and her dogs. The officer went to the lady's home and knocked at the door, and no one answered. The officer ended up breaking down the door, and what he found next was horrifying. It is said that the officer found the lady dead. Nothing was left but her decaying body, and her bones were visible. Worst of all, laying right next to her were her dogs. They had both died as well. Now, on to the paranormal part. People who have never been to this place don't know what to expect if they come into this place. It's unpredictable. Sometimes, when you go back to the area where she passed, you'll notice paranormal phenomena. Other times, you won't. A man was driving alone on the canyon by himself one night, and the story goes that he saw the presence of the lady standing at the side of the road with her 2 dogs. The man did not stop at all to give the lady a ride. He just kept going. This other story was told by my friend. My friend told me that his ex-girlfriend and her boyfriend went up there one night to check it out. They stopped where the lady's house was. They were only there about 15 minutes away when they were just talking and listening to music. Then, all of a sudden, they heard a knock on the side door of the driver's seat. They both turned to look, and they saw the lady standing there, knocking on the window. She was dressed in all white and covered in blood. They also saw the dogs nearby as well, far off into the distance, appearing as silhouettes. They sat there in shock for 3 minutes, horrified by what they just saw. For some reason, the lady was still knocking at the driver's side of the window, but in reality, it was really not that long. They both said that she must have been there about 40 seconds. After that, my friend said they never returned back there. That was not the only story that happened to anyone. There are far more. What I would like to know is who is this lady and why is she doing this? There's something more to why she has to haunt people who have done nothing to her. Maybe it is because she does not want anyone on her land that she loves so much. What could it be? Here's my email address. If you have any questions, please feel free to get a hold of me. I would like at least some kind of feedback on this story. Please, I beg you. I'm so confused and I'm scared. Please let me know what is going on. I find this intriguing. When I was a young teenager, around 13 or 14, my cousin Judy and her family had rented a home on the Tennessee and Georgia line. This was a huge house with plenty of bedrooms for Judy and her 4 siblings. It had a wraparound porch and 3 fireplaces. It was a gorgeous old home, probably built in the early 1920s, if not earlier. And there were huge oak and maple trees complete with tire swings in the front yard. Judy, who was 2 years older than me, instantly hated that house. She said that it scared her. Her mother passed it off as that adolescent dislike of anything and everything. After about a month in that house, Judy had changed. She was always sleepy and cranky, always jumpy, and looking over her shoulder as if she were scared. When I asked her what was wrong, she insisted that it was the house. She said that there were strange voices, odors, and unexplainable movement from furniture at night, that she was almost unable to sleep at all. When I tried to be rational, she snapped at me and demanded that I go and see for myself. That night, I arrived with a small tape recorder and blank cassette tape, something one of my classmates told me to do, and readied myself for bed. Just after 11 p.m., I awoke to the sound of fingernails tapping rhythmically on a wooden table. Figuring it was just Judy trying to save face, I rolled over and went back to sleep. A short time later, the radio alarm clock sounded, blaring some static-filled rock tune. I turned it off, thinking again that it was just Judy pulling another prank. Later still, I awoke freezing cold. All of the blankets were piled at the foot of the bed. Judy was sitting with her back to the headboard and her knees curled up under her chin and her arms wrapped around them. She was staring glazed eyes at the dresser mirror where there was this faint, fog-like mist reflecting in it. Again, thinking it was all Judy's doing, I gathered up the covers and went back to bed. Finally, very late in the night, I was again awakened to the sound of someone calling my name. It was very distinct and not something Judy could pull off, especially considering she lay next to me sound asleep. I shook her awake, and she heard it too. We sat there listening for what felt like hours. Then it just stopped, and there was an uneasy stillness in the room. The bedroom door slammed shut, and the dresser drawers opened and slammed closed of their own accord. A guttural growling sound filled the entire room, getting louder and louder until it was echoing throughout the house. When it finally subsided, we could hear beating and knocking on the bedroom door. It took us a few moments to realize that it was Judy's mom trying to get into us. When her mom finally got in, Judy and I were in tears. Somehow the door had locked itself, and it was one of those old locks that require a skeleton key to lock or unlock. Her mom wanted to know what we had been doing to cause such a ruckus. When we began to tell her about all of the odd events, she shushed us and emphatically stated that there are no such things going on in this house. No sooner she had gotten the words out of her mouth, the rocking chair in the living room just outside of Judy's bedroom began rocking. Rocking so violently that it was pounding the floor. After that, the kitchen and living room lights began to flicker on and off. Judy and her family moved from the house the very next day. The day after Judy and her family moved, one of her brothers found the tape recorder and began listening to the tape. There were at least 3 different voices heard, and no one could decipher what languages the voices were speaking in. Judy threw that tape in a brush fire after listening to it, and said that those sounds were the sounds she had been hearing since day one. On a side note, that tape recorder never worked again. When my dad took it to a repair shop, they could not find a thing wrong with it. It simply would not work. I had forgotten about that night in that house until this past weekend. My spouse and I were driving around looking for a place to hunt when we stopped at a 4-way stop. A chill came over me and my feet began to burn as if I was suddenly standing on hot coals. I felt lightheaded, nauseous and weak when he said, "Man, look at that house. It's like staring at us. Gives me the heebie-jeebies." When I looked to my left, there it was, like a nightmarish blast from a long-forgotten past. I called Judy when we got home and told her about seeing that old house. Judy, now almost 35, was extremely upset about the mention of that house. She made it very clear that she did not want to discuss that house or anything that went on beyond its doors, and she made me swear to never bring it up to her ever again. From 2001 to 2003, my grandma and I lived in a house in Boonville, Missouri. The house was my uncle's, but it used to be a duplex, so my grandma had one side, he had the other, and I had the upstairs that went from his side up. First, I have to say that the house always felt weird. It used to be a vet's office, and between the 2 halves of the house, There's a little hallway, about 3.5 feet long, with a door on her side, a door on his side, and a door to the basement. The doors in the house stuck at some times of the year. It wouldn't stay shut the other part of the year. This was the part of the year that they wouldn't stay shut. They just swung all the way open. I went downstairs to go talk to my grandma, and when I went into the hall, both doors slammed shut. The basement door, which always latched very well and stayed latched, started to swing open and stopped at about 1 inch. I know it was about 1 inch because my hand was on the door. There was a really cold draft coming from the crack in the door, and our basement wasn't that cold around that time of year. I screamed and started banging and pushing on all 3 doors. It was pitch black in there. There wasn't a light. And finally, the basement door shut quickly, and both doors just swung open. I went in and told my grandma, and she said she heard the door shut and thought it was weird, but didn't hear me screaming. Another time, we had been gone all day, and so had my uncle. We didn't have a big ladder, and no one around there had seen anyone on our roof. I went upstairs and walked into the bathroom, which was right across from a window. I paused for a couple seconds, then turned around. The window, frame and all, were lying on the floor. There were a couple marks on the wall where the corners hit as if it was falling down, and there were linters of wood all over the floor. We checked, and there weren't any pry marks, and no marks outside, and no handprints on the window like someone had pushed it. My uncle still thinks I somehow pried it off the wall. That is the window he kept telling me to keep shut. I tried, but it was one of those windows that opens from the top and leans in. Every time I shut it and locked it, it would come open. He slammed it shut, and the next time it was open was when the window fell off the wall, as we put it. There are other things that happen in that home. Almost all of it happened upstairs. The locked doors would pop unlocked, open, shut, then relock themselves. If I put too many things on top of the filing cabinet in the corner of my bedroom, it would shake violently until some stuff fell off. When anyone went up or down the stairs, something grabbed your ankles about halfway and even tripped you. I had a particularly nasty fall down the stairs one time. The closet doors in the hallway would open and close slowly sometimes. The stairs came up in the middle of the hallway, and there was a walkway all the way around. The side that no one ever walked on had really cold spots. A couple of things that happened that were not upstairs one time. I had my door open and was just laying there thinking, and I saw something come from my upstairs living room and walk down the stairs ever so slowly. I followed it down the stairs on my rear end so I didn't get tripped and through to my grandma's side of the house. My grandma started talking when it was still in the shadows. She thought she was still talking to me, and I was still in her kitchen. When I ran in there, she stopped and asked if I was standing there. Who was in the shadows? I told her. That was her first experience with a ghost. Also, all of the time, it seemed that the house was listening and watching everything, even from the outside. All in all, that was a very active house, and I'm glad I don't live there anymore. We moved into our house in August of 2001. We first realized we had a ghost when I was sitting on the toilet, and the toilet paper in front of me suddenly and very quickly began to unroll into a perfect pile on the floor. This happened once to my husband also. Soon it began. Here are some of the things we have experienced with our ghost. We have a woman who died in her son's room. Her name is Della. We know this from buying the house from her nephew. And we have a male ghost, but we do not know who he is. Her son will sit in the game room and turn his stereo on. It will turn off. He will get up and turn it back on. It will turn off again. He finally, after a while, gets frustrated and just leaves it off afterwards. Once my husband was plugging in the television in the game room, and he felt a breath on his neck
and heard a female voice say, "Too hot." We do not know what she meant by that. Our son was sitting in the upstairs TV room one day. We have a bookshelf in this room. On the top shelf were 2 tall candles and plants. The candle came up over the plants, across the middle of the floor, and hit him on his knee. One evening, my husband and I were the only ones home, and we had heard a crash in the kitchen. One of our glasses had come out of the top cabinet and smashed into the middle of the kitchen floor. One morning we woke up, and the kitchen stool, which had been under the table at the end of the kitchen, was in front of the stove, as if Della had been sitting there, watching something cook. We had several people over, and videotaped the comforter on her bed, being straightened by invisible hands. Also, at this time we asked, "What are you doing here?" A male voice whispered, "Watching." That is when we realized we had not only had Della in this house, but a male ghost as well. We have had on numerous occasions the smell of baking bread, and no one was baking bread. According to her nephew, she died in her son's bedroom in the month of June. The first June that we were there, we had approximately 7 times that the police would call and say that they just received a hung up 911 call. After a while, we figured out who was doing it and removed the telephone from that room. It never happened again. One summer evening, my husband was in the backyard. When I walked out, he asked, "Where's my beer?" I did not know what he was talking about. He said he thought it was me walking through the kitchen, and he had yelled up for me to bring a beer. I had not been upstairs. I was down in the laundry room. Her son took a picture with his camera cell phone of a dark figure of a man sitting at her desk in front of the computer. We have things like our shoes being upstairs and ending up downstairs, just small things like that being moved. And finally, we can hear someone walking around upstairs when we are downstairs in the game room. It has just become our way of life. They are like part of the family. We don't even consciously notice half of the stuff happening anymore. One of the most horrifying incidents, though, occurred one night while sound asleep. My husband had been sleeping in another room at the time, when I could have sworn I heard faint screams coming from the room he was sleeping in. Although the screams sounded faded and far away, the tone still sounded as if people were being buried alive. Naturally, I rushed to my husband's assistance in the event that he may be in trouble. Fortunately, he was completely fine, but before I could turn back completely and head back into the hallway and into my room, I saw a shadow figure zip past me from the corner of my eye. I decided, at that point, that I was going to stay with my husband until the morning arrived. I was too scared to go back to the other room to go back to bed. Hey, my name is Kelly, and I know that this experience is a bit short, but it's also a life-changing story that I'll always remember for the rest of my life. I used to frequently visit this young girl who I became a babysitter for. Her parents' house was a typical American dream type home, nestled inside a friendly subdivision of similar looking homes with white picket fences, perfectly manicured lawns, etc. One specific occasion, I was watching that girl play around in the front yard. It was late night, and I know it wasn't the smartest thing to do to let her child play around outside in the yard, but I was watching her, and the neighborhood was always very safe. I think it was about 11:30 p.m. at night when this whole event occurred. The streets had been empty. Absolutely nobody was out there but me and this little girl. That was when I noticed a man aimlessly wandering down the street just in front of the house. Since I was so focused on paying attention to the little girl, I didn't really notice him pop into my field of vision until he passed us by. This was an older middle-aged man with tattered clothing, looking completely out of place in a neighborhood that wouldn't even have these types of people wandering on the streets. He looked delirious and was walking slowly. He didn't seem to turn to us or even recognize that we were on the lawn. He just kept walking.
Immediately, I grabbed the girl and ran back into the house and locked the door. I decided to look through the drapes when I noticed the man had disappeared on the street. It didn't make much sense to me because the man was walking so slowly and I'd just seen him the second before. I asked the little girl if she'd seen the man I'd seen, and before I could even finish my sentence, I heard a soft knock at my door, my heart pounding. I was too scared to even look through the hole to see if it was that man, but I did anyway. Oddly enough, there was nobody there. I ended up telling the family of the girl, and of course called the cops. They came over and told me to be careful, and that they would do their best to patrol the area in case they see a suspicious man outside. Later on, I thought that it could be possibly a ghost, though I'm not sure, but it does certainly seem like it. Another night I was out playing with this little girl when it started the storm shortly after. Her parents were home this time, but I liked to bond with the kid. My mom called me and told me she wanted me to come home so I wouldn't be out in the middle of the storm. The drive is probably about 10 minutes at the most, back to my house. As a side note, a friend of mine's house that was killed in a car accident is on my way home. As I was driving past, I got this urge to look at the house, and in the yard of this house, there was this fog presence. It wasn't just a light mist either. It was a completely darkened cloud. What completely shocked me, though, was that I swear it had some sort of definition or defined shape. It had the build of a person, but as I said, was still a dark cloud. I saw it for about 5 seconds, then it disappeared. It scared the crap out of me, because nowhere else around had any kind of fog. It definitely seems that this area has a lot of supernatural energy, and I'm not sure why. Thanks for reading, though. I wanted to share a story that proves that love continues, even after death. My son and his wife, who live in another state, were expecting their first baby in the first part of December. My 80-year-old mother couldn't wait for the baby to be born. She was so excited. Every time I talked to her, everything would be about the baby. In mid-October, Mom suddenly fell ill and was hospitalized. My son and his wife came down and spent a lot of time with Mom in the hospital, making plans for the baby, etc. On November 5th, Mom died. My beautiful granddaughter was born December 1st. It was named after her great-granny. It was very bittersweet, as we loved the baby more than anything, and so glad she was healthy. But it was very sad knowing how much Mom wanted to see her. Well, death did not keep Mom from seeing her first great-grandchild. While in the hospital, my daughter-in-law was alone in the room, with the baby, kinda dozing in and out. Suddenly, she felt something nudge the end of her bed. She looked up and saw Mom at the foot of her bed, smiling at her. About this time, the baby started to fuss. My daughter-in-law watched in awe as Mom glided across the room to the baby and started rubbing her back. The baby immediately quieted down, and Mom slowly faded away. The baby is now a month old, and my daughter-in-law says that now that they are home, the house will start to feel different, and the baby acts like someone is playing with her. I think we know who her guardian angel is. As a side note, yes, the story is 1000% authentic. I know maybe people might not believe it, but obviously it happened, and I have the proof to back it up, at least in my heart. It's not the scientific proof that everybody wants, but it did happen. I believe in ghosts. I'm certain of it. I had an experience at this location, similar to the gentleman who shared his story, so I'd like to share mine as well. One evening, out of the blue, my friend told me about this haunted track just outside that small Saskatchewan town, located in Canada. We decided to take the several-hour trip just for fun, just to see it. My friend, who knew about it, had already been there several times, and told us exciting but scary stories about it. 2 carloads of us made that trip that wintry night. We drove our vehicles down the track, past some no trespassing barricades, and parked. We got out to look. So to speak, we saw the light. This bright light, similar to a single headlight, slowly moving towards us. We then noticed it would split in 2, move fast, slow down, merge back into one, and repeat at fast rates. Freaked out, we ran back into the cars to leave, to notice the one larger car got stuck in the snow. We tried to get out. The longer and harder we tried, the brighter the light got. We couldn't move the vehicle away from the light because of the snow, but the guys figured we could move it forward, towards the light, unfortunately. Myself and another girl slowly walked towards the light to see if there was a clearing so we could turn around. When we did this, the light seemed to fade away. We walked quite a ways down, then decided to go back to the cars. We turned our backs to the light, which was at this time quite a ways away. You just have to look back, and after a few steps, we did. The light instantly grew in intensity and jumped what was like 50 to 70 feet towards us and was right behind us. We ran to the cars. It followed just as fast. Something, it wasn't the snow, kept making me trip over and over again, hurting my foot even more each time. I was on the verge of tears. Eventually, somehow, we got back into the cars, managed to get turned around, and started heading back. Then the car in front of us got stuck. The light moved up the road with us, but this time, maintained a bit of a distance. We got this car unstuck with less trouble than the first, and proceeded a few meters more when we came back to the barricade. I don't know how we got past it at first. It seemed impossible to get back. Big pieces of metal in the middle of the path, ditch with trees on the side. Maybe just enough to get a car through, if there was light. One of the girls got on top of the pile with a flashlight to show where the edge of that was. I got in the ditch to show where the edge of it was, turned on the headlights, and the most absurd thing happened. The spotlight went crazy, fast, unpredictable movements, sudden duplications, merges, etc. Then little red lights surrounded it as it turned into one huge glowing white light. Then the huge light went out, gone, instantly. The red lights remained, and they flew towards us at high speeds. I tried to get myself out of the ditch and run to the car, but my foot felt as if it was being pulled back by someone. I yelled at the top of my lungs for help, but everyone else was spooked by the red lights, and they were running. More resistance was felt to my ankle, and I looked back at it and noticed the red little lights now, about a meter from me. I yelled at them to leave me alone, and for my friends to help. All of a sudden, I was released from its stranglehold. I then proceeded to leap from the ditch and ran as fast as I could. I got up and ran as fast as I could to jump in the car. We left and got away from those tracks. I know I yelled. The scary thing was, I asked my friends why they didn't help me get out of the ditch. They said they didn't hear me yell at all for anything. I know I did. Did the ghost take away my voice then and there? Discussing this event afterwards with the group, we concluded I had the scariest experience of the 8 or so of us who took the trip. Why? They aren't sure, but I think I know. I was the one who didn't believe any of it would happen. The ghost had to prove me wrong. They did. Trust me. Believe. They are out there, and you don't want them to have to prove it to you. Every time I tell this story to anyone, even typing it, my body stiffens up like I did that night. I feel a cold sweat, and every shadow scares me. It scared me to tears that night. I returned another time with other friends. They all believed at first, so they ventured out down the path, ran back within seconds, scared out of their wits.
I got as far as 5 steps from the car when I jumped back in and locked the doors. Something felt wrong, like I wasn't supposed to be there. I couldn't even look down the path. I traveled 4 hours. Didn't even look again, just to travel another 4 hours back home. Over 35 years ago, in our farm neighborhood, there was a farm where an old woman lived alone. It was said around the neighborhood that the old lady was a witch. I don't know if she actually was a witch, but she was pretty scary looking. She wore long dresses and always had a scarf tied over her head. She walked with a cane and was kind of stooped over looking. She didn't own a car, and we would see her walking up and down the roads, picking up cans and bottles, which I guess she sold. We would pass her in the mornings on the school bus, and whenever the bus went by her, all the kids would quiet down and sit silently in their seats. We wouldn't admit it, but we were scared of her. As I said, she lived on a farm. She did not farm the land, but rather cash rented her ground to another farmer. The land was a mix of ridgeland and rich bottom ground, prime farmland. There was a nice large woods which held an abundance of wildlife. Farmstead itself consisted of a large 2-story farmhouse, 2 barns, and a spring house. Large old pines surrounded the house. It actually was kind of a pretty farm. In 1963, the old lady died alone, and her land was bought by a neighbor in a share of sale. The neighbor was never successful in finding a tenant for the house. It seemed that nobody would live there very long. Then, in 1966, the house and all the outbuildings burned to the ground. The ensuing investigation didn't ever turn up much, but to this day, the rubble of the fires is still there, and the site is slowly going back to nature. Just a large pine still mark where the farm stood. Along came 1967, and for me, life changed. Graduation, the Marines, and Vietnam. Thoughts of witchy-looking old ladies were the furthest from my mind. Presently, after 2 tours, I returned to the good old USA, and for a while, traveled around, seeing the country. Soon, I became homesick and moved back home to Indiana. Having lived in the bush for a couple of years, I guess I had a hard time adjusting to life among people, so I would spend a lot of time in the woods hunting, or just sitting alone, in the quiet. Upon my return home, I asked the owner of the old witch farm if I could hunt on the ground he owned. He responded affirmative, as the ground was no longer good for farming. It seemed that after a couple of years after the old woman died, springs burst forth out of the hillsides on the farm and saturated the bottom ground, ultimately turning the farm into a marsh. Today, you can slog through the marsh and find the tops of fence posts sticking out of the ground for about 10 to 12 inches. Fence wire is still attached to the post, disappearing into the ground. Now, I started hunting on this ground, but I was always uncomfortable while I was there. I constantly felt as if I were being watched. It was kind of creepy. You could just feel something unnatural was there with you. However, having survived the NVA, I was not afraid of any creepy Indiana woodland. One rainy night, in the late 1970s, I decided to go fox hunting. I left my uncle's home and ventured out in the woods with a light, a fox call, and a shotgun. I knew the best hunting would come in the field behind the old witch's woman's farm stand, so I crossed the creek and went up the ridge to the old farm. I set up and began to use my fox call. I was not afraid. I'd learned long ago not to let my mind get the better of me. After a while, I called in a gray fox, but I was not able to get a good shot at him, so I held my fire. It was very quiet, just the sound of the rain falling. Now, I need to explain that when fox hunting, a call is used to call in a fox, and a powerful light with a red or amber lens cover is used to shine
or reflect the fox's eyes, revealing the animal's position. This is a common method used by hunters everywhere. After I was convinced that the first fox I called in was not going to present a shot, I resumed calling. After several minutes, it seemed that I was hearing a noise coming from the old farmstead area. I shined my light in the direction of the pile of rubble that had once been the farm buildings, and suddenly, I realized that the light was reflecting back a pair of eyes that seemed to be 8 to 10 feet off the ground. Okay, no need to panic. Probably a raccoon up in a small tree, trying to get a better view of an animal that was in distress, a noise my call makes. Regardless of what it was, this incident spooked me, and I decided to leave. I blew my cover and removed the red lens cover from the hunting light and turned it into the direction of the elevated eyes. Now, an animal's eyes will reflect red in light, but normally reflect with a greenish tint in white light. However, the eyes of a possum will still reflect with a reddish tint. The eyes that were being reflected in my light stayed red. No big deal, just a possum. I gathered my gear and started across the field for the wooded slope to go home. Turning my light in the direction of the red reflecting eyes, they were still there, unmoving, but closer. Now, any animal whose eyes are being reflected in light will eventually move their head, causing a momentary break in the reflection. These eyes were unblinking, unmoving, except they appeared to be following me towards the woods. Scariest thing was the fact that the eyes were still about 10 feet off the ground. It was then I realized that there were no trees in the field for an animal to be in, and no Indiana owls can hover like a Harrier jet. Suddenly, this battle-tested Marine panicked and started double timing towards the woods. I found the footpath that went down to the creek crossing and started down it. After going about 40 meters into the woods, I stopped dead in my tracks. I was suddenly paralyzed with fear. I knew if I turned around that the pursuing eyeshine would be behind me. Mustering my courage, I slowly turned, shotgun at the ready, and as sure as hell, the reflection was there at the tree line, still about 10 feet off the ground. In the powerful beam of my hunting light, I should be able to see the body of whatever was following me. But all I could see were the eyes, staring, almost seeming to glow red. I was toying with the idea of shooting at what I was now sure was an apparition, but a low guttural sound, which came from the same location of the eyes, convinced me that this was not a good idea. I was overwhelmed with the feeling to get the hell out of here, so finding the feeling in my legs, I broke and ran like I never had before. I did not even use the stepping stones at the creek crossing. I just splashed through the water. I continued my pace through the scrub timber until I finally found safety in my uncle's farmyard. At this time, I heard a cry coming from the timber that I cannot duplicate or describe accurately, but it had a mocking quality to it. What did I see in those woods that night? I don't know. It wasn't anything indigenous to the Indiana woods. It was something that scared the hell out of me more than an NVA B-40 rocket ever did. I know that I will never go into the woods again at night. This incident happened over 20 years ago, but I can't shake the image from my mind. I was reading the many accounts of ghost hauntings and appearances, and I thought I should share mine. My senior year, my sister, my friend Mindy, George, Joey, and myself decided to go and search for ghosts in a place that is known for many ghost hauntings. I'm from San Antonio, and some of you may be familiar with the tracks school bus crash that killed several children and bus driver in the surrounding Espada Park. On the way to the tracks, there's a cemetery about a couple of blocks off the main street that leads you to the tracks. It was about 11:30 at night, and we heard about the statue of the Virgin Mary, that if you stare at her long enough, she starts to rock back and forth. This whole area is known for many ghost sightings because it is also a battlefield. The statue is located in the cemetery
near the small road that leads into the cemetery. The cemetery has a gate surrounding it and a chained entrance. Well, anyway, we parked outside the fence and sat in silence to see if this was true. Sure enough, slowly at first, the statue started rocking. She sits with her head bowed and is holding her arms as if she is carrying a baby. To our surprise, the statue started throwing her head back. We started freaking out, but weren't too scared, because we had seen a ghost about 15 minutes ago, but that's another story. We sat there, and my friend noticed that the gate was completely open. I don't know how we would have missed an observation like that, since we have to pass the entrance to get to the park outside the gate to see the statue. We all decided to go in and get a better look. We were being stupid and just weren't scared enough, I guess. Slowly, George began driving, and as we kept getting closer to the statue, the harder she would rock. When we got to where we were aligned with the statue, about 10 feet, the most horrifying thing happened. The statue lifted her head and stared at us, but with no eyes and no face. It was completely black, and what made everything worse was that as soon as she looked at us, the car shut off entirely. We were in hysterics, screaming as if we were being murdered. Even George and Joey, two 18-year-old men, were screaming like girls. The car was a year old and had no problems with it. George continuously tried restarting the car, and it just would not turn on. The rest of us are looking away from the statue, and I was praying to God to start the car. Finally, what felt like an eternity, it started, and we hauled ass out of the cemetery and took a right out of the entrance, which leads us further away from the main road towards the tracks. We were in shock and decided to skip going to the tracks and go home and pray. When we got home, I noticed the TV was on and the news was blaring. It was announced that an earthquake had just hit the San Antonio area. I guess that explains what happened at the cemetery, even though I swear it was paranormal. I'm not even entirely sure what happened that night exactly, but I know it terrified me. But how do you explain the black eyes? How do you explain everything else? Maybe it was a paranormal earthquake, if that even makes sense. You know how I was talking about the ghost from earlier that I said I wouldn't mention? Well, I guess I should mention it now. A few minutes before we were heading up to the cemetery to see the statue, we saw this old guy out in the fields, just digging. As we drove by with our headlights on, we flashed towards the guy. He looked up at us and looked absolutely frightened. Either that or angry. It was hard to tell. But as he was looking up, his eyes were black. Not only that, but his eyes were so black that they were reflecting off of the car. I'm not even sure if that makes sense, but that's what we saw. We ended up driving past that area, and that's when we went into the cemetery. Now, you may dispute this and may be skeptical about what happened, but I'm telling you, honest to God, it really did happen. I know a lot of people say that, but I swear on my life that it did. Every time I pass by that cemetery, I can't help but think of what happened that night. I don't know if I'm ready to see that thing again, once it decides to appear. But I'll tell you what, whenever someone tells me a ghost story, I'll listen and believe. We moved into a house that was about 100 years old and had not been lived in for about 20. The rumor around town was that it was haunted. I did not believe this, even though I had grown up with people that had spent nights in the house and said that they experienced it firsthand. So we moved into the house when my children were ages 5 and 8 years old. The first night in the house, I was very nervous. I could not go to sleep. When I did almost fall asleep, I heard a man's voice in my head. I know this sounds very strange, but it was like someone else's thought was in my head, and it said a man's name. I can't remember the name, only that it started with a B. We finally settled in. The girls complained of doors locking them in rooms. We had gone out of town for the weekend.
my youngest daughter got a virus. When we got home, she went to bed. About 5:30 a.m., I heard what I thought was one of my children calling out for me. When I checked in on them, they were sound asleep, not even stirring. I went from my youngest daughter's room into the hall to go to my room, and I saw what I thought were car lights reflecting in my window on the stair landing. But as I watched, the lights were bobbing up and down, independent of each other. They went down the steps, turned at the landing, and continued down the steps until they disappeared through a door. Another time, at about 5:30 a.m. again, I was awakened by someone touching my leg. I thought it was one of my children, but nobody was there. I also experienced the man's voice in my head one more time. Near Halloween of the same year, I was in the car with my children when my 5-year-old complained that she always felt that someone was watching her when she was in bed. This scared me. It was time to get out. We bought a brand new house and moved out. When we had moved into the old house, I had 2 cats. They were so scared in the old house that they didn't come out from under the couch for a week. I thought this was a reaction from moving. When we moved into the new house, they were at home right away. I feel that they sensed something. After we moved out, my mother-in-law confided that she had an experience in the house while getting my children off to school. It was a foggy morning and not yet light out. She heard someone come in the house. She walked into the dining room and could see someone in what was called the parlor. She thought it was my mother, who liked to get up early and walk every morning for exercise. When she spoke my mother's name, the presence went up the steps. She thought my mother had gone up to check on the children. When she never came down, my mother-in-law went up looking for her, and no one was there. She became concerned and called my mother to make sure she was all right. My mother confirmed her calling. She said she wondered why she called so early for no apparent reason. My husband also experienced hearing what he thought was the children calling out for him, and they were asleep. For about 6 months after this, I had nightmares about the house. I hope I never experience this again.
Some people think that we are crazy, but I believe that you believe that it is real. In 1972, my parents purchased a house and we moved in. I was 5 at that time. During the 5 years that we lived there, so many strange and terrible things happened. Right after moving in, we had a sense that we were not alone. Late at night, my sister and I would see a man standing over us while in our beds. I got accustomed to sleeping under the bed for years. We would lock our door, and he would unlock it. We would put things away, and he would take them back out. He was always taking things and placing them in the exact same spot a week later. We asked neighbors about the house shortly after moving in, when we arrived home from shopping, and it sounded like there was a party going on inside. When the door was opened, there was nothing, just silence. That was when we started asking questions about the property. One neighbor, who lived next door for over 50 years, told us a heart-wrenching story. It seems that a family of 4 had lived in the house in the late 1960s to the early 1970s. Man, wife, and 2 sons. In 1969, one of the boys was crossing the street and was hit and killed by a speeding car. The other child was also killed in the same spot, same time, same way, 1 year to the date. The mother was so upset that a few days later, she hung herself in the living room. The father came home to find his wife, and he shot himself in the kitchen. This was 2 years before we purchased the house, and had been on the market since the tragedies. I cannot say as to whether the spirit was content with us or not. For instance, at the age of 8 and my sister 11, she got sick and was admitted into the hospital as dead on arrival. Thank God the doctors did not give up.
They saved her life and gave her back to us. She was diagnosed with encephalitis, a deadly disease during that time, and still is. She was in the bathroom when I found her that night, and in the mirror appeared a shadow of a man's head. We have since destroyed that mirror, but the shadow was never there before her sickness. Second instance, we moved and rented the house out to my aunt. One evening my uncle had went to retrieve some items he had in the garage. 2 of the items were antique shotguns. We have never been able to find shells for these 2 guns, and they're in shadow boxes now. As my uncle picked up one of the guns, the other slipped and went off. He was shot in the neck and shoulder and almost died from the injuries. Thing is, there was no proof either gun had been fired. Police could not find any powder residue anywhere, but they concluded that the shot came from that caliber of gun. Third instance, I moved back into the house in 1986, shortly after the birth of my son. After being there a week, it was extremely hot that summer. I had a feeling something was wrong with the baby. I went into the room and noticed that it was blue and ice cold. As I rushed him to the hospital, he was coming around. At the hospital, they said nothing was wrong with him, and he sent me home. I moved that night. I only go into the house if a renter moves out. Nobody ever lives there long. I still get locked into the rooms. I feel his presence all around me, and the hair stands up on my arms. We have never been able to get a minister to go in the house. We always get told that evil lurks there. There are many other instances, but these are the ones that really bother me the most. I'm 60 years old at the present time, but when I was in my early 20s, I married a very loving, handsome man, and we moved into our first home, which was a big red brick house in a small town. The house was separated into 2 halves, an upstairs and a downstairs. We lived in the bottom half. Soon after moving into the house, we gave birth to a beautiful daughter. Our life was fulfilled. Back then, I was still very much in love with my husband, and even today I am. And he was ever so proud of his little Joy Lynn, our daughter. Our life couldn't be better at this point. Until one day, during a hot summer, the family above us had to move due to work, and I was asked if I could clean and paint the upper half, and tried to find a new family to move in. I cleaned a little one day, and then decided to start again early morning, when the sun wasn't beating through the windows. And so I did. I started at 5 a.m. and decided to take a break and do one of my own chores that needed tending to. I left the door open that led to the upper half of the home and began to wash some clothes. When I went out in the yard to hang them, I thought nothing about my very curious 5-year-old daughter being alone in the house. I was only right outside the door. I went back in the house to make lunch for her before I began to clean again, and called for her and got no answer. I began searching for her, and she was nowhere to be found. After searching the streets, I called my husband home and then contacted the authorities. They found her daughter. She had explored through the door that was to the upper half of the house and climbed up into the attic, and when they had found her, she was dead. I was in shock. I was only outside for a short time, and she had no marks on her body to show cause, and the medical people couldn't even explain what the cause of death was. This was the hardest thing I even had to endure. One night, while lying in bed, trying to reenact the day out in my head and figure out what could have happened, my husband made a strange noise and yelled, "Did you see her?" I sat up and asked what he was seeing, and he swore my daughter had entered the room. I assured him no one was there, and that his mind was playing tricks on him because he missed her so much. That was one of my many long tearful nights, and it happened several times a week, until exactly 8 months to the day that our daughter died, when I was leaving to go to the mill, I found my husband's lifeless body lying on the basement stairs that led to the outside, and in his hands, tightly clutched, was the doll my daughter lost the day before she died. The doctors say it was a heart attack, but at the young age of 30, I think he had too much strain on his heart over the loss of his daughter. I began to blame the house, and it took my only happiness from me. I moved out shortly after, but rumors have it that the families that lived there soon after swore to see a man and a little girl walking the house in search of each other. This is my true but sad story, and someday we will be together again. As for the house, it still stands, and every so often I drive to see if I can get a glimpse of my family it took from me. Sunday, September 16th, 2001. Very early in the morning, around 6:45 a.m., I witnessed what I would speculate is my first ghost experience. Before I go and tell you what I saw, or what I think I saw, I think I should mention all the details from the night before. I live in Pennsylvania, and my fiance lives on the border of New York and New Jersey. We were driving home from his house that night at about 12 midnight, which was about a 2-hour drive from a funeral we had attended earlier that day for his grandmother. As we were driving home, we got to telling each other about different ghost stories and urban legends. At first I was scared, getting creeped out by each story. However, after about an hour and a half of stories, I started to relax and enjoyed listening to them. When we got to my house, we decided to look for ghost stories on the internet. We got into reading in-depth stories and looking at pictures. At about 4 a.m., I put him to bed in my guest room. I still live at home with my parents, and they're very uptight about him and I sleeping together. The guest room is filled with porcelain dolls, many put in the closet due to being too freaky looking for him at night. He went to bed with the light on, again being afraid of the dolls, in the empty room. I went back to my room and stayed up for another 2.5 hours, being afraid myself. I wasn't afraid of dolls, but instead my room. My house is about 12 years old. I've been living in this house ever since I was 6. We moved in right after my 6th birthday in October. The area is new, and we were the first people to ever live there. The area before this was a dense forest, and it wasn't torn down until a year before the house was built. The area wasn't a graveyard, nor was it ever. When I was younger, I used to think the area was, so I went and did research directly where my house was located. As a child, I was sent to school in St. Anne's, a Catholic school in the area. I went to church either Saturday night or Sunday morning for years and years of my life. When I got to about 5th grade, I started to not believe in God. Around the same time, my parents were asking priests to come over and bless our house. I asked my parents nicely to keep the priests out of my room, not wanting it to be blessed. At first, my parents thought I was into the devil, but I explained that me not believing in God meant no devil either. When I reached 9th grade, I dropped Catholic school, and my parents no longer started to attend church. I know I've been going off subject, but I guess I should give you the background information before the details. I didn't want to go to bed at all, but I knew I should, so I waited until the sun came up and crawled into bed. My room is the hottest room in the entire house. It is so small. By the time I had gone to bed, I had gotten so cold that I had to sleep fully dressed with a sweatshirt on. I never even did this in the winter. When I was under the covers, I looked up at the ceiling. Maybe it was my imagination, due to all the fright I've been going through, but it looked like something was above me. I started to doze off for a second and looked straight up at the ceiling. What I noticed was absolutely terrifying. I noticed a spider, only had a human face. It was translucent, and it looked at me with piercing eyes. The eyes were even red. I closed my eyes yet again, and when I reopened them, everything seemed fine, and there was nothing on the ceiling. I've never in my life been this scared, and I've never in my life imagined things, even when I was scared. I closed my eyes and refused to open them. I fell asleep, from what I recall, a few minutes after. Later the next day, at around 8 p.m., Derek and I had been talking about what happened the previous night. We were both hungry, so I decided to go downstairs and go find something for him and I to snack on. When I came back up, we started eating, and he casually drops a line. He told me that while that was happening, last night he saw a person in the distance while the door was open in the hallway. He said he knew it was a ghost because it was transparent, but not transparent enough to notice the spiders crawling all over this person. He noticed it for about 10 seconds, and then it faded away. He was absolutely terrified, even though he seemed really nonchalant, telling me the story. I could see it in his eyes. A split second later, he felt a cold draft enter the room. Although there was no windows open at the moment, before this, I never really believed in ghosts the way I do now. However, maybe we were both scared and imagined this. And one day though, everything that was told in this email is true and exact. Nothing was exaggerated. I would really like some help and hope maybe someone could answer my questions. Please tell me if you think we're both seeing things, or if maybe our willingness to believe has brought out a spirit. Whatever the case, it was horrifying, and I do not want to experience the spider ever again. I'm an agnostic, or truth seeker. My wife is not, but both of us are open-minded people. We also believe that spirits exist, as well as ghosts, and my wife considers it creepy, while I simply remain fascinated with them. We moved into an apartment just after we were married, in 1999. I believe that there are ghosts and residual energies in various places in our apartment. The place is the standard apartment layout, and every once in a while, night or day, doesn't matter what time, she and I, or both, would hear the sounds of footsteps on carpet going down a short hallway. These were not boots in the hardwood footsteps, but more like bare feet on plush carpet. We felt that the ghost was female and very sweet. She would just walk down the hallway towards the bedrooms. If I were in one of the bedrooms, I would always have a small feeling of happiness go through me after I heard her coming. The way you would feel if someone smiled at you. Occasionally, we would feel her watching us from the front room or back bedroom. Evidently, the hallway was where our domain was. There were never cold spots, but my wife would occasionally feel the lady next to her when she walked from the bedrooms to the front room. The lady made my wife feel rather creeped out. However, she startled me once when she came running into the bedroom, eyes wide, and told me that the lady moaned in her ear as if trying to say something to her. So for the sake of my wife, we stood in the hallway and asked the lady nicely, but firmly, that she could remain, but to not make her presence known to us. We also informed her about the light and how she could enter into it. Since we had no more occurrences with her, in the small bedroom, there's either residual energy or a passive ghost. I feel watched when I'm in there, and it's usually 10 to 15 degrees cooler, even with the afternoon sun spilling in. I don't think my wife feels it, and no one else does either, but I felt it so strongly, so I placed a micro cassette recorder in there with a sensitive mic and recorded for the duration of the 30-minute tape. The only odd things I've heard on the tape were an occasional whistle that changes in octave. The second only lasts for a half a second, but it's an audible, breathy whistle that goes up an octave, like first part of a wolf whistle. That was interesting, and I'd dismiss it if it weren't for some of our possessions being misplaced that suddenly appear in odd places. Our truck keys suddenly disappeared this morning without a trace anywhere. The truck was searched over twice, and the apartment was searched. So I made duplicates at Home Depot and gave them to my wife, who used them to drive to the doctor's appointment. When the appointment was over, we walked back out to the truck and opened the door with a duplicate key. There on the driver's side seat was the original set of keys that were missing. She would have felt them under her bum if they'd been there before. She called me at work in hysteria, telling me all about it. I don't mind ghosts being around. I consider them friends, or at least I try to make friends with them. They are, in fact, just spirits without bodies. Some are angry, some are nice, and even some are jokers. When you come across one, you should respect him or her just like you would a complete stranger. Make friends with it, or ask it to leave if you wish. But don't disrespect ghosts because of childhood, Halloween stories. They are intelligent humans who are a bit confused about where they are. If you happen to have one around you, simply ask it to walk into the light where friends and loved ones await them. This experience is not that exciting to hear about. I do not wish to embellish it with creepy anecdotes or a mysterious plot, but nevertheless, this is how it went. I attended Hagengrove Military Academy in Chatham, Virginia, a town that in itself is stuck in time. It is the home of racists, bigots, and sadists who have inherited land from their ancestors. It is not a place in which I would suggest visiting. Having said that, I used to make a trip with some of my classmates in a beer store, 57's, which was an hour-long walk through pasture and woods from the campus. We never left with the intent to be caught by school officials, one of which, Captain Stout, a double Medal of Honor veteran, who is as sneaky and stealthy as anyone on the planet. The penalty of being caught was very high. We did not mention this experience to anyone who was not present. It surely would have spread. We were on our way back from 57's at about 1 o'clock in the morning, a little buzz from cheap beer with the intent to distribute alcohol to other students, when the three of us, mainly my roommate and best friend, stopped dead in our tracks for no reason. I'll remember the next sequence of events until the day I die. We heard the unmistakable war cries of rebel soldiers on the charge. It is a sound somewhat akin to imprisoned tribesmen intent on killing you. From atop a hill, directly in front of us, through the trees, came 30 to 40 purely solid figures charging, apparently unconcerned with us. We hit the forest floor and did not make a sound as we witnessed a battle, first 10 or 12 volleys of gunfire, and finally hand-to-hand combat, and then retreat. It is pointless for me to explain every troop movement I witnessed. Just use your imagination, and you should understand. The whole incident lasted no longer than 2 to 3 minutes, but the cries of those men will haunt me forever. I live in the town of Anaconda, Montana, and I used to work at the Copper Bowl. We all used to joke around about Wilbur, the previous owner, who haunted the place. At first it was just little things that would happen. Casino machines would all of a sudden have credits on them when no one was there, which could be a mechanical malfunction. Things would move from one place to another, but nothing was as horrifying as what happened one Saturday morning. It was earlier in the morning, and it was just the cook and I. He was telling me about the reflection of a woman he had seen a few nights before in one of the windows, but when the spot where she was supposed to be was investigated, no one was there. These kind of scarier stories were becoming more and more commonplace, and we knew that Wilbur wasn't alone. That morning, we had gone over to the bowling alley, which is next door. It was always dark in there until the owners came, and always cold. In the dark, you could hear someone walking across the boards, which makes a very distinct sound. Now, what I mean by walking across the boards is that someone is walking in the gutters or on the lanes themselves. You could hear the footsteps coming towards us, but there was no one there. You could also hear the jingling of keys. A little while later, we were alone in the restaurant, and you could hear things next door getting louder. Not just footsteps this time, but other noises that we just couldn't explain. The cook had to go over to the bowling alley to get ice and was gone for what seemed like a very long time, so I went over to find him. As I walked through the door, there was a really intense feeling, one that I've only had a few times in my life, and it was the feeling of get the heck out of there, but I had to find my coworker. When I called his name the first time, I got no answer, so I walked up towards the bar. As I walked up the stairs, I heard what sounded like a gurgling noise that comes from deep inside the back of the throat, and I got the chills. I called his name again, and this time he answered me, but it sounded very faint. Again I called his name, and it seemed to be as loud as it should be, considering he was only 4 feet from me. A little while later, we went over there again to have our cigarettes, and I saw a black figure at the other end of the alley walk across. My coworker saw the panic in my face and turned around. He then turned to me and told me we had to get the hell out of there. I found out that Wilbur had died when he drowned on a fishing trip. Needless to say, I quit not long after that. My better half and I were looking for a larger apartment to rent. Because he works mornings and I work afternoons, I ended up doing a lot of our house hunting alone. I went to look at around 5 different houses and apartments one day. They were all far too generic, little boxes in apartment complexes, until the last one. This last house was an old mill house, made into a duplex. It was huge. The ceilings were 15 feet. The rooms were massive. It was a great house, about 9 years old, and also cool. My boyfriend came to look at it the next day and also liked it, so we moved in. It was little things at first, an odd pounding on the wall that we attributed to our rambunctious neighbor, cold winds that we thought were just the usual drafts of an old house, but the cat, we couldn't explain the cat. Our kitty is a smart little beastie, more so than the average feline. He wouldn't go upstairs without one of us. If he was asleep on the bed and he left the room, he would go streaking past you down the stairs. He would sit and stare at something in the corner. He would leap up from a nap and chase his tail, like someone had pulled it. We didn't even really think about it. We figured the cat was weirded out by the move. Then more concrete, odd things began to happen. I would see little figures out of the corner of my eye, quick shadows that were gone before I could turn my head. Or I would hear laughter, but it would vanish just as quickly. Sometimes I would hear crying as I walked up the stairs, but these things were always short and soft enough that I would think it was a trick of my mind. My boyfriend and I were watching a movie one night when something happened that convinced me I wasn't insane or overly imaginative. My boyfriend, who does not believe at all and is incredibly pragmatic, suddenly stopped the movie. He asked me if I heard that. "What?" I replied. He looked at me and said, "Children screaming." I hadn't heard it, but I could see how upset he was. And more odd things have happened since then. My boyfriend and I love kids, especially me. It's a running joke that I'm a baby magnet. Kids love me. We have several friends who bring their young children over to visit, or for me to babysit, so I have toys all over the house. Our kitchen and living room are connected by a doorway with no door, so you can see straight through. I was making a tuna fish sandwich a couple of days ago and happened to glance into the living room. A small, brightly colored ball rolled across the floor. At first, I thought the cat must be playing with it, and then I realized the cat was sitting next to me, hoping to catch some floor-bound tuna. I was the only one home. My boyfriend swears that he saw a blonde-haired kid in our kitchen, hiding under the table. I was babysitting our friend's toddler that day, and he figured it was Mickey. So he snuck over, planning to lift up the tablecloth and play peekaboo. But when he lifted the tablecloth, no one was there. Mikey and I were 2 blocks away at the park. I know I've gone through all this setup, and nothing really freaky's happened, so here's the clincher. It happened this morning. That's why I'm writing this now. I woke up late. My boyfriend had gone to work, and I was planning to laze around the house and maybe do some yard work. I laid down on our couch and decided to watch a movie, and I apparently dozed off. I woke up because someone was crawling onto the couch. Seriously. To anyone who has kids or spends a lot of time with them, you know what this is like. You're napping and feel tiny hands on the couch. Then a little body crawls up and snuggles down next to you. This has happened so many times that at first it didn't even faze me. Then I realized that none of the munchkins I'd take care of were in the house. No one was in the house, and when I sat up, the weight was gone and no one was there. None of this scares me. I rented this house because I told my better half that it felt happy, like a home. The only thing I can come up with is that the children of whatever mill worker lived in this house are still around, and that's okay. I hope they like us in our home. I'd rather have happy little ghosts than not so nice other ones. I'm so glad this site is here, and I can tell someone about these events. Our friends just laugh. Great work. I've had a few ghostly occurrences happen to me, but 2 really stand out. I call it Lady with the Long Black Hair. When I was a little girl, growing up in Somerville, Massachusetts, I was around 3, I think. I would wake up every night because of a bad dream. I would then make my way to my parents' room to sleep for the remainder of the night. I would have to pass through the kitchen to get there. The lights were out, but there was some light coming in the windows from the streetlights. I would see her sitting on the kitchen counter, up against the wall by one of the windows, a lady with the long black hair, which is how I always referred to her. She was dressed in a long black dress, pale-faced but shadowy, with illuminated green eyes. She would just be sitting there and looking right at me. It always took my breath away. I was so afraid of her. I would inch my way towards my mother's room with my back against the wall, never taking my eyes off her. Her eyes followed my progress across the room. I always thought, she's going to jump off the counter and get me, but that never happened. Years later, my mom told me she had strange things happen to her in that house too, but that's another story. In another story, my Nana came to visit me. Years later, living as an adult in Hampton, Virginia. One night, I was awakened by something. When I opened my eyes and looked around, I was startled to see my Nana sitting in bed with me. Nana had died 6 months earlier. It was kind of scary because she was gray and just slightly transparent. Also, she had a shocked look on her face, almost like she was the scared one. Then in my head, I heard her voice saying, "Shh, go back to sleep," which I did. The next day, I remembered it all quite clearly, and thinking on it, I feel like she had been surprised that I had woken up and was looking right at her. I don't think she bargained on that when she come to visit me. Hey, my name is Tyler, and this is the story of my sightings of the ghost in my uncle's house. I moved to Bend, Oregon to live and work with my uncle, and I slept upstairs where nothing happened at all for the first 3 months. Then my dad and 2 brothers moved in also, so I had to move downstairs. Well, downstairs had like its own living room, a bathroom in the bedroom with its door next to the stairs. Well, We used to hear 2 sets of footsteps upstairs, walking around, when there was no one up there. Sometimes we would think it was my brother and his friends. But when my little brother went up to check the door, it was locked, and they were still out. One night, my brother fell asleep on the couch, and when he woke up, he heard a very loud scream, like a woman being killed downstairs. When the scream happened, our cat ran up the stairs, hit the hardwood floors, and ran right into the room, under the bed. Also, right up the stairs, our fridge faced a window with the oven right in front of the fridge door. There was a magnet calendar on the freezer door, and one night, while watching television, me and my brother and my dad were scared when we heard a loud bang in the kitchen, and then the calendar was thrown hard down the stairs and hit the door downstairs. Thing about it is that there is no way that the calendar could have went downstairs at the angle it was. The thing that made me really believe in ghosts, though, was this one night. After my dad went to bed, I watched some TV, and it was summertime out, so it was hot, and I decided to sleep on the floor. When I was about to fall into sleep, I heard a light chuckle behind me, which I thought was my dad. But when I looked behind me, there was absolutely no one. I tried to go to sleep again, and the same thing happened, and I got a little angry. Well, again, I was about to fall asleep when I had the feeling that someone was looking at me. When I opened my eyes, there was a gray male figure, about 6 feet long, and a dark figure, about 5'10", standing right next to me. And when I looked at them both, they both looked back at me. I got so scared that I closed my eyes and prayed that they would leave. And when I opened my eyes again, they were both walking. Again, I closed my eyes, and when I opened them again, they turned the corner and went up the stairs. I picked up my pillow and ran into my dad's room. He woke up right when I got into his room, and when he asked what happened, I told him in a very shaken voice that I saw a ghost. Right when that happened, we both heard 2 sets of footsteps right above our heads, and the door opened and closed with a lot of force. After that night, I believed in ghosts, and there's nothing in the future that will ever change my mind. Hi, my story happened a long time ago. I was 17, and it was the evening of the 1989 earthquake here in Northern California. I was staying at a family friend's house for the night. I had known them for several years, and they'd always told ghost stories while we would camp. The husband's brother had just died when he was 5 years old. He got hit by a car. He said he thinks that his brother was still around. They still lived on the same property that he grew up on. Anyway, to get to the story, that evening, we all went to bed. They had a small house and had me sleep in the kids' room, and the kids slept in the living room. Everyone was turned in for the night. All of a sudden, the lights started flickering. The dad yelled for the kids to stop messing around. It wasn't them. We all ended up getting out of bed. The lights continued to flicker and then turn off completely. We turned the light switches on, and nothing. We looked outside, and other people's homes were still lit up, so it wasn't a power outage. I just figured with the earthquake and all who knows, I wasn't scared at the time. We all went back to bed and giggled a little and made a few jokes about the ghost. I laid back down, and before long, the lights started up again, and then the drawers in the bathroom started opening and closing, slamming hard. At this point, I was scared. I ran into the master bedroom and told them I wasn't sleeping by myself. I thought I would sleep on the floor at the foot of the bed. We were all a little scared. All of a sudden, the most horrible, inhuman sound came. Like I said, it was a small house. It sounded like the home had surround sound. It came from every corner of the house. This loud, guttural scream or moan. It was a long moment, and then it all stopped. I sat there and cried. I didn't sleep a wink that night. I couldn't wait to get out of there. I told them in the morning that I would never be back to their home. I felt that whatever it was didn't like an outsider in the house. I look back at that night and wonder about it. I lost contact with the family. It has been close to 20 years now. At the time, it made me a firm believer in the paranormal. Now as I get older and am more skeptical, I can't help but wonder if it's some kind of joke. I don't see how. At the time, I don't even think there was such thing as a surround sound. And that is the only way that sound could have come from the house. It was as if the house itself was screaming. That is the only paranormal experience that I have ever had. Just thought I would share it. Thanks. My friend Helen and I had been in our local pub for most of the evening. We had been drinking cola all night, but decided to walk down to another one close by, as there was a band that we liked that was playing there. The town that we lived in is quiet and unassuming, so we thought nothing of walking through the cemetery that was on the way to the other pub. You're probably thinking, oh, here we go, another cemetery story. It was right in the middle of the two pubs, so it was the usual quick walk. It was around 9:30 p.m. on a Sunday night in October 1998, so it was pretty dark. We chatted and walked down the path and into the cemetery, not giving it a second thought. All of a sudden, Helen grabbed my arm and froze on the spot. "What the heck is that?" she gasped. Thinking she was trying to scare me, I just laughed and looked over to where she was pointing. I could feel her shaking as she held on to me. To help you picture the scene, the path runs directly through the middle of the cemetery, with graves on both sides, the church to the left, and a row of cottages just the other side of the graves, and a little hedge to the right. To my horror, there was something very large, tall and black, making its way along the small road, which runs along the side of the cottages. We're only about 15 yards away, but there was absolute silence. No footsteps, breathing, or noise of any kind. The thing was sort of gliding along at a steady pace, as we couldn't see the bottom of it because of the graves in a small hedge. We couldn't see any legs or anything, but the way it moved looked like it was on a bike. We both stood, rooted to the spot, and watched it for around 30 seconds. It moved around the row of cottages and down a small alley that runs along the side of the library. The odd thing was that it was huge, much taller than the downstairs windows of the cottages, and it was a sort of square shape. It's very hard to describe, but it was definitely not a person. It made absolutely no noise and moved very softly and smoothly. We were terrified. When it had gone, we just looked at each other and ran back to the pub. We told a couple of our friends, but they just laughed at us and said that we were seeing things. But we knew what we'd seen, and it really frightened us. We're not the kind of girls that scare easily and are very level-headed. On occasions, we still mention it. We even went along there in daylight to try and find a plausible explanation, even trying to work out how tall it must have been, but we never came up with anything.
I have seen many paranormal entities during my life. Here's my first quite shocking meeting with a ghost. I was 7 years old then. I was in my grandparents' house with my mother. The house is about 80 years old. I was relaxing downstairs when the phone suddenly rang from upstairs. My mother proceeded to go upstairs to answer the phone, and I followed her. After climbing about halfway up the old staircase, I felt that somebody or something was behind me. I quickly turned my head, and that's when I saw a middle-aged lady climbing the stairs, holding out her hands as if to grab me. She was wearing a bathrobe, and her hair looked mangled. I freaked out and ran upstairs as quickly as I was able to. She surely was a ghost, because she wasn't a family member
or a friend. I'd never seen her before, and my mother didn't even notice her. She disappeared as fast as I'd seen her. Unfortunately, that wasn't the only ghost experience I had in that house. I was about 10 years old when the second meeting happened. It happened in the same old staircase in my grandparents' house. It was late night, and I was going upstairs to get some sleep. That's when I quickly discovered that my route was blocked. At the end of the corridor where you turn right to get to the staircase was a man, a very unusual man standing there. He was wearing a gas mask, so I wasn't able to see his face. He didn't speak, nor did he move at all. He just stood still, and I was too afraid to go past him. So I then got my grandmother and went back to the corridor with her. The gas man was nowhere to be found. Understandably, I was too afraid to sleep, so my grandmother stayed the night with me. I'm pretty sure that my grandparents' house is haunted, and my friend has witnessed that too, as the next experience tells. I was 11 years old, and my friend was 12 when this happened. We were playing in the basement of my grandparents' house. It's no surprise that the basement is also quite unsettling, just as much as the rest of the house is. We were in the big room just under the staircase that leads to the middle floor. We were having fun, until both of us felt a strange feeling that made it obvious that we were not alone in the basement. We felt that there were other beings present, entities that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. We're also sure it wasn't our grandparents, because both of my grandparents were upstairs. That feeling also told us to leave the basement. It felt like we were surrounded by invisible people, and that we really needed to leave the basement immediately. After a few minutes, in a panic, we fled back up fast. Even at this stage of my life, it is still frightening for me to walk that staircase or be in the basement. I often feel the same feeling in these places that I felt 10 years ago. My friend also feels the same energy as well. Luckily, I haven't seen any ghosts since then. Regardless, one thing is certain. There's a lot of paranormal activity going on in that house, and I'm the person the spirits need to target, for whatever reason or another. My story starts back in 1991, when I first hooked up with my then boyfriend, now husband. My boyfriend lived on the bottom floor of a house that his aunt owned. His aunt and her family lived on the second floor. His cousin was my best friend, and so I was always at the house. We had a small, close-knit group of friends, and were over our house one time playing Truth or Dare. I remember it as being late at night, and we were sitting on Holly's bed playing this game, when one of the girls asked her if the house was haunted. Holly said that it was, and that it was her maternal grandmother. She then went on to tell us certain things that would happen, and most situations would take place right next to the father's recliner chair. About 15 minutes after we finished playing the game, I had to use her bathroom. Though I was so totally afraid to go alone, I didn't want to seem chicken, so I went on my own to the bathroom. Just as I was passing by the recliner, I noticed I suddenly got cold. It was a warm summer night when this happened. Okay, I chalked it up to being my imagination, seeing as we had just been talking about it. Then, years later, I had this woman I was working for, and we got along really well. So, one day she had invited me to her house. Well, as we were at her house, we were talking about ghost stories and the like. She excitedly pulled out her digital camera and led me upstairs to their master bedroom. We stood just outside the bedroom doorway, and she told me to take the camera and just scan around the room, starting in one corner and going to the next. Just see if you see anything, she said. I took the camera, still not knowing if I was truly a believer, and scanned the room. Suddenly, I moved back to the corner I just scanned over. She said, "You see something, don't you?" I did. I saw a greenish male figure standing in the corner, looking out the window. I was scared to death. But even when I scanned the corner again, the figure was there. We returned to the first floor of the house when she started to tell me all about it. They had bought the house just about a year prior. The first week they lived in the house, their children, very young children, would awake in the middle of the night, screaming and crying. Finally, one night, my boss's husband got so furious, he yelled, "I don't care that you're here. I don't care if you just stay. Just leave my children alone." The children never woke up crying again. Then about a week later was when my boss had noticed the image through her camera. She'd been going through various parts of the home, taking photos to send to relatives that lived out of state. When she was scanning the master bedroom, looking for a good view of the room, and found the exact image I found. She yelled for her husband who saw the same thing, but it could only be seen through the screen on her digital camera. After I saw it, I was a believer. There was no way I would have seen it if it weren't there. A couple of days after she saw the first image herself, she was cleaning in the basement when she found a hidden room. She went into the hidden room and found a box of papers. They started investigating the roots of the home. She found out that the old police chief of Restless, the town she had lived in, had built the house a very long time ago. The only thing she could figure is that the greenish male figure is the police chief, looking out the window and watching over his town. They still live in that same home, and they still live with their chief, all of them living peacefully together. Since I was little, I've been sensitive to ghosts. Sometimes I had dreams that would later turn out to be true. Also could tell which song was on next on the radio, knew who the phone call was next, etc. My experiences tend to happen at times when I'm either feeling low or just open towards the other side. My stories. As a little girl, I didn't like being in my room after it got dark, or darker when it was summertime. I remember feeling watched, and something wasn't right. A lot of times, I was so afraid of the door leading to the back of our house, and the stables. I felt like something was looking at me, and wanted to hurt me. This went on from when I was around 8, and stopped when I was 12. At times, they would show up only once. Once I was in bed and was close to falling asleep. Suddenly, I heard a voice calling my name. I woke up completely and looked into the corner of my room, and there was an old woman there. I couldn't see her clearly because she was kind of blurry, but she had a friendly feeling about her. She then disappeared, and I never saw her again. When I was 17, my dog died, and I was devastated. A few weeks later, I heard him coming up to my room from the kitchen and saw him enter my room. He then jumped up on my bed, walked around 3 times before sighing, and got down. I could feel him on my bed and against my leg. When I tried to touch him, he disappeared. My parents' farm, where most of the events happened, is old. It burnt down once there, and there seems to be quite a lot of ghostly activity. In the barn my parents got their car. Since I was little,
I was afraid being alone there. I felt something was wrong, and that something was hanging in the dark. I always felt uneasy there until a few years ago, when my mom told me that someone had offed themselves there. My worst experience I've had was when I was around 15 to 17 years old. My room was connected to the kitchen by a little hallway. From the kitchen, you can go directly to the 2 living rooms. The last one I've never felt easy in was always feeling unnaturally cold and just weird. One night, I woke up and my room was ice cold. I heard someone open the door from the hall to the kitchen. It was a man, and he was going directly to the last of the living room. Somehow I was there when he went there. I saw him take his rifle and then off himself. It was feelings more than actually seeing him do it. I then was back in my body, but heard him fall down to the floor, moved a bit, and moaned before he died. The second that happened, the coldness disappeared, and I could breathe again. I told my friend at the time about it, but I was too afraid to ask my parents. One day, I sort of jokingly asked if anyone had offed themselves in that room. My dad turned around and looked at me with a strange look. Yes, your godmother's father offed himself there. They hadn't told me, because my godmother didn't like me to know. I found his grave, and it happened the exact day he had offed himself. I've had nice experiences though. A friend of my parents and their friend had offed herself. My friend was really devastated about it and couldn't get over it. One day we were in the kitchen when I saw a sort of fog that turned into a ghostly hand. It may have looked ridiculous, but I'm telling you, I know with my own eyes what I saw. It was right on my friend's shoulder, almost as if to soothe her. After it disappeared, I immediately alerted my friend, and she said that her shoulder felt really cold. My friend then told me that she felt a lot of peace. To the both of us, it really meant a lot. The latest year, the happenings happened without any real pattern. Last year, when I was at my parents' and sleeping in my old rooms, I didn't get any sleep for the last 4 days I was there. There was a presence in the room, and it was not a pleasant one. It just radiated hatred, and it was pointed at me for some reason. The next time I got home, it wasn't in there, but then I had to sleep in my mom's bedroom. I was woken up by someone slamming their hands into the bed very hard. I looked at the end of the bed, and I saw a shadow standing there, then disappeared. Since then, I haven't felt it. For some reason, I knew it was male, but I didn't know why it felt so badly about me. When I'm home at my parents' now, there's a young girl there, something I can't feel what it is, and a man. None of these are evil, but just looking out for me. I've seen the girl from the corner of my eyes, and seen her reflected in the mirror. I think they are protecting me, and just looking out for me. At times I can enter a house and know that there's more than just what the eyes see. I felt the presence of family or just passerbyers. I do believe that at my parents' house, there's some kind of field of energy where these spirits can enter. Some stay, but others don't. I got one in my room where I live now. Just a little prankster, really. Turns on my computer, or opens all the cupboards. I did have an old man, though, who loved to watch me shower. I told him that it was rude, and I didn't like it. Since then, he hadn't been there. At the same time, there's a girl running every night on the upper floor. My brother is sensitive too, but apparently never experienced the same as I have at my parents' house. Seems I'm the only one they get attracted to. Also felt being pushed,
but that happened at my parents' house as well. I don't mind having this ability, but I know I have to learn to control it. It can get to be too much at times. I've been doing some research about black spirits and ghosts. I had an experience in January 2000 when I lived in an old house in Portland, Maine. It was late in the evening, about 10 p.m. or so, when I felt something peering at me from a closet in my basement apartment. I thought nothing of it, but when I looked again, a materialistic, three-dimensional human-shaped figure with no facial features darted from the closet and stood behind me. It was suspended above the floor, about a foot or so. Before I knew it, two more had come out of nowhere. It happened so fast, and they moved so quickly, that I didn't even know what to make of this incident. I was a skeptic at the time, and had been all my life on ghosts, supernatural, etc. I was 36 years old at the time. There were multiple instances where I seriously felt like the house was shaking. Doors being slammed, open and shut, cabinets being open and shut as well, pots being moved around. It was seriously like a horror movie. I remember one time this happened, and it scared me half to death, almost literally. I ended up having a mild heart attack, and I ended up waking up in a hospital. All I remember was feeling the energy of what was happening that day, and then I lost consciousness. And that's when I was in the hospital bed. The doctor told me that the neighbor noticed something was wrong in that house, and noticed me lying on the floor. So she went and called the cops for me, and the ambulance arrived. They even told me that my heart stopped for a moment, and they had to use a defibrillator to bring me back to life. I was clinically dead, even though they only classified it as a mild heart attack. Anyway, I know this all sounds absurd, but I'm telling you, it definitely did happen. I'm just glad that I don't have to deal with it anymore. I don't live in the same place I do now. It was not worth it in the end. And after that heart attack, I don't think I'll ever be worth it. Scary stuff, poltergeists, and black beings on the walls. Definitely not something I want to deal with. One night, me and two guy friends were driving into Howard City, Michigan. We were driving down the road, and on each side, there's cornfields, and we saw two girls, one standing at the opposite side of the road, and another walking directly into our path. The girl walking into our path was wearing a gray sweatshirt, blue jeans, had blonde hair, and white eyes. The girl that was standing on the other side of the road was wearing a red sweatshirt, had brown hair, and wore blue jeans. As we're driving towards them, I tried as hard as I could to tell my friend's boyfriend to look out for her, but I couldn't. I couldn't say a word. I tried, and nothing came out, because I was so terrified of what I thought I saw. The girls had completely vanished. After we got to the stop sign, I said to my friend's boyfriend, "Did you see that?" He said yes, and the other guy that was in the truck with us asked me what, so I told him, and he said, "We have to go back and check it out." So we turned back around and went back down the road and found no signs of them. This is a remarkable story of ghosts from my experience. This happened when I was studying at my university. At that time, I was far away from home and stayed in a hostel near my university with my friends. Before I moved into the hostel, my friend who lived in the hostel told me that it was haunted. Actually, it was a house whose owner intentionally left this world. That's why many people have said that the hostel was haunted. They said that the spirit of the owner appears near the kitchen at night. Another said that sometimes You could hear the crying voices from the woman who owned the now hostel. At that time, there was only one last room available for me to sleep in, on the second floor, so I had to stay in that room. My room was in the last row. Many people have said that my room was terrifying because the surroundings around my room were quite dark and sunshine couldn't enter my room. There were multiple nights in which I kept waking up around 2:30 a.m. One night, I was terribly tired and went to bed earlier than usual. When I woke up, it felt as if somebody was pulling on my blanket from my feet, and so I pulled it back up again. However, when I went to pull the blanket back up, I still felt a resistance on my blanket. It definitely felt as if somebody was pulling it down again. I then felt annoyed and wanted to sleep, so I just said, "Stop it, don't disturb me, I really want to sleep." Surprisingly, it actually stopped, and I was able to sleep the rest of the night. In fact, nobody ever pulled my blanket again. In the morning when I woke up, I remember what happened last night and I started shaking. After that experience, it was pretty obvious why I always felt on edge whenever I slept in that room. Ghosts are pretty freaky. I was sleeping over my best friend Jasmine's house, and the night before, her mother promised us BLTs for breakfast. So that night, after setting me up in an air mattress for the room, we had gone to bed. That night was peaceful, but I'll forever remember that horrific morning. I woke up and looked up to where a person was just standing in front of the closed door from afar and simply staring at me. She was young, around my age at the time, with features almost identical to my friend. I was still half asleep and just figured it was my friend anyway. I began to ask her when we were going downstairs for the BLTs, and she just stared at me without saying a word. I closed my eyes for a little bit, then reopened them, and that girl was gone. I never heard the door open in her room, and somehow the girl was gone. I looked at my clock, and only 10 minutes had passed since I closed my eyes to lay down. I had screamed loud and ran down the stairs to find Jasmine and her mother sitting in the kitchen. They looked very concerned and asked me why I screamed. I told them that just 10 minutes ago, I saw Jasmine, but she didn't say a word. Her mother looked at me and told me that Jasmine was downstairs for over an hour and had never once went back upstairs in the time in which I saw this girl. It was then when I realized that it was a spirit. Ever since, I've only seen the girl twice. On my friend's birthday, I was downstairs getting cake for some of the other girls, and I saw her standing in the pantry watching me. And the other time, I was in the basement with Jasmine. We were getting some laundry done when we all saw the girl run across the basement living room to a storage room. I haven't been back since, but the last experience helped my friends not think I was crazy. I've been enjoying your site, and I wanted to share some of my experiences. Well, I went to Mercyhurst College in Erie, Pennsylvania in 1995 to 96, and I left in the fall when my father died. Anyway, I lived in Egan Hall, which is connected to Old Main and the chapel, and I saw the nun and her antics almost daily. In the fall of 96, I saw a reflection in the bathroom windows at night. She often opened and closed the windows and doors, turned faucets and radios on, and flushed the toilets for hours on end. I was absolutely frightened at first. My roommate, a very down-to-earth, logical girl, told me a friend of hers who lived on the boys' floor saw the sister every morning, around 4 a.m. when he got up for crew practice. He would end up seeing her, but she was only there supposedly to look out for us. It turns out that the heartbroken nun story is just a fun, creepy story, and the truth is that the nun died peacefully of old age, and stuck around to keep an eye on all the students. I also used to see a blue orb floating from the chapel through Old Main when I was coming back from the computer lab late at night. Other students had seen the orb originate from a small statue in the chapel, and a figure had been seen in the organ loft as well. I have heard that the path between campuses and New Covenant is haunted, but I can't verify that. In Springboro, Pennsylvania, there is a large Victorian house which had been used as a stop in the Underground Railroad. There had been a tunnel between the basement and the barn, but the tunnel was filled in the late 70s to early 80s for safety reasons, and the barn was moved to Cunnaville at some point. There are cold spots throughout the house, and a feeling of being watched. Sometimes, you can see strange reflections in the windows and lights or figures, just at the edge of your field of vision. The basement is very frightening. There is a feeling of pressure, and a very dark and menacing feeling. I mean, I feel very threatened if I go down there, no matter the time of day. When I'm alone in the living room without the TV on, I can hear muffled voices from the basement. I have always felt very negatively in this house. Now, about 4 years ago, I lived at Country Hills apartment in Las Vegas, Nevada. My family and I had some weird encounters there. Well, first, it started with this. My sister and I went to my grandparents while my parents stayed home. We were all the way in Cali from Las Vegas, Nevada for a weekend. My dad woke up at night, the night we left, claiming he heard a little girl singing in mine and my sister's room. He goes in there and sees my sister's rocking chair moving. Our second encounter was when my mom was going to take me to school one morning, and right when we open the door, the DVD player goes on, the radio on the DVD player. My mom and I were so tripped out, we were telling each other to turn it on, until eventually, my mom does it. Now how freaky and unexpected is that? Our third encounter was when the blinds for the sliding door that leads to the porch just started moving. It was strange. Really strange. My uncle had moved in with us a little bit before the second encounter, but the only encounter that he shared with us is when he invited a friend over, and the blinds were closed. Then he noticed that all of a sudden they were open. He told us, and we got tripped out. I was right next to the blinds, too. That was my story, and thank you for reading. I work at a cemetery in California. I used to work the graveyard shift. As I was in the office doing paperwork, I suddenly heard a noise that startled me a bit. It almost sounded like faint singing from a distance. I got up, turned to face where I heard the mysterious singing. By the way, there are only 4 of us in the office. Everybody else was in the other room. And in that direction, I noticed a lady looking at me. She freaked me out so badly because she didn't even look real, translucent. All I could remember was that she had a smirk on her face and disappeared within seconds. It happened so fast, but I knew there was a lady there. She was just nowhere to be found. I walked around looking for this lady. I asked the other employees about it, and they all looked at me like I was crazy. So I forgot about it, went back, and finished my paperwork. Well, the next night, We got 4 bodies in. I started to do paperwork on this one lady. As I started typing in the information, I went to check the tab on her toe and took the sheet off to see her face. And it was the lady from the night before. It freaked me out. And after that experience, I never doubted ghosts again. I was at the job for only 1 week at the time. It's now been 10 years. I believe we walk and live with ghosts and spirits every day. They don't know they have passed on. I say that because I've experienced a few ghost sightings and I heard things. It is so fascinating. In September of 2002, I was in Geneva, Switzerland on a business trip, and I was due to return home the day of my girlfriend's birthday. For her birthday, I purchased a violin, and I planned on giving it to her after she picked me up from the airport. The violin was at my house. The night before I was scheduled to return home, I called my girlfriend, but she was not home, so I left a message. After I hung up the phone rang back in my room in Switzerland. I picked the phone up, but I didn't hear anything. After saying hello a couple of times, I hung the phone up. Later that night, I again tried to call my girlfriend, and this time, she was home. As we spoke, she told me that she received both my messages. Having only called once before, I was very perplexed. I asked her what was said on the messages, and she described the first message that left to a T, but she thought that I was teasing her with the second message, since she thought that I might be giving her a violin for her birthday. After some prompting, she told me that she heard scratchy violin music, like a beginner tuning their instrument, followed by me saying hello, hello. I thought she was joking, but when I could tell that she was serious, I asked her if it sounded like the music, static, or some other background noise. She had the voice messages still on her answering machine, and she played both messages back to me. On the first message, I could clearly hear my voice saying that I just called to say hi, and that I would see her tomorrow. The second message starts with about 4 seconds of clear but scratchy violin music, and then I could very clearly hear my voice saying hello, hello. My girlfriend said that both the messages had my phone number and the caller ID. By this time, I had convinced her that I did not leave the violin music on her machine, nor were there any TVs or radios turned on in my room during the call. All I could think of was that I may have been hearing some future event when my girlfriend would be tuning her violin, and that I would not be around to hear it. So I changed my plane reservations to take a different flight home. Nothing happened to the plane that I would have been on, but I cannot help to think that the violin music was meant to be some type of warning. Maybe I would have had a car accident if I took the other flight, or I would have been hit crossing the road. Regardless, an omen like that is hard to ignore. I've kept the message recording as a reminder of this very strange experience. May 2006, it happened again. After over 3.5 years, we received another ghostly phone call. Last night, we were sitting at home when my girlfriend in 2002, cell phone rang. She answered it, and at first did not hear anything. Then, the sound of the same scratchy violin music became slowly more pronounced. She said hello several times, but had no response except the music. She handed the cell phone to me, and I also heard the violin. Then, the sound just stopped. I did not hear her phone hang up. It just stopped. I closed the cell phone lid and then checked the call log. There was no record of a call, incoming or outgoing, to the cell phone at that time. I'm scheduled for another flight to Atlanta on Thursday. I sure wish I could get out of it. In the Chinese calendar, people believe that the month of July is the time where all the ghosts come to Earth from hell. We call it the Ghost Festival. This is why Chinese people are very used to buying incenses in order to pray for these ghosts. During last year's Ghost Festival, something strange happened onto my family. It was the time where all my aunts and uncles and other relatives came back to my nanny's house. The entire family of mine sat in the living room, watching TV and chit-chatting. Suddenly, one of my aunts started yelling very loudly, "I'm cold, I'm bleeding, I'm in pain." She then ran upstairs and started throwing everything she saw. She acted insane, and her face turned pale. Every one of us in the family was shocked by her actions. We were panicked and did not have any idea of what had happened. My nanny was the only person who remained calm. Immediately she called the ritual witch, whom we called her as Boombo, to the house. As soon as the Boombo arrived, my aunt ran to her and wanted to choke her to death. She yelled, "I'm dead, and now it's your turn." Two of my cousins immediately captured her and pulled her away from the Boombo. The witch then murmured as if to cast spells on my aunt. About half an hour later, my aunt was awake. She said she felt exhausted and asked everyone what had just happened now. At the moment we told her the truth, my aunt was frightened and couldn't believe that. The witch told us that she was possessed by a ghost who was killed in an accident years ago. I have always been an avid believer in ghosts. I've never seen one physically manifest itself in human form, and I don't think I could cope if I did. I have an intense fear of ghosts, and at the same time, a morbid fascination with them. My first experience happened when I was 14 years old. I was going to stay with a friend of mine in a seaside village in Cornwall, England. I think it's called Portscape. My dad had a friend who drove me down to the meeting point where my friend, whose family were already staying there, would pick me up. This guy's name was Mike, and he was the nicest guy you could ever imagine. We joked all the way down in the car, and he wound me up with stories of the beast of Boogeyman, a supposed large cat that lives in the moors in Dortmund, the county before Cornwall. We had a good laugh. By the time we reached the meeting point, it had gotten dark, and my friend was unable to pick me up. Mike took me back to his house where I met his wife, Jenny. Jenny was as nice as Mike, but she was a little kooky, looking at things that weren't there and drawing really childlike pictures with crayons. I didn't really think much of it because I was tired from the journey. I was more fascinated with their house. Their house was so large that it had been divided into 4 apartments, each one with winding stairs, large rooms, and old-fashioned structures. The house itself dates back to the 1700s. After a while, I went upstairs to sleep in their son's room. He was away at the time and set about rifling through his music collection to pass the time. His CDs were in one corner of the room, and every time I was looking through them, I felt like I was being watched from another corner of the room. I looked over to where I felt this presence emanating from, and saw nothing except a barred window. It was only a small window with a few bars across it, and very high up. There was nothing there that should have made me feel so watched. I felt sleepy, so I turned the lights out and got into bed. As I was drifting off, I felt that same feeling of being watched. I snapped my eyes open, and felt as if something retreated. Ignoring this irrational feeling, I turned over to sleep on my side with my back to the wall. At that moment, the door, which was one of the old barn-like doors with a latch, made a noise. I heard the latch lift up, and the door slowly creak open. Next, the light snapped on, and I was blinking in shock, trying to see what happened. Next thing I heard was a scuffling, as something retreated down the slope accompanied by a horrific crackling, under-the-breath laughter that scared the heck out of me. I tried to see what happened, but the door opened towards me, and the light switch was beyond that, so I had no way of seeing who had turned the light on. From my bed, I tried to call out Mike, Jenny, but the words were really hard to say. I was so scared that any noise might bring this something back. I couldn't sleep with the light on, so I scuffled out of bed, switched it off, and practically jumped back into bed and under the covers where I felt safe. I finally fell asleep and thought nothing of it. I didn't really think about it again until a few months later when, out of the blue, my dad mentioned he was thinking of taking me to Cornwall to stay at that house. I told him my story, and he told me that the house was haunted and that Jenny was one of those people who could see ghosts and communicate with them. He told me that the ghost that did that was probably Harry, a mischievous ghost. He also said that the house was full of them. A lot of children could be heard playing on the steps, and a Chinese washerwoman was always communicating with Jenny while she cleaned the kitchen. This at least explains some of Jenny's unusual behavior. She could sense ley-lines and everything. Being terrified of ghosts, I totally freaked upon hearing this, especially as Dad told me we were going to stay there. A few months later, after my exams, he took me there as a treat. Knowing what I know now, it felt a little unsavory. I was absolutely terrified of walking into that house, especially as Mike and Jenny were away. I felt watched everywhere I went, and on the first night, I didn't sleep a wink or turn off the lights. The rest of the holiday, I actually spent sleeping in the same bed as my dad. A little unorthodox for a girl of 15, but it was a choice between my dad and the ghost, and I'd choose my dad any day. The last thing that happened which really scared me was that Jenny popped back for a short while and whilst there was cleaning the kitchen. As she did, I repeatedly saw her brush off something that wasn't there and say, with a giggle, "Get off," in the calm and patient way a mother does to a child that's pestering her for cookies. The next thing I saw was an invisible force actually pinch her clothing and pull it from her. I actually saw the shirt she was wearing become pinched and pulled away by nothing. She looked at me and said, "Oh, don't worry, that's just Hong Lee, the washerwoman. She thinks I'm not doing a good job of these surfaces." We didn't stay much longer. I've had several paranormal experiences during my life. Hearing my mother's voice after she had died, and feeling my mother-in-law's presence after she had also died. But in February 2002, an angel guided me from certain death. I awoke on a Saturday morning because I heard our dog whine. And that is when I realized our house was on fire. Our bedroom was off the living room, which was totally in flames. I yelled to wake my husband, who jumped out of bed and ran right through the fire and out the front door. I started to follow him, but a hand touched my right shoulder and turned me to the right. At the same time, I heard a voice in my right ear saying, "The window." I ran around the bed, opened the window and screen, and rolled out to the ground. It was a one-story house. I escaped with just a few burns to my back and left shoulder. My husband, on the other hand, was in intensive care for almost a month, with acute smoke inhalation and second-degree burns over half his body. I am certain that if I had followed him through that burning living room, I would have died. When I was in grade 3 of primary school, about 10 years old, I lived with my grandparents. Before, my great-grandmother also lived with us, but she had also passed away for approximately 5 years. I remember that night, it was Chinese New Year Eve. My family members all came back to my grandparents' house. After dinner, nearly 8 o'clock, my parents and other uncles and aunts went to play mahjong game. When I was watching TV with my cousins, I felt thirsty, so I went to the kitchen to find some water. But something happened that I couldn't believe what I saw. It was a lady in the kitchen, a transparent figure. She was standing in front of the stove. However, the lady did not have any legs. She was just hovering above the kitchen. I was so scared to death that I ran out of the kitchen as fast as I could and ran into my uncles and aunts' arms. Three years ago, I was taking university classes at St. Peter's College in Saskatchewan, about an hour-and-a-half drive east of Saskatoon. The college was originally built as a monastery for monks who came up from Minnesota to found a colony around 1900. Since then, it had been expanded from a boys-only school to a fully integrated co-ed college. There are several ghosts on the property. One is supposedly the ghost of the first bishop of the area, who apparently died before the building's construction was completed. He can be seen occasionally walking the grounds. The other is a ghost of a small boy who had left this earth intentionally, or died from an accident by falling out an upper story window. The year before I came to the college, the fourth floor was used for the drama and art classes, and also had a small room where the staff could go for coffee breaks. One day, one of the women went upstairs to make some coffee. She was standing with her back to the door, loading the coffee maker, when she felt a presence behind her. Turning around, she saw a small boy standing there, then vanished right in front of her. The first year that I attended school, I took part in amateur night one Friday. I was invited back to the girls' residence by some friends for tea. The place had originally been a housing for a small group of nuns that had lived at the colony and was only a few feet from the main buildings. It was after midnight when I finally said goodnight and headed out. I had taken no more than 3 steps when I had the most unshakable feeling that something didn't want me on the grounds. There was the sensation that I was being chased, that I just couldn't stand, and I ran to my car. The feeling didn't stop until I crossed the railroad tracks, which, I found out later, was the marker of the boundaries of the college grounds. I told some friends about this, and we all agreed that we should stay some time after midnight and try to see some ghosts. Well, we tried, but that is as far as it went. None of us had the nerve to stay past midnight. Strange feelings and weird noises always promoted us to leave just before the midnight hour. I've been privileged enough to have the luxury of traveling on many cruises over the years. Being born into wealth, it's something that you get accustomed to. With that being said, all these experiences are not without their ghost stories. There were times in which I had terrifying encounters with spirits while alone in my cabin. I'm not just talking the stereotypical hauntings, knocks on the walls, objects being moved around, and other supernatural phenomena, but legitimate full-bodied apparitions and dark shadows looming the halls of the cabin, as well as seeing the presence of ghost sailors. One of my earliest paranormal experiences on a ship was when I was roughly 12 years old. My parents were wealthy enough to purchase a gigantic yacht for me and my family. However, we were able to buy it off the previous owner, who ended up being a great family friend. His name was Joe. Joe suffered from a multitude of health problems, suffered mild heart attacks, had high blood pressure, and he really became somewhat of a father figure for me in my youth. Every time he'd see me, he'd run up to me and give me a giant bear hug and yell, "My little Sadie." He was such a great guy. However, being a 58-year-old male with all these medical health issues, I kind of felt like our days with him would be numbered. He suffered one last heart attack, and it would be the last of his life. That's because, unfortunately, this heart attack was the one which would take his life. So let me backtrack a little. Joe had been with us, me and my parents on the yacht, for the entire day. The morning before he died, Joe and I had a heart-to-heart. We were on lawn chairs on the deck, and he warned me about the dangers of excess, to not get so absorbed in these riches. Joe was a successful man, but he always reminded me that all of these riches don't mean a thing if you're not a good person at heart. I'll never forget his words. "Sadie, you can't bring anything with you when you're gone. These are the moments we live for. It's not about this yacht or the things you own in life. It's about the bonds we share with the people we love." I remember he urged me and said, "Do not waste this life. You can't get back this life, kiddo." I remember I just sort of smiled at him and nodded my head. Being 12, of course, I didn't really fully understand the magnitude of his words. So the day went on. We all had dinner together on that yacht, and later that night, that's when Joe decided to go back to his cabin to rest. He told us that he was very exhausted and just wanted a good night's rest. The morning after, I knocked on Joe's door in the cabin in his room. We had 3 separate rooms, and he wouldn't answer. I called for my parents. They opened the door, and that's when they found him dead. I was devastated and cried for days. About a month or so after his death, my parents were again on our yacht. All of our moments on our yacht were a little more somber after the death of our great friend Joe. Anyway, it was starting to get dark when my parents told me to get back into the cabin to go back to sleep. I yelled back that I wanted a few more minutes, and they eventually relented. Our yacht is pretty long, so there's a lot of space to get around. The next few events are unexplainable and lead me to believe that our ship was in fact haunted. So, I'm standing right in the spot that me and Joe used to, with our lawn chairs, and just taking in the scenery of the blue waters, and breathing in the fresh air delicately touching my face. As I began to think of Joe, my eyes began to water. For some reason, I had an urge to look right behind me. Right behind me was where I could see the control room for where you could drive the yacht. As I stared into the window of the control room, I recognized the face for a few seconds. I knew it wasn't my imagination, but I wasn't able to figure out whose face it was. I got kinda spooked and ran into the cabin. My parents were both still there, so I had to rule them out. I didn't even mention what I saw to my parents, because I'm sure they would have dismissed me. Anyway, it's getting super late at night, and my parents are sleeping soundly. I had trouble sleeping because of what I saw, as well as the fact that I was profoundly missing Joe. I remember I went to the bathroom to splash water on my face and try to calm myself down a bit. However, once again, something insane happened. As I looked into the mirror, I saw the face of a man right behind my shoulder. Again, the face wasn't obvious, so I couldn't make it out, but it was enough to recognize that there was someone in the mirror. It's hard to explain, but it almost looked like a poorly rendered image from a video or something. Either way, I hopped back into bed terrified. It wasn't until days later, when I really thought about it, that I realized it could have been Joe's face in the control room and mirror. Knowing this possibility, it allowed me to become less frightened and more comforted. If it were Joe, I don't think his intentions were to scare me. I think he just wanted to let me know that he was okay, that he was watching over me. Years later, when I was 19, I was on the road and I got into a terrible car wreck. I crashed into a tree. Luckily for me, I was able to escape unscathed, and my parents drove me home. My parents were furious because I told them I had been texting and driving. Later that night, I had a dream. In the dream, Joe appeared in it. He looked very disappointed in me and literally said to me, "You have learned nothing. A phone is an object. Whatever you think is important can wait." All I could say to Joe was that I'm sorry I upset him, and he said, "Worry about yourself." The dream ended. I remember waking up in a cold sweat and crying. That's all I have for now. I'm 35 now, and to reiterate, the events in this story are 100% real and factual. I noticed that many stories on the site are lacking a bit of variety, and just wanted to share something different than the typical stories I read. I don't have that same yacht anymore, and I've since become a mother with a family of my own. I'm a 20-year-old English writing professional major, attending Slippery Rock University, Pennsylvania, and I've never believed in ghosts until this happened to me. Early last fall, my good friend told me about Snyder Cemetery in Butler County, Pennsylvania, and its alleged hauntedness. He, our other mutual friend, and I decided to visit it one Friday night. We drove up to the entrance, parked his truck, and bought a few lighters and a scented candle, the only things we had in the car that would emit light, and ventured in. We as a group initially found nothing out of the ordinary in the way of activity. I, however, started hearing unhuman moaning coming out of the surrounding trees. My two other friends didn't hear them. However, when I asked them if they heard it, even as it was going on, still skeptical, it surely was some kind of animal, I told myself. I ventured around to the rusted iron gate in the back. As soon as I opened the gate, I felt as if I had walked into a wall. I've been in a life and death situation before. My arm was severed by a large piece of glass when I was young, and I know what it's like feeling and knowing that I may die. I had the same exact feeling as I walked through the entrance. I physically, for the first time that night, was scared. Beyond scared, petrified even. It was now dark. I creeped forward and lit my lighter to read a gravestone. I couldn't read it because of my actual shaking and fear. After about 15 seconds in the enclosed graveyard, I quickly exited. Then, the real problem started. As I went back to my friends who were standing at the entrance, they both decided it was best to leave. Apparently they were bored. We walked out through the entrance and got into his truck, a late 90s GMC pickup. The truck wouldn't start for about 5 turns of the key. Eventually, it did start. Then the truck's headlights started flickering extremely rapidly, but randomly, from high to low beam, as if being controlled by a person. We started barreling down the gravel road, in fear of whatever it was doing this. Immediately we noticed that a dense, Zero visibility fog had come around our truck. We could only see about 3 inches past the headlights, and only the outline of the road. Burton Road extends for probably about 2 miles either direction out of the cemetery. For that entire stretch, we had no visibility due to the fog, and the truck's lights were behaving erratically, as previously stated. As soon as Burton ended, and we were on the main road, the fog disappeared, and the headlights were fine, and have been ever since. No areas that we drove through to get home had fog, and the lights haven't acted that way since. These are the things we have experienced. Cell phones go out as soon as you get onto Burton Road. No service from 4 different providers, including Virgin, Nokia, Verizon, and TracFone. Drums. This is sometimes listed on other sites, but not on yours. Odd, bassy but wooden sounding drums are heard. Not like a bass kick drum, but more of a war drum sound, playing simple war beats. Sounds of heavy creatures, peoples, or whatever entities in the woods, snapping sticks, walking in trees, etc. When pulling out, a feeling of tugging or extra weight in the car, as if we were riding the brakes, or we had about 500 pounds in the trunk. I hope all of this will be helpful in your listings on your hauntings. One last thing. Butler County, Marine State Park, Burton Road, Snyder Cemetery. Red eyes will chase you out. Also, something else will chase you out as well. It is Conrad Snyder, who is haunting the family's resting place. I've been reading the stories on the site for a while, and I would like to share one of the many experiences I've had. This was without a doubt one of the most terrifying experiences of my life. Now, as a little bit of a backstory, I've been aware of the other realm and its inhabitants all my life. Also my mother, her mother, my Nana, and her mother, my great-Nana, have as well. I've been in tune with the entities that are among us my entire life. So, to say that this particular event scared the heck out of me is saying a lot. But I think the only reason why it scared me so much is just because it happened to someone I love, and it hits so very close to home. I want to make it very clear that I am absolutely no way being dishonest. Here is my story. My boyfriend and I had just recently gotten together and had only been dating a few months. We were house sitting at his parents' house while his parents were out of town, and we were sleeping in his parents' room. Also, we had just gotten our dog. That was a puppy at the time, a week before. This is all relevant to the story. It was a Sunday, and things had felt very different that day, not normal, and I had taken a nap during the day, which for me is just simply not something I do, but it was a good thing that I did, and I found out why later. As the day turned to night, around 11 p.m., I tried to get my boyfriend to come to bed with me. He was acting weird, and said that he would be coming to bed really soon. Now, like I said, it was around 11, and anyway, I went to bed, and I ended up jolting awake at 10 minutes till 5 in the morning. I remember because I looked at the clock. Anyway, my boyfriend had not come to bed yet, and all the lights were still on in the house. But I disregarded, and I laid back down. Then I heard him coming down the hall, and got into bed. When he laid down, he obviously sounded very tired, and he said, in almost a dazed voice, that there was a man outside the front window of the house that he and the dog both saw, and they didn't like the way the guy looked. He also said that he had just taken a sleeping pill. Now, my boyfriend kept telling me to look out the window. At this point, I was getting freaked out, because my boyfriend says there's a weird looking guy outside, and he just took a sleeping pill. So I told my boyfriend I was going to call one of my friends that is expertly versed in the ways of the supernatural. And when I told him that, he started saying, "No, don't call her." And at that point, I immediately called her. Now, while I was on the phone with her, my boyfriend shot upright in bed and started repeating the phrase, "When all the lights go out." He just kept repeating it. And then, as he was halfway through the saying, his voice changed into the most demonic sounding voice I've ever heard in my life. I have never moved so fast in my life. I turned on all the lights and went to the living room. I was just watching the hall to see if my boyfriend came after me. I was trying to decide if I should go to my car, but I was under the impression that someone was out there, so I felt trapped. But I finally got enough courage to get to my car, and I never saw anyone outside, and to this day, I still firmly believe the man who my boyfriend saw was the demon. As I sat out there trying to call one of my friends to come to the house so that I wasn't alone, my boyfriend kept calling me from the house. Now, he kept saying on the phone that he couldn't move, yet he was able to call me. Our dog was very small and in a big deep box at the time. He kept telling me that our dog was in the hall and bleeding, that he was scared and he needed me. I knew things still weren't right, and then before I knew it, he was speaking and laughing in that demonic voice again. Finally, around 6 a.m., my friend showed up and he escorted me into the home. When I got back to the bedroom, my boyfriend was passed out, and I went up to him with my blessed cross, and remember, he's passed out. And every time I got the cross 2 inches from his hand, he would close his hand. My friend saw that his eyes did not move and were closed, and he was not awake. If I had not had a witness there, I wouldn't believe it myself. Then, as I turned my back and started to walk away, he started laughing in that voice again and telling me to get out. Then, I told the demon that I was aware of what it was trying to do. Then, my boyfriend passed out again. So my friend and I left the home because I had to go to work. Well, later that day, my boyfriend called me asking why our dog was in its box in the bathtub with the water running. I'd not done that, and he obviously didn't do it either. When I started talking about the events of the night, he didn't remember any of it. But he did talk to his mom, and she said that the same thing had happened to his dad many years before. I knew that there was something in that house, but what had visited that night was not it. I grew up on a farm and I had stepbrothers and sisters. We lived in this old farmhouse that had 4 bedrooms upstairs, and I'd shared a room with my stepbrother who was about 2 years younger than me. It was 1986, and I was 17 when this happened. Our room was a small one. We had 2 beds in there, and the way I had my bed was that the end of my bed was towards the bedroom door, and then my head was about 2 feet from the wall because I had a couple rifles, a .22, and my .32 Winchester Special. The night this happened, I was sleeping on my belly with my arms under my pillow, and something woke me up. It wasn't a noise or light. Maybe it was a dream, but I woke up and kind of pushed myself up a little bit with my arms to look at the door. When I looked, there was this figure, a dark shadow, or better yet, like a silhouette, and for some reason, almost telepathically I learned that it's just one of my sisters. Their room was straight across from mine on the other side, just bringing in one of the cats to sleep with me, because the cat was keeping them up. We had a lot of barn cats that weren't allowed in the house. So I turned back around the way I was before I woke up, and laid my head back down, and I expected the cat to be put on my bed. and the feeling that I got was a very comfortable feeling, like everything is okay. A few seconds later, I felt the weight of the cat snuggled up to my side, like it was half on my bed and head, and paws on my kidney area of me. I woke up a couple more times feeling this kitty cat still next to me. I was going to reach around and pet it, but I didn't want to wake her up. After a good night of sleep, I woke up and I couldn't believe that the cat was still in my bed and partially on my side, and I did not find a cat on bed with me. I found my .22 rifle laying across my back. I was totally confused by this. I wanted to confirm that it was not me who put my rifle across my back, so I put it back to where I had it before I went to sleep. And to be able to get at it, I would have to have gotten on my knees and reached way over to the corner, and with one arm grabbing it, and I couldn't lift it up at that angle. Of course, nobody had believed in me, so I just never tell the story, except for now. For my next story, I'm going to say something first as it relates to my story. I have what is now known by some as sleep paralysis. I'm sure a lot of you know what this is, when you wake up and you are mutually awake, but you cannot move. This is a very terrifying experience. I have heard many theories on this, and the one that makes the most sense to me is by Sylvia Brown. She says that while you sleep, your soul leaves its vehicle, your body, and goes wandering around to various places. As a result, your body wakes up, but you can't do anything about it because your soul isn't back from its journey to whatever. On with the second story. After we had sold the farm, my family moved into this town called Ashland, Wisconsin. I decided that if I wanted to make it in life, I had to go to college, so I stayed in this house my parents bought, which was very old. Not sure what year it was built, but it was one of the first ones built when the town started. My room was a very small room, about the size of a large bathroom, but it worked. The year was 1993, and I stayed there throughout my college years till I graduated. One night, again I was sleeping on my belly, and I was in a very deep sleep. Something woke me up, not a noise or light. Everything was as dark as it could get. It woke me up enough where I sat up and I was staring towards my door. I couldn't see my door. It was so dark. I was wide awake and I kept looking at it, almost as if I was in a trance of some sort. All of a sudden, I got this telepathic-like communication that told me that everything is okay. You don't have to worry. This feeling is the most bizarre feeling, as if someone's mind is with my mind, talking to each other. So then I was told to lay down, and don't be scared. Then I got this extremely comforting feeling, so I laid back down, except this time I laid down on my left side. Then I felt someone or something's hand around my neck, and it started to squeeze, and then it cocked my head over to the side of my bed, by my neck. Meanwhile, I tried my hardest to yell or scream to wake someone up, but all that could come out of my mouth was a little gargling sound that no one could hear, except for myself. This was extremely terrifying. Then I had the feeling of high voltage electricity that make this humming sound and buzzing sound, and feeling this throughout my entire body. I then woke up in the morning in that exact same position that it left me in. So, those are somewhat short versions of my two stories. I have many more like them. Thank you for taking the time to listen. During my college years, my brother and I lived in an old brownstone in South Minneapolis. The apartment itself was large and sub-level, with 2 bedrooms. From the moment we moved in, we knew there was something wrong. On numerous occasions, I saw someone in my hallway moving across the rooms out of the corner of my eye. I always felt that it was my eyes playing tricks on me initially, but then stranger things began to occur. We began to have our television turn itself on at night. The stereo would do the same. I would be sleeping at night, and it would just start blaring. My bedroom was the worst. It was uncomfortable. I became afraid to sleep in there. I could not describe the feeling. I began sleeping out in the living room or on the futon. Finally, I told myself to stop with the silliness and resign myself to sleep back in the bedroom again. I did so uncomfortably for a few nights, only to be awakened one night by a man's disembodied head hovering above me and smiling. I still very clearly remember it. I screamed as loud as I could and took off out of that room and never slept in it again. We moved out after 6 months of living there. There was a large home in Martin that I lived in for 20 years. It used to be a carriage stop. The first day I was moving in, there was a woman in a black high-collared dress peering out at me, and my mother. The curtain was being held back, and she was fiddling with the brooch and the collar of her dress. Once inside the house, it appeared to be a bundle of gray dusty rags floating in the air, close to the ceiling. It swooped down under a doorway and went out through the window. It has been seen many times in the road in front of the house. A man in a black coat with a high collar holding a lantern and swinging it back and forth as if to lead the way for persons passing through. Sleeping on the couch one afternoon, a little girl in a blue dress was standing in front of me. I couldn't see her face, but she seemed so real. Lying in bed at night, and sometimes in the morning, footsteps could be heard walking up the stairs. You can't move. You feel a weight that holds you still. All you can see is the boots of a large man. He looks into every bedroom and then goes back downstairs. You can then move. In the parlor, you could hear a party going on, and while that is going on, you hear a baby crying. When my mom and I were sitting in the dining room, we both saw objects being thrown across the laundry room. You feel cold and get goosebumps throughout the house. A while ago, me and my friend were doing a project for school, and we got to choose what we did. So we did ghosts and hauntings, and we used the site, and it helped us loads. But anyway, while we were working, our substitute came over and saw what we were doing, and he asked us if we ever had seen a ghost. I think I've heard a ghost crying, but I wasn't too sure, and my friend hasn't seen anything. But my sub said that he had seen one. He said that he went to look after his nephew once, and he saw something. He said that he went around to his brother's house, and while his brother and his wife were getting ready, his nephew came downstairs and told his dad that he had seen the man with the big hat and the funny glasses right upstairs. My teacher asked his brother what he was on about, and his brother said that he had seen the ghost again. My teacher didn't believe him, but his brother said he'd seen it upstairs. Then when his brother and his bro's wife had gone, his nephew, who was only 5, wanted to play football in the garden. So as they were going through the kitchen, his nephew said that the man with the big hat and funny glasses was behind my teacher. He freaked out and was scared to death. He said he just wanted to get out of the house, but made himself turn around. He said that he saw a gaslight form that had a pilot's hat on, an old one, not a helmet like nowadays, and that the thing was wearing big goggles. He later found out that his brother's house was built on an old airfield. The story freaked us out.
I'm currently 22 years old and stationed on the U.S. Sapien home ported in Norfolk, Virginia. We have a couple that I've heard of. The first and most creepy is a forward animal hold. Some of the AOs, ordnance handlers, have always felt funny going into the same space. One day, a couple of the AOs went to the space with a video camera. Upon getting close to the door, a green dot appeared on the camera screen and started moving around, and yet it wasn't visible without the camera. As they got closer to the door, the dot went away. The screen turned blue then black, then the red record light went out. Later, the camera's owner thought about it and realized that if his battery died, it would have stopped all at once. Upon turning the camera back on, he had half a charge on, more than enough to keep recording. He hooked it up to a TV and watched the video with his friends at the point where the camera shut off. The video turns into pure snow, just like any other blank tape. The rest is still there. None of the AOs will go to that hold unless ordered, and they don't even go by themselves. Another sapien ghost is in an engineering space. If somebody falls asleep below decks in the engineering spaces, and nobody wakes them up, there is still somebody that does. Who is that person? Or is it an apparition? One story I've heard was that a guy was asleep, and while asleep, somebody tapped him on the shoulder. In the Navy, we generally wake up people that way, so no matter how you dare sleep, a tap on the shoulder will wake you up. Anyways, upon waking up, he sees a figure go through a door and dog it down. Curious to see who woke him up, he goes through the door and nobody is there. It's normally credited to a death that happened on board. One of the ladder wells leading down to the aft engineering spaces is where the death occurred. A sailor fell down the stairs and died, and every night, between 0100 and 0200, the watch can hear somebody falling down the stairs, but nobody is there. From time to time, people witness a figure walk out one door and into another in the engineering spaces, only to be gone upon investigation. A couple of years ago, I used to have to take the bus every day to get to work. One morning in the late summer, I was riding to work on the bus traveling down Woodward in Detroit, and I saw a man dressed entirely in a Union soldier's uniform, walking down the street. At first glimpse, I didn't even think anything of it, but if I looked around to see if anyone else had noticed, and no one did, I looked towards the window again, and the guy was gone. I really don't know if it was a ghost or not, but I know he looked very real and very out of place. To me, it just seemed too hot to be wearing that uniform with the musket, cap, and everything. It all looked so very authentic. He was an African American, looked old, like in his 70s, and the uniform wasn't even clean, like you would see in a reenactment. It was dingy. I would say this happened in late August, at around 10:30 a.m. Hello everybody. I am only 13, almost 14, but I think I've experienced paranormal phenomena. The first time was when I was about 10. I'd gotten a keyboard for Christmas, and it was set up with its stool in my room. I had just gone to bed, and just happened to look at the keyboard, and a black cat weaved its way through its legs. Naturally, I went screaming to my parents, and they reassured me it was nothing. Another time I awoke to a huge face floating in front of me. Now it may have just been my imagination, but I just don't think so. On another occasion, I was in the shower, and someone made a noise, like they were trying to say scary in a drawn-out voice. I am the only one in the house that believes it's haunted. Sometimes when my sister goes by to my room to get to the bathroom, she snaps at me before she enters the bathroom. Well, one time I swear I heard someone snap at me. But when I turned around, no one was there. I checked the bathroom, and my sister wasn't there. My parents were in the living room, and my sister in hers. That one happened about a month ago. All the time I feel like someone is watching me, or is in the room with me, whenever I am alone in a room, in my house, even in my own room. Sometimes when I go to bed, I even make my parents look in my closet. I have told my mother and my sister about it, and they don't seem to think anything is wrong, and I'm just paranoid. But am I really paranoid? Or am I experiencing something? I know I may be 13, but that doesn't excuse all the things that go on. I just want to be credible to people. Our house was built in 1959. To my knowledge, nothing ever bad happened here. The first time we noted anything was in the mid-1970s. We moved here in 1970. Both my husband and I awoke in the night and saw the figure of a man walk across the room at the foot of our bed and disappear. My husband jumped up and turned the light on, and then ran throughout the house looking for the intruder. No one was found. Over the years, we have heard noises coming from the bedroom areas, doors closing when they are all open. Our neighbor has seen the lights on in the middle of the night when we are asleep. A few months ago, I was standing at the bathroom sink mid-morning and saw a man walk by. I thought it was my husband, and when I walked out to see where he went, he wasn't even there. I went back down the hall, and he was still in the master bathroom and had not walked down the hall. One day we were all sitting at the table, and the four of us observed a can of Coke move across the table and stop before it fell off the edge. In the basement on the carpet, a spot just became wet, even though I was the only person down there this week. I scrubbed it up, and so far, it has remained dry. We hear the sound of our doggy door being opened and closed, even though the dog is asleep in front of us. There is far too many incidents to mention. But interestingly enough, our dog never acts like she hears any of these unnatural sounds, even though she barks at humans or dogs, etc. outside. I don't actually live with ghosts, but at my uncle's farm they have a cabin. It's going up for sale pretty soon. There is a ghost in the cabin. The funny thing is that they just built it, and no one has died in it or anything. My cousin said that the ghost is a girl that follows him everywhere. When my other cousin, my little brother, and I were watching a show in one of the rooms, then we heard footsteps walking across the floor upstairs. We tried to ignore it. Then in the middle of the movie screen went fuzzy. We all stared at the television shocked. Then my cousin screamed, and my brother and I screamed after her. We ran out of the cabin. We got to the house in 5 seconds. Apparently everyone heard us screaming, and we told them what happened, and they told us that the power probably flashed or something. But I still don't believe that. Please let me know what was going on here. Am I just freaking out, or did the whole entire family freak out? I want to tell you of an experience I had a little over a year ago. I was living in a house on Bassmaster Street in Youngstown, Ohio. I knew the house was haunted by a woman who was subdued by her husband some years before. I was a baby when she passed away. I think my room used to be her room. I never felt comfortable sleeping there, so I often slept on the couch in the living room. One night I woke up and felt like I could hardly breathe. I felt like there was a tremendous weight on me, and I couldn't move or speak except for open my eyes. I opened my eyes and saw a huge black hooded figure at the end of the couch, kinda leaning over like it was looking at me. Mind you, I couldn't see his eyes. Thank God. I instantly slammed my eyes shut and kept trying to scream, but I couldn't. Every time I opened my eyes, he was closer, till he was right over me. I took a deep breath in and started screaming. I woke my sons up. Needless to say, I got up and turned on every light in the house. I think it was Death. I don't know why he came to me. Not long after my grandmother passed away, lived right next door to me. I have more stories about the apartment if you want to know. I also have a picture I believe is Teresa. That's who was haunting my house. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your website. I was staying at my auntie's home in Tasmania, where I learned very quickly the horrors of its past. Her home was built in the 1900s, when convicts first landed. Their home still has the remains of a moat, servants' headquarters, and the hospital, which it became. I went down with my grandparents. They had warned me of the presence in the home. My grandfather had seen a young girl in a long white nightgown, holding a candle, enter the spare room as she vanished before his eyes. The very first night we arrived, the fun began. I was sleeping in my cousin's room when I woke to something calling to me. As I opened my eyes, I saw two white fairies floating above me. As the light from the moon hit the room, they vanished. From that night on, as I slept, I could feel something touching my head. Around 4 days later, as we all slept, smoke filled the rooms. The strange thing was, our door was open, but nothing entered. The next morning, we awoke to find all of the display plates, which were kept in a locked cupboard, left lying on the floor in perfect order. 2 nights later, there was this huge storm, and as the dogs had puppies, they had got loose and were running in the yard. My auntie was awoken by a frozen touch on her cheek, and there was a man that stood over her and pointed out the window. Once she left the room, he vanished. A few days later, I got sick and was in the computer room with my cousin, as I wasn't allowed outside. As I stared at a doll, I swear it blinked at me. I got out of there so fast. Later on that day, I went to go to the toilet. With this house, there is one large, huge room, which contains the laundry, bathroom, and the toilet. As I entered the room, the bathroom door wasn't quite shut, and I saw a man standing in there. I ran out of the room, and when my grandmother asked who was in the shower, as my cousins were in the room, my uncle and grandfather were out in the back in the shed. My grandma and auntie were in the lounge room. After a few days feeling well, I went back outside to play when I was confronted by the man in the shower. I later found out that his name was Shane, and he had once owned the home. He was found shot. Also, while playing outside hidden behind huge overgreen trees, was once appeared to be a gravesite,
As I headed for the house, I saw the most gruesome sight of a man from the window under the house. Thankfully, after that day, I was heading home. They've since seen a little girl who skips around the house, and they heard the sounds of screams of pain in the rooms. I didn't hear anything like that. They did move out after that, though. When I was 7 years old, my family purchased a house in the outskirts of Los Angeles. I remember my father bragging to most anyone he knew that he got the house for a steal. I guess it didn't really matter that a stiff wind could probably knock the house on its side. It was that run down. It was a 2-level house with the main rooms being on the first floor, 3 bedrooms on the second floor, and a small fruit cellar below. When we first arrived at the house, I noticed a mailbox with a small stick-on letters that spelled out HORTON. That was the first thing my father intended to change. He pulled on some stick-on letters out of his pocket and proceeded to spell out our last name. I promise you, my father tried everything from industrial strength glue to eventually nails. Our letters would just never stay up. At some point, he must have just given up, and we left it as is. As my father was valiantly trying to get those darn letters to stick, my brother and I charged ahead into the house to do some exploring. There are 2 things that stick out in my head from that initial visit. I noticed in the upstairs of the bedrooms, a dartboard hanging on the wall, with a single dart placed in the bullseye. I don't know why, but for some reason, this really disturbed me. Maybe because the entire rest of the house was completely empty. I'm not really sure. And then secondly, I noticed that most of the doors had those old-fashioned skeleton keyholes. I was instantly reminded of the old fairy tales where the wife had tried everything, including peering into a keyhole, much like this one, to get a look into that forbidden room. I bent down, placed my eye to the keyhole, and looked into one of the bedrooms. I think I was curious to know if you could easily see anything by looking into one of those things. And guess what? You can. I remember seeing something, tall and black, scurry across the floor, something that almost resembled a large dog. My father probably surmised that it was probably some type of animal, or quite possibly a shadow. In any case, I was relieved to find out that this was to be my parents' room. Almost immediately, my father began renovating plans. The entire back end of the house was to be added onto, including a new kitchen and dining room on the main level, 2 new bedrooms on the upper level, and the basement extended below. As the workmen were digging up the ground in the backyard, they uncovered many strange things, including an antique thimble set, childhood toys, coins, an axe handle, photographs, and almost an entire deck of old-maid playing cards. As my sister and I sat around thumbing through these new treasures, I happened to glance up just in time to see my eldest sister falling headfirst into the pit that was to be our new basement. To this day, my sister, who is now 40, swears she was pushed violently from behind. In any event, the result from the injury was a broken leg and a few cuts and bruises. We were all warned to be more careful around the construction site. A few days after this incident, I had a chunk of plaster thrown at my head. It could have been one of my sisters or my brother playing a trick, but they were all in their teens at the time, and I don't think they would find it funny to throw a piece of plaster at their little sister's head. Strange things were occurring inside the house as well. I constantly felt as though I was being watched, and was often plagued by feelings of absolute horror. I might be in a room playing or watching the television, when an overpowering feeling to flee the room would hit. Believe me when I say, I did just that. My sisters were constantly at each other's throats over missing items. And sometimes, those items would appear right in bizarre spots. Some were never even seen again. Lights and appliances would turn on by themselves. Footsteps could be heard in the middle of the night. Items would come crashing down in uncoupled rooms. A strange buzzing sound, almost like an electrical charge, seemed to emanate throughout the entire home, and the list goes on. We also had a problem with fires. My mother was awoken in the middle of the night by the smell of smoke, and upon investigation, she found that someone had closed the cover on her toaster oven and hit the start button with nothing being inside. This is an old 70s style oven where you actually had to press a release button to turn the power off. Otherwise, it would have just kept on going. By the time my mother reached the scene, the entire toaster was up in flames, practically burned to a crisp. That was the first of 7 fires that occurred in that house. As a child, I detested peanut butter. Even the smell of it would send my stomach churning. My brother found it amusing to consume a sandwich and then hold me down and breathe on me. Ugh, gross. Anyhow, I was sitting in the living room watching the Saturday morning cartoon marathon when my brother walked in fresh from eating a PB&J sandwich. I knew what was coming, and I wasn't in the mood for his games. A constant pounding sound that had kept me awake for half the night, and I was cranky from the lack of sleep. We began to tussle, but were abruptly interrupted. From out of nowhere, an insole from a pair of shoes fell on the floor between us. We just stood there and stared at each other for a few seconds, our hands still on each other's shoulders. This insole actually seemed as though it fell straight out of the ceiling. As we were trying to figure out the origin of the peculiar item, we were startled by a loud knock at the front door. From our vantage point, we could both see the front door from where we were standing. There stood an old lady with whitish hair, wearing a black shawl. Something about her eyes struck me as odd. They were so dark, it almost appeared as though someone had stuck 2 large black buttons in her eyes. As my brother approached the door, she vanished almost instantaneously, like she had never been there at all. It's not as though she simply turned and walked away. She disappeared into thin air. One minute she was there, and the next she was gone. I would be lying if I said we opened the front door to take a look around. We did peer out the window, checking for any signs of where she may have went. We saw nothing on the front yard, nor the driveway. My brother was convinced that we had just seen a witch. When we returned to the living room, a mysterious insole from the shoe was also missing. It's also interesting to note that a fenced-in gate surrounded our entire property. For someone to gain access to the grounds, they would need to be electronically buzzed in. This still puzzles me to this day.
My brother, being the inventive boy that he was, liked to build forts. They were mostly constructed of yardsticks and blankets, or whatever else he could get his hands on. When my mother saw us playing in there one day, she forbade it, as she feared I could suffocate myself. Even though I was 7 at the time, I was very small for my age. I reluctantly agreed and scampered off to play in my bedroom. I was playing with some dolls when a little boy walked in. Now, I don't know who or what this little boy was, but to me, he looked like a real person. I honestly thought that he was a friend of my brother's, although he did seem a little bit young to be chumming around with my bro. I remember him asking me if I wanted to play. Being lonely and not having many friends, I quickly agreed and was happy to have a new playmate. He suggested playing in the fort. Now I knew I wasn't supposed to do that, but I was just so happy to have a new friend that I agreed and made a mental note to be extra careful while inside the fort. Almost as soon as we were inside the fort, the little boy told me that he had to go, but that I should wait there for him to come back in a little while. I have no idea how long I waited, but sometime later, I heard my entire family frantically calling my name, obviously searching for me. To this day, I have no idea why I didn't answer. Maybe I was afraid of being caught. I don't know. The blanket that was served as the door was yanked up, and I saw my mother's anxious face peering inside. Eventually, I explained the entire story to my parents. Although they believe me, the identity of that boy remains unknown, and I never saw him ever again. There were only 5 other families that lived in our street, and we knew all of the neighborhood children. It wasn't any of them. I kick myself now for not even asking the boy what his name was. That might have helped some. I've heard many stories on this and other sites, but I've never heard of anyone interacting with the ghosts as I've just mentioned. Weird, huh? Thinking back on that little boy, the only thing that struck me as being a little bit weird is the way he moved. It was slow, yet fast, and his movements were jerky, if that makes any sense. Also, for a young boy, his voice was very mature and sounded very much like the voice of my father. I know it sounds truly bizarre, but I swear it happened. And even though it's been 20 years since this event took place, I still remember it as though it was yesterday. We stayed in that house for a total of 5 years, and as the years passed, strange things continued to happen. My entire family suffered in one way or another from the haunting. My eldest sister suffered the most, but for the time being, I'll stick to my own stories. For Christmas one year, my aunt had given me a hideous green and orange stuffed clown whose nose would glow red and play a musical melody. At first glance, I hated this thing and quickly stuffed it in some dark recess in my closet. Sometime in the middle of the night, I had awoken, desperately needing to use the restroom. The idea of walking through a darkened hallway at 3 a.m. was not a desirable prospect, but by this point, it was an absolute necessity. I made my way down the stairs and was just about to round the corner into the living room when I heard it. Soft jewelry box music was coming in the general direction of the living room. Peeking my way around the corner, I saw the stuffed Christmas clown propped up in the middle of the couch, its nose glowing in the darkness. I hightailed it back upstairs, wetting myself in the process, and jumped in my bed, shaking like a leaf. It scared me half to death. Nothing scared me more in that house than the spirit who I dubbed the old man. I saw him many times both inside the house and also in the fields behind our house, just kind of standing there, staring intently up at the house. He always wore a brown business type suit and a top hat. I've always had nightmares about him over the years. Most of them would entail me being in a room with my back to the doorway. Instinctively, my back would tense. I would spin around, and he would pounce, charging at me full speed from the other end of the room, sometimes carrying an axe, or sometimes not. One thing that sticks out in these dreams is that he somehow was more vivid and colorful than the rest of his surroundings. He always seems to stand out, if you know what I mean. I always felt that he was standing right behind me on the staircase, ready to give me a good push. Indeed, I did fall down those stairs many, many times, no matter how careful I was. But luckily, I was never seriously injured. I know this sounds crazy, and heck, the whole story sounds crazy, but I think he used to like to hang out in my walk-in closet and hiss so loudly that it almost sounded like a rattlesnake. I think he got a kick out of scaring me, as he liked to turn the lights out on me. When you walk down into the basement, there was only one switch for the entire area situated to the left of the door as you were heading downstairs. Now, I hated to go down there for anything, but it was a must on this day because our fridge had burned out once again, and dying apparitions were a big problem in this house. Seeing as the only other working fridge was in the basement, my mother asked me to go down there to get some necessary items for dinner that evening. I ran down the steps to the refrigerator, grabbed whatever it was I was supposed to get, and bam, the lights went out. I started screaming and ran for the stairs, absolutely certain that he was hot on my trails. As I was finally reaching for the door, I heard it, and I swear I will never forget this. Laughter, but not just any laughter. This laughter literally chilled me to the bone. It was somehow evil and mocking, as if to say, I missed you this time, but next time, you may not be so lucky. Needless to say, I was spooked. I'm not sure who it was who was laughing, but I do know that the laughter was male, and only my mother and I were at home at the time. At some point, a shadow also began to show up on our living room wall. My sister and I were watching a movie one night when I first saw it, and there was no mistaking it. This shadow was definitely of a person, and somehow darker and more opaque than what a regular shadow should be. We moved everything around that room, shaking our hands in front of it, trying to figure out its origin or what it might be causing it, to no avail. That shadow appeared in the same spot every night until we moved from that home, sometimes disappearing for a few hours, only to reappear sometime later. I think the guys also like to mess around with the phone lines. Many times when you would pick up the phone, all you could hear was the static, or there might be a couple of voices in the background, although you could never make out exactly what they were saying. On one occasion, I picked up the phone only to hear ear-shattering static. Before I had enough time to put the receiver back on its cradle, I heard a man say hello in a slightly, very mocking manner, and then that same god-danged laughter. That really scared me. Other people, including my grandmother, reported calling our home, and a strange man would answer. A second later, the phone would start to ring normally, and one of us would eventually answer. This to say, this unnerved me to no end. Once, and only once, I was upstairs in my bedroom listening to the stereo with a girlfriend of mine on one of those perfect, sunny Southern California afternoons. We were kind of goofing off, singing along, when a man's voice started to come through the radio. Believe me when I say, this was no radio broadcast. Language was foul and violent, much too obscene to be repeated here. My friend and I just stared at each other, becoming more frightened by the minute. When I finally couldn't take it anymore, I reached over and pulled the plug, thinking that would put an end to the disturbing episode. To my complete astonishment, the radio just kept on playing. Okay, playtime is over. Time to head to my friend's house. I really don't know how to explain this, but somehow we learned to live with these things as a family. I got used to being afraid, expecting things to go missing. I barely glanced if a door slammed on its own, or a light mysteriously came on. I expected to hear my name being called out in the middle of the night, and so on. Was I still scared? Yeah. Deathly terrified might be a better term, but somehow I managed to live with it. Maybe these ghosts or spirits, or whatever you wanted to call them, sensed that, and decided to turn it up a notch. Now, I'm not really sure what happened next, because my father-in-law is now deceased, and refused to talk about this with anyone other than my mother. And she, too, refuses to discuss this. All I know is that my two sisters, my brother and my mother and I, traveled to Arizona for 4 days to visit my grandmother, leaving my father in the house by himself. Something obviously happened, which really spooked my father. One night, I eavesdropped on one of the conversations that my dad was having with my mother, and all I could really make out was something about borrowed time, all of the windows opening at once, and an old man. The very next day, my father decided that we were moving as soon as possible and was putting the house up for sale. With that being said, the entire family decided to go out for dinner and celebrate. Upon returning home, something caught my eye that was sort of strange. A single light was burning in my parents' bedroom. Now, if you know my father, you would know that he was a complete stickler about leaving the lights on. The number one rule in my house was to shut the lights off as soon as you left a room. A light burning in my parents' bedrooms of all places was quite odd. As soon as our father unlocked the front door, our two dogs went rushing out. I thought I was going to have a heart attack at 12 years of age. On further inspection, it seemed as though the dogs had literally tried to chew their way out of the front door, given the huge bite and scratch marks all over the front door. As soon as my father flicked on the lights, I gasped. It's kind of hard to describe what I saw. The entire house was in disarray. The living room couch was standing on its side. Lamps were broken, mirrors shattered, drawers yanked out of the kitchen cabinets, silverware strewn all over the floor. My father was convinced that someone had broken into the home. We were told to remain outside the house while my brother and mother walked to a neighbor's house to call the police. This was before cell phones. The police arrived somewhere between a half hour to an hour later. An actual police report is documented concerning these reports. The police checked the doors and windows for signs of an intruder, dusted for prints, talked to our neighbors, and checked the house thoroughly for anyone who might be still lurking around. Their investigation turned up nothing. My father ordered us all upstairs to pack up some belongings. We weren't staying. As I was heading into my bedroom, I happened to glance into my parents' room and noticed that the lamp sitting on my father's nightstand was starting to burn, wallpaper behind it. I don't know if this was just my nerves or what, but it honestly looked as though there was a pattern of a burn that was turning into a face. The face of none other than the old man who had been haunting me for years. As I was standing there looking at it, my mother came up behind me and gasped. I think she saw the same thing as I did. When I arrived at my grandmother's house later on in that evening, I heard my mom and dad discussing my grandmother with some of the things that had just happened. If I had known these things while living there is no way I would have gotten even one night of sleep there. Not that I did anyways. It's now been over 20 years since I've lived in that home, yet it still continues to haunt me. Considering the fact that we lived in the house for just over 5 years, numerous other events took place that I haven't included, but it's hard to fit the 5 years of living into a single submission. The house is still standing, and I occasionally drive by just for kicks. The house has been almost completely renovated from the outside, and often when I drive by, I see the for sale sign perched up on the front lawn. It seems as though no one stays in the house for too long. It's interesting to note that I've never again experienced anything ghostly or otherworldly since leaving that home. That remains my one and only true experience with the other side. I am a restaurant manager in a small town in Georgia, Milledgeville. Now I have to mention that the building this restaurant is in was brand new when we opened. About 7 months after we opened the doors the first time to the public, it all started. At that time, I was promoted into management and took over second shift. The employees and me started to see a shadow figure walking in the back of the home, always by the ice machine and dry storage room. One day I was carrying a glass rack to the dish room when the swinging door that separates the dining room from the back of the home opened and stayed open until I walked through the door and put the rack down by itself. This is a swinging door that we just push open with our foot to walk through. It swipes right back, except for that time. As I walked through the door, I looked and saw no one by the door that could have opened it for me. At that time, all I had was one server who was taking an order in the dining room at the time, one cook that was on the grill line cooking an order, and me. No dishwasher yet. Things have been progressing over the last 3 years. When I walked out of my office one night after closing, the dish cart started rolling from the swinging door to the dining room, right in front of me. I was the only one left in the building. Now things are starting to happen in the front of the house. I now am running shifts during the day, from 5:30 in the morning to 3 or 4 p.m. depending. Glass racks are coming out of their slots by themselves. One time a rack came completely out of its slot and fell on the floor, with only one server there, and she was nowhere near it. She got scared when she saw that. We always see a shadow figure walk around in the dining room now, also on the grill line, and then back to the dry storage room. All the employees had some kind of something happen that neither one of us can explain, but don't get a bad feeling when anything happens, and we just name the shadow figure George. We also talk to George a lot. When asked to please stop moving things, it stops, if only for that day. We all sure would like to know what's going on here, and how did George come into a brand new building to stay? Nothing too scary, I know, but they are not all scary. I think ghosts are just people like us. This is an account of a shadow person. I was sat in the dark in a security lodge which is mostly made of windows. About 3 a.m., I turned and noticed the shadow of what I thought was a man looking into the lodge window from the outside. When I looked at the shadow, it turned slowly and walked to the side, which would have put the person making the shadow move into the open road. Surprised that there would be anyone there at this hour, I looked out of the window and saw nobody. I looked around the lodge, but nobody was around. It began to strike me as strange. I did the usual thing of checking to see if it could have been an anomaly caused by automobile lights, etc. But there were no automobiles around, or any other light source's probable cause. There was something about the shadow that just struck me as odd. The shadow was the presence. It did not seem to cast by another presence. I could not think of anything that would attract such a being, so I just put it down to experience. However, a while later I was on a website where a woman with knowledge of a shadow person was explaining that they enjoy hanging around illness and death. A work colleague at the time had his wife seriously ill with some illness, like Alzheimer's or something, and he would bring her to work as she could not be left alone. We work alone, so there is no problem with bringing a wife like that. Around the time I saw the shadow person, his wife died at home. Had the shadow person got into the habit of visiting the lodge to watch events there? I'm not sure. I have been seeing and feeling things since I was 17 months old. My mother was raised to believe in the paranormal, and so was I. My first encounter happened when I was 17 months old. My great-grandfather had just passed away. I don't remember seeing him or talking to him, but I do remember the smell of his cologne. My mom told me this when I got older. She said that she just put me down for bed, and a few minutes later she heard me talking. So she came back to check on me and I told her it was Papa, and that was that. I never saw him again until we moved into the house we are living in now. My second encounter happened a few months after my great-grandmother passed. This was when I was 12. When I was little, she had given me a jewelry box. I was little, and I had put the baby powder in it. Well, a few weeks after she had passed, I was vacuuming my room, and nothing was near that jewelry box, and it just fell off my drawer. It even fell off when I was in the living room watching TV with my dad. The last time it fell, I was at my nanny's, and my mom had the door shut, so no one was in there. When it fell, my mother got up and cleaned it out and put it in her room, and well, that was the last time it did anything. My great-grandmother was telling me to clean it. Now, my papa was beautiful to me because I knew him for 11 years, and he was my everything. Unfortunately, I was 13 when he had passed away. That night in the hotel room by the hospital after he had passed, we were getting ready for bed. My mom was crawling in the bed with me when my step-grandmother said, "Shell, is that you standing there?" My mother replied, "No, Mama, I'm in the bed." Well, my grandmother told us what she saw. There was an angle where my mother had stood. My mother couldn't see it, but I could barely. I know it was him telling us that everything would be okay. My papa always messed with me, so I wasn't really surprised if he did that after death. One night I was in my nanny's living room at 11 o'clock, waiting for CJ to get home. My nanny was in bed, and I was watching TV. Well, there's a desk close to my nanny's room. That's where my papa used to do bills there when he was alive. I remember before I sat down that the chair was pushed in. A few minutes later, I heard a cracking noise, and I looked over, and the chair was out of place. Of course, I was scared, and it made me forget that it was pushed in. I told Nanny, and she said it was probably your papa. The last time I was at her house before she moved, I just got out of the shower. I was drying my hair, and I heard a name. I don't remember if it was Randy or Rodney, but I asked my granny, and she told me that it was probably someone he knew, so I left it at that. I had used this old phone because mine was dying. Well, we took it home before CJ and her boyfriend Joe could pawn it. This was before a few months before my nanny moved out from up there. CJ and Joe were stealing stuff and pawning it. Well, we had the phone, and one night out of the blue it started ringing, and it said Dad. My mom answered, and nobody was there. Well, the funny thing is, it was dead and shut off. Well, the next time it rang, I was at home, and this time it said Joe, and I answered. Of course, nobody was there. We took the battery out, and my nanny moved, and now no one knows what has happened to Joe or CJ. My dad's father just passed away recently, and I was very close to him. I did everything with him when I was little. I'm even named after his daughter who passed away when she was 3. I was like his daughter, and the one chance he got to know what it felt like to have a little girl again. He passed away December 8th. I was 16, and I miss him dearly. When I was little, they had lived in a trailer. I knew his daughter was there because I could feel her, even though I never saw her. When they moved to that house that is on the hill above the trailer, I could feel something that wasn't good. I still feel it when I go over there. I don't feel Diana, his little girl, or even my papa. The week my papa passed away, my mom asked me to vacuum his room. Well, I started the vacuum, and you know that feeling you get when you know you're not alone, and it feels like someone is going to hurt you. Well, that's how it felt, and I started to panic. I hurried and looked down just for a moment, and then I looked up, and my mom scared the living crap out of me. I left the room and let her finish. To this day, I never go back there, or even go to the bathroom there, because I never want to feel that feeling ever again. I know I am very blessed to have had the chance with them all, and to know that they are watching over me and protecting me, because sometimes, when I'm alone or scared, I can smell their perfume or feel their presences, and I know that I'm not alone, or that I shouldn't be afraid anymore, because they're always going to be with me. I just emailed you a ghost story about my boyfriend's death, and the orbs related to it. If you haven't read it yet, basically I saw orbs of my boyfriend hovering around me every night after midnight. I have no idea why this even happens at this time, but anyway, to continue my story, my friend stayed in her music throughout the night and did not feel welcome to stay in his room. She is familiar with ghosts, and I have not been well since his death. I have grieved so hard I became a threat to myself to the point in which I was thinking of doing the unthinkable. I am just now coming to grips with the situation with my boyfriend. Well, maybe I hold him here, if you know what I mean. I want him to pass through and find some peace so he can go to the light, but I'm not sure what I should do to help. I am so distraught over this. He has visited me and also 4 people I know by dream. He even visited my 5-year-old to tell him he loved him, and that he had to go to heaven now, and his nephew had a dream with some of our memories in it. He told him to take my wife, meaning me, and said God bless you at the end. My friend dreamt of him where he walked through, and said sorry, I don't know why I'm here, and my uncle had a dream with my boyfriend urging him to remind me to let him go, so I could move on. But it is really tough when someone has become a huge part of your life, and has played a major role in it for so long, and to have that person vanish before your eyes and be gone is just unconscionable to me. We used to have long talks about mortality, about how one of us couldn't last if one of us were to depart, and it just kills me to know that we can't have just one more conversation, or that we won't be able to live to see my son grow up, get married, and be successful. I swore I was going to marry this man. I did have a dream where someone I believed to be him was trying to walk me through a mist. It's kinda hard to explain, but the dream was foggy and his face was partially obscured by the mist or fog, but the outline of his body was the same as my boyfriend's, and I could make out his hair. He reached out his hand to me without saying a word, and when I did, I awoke, and just like that, he was gone again. I must admit I've been on meds, but still, I felt like it was him. The coroner said that what he did to himself was accidental, but he just took it too far. Maybe he just didn't understand his own limits and did something to himself without thinking. But it's the way that he took care of himself that was too suspicious to be accidental. He told his family that day right before he did it, that he was going to do it and that was final. They didn't come to check on him, and I was gone from the house to come home, and found him the way that he was, lifeless, and just gone. After his death, I would scream for him in that room. It was just so horrific. Please, if anyone can help guide me through this, it would be so helpful to me, as I've been so distraught, and I feel like his soul is so lost. I talked to a psychic medium. She said he came and rubbed my hair at night, and he said to stop the tears and he could come through. But she said he didn't want me to live my life stagnant. I have many lessons to learn, and other things to figure out with the entire loss. We were complete soulmates, but I believe in an afterlife, and I believe that we will reunite one day and live many more lives together, as crazy as it sounds. Since his death, I have now turned to a monk for guidance. I am currently studying Hindu philosophy. My boyfriend believed in God. I've been living in this house for close to 3 years. For the first 6 months, nothing happened. One night, my hubby and I were laying on a spare mattress in the living room watching a movie. This was around 11:50 at night. We started hearing these heavy footsteps in the home. We have 2 doors leading into the living room. One of the sliding doors was right beside us, and the other one is approximately 5 meters away from us. We heard footsteps in the hallway outside the door furthest from us. At first, we thought it was my older brother who was also living with us, but he has this routine where he goes to bed at 10 p.m., and it's the same night every night, and he doesn't change his routine. Weird, I know. We looked at each other thinking, is that Mika walking around in the hall this time of night? We sat there listening to the footsteps that next walked into the kitchen, which has a door that leads into the living room where we were closest to. The footsteps came closer and closer until they stopped just outside the sliding door. We waited. We listened. We were expecting my brother to open the door and have a whinge that our TV sound volume was on far too loud, even though it wasn't. But he's like that, you know. We waited, and then my hubby pushed the sliding door and opened it, and we found nothing. The other door on the far side of the kitchen was also closed, which leads into the hall that the footsteps originated from. We were a bit spooked because we both heard the steps, and laying on the mattress on the floor could sure as heck feel the vibration in the floor from those footsteps. We decided to search the home, minus my brother's bedroom, and we found nothing. An old man lives next door, and I was starting to imagine that perhaps he passed away and wandered over to our home. We saw him a few days later alive and well. That threw that notion out the window. The next morning we asked Miko if he were up last night, and he says no. We told him what we heard, and all he could do was shrug and insist that he was in bed and didn't even come out. I believed him simply because there was no way he could have walked away without us noticing when hubby opened the door, and the footsteps never left. It just stopped outside the door. But nothing was there. One thing that does happen though, is that birds are always hitting our front window. This has happened so many times that I lost count. I'm not sure if this is significant, and whether it's a common occurrence, with houses with weird things happening inside. Another thing that we notice on a few occasions is phantom smells. Sometimes they are really, really pretty, but other times it is foul. They rarely last more than 10 minutes. For a while, things were back to normal, but my brother said one day, I don't know who is always walking past my window or what they want. I asked him who, and he says some kid. He believes it was a girl, probably no older than 8 or 9. He walks past his window and heads towards the backyard, and he never sees her walk back. This has happened about 4 times that he can recall. I told him, why don't you go out there and check it out? He always has some excuse of he was busy, plays online games, and says he was in the middle of something. Okay, let's continue. About 9 months after hearing the footsteps, we heard them again. We were in the bedroom this time, and it sounded like coming from the laundry and kitchen area. Again, we investigated, checked all the locks and the doors, but everything was secure and fine. I asked my hubby if he believed that the house was haunted. He said that it was a very real possibility. Not too long ago, I was taking a bath around 11 p.m., and I heard a really loud thump just outside my bathroom window. I got out of the tub and wrapped a towel around me and met my hubby in the hallway. He thought I might have fallen, and I told him that it seemed to come from the outside window. We switched on the backyard light that had an outdoor seating area, but the place was clear. We didn't go outside, but we could tell nothing was on the floor that could have made that sound. We went into my son's room to look out the window where the garage and the rest of the yard is, but couldn't see much, save for a few feet from the house because the outdoor lights aren't strong enough, and the trees are too dark and cast many dark shadows. We just put it down to maybe the neighbor was outside doing something, though it was dark, and if that were the case, wouldn't have the light been on? But recently, I got a real shock of my life. About 3 months ago, they put the house on the market, and around this time, I went into my son's room about 7 p.m. to wake him to get him ready for school. It was still quite dark, though the sun was starting to come up, and you could see enough. I pulled his bedroom curtain open and saw what looked like a girl child in the yard, looking directly at the window. That's when she just stood there watching, and then she turned her body and made her way towards the back of the garage. She kept looking my way for a few seconds before looking away and disappearing behind the garage. I didn't know what to think, to be honest. What would she be doing out there at that time of the morning, wearing inappropriate clothing for that time of morning? I'm not even sure if she was solid or not. I was just thinking, who are you? And why are you in my yard? I think she wore a light blue dress. It could have been white. I didn't have too much light, but it almost seemed like she had a bit of a glow. I could even tell that she seemed to have long blonde hair. By now, my brother and my hubby had left for work, and I was alone in the home with my son, and there was no way I was going to go into the yard to investigate. What if she wasn't a little girl? Can a little girl create such heavy footsteps? She is always spotted outside, yet the footsteps are inside. Or is that something else inside? Is she trying to warn me? I've seen shadows here and there, and many things have been breaking down recently. Since the home was put on the market, our little portable oven broke down. Our microwave is breaking down. My washing machine isn't working well anymore, and it won't do the final spin cycle. The hot water mysteriously stopped working as well, and the landlord came by to fix it, and says he doesn't even see anything really wrong with it. The hot water started working again. The toilet was blocked up with the root of a tree, but why now? The kitchen faucet broke and fell off. Our video player stopped working. It chewed up a tape and had to throw it out. Birds continue occasionally flying into our front window. Always that same window. Happened on the day of the house auction too. And it's not just these, but also illnesses. My son was choking on food the other day and needed an ambulance. Since living here, my hubby has needed 2 surgeries, one being spinal, and he's always been strong. And then he spent a year out of work with a bad back. He developed diabetes while living here, though a test a year ago said he was fine. I also developed problems. Locked-in ovarian syndrome, an umbilical hernia, requiring surgery in near future, and high blood pressure that recently got even higher, ankle swelling that can't really be explained, chest infections that occur frequently, and a few others. Before living here, we were fit and healthy, and it's like being here is making us sick. And it could be a coincidence, but you can't help to think about these things. I've read that there is a house somewhere in Europe, I think, and that people that move in there die of a heart attack within 2 weeks of living there. I don't know if it was in Switzerland, but the thing is, even those had no history of being ill. They say the house is cursed. And who knows if this is why we're getting these issues. We are moving out in a couple of weeks, and we are counting the days. I feel more like a 7-year-old these days than a 36-year-old, and all these changes have happened in the past 3 years of living here anyway. But this is my story. As a teen, I lived in a nice newer home on Vulcan Road in Perkin, Indiana. My parents and I were the second family to live in it. When we went to just view the house to see if my parents wanted to live there, I found myself afraid to go inside. I was only 12 years old at the time and had no idea what I was afraid of. I had encounters with things I couldn't explain before, but they never scared me like this house did. My parents talked me into going inside. I wasn't happy, and actually I cried, but went in anyway. It had 3 bedrooms and a large basement and a yard. My dad and mom decided it was perfect for us and started with the purchase plans. Inside the house, the back bedroom, which faced the woods behind, and on the side of the house, truly was only part of the whole place that made me feel very uneasy. I made mom promise that I would be put in there to sleep, and she agreed that I would get the larger of the 2 bedrooms in the front end of the house. The problems didn't start right away for me anyways. My parents took the room that I refused. My dad was away a lot for work, and so my mom got the first experience. She kept them a secret from me till my last day of school. That year we had gotten new bedroom suits, and I was put in that room. Not for long enough. Not many 17-year-olds sleep with their moms, but after waking to see a woman sitting on the side of my bed one night and disappearing before reaching the foot of my bed while walking away, I slept with her every night afterwards. She was a dark figure with no real features to me, but I could tell it was female. I also seen dark shadowy figures dancing in the basement. Everyone heard the heavy footsteps upstairs while we were all downstairs, scratching in the attic. We moved back to Kentucky when I graduated in '86, but even though the house had its issues, it was the only place I'd ever called home. I went back and visited the next owners years later, and they had all the same experience as we had. The only difference was a young couple had tried to live there, and when they had a new baby, the ghost got a little violent and knocked things from the walls. The young family moved for fear the baby would be harmed. Behind the house through the woods is a cemetery, 11 or 12 graves, all dated from the 1500s to 1800s. I used to hang out there to sneak and smoke cigarettes. I can't help but wonder if it was someone from there. I hope to someday get the time to go visit whoever lives there. 21 years later. There's a story on here about a house in Mudlick Hollow in Hardy, Kentucky, known to those who live there, or remembered by those who lived in the Sharondale, Kentucky area. The story states that the White House on the right is haunted. Correction. This house was owned by a lady by the name of Gracie. She lived in the house when I was a child, and never once was any report of anything unusual. She and her sister lived there for many years, after she became quite old. These stories might have happened since her death. Across from her home in the old stomping grounds, there were many stories of the ghosts of American Indians. It is reported that glimpses of these Indians can even be seen during the day. This was known as an Indian burial ground. I can verify this because I was one of the children who actually saw what appeared to be an Indian. The Indian seen was wearing what appeared to be hides and carrying a spear, or something that might have been a spear. I was not the only child who saw this during the day it happened. There were many of us there playing ball during recess from the grade school, and we all saw it. But there are many other hauntings in this area, and none of them mentioned here, such as the graveyard that was up on the mountain across Highway 119. This graveyard had been in disrepair even back in the 1950s. I used to play in that area as a kid, and know that there have been unusual happenings since even before that time. The train trestle that used to cross Old Highway 119 from the upper part of Sharondale coal camp to the side where the coal was loaded into the train car. That trestle was the one place for dares as a child. There were a few children who were injured there taking those dares. To this day, nobody knows what the real story is about the old trusty. The trestle is now gone, but the stories remain. There was also a house that was used for storage along those tracks. Part of the house was used for storage things for repair to the homes of the coal miners in the upper and lower coal mining camp homes. That particular home was rented to a couple with one child. The mother often came across the road to another home, completely frightened by things that happened in the home. She stated that the light bulbs were burst, even when there was no reasonable means of explaining it. Many stories of hauntings in the home still abound. Note, the homes are now gone. The highway programs that took the area for a larger highway. Miners whose lives were taken in coal mining accidents still roam that area. A woman who was killed by a big cat up on the mountain, whose shrill screams can still be heard during both day and night. Different areas in the mountain where soldiers were killed. Mines that were closed are also rumored to be haunted. The same area is known to have different stories of men who were killed by reveners back in the early 1900s. Men killed by reveners, some whose bodies were found, and others who just went missing. I have an experience to share with all of you. When my grandfather died, we went to my grandmother's house to check on her. She had a clock that when my great-great-grandmother died, it stopped ticking then. When my grandpa died, it started again. It had not ticked for a long time, for about over 100 years. My grandpa had always wanted to hear it too. Maybe it was him that did it, or just a coincidence. My gym basement at my school, when I went to the bathroom in gym class, my friend came too. It used to be a locker room for a high school. We were about halfway down the stairs when the lights started flickering on and off. Then the water at the sinks turned on, and the stall door slammed. Then we turned to run up the stairs, and in the corner, we saw a boy that you could see through, and he had a hunter green shirt with black dress pants. We screamed and ran up the stairs where most of our class was there, and no one believed us, but we knew what we saw. Me and my other friend, we went down there and had to use the bathroom, and she was scared to go by herself. Oh, I ended up going down there with her. We were standing at the bottom of the stairs, noticing how freezing it was, and it was so cold. Oh, she went over to the first stall, then she started to open it. Then I screamed, and then she said, "What?" I said, "Turn around," and that's when she did. What we both saw was a girl wearing a dress with bright red eyes, with a black outline of some sort. He had a possessed smile. That's when she said, "Leave." The way she looked into our eyes when we saw her was straight evil, and my friend and I had nothing to say. One time I went with another one of my friends down to that basement, and when we were there we saw something strange and unwanted. We were standing at the very end of the stairs, and we were walking into the bathrooms, and at that very moment, we saw a strange looking girl just standing there, and she was just staring at us. Now, keep in mind this used to be an old school that was at least 90 to 95 years old. Oh, me and my friend just stood there for a moment and stared at her. Then we suddenly saw her eyes were plain black. It was so scary. Then me and my friend slowly, and I mean slowly, walked away. But as we were going up the stairs, we noticed that she was following us. We looked back. I mean, we wanted to, but at the same time we didn't. And there she was. It was truly freaky. This was so freaky that she was right behind us, reaching for us and wanting to touch us. So we ran. We thought no one would believe this horrible, frightening incident, but luckily quite a few people did. And that's why many people didn't like to go into the basement anymore. One summer, my 3 children, my sister-in-law and I were traveling to my hometown in South Carolina. We live in New York. Oh, it is a pretty long way to go. It was foggy that morning, and my car had been experiencing trouble. We broke down near Pennsylvania and found ourselves sitting on the side of the road, maybe about 8 hours from home. A police officer pulled up behind my car. My youngest was 2 months old. He was screaming very loudly. When he saw this policeman, he started smiling and laughing. Dressed in an older style police uniform, it looked to be a style from the 70s. He had the most beautiful face and voice. He walked around my car and then laid his hands on my car. My car started to back up. Then he just disappeared. I can't explain it. I looked up from the dash seconds after I saw him standing in front of the car, and then he was gone. No policeman car. No police car. Nothing. No one. We didn't even see him leave. As a matter of fact, we didn't even see him pull up. I thank God for that angel in disguise. We made it home safely. I grew up in a house that was always open to everyone and warm, but it did have its secrets. When I was very young, and the house was empty, I would hear my name being called, and I would run from room to room, thinking someone was home. My brother said this also happened to him on Saturday mornings, when everyone was asleep and he watched cartoons. One night as a 12-year-old, I was sleeping in the upstairs hall while my room was being finished. I was sleeping with my face to the wall, and softly my shoulder was being pushed, thinking someone in my family was wanting something. I turned around to face the room. There in front of me was a small couple, a man in a suit and a 1930s hat, and a sweet-looking woman with a pillbox-like hat. I think they liked what they saw because they looked at each other, then smiled, and then turned around to go down the stairs. I never saw them again. Many years later, in a conversation with my mother, she told me the small house with the low ceilings and low working areas was built for a couple in 1939, and before they could move in, they died in a fatal car accident. I guess they were just checking up on their home. Well, my boyfriend is a non-believer, but he says he wants to believe. Oh, back before we started dating, we would find things to do where he might see something and come around. I was very picky about these places because I'm a firm believer, and also I scare easily. Oh, I didn't want to get myself into a situation that I would have a hard time with. As a result, I choose places that I've been to many times and was comfortable with. We had been to a few, and I'd heard something or whatever, but generally I've attributed this to my imagination because I was worked up. But one experience stands out. We were on the USS Constellation, known for hauntings, but I had taken him there more as a glimpse of my own past. As a native Baltimorean, or Baltimorean, as my father likes to say, and a lover of history, I practically grew up on it. I was completely relaxed as I usually am there, and Rob and I were standing on the orlop dock, looking over the rail. It's my favorite place on the ship. Don't ask me why. My least favorites are outside the Champlain's corners and in the infirmary. Given the history of the ship, the orlop really shouldn't be my fave, but it is. Oh, we have been standing there in silence for a few minutes, just kind of taking it in. It was a cold day, and we went there right after work, so there was hardly anyone else on the vessel. And so after a few moments of quiet, I say, "Put it out." Waddy replies, "Well, he knew what he did. He put his hand around my waist, upping the curve of my hip, as we weren't dating at this time. And in fact, I believe we were both seeing other people when this happened. I thought this was pretty dang inappropriate. I turned to tell him so. He was standing too far away for me to have done that. He didn't move as I was standing directly next to him, and would have noticed." "What?" he said again, a little more forcefully, looking rather concerned for my sanity. "Nothing," I said. I didn't want to think about it and ruin one of my favorite childhood retreats. After we were off the ship, I told him what had happened. He still really wasn't convinced, and I'm the one who experienced something. Not him, but he did admit that the ghost has good taste. That's sweet, I think. I just want to say that I love your website, and couldn't help but to share my story with you. A few years ago, my great-grandfather was very ill and in a nursing home. My family and I lived far away from him. We only made a trip up to see him around Christmas and his birthday. One day when I was 15, and my brother was only about 2, we were sitting in my living room watching TV, when all of a sudden my little brother started crying. I asked him what was wrong, and he said he wanted to go see Papa. I thought it was weird because he had only met Papa a few times. My mom came in the room and told him that Papa was very far away, but that we would go see him soon. My brother started crying harder and was screaming, "I want to see Papa now." My mom held her in her lap and kept telling him not to worry, that Papa was fine and we would go see him soon. When he started to calm down, the phone rang. It was my aunt. He told us that Papa just passed away. My whole family was creeped out by this experience, and none of us had really talked about it since. My little brother does not even remember it. This took place in 1993, and I have 2 separate stories, same place and year. When I was about 16, I was living with some friends in Cleveland, Texas. I was attending school there with my best friend Mary, and living with her and her family. We had a couple friends that we went to school with. One girl was very strange, shall we say. We will call her Claire, and there was the other friend named Barbie. We lived almost at the end of a long, narrow, dead-end dirt road. There was only about 6 houses on the road, and we were surrounded by woods. We lived in the next to last house on the street, and Claire lived in the house that marked the dead-end road, and her family rarely came out in the daytime. They were more night creatures, if you will, and they had about 6 stray cats just hanging around the house. Mary and I decided to stay the night with Claire one night, and in the nighttime when it all got very weird, Claire was talking about witches and witchcraft and sorts, when suddenly I saw right behind Claire that there was a witch's head just hanging from the ceiling. I mean, it was staring right at me with big bulging red eyes, and it seemed real. When I told her it was right on the ceiling, she looked, and there was nothing. And to this day, I have no idea if I was hallucinating or if I really saw something evil. Our family had an experience several years back in our old house. I tried to submit the story a few years back, but I don't think it ever was posted. I'm the last one to say I believe in ghosts, and normally when people tell me they saw a ghost, I listen, but figure they are full of it. Well, this time I'm glad that my entire family heard it. I don't care if anybody else believes me because at least we know it happened. It happened several years ago, maybe a good 28 years ago. I was around 7, if not younger. At the time, I was sleeping in my parents' room with my dad, and my mom went to lay down with my brother since he had the flu. The way our house was is that we have 3 bedrooms and 2 doors that we kept closed, that closed off of the back of the house to the living room and kitchen. We had all just started to fall asleep when we were woken up by a really loud thump, then the sound of something heavy running and ripping up the carpet. It reminded me of our old cat that used to run down the hall, and her claws would get stuck in the carpet, but this was much, much louder. The noise came and went very fast. My dad had jumped up and got his gun and went outside thinking it was someone running on our roof, but there was nothing. He came back and asked us all if we heard it, and we did. To this day, we have no idea what it was, and it never happened again. My brother and I talk about it to this day, and we get chills thinking about it. I'm sure it is something that could be explained. But what? It was too loud for any house noise. Our plumbing we never had issues with. Like I said, I'm glad our entire family heard it. So that way, they know I'm not making something up. I've never had another experience like that again. And now I'm interested in the idea of hauntings. But I normally am more on the factual and fantasy side. But that has made me think that just maybe there's something to all the supernatural. One thing I know about my story, I know it is real. I've read other stories on the site and think a lot of them are fabricated. And I'm sure if reading mine, people will think I'm making it up. Or my entire family is making it up. But we know it happened. My stories were told to me. The first was told by my dad. My dad was an 18-wheeled truck driver. The stories he told seemed far-fetched, but I swear to God he's telling the truth. One night driving a long stretch of highway, he came upon a beautiful dog. The dog barked, but he knew he had hit the dog. He got out of the cab of the truck with his flashlight, who gave the dog a proper burial. When he looked up and down the ravines, and what he found was not a dog, but a family with the dog. They had crashed down the ravine 2 hours earlier. The family survived, but the dog didn't. The next story was told by my brother, and now sister-in-law, then girlfriend. In 1995, my brother came to Texas, then Georgia, to be with our dad. At that time, he was very ill. My sister-in-law, then girlfriend, was in Georgia. Our dad passed away late at night. My brother decided to wait till morning to call my sister because she had to be working early the next morning. My sister-in-law called crying instead. She was scared and shaking. Then she said that about 2 a.m., she got up to get a drink in the kitchen, walked into the living room, and that's when she saw Dad sitting on the couch. Then she said hi to him, then continued into the kitchen, and then realized that he was supposed to be in Texas, not knowing he had passed yet. That's when she walked back into the living room, where he was sitting, telling her he needs to tell her something, and she screamed no, and runs back into the bedroom, then slams the door, locks it, and calls her best friend cousin, who was a cop, to come to the house, and no one is there. When my brother tells her our dad had passed, that is when she freaks out more. I just wish I knew what he wanted to tell her. Oh well.
This actually began here in Lazuga, the capital of Zambia, back in 1983 when I was a young girl of 5. For some reason, I always woke at 3 a.m. on the dot whilst living at our home at the time, and found myself walking down the hallway. We had security lights in the garden, therefore shadows would play off trees, bushes, and windows onto the interior walls of the house, like a Russian puppet show. With a security guard present each night, I would think the shadowy shape of a man appearing or disappearing suddenly was simply that, our guard doing the rounds. It wasn't until one final night, after my usual check of the houses, I was walking back to my room when I just felt something behind me. Wish I hadn't, because the shadowy figure of a man was right behind me, away from the walls and lights, but very distinctive. I was scared, but to be honest, looking back now, cannot even remember feeling evil, just curiosity. A few months after, I started experiencing visions and dreams. I would start having a dream of a little funny white man standing in my doorway, looking at me with a mean little grin on his face. Then, he would walk off in the direction of my brother's room, whereby I once woke up to hear my brother screaming for my mom, saying there was something in his room. This experience happened only once, but the dreams of this little man continued. When we moved to the UK in 1986, my final experience occurred with this man. I heard my name being called from downstairs, but when I reached the top of the stairs from my bedroom, looking down into the pitch black and feeling utter malevolence directed at me, I couldn't see anything, but it was the same sensation I feel when dreaming of the white man. Let's just say at the age of 11, I had the good sense not to investigate. After that, I stopped experiencing little white man, but I feel I became susceptible to other things from then on. Our house in the UK is set on what was once the Beanoak Estate Farm. It's said that a mass grave of 1800s color of victims lies within the vicinity of our estate, which could explain the experience, and not just from me. Our cat would get spooked, and my mother was terrified one night. Our cat would suddenly sit up and stare at the corner of the room, or the doorway, or an armchair, and suddenly start to growl and raise his hackle. Then he would move his head as though watching something walk through the room. It frightened me one night when he sat up from my lap and dug his claws into my thighs. The growling reached a crescendo, as though he was going into battle with another Tom. I got so spooked, I left the room and went upstairs. My cat had left via the cat flap into the night. He wouldn't come back until the morning. What really spooked me the most was, this also happened during the day one February morning. I can handle the nighttime frights because of the sense of normality when the sun rises. But when you are invaded during the day, all your security is shattered. My brother and I both experienced what is now learned as sleep paralysis event at exactly the same time, one night. Both of us also witnessed just before a sudden flash of brilliant blue. For two people of differing sexes to experience exactly the same time makes it disturbing, and we still discuss it today. My other experience of sleep paralysis was when I was fully awake. Lying on my tummy reading a book on my bed, I suddenly had the overwhelming terror swamp me from my feet upwards, and I couldn't move. Then, at the foot of my bed, I could feel as though someone was taking a step onto the mattress between both feet. When I could finally move, I turned around to see an indentation of a foot where the sensation was. Thank you for taking your time to read my experiences, for that is all I can call them. I did have one other experience, but it's too terrifying to write down, and causes me fear, even to this day. When I was 6 or 7 months pregnant with my son Anthony, I had a terrifying nightmare. I believe this nightmare was a portal to the afterlife, that what I saw was in fact a ghost trying to communicate with me. Every night I would sleep with the bedroom door half open, and also had the hallway light on, just because of the weird and bizarre events that would occur in this old home. I'd always thought I'd hear laughter during the day, sounds of doors opening and closing, and other little things that made me convinced my house was haunted. One evening, I swore I saw a small dark shadow figure float into the kitchen from my bedroom. It happened so fast, I didn't have much time to process it. My nightmare was very similar to this experience. I was convinced that I woke up in my bed before. At least at the time I thought I was conscious. I was glued to my bed, couldn't move at all, virtually paralyzed. I started hearing strange noises, like a gargling coming from the hallway outside of my room. I remember struggling to open and close my eyes. All of a sudden, I was able to focus my eyes and move my head where I could see that the door was open. I saw this little girl standing in my doorway. She was a black shadow from 5 feet away from my bed. She approached closer to me, all while I was still paralyzed and couldn't move. The black shadow whispered, "Don't be scared, I'll be home soon." That's when I woke up, sweating and screaming. Even after realizing it was a nightmare, I could still feel the presence of the shadow in that house. The same girl from my nightmare. I thought it was a bit ridiculous, because I knew at that point, my mind had just conjured this up in my head, even with all the previous signs of ghostly activity. What's even weirder, a few days after I received a call from my sister, she was very emotional because she announced to me that she was having a child. The reason why my sister was so emotional was because she had tried for years and years to have children, and she was never able to. Her doctor even told her that she was never going to be able to produce a child. I bet you the shadow from my nightmare came back as her living child. I was never able to find out the history of this house or who lived there, but I can bet you that the little girl used to, and she told me that she was coming back to life. I've noticed that you don't have any ghosts listed for the University Calgary residences in Calgary, Alberta. I had a strange experience in the residence tower called Randall Hall. I'll give you some brief information. There are 2 identical towers, plus some apartment-style residences that were built in the late 1960s when the university was founded. They are both 7 stories tall, with a central communal lounge and 3 hallways radiating out like spokes. Each hallway has 11 rooms and a bathroom. Originally, they were built as a female dorm and a male dorm. I spent 3 years of my university living in Randall Hall. The room that I shared with my roommate was in the co-ed hallway of the 6th floor of Randall. This kind of applies because we shared all facilities with guys. Toilet stalls, urinals, sinks, and showers were all communal. Think Ally McBeal. And we often had guys hang out in our room. Let's just say that there were quite a few of us engineers on that floor. I started the year living in room 661. One night, I woke frequently, and I could have sworn that there was someone in my room, sitting in the chair at my roommate's desk. I passed it off as being asleep, but the next day I did ask my roommate, "Were there any people in our room last night?" All she said was, "Yeah, I thought that one of the guys had come in during the night." Weird. Anyway, a little later in the year, I moved into room 557, on the same side of the hallway, 2 doors down. We started noticing that in the common room, which was a large open area in the center of the spokes, one of the elevators would often come up to our floor on its own accord, open, close, then go back down to the main floor. Sometimes it would stay on our floor with the door open for almost an hour before going back down. My real experience came during reading break. I guess your guys' equivalent to spring break, only we have ours in early to mid-February, and most people leave because the skiing's awesome in the Rockies, only a few hours away. In our hallway, the only people not gone was me, my roommate, the girls across the hall, and the girl at the end of the hall, on our side by the fire escape. To start my real story, I'll give you guys a little explanation about how our room was laid out. If you walk into the door from the hallway, there's a closet on each side that extends about 2 feet into the room, that goes all the way to each wall. No doors in the closets. The room is approximately square. My roommate's bed was against the left wall, with her desk against the window, directly across the door, and the chair between her headboard and the desk. My bed was against the window, with the headboard against the right wall, with my desk along the right wall. I awoke one night because I swore that the door to our room had opened, and that one of the guys from the guy's wing had come in. He had gone on a date that night and was a close friend. I looked over at my roommate's bed, and it looked like this guy was whispering something to her. I found it kind of creepy though, that instead of crouching by her bed like a normal person would do, he was standing with his legs straight, bent at the waist, with his face about 2 inches from hers. Now, I got kind of pissed off because it was the middle of the night and this guy had come in to tell Lauren about his date. I wanted to see what time it was, so I sat up in bed so I could see around my desk to my alarm clock, which was on a dresser in the closet. It was 2:30-ish in the morning, so I turned my head to yell or whisper strongly at this guy. Then I realized it wasn't who I thought it was. This is the creepy part. He stayed bent over my roommate in the same position, but slowly turned his head to look at me. While he was turning his head, this grin spread across his face. One could interpret this grin as malevolent. I sure did at the time. Then he slowly stood straight up and took a few steps backward towards the closet, folded his arms across his chest, and looked at me with the same scary grin on his face. It was strange because really, he had no facial features. Nothing of a face that I could see, except for this grin that I could more sense than see. Well, that was enough for me. Like any 20 going on 6-year-old, I dove beneath the covers of my bed and stayed there all night. This was very hard to do, since the heating is very efficient in those buildings, and most of the rooms are usually hot enough to be in shorts and tanks in. Anyway, I didn't sleep again that night. After a week or so, thinking about this experience, having insomnia, and sleeping with the light on, I have second thoughts on what was going on there. I think that yes, he was intentionally trying to scare someone, but only out of a sense of fun, because he knew he could. I think he had my roommates in his target sights, and he had his face by my roommates, waiting for her to wake up with this ghost face 2 inches from hers. Well, you could wake my roommate up with a cherry bomb when she's sleeping, never mind waking to a ghostly presence, like so many of us do. Instead, I woke up, and his grin was more of a, finally, someone's awake that I can scare grin. So that was it, other than the knocking, which is actually quite funny. It was about 2 days after my experience, when all 3 of our rooms got simultaneous knocks at 5:30 in the morning. My roommate got up to answer the door and scared the crap out of both her and the girl directly across from her by opening the door at the exact same time. Also, The girl at the end of the hall had her head out of the door, asking if someone had knocked. There was no one in the hall, and no way someone could have left without us hearing. The door into the central common room was on a mnemonic hinge and made a whining noise when you opened it. The door to the fire escape at the other end makes a crap load of noise, which echoes through the floors. The door to the bathroom also has a mnemonic hinge and bangs when it closes. Anyway, to close this outrageously long story out, I worked for housekeeping during the summer because the residents are rented out like hotel rooms. I didn't go back home in the summer. I was talking with the cleaner from the 6th floor while doing laundry one day. She related that she has had experiences with this guy over the last few years. She was cleaning a room after move out and had the door propped open with the garbage can. A guy poked his head around the door, looked her in the eye, kicked the garbage out from in front of the door, and slammed it. There was no one there when she went to look. There are rumors that a guy got really stressed out during exams in the 80s and threw himself off the roof into the parking lot. I've not substantiated his claims, so who knows. I do know that the roofs are now off limits to students, whereas they weren't in the past. The cleaner says that he is quite shy and is only seen during summer, Christmas, on reading breaks, never when the residences are filled with people. This isn't the first time I've told someone this. Normally people don't believe me because I'm only 14, but I swear that everything I'm about to say is the honest truth. My first experience happened 6 years ago. My friend was sleeping over at mine. We couldn't sleep, so we were just talking in the dark. Well, it wasn't that dark because I had the curtains open. I remember it being a few minutes past midnight. I also remember thinking my friend had stood up because there was a shadow on the wall opposite us, but she was still lying down. But she too had seen the shadow. It had no features and was only head and shoulders. It was where my light switch was. We both looked outside to see if anyone was there. Nothing. So we started to really freak out and closed the curtains as quick as possible, and when we reopened them a few seconds later, it was gone. I have no explanation for this. I definitely wasn't dreaming, and neither of us had imagined it. Later on that year, I was alone in the house watching a video. I stopped the video to get something to eat downstairs. When I came back, the video had been took out from my video player and was on my bed. My next experience happened maybe about 5 or 4 years ago. I was on the computer, and I was the only one in the house, as my brother was out, and my mom and dad were out working. I didn't have any music on at the time, and the TV wasn't on either. Basically, things were silent. I heard this voice coming from downstairs calling my name. It was definitely a woman's voice, maybe in her late 20s. I wasn't sure at this time. I really started to freak out. It lasted for around 5 minutes, and then it stopped. The next couple of times I heard it really scared me. The last time I heard it, I was home alone again. The TV was on mute, and I was on the computer again. The voice came from right next to me. It shouted my name into my ear. It shocked me so badly that I actually screamed so loud that the people next door heard me. Since then, I haven't heard it, but recently, I've been hearing music playing in and outside of my house. Also recently, things keep happening in my room. Like I keep feeling cold spots, and a lot of the time, I feel like I'm not the only one in the room. It's really scary. Plus, my TV has been on mute or changed channels when I'm nowhere near the remote. It scares me a lot. It shook me up so bad that I hate being alone in the house. This occurred roughly 20 years ago when I was 19 or 20, and I was sleeping over at my boyfriend's apartment in Spring Valley, California. My boyfriend left for work by 4 a.m., and I was alone in the apartment. This one morning after he left, I awoke on my back to a heaviness in the room. It was still dark, but becoming dawn. I looked to my right, and standing next to me by the bed was this tall black shrouded shadow entity. I was terrified. I could feel its presence surrounding me. Then it spoke. I was lying there wide-eyed and in shock. I'm not still sure how I heard it. Was it audible or just in my head? The voice was deep and gruff and asked, "What are you doing here?" I'm familiar with some experiences with the paranormal, just never had it been so terrifying. I closed my eyes and began the Lord's Prayer. By the last words, "Deliver me from evil. Amen." The room had cleared. I felt a change immediately, and when I reopened my eyes, all was normal again. I told my boyfriend later that day, and he thought it was his deceased grandfather being curious. My boyfriend's grandma was recently staying with him, and she would tell him stories of the grandfather visiting her. Possible, I guess, but I still wonder what the black shrouded entity was, and what its intentions were. For many years, I had a gray cat named Kitty. Kitty didn't like many people. She mainly only liked me. She always slept up against my legs at night, on the outside of the covers. She loved to be close to me. After she died, I was absolutely miserable. I missed her so much. After a few days, I started getting a glimpse of her walking around the house, out of the corner of my eye. I didn't say anything to anyone for a while. One day, my aunt said that she didn't realize that we had gotten another cat after Kitty had died. I told her that we didn't have any other cats, or any other pets for that matter. She was absolutely convinced that she had seen a cat walk across the doorway in our living room. One night, just as I was going to sleep, I felt Kitty jump up onto the bed and cuddle up against me. I could feel her pressing up against my legs. I tried my best to convince myself that it was just my imagination, but my husband felt her jump onto the bed also. Over the years, she has gradually stopped coming around us so much. She still shows up whenever I'm upset or sick. I guess she just likes to comfort me, just like she did when she was alive. Hello. I grew up in an old apartment building in the Fordham Hills section of the Bronx. When I was about 14 years old, I was speaking on the telephone to my best friend, who lived upstairs on the 5th floor of the building. My apartment was on the 2nd floor. My friend said that she was going to go down to my apartment in a few minutes. As soon as I hung up the telephone, there was a knock on the door. I wondered how my friend could have possibly made it down 3 flights of stairs so quickly. As we hung up the phone that second, I went to the door and looked out at the people to see if it was her. There, at the door, stood a tall young-looking man wearing a ruffled white shirt, a thick black belt, black pants, and black boots that went almost to his knees. Hanging from the side of his belt was a sword or a saber. As I stared at him, It appeared as though he was looking right at me with piercing blue eyes, even though the door was between us. I then noticed that I could see the number on the apartment door across from mine through his shirt. I quickly ran from the door, realizing what I had seen, thoroughly frightened, and called my friend, asking her to hurry and come down as I was alone in the house. I will never forget it for as long as I live. I did some research and learned that there was Revolutionary battles on in a Mug Fort Dam Hill. I came to the conclusion that the ghost was a Revolutionary War soldier, probably British from the clothing. I only wish I could learn more. Nothing occurred for the rest of the time that I lived in that apartment. Thanks for having a great site where people can share their experiences. Like a lot of people, I've had friends and family members pass away. One of my best friends was John, who died from pancreatic cancer while still in his early 30s. Many years later, I started a habit while praying. I asked God to help me always remember my friends and family who have passed away, who influenced me, and who are a big part of my life. Then I think of their names and say them silently in prayer. About a year ago, our friend and family priest passed away, and I attended the funeral mass. As I was kneeling in the pews, I felt someone beside me. I looked to my right, and there, plain as day, was John. He was there for only 2, maybe 3 seconds, and then disappeared. I shook my head and looked again, but he was gone. I hadn't thought about John at all that day, and I may never know why he decided to show himself. I know that God puts people into your life for a reason, and I know that even after they are gone, they're always with you. I love you, brother. Thanks for the visit.
All my life I've been dreaming of becoming an entertainer. It's something that I've always had a passion for. Dancing, singing, and the like. And I thought I'd mention that because, well, it may bring more context to the story and possibly explain why I saw and experienced this very unusual paranormal phenomena. I'm incredibly nervous to share this because people won't believe my story. I know how the internet works, and I don't want to reveal myself because, well, I simply don't want to get bullied and harassed. It sounds ridiculous. It sounds like a cheesy plot to a terrible horror movie, but I don't know what else to say or do to prove that this is a legitimate encounter. Maybe it could have been a demon manifesting as him, you know. Truthfully, I don't even think it was MJ himself, but the encounter I had with him looked distinctly like him. He's the most recognizable man on the planet. Also, please note that this in no way is demeaning or disrespecting the man in any way, shape, or form. I'm not going to bash him or talk about his personal life and my personal opinions of the controversies. I've always seen him as an inspiration as an inspiring artist myself, and I have many dance videos of me practicing that I plan on uploading to YouTube over the years, so that hopefully I could be a background dancer for choreography for various pop artists in the industry. That was the purpose of those videos, and when I get the courage to do so, I'll upload them. But right now, I'm going to tell you the ghost stories of what I thought was Michael Jackson appearing to me. So let's backtrack to 2007 for a bit. I had previously moved to Japan in 2004 because it had been a lifelong dream. I'd been working at the record store back in Tallahassee, Florida, and was 25. Oh, you could really see how much I was obsessed with music, dance, singing, and choreography. I had decided I was going to take the plunge, save up as little amount of money as I could, and get myself to Japan. So this was the first real experience to get out and get a real feel of foreign culture. Also, let me just say that there is no place in the world quite like Japan. Before I had visited Tokyo and Osaka, and I loved how much karaoke is a part of their culture. Again, any form of entertainment, being able to perform in front of people and bringing love and light to this world is what I'm all about. There is really not anything I would want to do more than anything to breathe and love music. And I guess that's why I gravitated towards Michael Jackson. He set the benchmark as an entertainer. Not many people can come close to him, and I just have such reverence for him and his work ethic. I never had any real role models growing up in my own household. My dad left me when I was a child, and my mom was addicted to drugs. Well, oftentimes, I'd be bounced around my grandparents' and uncle's home. I remember my uncle first introduced me to Billie Jean, and I'd play down a cassette and watch videos of MJ in action. It was magic, and I was mesmerized. I figured no matter what he went through, if I could push myself and be who I wanted to be, I could make it in life, just like MJ. So back to Japan in 2007. It was announced that Michael Jackson would be making an appearance in Tokyo. I was absolutely gobsmacked to hear that he would be landing in New Tokyo International Airport in Chiba Prefecture. At the time, I'd been working at a cafe in Kyoto, and I decided to skip work that day so I could head to the airport to get a glimpse of the man in action. Jackson was here to host an exclusive party, where if fans paid a large sum of money, they could potentially meet the King of Pop for a couple minutes. But sadly, since I was nearly broke and young, I didn't have the kind of money to meet him, and it was a bit devastating. This was a big deal for Jackson. Because of his acquittal in June of 2005, this was his first public appearance since the trials. There was still hope though, because he was hosting a fan art contest for Japanese who couldn't get tickets for the meet and greet, and 3 winners of the contest would be chosen to have dinner with him and a picture taken. The problem: I was no artist, just a dancer who loved to entertain and sing, and I wasn't Japanese, but I was living in Japan, and I didn't even know if I would qualify. Needless to say, I tried my best to paint a piece a few days before the party. I remember I made a drawing, which sadly I don't have anymore, of Michael Jackson in his iconic trademark Thriller jacket, moonwalking with the beautiful night sky in the background. It sounded a lot better than it actually looked, but I figured, what do I have to lose? Unfortunately, I didn't win the contest and wasn't chosen, but to tell you the truth, I didn't feel bad at all. I wasn't expecting to win anyway, but at least I got to go to the event he hosted, where he spoke briefly, and I got to meet some Japanese friends who really loved him. So that was that. Michael Jackson had visited. I didn't get to meet the biggest inspiration of my life, the reason why I keep going. Had I met him, I would have told him the impact he had on me, how I kept the faith throughout my life. As one of his songs put it, I just wanted to let him know how he changed my life for the better. I could have went in a different direction. I could have went to jail or worse, but instead, I focused on my life and career. Skip a couple years later, March 2009. At this point, I had made a name for myself locally as a Michael Jackson tribute artist in Japan. I would volunteer to sing at weddings and dance to Michael's iconic songs. I would also street perform in Tokyo. I wouldn't do any makeup to look like him. I just try to recreate some of his wardrobe and pay homage to my favorite artist. There were times I even got paid very little to do. And for once, it felt like I was almost making it a career. But I wanted to think bigger. I wanted to do this as a full-blown career. Like I said, the goal was always to be a dancer for artists. Well, that was what I was really working towards. This is where things got really interesting. Word got out in the press that Michael Jackson was set to announce a series of concerts, and there was an announcement coming in London. Sure enough, Michael Jackson held a press conference that month. Not only that, but he was going to do a contest to collect background dancers, and if you were lucky to be chosen, you would be going on tour with him. Hearing this news, I was over the moon. I remember thinking to myself, I could be the one selected for the shows. It was almost like God was giving me another chance. Make this all happen. Then it really hit me. Not realizing my hype for the comeback tours clouded my naive judgment. I didn't have any money to fly out to LA, where he would be rehearsing, and I wasn't a professional dancer. I was gutted, because here I was, so desperate to get close to my favorite entertainer, so I could finally work with him and all the others. But I wouldn't have been given the time of day. Well, I rationalized in my mind, thought how much it sucked that even though I had the money for a plane ticket, there's no way I would have been able to go to rehearsal for an audition. I know this sounds crazy, and I sound like a wild fan, but this plummeted me into a deep depression. I was spiraling, and at a dead end career-wise. Yeah, I was doing the gigs, but I really felt I wasn't getting anywhere to advance myself. I had this huge full-body mirror in my apartment that I used to practice dance with. I mean, I converted my entire room into a dance studio essentially, and months on end, I'd always be in there when I wasn't at my day job, working tirelessly. But after the concert tour's announcement, I sort of stopped practicing and doing so much. I had ended up becoming burnt out from all the MJ stuff because I had lost hope. I needed to wake up to reality and understand that no matter how hard a person worked, sometimes certain goals don't go the way you planned, and life doesn't work out the way you want it to. Maybe I'd become too obsessed and possibly insane, but that was truly the darkest moment of my life. I just considered giving up my goals and just focused on my day job. I just lost all the motivation to do much of anything. I couldn't even listen to Michael's music anymore. I was that lost. Then skip to June 2009. I will never forget this day for the rest of my life. One of my closest friends, Jenna, had traveled all the way from Florida to visit. She was my ex-girlfriend, but we became friends after. This was the week of June 20th. She was talking to me and had asked me if I was still into dancing, and I told her I couldn't do it anymore because of the tour auditions and other life problems. Even worse, I got the worst message from my brother on Facebook. June 23rd, 2009. My uncle passed away. Remember, my uncle was my inspiration and love for MJ. He's what got me into it. That message from my brother wrecked me. I was a mess, and Jenna had to console me the next couple days. It was like time froze for a moment, and the light in the world went out. I was in shock, and there was nothing I could possibly do to make myself feel better about the situation. I practically went numb. Jenna, though, was awesome. She knew how much I loved MJ, and of course the concerts were coming up in July. She had secretly bought tickets to see MJ live, and that really made me feel good for a moment. I remember it like it was yesterday. Jenna told me she would try to help me pay for the ticket to London. Was really excited, because I had never been to England before. But as we all know, this story doesn't end well. June 25th was the ultimate dagger. Not only was I still suffering from the loss of my uncle, but the news to follow sucked the soul out of me. The nail in the coffin. I just remember not being able to go to sleep the night before, until maybe 4 a.m. And I slept in until about 11 a.m. Japan time. 4 a.m. is about 12 p.m. Los Angeles time. And I just looked that up. Oh, that means that when I woke up at 11 a.m. that time, it would have been 7 p.m. But I'm not terribly sure. So all I remember was waking up. Jenna was in the kitchen. She didn't mention anything, but her face looked of concern. I thought she was upset for me. Told her, please, my uncle's death shouldn't destroy your health too. I don't want you worrying or something. Then I just remember heading onto Facebook to check up with family. Jenna tried to stop me. She said, Craig, please don't go on the internet. And I remember asking her why. She tried to tell me that if I spent too much time on there, it would trigger my feelings for my uncle and make my health worse. Seeing pics of us together, etc. Although she was trying to protect me from the MJ news. Then, there it was. Everybody was talking about it. Friends on Facebook, Family all with the news. MJ dead at 50. I just didn't know what to think anymore. I didn't even think, really. My mind was blank. I wasn't even mad at Jenna for not telling me. I just wanted to give up on life. Not so much because it was MJ, but because of my uncle and my connection with MJ. I thought with MJ being alive, it would at least be the last link I had with my uncle in a weird way. But after he died so soon after my uncle, it was like everything disappeared from me. A couple days later, Jenna had to go back home. She gave me a hug and told me to message her to let her know I was okay. I don't think I'd ever seen someone so scared for my health like Jenna was, but I insisted I'd be okay. Now here comes the part of the story where it gets incredibly creepy. The ghost parts, if you will. Again, I don't know if the reason this happened was because of my uncle, and I began to lose my mind due to all the grief. But I had some really strange dreams after Michael Jackson died. Dreams that I never previously had before, even when he was alive. Never once dreamt of him before. Then skip to January 2010. I found myself standing alone on a desolate stage. The harsh glare of a single spotlight bearing down on me. The air was thick with the eerie silence, broken only by the faint echo of my own heartbeat. It was pretty foggy, and then, from the darkness beyond the reach of the light, he emerged. It was MJ, dressed in normal clothes. As he came out of the fog, he just stared at me for a couple minutes, not saying a single word, no blinking, nothing. I looked away for a second and looked back. Then he was gone. I awoke drenched in a cold sweat, my heart pounding in my chest. The dream had felt so real and so vivid that it took me a moment to gather my bearings and reassure myself that it was just a figment of my overwrought imagination. But as I lay there in the darkness, the memory of that dream lingered like a shadow, casting a pall over my restless mind. What's weird is, I was thinking more about my uncle than I was MJ. And I had another dream where he was there. This time I was at a family reunion inside this huge mansion. We were talking about my uncle, but I just seen Michael Jackson sitting in this chair, almost like he was just watching and observing me. It was getting really creepy. I thought about seeing a therapist, but I don't know if I was comfortable telling her about my dreams, even though they're used to hearing the craziest things. My story would have sent me to the mental asylum. I also didn't know how mental health programs worked in Japan. I just sort of put it off for a while. But things took a weird turn in the coming months. I remember one night, after a long day's work, I decided to clear my mind as best I could and go walking in the park. I know this sounds crazy, but what I'm about to tell you is 100% real and gives me the shivers to this day. The park was eerily quiet, the only sound being the rustling of the leaves and the gentle breeze from me walking over them. At this point, it was autumn 2010. The dim streetlights cast long wavering shadows, creating an atmosphere that felt both tranquil and unsettling. I was lost in thought, barely aware of my surroundings, when I noticed a figure standing by the swings, barely illuminated by the distant light. At first I thought it was just another late-night wanderer, but as I drew closer, there was something about the figure that seemed off. He was dressed in a familiar outfit, a black hat and a leather jacket, but I wasn't entirely sure because it was so vague. But my heart skipped a beat. Then I realized it couldn't be. I stopped dead in my tracks, my breath catching in my throat. The figure slowly turned to face me, and I was met with a sight that chilled me to my core. I swear to Jesus it was the face of Michael Jackson, or at least, it looked exactly like him. I sound so crazy saying this, but I don't know how else to put it. His face was pale, almost luminescent in the faint light, and his eyes tore into mine with an intensity that made my blood run cold. I tried my best to rationalize what I was seeing. It had to be a trick of the light,
a figment of my imagination born from my obsession and grief. But the more I stared, the more real he became. He stood there motionless, watching me with an expression that was unreadable, yet deeply unsettling. I wanted to speak, call out to him, but my voice was trapped in my throat and I was trembling against every instinct, screaming at me to run. I literally just froze there in silence. Then suddenly, the figure began to fade, dissolving into the darkness like smoke. I blinked and he was gone, leaving me alone in the silent, empty park. The cold chill remained, lingering in the air. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, trying to make sense of it all. Was it a hallucination, a manifestation of my grief-stricken mind? Or was it something more? Had my deep connection to his music and my personal losses somehow conjured his spirit? Or was I simply losing my grip on reality? The encounter left me shaken, questioning everything I thought I knew about the world and the boundaries between life and death. Whether it was truly Michael's ghost or some figment of my imagination, it was as if, in that fleeting moment, I'd been given a glimpse into the realm beyond our understanding. I don't know if I'll ever fully understand what I saw that night in the park, but one thing is for certain: this event changed me. The fear, the awe, the inexplicable connection, the things I felt in those moments lingered with me, urging me to keep going, to push through the darkness and find its meaning. It had been months since the unsettling encounter in the park. The weight of my grief had lessened, but I carried a lingering sadness. I had avoided dancing, feeling disconnected from the passions that once drove me. My dance studio with its full-size mirror had become a place I rarely visited. One night, after a particularly restless evening, I decided to return to the studio. It was late. I turned on a single lamp, casting a soft dim light across the room. I stood before the mirror, feeling a mix of nostalgia and sorrow. The reflection staring back at me looked tired and defeated. I began to stretch, trying to reconnect with the rhythm and movements that had once brought me so much joy. The mirror reflected my every emotion, and for a moment, I almost felt like my old self. I then closed my eyes, lost in the music playing softly from my phone, trying to lose myself in the familiar routines. When I opened my eyes, I froze. There he was again, the unmistakable face of Michael Jackson. His expression was somber. Michael's face was subtle, almost like a shadow, but undeniably there. My heart pounded in my chest as I stood rooted to the spot, unable to tear my gaze away from the mirror. Michael didn't move, didn't speak, just watched me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I don't even remember how long it was that I saw him for, but he was there. I stood there for a long time, just staring at my reflection, trying to make sense of what just happened. The encounter was brief but deeply disturbing. It was as if he had returned one last time to remind me of something important, that there was something that I yet had to fully understand. My honest feelings about this whole situation is that it was a demon taking the form of Michael Jackson. That's my gut instinct. I heard that negative spirits tend to attach themselves to you during your weakest moments. So for me, I think that the demon took the things that I looked up to the most and tried to scare me with it. One last encounter that I will share. There was one night when I drifted off to sleep. I found myself in a dream that felt so different, more vivid and unsettling. I was back in my childhood home, the one where I'd spent countless hours with my uncle. The home seemed like everything was normal. In the living room, there was a soft glow of the TV illuminated in the darkness. A Michael Jackson concert was playing, one of those classic performances my uncle and I used to watch together. I could hear the muffled sound of the music, and it drew me closer. As I approached the TV, the image flickered and sounded distorted, creating an eerie, otherworldly atmosphere. Then suddenly I felt a presence behind me. I turned slowly,
And that's when I saw my uncle standing in the doorway. He looked just as he did before he passed. But there was something off. There was something unsettling in his gaze. His eyes were hollow, and his expression was a mix of sadness and something I couldn't quite place. "Uncle," I whispered, my voice trembling, but there was no response from him. Just stared at me with those empty eyes. The silence stretched on, just heavy and oppressive. Then, without warning, he moved towards me. His steps were slow and deliberate. I really wanted to speak. I said, "Uncle, what's going on? I miss you, Uncle." But there was no response from my uncle. Just a deep hollow glow, and the stare right back at me. Oh, that's where my stories have come to an end. Please don't judge me about any of the events that happened, or the last time. These were my real experiences. I'm not the type of person to exaggerate. My friends and family can back that up for you. But again, this is only my word. Thank you, Phantom, for letting me share this experience with you. I really can't wait to hear what you have for me. I'm 37 years old and was born on October 4th, 1968. On October 1st of the same year, my first cousin was born. Our parents were so excited because we were born so close together. It was my aunt and uncle's second child, and I am an only child. Our very first Christmas, the family gathered at my grandma's house. You see, my aunt and uncle were from out of town, so we were all to be at grandma's house on Christmas Eve. When we arrived, my mother realized that my cousin and I even had on the same outfits. My mother said it made sort of special after what happened. About 4 months later, my aunt had went into the hospital. My uncle, being at home with a small child and a baby, put the baby in bed with him. In the night, he rolled over on her and smothered her to death. When he awoke, it was too late. He called my grandmother, and all he could do was scream into the phone, "She's gone." Having children myself, I can only imagine the heartache. The story has haunted me for years, but in a way I cannot explain. At about the age of 17, I started to realize that when I went on vacation or visited somewhere special, I had a feeling inside of me that I couldn't explain. All I knew was for some reason I would stand and stare and start to cry. Being young, I tried to hide it at first. Then I began to wonder what was wrong with me. As I got older, I would try to really ask myself why I was feeling this way. And one day I got an answer from the inside of me. That's the only way I know how to explain it, where it came from. I don't even remember where I was, or what I was experiencing at the time, but I was getting emotional again, and I heard a voice in my head say, "Go, see for me, because I can't. Take me with you." I honestly believe that she was with me. In all the things I've experienced in my life, she had been here with me. I would like to tell my mother, but I'm not sure she would understand. I always feel her, and I feel connected to her, even though I never really knew her. This paranormal event happened at the Royden, Arizona House State Park. This is my testimony of the haunting. When the Roydens lived in that mansion, they had a rather large garden not far from the house. Where that garden used to be now stands a large entertainment superstore, Hastings Entertainment. Not too long ago, I was the assistant manager of the store. One night, another associate and I braved the attic to retrieve some DVD lock boxes. I was standing on the ladder with half of my body inside of the attic, while my associate held the ladder for me. I started to throw down some locked boxes when I suddenly heard a little girl's voice. I stopped, as I just thought I was hearing things. My associate informed me at this moment that I looked like I was about to vomit. I took a deep breath and continued my duty. Then I heard it again, but this time it was unmistakable. The little girl's voice said, "Get out." I was down that ladder faster than you could say white as a ghost. Because we had a duty to complete, I had my associate climb the ladder to retrieve the rest of the locked boxes. He positions herself just as I had when suddenly both of us heard it again. Get out. It was so loud I heard it from where I was standing below the attic. She instantly said, I'm out, and shot down the ladder just as fast as I had. We exited the stockroom and decided to make do with what lockboxes were retrieved. Being paranormal enthusiasts, we discussed what happened at great length. Of course, when we told other employees, most of them stated, I'm not going to encourage your quest for adventure, whatever that means. This incident sparked my curiosity about the house. I had heard Hastings used to be the location of the Rundens Garden, but rumors tend to fly around Flagstaff like undergarments at a Rolling Stones concert. I decided to look into it by taking the Royden Mansion tour, and the tour guide confirmed the rumor. He stated that the garden is where the daughters used to spend a lot of time. He also confirmed rumors of hauntings in the mansion. Shortly after I took the tour, I heard from a book department associate at Hastings that she heard the pitter-patter of feet in that area at night when no one was around her but her. The books department is just below the attic where the lockboxes are held. Months later, a stalking associate went all the way up to the attic and stood as he sorted through the locked boxes. He fell through the sheetrock and barely missed injury. Perhaps the little girl was right for trying to warn us. When I was about 4 or 5 years old, my sister and I were spending the night with my grandmother who had just lost her husband 3 days earlier. My sister and I slept in the same room with our grandmother. In the middle of the night, a sound woke me up. It sounded like coffee percolating, so I got up to see what it was. I walked down the hall from the bedroom to the kitchen, and there he was sitting at the table, her husband. It must have not bothered me because I sat down at the table and carried on the conversation with him. Though, to be honest, there wasn't any mouth movements from his end. He was just silent and staring at me. That's when I thought things were getting a little creepy. And then the conversation I had kind of trailed off. Now, mind you, this wasn't an elaborate conversation. This was just me saying a couple words or something. My grandmother said she woke up and heard me talking to someone, but didn't know who it could have been. I got up from the table and walked down the hallway to the bedroom door and told her that he wanted to talk to her. She said with confusion that he was dead, and I replied, no, he's not. He's in the kitchen. And I turned to walk down the hall, and he was standing at the end of it. A couple of minutes later, time went by, and he was gone just like that. I swear to this day, I can still hear that coffee pot gurgling in the middle of the night sometimes. And whenever I do, I get this weird feeling, like he's just around the corner waiting. I could hear him telepathically speak to me and say, see you later somehow. Not sure how or why, but it creeps me out. I went back to my sister, burying myself under the covers. The warmth of flimsy shield against the sudden cold that seeped into the room. But sleep couldn't come. Every creak of the floorboards, every sigh of the wind outside, it all sent fresh jolts of fear through me. The gurgling sound thankfully never returned that night, but the memory of it, and the phantom scent of coffee that lingered in the air, had me wide awake, until the first sliver of dawn peeked through the curtains. My grandma, pale and drawn, had at the kitchen table a cup of untouched coffee growing cold beside her. She didn't mention Grandpa that morning, and neither did I, but a heavy silence hung in the air, a silent acknowledgement of what had transpired the night before. Years passed. The memory of that night faded, becoming a hazy anecdote I'd occasionally share with friends, always met with a mix of skepticism and amusement. But then a few months ago, something happened that sent shivers down my spine and unearthed the long dormant terror. I was visiting my grandma again, this time alone. She'd aged considerably, her once vibrant eyes now clouded in distance. One evening as we sat sipping tea, A sudden gust of wind rattled the windows. A flicker of movement caught my eye in the hallway leading to the kitchen. My breath hitched. There for a fleeting moment, I saw a figure standing in the doorway. An old man hunched slightly, his features obscured by the dim light. My heart pounded a frantic rhythm against my ribs. What would it be? Grandma, I croaked, my voice barely a whisper. Did you see that? She turned to me slowly, a flicker of recognition crossing her face. See what, dear? She asked, her voice raspy with age. In the hallway, I stammered, my gaze fixed on the empty doorway. Oh man, did you see him? A long, heavy silence followed. Then tears started to roll down her cheek. Sometimes, she whispered, her voice barely audible. He comes back, just to say goodbye again. I wanted to share a story with you regarding ghost contact through dreams. On June 1st, 2006, one of my best friends and fraternity brothers passed away due to sudden burst of capillaries in his brain. My best friend and I, a great friend to him, found him in his room without response after he had been complaining that evening of a horrible headache. After calling 911, he went through 2 brain surgeries to save his life, but sadly the efforts failed. His death has been extremely hard on me. I've been thinking about how good of a friend he was to me, and whether or not he knew it. It has really bothered me. This afternoon after class I took a nap, because I was exhausted from staying up late the night before. In my dream I was in a hallway. Now I cannot decide whether it was a school or a hospital, but in my dream I was aware that Richie was dead. He appeared in the hallway to me, and I remember being dumbstruck and unable to speak. He appeared anxious at my difficulty, and I finally blurted out to him, I loved you, and you were my second best friend. He looked perplexed and said no. We were brothers. In his life, being fraternity brothers meant more to him than anything, and he hated how many of us had best friends. That is all I remember from the dream. I really feel that Richie visited me in my dream to soothe my mind about our friendship. We were brothers, and he was confirming that he knew what that meant to both of us. I woke up in chills and all that would happen during my dream. I love your site and I'm happy to share my story with you. I'm 15 years old, and when I was about 8, I saw something I will never forget. I was watching TV with my younger sister when my mom called me from the kitchen to go and get my dinner. As I turned to go through the doorway to the kitchen, I saw a boy roughly my age standing in the hall. The thing is, I could see straight through him. I was a bit freaked out and turned to look at my sister to see if she had seen anything, but she just went straight through to the kitchen. So I turned around, and the boy was gone. I thought nothing of it, and just figured I was seeing things. Later that day, my mom asked me to go and fetch something from the upstairs bathroom. The bathroom was right next to the door to my bedroom, and as I walked by for some reason, I looked into my bedroom, and I saw the same transparent boy standing in front of my dresser. I was really scared, and refused to go upstairs for the rest of the day. I haven't seen the boy since, but sometimes I feel him about. This is not the only weird experience I've had. A few years ago, I had a friend over on Halloween, and we were talking with only a candle on, so we could see each other. In the middle of our conversation, the candle went out. I got up to turn the light on, but when I did, the candle came back on again. Later that same night, a glass jar full of glass stones threw itself at my friend's head. We were really badly shaken up and didn't sleep well that night. I really believe in ghosts. I know that they are real and walk this earth. I admit, I've never seen one face to face or anything, but I have a feeling that they are always around me. Well, my first encounter was when I went to sleep over my cousin's house. I was sleeping in the middle of both my cousins, hence I was the smallest and all. That night I woke up wanting to go to the bathroom. I was about to wake up my oldest cousin to tell her to go with me, because it was dark and didn't want to go by myself. I stopped and decided not to, thinking she was going to think I was some kind of a high Ken, or would get mad at me for waking her up in the middle of the night. Well, then I get out of bed and went into the hall. My heart was pounding because I was really afraid of the dark, and I couldn't turn on the hall light because my aunt would get mad. Hence they had trouble with the electricity bill. Well, anyway, the bathroom was all the way down the hall. Well, then I walked as fast as my little chubby legs would walk. When I got into the bathroom and turned on the light, I was so happy. I did my business. The worst part was opening the bathroom door and turning off the light, because then everything will turn pitch black all over again. Oh, I took a deep breath, turned it off, and started walking. That's when I heard the little rustling and the little footsteps. I was about to call out who is there when I saw a little person peeking around a corner of the hall. I stopped dead in my tracks. I swear I saw the little person give me an evil grin in my way. I couldn't tell, because I was already running to my cousin's room. I got into the middle and felt safe. Well, that's my story. Other than that, in my house, I always hear noises. I'm a night person. I am always in the last in my family to go to sleep. I stay up every night reading a book. Some nights while I am reading, I can assure you I'm wide awake and alert. I hear someone in the kitchen getting water from the sink, or someone shuffling my parents' papers in the dining room. I'm the only one with a view of the living room, and the kitchen and the dining room. It's really weird hearing those sounds, hence I didn't really see anyone come down the hall of my past my room. Other times I hear footsteps in the hall going back and forth, but I don't see anyone. I don't think it's anything evil. I just think they are ghosts who are wandering around my house, or the ghost of the old lady who lived here before us. Lady was found in the living room on the floor because her granddaughter treated her really badly. He didn't feed her. My husband and I have lived in the same condo for nearly 8 years now. It's become our home, and we're so happy with staying here until we're more financially stable to buy a house. I've never had any bad feelings here, but I've always felt like there was something around us. Our daughter used to talk about a lady in a blue shirt that kept trying to take her water she kept by the bed. She would also have guests for tea besides her stuffed animals and dolls. When she pointed out a picture of my Aunt Katie, we knew it was her immediately. Our daughter was only a little over 2 when Katie passed away from diabetes complications, but in that time they had together, she brought so much happiness. Oh, now I feel something in her room. I know it's Katie there watching over her. Other family members have had visits too. The radio will come on when a Smokey Robinson song is playing, or we'll turn to our favorite station. We have other visitors too, mostly family, I believe. My husband was laying in bed the other day, after kicking the cats out of bed and reading a bit. He works nights. Just as he was about to close his eyes, someone rattled the hangers in the closet. He looked up and saw them moving. There were no windows open. The cats were out, and nothing had fallen. He believes it was his mother sending him a message to chill out, as he had been stressing all week about a job interview, to the point it was affecting our daily lives. He was the first person to pop into his head when it happened. We also have someone being mischievous here. I cleaned out my purse the other night, trying to find my wallet. I completely emptied the purse and it wasn't there. This morning, it was right in the top. My sewing things got moved. Keys that were hung up the night before across the room in the morning. Little things like that. I've also heard them too. A couple of times I'll be reading or something, and I'll hear a faint voice. Once it simply said hi. Another time it sounded like a couple was whispering. None of it has been frightening. Most of it has been comforting, in fact. I'm not sure who else is here, besides our family, or who likes to play jokes, but they are welcome. They've never scared us, and when my daughter was little and was becoming frightened, I asked them to stop and they did. I guess we're pretty lucky to have respectful ghosts. They feel like part of the family after all this time. I'd better mention Otis or I'll pay for it later. Otis was our cat we had when we moved in here. She had an attitude to say the least, and her favorite game was terrifying anyone that came to visit by trapping them in the kitchen and growling at them. But she was always loving to us, and very protective. Sadly, she became ill, and we had to put her to sleep about 3 years ago. But she still comes around, even more now than another cat we rescued, who is the spitting image of her, but a lot more friendly. I've seen both our cats jump on the bed, only to get scared and jump off again like she was there to let them know it was still her spot. I felt her climb up on the bed when I'm reading, and when I look to see which cat it is, there's nothing there but an impression. I've even heard her purr when no other cats are around. Oh, she's still there, and still taking her claim on her favorite spots, and letting the other cats know who's boss from the other side. I grew up in a duplex home on Bolster Avenue in Lemoyne, Pennsylvania. We lived there from the time I was 5 years old until I was 15 years old. There was a steep, narrow staircase in the home. Every time you would walk down the stairs, it felt like someone was right behind you. I never turned around because I was too scared. As a child, I would always run down the stairs because the feeling was so intense. My brother did the same thing. My parents would always scold us for running down the stairs because they were so steep, they were afraid we would fall. There were times at night that we would hear sounds in the attic. It sounded like crumbling paper. There was also one bedroom that was extremely cold. It was my room first. I hated sleeping there. It always felt cold, and on many occasions the door would slam shut, or items would fall or appear in different places. The door was cracked, so it was so difficult to close by hand. It needed to be forcefully pushed shut in order to close completely. When it slammed shut on its own, it always closed completely. I disliked the room so much I traded rooms with my younger brother. He felt uncomfortable in the room too. So much so that my parents ended up using that room. They didn't have any problem with the room other than the feeling of coldness. On one occasion, my father came upstairs and saw someone standing in the bathroom out of the corner of his eye. He proceeded to the bathroom and called out, "Let me know when the bathroom is available." He didn't hear anything, and after a few minutes he looked in the bathroom again, and there was no one there. No one else had been upstairs. We never really discussed the feeling in the stairway until we moved from the home. I remember saying to my family that it always felt like there was someone breathing down my neck when I came down the stairs. After we started discussing it, we found that we had that feeling, but never talked about it. We asked some of our family and friends if they ever felt uncomfortable in the home. Everyone we spoke to with mentioned the same feeling of a presence behind them while walking down the stairs. Since I was little, I've been sensitive to ghosts. The same time I had dreams that would later turn out to be true. Could tell which song was on next on the radio, knew who the phone call was too, etc. My experiences tend to happen at times when I'm either feeling low or just open towards the other side. My stories. As a little girl, I didn't like being on my room after it got darker when it was summertime. I remember feeling being watched and something wasn't right. At the same time, I was very afraid for the door leading back to our house and the stables. I felt something was looking at me and wanting to hurt me. This was from when I was around 6 and stopped when I was 12. Sometimes they would only show up once. Once I was in bed and was close to falling asleep. I suddenly heard a voice calling my name. I woke up completely and looked into the corner of my room, and there was an old woman there. I couldn't see her clearly because she was kind of blurry, but she had a friendly feeling about her. She then disappeared, and I never saw her again. When I was 17, my dog died, and I was absolutely devastated. A few weeks later, heard him coming up to my room from the kitchen and saw him enter my room. He then jumped up on my bed, walked around 3 times before sighing, and got down. I could feel him on my bed and against my leg. When I tried to touch him, that's when he disappeared. It did, however, make me feel a lot better after he came and visited me. My parents' farm where most of the events happen is old. It burnt down once there, and there seems to be quite a lot of ghostly activity involved. In the barn, my parents got their car, and since I was little, I was afraid of being there alone. I felt something was wrong, and that something was hanging in the dark. I always felt uneasy there, until a few years ago that my mom told me that someone had hanged himself there. My worst experience I've ever had was when I was 15 to 17 years old. My room was connected to the kitchen by a little hallway. From the kitchen, you can go directly to the living rooms. The last one I've never felt easy in. There was always something feeling unnaturally cold and just weird. One night I woke up, and my room was ice cold. I heard someone open the door from the hall to the kitchen. It was a man I somehow knew, and he was going directly to the last of the living rooms. Somehow I was there when he went there. I saw him take his rifle and mess with himself. It was feelings more than actually seeing him do it. I then was back in my body, but heard him fall down on the floor, moved a bit, and moaned before he died. The second that happened, the coldness disappeared, and I could breathe again. I told my friend at the time about it, but I was too afraid to ask my parents. One day, sort of jokingly asked if anyone had hurt themselves in that room. My dad turned around and looked at me with a strange look. Yes, your godmother's father hurt himself there. They hadn't told me because my godmother didn't like me to know. I found his grave, and it happened the exact day he hurt himself. I've had nice experiences though. A friend of my parents and their friends hurt herself. My friend was really devastated about it and couldn't get over it. One day we were in the kitchen. I saw a sort of fog that turned into a ghostly hand. It stroked her head as it soothed her. After it disappeared, my friend looked at me and said she was here. My friend then told me that she felt peace, and that the friend had told her that she was happy now. To both of us, that meant a lot. The latest year the happenings happens without any real pattern. Last year when I was at my parents' and sleeping in my old rooms, I didn't get any sleep for at least 4 days I was there. There was a presence in the room, and it was not a pleasant one. It just radiated hatred, and it was pointed at me for some reason. The next time I got home, it wasn't in there, but then I had to sleep in my mom's bedroom. I was woken up by someone slamming their hands into the bed very hard. I looked at the end of the bed, and I saw a shadow standing there, but then disappeared. Since then I haven't felt it. For some reason I knew it was male, but I don't know why it felt so badly about me. When I'm home at my parents' now, there's a young girl there. Something I can't feel what is in a man. None of these are evil, but just looking out for me. I've seen the girl from the corner of my eyes, and seen her reflected in the mirror. I think they are protecting me, and just looking out for me. Sometimes I can enter a house and know that there's more than just what the eyes can see. I felt the presence of family or just passerbyers. I think that my parents' house and me makes an energy field where they can enter, and some stay, and some do not. I got one in my room where I live now. Just a little prankster, really. Turns on my computer, opens all the cupboards. I did have an old man who loved to watch me shower. I told him that it was rude, and that I didn't like it. But since then, he hadn't been there. At the same time, there's a girl running every night on the upper floor. My brother is sensitive too, but apparently never experienced the same as I have at my parents' house. Seems I'm the only one that they get attracted to. Also felt being pushed, but that happened in my parents' house too. I don't mind having this ability, but I have to learn to control it. because sometimes it can get too much. My building was built in the early 1800s. We have had experiences within this build that are questionable. We call our presence Felix. When I first purchased the building in 1985, we used to hear a rocking chair located on the second and the top floor of the building. When I asked the previous owner and showed her the location of where we were hearing this chair rock, she stated that this was her father, and he had his rocking chair. The upstairs was completely emptied at the time. The upstairs had the latch doors, yet I would find doors open even after I knew I had shut them. Lights go on for no apparent reason. The same with blow dryers. The lower first door is a barber shop. Turns out so was Felix. We have found things moved. There are so many different things I thought I'd bring it to your attention. My building is in West Warwick. Others would swear to the things I would tell you. It's okay. Felix has been here far longer than we have, and we have no problem with having Felix around. Well, my first experience of ghosts was when I was about 12 years old, and I had gone on school to Swanage in Dorset. I'm from England. The bed and breakfast we stayed in was beautiful. It was an old house with a giant sweeping staircase, high ceilings, and so on. After we had stayed there a few days, the whole class complained of someone knocking on their doors. It was a really quick knock-knock. It happened to our room a few times, and once we actually waited behind the door for the knock-knock to occur. When it happened, we instantly opened the door, and to our surprise, there was no one there. There was no way you could hide anywhere either. Our room was the first room as you stepped in from the front porch, of which the doors were transparent. Oh, there was no way anyone could get outside and hide quick enough. Our bedroom door opened out into a huge empty reception area. There were doors all around the edges with nothing in the middle of the room. There was literally nowhere for anyone to hide that quickly. Thinking nothing of it, the teachers took us out one evening to the beach to wear us out. When we got back to the bread and breakfast, however, there were some of the girls returned to their rooms to find that all their lights were on, with the covers thrown back from their beds, and their door wide open. Nothing wrong there, you think, but every time we went out, our teachers made sure that all of our rooms were spotless, beds made, clothes away, all lights were turned off, and so on. All the doors were also on their spring hinges, so that every time you opened them and let go, they would automatically spring shut. The door had been found wide open, and the owners insisted that no one had been around either. This is about the poltergeist ghost. My second experience of ghostly going-ons happened to me a few years later, when I was about 15 whilst on holiday in the Aveline in Portugal, in the villa in which we were staying. The villa was huge, as there were about 10 of family and friends. It had 3 floors. The bottom floor was bedrooms. The middle floor was the kitchen, living room, dining room, and so on. And the top floor was again bedrooms. Me and my friend at the time had a room on the bottom of the house, which had patio doors that opened out into the swimming pool. Lying in bed at night and on more than one occasion, we could hear the water breaking as though someone was swimming in the pool. Rushing to the window, we would always discover nobody there. We would also hear the back gate squeak open and shut at night, and again, nobody was there. The bedside lamp would also spontaneously switch itself on, but being young and naive, we would obediently turn it off and think nothing of it. On our final night in the house, my mom claimed that she woke up during the night to hear someone wandering around upstairs. It was on the bottom floor also, opening and closing cupboards. Thinking that it was one of the 10 people in the house, she dozed off back to sleep. In the morning, when my mom spoke to friends on the top floor, they claimed that they also heard cupboards opening and shutting, and also assumed it was one of us. Only then did they realize that it wasn't actually any of us at all. And now, it was about 2 years ago in this other story, I was 19 then, that me and my mom went to see a medium. Derek Okura for those of you in the UK. Not sure if he's known in the US. Think of him as a UK equivalent to Jonathan Edwards, who was performing on stage in Swindon, Wiltshire, southwest of England, by the way. I had insisted to my mom that we go to see him, as we had avidly watched him on living TV's Most Haunted. So my mom came not expecting much, whereas I secretly hoped that something would happen, as I think everyone does who attends those kind of things. And I was not to be disappointed. Derek came on stage and introduced himself, and then he started to contact spirits on the other side. And lo and behold, it was my mom's great-grandmother, Nanny Woo Woo, who was the first in the queue to talk. I won't bore you and go into great detail with what Derek told us, but everything he mentioned was so accurate, and it was just amazing. This man who I'd only watched on TV was now standing a few feet away from me, and my mom in person, telling us personal things that had gone on within the four walls of our home that only we knew. He knew that my granddad, Nanny Woo Woo's son, was a bit down at that time, that he was on medication. He knew that my dad had injured his knee and so many other things. He also predicted that my mom would get a promotion by Friday. We went to see him on a Wednesday, and she did. Derek also made a reference to a conversation that my mom had with my dad on the way to see him, just a mere hour before. How weird is that? Just knowing that my mom's great-grandmother, although I never knew her, is around and watching over our lives is a comforting thought. Anyway, I think I've rambled for long enough. I have a comment about the Guthrie Center in Iowa's Devil Chair. After one of my friends read your site, I was talking on the phone with him, and he told me about the chair and what happened to that one man. I'm not a big believer in ghosts per se, but I do believe in supernatural and spirits. When I first heard it, I laughed and told him that we were going there the next night. We ended up heading on over there, him, my friend, and I, at about 8:45 p.m. in the winter. It was pitch dark already. He was told where it was. You have to turn left on the second dirt road, and it's on the right towards the top of the hill. So then we went over there and I saw it. Momentarily I started getting chills, not just because of the story, but because of what it looked like, all in the cemetery. It's in the shape of logs with a drape or something over the top of it. Looked like Jesus' robe draped over the broken down cross. Along the bottom it appears to be the shape of ferns, although at first it looked like alligator tails in an old-fashioned cushioning looking seat. The second we got out of the car, the wind seemed to have picked up, because my hair was whipping around. Just being around it was creepy, but soon enough, none of us would sit in it. So we got back in my car and drove around to the front to study it. After we sat there for a while, we soon found out we were all too scared to go sit in it. So we headed back to Paranormal, 7 miles east of Guthrie. This is the scary part. That night my friend stayed at my house. Above my bed is a window, and on either side are 2 1-foot-1 mirrors, and many sharp pieces of broken mirror and in between art, stuck on by mirror stickers. Very strong ones. I tried to pull them off, and they just ripped through the middle, if they even come off at all. Anyways, they've been on there for a few weeks. We finally went to bed around 12 a.m., and she fought and won the inside of the bed, near the windows and mirrors. We finally fell asleep about 2:30 a.m., and at some time in the night, the top mirror, approximately 5 to 6 feet from my bed, fell down, hit the inside corner of the bottom mirror, right above my friend's head, but ended up to the right of the bed. Weird, huh? Anyways, the alarm went off at about 6:45 a.m. She woke up and started getting ready. I fell back asleep and then woke up at 7:30 a.m. As I was lying there, I heard a weird sound and looked up at my wall to find the top mirror off the wall. The stickers unlatched themselves. They didn't even rip, and all of these pieces of broken mirror were laying on my friend's pillow. Ironic, I think not. Those stickers were like they were promised to stay on the wall.
Luckily, we didn't sit in the chair. When we first saw the house, I loved it, but I was pregnant with our third child, and there was only 2 large bedrooms and 1 small bedroom. It was an old farmhouse, and it was built in a T-shape, much like most of the houses built in the 1800s because of the central fireplaces. When we told the owner we needed something with more rooms, she said we probably wouldn't want it anyway, because it was haunted. She then went on to tell us that her husband was away on a business trip, and she was alone in the house except for her little dog. They were asleep one night when the dog started to bark. She then opened her eyes, and at the foot of her bed was a woman standing looking at her. When she rised up, the woman turned and went out the door. That incident frightened her so badly that she swore she would not stay in the house alone again. She eventually sold the house, and the new owners built a large addition onto the back of the home and did so many so-called improvements on it. After living there for several years, they went bankrupt. The house sat empty for many years. I happened to drive by it one day and saw the for sale in the yard. We went to the bank and bought it. The neighbors told us it was haunted, that they saw people in the windows and heard things coming from the home. I had a little lady that babysat for me full time. She would not go upstairs alone, and she said she felt like someone was watching her. He never went into the basement even if someone else was going. Heard people talking, and saw 2 men in the parlor. My daughter had a rocking chair in her room. One day she went into her room, and it was rocking all by itself. I found out later that a young woman had died during childbirth in that same room. We guess she was rocking her baby, my grandson. At age 4 was sleeping in the small bedroom, and told us that there was a lady in a long dress in the room during the night. No one gets too upset from these sightings. We figure that they were here before we were, and they feel comfortable with us too. They have apparently accepted us as well. I've been reading all the stories trying to find something similar to what happened when I was about 9 to 10 years old. I'm not sure what it was that I saw, but I haven't been able to explain it. Let me start by saying that when I was a kid, I slept with an old baby blanket that I had forever. One night I went to sleep with a small blanket spread out over the comforter as well. I remember waking up in the middle of the night when everyone else was asleep. My bedroom door was closed, and the foot of my bed was about 3 or 4 feet away from the door. I laid awake, then staring at the door, when 2 flat spots of light started swirling on the door. It sort of looked like when the cable goes out on the TV, that snowy effect. Anyway, it sort of looked like that, but not as bright as an actual TV, and the light was just spinning. Then it was swirling around in a circle. I thought at first I was seeing things, and tried to tell myself that it was car lights or something, but it didn't look like that, and there was no sound of passing cars outside. Everything was quiet outside. Then suddenly, the 2 flat swirling circles seemed to pop off the door and become like little men and creatures standing near the end of the bed. I don't remember too well what they looked like anymore, but I remember them being about 2 feet tall, no necks, fat little bodies. They seemed to have faces, but I couldn't tell you what they looked like, just sort of a suggestion of facial features. And they were made out of this weird light. I sat up in bed frightened out of my mind and clutched the blankets up to my chin. They walked towards the bed and started climbing up the bed by holding onto the blankets. I could feel them tugging the blankets. When they got to the top, they began pulling on my favorite blanket. At first I tried to pull it back away from them, but they kept pulling, and I seemed to go weak and just let it go. They climbed down the end of the bed and back up onto the floor, this time with my blanket that they spread out behind them flat on the door. It made me think of them having a picnic on it. All the while I remember they made small sounds like they were talking to each other, but very faintly. I couldn't make out any words. They became flat swirling circles of light again, and then seemed to vanish through the door. I pulled out the comforter over my head and just cowered there, then shaking until I guess I just eventually went back to sleep.
The next morning I had breakfast and was going to head out the door when I suddenly remembered what happened and thought, wow, what a weird dream. I went upstairs to look for my blankets. I looked everywhere in my room but couldn't find it. I even checked between the sheets and under the mattress, but it wasn't there. I asked my brothers if they'd taken it as a joke, and they looked at me like I was crazy and said, why the heck would we take your stupid blankets? I asked my mom if she took it to the wash or something. Then she said no. I checked all over the house and couldn't find it anywhere. The last place I looked was the basement, which I'd always found creepy, and whenever mom asked me to go get her anything down there, I beat it up the stairs as quick as I could. I found the blankets hanging in the middle ceiling of the basement. It was not hanging there with any kind of fastener. One edge was just stuck flat on the side of the beams, the floor joist from the room above, with the rest of it dangling down. It looked like they put it there in plain sight to be sure I'd see it. I'd grab one corner, pull it down, and ran up the stairs. That was the only time I've personally experienced anything strange like that. I've heard many stories of unexplainable things from different people that I know. I remember once my roommate and her boyfriend were in our basement apartment, and both of them heard what sounded like someone heavy in boots coming down the stairs, and knock on the door sharply 3 times. They thought it was the landlord, because he lived upstairs, and had the only other key to the outside door at the top of the stairs that was locked. They said just a minute, but got no answer, and when they opened the apartment door, no one was there.
I don't normally tell these stories to anyone because they sound outlandish, but I'm a professional as an MBA in English, and I've had some of the strangest things happen to me. The most memorable one was in the fall of 1990. I was a senior in high school, and my boyfriend and I were out with our best friend. Being a stupid teenager, I was riding on my boyfriend's lap in the front seat because we were just going to the park, which was only about 3 miles from where we were, and we lived in the middle of no man's land. There was a forest of trees in the middle of the fork. We were talking and carrying on, and my friend, Mike, took the left fork instead of the right fork. I looked up, fussing at him for taking the wrong road, when we saw this guy in a gray sweatshirt and blue sweatpants walk out of the trees right in front of the car. Of course, I thought we were going to wreck, so I braced my arm on the dashboard and ducked my head, preparing to be thrown through the windshield. I was screaming, but I felt no impact. When I looked up, we were on the right road going towards the park, and there was no one in front of the car. Of course, we stopped the car and mulled around for a few minutes, trying to see if maybe someone had wrecked in the trees, but there was no sign of anything. I do know that about 4 years before that, my brother had a good friend who died at the intersection while running from the cops after domestic dispute. He never made the turn and went straight into the trees. He left behind 2 small children. Maybe it was him trying to go home. My next experience happened with a Ouija board, and I can promise I'll never touch another one. We were trying to contact a friend who had passed away about a year earlier. I asked him to prove he was who he said, and he gave us some details that each of us in the room would know about him individually, but not collectively. I asked him to prove he was there. I heard something happening in the laundry room, and I threw the board into the hallway and went to look. All the cabinets above the washer and dryer were open, and all the storage sheets were laying all over the floor. My cat's food and water had been pushed to the opposite side of the room. It was too scary for all of us. We camped out together in sleeping bags on the floor, as close to one another as we could. And this is my final story, because this one is happening presently. I had a daughter 2 years ago. I decided to pass on my middle name, which has been a family tradition for girls in our family for years, Grace. The wild thing is, My daughter was due on June 21st, which I thought was cool because it was my brother's birthday, but she was born on May 27th, 1996, exactly 1 year to the date of the death of my Aunt Grace, whom I loved during life. She was my godmother, and she never had any kids, and I felt it was a meaningful tribute to her. Anyways, getting to my point, my daughter was born very sick, but became healthy very quickly. She has grown into a radiant little girl. We have moved 5 times since she was born, my job and me traveling, and we finally decided to settle near one set of my grandparents, so she could have the loving support I never had. So we moved to Atlanta. The strange thing is, I've noticed that she always has the coldest room in the house. My husband makes a joke out of it, since he is always hot, that he doesn't know how we always do that. I believe it is my Aunt Grace watching over her, her guardian angel. I've been in her room, putting her to bed, reading her a story, and felt someone sit on the bed with us with a great thud. My aunt was no little woman, but always a beautiful one. The strangest thing that has happened recently is that an old makeup case with a camo on it, with the powder still in it, has appeared in my home. I know I did not get this from my mom because we do not speak. It sits in my bookcase. When my husband and I married, I decided to use her wedding band, but it causes blisters on my fingers and always appears in the jewelry box that I keep in my daughter's room. So now I know. My Aunt Grace wants my daughter to have it instead of me. I've always wondered what was going on in the house I grew up in. It was only 20 years old when we bought it. We knew the builders. It had only one owner since then, an old woman who kept cats. My mother bought the house when I was 4, and from day one, I was terrified to be in there. It just felt wrong. It was a small house, only 2 bedrooms, all on one level, with the exception of an attic and a basement. There were definitely sections of the house that felt safe, and sections that did not. The back bedroom closet, the bathroom, and the short steps and hallway leading to the back door and basement were not. The first bedroom, living room, and ironically enough, the kitchen, so as long as you put your eye on that back hall, were safe. The things that occurred in the house were experienced by the entire family, though my mother and older sister always had a reasonable explanation for them. Heavy breathing could often be heard. Mom's explanation, the swing set up the road creaking, footsteps across the ceiling, the neighbors. Now, our house sat alone and shared no walls, so how would we hear the neighbors going up their stairs inside their house? Items that were set down would suddenly vanish, only to reappear after much frantic hunting. But worse than that was the feel. People were loath to do anything that would make a loud noise. Vacuuming, showering, flushing the toilet, frying food, anything that made a cover-up noise. It always made you want to spin around and run when you couldn't hear past the noise you were making, as if for allowing something to sneak up on you. When anyone went down to the basement, which housed the washer and dryer, they inevitably ran down the stairs. Those stairs, you just didn't want to be caught on them. My mom was a compulsive decorator, and the only spot in the house that did not boast ornamentation was the hall leading to the basement stairs. Even she couldn't bear to be in there long enough to hang a picture. Once in the basement, the person felt compelled to keep a running, shouted conversation with whomever was upstairs. You did not want to be cut off down there. Sleeping in this house was a nightmare. The overwhelming fear of shutting off the light and daring to sleep. Myself and my niece both experienced this. In the back bedroom too, there was a closet. The closet door had a tendency to suddenly slam open. My mom's explanation, it was hung crooked. When I was 14, tired of it, I put a latch on it. Some years later, the door flung itself open, hard enough to send the latch flying through the opposite window. Hung crooked indeed. The most terrifying event in the house was experienced by myself, my niece, and my dog. We were sleeping, both in my room. My sister was asleep on the sofa, and my mom in her room. Jennifer and I were awakened by a voice from the area of the basement, calling my name. I thought it was my sister and asked her what she wanted. I woke her up. It had not been her. I woke my mom up. It wasn't her either. While I was talking to my mother, the voice came again, telling me to come to it. My niece asked my mom if she had heard it, and my mother replied that she had heard nothing, and that we were dreaming. Both of us, dreaming the same dream. Okay. It went on all night, and my dog, guardian of my well-being, hid under the bed and whimpered. We lived in the house for 17 years. During that time, we had bedding switched from one bed to another, tapes and records moved under furniture, and perhaps the most puzzling, we came home daily for a week to find bowls of hot food and cups of steaming tea set out as though someone had just been there, yet the house was locked. We had a neighbor watch the house to make sure the kids weren't coming in, but nobody was seen to enter. To this day, whenever my niece or myself have a nightmare, it is set in that house. No dreams that take place in the house turn out to be good ones. I've actually had dreams that were going along fine until I realized where I was. I also remember having a dream that I was married and my husband had purchased a house. He took me to see our new house, and you guessed it, it was 4 Harrison Court. In the dream, the most amazing wave of terror swept over me at the thought of stepping into the house again. We have no idea what was wrong with it. We know the woman who bought it from us, and she still lives in it. My children and I had a very bad experience with a demon in a house that we lived in. My son became very scared one night as he viewed the ghost of a man with a sword sticking out of its side. This ghost was standing in the doorway of my son's bedroom very late one night. He said that this thing was just giving him the feeling of such terrible hatred and dread. It made my son feel like it was going to kill us. My son started sleeping in my daughter's bedroom, and that thing started going from room to room, looking for my son, and so it started coming into our room and scaring the daylights out of me. I had felt the hatred and anger. I know that it would have killed us if we had not gotten our pastor out there. When our pastor pulled into our drive, he said he felt the anger and hatred just emanating from the house to the outside. He knew what we were up against, and we immediately started saying prayers and his army of saints to fight for us. Ultimately, it worked, so while we were living there, we had no more problems. But whenever we drive by, we cannot even look at the house. Reading some of the stories that your readers have sent you brought back a memory I thought I had long forgotten, and I would like to share it with you. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on your point of view, it did not occur to me, but instead happened to a childhood friend of mine. Being an ex-army brat, part of my childhood was spent in a suburb just east of St. Louis called Spanish Lake. It was called that for a lake that was near there and a favorite hangout of many of the townspeople. A nice lake during the day, but at night, it was said that the ghost of a sunken Spanish galleon walked the shores of the lake, especially during the summer months, in search of what was unknown. At one time, I'd been told that several people had simply disappeared from there and were never heard from again. Truth or not, I will not venture a guess. The lake was also said to have a section that was bottomless, and there, supposedly, lay the Spanish galleon. Being teenagers and fearing nothing, several of us used to go there with our girlfriends or boyfriends and park. But one night, my friend told me he had learned his lesson and would never, ever go there again. I came out of my house one summer's day in 1971, and I saw Randy up the street, absolutely throwing a fit, yelling, screaming, cursing, and in general, having the proverbial cow. He was standing near his car, a 1966 Plymouth Roadrunner, in mint condition, or at least it almost was, now. Something you must understand is that this car was Randy's pride and joy. He babied the car, and it was one of the fastest cars in the area at the time, as well as one of the sharpest looking cars. It was a painted metallic turquoise and built to the hilt. I asked him what he was so pissed off about, and he showed me. What I saw scared the bejesus out of me. It looked as if someone, or something, had ran their fingers down the entire length of the passenger side of his car and completely melted the paint where they had touched the car. He told me that he and his girlfriend, the night before, had gone to their favorite spot on the lake to be alone. He told me that they had been there long enough to fog the windows a little. During a pause, for breath catching or something, one of them looked out the front window, seeing what appeared to be a sort of red glow emanating from the lake itself. At first they tried to ignore it, their attention on each other, but unfortunately, they both became rather interested in it. Randy told me that within the glow, he started to make out what looked like a ball, just a little brighter than the glow itself. At this point, Randy told me that it appeared to start coming towards them. He told me that it looked like it was pulsing or something, almost as though it were alive. It came slowly towards them, and they got really scared. His girlfriend told him that she wanted to leave, right now. Randy told me that he tried to start the car, and absolutely nothing happened. Not one damn thing. It was almost as if all the power had been sucked from it. Meantime, the red glow continued towards them. He said his girlfriend became near hysterical, wanting to leave, but he told her that, try as he might, there was nothing he could do, and he was not about to get out of the car to find out either. All they could do was make sure the doors were locked, and the windows were up as far as they would go, and wait. He said that after a short time, the red glow completely surrounded them, and his car began a slow rocking motion at first. Then, without warning, Randy told me that the car began to rock more violently, and he said he and his girlfriend could hear a growling or something of the sort anyway. Then he told me that he could hear a scraping sound down the passenger side of his car. He said the best way he could describe the sound was like someone scraping their fingernails down a chalkboard. Randy said this went on for several more minutes. He wasn't sure for how long, and all he and his girlfriend could do was sit there and hold one another. She, of course, in tears, and Randy very nearly there himself. Suddenly, he said, the growling stopped, the scraping ceased, and the glow was gone. It simply wasn't there anymore. Shaking, he reached for the ignition switch and tried turning the key. He said the car started right away, and they got the heck out of there, not looking back once, and were grateful when they were back up on the main road and heading into town. By the time Randy had been able to calm his girlfriend down and get her home, it was very late, so he decided to just go home and try to get some sleep, but not before trying to see what kind of damage had been done. Randy told me that after he had gotten home, he went into the house, got his flashlight, and went back outside. He said that at the time, he saw absolutely nothing, and after very careful examination too. But the next morning, his brother had wakened him, wanting to know what happened to his baby. That's when he discovered what he had. He tried several times after to fix the problem, but within a few days, the fingerprints would reappear, just as if they were fresh. Shortly after that, I left Spanish Lake. I was told that Randy eventually got rid of his car, and I heard nothing more of it. But to be honest with you, I've not been too awfully curious either. When I was about 13 years old, I used to babysit quite a lot in my neighborhood. Back then, I didn't believe in ghosts or the paranormal. I lived in upstate New Jersey at the time. My foster family had recently moved into a new housing development in a small suburban town near the New York state border. The house next door to us was an old farmhouse. The housing development had been built on what had been the farm. The farmhouse had supposedly been built during the mid to late 1700s. When I came home from a babysitting job late one night, I looked out at the window for several minutes at the stars, trying to find the different constellations, as was my habit just about every night. Then, I saw a ball of mist, which appeared to be walking down the middle of the road. I thought that it must be some kind of gas or water vapor, although I'd never seen anything like it in my life. It seemed so deliberate. It never veered from the road. I watched it go to the end of the block and make a right into the woods that led to New York State. It was weird, but I figured that there must be some rational explanation for it. The couple who had just moved into the old farmhouse needed a babysitter for a Saturday night for their 4-year-old daughter. I agreed to babysit. I arrived at the couple's house about 7 p.m. on a hot summer night. As soon as I entered their house, their Doberman Pinscher ran up to me and started barking at me and howling. He wouldn't stop regardless of what the couple tried to do. His howls became shrill and he began to growl at me. I'd never been afraid of animals, as I'd grown up around dogs and I like animals very much. This dog really scared me just the same. The husband put the dog down in the garage, where it finally stopped howling. I met the little girl, and then the mother put her to bed in her upstairs bedroom. When the couple left, I turned on the TV. Despite the hot night, there was not even as much as a fan in the house, yet the house was comfortably cool. At about 10 or 11 p.m. that night, the TV began to have interference and the lights dimmed noticeably. The television began to get so much interference that it became impossible to watch. The lights dimmed even more. I thought that there must be something wrong with electrical wiring in the old house. I sat by the light and began to read. The house was becoming cooler. Despite the hot night outside, this house was becoming cold. There was an Afghan on the back of the couch, which I wrapped around me. I went to the window, wondering why it was suddenly becoming cold. The window pane was warm. It was certainly warmer than the house was at the moment. I tried to open the window to let the warm air in, but I could not budge any of the windows. The outside world looked so strange from inside the house, as though you were looking at something far away, or looking at a picture of something rather than reality. Then I began to hear what sounded like a light footfall at the top of the stairs. I could only hear them coming down, but not up, on about the top 1/3 of the stairway. I looked to see if this little girl had gotten up, but she was sound asleep, with her sheet tucked in around her. As I sat reading, the footfall became closer and got louder. I stood by the stairway and watched. I saw nothing, but could still hear the footfall. I thought that this old house must be still settling to be making all this noise. Then, the footfalls began a pounding and seemed to reach the end of the stairwell. They were closer together, loud and insistent, but always only descending the staircase, never ascending it. Then, I heard a loud bang from the room, directly in line with the stairway at the top. I raced to the room, thinking that I might find a little girl there, or a small animal which might have gotten into the house and knocked something over. I turned on the light to the room. The room was very cold, and the light was very dim. The child was not there, and nothing was out of place. I recalled promptly from the small frigid room. The hairs at the back of my neck were standing up, and I felt a strange sensation, as though a current of electricity was coursing through my spine to the base of my skull. I checked on the little girl, who was sound asleep despite the racket, and still tucked her snugly into her bed. At this point, I was getting scared, but figured that there must be some rational explanation for what was happening. The footsteps continued their pounding, but now they descended all the way to the foyer. There was a deep shag carpet runner along the foyer. I could hear creaking floorboards beneath it and indentations in the carpet as though someone were pacing on it. I thought that there must be some really small animal on the carpet and decided to try to catch it. I planted myself in the middle of the carpet when something came over me. Everything went dark for a second. I felt as though someone had thrown something over my head, and for a few seconds, I couldn't breathe. This was no small animal. I was petrified. I ran up the stairs to check the child, and she was still fast asleep. After the incident on the carpet, the foothills started making their way up the staircase. It was like a playback of what had been going on most of the night, only in reverse. By the time the foothills reached the top third of the stairwell, they'd stopped the incessant pounding and were only slightly stepping, yet still only descending the stairway. Finally, they disappeared entirely. The lights resumed their brightness, and the television was no longer bothered by the interference. By this time, it was about 2 a.m., and the stairwalking had gone on for several hours. All through this, there had been not one peep from the dog in the garage. The couple returned home about 4 a.m. They asked me if everything had been alright. I had felt as though I had been losing my mind. I just told them that everything had been okay. The next day, my foster sister made a point of asking me, how did the babysitting go? I told her, the house is really weird. Then she told me, I didn't want to tell you before you went babysitting because I didn't want to scare you. She proceeded to tell me that the former owners had told her that the house was haunted. They told her that all the members of the family had seen the ghost many times. They explained that one of the original owners of the house, a Mr. H, had committed suicide by hanging himself from the attic door, which was directly above the top landing of the stairwell. They'd taken my sister for a tour of the house. When they had been renovating the house, they had discovered that the house beams and studs had been joined together by wooden pegs and not nails. This was a very old construction technique that was used because making wooden pages was easier than having to make nails. They took my foster sister for a tour of the cellar, which consisted of a maze-like collection of windowless cubicles. In each of the cubicles were manacles for hands and feet. Had Mr. H bought slaves to use as farm workers? In that area, the growing season is short and the winters are long and cold. Buying slaves would hardly have been cost-effective for such a short period of time. Long ago, the land there had belonged to the Rampo Indians. Had Mr. H taken these people as seasonal slaves and dispensed with them after harvest time, My friends went down to the town city hall to check the records of the house. The records show that the house was considerably newer than had been thought, about mid-19th century. This was after the slavery had been discontinued in the Northeast. The former owners of the house, who were also builders and renovators of old houses, said that the mode of construction that was used in the house would date the house as being much older. I guess we'll never know who was kept manacled in those airless little rooms in the cellar. We'll never know why Mr. H was driven to suicide, or if his death was indeed a suicide. Was the ghost that of Mr. H, or of someone else? Perhaps there is more than one tormented spirit in that troubled household. I'm from a very small town in Madison Parish, Louisiana. One cold February night, my 5 sisters and I were going to visit my dad's brothers, as was a habit of ours to do, a couple of times during the week. My father had a work van in which the motor was encased on the inside of the van. Since it only had a driver's seat and a passenger seat, some of us had to sit on top of the motor case. This night, in particular, we took a different route to our uncle's home for some reason unknown. As we turned onto a side street, only one of my other sisters and I saw a woman with long flowing brown hair down to her waist in a long flowing white nightgown glide across the street about 1 or 2 blocks ahead of us. My sister and both looked at each other at the same time and said, "Did you see that?" 1 second she was to our left, and the next she was across the street, and then just vanished. When we got home later that night, I told my mother what my sister and I had seen. She said that many, many years ago, I'm not sure if it was in the early 1900s, a young lady who lived in that area was to be married. On her wedding night, her fiancé was tragically killed before the wedding could take place. The bride, who was very much in love with her fiancé, pined away and died from the grief of her loss. My mother said that my sister and I were not the only ones who had seen this lady. I'll never forget the apparition that I saw that night, and I truly believe that what I saw was a ghost from the past. I suppose that every kid imagines a monster in a closet or under the bed at one time or another, and I had in fact began to believe my experience to be the result of a young fertile imagination. You see, my room was located in the basement of my parents' home. Located next to the basement stairs, my closet ran under the stair and had only an open doorway, no door. As I lay trying to sleep at night, I was sure I could discern a pair of glowing red eyes staring at me from the closet doorway. This always filled me with a sense of fear and trepidation. I could never quite make out the body of the apparition, more like having an idea of the shape and size, but never really seeing it. I also had the strange feeling that the apparition indeed wished me ill. Furthermore, there was some force that restricted it to the closet. However, as I said, I'd begun to doubt the evidence of my own experience. Until years after I'd left the family home, my cousin came to stay with my mom and dad due to family difficulties. She stayed in my former room. Mom informed me that she was having trouble sleeping. However, she could not seem to get her to give any reason as to her apparent insomnia. My mother asked me to talk to her, fearing her difficulties stemmed from the problems in the family. She further believed that being closer in age might make it easier for her to open up. She described to me exactly the same manifestation I had imagined when I slept in that room. After a room change, she was once again able to sleep comfortably at night. My friend Christy is engaged to this guy named Sean. Sean has lived for most of his life at his parents' house in Cincinnati, Ohio. Sean's house is very old and just happens to be in a development that is situated over an old Indian burial ground. For as long as Sean can remember, there has been a ghost in the house. It imitates the voices of people who live in the house. There are many instances of Sean or his sisters being alone in the house and hearing one of their parents begging for help downstairs, only to go to the parent's aid and discover that the parent is not in the house. Sean even recorded it once while he was recording himself playing drums. In addition, there is a spirit that follows them and visitors around the house. It is a tall, dark figure wearing a hooded cloak. It has never harmed anyone, but merely made them feel uncomfortable. About a year ago, Christy made a trip out to Cincinnati to meet Sean's parents for the first time. He didn't want to tell her about the house because he didn't want to spook her. Sean's parents invited her to stay in the guest room, and Christy accepted. The first night of the visit, Christy was sound asleep when she woke up suddenly and felt something icy slide over her and felt like something was watching her. She got spooked and went over to Sean's room and slid into bed with him and stayed there for the rest of the night. Sean didn't tell her at the time, but the hooded figure followed her into the room. The same thing happened the next night, and Sean finally told her. She refused to stay in the house another night. When I was about 4 or 5, maybe even younger, I remember one night I was sleeping in my room and I awoke. I don't know why I did. I may have been dreaming. Anyways, I looked ahead of me to my wall and there was a face on it. It was blue, looked human, and this may sound strange, but I had a hat on that looked like one of those Arabian towels that they wrap their heads with. It spoke to me. I don't remember what it said, but oddly, I wasn't afraid of it. I don't remember the reaction, but I asked my mom if she remembered about when I told her there recently, and she said I used to tell her about a lady in blue visiting me quite often. I only remember telling her about my only experience once. I might have seen the face more than I remember. I don't think it was a dream, because I don't think I would remember a dream I had when I was 5 or younger. I'm 15 now, so it was at least 10 or more years ago. That's my experience. If anyone has had an experience similar to mine, please write me about it. I've only had one paranormal experience. It happened last October when my boyfriend had temporarily rented a trailer. We had lived there for almost 2 months and nothing out of the ordinary had happened. One afternoon, he decided to take a nap and I was in the living room watching TV. I started hearing this really strange continuous screeching noise. It sounded like it was coming from inside the wall beside his bedroom door. When I walked over there, it stopped. I sat back down and started watching TV again, and it started back again. This time, I walked into the kitchen. The bedroom was right beside the kitchen, and I started opening the bottom cabinets, and once again, the screeching stopped. I never said anything about it to my boyfriend because I didn't think about it at the time. A couple of days later, we were in the kitchen eating breakfast, and he told me that the day before, when he was there by himself, that he had heard a weird, loud, screeching noise. He said he tried to find where it was coming from, and it would stop when he'd look. I told him that the same thing had happened to me while he was asleep a few days earlier. We both talked about ghosts and laughed about it, pretty much dismissing it as a joke. A few nights later, His mom came and stayed the whole night and was asleep on the living room couch. This particular night, we were sleeping in the bedroom on the opposite end of the trailer. It was really late, probably around 3 a.m., and we had been laying there talking when I started hearing this noise. It was kind of like the screeching, but much quieter, and screeched in intervals, like footsteps. I thought my boyfriend had dropped over the side of the bed, making that noise with his hand against the plastic on the mattress. I said, "Brian, quit making that noise." He said, "I'm not making that noise," and held up both of his hands. He looked at me as scared as I looked back at him, and he said, "Get up and get dressed." As soon as he said that, you could actually tell where the screeching was moving through the room to the corner beside the bed and feel this undiscernible presence, and all of a sudden, the screeching just went crazy and so loud. It was right there. Needless to say, within a split second, it was the only one there. Now you can imagine 2 grown adults running into the living room to wake up his mom. She said she hadn't heard anything, but that we had scared her to death, running through the living room at 3 a.m. in the morning like we were on fire. We sat up in the living room for the rest of the night and moved back to my mom's house within the week. So far, that's the only experience that I've had.
For a while now, my sister has lived in a house a few blocks away from my parents' house. I live with my parents. I would go over there to babysit my nephew when my sister had plans. Some nights I would sleep over there. Her house always had a creepy feeling to it, a thick feeling to the air. My sister had just had knee surgery and wasn't able to take care of her son, so I was spending the weekend over there. The first couple of nights were fine. I didn't mind at all. But the last night I stayed there, I was in the living room watching TV when I caught something out of the corner of my eye. It looked like a shadow. Before I say any more, I better tell you the layout of my sister's house. When you walk in, you go to the left and down a hallway. The open doorway to the left leads to the kitchen. The kitchen has another entry as well. The first door on the left is my sister's bedroom. The only door on the right is the bathroom, and the door at the other end of the hallway belongs to my eldest sister, when she's there, that is. On the other side of the kitchen is a set of French glass doors and let out into a game room, an add-on to the house. The doors are always kept closed and locked at night. The only people in the house that night were myself, my sister, the one on the mend, and her son. So anyway, I saw a shadow. At first I thought maybe it was my sister getting up to ask me to get her something, but the shadow simply vanished before I could get a closer look at it. I shrugged it off as me being tired. I lay down to go to sleep. I woke up a couple minutes later. It was around 5 in the morning. I didn't know what had woken me. I was sweating badly, and I felt like someone was sitting on my chest. I was propped up enough to see the French doors, which were across the room from the sofa. What I saw that night is engraved into my brain. There was an old woman outside the doors. She had her hands pressed against 2 of the glass panels, and her face against another. Her mouth was open in a scream. I was scared beyond belief because I couldn't move, I couldn't speak, I couldn't do nothing but lay there. And then the door began rattling. The woman was shaking it. A shadow came out of the kitchen, and the woman vanished. The shadow vanished after that, and I could breathe again. I don't know what the shadow was, but it did make the woman go away. I like to think it was my guardian angel. Who knows? That's my story. Anyway, and yeah, it is true. My mother was born in Austria-Hungary in 1908. When her parents immigrated to the US, they left their 3 children behind in the care of their grandparents. It was 5 years until her parents were able to return and bring the children to the US. In that 5 years, my mother became very close to her grandfather and went everywhere with him. She arrived in the US as a 13-year-old, grew up, and married my father. They were a young farm couple living in rural Ohio. One night, my mother awoke to see her grandfather standing at the foot of her bed. He was smiling at her, but did not speak. She relayed that she pulled the covers over her head and then looked again, and he was still there. She then tried to wake my father, but when he awoke, her grandfather disappeared. She had the overwhelming feeling that her grandfather had died. This happened in the mid-1920s, and at that time, international long distance was only a thing for wealthy folks. Her only contact with her grandparents was via mail, which would take a couple of weeks to arrive. Sure enough, 2 weeks later, she received a letter from her grandmother verifying that her grandfather had passed away on the same day and approximately the same time that he appeared in her bedroom. My father attested to the entire happening. This was always our family ghost story that no one ever had a reason to doubt. My parents live on a farm in Sugar Grove. My stepdad grew up here with his family as a child. On Christmas Eve in 1964, his dad went into town to pick up the grandma for the holiday. With him, he took a younger daughter and his younger son. On the way home, there was a terrible accident, and everybody died except the daughter. Over the years, the farmhouse was used as rental property until my mom met her husband. They have lived here now for 6 years, and have had many experiences with the spirits of this home. I, too, have had some of the same. There are many, many voices that we hear. Marbles rolling down the hallway upstairs, foot noises walking up and down the stairway, clouds of light and dark smoke throughout the entire house, doors open and close. Things come up missing, then are returned within days. If you are alone in the house and stand by the sink, you will soon hear a voice that asks you to go away. It will repeat until you walk away from the sink. Standing outside, if you look up into the window upstairs, sometimes you will see a vision of a woman standing in the window. This is believed to be Grandma. I have an 11-year-old daughter that has walked into the downstairs bathroom and ran out, stating there is a man standing at the bathroom sink. He will only turn his head and look at you, and then turn back to the mirror. He hasn't spoken yet. When my parents first came here, they slept upstairs. They had to move to the downstairs room in the winter, because no matter what room you are in up there, it is ice cold. We have used electric heat sources to try to generate heat, but it doesn't work. There are also apparitions of faces, white in color, etched into the door of the master bedroom. These appear darker at times and lighter at other times. They appear to be stuck in the wood of the door. It's believed by everyone here that the spirits and happenings of this house are all those family members that were killed in the crash. After all, they all did reside here, and I think they still do. My mother passed away a little over 4 years ago. Since then, we have seen her, usually in dreams, and my father has actually seen her many times in her home. My mother had been sick with congestive heart failure that took a turn for the worst for about 2 years. My dad cared for her day and night. Finally, the last trip to the hospital was supposed to be a routine trip to remove excess fluid. On the way to the hospital, my mother made a prophetic statement to him that she would not be coming home again. When she was given the diagnosis that no further help was available to her and she would be sent home with hospice, she refused and decided to die in the hospital instead of at home because my father had to continue to live there and she did not want him to find it hard to stay at their home. 9 days of excruciating pain from a failing liver and kidneys, and unable to get her breath, she succumbed to death only after the last of our immediate family visited her on that day. It was as if she had waited until she had seen her husband, children, grandchildren, and son-in-laws before she was ready to go. 10 minutes after the last visitor, she breathed her last. Oddly enough, the grandfather clock in my parents' home stopped on the exact time of her death. My father has refused to rewind it. After 60 years of marriage, my father has been so lost. For the first year, she appeared to him frequently with a smile on her face, and one time told him, "I love you deeply, and just want to make sure you are okay." She still appears to him, just not as frequently as the first year. Recently, my sister and father had found a picture she had painted and had it framed to give me for my birthday. My dad saw my mother the morning they gave me the gift and said she was holding a shopping bag with a wooden frame sticking out from it with a huge smile on her face. He said they communicated without talking, and he knew she was happy and proud I was getting the picture. I've seen my mother in dreams, but only one stands out as a possible contact with her. In my dream, I was looking through the picture window at my parents' home and saw her sitting in her chair with my father standing over her, talking and smiling, as if he was catching up on recent events. I went inside the house and she looked at me and smiled. I remember how peaceful she looked and so healthy. I remember saying, "Mama, how can this be? I saw you in the casket at the funeral home." She just smiled at me and said, "Well, sometimes these things just happened." I replied, "Well, I don't care how it happened. I'm glad to have you back. I've missed you." With that, I woke up. One other time, after an extremely frustrating day, I was walking in a corridor and thought I'd heard her call my name. She said, "Susie." I actually said out loud, "Mama?" She was not even there. My sister says she has dreamed of her, but never actually have seen her. My son slept in my mom's bed about 6 months after her passing, and said sometimes in the night, he felt her sit down on the side of the bed. He knew it was her because he could smell her perfume. My nephew recalled a dream he had the first Thanksgiving holiday after her passing. He said that in his dream, he walked out of his upstairs bedroom and she was in the hallway. He said, "Let's go get some turkey, Granny." He said she replied, "Now, Mark, you know I can't go downstairs with you this year, but you know I'm here." My family feels that she is around us all the time. I know she is with my father the most because he is terminally ill and misses her so terribly. I feel comforted knowing she is waiting for his time to cross over. My mother is a current janitor working at Rockford College, and one of the buildings she is assigned to cleans happens to be the Burpee building. There, she and some of the other ladies that work with her have lunch in that specific building every work night. A while back, She told us that during her lunch break, she saw what was a female figure walk past the room they were in. She said she wore a blue dress and had blonde hair. The room has a mirror that faced the only door of the small area. She said, and I quote, "I glanced at the mirror, a habit of doing when you're in that room a lot, and saw this thin, transparent figure walk past the door. I thought it was one of the other girls that was walking by, but it wasn't until I realized that no one that night was wearing a blue dress or had dyed their hair blonde. I walked out to see if it was a trespasser, but saw no one in the hall. I called security and asked them if they allowed any blonde, blue-dressed girl on the property. They denied doing so, confirming my suspicions that it was possibly a ghost. This is just one of the stories that she has told us during the last 2 years of her encounters with the burpy ghosts." This just happened to me just recently, on February 8th, 2008, when I took a ghost tour of the Tuang Cemetery in Brisbane, Australia. First of all, I'd like to keep this to myself anonymous. Secondly, what I saw is true, for I did some research to see if anyone else experienced what I saw that night, and, as it turns out, a few people over the years saw it too. It was cold and partly windy that night when I turned up at the ghost of the Tuang Boneyard, Brisbane's oldest and biggest graveyard. There's a lot of strange stories connected to this boneyard, like a vampire. There's only 2 boneyards in the world that got fair dinkum vampires, Highgate in London and Tuang in Brisbane. The Bleeding Grave and Walking Statue. Yes, a wandering statue. Anyway, the tour barely began as our hostess was introducing herself when I saw something standing amongst the trees. It was solid and black. It was standing there watching us. I saw it, but I thought I was seeing things. Excitement that might have sparked off my imagination. But as I walked past this spot, there was nothing there to resemble that figure, but yet it was real, as you and I. It wasn't until a few feet ahead, I heard a weird clang sound right next to me, as if someone was banging on a pot or whatever. I thought it was the signpost rattling, but there was no signpost anywhere. Now that was frickin' weird, I thought as I hurried on, looking behind me. Most of the night I felt we were being followed by something, as I was tailing Charlie. Best place to be on a ghost tour at the end of the line. Things started to get a bit stranger, like the cold wind I felt touching me if there was no wind blowing. The same thing happened again 2 nights later, when I felt something touching my neck in my own home, or seeing things at the corner of my eyes. When I turn around, there will be nothing there. I thought I was ready for the madhouse at one point. I know that I saw something, so I researched it, and as it turned out, others saw that same black figure at the same spot where I saw him or her, whatever the heck it was, and heard the same clanging sound I heard, so I didn't imagine it at all. I hope I didn't. That's my story. I've got other great spine-chilling tales, which I'll put up ASAP, but this was the first experience I had in years, except for the ghost of my dog who came back for a few nights to bark goodbye to us. My name is Tina. I'm 33, and I have a story I would like to share with you and your readers. I've been experiencing strange things for many years now, but I've only been sharing them for just a few people who don't believe always have the need to find something wrong with the ones who do. My mom was one of those people. She would roll her eyes and say I was crazy or I had been drinking. The day she became a believer was one of the most beautiful moments we've ever shared. This is our story. My mom had surgery in her foot and was using a walker to get around. I was at her house helping her with her laundry and such, and had laid my son down in the bedroom down the hall for his nap. Mom was kicked back in the recliner and decided she would also take a nap. All my chores were done for the time. Everybody in the house was sleeping, so I went out to get into the pool. I turned on the baby monitor at the room where my son was sleeping and brought the other piece outside with me. My mom lives out in the country. No neighbors close enough for monitor to pick up any other signals from a phone or another baby monitor. It was so quiet in my mom's house, I could hear the tick-tock ticking of the clock in the room where the monitor was. All of a sudden, I heard a woman's voice so clear and loud. It sounded like she was speaking into the monitor. It sounded like peep, as in P-E-E peep. I'm not sure what that means. Maybe it was just gibberish. That's what I heard. At this point, I start to run to the door to see if my mom is still in the chair in the living room. I got to the door, snatched it open, and there was my mom, still reclined back in the chair with a really strange look on her face. I guess I had a strange look on my face too, because she said, "What? What's the matter? Who's here? Who are you talking to?" I just looked at her and couldn't say anything. She asked again who I was talking to, and I said nobody. Why? She said that she heard a woman talking. She thought she was dreaming. She opened her eyes, and the woman was still talking, so she knew she wasn't dreaming. Having to always have an explanation for things, she then assumed I was on the phone, but looked around and saw the phone and my cell phone were on the kitchen counter. That was when I came in the door, and she knew it wasn't me. I said, "You heard that too?" "Yes," she said, with a very strange look on her face. So I went down to the hall to the room where my son was still sleeping and looked around. Nothing out of the ordinary, nothing out of place. I came back down the hall and told my mom he was fine, still sleeping, hadn't moved an inch. She was a little freaked out, but she started asking me questions about my great-grandmother, who often visits me, and the places that I go. I never met my great-grandmother in person, but I've had many run-ins with her spirit. My mom didn't want to believe that Grandma visits her too, but after that day, she started to believe, not only in ghosts and spirits, but in me too. Thanks, Grandma Daisy.
I had an experience a few years ago that I'll never forget. I stayed in a 3-level house in an older section of the city. This section is a regal type of area, but the houses date back to the beginnings. The house had 2 living rooms, a small kitchen, big veranda in front of the house, and a half bathroom on main level. The second floor had 2 connected bedrooms, and a master bedroom with another veranda, which ended up on top of a veranda on main floor. There was a full bathroom on this floor also, with, get this, a hanging type of veranda that led off from the bathroom. Nobody used this veranda, which went to the back of the home. On the second floor, there was a small spiral staircase that led to the 3rd floor. There were 2 bedrooms here. This is where I stayed. It was a hippie type of setting in that there was a bunch of friends living together. Mind you, this happened in the early 80s. About the 3rd night of my being in my new surroundings, I began to feel quite depressed to the point that I felt suicidal, and I didn't know why. When comparing stories later with another person that I lived there with, I found out that I was the only one to experience suicidal thoughts. Along with those dark thoughts, I had another strange thought go through my head right then. There's a girl in here right now. I wonder what I was doing thinking stupid like that. You see, I left this house before anyone else, and I was the last person to find out that a strange girl, and she was also malicious, was being seen by the ones who weren't smart like me to move out earlier. I basically kept to myself while I was living there, and I was given my space. Life in that house got spookier. One night, as I was washing my hair in the sink on the second floor, and the doorknob behind me, which led to the veranda, began to jiggle and make it sound like someone was playing with the doorknob. Of course I was spooked. I would stop and look at the doorknob, with soap running down my face, and wonder what was going on. I mustered enough courage to open the door to see who was in the veranda. Nobody. So I thought I must be imagining things, and then proceeded to finish my hair. The doorknob jiggled again. I would stop washing my hair, look at the doorknob, and the jiggling would stop. I tried the more to hurry up with my hair. Every time I started to wash my hair, the jiggling would continue until I looked at the doorknob. I was quite scared. I only got my hair done that night because I got a friend to talk to me while I did my hair. In the meantime, different people were having their own experiences. On one of the rare occasions when there were hardly anybody in the home, one of my friends was about to ascend to the second floor when a pillow came rolling down the stairs. She began to question whoever was around if they were the prankster. At the time, I was on the third floor reading a book, and she questioned me also. We didn't say much more to each other about the incident, but I know people living in the house were beginning to talk and compare their experiences. A bad habit of mine at one time was to stay up to watch TV and drink coffee all night. Just once I tried to do this in the house. I found I couldn't do this, because when I did attempt to enjoy my favorite pastime, I felt such a feeling that someone was watching me, and I knew that I was the only one up. I also felt too very scared that I just didn't dare to stay up any longer. I quickly trashed that idea. I would find out later from my other friends who tried to stay up alone that they would experience someone calling their name in a whispering voice. I'm really glad that didn't happen to me. Finally, I couldn't stay there anymore because I was so depressed. I felt like everybody was friends but me. I asked my mom if I could come back and live at home with her. I was glad when she said yes. I didn't bother to let anybody know my plans to leave. I just thought I would do my friends a favor before I left, and that there was to leave the house spotless and clean. So on one particular day, when no one was around, I began to clean. I even made myself a pot of coffee. I got my clothes together. Meanwhile, I was feeling more and more jumpy. I was even scared to leave my packed clothes on the third floor, and got them when I left. I was that jumpy, and I still didn't think the reasons were that the house was haunted. So I took my clothes and propped open the front door with them. I managed to finish cleaning one living room when suddenly an overpowering fear overtook me, so that I dropped everything that I was doing and literally ran out the front door, grabbing my clothes as I left. I got outside and took a long look at the house and walked away. I'll also never forget the feeling of relief and peace I felt as I got further and further away from the house. I was never too great on talking terms with some of the people there, because I was quite depressing to be around when I was living there. One night I was visiting one of the old friends there, when all of a sudden the sound of many rushing feet came through the door. Here was the good old gang. They had fled that house in fear, because they were beginning to see the spirit of the girl there, beginning to manifest itself exactly about the same time I left there. I'll never forget that. I have had no choice but to believe in the other side from as early as I can remember. My first and only visual confrontation with the spirit occurred when I was between 2 and 3 years old. My mother had put me in a crib in her room for a nap while she went downstairs and continued her housework. No one else was in the house but her and I. I remember waking from my nap and holding onto the rails of the crib while yelling, "Come get me, Mom." The house was very large, and I could hear her walking about downstairs. I felt very impatient about getting out of the crib, and remember sizing up the railings to decide whether or not to climb out. I remember the yell, "Ma, come get me," and out of the corner of my eye I saw something glide off my mother's bed and materialize into a gray shape. It precisely glided forward and then towards me and extended its arms out to me. I backed away from the rails and uttered, "No, not you." I didn't know anything about spirits, but I knew that witnessing this was shocking. The figure immediately retracted to exactly where it had come from, including flattening back out on my mother's bed. In a matter of seconds, my mother appeared in the doorway. I told her that something else had tried to lift me out. She looked frightened for a moment, and then told me that I was dreaming. But all of this had occurred while I was awake and waiting for her. I didn't understand, then, why she hadn't given me more credence to such an unusual event. My grandmother had passed away when I was age 2, I later learned. I believe that her spirit had tried to show me kindness. However, I never felt comfortable alone in an empty room of that house. In the next 10 years, my own mother passed away. My brother, father, and I all experienced strange occurrences of one kind or another. My mother told me years later, when I was in my late 20s, that he too believed that the house was haunted. And it was only when he gave away my grandmother's bedroom set and her giant framed photographs that the unusual going-ons had ended. I'm not sure that they have ended. I haven't lived in the house for 28 years, but I often wonder. I've always thought about ghosts, but it all started when I moved to Litchfield, Minnesota. We remodeled an old farmhouse that had 5 fires in it. One day I was cooking in the kitchen, and all of a sudden the towel caught on fire. It was terrible. That wasn't even the worst of it. One night he came home from work, and my brothers wouldn't go to bed. So then I sent them upstairs. All of a sudden there was a pounding on the walls upstairs. I went upstairs and outside to check, and at that time, my brothers were downstairs crying. So I called my boyfriend first, and then my mom, who was at work too. I was crying. So she came home instantly and we prayed. That hasn't happened since. Then I was taking a shower one morning, and on the mirror was dye. I wasn't too afraid because I thought it was my siblings, but no one was home. So then I got afraid. Another incident is this little TV we have doesn't stay on. I'm convinced that I have ghosts and it really scares me. Lately I moved to Hutchinson, and I experienced something else that I found unexplainable. One night I was just watching TV, and the fire alarms in my apartment went off. They aren't battery operated either. Freaky, huh? Well, these are my stories. I have lived with ghosts ever since I can remember. The house I lived in while I was growing up is haunted by a blonde child. The only way you can see this ghost is out of the corner of your eye. You never can see him looking straight ahead. He runs up and down the hall, which ends into the kitchen. You can see the hallway and kitchen entrance from the living room, and for years, I would see him run by. But I always thought it was my little brothers, who were the same height and blonde. Until one night, my parents were gone, and my 4 brothers and I were sitting in the living room with the lights off watching TV, and I saw him run from the kitchen and down the hall. I sat there for a minute wondering what my little brothers were into. Then I realized everyone that was in the house was in the living room with me. I always knew the house was haunted, but I never thought I had ever seen the spirit until that night. Then I realized I'd been seeing it for years. I told my brothers about it, and we all decided to call the spirit Sam, because we didn't know if it was a girl or boy, and Sam seemed appropriate. It seemed to be attached to just me, because I was the only one who could see it, and my room was the region of its source somehow. My room was always the coldest room in the house, no matter what time of year. I grew up in Oklahoma, and the summers out there aren't very nice, but my room was always cold. Cold to where I would need a comforter and blankets every night. Some nights Sam, I hope that is who it was, would shake my bed and wake me up in a fright, leaving me there wondering if the bed was really still moving. Or was it just my heart pounding? I was too scared to move or open my eyes to see. Some nights he would turn my radio, waking me up, and wonder if my little brothers were being brats again, only to find them sound asleep in their room. There was one night that I was not quite asleep yet. I was laying on my back with one of my arms resting up on my forehead, when I felt this cold breeze on my arm, and then something just threw my arm off of my forehead and onto my chest, and then the radio came on. It was so fast I didn't know what had happened until I thought about it. Soon after I moved out and in with my sister, when I was 16, my parents moved out a couple of years later, but they still own the home. When I was 24, I'd gotten a divorce from my first husband and moved back into the house with my 2 children. I made the room that used to be mine into a toy room. I really didn't need them to sleep in there. Then I met my second husband and he moved in with us. The next thing I know, Mark, my second and present husband, is asking me if anyone has ever died in this house. I told him that I didn't really know and asked him why. He told me that toy room light keeps flickering on and off. It freaked him out really bad. I explained to him that there was a spirit in the house, and we've always called him Sam. And if Sam freaked him out too bad, to tell him to just go to bed. Then Mark was able to see him, only out of the corner of his eye, running up and down the hallway. It would freak him out pretty bad, and he hated when it would happen while I was at home. But soon he got used to telling Sam to go to bed, when he would say that the happenings would stop for a night or 2, and then start up again. We lived there for 2 years and then moved out. It is empty right now, until my parents sell it. For some reason, every time they try to sell it, something happens, and it never sells. Well, there's the start of my little adventures. I have more because that is one of my hobbies. Ghost hunting is what my sisters and I call it. I will have to submit the story about one that followed me home one night, but that will come later. Hope you enjoyed. My great aunt Mary and I had 3 sons: Murphy, Peter, and Victor. Peter was the oldest, and when he was in his early 30s, he offed himself in her house. He was staying with her while going through a divorce, and he was very depressed. One day while my aunt was at work, he took all the pills in her medicine cabinet, and there was a lot. Marion had a heart condition, and drank most of the bottle of vodka. My poor aunt found out he was dead on the floor in her den when she came home that evening. Then within a few months, Murphy, who was in his late 20s, was diagnosed with some rare form of cancer and died of it within 6 months. My grandfather died, and grandmother went to live with Mary and her sister. A few months later, my grandmother died of a stroke on Marion's living room couch. Poor Aunt Marion. You'd think all that shocking grief would have finished her off, what with her already having heart problems. All these deaths happened in the span of about a year. The next Valentine's Day rolled around, and when Marion came home from work, her housekeeper told her she couldn't get the hearts of the carpet in the den. She didn't understand what the lady was talking about, so she went into the den to have a look. There were hearts in a pattern like footsteps, leading from the doorway of the room to the place where Peter was found. In that space was a great big heart, a couple of feet wide. It was like someone had brushed the nap of the carpet in the opposite direction to draw the heart shapes into the carpet. The housekeeper told my aunt she had vacuumed over it numerous times and done everything she could think of to get rid of them, but they wouldn't go away. Marion got down on her hands and knees and tried to brush the hearts away with her hands, but they just wouldn't go. They finally called the University of Maryland, who promptly came out and investigated. They confirmed it as an actual psychokinetic phenomenon. As far as I know, the hearts are still there today. Marion thought it was a message from Peter, a Valentine to say he loved her, and that he was sorry that he hurt himself, and for doing it in her house. My mother thinks it was her grandmother, because she was so sweet, and that's just the sort of thing she would do. Send a Valentine to her sister. Other relatives thought it might be Murphy for some reason, but I think it was Peter, because the footsteps led to the big heart that was in the place where they found him. The whole thing clearly says Peter to me. Spooky, huh? Definitely. But also kind of neat, because to me, it's more proof that there's life after death.
It all happened about 13 years ago. I was about 14 years old, and I will always remember that late evening. A bit of context first. We are 8 siblings, 4 girls, 4 boys, raised only by Mom. Dad walked out on us a few years prior to the event I am about to tell. We grew up quite modest. Mom was the only breadwinner. We didn't have a lot, and we were living in a rental that was just a bathroom, a small hallway, a living room that doubled as a bedroom for the girls and Mom, and a kitchen that also doubled as a bedroom for the boys. Anyway, we were a content Christian family. It was the 31st of October, and we were only 7 at home. My oldest sister was out and Mom was at work. Me being the second one, I was in charge. It was about 7 p.m. and we were all in the living room minding our business. Some of us were playing with some toys, I was painting, a few were watching TV, and it was quite peaceful, just waiting for Mom to come home. Suddenly, my younger brother said, "Hey guys, do you hear that?" We turned the TV volume down and listened. From across the hallway that were connecting the 2 main rooms, we could all clearly hear a repetitive, high-pitched banging. It was just as like someone was repeatedly hitting a spoon on a cup. We all stood frozen. It went on for a few minutes and then we stopped. All bundled up together, we slowly crept our way to the kitchen. On the table, there were some stuff like bread, butter, and a jar with a spoon in it. We just ate and we didn't put stuff away. We got close and tried to mix the jam with the spoon, and surely enough, it was the same sound. At this point, we didn't know what was the deal and we were really creeped out. The sound we heard couldn't have been produced by something like the wind or exterior forces. It was very deliberate, and it went on for a few minutes, so not just a spoon falling off or something like that. We put things away and we went back to the living room. That is when the horror really started. I kid you not, around the whole house there was unexplainable bangings. We could hear footsteps in the hallway, above us from the attic, around us from the walls. We all started crying and got in bed, all bundled up, praying. It all went like this for a few minutes, and suddenly we heard the house door open. It was Mom. She had just come back from work, and it all stopped. Needless to say, we all jumped on her, hugging her and crying. We told her what happened, and she was shocked. We never had an experience like that, and when we get together, we sometimes talk about it. It was one of the most scary things that ever happened to us. We all heard the same things. We didn't see anything, but the sounds were real. We think it might have been something like a demonic attack that wanted to create fear in us in one of the darkest nights of the year. Did any of you ever experience something like this? Dyer Street in El Paso has a history of violence, drugs, sex, and death. Ask anyone in El Paso about Dyer, and I guarantee they have a story about the Devil's Triangle or the Okinawa Lodge. So it makes sense that the store I work at is most likely haunted. I work at Burlington, but it wasn't always a Burlington. It used to be a big Kmart till they closed it down in 2017 and opened up a strip mall there. All the people that have been there since it opened in 2022 have stories of stuff falling over and footsteps being heard. But I chalked it up to the building settling or something being off balance and falling. It wasn't until last week when I started to think otherwise. So I'm closing on Black Friday, which for Burlington isn't a big deal because we don't have any sales. I mean, come on, it's already a discount store. Regardless of that info though, the store was still packed to the gills with people doing their early Christmas shopping. It's a little past 8 p.m., and I'm helping a family take one of those little vehicles that kids can ride around to their truck. When I walk back in the store, I get a call on the radio that one of the closed-off fitting rooms has been opened. Now, that thing is locked up good, so I'm thinking some kids must have been yanking the doorknob or pushing down on it and broke it. When I go to check it out, the doorknob is fine and no one is inside. I lock it back up and go back to helping out up front. About 20 minutes later, I hear something fall behind me. I look back and see a Santa Claus lawn statue had fallen over. I didn't think anything of it when I picked it up. When I set it back in place, a stuffed snowman which was sitting on the top shelf fell in front of me and set off the touch lights we had on the jewelry. I stepped back to see if anyone had bumped into the shelves, but it was just me right there. I was a little freaked out at this point and took a couple steps away from that shelf. That's when the lights on the jewelry started flashing on. Now, these lights don't turn on unless you tap the boxes the jewelry is in. They blink a few times at random, then stop completely. Before I can process what I'm seeing, the doors behind me, which are automatic doors, start to open and close without anyone walking by them. They open and close 3 times before it all stops. No more blinking lights, doors are acting normally, and nothing is falling over anymore. I tell my supervisor about it when she walks by and she says, "Oh, must be the Kmart ghost again," and walked away with a light giggle. Nothing else happened the rest of the night, but every night I've worked since, something has fallen over without anyone around, and my other coworkers have said they've heard noises in the closed-off fitting rooms.
I swear to God, if you don't take this opportunity to like, share, and subscribe, I will make sure that you do it yourself. And by that, that's not a threat, guys. It's just, it's summer 2025, and I just thought you'd like this video to be liked. And should shared and subscribed. I don't know what I'm talking about. Bye, guys. Love you.